Right after I was exploited by my boss, I turned around and got transported to the Ming Dynasty. Facing Zhu Yuanzhang, all I had in hand was a phone with no signal and a folding umbrella, yet he mistook me for a god. Chapter 1 Zhu Chongba. The dim candlelight flickered as Zhu Chongba bent over, flipping through memorials. Piles of documents stacked high on both sides of his desk. He frowned, barely finishing one report, then scribbled a comment with his brush and threw it onto the pile of discarded drafts on the right. What crap is this? He cursed, then pulled another report from the left and continued reviewing. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded as someone barged in. The intruder shouted in a coarse voice. Damn it, you don't even work here. Scram. Li Qing, backpack on his back, stormed into this pinnacle of power, the heart of the Forbidden City, the Qianxia Palace, filled with fury. Just finished a pile of meaningless tasks assigned by his boss, only to be criticized over trivial flaws upon submission. He had endured a whole year for the annual bonus, but now he finally snapped. Even if it meant losing several 10,000 yuan in bonuses, he would throw the bid documents at his stingy boss, shout out the bachelor's declaration of separation, and slam the door behind him. Originally thinking once he left the office building he'd be heading to the factory, he didn't expect it to already be late. The factory lights had long been extinguished, everything plunged in darkness. Unaware, muttering to himself, Li Qing walked forward until he noticed a faint candlelight in the distance and stopped. Zhu Chongba was startled by the sudden noise and raised his eyes coldly to examine this unexpected guest with strange clothing. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Li Qing froze, glancing around, and only then realizing that his surroundings were completely different from a factory. The huge palace was illuminated only by a single candlelight, details obscured and indistinct. Internally chuckling, he thought this must be some elaborate setup his boss hired people to create. Spending so much money arranging a scene like this, it would have been better just to hand out bonuses. Even a small amount would have sufficed, at least he would have tolerated it. Why go through all this unnecessary trouble and expense? And who might you be? Li Qing snorted coldly and shot back the question. Zhu Chongba was silent for a moment before replying slowly, "I am Zhu Chongba." "Oh, so you're him. Heard much about you. I am Zhang." Li Qing smirked, pretending to bow respectfully. He sure gets into character. Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated slightly, only realizing now that this fellow was just making things up. He then fell silent, but the coldness in his eyes grew stronger. Li Wei felt goosebumps rising all over from the way the other stared at him. He timidly took a half step back, thinking to himself that this man's acting surpassed even those celebrity actors. The gaze truly seemed capable of murder. Who exactly was Zhu Yuanzhang? An emperor who clawed his way out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Another emperor, encountering such a strange figure at night, would probably have screamed, "Assassin," already. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang remained extraordinarily calm, confronting the intruder without a trace of panic. However, seeing the stranger's nonsense and troublemaking, Zhu Yuanzhang no longer wished to waste time and roared loudly. "Guards!" Li Wei's heart quivered. Could there actually be backup? Behind him, he heard the door pushed open. Turning his head, he saw two guards rushing in, kneeling on one knee before Zhu Yuanzhang. "Hail your majesty." The two guards had heard the noise inside earlier, but hadn't dared to barge in without Zhu Yuanzhang's permission. After entering, they found another person had somehow appeared inside. Cold sweat streamed down their backs. They had been standing guard outside all along without slacking, yet this man had no idea how he got in. "Don't bring people to overwhelm me. If you've got guts, face me one-on-one." Before Zhu Yuanzhang could speak, Li Wei shouted first. Filled with pent-up rage, freshly resigned, money lost, and now harassed by the boss's men. If he didn't release this frustration, he wouldn't be Li Wei anymore. That was simply his fiery temperament. Coincidentally, Zhu Yuanzhang also had a belly full of anger needing release. "Brave talk. Fine, I'll grant you this opportunity. Come on." Zhu Yuanzhang gestured toward him. The two guards were greatly frightened at this moment. Someone actually daring to challenge the emperor to a duel. It was their first time witnessing anything like this. "Your Majesty, this person behaves suspiciously and his identity is unknown. Allow us to restrain him instead, to prevent sullying your Majesty's hands," one of the guards said with his head lowered. "No worries. I'm feeling bored anyway. You two just stand aside and watch." Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand. Helplessly, the two guards could only retreat to the side, yet remained fully alert. Li Wei cared nothing for all that. He threw his backpack on the ground and ferociously charged forward. Amid crashing and clanging for a while, Li Wei lay on the ground battered and bruised, eyes wide with bewilderment. "Tisk, is that all your ability?" Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his fist, speaking with dissatisfaction and contempt. The two nearby guards exchanged glances. They had expected the fellow to possess some great skill, but didn't expect him to be such a weak and useless dandy. Lying on the floor, Li Wei glanced sideways at Zhu Yuanzhang, thinking secretly that this old man must have disguised himself, and was, in reality, an exceptionally strong martial expert. Little did he know, the Zhu Yuanzhang in front of him was the real Hongwu Emperor, a hero forged on the battlefield, who led charges from the front lines during battles. If not for extraordinary martial prowess, he likely would have already perished amidst warfields. Although Zhu Yuanzhang was now over 50 and had long held high power, his physical abilities had somewhat declined, but he was still more than a match for Li Wei, who had grown up in modern times, lived comfortably, and rarely even left his home. "Tell me, how did you sneak into the palace?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked calmly. "I can fly. I just flew right in," Li Wei replied disdainfully. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly and ignored him, turning instead toward the guards. The guards hurriedly responded, "Your Majesty, we have been standing guard at the door the entire time and have not seen anyone enter. Not even a bird flew in." "Really?" Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes, his expression darkening. The guard's heart trembled. He quickly knelt down and said, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. Please believe us." Another guard also knelt quickly. "Indeed, please see clearly, Your Majesty." Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment and chose to believe them, for now. Then he turned coldly to Li Wei again. "Tell the truth, and perhaps your punishment can be lessened." Li Wei, enduring the pain, Menshang sat up and said impatiently, "Enough, don't act anymore. You just want to skip paying my bonus and this month's salary, right? No way. If you don't pay me, I'll go to labor arbitration." Li Wei raised his voice and shouted the last part, believing his despicable boss was definitely hiding somewhere in the shadows, watching. Although Zhu Yuanzhang didn't fully understand, he roughly guessed it had something to do with unpaid wages. But what did that have to do with breaking into the palace? Zhu Yuanzhang thought he was making things up, his tone growing even colder. "Humph, you still talk back. Doesn't matter if you don't speak, we'll find a way to make you talk." Then he ordered the guards, "Take him away and hand him over to Mao Xiang for interrogation." "Your Majesty, we understand." The two guards stepped forward, grabbing Li Wei and dragging him toward the door. Li Wei panicked. "What are you doing? Beating me is one thing, but unlawful detention is illegal. Let me go, or I'll call the police." "Let me go? Let me go." The guards completely ignored his shouts and dragged him straight out of Qianxia Palace. They hadn't walked far when Li Wei's loud yells suddenly stopped. A faint moonlight spilled onto the ground. The grand palaces, the vast courtyards, all resembled the forbidden city he had seen on television. In the distance, he could see lines of patrolling guards walking past. This level of scale was clearly beyond anything any ordinary businessman could afford. What is going on? Li Wei was stunned. After leaving the office, he should have gone straight to the factory, and outside the factory, there should only be a small industrial compound. Yet the grand palace complex in front of him clearly did not belong to any industrial zone he knew. He glanced back and still faintly made out the plaque above Qianxia Palace. Li Wei's face turned as pale as paper. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Could it be he had time traveled? That was impossible. Though his so-called boss was strict, after 5 or 6 years of work, he only earned 1,000 yuan or so more per month than fresh graduates. Years had passed, but he still had no home, no car, and no savings. Only barely managing to scrape together over 20,000 yuan. That may sound like a lot, but with no job, survival would barely last 3 to 5 months under the best circumstances, and even stretching things, it wouldn't be more than a year. Still, he at least had enough to eat and wear, had a phone and computer, instant delivery and snacks whenever he wanted, beautiful girls on the screen, air conditioning in summer, and heating in winter, none of which he could count on if he really had traveled back to the Ming Dynasty. Right, if that were the case, then the old man inside must truly be Zhu Yuanzhang. Earlier, he had actually fought face-to-face with an emperor and was beaten so badly he couldn't even fight back. If this story got back to the modern era, he could brag about it for the rest of his life. Even in the Ming Dynasty, this kind of experience would be quite a tale to tell. But what mattered most right now was what the old man had just said. He would be handed over to Mao Xiang for a detailed investigation. Mao Xiang, the name sounded vaguely familiar. Li Wei studied science and engineering, so his historical knowledge was extremely limited. Of course, majoring in science wasn't necessarily the reason why his history was bad, but it served as a convenient excuse. Most of his knowledge of history came from movies, TV shows, and online news. Could it be the Jinyue? Though the details were a bit blurry, based on his shallow understanding of the Ming Dynasty, Li Wei guessed that the man Zhu Yuanzhang sent to interrogate him might be from the Jinyue. In reality, the Jinyue had not officially been established yet. It was still known as the Qinfang Duwu office. Still, the functions of both were more or less the same. At the thought of the cold-blooded Jinyue in TV dramas, the horrifying prison of the Ministry of Justice, and those various bizarre torture tools, Li Wei instantly turned pale. He wasn't afraid of death. After all, a man could grit his teeth and endure it. But what scared him the most was unbearable pain. After Li Wei was taken away, Qianxia Palace returned to its silence once again. "Carry out my orders." Zhu Yuanzhang noticed the backpack Li Wei had left behind. He gestured again, and a young eunuch quickly walked in with his head bowed, kneeling before him. "Your Majesty, this humble servant greets you." "Bring that bag over," Zhu Yuanzhang pointed. "Yes, Your Majesty." Upon receiving the order, the young eunuch carefully ran to pick up Li Wei's backpack. It felt quite heavy in his hands, and soon he returned to Zhu Yuanzhang, bowing low and presenting it with both hands. "Open it and see what's inside." Zhu Yuanzhang did not take the bag himself, but instead ordered the eunuch to open it for inspection. The eunuch obeyed and began trying to open the bag, but after fumbling around for quite a while, he couldn't find the proper way. A sense of anxiety crept into his mind. Zhu Yuanzhang did not urge him, simply watching silently. Finally, the eunuch accidentally touched the zipper. As the zipper slid open slightly, the bag's interior was suddenly exposed. He grabbed the zipper and pulled hard. The bag flew open, and the eunuch let out a long breath of relief. Then he began to remove the items one by one. The most eye-catching was a black rectangular board, followed by a short stick over a foot long, wrapped in unfamiliar fabric, a folded umbrella, and some miscellaneous objects that were difficult to identify. Zhu Yuanzhang instructed him to place the items on the desk for closer examination by candlelight. Frankly speaking, apart from a few items he had never seen before, most of the objects were beyond his comprehension altogether. After observing them for a moment, Zhu Yuanzhang realized one container with a lid was used to hold water, and there was also a small notebook. Everything else remained mysterious. Keep these items safely stored. No one but Tun may touch them. Given the individual's unknown identity and the bizarre nature of these belongings, Zhu Yuanzhang decided it was better to be cautious just in case. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuch carefully put all the items back into the bag and zipped it up. The next morning, early at dawn, Li Wei was escorted to the imperial prison. Since the city gates had been shut tight the previous night, Li Wei had endured a long, cold night outdoors in the snow, until at last he was brought here in the early morning. He tried to chat with the guards to learn more, but they completely ignored him. In fact, those two guards had already been taken away for interrogation. After all, they had been responsible for guarding the door, but allowed someone to appear directly before Zhu Yuanzhang. With the emperor's suspicious nature, how could he easily believe their explanation? Inside the imperial prison, Li Wei was shackled and faced a mustachioed general, whose sharp eyes scanned him coldly like a hawk. This man was none other than Mao Xiang. In addition, there was a scribe recording the proceedings, 2 soldiers standing guard, and a jailer gripping a whip ready for punishment at any moment. Not far away were some instruments of torture he had never seen before, covered with rust and dried blood, sending chills down his spine. I've heard you're quite stubborn, so it seems we'll have to use some methods to make you talk, Mao Xiang said slowly, then signaled the man with the whip. Begin. Li Wei hurriedly waved his hands. No. You haven't even asked me anything yet. Ask me first. I'll tell you everything you ask. Hearing this, Mao Xiang looked at Li Wei in surprise. Wasn't the message from the emperor that this guy was tough and defiant? How come he was suddenly so cooperative? Though puzzled, he still raised his hand to stop the man who was about to punish Li Wei, and spoke. You've made the right choice. Good. Now tell me, who are you, and how did you sneak into the palace unnoticed? Who sent you, and what is your objective? Li Wei hesitated, not because he didn't want to speak, but because he didn't know where to start. Even if he did explain, he suspected the other wouldn't believe him anyway. What? Do you want us to test our methods first? Mao Xiang narrowed his eyes, clearly displeased. It's not that. It's just I'm afraid you won't believe me, Li Wei said dejectedly. You might as well try. I'll judge for myself whether it's true or not. Mao Xiang smiled lightly. Li Wei thought for a moment and carefully composed his words. My name is Li Wei. If this really is the Hongwu era of the Ming Dynasty, then I must have come from more than 600 years in the future. That is, I time-traveled here. When I woke up, I was already inside the palace. Ha! Mao Xiang burst into laughter. You've got quite the creative story. How amusing. Very interesting indeed. Ha! The others also laughed along with Mao Xiang. Although the scribe chuckled and shook his head, he dutifully continued recording every word spoken by Mao Xiang and Li Wei. It was his duty. Li Wei helplessly realized these people would never believe him. After his laughter, Mao Xiang's face abruptly turned cold. He waved his hand. Beat him up and see how tough he really is. No. I can prove it. I can prove it. Li Wei shouted in panic. How will you prove it? Mao Xiang barked angrily. I know history. Which year is this now? Li Wei asked urgently. Mao Xiang looked at him with narrowed eyes. It's the 12th year of the Hongwu era. Li Wei was stunned. The 12th year of Hongwu. Never mind. Li Wei felt extremely anxious inside, regretting now more than ever that he had argued with his history teacher back then, and that neither of them had spoken since. From that point on, history class had become his free time to do whatever he pleased, and the history teacher simply turned a blind eye. Now it was too late to regret. He thought for a moment and decided to follow the plot as seen in TV dramas. He could only hope those shows hadn't altered things too much and at least kept the major events accurate. Has Liu Bowen already passed away? Li Wei asked. He passed away 4 years ago, Mao Xiang replied calmly. And what about Hu Weiyong? Is he still alive? Li Wei asked again. Mao Xiang's eyes flickered slightly. Though not widely known, the fact that Hu Weiyong would eventually be executed wasn't a complete secret either. Chapter 2. A World from the Future? Many astute officials in court had long detected signs, and even Hu Weiyong himself probably sensed something was coming. Over the years, Hu Weiyong had grown arrogant and domineering, forming factions for personal gain. He fancied himself as so powerful that no one dared oppose him. In truth, he was merely a clown leaping about on a stage, while Zhu Yuanzhang had already laid an inescapable net. No matter how hard he struggled, he would never evade the law. Looking at the young man before him, Mao Xiang realized this person's understanding of court affairs was profound, even insightful. Very soon, Mao Xiang replied coldly. Hearing this, Li Wei felt slightly relieved. At last, he generally understood where they stood in the timeline. No. Rather he should know which era of the Ming Dynasty he was in now. Hu Weiyong plans to rebel and has already been executed by Zhu, His Majesty. Afterward, the emperor will abolish the office of chancellor, meaning Hu Weiyong shall become the last chancellor in history. As soon as Li Wei finished speaking, Mao Xiang's expression suddenly changed dramatically. You dare claim His Majesty intends to eliminate the chancellor system? Precisely. This is shown in TV dramas. Or rather, also recorded in historical records. Upon hearing this, Mao's heart shook with shock, his face constantly shifting in emotion. How could this possibly be something he was supposed to know? That His Majesty planned to remove Hu Weiyong. Many at court indeed had suspicions. Mao Xiang himself was among those who shared such suspicions, a pawn arranged by Zhu Yuanzhang. However, The emperor had never revealed to him the real purpose behind this move, to abolish the chancellor system that had lasted for 1,000 years. If the emperor hadn't declared it outright, then Mao should not have known, nor would have known. Yet now, the damn truth had been blurted out. Many wise men in court had realized long ago that Hu Weiyong's downfall was only a matter of time. Nevertheless, for so many years Hu had continued acting at will largely because Zhu Yuanzhang deliberately tolerated him. Yet no one had managed to see through the emperor's real intentions. The military officers, being simple-minded, were indifferent unless their personal interests were affected. Those slightly smarter ones merely distanced themselves from Hu to avoid being dragged into his affairs. As for the civil officials, despite their scheming and political expertise, they often fell into confusion. Moreover, their lofty self-perception led them to believe in shared governance with the emperor. Hence, they couldn't even imagine that Zhu Yuanzhang would abolish the millennia-old chancellor system. In their eyes, the system of having a chancellor served essential purposes. Abolishing it was akin to self-destruction. Even someone slightly intelligent would not commit such folly. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang insisted on acting this way precisely. Understanding the mindset of his officials, he used Hu Weiyong's case as pretext to strike them with surprise. In the future, anyone opposing him would be branded as an associate of Hu's faction. His approach was utterly effective and reasonable. Mao Xiang understood this perfectly now, yet felt no joy at all. Silence. Bring someone, gag him. The others suddenly snapped back to reality, as if they had heard something they were not supposed to hear, their expressions immediately changing. The man holding the whip, being closest, quickly stepped forward and covered Li Wei's mouth. Even the official busy writing the report abandoned his brush and rushed to fetch cloth balls to stuff into Li Wei's mouth. Only then did they all feel at ease. Drag him away. No one may approach him without my command. Understood. A subordinate responded, taking Li Wei to a secluded, isolated prison cell. Li Wei was left with endless confusion and unable to speak. After Li Wei was taken away, Mao Xiang frowned. Whether true or false, he was largely convinced it was true. This perfectly aligned with Zhu Yuanzhang's personality. If he had schemed for years, it couldn't merely be about dealing with Hu Weiyong. Now, the most urgent matter was to quickly report to the emperor and hope his Majesty, valuing Mao's loyalty, would spare him. Mao stood up and surveyed his subordinates. They clearly understood the seriousness of the situation as well, eyes all fixed on their leader, waiting for further instructions. Guard him carefully. None of you are to speak with him again. I will go to the palace and personally report to the emperor. Until I return, none of you are to go anywhere. Mao ordered gravely. Instantly, gloomy expressions spread across their faces. It was like placing them all under house arrest, yet they dared not disobey and could only respectfully agree. Mao left the room, closed the door tightly, then arranged soldiers to guard the premises, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting, before mounting his horse and rushing straight to the palace. When Mao Xiang arrived at the palace, Zhu Yuanzhang had just concluded the morning court session and was resting briefly in the hall of solemn reflection. Afternoon and evening court sessions still awaited. Everyone knew Zhu Yuanzhang was a hardworking ruler. Throughout the more than 270-year history of the Ming Dynasty, only Emperor Chongzhen could rival him in diligence. As Zhu Yuanzhang was having his meal, Grand Eunuch Su Shou entered to announce, "Your Majesty, Mao Xiang from the office of the Imperial Bodyguard seeks audience." Zhu Yuanzhang's heart stirred at the news. He assumed that progress had been made on the mysterious man who appeared suddenly last night. Thus, he put down his chopsticks and said, "Let him in." "At once, Your Majesty." Su Shou responded and exited the hall. Soon, Mao Xiang hurried in and kowtowed. "Your servant greets Your Majesty." "Rise. Stand." Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand dismissively. He had originally decreed that ministers need not always kneel when appearing before him, yet these subordinates insisted on doing so to express loyalty, often prostrating themselves at the slightest occasion. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Mao Xiang respectfully replied and stood up. "What has that boy from last night revealed?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked. "Your Majesty, he did reveal something." Mao Xiang answered respectfully but stopped short of elaborating further. Zhu Yuanzhang gave a slight pause and already understood somewhat. He casually waved his hand. "You may all withdraw." Upon hearing this, palace attendants and eunuchs nearby promptly bowed and exited. Only then did Mao Xiang continue. "Your Majesty, after I detained the man, without even applying punishment, he confessed. He repeatedly claimed to come from a world 600 years away. Initially, I dismissed it as nonsense, but later when he mentioned Hu Weiyong." At this, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes gleamed sharply. "Oh? What exactly did he say?" "He said he read in historical records that Hu Weiyong harbored ambitions toward the position of chancellor, and thus, Your Majesty executed him. And furthermore." Mao Xiang swallowed hard. This matter concerned life and death. How could he not feel anxious? Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at him indifferently. Mao Xiang dared not conceal anything and spoke straightly. "Furthermore, Your Majesty used this as an opportunity to abolish the millennia-old chancellor system, henceforth rendering the position of chancellor non-existent." Zhu Yuanzhang's expression changed abruptly. Deep inside, he was shaken. Though he had delayed acting against Hu Weiyong, indeed some among the court had suspected his motives, yet none could grasp his true intentions. His real goal was known only to himself, never having disclosed it to anyone, confident that no one could penetrate his thoughts. After all, the notion of abolishing the chancellor position seemed utterly inconceivable. Yet now, this mysterious person had spoken directly to Zhu Yuanzhang's inner thoughts. How could that not be shocking? Certainly, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't believe the absurd claim of a world 600 years in the future. He merely considered this man intelligent, perhaps deducing his intentions from certain clues. Yet he couldn't understand why such a person appeared precisely at this critical moment, or what purpose he might have. Did he say anything else? Zhu Yuanzhang pressed further. Immediately upon learning this, your servant ordered someone to gag him, locked him away, and dispatched a swift rider to inform your majesty. Mao Xiang lowered his head and replied. Who else knows about this matter? Zhu Yuanzhang asked gravely. Other than myself, 1 clerk and 3 soldiers know the matter, but I have already imprisoned them. I've assigned guards at the entrance, forbidding anyone from entering or exiting, Mao answered. You handled it well. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. Hearing this, Mao Xiang felt slightly reassured. It seemed, at least temporarily, there was no danger to his life. How about the 2 guards on duty last night? Zhu Yuanzhang continued. They both insisted they saw no one entering or leaving. I believe they have followed your majesty for years, loyal and steadfast. They can be trusted. Mao Xiang responded. These 2 guards were also from the same Imperial Bodyguard Bureau, practically brothers, and Mao figured saving one would save the other. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, deep in thought. His many years of planning were finally bearing fruit. Though Hu Weiyong wielded great power, among his faction, only a few were secretly Mao's informants. Most others were mere opportunists who changed sides with the wind, and a few extremely ignorant men were not even worth mentioning. As long as the charges were firmly pinned on him, the prime minister system could be abolished smoothly. No doubt few would dare to oppose such a move. Even if someone had objections, execution would suffice, nothing to worry about. Yet if the news leaked prematurely, those court scholars might rally together against it, and those opportunists around Hu Weiyong might suddenly become his strongest allies. Even so, Zhu Yuanzhang was confident in his ability to control the situation, though not without possible heavy casualties and political instability, which clearly contradicted his original intent. Now that it was noticed, he had no choice but to accelerate his plans. After brief contemplation, Zhu Yuanzhang said, the time has come. It is time to move against Hu Weiyong. Also, bring along those 2 guards, retrieve that person again, and... He paused briefly before continuing. Execute everyone else who knows about this. Mao Xiang's heart sank. Although he felt pity for his subordinates' lives, he dared not plead on their behalf. To protect himself was already fortunate. I understand, your majesty, Mao responded. Make sure this doesn't become public knowledge. Go carry it out. Your servant understands. I shall take my leave. Mao Xiang slowly stepped back from the hall, then turned and walked away quickly. At dusk, Li Wei was secretly brought back to the palace. Returned to the Qianxing palace, unlike the previous day, without his backpack but now shackled with iron cuffs. These iron cuffs were extraordinarily heavy, nothing like modern alloy materials, sturdy yet unwieldy. Walking with them was quite inconvenient. Right now, only Li Wei and Zhu Yuanzhang remained inside the grand hall. Everyone else had left. Zhu Yuanzhang sat on the dragon throne, idly toying with a mobile phone recently handed to him. It was exactly the object seized from Li Wei. You claim you are from a future world? Zhu Yuanzhang asked calmly. Indeed, your majesty. Take, for instance, the item in your hand. It is called a mobile phone, originating from that future world. Li Wei now spoke far less recklessly than yesterday. Though still unfamiliar with court decorum, he showed more respect and responded politely when questioned. What is its purpose? Zhu Yuanzhang continued to ask. The most essential function of a mobile phone is making calls. It allows communication with people in extremely distant places, Li Wei replied. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at the small tablet curiously, puzzled by the unknown material it was made of. Is it truly so miraculous? Let me try it. This. Li Wei momentarily struggled to explain things like signals, service providers, and cell towers. Such concepts could not be clearly conveyed in just a sentence or 2. Zhu Yuanzhang thought his lie had been exposed and gave a cold snort, then put the phone down. Are there other functions? Yes, your majesty. My backpack contains nothing but items from the future. I can show them all to you one by one. Li Wei quickly added, eager to continue. Chapter 3, Shock and Awe. Zhu Yuanzhang, filled with curiosity about strange and unusual things, called over the young eunuch from last night and asked him to bring the backpack and place it in front of Li Wei, after which the eunuch exited. Show us. Zhu Yuanzhang said with interest, waiting to see what he would come up with. Relieved to have the backpack back, Li Wei happily pulled down the zipper and took out a water cup first. Your majesty, this is a water cup. It's for drinking. It contains clean water that can be consumed. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Li Wei unscrewed the lid and drank more than half the cup. He was indeed thirsty. Having gone almost 24 hours without water since yesterday, he was now also hungry, exhausted, and parched. Zhu Yuanzhang did not speak, but observed his actions quietly. After finishing the water, Li Wei pulled out a packet of instant noodles. Don't ask why it wasn't a cup-style package. The reason was straightforward. Bulk packaging offered more quantity for the price. It definitely wasn't to save a few tenths of a coin. Your majesty, this is instant noodles, something edible. Just pour in hot water and wait a bit before eating. Your majesty, may I request a pair of chopsticks and some hot water? Li Wei requested eagerly. If he couldn't get them, he'd just have to eat with his hands. Zhu Yuanzhang now understood his intention, wanting both to eat and to drink. But he didn't mind. As long as Li Wei honestly answered questions, even a condemned man was offered a final meal before execution. Come in. Following Zhu Yuanzhang's signal, The eunuch hurriedly fetched a set of bowls and chopsticks, plus a pot of steaming water. Li Wei couldn't wait to tear open the package, placing the noodle block in the bowl, sprinkling the seasoning packet inside, pouring in hot water, and then folding the wrapper over the bowl, pressing down hard with the chopsticks. That's all? Zhu Yuanzhang calmly asked as he watched Li Wei work. Yes, Your Majesty. Wait a moment, and it will be ready. Li Wei answered. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded thoughtfully, thinking to himself that this truly was convenient. If these were used as rations for soldiers on campaign, it might be a practical solution. Then let's first see the other things. All right. Li Wei set aside the instant noodles and began taking out items from his backpack one by one, explaining each to Zhu Yuanzhang. This is an umbrella. As he spoke, Li Wei pressed the switch. The ribs instantly popped open. He lifted the umbrella and spun around a few times, then pressed the switch again, folding it back rapidly, though he still had to manually adjust the telescopic pole to fully collapse it. Zhu Yuanzhang felt quite intrigued. Every item brought by this young man, who claimed to be from the future, was ingeniously crafted. After folding the umbrella, Li Wei continued taking out items from the backpack. This is a mobile phone charger. This is a multimeter, capable of measuring voltage, resistance, current, and various other parameters. It's widely used. These are screwdrivers. Screws like these don't yet exist in our present Ming Dynasty. In addition, there were also data cables, a notebook, neutral pins, label paper, and even a push-button indicator light. Li Wei had a wide variety of responsibilities at his company, sometimes needing to go out for repairs or adjustments, so he always carried necessary tools with him in the backpack. Besides these odds and ends, there naturally remained one particularly important item, a notebook computer. This is a computer, immensely powerful. Many of our era's tasks rely on it, Li Wei said while taking out the most noticeable item from his backpack. Just as Li Wei was giving a brief introduction of the items, the fragrance of the noodles began to fill the air. Noticing this, Li Wei immediately stopped his demonstration and said, Your Majesty, the noodles are ready. Allow me to show you how to eat them. He then set down the computer and picked up the bowl, lifting off the plastic cover. At once, a rich aroma wafted up. To those accustomed to eating instant noodles, this scent might seem slightly pungent. But to those who had never tasted it before, this was a truly tempting smell. Zhu Yuanzhang sniffed, unable to hide his surprise. Who would have thought that something so simple could smell so delicious? That scent alone was enough to stimulate anyone's appetite. Li Wei, however, had no time to think of anything else. He picked up the bowl and began wolfing it down. He hadn't eaten in an entire day. Seeing how deliciously Li Wei was eating, even Zhu Yuanzhang unconsciously swallowed. All right, you don't need to keep eating. We've all seen it. But Li Wei pretended not to hear. No one could stop him now, not even the emperor. I command you to stop eating. Impatient by nature, Zhu Yuanzhang stood up, walked around the desk, approached Li Wei, and grabbed the bowl from him. Li Wei, his mouth still full of noodles, stared longingly at the snatched bowl, but didn't dare to snatch it back. Your Majesty, please allow me to finish eating. Zhu Yuanzhang shot him a glare and snorted coldly. You haven't finished showing everything yet. You yourself said this computer was the most important one. Hurry up and demonstrate how to use it for me. After speaking, Zhu Yuanzhang turned and placed the bowl on his imperial desk, keeping his distance from Li Wei. Li Wei, filled with reluctant resentment, opened the laptop and pressed the power button. There's a switch here. Press it, and the computer turns on. As Li Wei finished speaking, the previously dark screen lit up, displaying the startup screen. Zhu Yuanzhang watched in astonishment as this previously black panel suddenly glowed to life, revealing unfamiliar patterns that even began moving. This fellow's belongings are indeed quite peculiar. Zhu Yuanzhang inwardly marveled. The previous items had been somewhat understandable, merely new materials and fine craftsmanship. But this thing utterly defied his understanding. Aside from the sun, moon, thunder, and lightning in the sky, and fire and pearls that glowed from the earth, he had never seen any other objects that emitted light. And this panel not only emitted light, but also displayed constantly shifting images, something utterly unheard of, wondrous beyond measure. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's expression of rare surprise, Li Wei couldn't help but feel a surge of superiority. What's the big deal about being an emperor? Now, let me show you the charm of high technology. Zhu Yuanzhang moved closer, watching the device called a computer with confusion. At this point, the computer had already entered the desktop interface. Many neat small icons were arranged on the screen, with a beautiful blue seascape as the background. Your Majesty, please look. This is a computer. In our time, people rely on it for both work and entertainment. Although many of its functions have been replaced by mobile phones in recent years, the computer remains indispensable for work. Li Wei explained as he instinctively refreshed the desktop. Zhu Yuanzhang was stunned. You mean even that small board can emit light like this? Exactly, Your Majesty. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang turned around, picked up the mobile phone, handed it to Li Wei, and asked, What is this thing? Oh, here's a button. This one is the power key. That one adjusts the volume. Li Wei demonstrated by powering on the phone. The screen lit up directly to the main interface, displaying neatly arranged icons. Only now did Zhu Yuanzhang notice two small protrusions on the edge of the screen, nearly flush with the border, easily overlooked upon a quick glance. You say this adjusts the volume. Can this tiny thing produce sound too? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Of course, Your Majesty. Just wait a moment. Li Wei said, opening the music app. With a hello, you idiot dog, the app interface appeared. He randomly selected a song, played it, and increased the volume. Son, I'm your dad. Come over here and sit down, my boy. Hearing this song, Li Wei's hand trembled, and he hurriedly switched it off. Initially, Zhu Yuanzhang was quite surprised when hearing the voice coming from the phone, but once he recognized the lyrics clearly, his face darkened. He glared angrily at Li Wei. Did you do this on purpose? This song contained both dog and son, clearly an insult. Li Wei turned pale and quickly waved his hands in denial. Certainly not, Your Majesty. It was purely accidental. Your Majesty, mobile phones and computers can not only produce sound, but also play videos. Li Wei quickly changed the subject, putting down the phone and searching for a locally saved movie on the computer. Since the Ming Dynasty had no internet access, online videos were unwatchable. Zhu Yuanzhang grunted coldly, temporarily letting the matter drop, and shifted his focus to the computer screen. Li Wei opened the sci-fi movie he liked, Terminator 3. In truth, Terminator 2 was more classic, but since it was made earlier, the image quality wasn't as good. More importantly, he personally liked TX in Terminator 3 more. Certainly not because this Terminator was a beautiful woman, Li Wei emphasized in his mind. After the opening animation, English characters appeared against a black background, followed gradually by emerging images. It showed a massive city, densely packed buildings, small yet distinguishable. Then, a flash of fire dropped down, and a blinding light swept across the screen. Zhu Yuanzhang instinctively took a step back in shock. Subsequently, a huge fireball rose from the impact point, and within moments, most of the city was destroyed. Smoke and shockwaves were clearly seen spreading outward, soon to consume the entire city. What is this thing? Zhu Yuanzhang's face slightly paled. His voice trembled slightly as he pointed at the fiery sphere on the screen. This is the Chancellor. It's the most powerful weapon in our land, Li Wei said calmly. The nuclear explosion scene was indeed shocking, but to him, it had long since become mundane and no longer impressive. Zhu Yuanzhang clenched his hands tightly, trying to hide the fear in his heart. Do you really have such a thing in your land? Of course. Our nation possesses several hundred of them. The exact number is not publicly disclosed, it's a state secret. Li Wei replied. Such things only appeared in movies and TV shows anyway. In reality, aside from minor incidents, they had never been used again. During the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, when tensions escalated to the brink of conflict, this weapon was never used. Later, when the United States became the sole superpower, no one used it either. Can you produce this? Zhu Yuanzhang stared straight at Li Wei and asked. The Chancellor? How could I ever do that? It's a state secret. I'm just an ordinary citizen. How could I possibly manufacture such a thing? Li Wei replied with a smirk. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang finally relaxed, yet he felt a touch of disappointment, looking at the screen with complex emotions. If such a weapon truly existed, dropping just one would destroy the entire Tianfu. No wonder even the Ming Dynasty's million-strong army wouldn't stand a chance. Even with several times more soldiers, they still wouldn't be able to resist. Chapter 4. Instant noodles really are delicious. Zhu Yuanzhang felt both fear and desire for this kind of weapon, and thus his heart was filled with inner conflict. The movie continued playing, showing Terminator-like robots with steel skeletons. Zhu Yuanzhang pointed at them again and asked, what are these things? These are robots, but they're fictional, products of human imagination drawn into images. Li Wei explained. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and praised. So that's how it is. The people of your time do have rich imaginations. Being able to draw them so realistically is quite a talent. Then he thought, since these are fake, that previously mentioned Chancellor might likely be fake too. Perhaps it was just this young man here trying to fool him. Thinking this, Zhu Yuanzhang understood, but did not ask further. Li Wei gave no response, unwilling to bother explaining computer effects to him. The film continued playing. Soon Zhu Yuanzhang saw a car and pointed at it, asking, is this real? This is called a car, and it's real, Li Wei replied. Can you make one? No. Zhu Yuanzhang shot Li Wei a contemptuous glance. After a while, he pointed at the rapidly firing machine gun and asked, what about this Chancellor's gun? It's real. Can you make that? No. Zhu Yuanzhang showed displeasure on his face. He pointed at the firelock again. What about this firelock? I can't make that either. What about this? He asked, pointing at the electric light. I can't. This one. This time it was a telephone. I can't. This one. I can't. This one. I can't. This one. If you can't do this or that, what use is there in keeping you around? Zhu Yuanzhang became angry. Helplessly, Li Wei explained. Your Majesty, don't let these seemingly simple gadgets fool you. They're actually very hard to produce. In truth, some items could be roughly fabricated as substandard products that barely work. But Li Wei absolutely didn't want to work for Zhu Yuanzhang, who didn't know working for the Zhu family was hard labor with little benefit and plenty of danger, where one could lose their head at any moment. Although Li Wei hadn't studied history well, he had heard of the Zhu family through TV shows and novels. It was better to just live peacefully and avoid trouble. It seems you're truly ignorant. If everything you say is true and you indeed came from the future, then even there you must be a complete failure without a single accomplishment. Zhu Yuanzhang berated him without holding back. Li Wei was speechless. This remark had struck a nerve. He truly had no rebuttal. At 28 years old, having graduated 6 years ago, still without achievements, with a low-paying job, and eventually unemployed, little savings, no house, no car, no girlfriend either. At almost 30, calling himself a total failure wasn't the slightest bit incorrect. Sigh. Li Wei let out a long sigh, his mood sinking. What do you think? I was right, wasn't I? Seeing Li Wei like this, Zhu Yuanzhang became even more convinced of his judgment. Li Wei didn't wish to talk further and listlessly asked, "Your Majesty, is there anything else you'd like to ask?" At this point, almost everything had been said. Li Wei merely wanted some resolution, life or death, freedom or imprisonment. He was ready to accept whatever punishment Zhu Yuanzhang decided. He was just too tired to struggle anymore. Seeing Li Wei's low spirits, Zhu Yuanzhang refrained from further criticism and instead asked, "How did you come from over 600 years into the future to our great Ming?" Li Wei frowned and thought for a moment. "I don't know myself. I just stepped out of the office door and then found myself here." Zhu Yuanzhang slightly narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Li Wei for a moment. He thought Li didn't seem like a liar. Yet such a bizarre statement made Zhu Yuanzhang highly skeptical. "Could there be others like you who also came from the future?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked. "There may not be. Where I'm from, this is called time travel. We who time travel are regarded as fictional, like mere illusions or legends of cultivation to immortality, just stories passed around from hearsay." Li Wei answered. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded calmly outwardly, while inwardly he had already decided to dispatch personnel to search throughout the empire for individuals with suspicious behavior who might be time travelers. Consequently, Li Wei's arrival plunged the peaceful Ming Dynasty mystics into difficulty, including one known by the nickname Zhang Lotzi, Zhang the Slob. "Other than Hu Weiyong's affair, do you know anything else?" Zhu Yuanzhang pressed further. Li Wei pondered briefly. "Your wife will not live long. Your grandson will die. Your son won't live long either. Your fourth son will usurp power and steal the heir position from your other grandson." He absolutely couldn't utter any of these words. "Your Majesty, I majored in sciences, knowing very little about historical matters. Moreover, in our land, the more than 2,000 years of Chinese history includes but one Ming Dynasty." Li Wei said. "Oh, you science students don't study history." Zhu Yuanzhang expressed surprise. "This is because of the arts-science separation in high school. I studied a bit in middle school, but never went deeper." Li Wei awkwardly answered. Truly unlearned." Zhu Yuanzhang rebuked once more. Li Wei lowered his head, doing his best to feign remorse. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at him, sensing the young man's evasiveness. The previous claims of ignorance were likely a mix of truth and deception. No matter, there would be time later. Once the matter with Hu Weiyong was resolved, he could deal with this young fellow. "Why are all these foreigners? Why are there no people from our great Ming?" Zhu Yuanzhang pointed at the computer again and asked. "This is filmed by others, naturally featuring their people. However, I also have Chinese-made films and television here." Li Wei then started playing a domestic movie, Operation Red Sea, regarded as one of the best works of Chinese cinema. Zhu Yuanzhang saw familiar faces on the screen, dressed in similarly unusual clothes like Li Wei's. Though the language and writing had been simplified, their shared origins with the great Ming were apparent. "Fine, I shall watch it. You may leave now. I have arranged a room for you nearby. Temporarily stay there. Someone will guide you out when the time comes." Zhu Yuanzhang took the device and returned to his seat. Li Wei exhaled in relief. He had somehow survived this round. At least for now, he wouldn't lose his head. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Wei bowed and began packing his belongings, shoving everything he had taken out earlier back into his backpack. Zhu Yuanzhang sat on his chair, watching Li Wei gather his things and preparing to leave, when suddenly he shouted, "Stop!" Li Wei halted, looking confused. "Your Majesty, is there something else?" "What are you carrying on your back?" Zhu Yuanzhang asked with a frown. "Your Majesty did tell us to step aside," Li Wei replied, puzzled. "I permitted you to step aside, but I never said you could take my belongings with you," Zhu Yuanzhang said, clearly displeased. Li Wei looked at his bag suspiciously, then at Zhu Yuanzhang. Since when had this become his thing? "Your Majesty, this is mine," Li Wei insisted. Zhu Yuanzhang widened his eyes and snapped. "In this great Ming Dynasty, everything belongs to me." "Li Wei, you." "What you?" Zhu Yuanzhang coldly laughed. "Go outside and ask. Anyone dare say otherwise?" Li Wei could find no words to respond. "What terrible nerve. I've never seen such a shameless man. He's no different from a robber. You already gave him the computer, and he still wants to take more. Put it down," Zhu Yuanzhang commanded. Helplessly, Li Wei had no choice but to reluctantly place the backpack down. Then, under Zhu Yuanzhang's piercing gaze, he turned and stormed off in anger. At the door, the energetic young eunuch who kept running errands was already waiting, along with yesterday's 2 guards. "Master, please follow me." The young eunuch didn't say much and immediately led him forward as soon as Li Wei stepped out, the 2 guards closely trailing behind. Li Wei still wore leg irons, moving slowly as he dragged his feet behind them. "May I ask the honorable eunuch's surname?" Li Wei struck up a conversation with the young eunuch. "No need for such respect, master. Just call me Xiao Detzi," the young eunuch politely replied. In the early Ming Dynasty, eunuchs were mostly captured prisoners or slaves presented by minority groups. At that time, the status of eunuchs was extremely low, essentially equivalent to slaves. Even those within the palace were no exception. Moreover, Zhu Yuanzhang himself did not like eunuchs, unlike later emperors who relied heavily on them. Zhu Yuanzhang had even clearly ordered that any eunuch interfering in state affairs should be executed. Although Li Wei was merely a prisoner now, the fact that he dared challenge the emperor and still remain alive was itself worth deep thought. 19. The young eunuch, always humble in manner, still showed no contempt despite Li Wei being in chains. "Xiao Detzi, what an interesting name. It suits you well," Li Wei joked with a smile. Movies and TV dramas usually gave eunuchs names like this. Hearing this, the young eunuch also smiled. The name had simply been chosen for convenience and easy memorization. And how should I address you two gentlemen? Li Wei then turned to the two guards behind him. But these two guards were not as approachable as Xiao Detzi. The older one simply gave a slight smile without speaking, while the younger one snorted coldly and completely ignored him. After all, they were different from Xiao Detzi. They had already received strict orders to limit interaction with this unknown individual and to focus solely on completing their task. Their responsibility was to ensure this person didn't escape. Seeing their silence, Li Wei also didn't bother speaking further, quietly continuing forward. Before long, they arrived at the residence arranged by Zhu Yuanzhang, a small, filthy storeroom with only a small window. Li Wei knew well that being assigned accommodation was, in fact, merely another way of being detained. Master, please tolerate this humble place temporarily. If you have any needs, just let me know. His Majesty specially instructed that I attend to your daily affairs these few days. The young eunuch said respectfully. Li Wei listened, speechless. What daily affairs could there possibly be in such a wretched place? Judging by the guard's attitudes, he likely couldn't even freely enter or leave this tiny room. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day. Even if I'm in prison, you should at least give me a meal, Li Wei said bluntly. Master, please wait a moment. I will prepare it for you right away. As soon as the words finished, the young eunuch stepped out, followed immediately by the Yangsuide, clanging the door shut behind him. The room instantly plunged into pitch darkness, impossible to see anything. Li Wei relied on the faint light filtering in through the small window, feeling his way toward a pile of dahu before lying down. After a brief rest, the young eunuch returned bearing a simple meal, a bowl of vegetable tofu soup and 1.5 pieces of dry biscuit. Li Wei, disregarding the quality of the food, gulped it down hungrily. After finishing his meal, he lay down to sleep. The day had truly been exhausting. Meanwhile, as Li Wei enjoyed his vegetables and tofu, Zhu Yuanzhang sat watching the film, savoring the instant noodles left behind by Li Wei. He thought little of the remaining food. After all, his past days of begging, or rather, begging alms, had been far harsher. Why would he fuss over such a minor matter? Besides, these instant noodles really were incredibly delicious. Chapter 5, Satisfaction. Zhu Yuanzhang slurped his noodles and kept praising. Absolutely amazing, while watching images on the screen, giving him a slight resemblance to a modern office worker. The advanced weapons appearing on the screen, helicopters, missiles, drones, and various other high-tech devices, made his eyes shine with desire. Regardless of who this time traveler is or isn't, we have to get our hands on these things. Once we do, we'll have a blade at his throat. He'll have no choice but to obey, whether he wants to or not. Zhu Yuanzhang muttered softly while watching. At first, he had brought Li Wei back to the palace merely to keep a close eye on him, fearing the news of replacing the chancellor might leak. But now, he felt this kid might possess many hidden treasures and must be watched even more closely. Before he could make use of him, however, Zhu Yuanzhang wanted to test him further. He had never believed in nonsense about time travel, but still couldn't understand where exactly this kid had gotten such bizarre and strange things. If these things were real, they were extraordinary. Take that prime minister's gun, for example. If his army was equipped with it, it would definitely be far superior to bows and arrows. And then there were those much more powerful cannons. Moreover, there was that iron contraption that could run without being pulled by livestock. With such a vehicle, he wouldn't need to raise horses anymore, making those grassland cavalry and skilled horse archers utterly useless. The movie ended with intense battle scenes, followed by the closing credits and theme song. Zhu Yuanzhang was deeply immersed in the viewing pleasure and, imitating Li Wei's earlier gestures, slid his finger over the small square area beneath the screen to move the cursor. There were neatly arranged icons, each with written labels beneath them. Though the writing differed somewhat from that of the Ming Dynasty, there were also similarities. Some characters seemed to be simplified versions. Zhu Yuanzhang could roughly understand about 70 to 80% of it based on guesswork. At the top was an icon labeled with some unfamiliar symbols, which were actually the English word administrator. Not understanding it, he simply skipped over. Next was my computer, which he could comprehend. Therefore, just like Li Wei had done, he moved the cursor onto the icon and double-clicked, opening my computer. Inside were partitions from local disk C to F, along with a sidebar navigation panel. Zhu Yuanzhang tried opening one, and upon seeing many small yellow folder icons, began clicking into folders that interested him based on their names. Some of the files contained text, some had unknown characters, while others contained charts and graphs. When he encountered text, Zhu Yuanzhang read carefully. Although he could recognize most of the words, he didn't fully understand their meanings. Many unfamiliar terms were entirely new to him. He clicked here and there across the screen, as though peeking into someone's privacy, opening one file after another without ever closing them, letting them pile up on the desktop. Suddenly, a folder named Study Materials caught his attention. Study Materials? Could this be how these mysterious items work? Maybe it even contained manufacturing secrets. Instantly excited, Zhu Yuanzhang hurriedly opened this folder. What appeared were numerous diagrams marked with symbols. Some were completely black, others were videos containing images of women. Frowning slightly and feeling something was off, Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated momentarily before cautiously moving the cursor toward one of the black diagrams and double-clicking. Suddenly, a playback window appeared in the center of the screen. Zhu Yuanzhang was startled and quickly turned pale with shock. By then, night had fully fallen, and a heavy silence covered the surroundings. The eunuch guards stationed outside curiously turned their heads, wanting to look but not daring to stare openly. Even guards further away vaguely noticed something unusual. Panicked, Zhu Yuanzhang hurriedly covered the screen with his sleeve, but with little effect. Thinking quickly, he snatched up the laptop and rushed to the rear hall, wrapping himself in quilts on the imperial bed to mute the sound. He finally exhaled in relief. His anger then surged. He stormed furiously toward the front hall and shouted, "Someone come quickly! Bring that damn thing here!" A small servant eunuch, trembling with fear, rushed in quickly and knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty." This young eunuch wasn't Xiao, so he had no idea who or what that thing was. Zhu Yuanzhang also came back to his senses and roared again. "Go call Xiao and make him bring that person here." "Your servant obeys." The eunuch bowed and quickly turned to leave. Meanwhile, Li Wei, who had just finished eating and was resting drowsily on his bed, suddenly had his door burst open with a bang. Without saying a word, two guards simply grabbed him and pulled him out. Almost lifted off the ground, Li Wei was quickly dragged to Qinxing Palace and soon stood in front of Zhu Yuanzhang. Still half asleep, eyes barely open, he had no idea what was happening. As he saw Zhu Yuanzhang's furious expression, he was immediately grabbed by the ear and dragged to the rear hall. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Instantly wide awake, Li Wei still had no clue as to what had caused this old man's anger this time. Upon reaching the dragon bed in the rear hall, Zhu Yuanzhang pointed at the computer covered by the quilts and shouted anxiously, "Hurry up and turn it off. Quick!" At that moment, Li Wei also heard the familiar sound coming from the computer beneath the quilts. Suddenly, everything clicked. He realized that his secretly cherished treasure had accidentally been discovered by Zhu Yuanzhang. Li Wei quickly pulled off the quilts, rapidly operated the laptop, and shut down the video. Before he even had time to relax, Zhu Yuanzhang kicked him from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. Then he began punching and stomping, cursing all the while. "You lowlife. This is your so-called study. You spend all day indulging in this filth, shamefully corrupting public morals, and utterly despicable. This is sheer recklessness. I see you as completely ignorant, wasting every day immersed in this trash." Li Wei screamed in pain, hugging his head in a desperate attempt to lessen the damage. This dog emperor was hitting too hard. He had only been in the Ming Dynasty for 2 days, but was already bruised all over, getting beaten nearly every day. Is this going to be my daily routine from now on? Zhu Yuanzhang continued beating him for quite a while before finally stopping, panting heavily. Li Wei's new injuries overlapped with his old ones. When returning to the front hall, the small eunuchs on duty, Xiao, and the 2 guards were all still there. Zhu Yuanzhang expressionlessly asked, "What did you all hear just now?" Xiao and the other eunuchs hurriedly and anxiously knelt down. "Your servants heard nothing. Only your Majesty's decrees, nothing else." The 2 guards quickly chimed in as well, claiming their hearing was poor, especially at night. No one among them dared to casually gossip about the emperor's private affairs. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in satisfaction and fiercely ordered, "Better not to have heard anything. All of you keep your mouths shut. If anyone dares to speak a word, don't blame me for being ruthless." The 4 once again insisted they had indeed heard nothing, and only then did Zhu Yuanzhang allow them to withdraw. To put it lightly, this was an embarrassing incident, at worst leading to scolding from the censors, but not serious enough to warrant murdering the chancellor. Though the world calls Zhu Yuanzhang a cruel tyrant who unjustly executes people, a ruler with great ambitions never kills officials based solely on personal anger or emotion. After all, they value public sentiment and care about the nation's well-being, for he who wins the people's hearts wins the empire. Zhu Yuanzhang built a dynasty that lasted nearly 3 centuries and maintained his rule firmly, clear proof of his foresight. Whether it was the burning of books and persecution of scholars by the first emperor of Qin, or Zhu Yuanzhang's killing of meritorious officials, all were politically motivated acts, not the result of personal grudges or senseless cruelty. For the sake of his kingdom, they could suppress all desires and emotions, tirelessly governing, ensuring that every feeling and impulse served the goal of national stability. Those who cannot control themselves in times of chaos, once gaining power, will recklessly abuse it and ultimately be discarded by history. After dismissing the others, Zhu Yuanzhang made Li Wei carefully explain again how to operate the machine, how to shut it down, and where to place each file to prevent any future mishaps. "Your Majesty, the laptop is almost out of power. Without electricity, it becomes useless," Li Wei reminded him. "With no power supply here, once it lost its charge, the computer would be nothing more than a decoration." "Electricity? I've heard you mention this term many times. What exactly is it? Could it possibly be related to lightning in the sky?" Zhu Yuanzhang looked confused. Just what was this mysterious electricity Li Wei had referred to? Were future people capable of controlling lightning? Well, basically, it's somewhat similar to lightning, though lightning itself is too wild and uncontrollable. The electricity I'm talking about is a stable form of power generated through devices, Li Wei explained carefully. He hadn't yet seriously considered how to generate electricity, but if proper materials were available, building a generator wouldn't be difficult. Solving the source of mechanical power was key. Failing that, manual power could temporarily work, later replaced by improvements. "Oh, you can handle this." Zhu Yuanzhang nodded and casually asked. Li Wei hesitated briefly. Setting aside other matters, the cell phone and laptop were essential. Although they had no internet, their built-in information and entertainment capabilities made them invaluable. He definitely couldn't abandon them. "I can give it a try. If the materials are available, I can probably make it work," Li Wei replied, Though unwilling to serve this authoritarian, certain tasks were necessary for his own benefit. Good. After this busy period, just let us know whatever materials you need. We won't refuse, Zhu Yuanzhang promised generously. Li Wei rolled his eyes inwardly. All the devices were already in Zhu Yuanzhang's possession. His generosity clearly served his own interests, yet Li Wei still had to pretend gratitude. Thank you so much. Li Wei spoke with hidden sarcasm, knowing Zhu Yuanzhang wouldn't understand. Meanwhile, he quietly decided to find a chance to reclaim everything. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned slightly, but since Li Wei hadn't said anything suspiciously wrong, he didn't probe further. Oh right, how do you adjust the volume? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Without waiting for Li Wei's response, he solemnly added, I'm just worried the cannon sounds in the movie might disturb others. Li Wei was taken aback. You're serious about this cannon fire? The more you explain, the faker it sounds. How can anyone not see through this? Li Wei secretly took out a pair of earphones from his backpack and handed them to Zhu Yuanzhang. After putting them on, Zhu Yuanzhang highly praised their function, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Seeing that Zhu Yuanzhang had nothing else to do, Li Wei asked for permission to withdraw. Zhu Yuanzhang had also grown tired of him, wishing he would leave immediately whenever he wasn't needed. After getting rid of Li Wei, Zhu Yuanzhang continued handling official documents, only finishing up late into the night. He packed up his own backpack, stood up, and left the Qianxia Palace, walking toward the inner palace. Originally, the Qianxia Palace was the emperor's sleeping quarters, part of the inner palace, but it served exclusively as the emperor's personal residence. The consorts did not live here. Zhu Yuanzhang often worked here, receiving ministers and conducting affairs, making this place seem more like the front court. The consorts of the inner palace generally weren't allowed to enter this area. Chapter 6. Complex Emotions. If the emperor wanted to be alone, he would reside in the Qianxia Palace. If he wished to visit his concubines, he had to go to the inner palace. Behind the Qianxia Palace lay the Cunning Palace, the central structure of the inner court and the residence of the empress. At this moment, Empress Ma was organizing numerous notes hastily scribbled by Zhu Yuanzhang, carefully categorizing and storing them. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had repeatedly proclaimed that the inner palace should not interfere in state affairs, in reality, when busy with work, he often relied on Empress Ma's assistance, handing her these small notes containing records of tasks to be handled. If he forgot something, Empress Ma would gently remind him when the moment was right. Maisie, we're back, haha. Zhu Yuanzhang shouted loudly while walking in with a cheerful expression. Yet as soon as he approached Empress Ma, his commanding presence vanished, as if he had transformed completely. Empress Ma gave him a glare and scolded gently. You're already so old, behave yourself a little. Haha, there's no one here anyway, why bother putting on airs? Zhu Yuanzhang laughed and said, Maisie, don't be so busy. Today we found something rare, specially brought it over for you to see. Only then did Empress Ma notice the black cloth-wrapped bundle in Zhu Yuanzhang's hand. Ever since she learned about the peculiar items belonging to Li Wei, Zhu Yuanzhang had treated this package as a treasure, forbidding anyone from touching it, except Empress Ma. What treasure is this? Empress Ma asked cooperatively. Actually, she didn't care much about it, but since her husband had mentioned it, she naturally needed to indulge him. Hee, don't doubt me. This really is a treasure. While speaking, Zhu Yuanzhang sat beside Empress Ma, placed the bundle down, and ordered a nearby young palace maid, xiaohuan, bring a set of bowls and chopsticks, plus a pot of hot water. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiaohuan bowed and turned to fetch the items. Zhu Yuanzhang unwrapped the cloth bundle and pulled out the final packet of instant noodles left behind by Li Wei. When Li Wei was working lazily at the factory and didn't feel like cooking, he would often satisfy his hunger with noodles soaked in hot water. As a result, only 2 packets remained in this bundle, the last 2 packs of instant noodles remaining in the great Ming Dynasty. Nonetheless, Zhu Yuanzhang wasn't stingy with them. Although he himself enjoyed this kind of food, he would rather share this delicious treat with Empress Ma. Inside the Qianxia Palace, rather than opening this packet, he would willingly eat the leftover half bowl of noodles that Li Wei had left behind just to avoid opening this last pack, and specially brought it back for Empress Ma to taste. Lighting fires inside the palace during the night was forbidden by Zhu Yuanzhang himself, primarily to prevent the risk of fire. In ancient times, common households often only ate 2 meals a day, unlike modern people who have 3 meals daily. Although they were royalty, Zhu Yuanzhang and Empress Ma Xiuying were frugal by nature, so the other consorts dared not indulge or waste food, generally relying on tea and snacks to satisfy hunger in the evenings. Soon after, Xiaohuan returned with the utensils and hot water, which Zhu Yuanzhang accepted before sending her away. Excitedly, he tore open the package, mimicking Li Wei's method, putting the noodles and seasoning packet into the bowl, pouring in hot water, covering the bowl, and pressing the chopsticks on top. He done. Wait just a moment, and it will be ready. Maisie, don't judge it just because it's simple. The flavor is really excellent. You'll understand soon enough. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a grin. Empress Ma responded briefly, and continued attending to her own matters. Are you planning to deal with Hu Weiyong? Empress Ma suddenly asked. Zhu Yuanzhang's smile faded slightly. I originally wanted to delay a bit longer, but unexpected circumstances arose, so we have to act earlier. Hu Weiyong's arrogant and overbearing nature has long warranted punishment. I don't understand why you hesitated. Although kind-hearted, Empress Ma bore no sympathy for such a wicked man. Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated for a moment and said, Originally, I didn't intend to tell you so soon, but since our plans have already taken shape and are about to begin, there's no harm in telling you now. I plan to abolish the chancellor system when we eliminate Hu Weiyong. What? Abolish the chancellor system? Isn't that somewhat inappropriate? Without a chancellor, how will the government continue to function? Empress Ma asked in surprise. And what about me? I have realized that these scholars aren't as virtuous as they appear. On the surface, they speak of loyalty to the emperor and the nation, but behind closed doors, they are selfish individuals who only seek personal gain. Once given power, they care little for the emperor or the people's welfare. Zhu Yuanzhang's face turned angry. But will you be able to handle it all yourself? Empress Ma asked, filled with concern. No worries. As long as the stability of the Ming Dynasty and the peaceful lives of the people are ensured, a bit of extra hardship for me is well worth it. Before he became emperor, he always thought the Yuan dynasty's rule was why he had gone hungry and his parents and elder brother had died one after another. If only the Yuan dynasty could be overthrown, the people of the Ming dynasty would live better lives. But after being emperor for more than a decade, he finally realized that the true tyranny didn't come from the Yuan government itself, but from these chancellors, officials, corrupt merchants, and evil gentry. The Yuan dynasty had implemented a tax contracting system. After seizing power, the foreign rulers, unfamiliar with governance, simply handed over the tax collection rights to rich merchants and powerful landlords to save trouble. These people didn't need to exert themselves at all, yet they sat back and enjoyed massive tax revenues that were fixed and unchanging. In reality, it was the corrupt merchants and evil gentry who directly collected taxes from the common people. They had paid large sums of money to obtain the right to collect taxes, colluding with corrupt officials, exhausting every effort to extort the people, and creating all sorts of absurd charges, causing the people to live in poverty and even suffer from hunger. The Central Plains region was vast with abundant resources, yet compared to this, the Yuan dynasty's population was much smaller. If it had only been the Yuan nobility, even if they had lived in extreme extravagance, the suffering of ordinary people could have sustained it. But these corrupt officials, greedy merchants, and wicked gentry came from large families, were numerous in population, and their greed knew no bounds. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had overthrown the Yuan dynasty, the essence of tyranny still remained. Unless these corrupt officials and wicked gentry were completely eliminated, his Ming dynasty would also become a tyrannical Ming and ultimately meet the same fate as the former Yuan dynasty. Zhu Yuanzhang was no fool, and he certainly wouldn't let them go unpunished. Seeing his firm determination, Empress Ma no longer tried to persuade him. Fortunately, their son had already grown up and could offer much help. They chatted for a while, and soon the prepared instant noodles were ready. Maisie, the noodles are done. Come and taste them. Zhu Yuanzhang eagerly opened the package and pushed the bowl of noodles toward Empress Ma. The alluring aroma filled the air. Empress Ma curiously leaned forward and sniffed. It really is fragrant. Of course. Hurry and try it. Zhu Yuanzhang handed her a pair of chopsticks. Empress Ma picked up a mouthful. The spicy and aromatic flavor stimulated her taste buds, greatly enhancing her appetite. Since Zhu Yuanzhang's ascension to the throne, Empress Ma had not indulged in luxurious food despite being empress. Not because she couldn't, but because she wouldn't. She had always lived modestly, even cultivating a plot of land outside the palace to grow vegetables. Zhu Yuanzhang often had his own private meals prepared, and other concubines also secretly asked their servants to make delicious dishes. Only Empress Ma insisted on frugality and never changed her ways. This might also be the reason why her health had always been poor. Although the food was delicious, she didn't indulge excessively, eating only a small portion before handing the bowl back to Zhu Yuanzhang. I already had some snacks earlier, I'm full. You finish the rest. All right then, I won't be polite. Zhu Yuanzhang really wasn't modest at all. He quickly devoured the remaining half bowl left by Empress Ma, not even leaving a drop of broth. After finishing their meal, Zhu Yuanzhang coaxed Empress Ma. It's already late, let's rest early. Empress Ma had no ulterior motive. She rose first and walked toward the imperial bed. Zhu Yuanzhang took out his tablet and headphones, following her with a suggestive smile. Young lady, I've got something else great for you to see. While undressing and preparing to lie down, Empress Ma cast a confused glance at him. What thing? Zhu Yuanzhang turned on the tablet and placed it in front of Empress Ma. Seeing for the first time such a device that emitted light and played moving images, Empress Ma was also greatly surprised. She exclaimed in admiration. Truly such a miraculous object exists in the world. You bet. Sister, try putting these headphones on. Zhu Yuanzhang put on one headphone himself, then handed the other to Empress Ma. She followed his example and put it on. Then, Zhu Yuanzhang clicked a file with a strange grin, revealing the image on the screen. At first, Empress Ma was stunned, then immediately blushed deeply and kicked Zhu Yuanzhang off the bed with her foot. Zhu Yuanzhang cried as he fell off the bed. Then he heard Empress Ma scold him. Vile Chancellor, it's absolutely despicable. Go watch your filth with your pretty girls. She threw the tablet down, and Zhu Yuanzhang hurriedly caught it, laughing. You know deep down I only ever think of you, my dear sister. Over these years, Empress Ma's frail health and advanced age had meant few intimate moments between them. Zhu Yuanzhang understood this all too well, and most of the time he simply came to check in on her before heading to other concubines. He did this to avoid making Empress Ma feel neglected. All right, go away already. Empress Ma impatiently drove him off. Well then, I'll be off. I'll come see you tomorrow, dear sister. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed, packed the tablet and backpack, and seeing that Empress Ma ignored him, wisely withdrew. After leaving the cunning palace, Zhu Yuanzhang excitedly went in search of his young sweethearts. That night, the inner palace buzzed with activity, continuing deep into the next day. Though exhausted, Zhu Yuanzhang still insisted on getting up early for court the next morning. The plan against Hu Weiyong had already been set into motion over the past 2 days, so he dared not slacken. Yesterday, under the arrangement of the Jiaojian Bureau, Inspection and Verification Office, Hu Weiyong's family had an accident while traveling outside the city. His youngest son unfortunately fell from his horse and was run over by a passing carriage, dying instantly. Hu Weiyong, long accustomed to power and arrogance, naturally couldn't swallow such an insult. Filled with rage, he directly ordered his servants to kill the driver of that carriage. Yet, something even more unexpected followed. Ordinary people, who usually appeared weak and helpless, suddenly stepped forward and rose up together against his arbitrary actions. When he ordered his men to disperse the crowd, not only did they fail to scatter, but the people's anger only grew stronger. The crowd shouted in unison, "The chancellor must pay for his blood debts with blood," and surrounded him tightly. Seeing this, Hu Weiyong's face turned pale as he realized the dire situation, and under the protection of his attendants, he fled the scene in panic. From the rooftop of a nearby tavern, Mao Xiang witnessed everything clearly. It had all been part of his meticulously planned scheme. Watching the left chancellor of the great Ming flee in utter disarray, Mao Xiang felt a complex mix of emotions stir within him. Chapter 7. Your Majesty, please execute this villain. Hu Weiyong, however, had yet to realize the seriousness of the situation. After all, he had only killed an ordinary person, and there had been justification. He considered it hardly a significant matter. In reality, things were far more complicated than that. Morning court was scheduled for the hour, around 5 o'clock in the morning, the time the emperor arrived. The officials, however, suffered. They had to arrive at the palace gates as early as 3 o'clock in the morning, since it took considerable time for so many people to enter the palace and line up in formation. Those whose homes were nearby could manage somehow, but those living far away had to leave even earlier. In those days, there were no buses or subways. Even the wealthy could only ride in carriages or walk. The rich could travel by carriage, but the poor had to walk on foot. When they reached the Meridian Gate, high-ranking officials could enter the waiting rooms to escape the cold, while those of lower ranks could only endure the freezing wind. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't care in the least, as long as he himself could arrive on time. After a long wait, the officials finally entered the Hall of Heavenly Mandate. Junior officials still had to remain outside in the cold. Once the officials had lined up neatly, Zhu Yuanzhang finally wearily ascended the dragon throne. As the sound of bells and drums echoed, officials knelt and kowtowed, simultaneously proclaiming, "Long life to your Majesty." This was a modified version of the greeting Zhu Yuanzhang had revised himself. He had found the old phrase, "Long life to the Chancellor," too vague and had adjusted it repeatedly before settling on this version. After the tedious ceremony, deliberations officially commenced. Just as officials were about to begin handling routine matters, Mao Xiang stepped forward from among the military officials, speaking up before anyone else. "Your Majesty, I have urgent matters to report." Hearing this, the assembled officials turned in surprise, some even showing displeasure. Mao Xiang was merely a director of the Imperial Bodyguard Command. Among the gathered aristocrats, he was insignificant, and stepping forward to speak ahead of others clearly violated court protocol. Yet the Imperial Bodyguard Command was directly under the Emperor's command, and him could be dangerous. Although the others were dissatisfied, none dared to speak openly. "Speak." Zhu Yuanzhang, seated high above, replied solemnly and sternly. The son of Chancellor Hu Weiyong had been riding recklessly in the marketplace the previous day when his horse stumbled, causing him to fall and be crushed to death by a passing cart. Hu Weiyong, without consulting the 3 judicial bodies, immediately ordered the driver's execution on the spot. This was a clear abuse of power and violation of law, causing public outrage and demands from onlookers for the Chancellor to answer for the crime. The Chancellor must pay with his life. All the officials present were astonished upon hearing the report. Although small in itself, this incident carried grave implications. After all, the death of an ordinary citizen would normally invite suspicion of illegality, no matter the circumstances. However, Hu Weiyong, being a senior chancellor, could usually have such matters downplayed or hushed up. This time, however, everything depended on the emperor's reaction. At this moment, Hu Weiyong's heart was gripped with terror. He had never expected that Mao Xiang would dare to impeach him. Only days earlier, Mao Xiang had been fawning before him, agreeing readily, even introducing several loyal officers to his service. Now, suddenly turning against him. How could Hu Weiyong not feel shocked? "What? Is this true? Hu Weiyong, is this really so?" An enraged Zhu Yuanzhang roared in questioning tones. Startled from his thoughts by the emperor's shout, Hu Weiyong hurried forward to kowtow. "Your Majesty must understand. I am innocent. That cart driver was acting recklessly, endangering passers-by. My son suffered misfortune, and in a moment of grief and anger, I ordered his execution. I did not act as Mao Xiang accused. Please, Your Majesty, investigate carefully." Hu Weiyong quickly defended himself. "Even so, how could you overstep your authority and decide matters on your own?" Zhu Yuanzhang's anger had not yet abated, his reprimands continuing. "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I am willing to compensate the family of the victim financially. Please, have mercy." At this point, Hu Weiyong could not deny it any longer and could only admit fault and plead for mercy. "Didn't you yourself hear what the people are shouting? Chancellor must pay with his life." Zhu Yuanzhang's voice rang sharply. Hu Weiyong's face turned pale. He had already sensed that Zhu Yuanzhang intended to have him killed. Over the years, he had secretly made preparations, befriending generals, even recruiting fugitives, for a final gamble. Yet he hadn't anticipated that Zhu Yuanzhang would act so swiftly. Your Majesty, spare my life. Spare my life. Hu Weiyong knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, all the while stealing a glance toward the line of civil officials. As the leader of the civil officials, he had many followers. If Zhu Yuanzhang wanted his life, he must consider the opinion of the court. Understanding his intentions, Minister of the Censorate Chen Ning stepped forward. Your Majesty, Left Chancellor Hu Weiyong acted rashly under grief from his son's tragic death. Although he violated the law, the act was understandable. Please show mercy and impose a lenient punishment. Following Chen Ning's lead, several other civil officials voiced their agreement. At this moment, Su De, the leader of the military officers, also stepped forward from the ranks. Your Majesty, I humbly submit that this matter must not be taken lightly. Hu Weiyong has climbed to the rank of Left Chancellor only because of the Emperor's favor. Within a few short years, he has acted arrogantly and unlawfully, often overstepping boundaries. Today's incident is likely only one among many crimes. Your Majesty should investigate thoroughly. Please do not overlook or excuse such actions. Su De finished and glared sharply at Hu Weiyong. Su De and Hu Weiyong had never been on good terms. Su De had always disliked Hu Weiyong, considering him a treacherous official, who had once attempted to win Su De over, but Su never gave him a warm reception. Unexpectedly, Hu Weiyong had held a grudge and bribed Fu Shou, the gatekeeper of Su's household, hoping to have Su killed. Though the attempt failed, their hatred had grown deep. At this moment, with someone impeaching Hu Weiyong, Su De naturally would not remain idle. Seeing Su De step forward, generals like Tang He and Feng Sheng also voiced support, calling in unison for Hu Weiyong's strict punishment. Zhu Yuanzhang waited until everyone had finished arguing before scanning the court coldly. Does anyone else have something to say? When the emperor's gaze fell upon Tu Jie, the Censorate's vice minister, he immediately felt a chill run through his body. His legs trembled as he fell to his knees, scrambling forward from the ranks. Your Majesty, your humble servant also wishes to impeach Hu Weiyong. I accuse him of harboring treasonous intentions and plotting rebellion. Tu Jie's voice trembled as he spoke. Hu Weiyong, kneeling at the front, was shocked and turned furiously to glare at Tu Jie. You're speaking nonsense. Tu Jie, I've treated you well all these years. Why would you fabricate such terrible accusations against me? Chen Ning and others also changed expression abruptly, looking at this traitor. I didn't. Just a few days ago, you summoned me, Chen Ning, and others to your mansion secretly. Tu Jie hurriedly replied. Your Majesty, every word I speak is true. You? Hu Weiyong wished at that moment to have this traitor executed on the spot. Your Majesty, what Tu Jie says is complete nonsense. Please, do not believe it lightly. Chen Ning saw that Hu Weiyong was nearly losing control and quickly cut in. At this moment, the most important thing was to distance themselves from suspicion of treason, not to focus on punishing Tu Jie. Regaining his senses, Hu Weiyong hastily addressed Zhu Yuanzhang. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I have been utterly loyal to you. I have no second thoughts whatsoever. Zhu Yuanzhang coldly observed these people. He naturally knew what Tu Jie had said. He also knew there were many names involved. Besides Hu Weiyong and Chen Ning, there was Ding Yu, Li Boxing, Shang Hao, and many others. Yet he did not immediately express his opinion, choosing instead to watch and wait for them to expose themselves. Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't expected Tu Jie to suddenly switch sides. Originally, his plan had been to arrest Hu Weiyong and several others for abuses of power and lawbreaking, throw them into prison on some fabricated charge, and eventually force confessions through interrogation. When Tu Jie saw Hu Weiyong on the brink of downfall, he chose betrayal and fear, admitting all charges one by one. The situation now became clear. Your Majesty, I accuse Hu Weiyong of unlawfully persecuting loyal officials, poisoning Marquis Lu Ji's sincerity. Before his words ended, Hu Weiyong and Chen Ning had yet to defend themselves when Shang Hao, the Minister of Justice, suddenly stepped forward. I accuse Hu Weiyong of arrogance and overbearing behavior. I accuse Hu Weiyong of oppressing the people. I accuse Hu Weiyong of... Led by Tu Jie and Shang Hao, the tide in the court abruptly shifted. Officials who had been silent earlier rushed out one by one to denounce Hu Weiyong, eager to draw clear boundaries. This was human nature. Everyone understood the principle. Better the friend dies than me. These people had always been fence-sitters. Seeing that the emperor's stance was clear, and even Hu Weiyong's own close allies had turned against him, they naturally knew where they should stand. Hu Weiyong glared at his subordinates who once treated him with utmost respect, his face dark with fury. Only at this moment did he realize he had been nothing more than a plaything in Zhu Yuanzhang's hands, a jester being pulled around. And that was indeed the truth. Every move Hu Weiyong made, even his own ambition, had been orchestrated and even forced upon him by Zhu Yuanzhang. Of course, his corruption and arrogance could not be blamed entirely on Zhu Yuanzhang. This was simply human nature. Once one holds great power and enjoys royal favor, few can escape such tendencies. Only very few can maintain their original integrity in the face of temptations of fame and fortune, and Hu Weiyong certainly wasn't one of them. Hu Weiyong, do you have anything left to say? Zhu Yuanzhang's voice was unusually calm. The outcome was already decided. He no longer needed to pretend. Huh, what do I have left to say? Isn't this exactly the result your Majesty wished for? Hu Weiyong laughed bitterly, filled with despair. I was a fool, too naive. How laughable. Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes. Watching this minister he had driven into a corner. Suddenly, Hu Weiyong stood up, casting his eyes over those colleagues and subordinates who once laughed and drank with him like brothers. Their faces now displayed outrage, as if he had been their greatest enemy. Fellow ministers, do you really believe that after I die, you shall remain safe? Huh. The ancient said, serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. Zhu Yuanzhang is cruel and bloodthirsty, having killed countless loyal officials. In the hands of such a tyrant, you too will eventually share my fate. Today is mine, but tomorrow it shall be yours. Hu Weiyong spoke with a mixture of mad hatred. Reckless. Presumptuous. Silence. Your Majesty, please execute this traitor at once. Ministers and emperor shouted in unison. There were no fools in that court hall. All understood the truth. Yet such words were not fit to be spoken aloud. To die now, or perhaps die later, such a choice, mankind always knows how to make. Guards, arrest Hu Weiyong, Chen Ning, and others. Throw them into prison and interrogate them rigorously. Zhu Yuanzhang ordered coldly. As soon as the words fell, the palace guards rushed forward, dragging away Hu Weiyong, Chen Ning, and the rest. Tu Jie and Xianghao also failed to escape, being hauled away together. Ha ha. Your Majesty, I was truly forced. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I am innocent. I have been wronged. Bi Xia. As Hu Weiyong laughed maniacally, some begged for mercy, others cried injustice, voices overlapping in chaos. Some were even so terrified they urinated involuntarily. Amid the clamor, the noise gradually faded as the hall fell silent once more. The previously crowded palace was now largely empty. Proceed with state affairs, Zhu Yuanzhang declared. Though many departments had lost their leaders, state matters could not halt. Junior officials temporarily assumed the roles, reporting when needed, questioning when necessary. Chapter 8. Oh well, oh well. From dawn to dusk, after a day filled with official duties and as the sun sank below the horizon, Zhu Yuanzhang finally returned to the Qianxing Palace, dragging his exhausted body. Yet even when the officials had time to rest, he still had work to do. Numerous memorials awaited his attention. With leadership positions unfilled, many junior officials dared not make decisions on their own and reported every matter upward, making today's workload especially heavy. As Zhu Yuanzhang labored away, Li Wei also endured a dull and tedious day. When first imprisoned yesterday, overcome by fatigue, he had felt little, but today, after having eaten and slept well, he found the confinement unbearable. Recalling how he had been a law-abiding youth of the 21st century who had never even set foot in a police station, let alone a prison, his sudden imprisonment felt absurd. Without phones or computers, with guards by the door who remained silent and aloof, and after long hours of frustrated silence broken only occasionally by small talk with Xiaoda, he had no one else to ease his boredom. Also, the meals today had again been vegetable tofu soup and flatbread, and a quiet worry stirred in him. Was this truly to be his daily fare from now on? As the palace lanterns were first lit, Li Wei went to bed early. He saw no point in sitting around pointlessly when he could seek amusement in dreams. Inside the Qianxing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang read by lamplight. He had slept late the previous night and was now overcome by drowsiness, barely able to stay awake. Sighing, he muttered, all because of that man. Thinking back to last night, Zhu Yuanzhang felt regret but would never admit fault, so he instead vented his anger on Li Wei. Moreover, it was entirely due to Li Wei that he had acted so quickly against Hu Weiyong, leaving him now with this exhausting mess. The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. Finally, he threw down his brush and shouted toward the door. Xiaoda. Xiaoda hurriedly pushed open the side door and entered with his head lowered. My lord, I'm here. What is that fellow doing now? Zhu Yuanzhang asked, clearly displeased. Master Li rested for a bit after dinner and then went to bed early, Xiaoda replied. While we toil endlessly, he can sleep soundly. Zhu Yuanzhang growled in anger. Go fetch him. Give him 20 strokes. I understand, my lord. Xiaoda hesitated slightly before swiftly agreeing and hurrying off to obey. Li Wei had just fallen asleep when, half dreaming, he was grabbed by two guards and dragged to the Qianxing Palace. Before he could fully grasp what was happening, he was forced to the ground. Then came a loud thud, and sharp pain shot through his backside. He woke up instantly. Li Wei cried out in pain, opened his eyes wide, and dazedly looked around. What was happening? Who was he? Where was he? What was he supposed to do? He hadn't even sorted out his thoughts before the second blow landed. This time, it hurt even worse. Hearing Li Wei's anguished cries, Zhu Yuanzhang felt much better. His back no longer ached, his legs no longer hurt, and his earlier tiredness vanished. Crack, bang, thump, 20 strokes quickly completed. Li Wei finally understood what was happening. He had been beaten again. Li Wei's face darkened, struggling to his feet, barely holding back his pain as he demanded, Your Majesty, why are you beating me again? His tone was clearly disrespectful, hinting at confrontation. If I want to beat you, must I give a reason? Zhu Yuanzhang replied coldly while continuing to read his reports. Li Wei became furious, his anger surging through his entire body. Stealing my things and beating me every day. Who gave you the right? You despicable scoundrel, Zhu Yuanzhang. I've tolerated you for far too long. Not only have you stolen my things, you beat me daily. What right do you have? What crime have I committed for you to beat me? You despicable emperor. How are you any different from those ruffians out there? Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily at a loss for words, stunned by the outburst. The two guards and Xiaoda were equally speechless. They had seen boldness before, but never such fearlessness bordering on suicidal recklessness. Zhu Yuanzhang had indeed faced criticism before. Establishing his own advisory offices, he had heard countless admonishments. But these were learned men steeped in the classics. Even when criticizing, they chose elegant words, rarely resorting to vulgarities. At worst, he was called a foolish ruler. But this Li Wei, completely unpredictable, he was the first person ever to speak so brazenly to him since his ascension. Dare you insult the emperor? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes bulged wide in shock. Then his face turned red with rage as he glared at Li Wei, his gaze piercing, even resorting to using the imperial eye for the first time. After venting his anger, Li Wei's fury gradually cooled, some clarity returning to his mind. Under the piercing glare of Zhu Yuanzhang, he involuntarily shivered, suddenly realizing the danger he was in. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. That was indeed impulsive. At his former company, it had been the same. Endless restraint before an outburst, and he would shout at anyone. Even his former boss, who was tough, had tolerated it. Many times he had lashed out at his boss, yet surprisingly, the man had been forgiving, soothing him when angry, and once he had calmed, skillfully reasoning with him until he had no rebuttal left. I have committed no crime. Why do you strike me? Though trembling inwardly, Li Wei still spoke defiantly. He firmly believed that a real man should rather break than bend, and he had never bowed or submitted in his entire life. Zhu Yuanzhang's lips twitched, as if he wanted to speak, but stopped himself. The elder guard understood immediately, stepped forward respectfully, and said, Your Majesty, Master Li must still be groggy from just waking up, that's why he spoke out of turn. Please, for this one time, spare his life. He saw clearly enough. Zhu Yuanzhang had no real intention of killing the man. But under the current circumstances, if the emperor didn't execute him, wouldn't that undermine the dignity of the Son of Heaven? My lord, Xiaoda also pleaded, kneeling down. I also believe Master Li was merely overcome by emotion. Please grant him forgiveness. Quietly, he tugged at Li Wei's sleeve and whispered, quickly, apologize to His Majesty. Xiaoda well understood the stakes. The three of them had been assigned to guard Li Wei. They were effectively holding him captive. As for himself, it wasn't so bad, but the two guards had originally been on rotation shifts. Ever since they'd been reassigned specifically to watch Li Wei, they hadn't gone home for several days. If Li Wei died, their usefulness would end as well. Who could say whether the emperor might not silence them too? Frankly speaking, even now, they still didn't understand what secret matter Li Wei was involved in. Though they had heard some strange noises, and Xiaoda himself had once seen some peculiar objects from Li Wei's bag, such things were simply beyond his understanding. The less understood, the more terrifying. I did nothing wrong. Li Wei stood firm, going all in. What did he have to lose? After arriving in this barbaric ancient world, especially in the time of Zhu Yuanzhang, he likely wouldn't have a happy ending anyway. Zhu Yuanzhang's face turned bright red. After a long silence, he finally coldly ordered, Song Zhong, drag this man out and execute him. Song Zhong, the veteran guard, his heart secretly delighted. Finally a name was mentioned, promptly agreed. At once, Your Majesty. Song Zhong's expression changed instantly, though he dared not speak further. Together with the other guard, Wu Yong, he seized Li Wei and started dragging him outside. Li Wei had no choice but to go along. He felt as if his legs had turned to lead. The night had deepened, but the moonlight provided some comfort, at least preventing total darkness. At this late hour, execution required no elaborate rituals, just find a secluded spot and finish the deed swiftly. The two men brought Li Wei to a quiet area nearby. Wu Yong forced him down to his knees, immobilizing him. Song Zhong slowly drew the saber from his waist, its blade gleaming coldly in the moonlight. He swung it around a few times, then lovingly caressed the flat of the blade, examining it carefully under the pale glow. Li Wei knelt on the ground, his heart cold and empty. A chill wind swept over him, sending a shiver through his entire body. Would he return if he died? From the looks of things, probably not. He was a physical transplant, not a soul transmigration. Facing death, Li Wei couldn't help but recall his life. When he was a child, his family had been poor. Although they never starved, food was always in short supply. After each harvest, after paying the public grain and other levies, almost nothing remained. To make steamed buns, they had to mix in corn flour, enduring a life of hardship. The hardest time he remembered was when he ate nothing but steamed buns dipped in soy sauce. Since there were no vegetables, his mother could only add a few drops of sesame oil, and he would bite hungrily at just those oily spots. Later, with policy reforms abolishing public grain collections, life gradually improved. Although in elementary school he had been forced to drop out twice due to lack of tuition fees, universal compulsory education had only taken hold around 2000, and even later in poorer areas, with his parents scrambling to borrow money, he barely managed to complete his studies. Yet after stepping into society, he realized how drastically the world had changed. College graduates were no longer valued. He could only find an ordinary job. After changing jobs several times in his early career, he had learned to restrain himself, enduring harsh employers for 5 or 6 years. The only gains were painful lessons learned, and in the end, he still ended up in the hands of Zhu Yuanzhang. Li Wei finished reminiscing about his life, sighed, fought down his fear, tightened his entire body, and braced for the fatal blow. Yet a long time passed, nothing happened. Looking up, he saw Song Zhong still toying with the knife, his demeanor truly terrifying. Wu Yong, growing impatient, grumbled, Song, are you going to chop or not? My arm's already sore holding him. If you're not going to do it, let me. Song Zhong froze instantly, glaring at him helplessly. Are you stupid or something? How am I stupid? Song Zhong fell silent. The emperor obviously didn't really want this young man dead. Earlier, both he and Xiao De had begged for the man's life, yet Wu Yong alone insisted on carrying out the execution. If the emperor truly wanted Li Wei dead, he wouldn't have summoned Song Zhong for the task. He would have simply assigned it to Wu Yong. After all, Wu Yong had always acted decisively and efficiently. Enough, enough. Song Zhong no longer wanted to explain the complex reasoning. Such things were better left unsaid. But dragging this out was no good either. The imperial decree had already been issued. Song Zhong lifted the blade, waving it back and forth near Li Wei's neck. A chill swept over him, making Li Wei shiver from head to toe, every hair on his body standing on end. Then, Song Zhong raised the knife again, only to lower it once more, repeating the motion over and over. Finally, Li Wei couldn't take it anymore and burst out in anger. Are you going to chop or not? At this rate, I'll die of fright before your blade even touches me. Song Zhong rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that he was actually saving this man. How come Li Wei didn't show even a hint of gratitude? Hold your strike. Just as Song Zhong was about to act, Xiao De came running hastily, his high-pitched voice shouting. His Majesty commands that Master Li be brought back to the palace for questioning. Hearing the new imperial decree, Song Zhong felt an immense weight lifted from his shoulders. He silently thanked his luck for not having misinterpreted the emperor's true intention. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thankfully, the emperor was wise and always made the right decision at critical moments. Li Wei also realized he was now out of immediate danger. Instantly, his body relaxed, nearly collapsing to the ground. Luckily, he managed to brace himself with his arm just in time. Otherwise, he surely would have lost his composure. Chapter 9 Yearning for Freedom. When he once again stood before Zhu Yuanzhang, Zhu was still poring over memorials, his face gloomy. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Whether you can grasp this opportunity depends entirely on your performance. Zhu Yuanzhang lowered his head, speaking with a heavy tone. He didn't want to do this either, but the man still held many unsolved secrets and was useful, thus he couldn't simply be executed. What opportunity? Li Wei, supported by 2 guards, asked nervously. Zhu Yuanzhang put down the memorial and cast him a glance. As you know, we are going to abolish the system of chancellors and eliminate the secretariat while raising the status of the 6 ministries. With this, state affairs will become increasingly burdensome. Do you have any way to help ease this load? Truthfully, Zhu said this merely to save face. Regardless of whether Li Wei could offer effective suggestions, as long as he said a few polite words, he would be let go. Upon hearing Zhu's words, Li Wei completely relaxed. He understood. It was simple. The boss had too much work and couldn't handle it. This is easy. Just hire a few secretaries. After all, when there's work, the secretary does it. When there's none, everyone rests. Secretary? What is that? Zhu Yuanzhang considered himself experienced, yet this term baffled him completely. It's a woman in a professional suit and stockings. No, that's not it. It's someone of low status and modest ability who is deeply favored by the leader. Li Wei tried to explain. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes flickered slightly. Nameless and positionless, ordinary in skill. Wasn't that precisely describing yourself? Only that I don't favor you at all. Stared at blankly, Li Wei assumed he hadn't been understood and continued explaining. It's like how you have imperial examinations every few years here. You can handpick suitable candidates to be your assistants, giving them small posts to help you out. You can also use this opportunity to assess them, later assigning the promising ones to positions elsewhere for training. As you'll already be familiar with these people, when it comes time for promotion, their loyalty will naturally be greater. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes lit up. Brilliant. Newcomers would naturally not form cliques. After they've settled in court, send them out and replace them with fresh faces. In this way, no institution would become a power base for ministers. And as for those selected through the examinations, their abilities certainly wouldn't be lacking, while also helping you shoulder your heavy burdens. Suddenly, he thought of the Hamlin Academy, originally his reserve talent pool, which contained many such capable individuals. No need even to wait for the next examination to rotate them in. Excellent. Your suggestion is quite good, haha. At last, Zhu Yuanzhang broke into a smile, then added, though the term secretary isn't very elegant, perhaps scholar is better. Looking at Li Wei's expression, he felt certain that secretary held some other implication. You're the emperor, you can say whatever you want. Li Wei didn't care much, as long as he wasn't going to be killed. Very well. Today you have redeemed your sins. Withdraw. Zhu Yuanzhang's smile instantly vanished, saying coldly. Hearing this, Song Zhong and others were shocked. They had thought though death might be avoided, punishment was unavoidable. Who would have thought he'd simply be let go like this? Yet, upon reflection, he had just been beaten, which seemed explanation enough. Thank your Majesty for your grace. Li Wei gave it no further thought. Since Zhu had issued such an order, he naturally needed to leave quickly. After bowing, Li Wei turned and hurried off. Song Zhong and others also quickly excused themselves. After everyone left, Zhu Yuanzhang's stern face once again revealed a smile. Unexpected gains indeed. Had such a major problem really been resolved so easily? This young fellow does have some skill, pretending to be dumb on the surface, yet clearly playing tricks on us. When I have the time, I'll certainly give him a proper lesson. He had figured it out. Since forceful methods wouldn't work, a different approach was needed. There were still plenty of ways to deal with him. Early morning light shone in. It was a brand new day. Li Wei, having survived life and death, now held deeper insights about life. But as for exactly what those insights were, even he himself couldn't quite grasp. At dawn, Xiao brought breakfast as always, tofu soup with greens, and a flatbread. Couldn't you ever vary the menu? Don't you get tired of eating this every day? Li Wei frowned at the large bowl of breakfast placed before him. He really couldn't eat it anymore. Masterly, please don't be upset. The food here at the palace is just like this. I don't believe it. Does Zhu Yuanzhang eat this too? Xiao was so frightened that he broke into a sweat, hastily interrupting. Masterly, please be careful with your words. How could you address the emperor by name directly? That is a grave disrespect. In that era, calling someone by their name directly was almost equivalent to an insult. Especially when referring to the emperor. Li Wei froze for a moment. Truthfully, it had just slipped out casually. Remembering how he had nearly lost his head yesterday, he dared not speak again, quietly picking up the bowl and beginning to eat. This is so bad. Can the palace chefs only manage this level of quality? Li Wei murmured while eating. This isn't made by the imperial chefs. How could we ever get a chance to eat what they prepare? This is made by the Guanglu Temple. Xiao whispered quietly. The Guanglu Temple? Not the imperial kitchen. Xiao froze, puzzled. The imperial kitchen? He had lived in the palace for years, but had never heard of such a term. Actually, back then there was no such thing as the imperial kitchen. The name only appeared during the Qing dynasty. The emperor's food was entirely prepared by the Guanglu Temple, which served as the royal cafeteria. And each royal cafeteria had its signature dish, big pots of rice and stew. Locals in the Ming Dynasty called it the Guanglu Temple's tea soup. Its taste could only be truly appreciated by those who understood. It was no different even for the royal cafeteria. There's no such place in the palace. What we eat is all provided by the Guanglu Temple. His Majesty has special imperial chefs preparing meals for him, and sometimes he even sends us out of the palace to find special delicacies. Xiao patiently explained, also answering the question Li Wei had wanted to ask earlier. After yesterday's incident, these three individuals, Song Zhong, Wu Yong, and himself, had become closer to Li Wei. Since everyone already knew about it, there was no harm in mentioning it. Li Wei felt slightly surprised. His history wasn't great, and he couldn't understand why there wasn't an imperial kitchen inside the palace. Yet, the fact that the leader received special food supplies had clearly existed since ancient times, an infuriating reality. Li Wei secretly cursed Zhu Yuanzhang a few times in his heart. Song, thanks for saving me yesterday. After quickly finishing breakfast and waiting for Xiao to clean up and leave, Li Wei thanked Song Zhong once more. Looking back, if it hadn't been for Song Zhong's help, yesterday's incident could have ended in catastrophe. Song Zhong smiled and waved his hand. Brotherly, there's no need to be polite. It was all thanks to the emperor's mercy. If you hadn't been quick-witted, and if I were stuck with that clumsy fool instead, I'd probably have. Wu Yong immediately became unhappy upon hearing this. Who's clumsy? You're the clumsy one. You're not clumsy? How could you fail to notice the emperor's intentions? You didn't realize either. You were the one shouting at Song to act quickly. Li Wei had no reply. While Li Wei bickered with others, Zhu Yuanzhang had already plunged into his work for the day. Thanks to the computer's battery running out last night, he had slept soundly, waking up refreshed. His mental state today was far better than the previous day. At court, before Zhu Yuanzhang even spoke, his officials had already passionately denounced Hu Weiyong's crimes and begged for immediate execution. One's own brothers often betray more cruelly than outsiders. He had only imposed a symbolic punishment on Li Wei, but Hu Weiyong and his kind faced a completely different fate. Upholding the principle of appeasing the people, Zhu Yuanzhang issued an immediate decree ordering the execution of Hu Weiyong, Chen Ning, Tu Jie, and others, which brought applause from commoners and cheers from court officials. After the executions, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately issued an imperial decree to abolish the Zhongshu Sheng Secretariat, elevate the functions of the 6 ministries, and split the Grand Military Commission into the front, rear, left, right, and central 5 military commissions. These actions left court officials dumbfounded. Even so, Zhu Yuanzhang's sword of punishment still hung overhead. Hu Weiyong was dead, but the case was not yet completely concluded. Anyone foolish enough to misunderstand the situation now would become the next victim. Though the officials dared not openly protest, they secretly resorted to small moves. Regardless of big or small affairs, they wrote memorials requesting imperial instructions. Zhu Yuanzhang remained unyielding. He accepted every memorial he received, and, following Li Wei's earlier suggestion, had already begun handpicking his secretaries, who would soon take office. Additionally, he implemented a strict new policy, eliminating the existing holiday system, enforcing a no-day-off rule. Every official in the capital had to attend court every single day. If I'm uncomfortable, you won't have it easy either. Originally, not all officials in the capital needed to attend court daily. Aside from the grand ceremonies during major festivals and the special court meetings on the 1st and 15th days of each lunar month, regular daily audiences were limited to officials of the 4th rank and above, along with some personnel from special departments. The rest only attended when necessary, otherwise working in their respective government offices. Every night, groups of officials would gather outside the Meridian Gate, waiting for the city gates to open in the morning. Though this scene looked majestic, it caused Zhu Yuanzhang headaches. Meanwhile, Li Wei had absolutely nothing to do all day. Luckily, Song Zhong and Wu Yong occasionally began speaking to him, though they would never disclose any important matters with him. Several days later, Li Wei found it unbearable. He started missing home. All this happened because he had left with too much force. If he had pulled just a little more gently, perhaps he could have returned to 6 years before. How great that would have been. At that time, global political conditions were turbulent. Had he foreseen things earlier, investing in futures, oil, where stocks would surely have given him luxury cars, grand mansions, and beautiful women. He could have had anything he desired. Yet reality cruelly told him that he had been away from home for over 600 years, owning absolutely nothing. 600 years. Worlds change. Even stones gather dust. Coated in dust. Yearning for freedom. Freedom. Li Wei leaned by the small window, sadly humming, feeling exactly like the Monkey King locked away for 500 years. Song Zhong cast a glance at him, thinking to himself that this person was indeed strange. Not only did he act oddly, but he often did things that no one could predict. Even that so-called secretary suggestion had struck Song Zhong as a rather good idea, not to mention this singing style, which was completely unheard of. Yet, Song Zhong understood that the emperor valued Li Wei greatly. He had already formed a favorable connection with him earlier, and perhaps it could benefit his future career prospects. As Li Wei remained immersed in his singing, a little girl dressed in gorgeous clothes came hopping and skipping down the path, followed by two palace maids carrying a food tray. Hearing the faint singing, the little girl couldn't help but peek around curiously, and her originally straightforward steps began to veer off course. "Princess, you're on the wrong path." The palace maid behind her quickly grabbed her, reminding her that according to the rules, women of the inner palace were not allowed to enter the Xianxia palace casually. However, this young princess was naturally lively and restless. How could life within the inner palace ever satisfy her? This time, she had sneaked out under the pretense of delivering snacks. Chapter 10. The shackles were long removed. "Xiaohong, I think I heard someone singing. Did you hear it too?" The little girl spoke with a crisp and sweet voice. She lifted her head and looked in the direction of the singing with bright, wide eyes. "I didn't hear anything, princess. Please don't run off." Xiaohong had actually heard it too, but at the moment, she couldn't just go along with the princess's words. There definitely was singing. "Come, let's go take a look." Saying that, she pulled her hand free from Xiaohong's and began running forward. Xiaohong was greatly startled and hurriedly shouted and chased after her. The two had not run far before suddenly being blocked by palace guards who appeared from who knows where. "Your Highness, this path is off limits." On the surface, only Song Zhong and Wu Yong were stationed to guard Li Wei's small house, but actually there were others in secret observation posts closely watching Li Wei, Song Zhong, Wu Yong, and Xianxia. The little princess stopped and showed a hint of displeasure on her delicate face. Then, she skillfully pulled out a token from inside her robe. "This is the Empress's token. Step aside immediately." "This?" The guard hesitated, his expression quite awkward. In principle, the Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's decree naturally held great weight, but the Empress's favor could not be completely ignored either. To these military officers, Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's authority was formidable, while Empress Ma had been kind to them. Her token still held some influence. However, no favor could surpass the Emperor's authority. The line must still be drawn firmly. "Please, princess, do not proceed further." As he hesitated, the little princess had already seized the chance to go around him. "Quickly report this to His Majesty." The guard shouted into the shadows, then ran off in pursuit himself. Not far from Li Wei's small house now, the princess ran a short distance and arrived. At a glance, she saw Li Wei humming by the little window, leaning close to it. "Who are you?" The princess's voice still had a childish lilt, but her tone carried clear pride. Deep in his own singing, Li Wei suddenly saw a little girl pop up beside him, asking bluntly who he was, and frowned immediately. This reminded him of how a few days ago, when he had just arrived, Zhu Yuanzhang had also questioned him in such a tone. Thinking of that old man, Li Wei's heart filled with resentment. "And who are you?" "Greetings, princess." Just as Li Wei was about to snap back, Song Zhong and Wu Yong had already knelt down to bow. Sigh, another unapproachable noble. Li Wei silently stepped away from the window. If you can't deal with someone, you can just avoid them, right? Since arriving in the Ming Dynasty, of the people he had encountered besides Xianxia, all had presented themselves as superior and lofty. Of course, Zhu Yuanzhang was the same. Mao Xiang had acted similarly, and Song Zhong and Wu Yong initially had too. Now came another princess. Li Wei thought his days would be unbearable. "You're not leaving?" "I'm the princess. Now tell me, who are you?" The little princess didn't get angry. She simply adopted her habitual tone of pride. Truthfully, she wasn't an arrogant or domineering girl. Although she was playful and occasionally got into trouble, she was actually quite kind to maids and eunuchs. Li Wei reluctantly popped his head out from the small window again. Scratching his head, he replied with a bitter smile. "I'm Li Wei, just an ordinary commoner." The princess tilted her head curiously, asking, "What song were you singing just now?" Li Wei hesitated and replied, "That, it's a bit complicated." "Then just explain it simply." "But it really is complicated." The princess pouted and fell silent. At that moment, the palace guard caught up, panting heavily, and knelt to report. "Princess, please return to the palace immediately." The princess seemed not to have heard, and after a moment, impatiently said, "All right, go ahead and tell me." Li Wei sighed, then began. "It all started with a monkey. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang had just returned to the palace after finishing state affairs, and hadn't even sat down yet when he received the guard's report. "Your Majesty, the fourth princess has gone to see Li Wei." "What? You didn't stop her?" Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brows, his face darkening. "We failed to stop her Highness. Please punish us accordingly." The guards knelt on the ground, too afraid to lift their heads. Zhu Yuanzhang gave a cold snort, then fell silent for a moment. Now that Hu Weiyong was dead, the government structure had basically been adjusted, with only minor adjustments and handovers remaining in the various departments. The overall situation was stable, and leaks of secrets were no longer a concern. After pondering for a moment, He didn't issue an order to bring the little princess back, but instead instructed, keep a close watch. Record everything that man and our little girl say to each other. He believed Li Wei must be hiding something. Lately, Zhu had been too busy with affairs to try to coax information out of him, and if he were interrogated directly, the boy always wore a careless look, difficult to get anything out of him. It would be better this way. Let him interact with more people. Perhaps something useful could be found, although it must all be monitored by those Zhu himself trusted. Your servant obeys. After it's done, come forward and take 20 military rod punishments yourselves. If it happens again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhu Yuanzhang's tone was icy cold. Yes, your majesty. After the guards left, they immediately informed their comrades. The guards standing watch over the little princess saw their companion's movements and felt slightly reassured. Xiaohong also came over, standing beside the little princess to listen together to Li Wei's long-winded talk. The long story Li Wei told was indeed lengthy. Even if condensing an entire novel like Journey to the West could not be finished in a short time. Nighttime talks in the palace always held a special charm. Originally coming to deliver the evening meal, the little princess became completely absorbed in the storytelling, with even the surrounding attendants deeply captivated. The storyteller was none other than Li Wei, his voice slightly hoarse yet full of charm. Just watch that monkey. He whispers the word small, and the golden staff in his hand shrinks down to a tiny needle barely an inch long, hiding inside his ear. When Li Wei paused, his throat had already become dry. Go on, tell more, the princess urged impatiently. Your Highness, if you continue like this, His Majesty will surely grow anxious. Your filial devotion might turn into cold tea. Hearing the palace maid's words, the princess finally came to her senses, reluctantly agreeing to come back another day to listen again. Fine then, I'll come find you tomorrow. As Li Wei gazed at her retreating figure, he sighed. Ah, trapped in this gloomy little room, who knows when I'll ever see the light of day again. Don't worry, I'll go beg father to release you. He loves me the most. Li Wei nodded gratefully. Thank you, princess. After sending the princess off, a glimmer of hope stirred in Li Wei's heart. Perhaps his situation could improve. Meanwhile, the little princess hurriedly made her way to the imperial study, only to find that the tea and snacks had gone completely cold. Faced with her father's questioning, she playfully described a sorrowful tale of their chance encounter along the way. As she grew emotional, tears actually glistened in her eyes. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes darkened slightly. How could he not recognize Li Wei's petty trick? The boy was trying to have his daughter plead for him. You only see his pitiful appearance, yet fail to notice his despicable side. Don't let mere words so easily manipulate you, Zhu Yuanzhang coldly remarked. The little princess tugged at her father's sleeve and coquettishly pleaded. Father, the stories he tells are really interesting. Why don't you allow him to stay and tell me more? Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brow. Absolutely not. Unless. He swallowed the rest of his words without finishing. You are growing older now, and within 2 years, you will marry. Don't just keep playing all day. Seeing that the emperor showed no signs of yielding, the princess pouted, clearly displeased. Enough. If there's nothing else, return to your mother quickly. Stop always finding excuses to run around. Yes, I know, she mumbled reluctantly, her face sullen as she left. After his daughter departed, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately retrieved a ledger, which meticulously recorded all of Li Wei's offenses in recent days, from openly challenging him to speaking disrespectfully. After flipping through it for a long time, he picked up his brush and wrote another entry, his eyes revealing a deadly glint. This boy dares to deceive my daughter. I must teach him a severe lesson today. If he dares insult me again, never mind, better pretend I never heard it. After finishing the record, he carefully considered his actions and ordered that Li Wei be locked up and given a harsh beating. This punishment, however, would not be done in person, better to avoid giving the boy another chance to act out and cause him embarrassment. Thus, on the 4th day since Li Wei arrived in the Ming Dynasty, he endured yet another brutal beating. Ding! The prompt for completing a task rang faintly in his ears. Congratulations. Daily punishment task completed, January 1st. Li Wei vaguely heard the sound indicating mission success. If things kept going like this was quickly becoming a normal occurrence. No, he must find a way to escape from here. Cursing the tyrant under his breath after the beating, Li Wei returned to his small, dark room. This time, he dared not loudly complain. Yesterday had been due to grogginess from sleep and morning rage, a sudden eruption of pent-up fury. If such an outburst were repeated now, he lacked the courage. It was best to keep his head firmly attached. Fortunately, Song Zhong knew the appropriate level of force. Though the pain was unbearable, no serious damage had been done. In the following days, the little princess indeed came to see him again. Li Wei could only Mianxiang, force himself to entertain the little girl with stories to pass the time. He actually noticed that children tended to like him quite a bit. In past years, whenever he returned home for the Lunar New Year, his relatives and friends' children always gathered around to play with him, though he had never quite understood why. Later, he heard the explanation. Bachelor men often had a natural charm for children. He couldn't help feeling a little disheartened about it. Nevertheless, these recent visits were not entirely without benefit. After persistent pleading, the princess repeatedly begged Zhu Yuanzhang on his behalf. The emperor's attitude appeared to soften slightly, and he now permitted Li Wei to wander inside the Qianxin palace for 2 hours every day. Furthermore, after repeated pleas from Li Wei, the food situation finally improved somewhat. Not luxurious delicacies, but at least the variety had increased. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Li Wei's jasou was long gone. Besides spending time playing with the little princess, he wandered around the palace freely. Yet no matter where he went, there were always eyes watching him, leaving him no chance to even look for a path of escape. During this time, he encouraged Zhu Yuanzhang's wrath again by teaching the little princess to sing Monster, which the emperor believed was a veiled attack on himself. Combined with other fabricated charges, this led to countless beatings. Yet fortunately, the daily torture he had worried about never came. Though he endured many thrashings, they were not constant. In truth, Li Wei's improved circumstances were entirely due to Zhu Yuanzhang adjusting his methods, from harsh and forceful to gentle and subtle. Li Wei's every move was meticulously recorded and delivered to Zhu Yuanzhang's desk, through which the emperor learned much about the modern world. Chapter 11. Life and death are predestined, but how can one sit idly by? For example, the crop yields in modern farmlands could actually reach 700 or 800 gene, which, according to Li Wei, was still considered low yield. Moreover, every year, commoners could board trains that could dash 1,000 miles within a single xiuxian, 2 hours, allowing them to return home anywhere across the nation in just a day. Even more astonishing were airplanes, which he had seen only in movies, capable of flying 2,000 miles in just half a xiuxian, and not to mention rockets that could reach every corner of the globe in an instant. All of these astonished and delighted him, increasing his fascination toward Li Wei. As for Li Wei's future plans, Zhu Yuanzhang had long considered them, but due to constant heavy duties, had never found the time to act. Today, finally free from obligations, he decided it was time to deal with this guy. Bang! At dawn, Zhu Yuanzhang kicked open the door of Li Wei's hut and ordered Song Zhong and Wu Yong to drag him out. Li Wei stared sleepily at Zhu Yuanzhang, unaware of what the old man had planned this time. Your Majesty, what is so urgent so early in the morning? Quickly wake yourself up. Today we're free, going to take you out for a walk. Zhu Yuanzhang signaled Xiao Detzi to hand him a set of clothes. At this point, Li Wei also noticed that Zhu Yuanzhang wasn't wearing his dragon robe, but had dressed as a wandering swordsman, a sword strapped at his waist, looking vigorous and imposing. The clothes Xiao Detzi offered were merely made of rough cloth and were overly large. When Li Wei put them on, they hung loosely on him, making him quite unhappy. Also, what did he mean by taking for a walk? I'm not a dog. Though filled with dissatisfaction, he dared not voice it. Li Wei obediently changed clothes and followed behind Zhu Yuanzhang, finally leaving Qinqing Palace. They walked south, passing the Jinshan Hall, Huagai Hall, and Fengtian Hall, going through one gate after another, leaving Li Wei rather disoriented. His sense of direction had always been poor. He might not depend entirely on navigation, but if he wandered more than 3 li from a familiar location, he'd easily get lost. Without being led, he probably wouldn't be able to find his way out of the Forbidden City at all. All along the way, the guards only kept their eyes on the emperor, completely ignoring him as if he were invisible. After a long walk, they finally turned west and approached Xihua Gate and Xian Gate. Finally, they were out. Standing outside Xian Gate, Li Wei took a deep breath, inhaling the air of freedom. It was late autumn, already quite cold in the early morning. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at him and smirked slightly. Keep up. Oh, coming. Li Wei hurried with a few quick steps, closely following Zhu Yuanzhang. Though the old man was advanced in age, his steps remained steady and strong. If one fell behind slightly, it was easy to lose him. Your Majesty, why did you bring me out today? Are you releasing me? Releasing you? Have we ever needed to imprison you? Feel free to run off whenever you want. This entire great Ming belongs to us. No matter where you escape, you can never escape our grasp. Yes, your Majesty is wise. Li Wei kept nodding, silently cursing. You've locked me up for almost 2 months now, and now you say there was no need for imprisonment? But before Zhu Yuanzhang, he indeed dared not act recklessly, considering the emperor was holding a sharp sword, and he himself wasn't even sure he could outrun him. You said you're from the future. Surely, you've never witnessed the splendor of our Ming Dynasty. Today, I shall let you see it for yourself. Great. Thank you, Your Majesty. By the way, Your Majesty, aren't you bringing any guards on your trip out? Why bring guards? But, what if you encounter bandits? What is there to fear? When there are few, I can still fight them. When there are many, I can simply escape. What is there to worry about? Zhu Yuanzhang declared confidently. He had often traveled incognito in the past dressed as a wandering swordsman, sometimes even alone. His skills gave him boldness of heart. In his view, too many people only made one more conspicuous. Being alone was actually safer. Even if he encountered a few villains, he wouldn't fear them. Fewer people meant he could directly engage, and if many appeared, he could escape. His experience from years of battles was not for nothing. Li Wei gave him a doubtful glance, secretly laughing. This old fellow talks big indeed. Doesn't he worry about twisting his tongue? In fact, Zhu Yuanzhang had already arranged things in advance. Hidden soldiers lined the path, all of which were special traps specifically set for Li Wei. Unaware of this, Li Wei closely followed Zhu Yuanzhang out of the imperial city, stepping into the bustling streets of Yingtian Prefecture. After exiting the imperial city, Li Wei felt as if they had walked at least 2 li. The streets near the palace were clean and wide, flanked by high walls and large courtyards, their roofs adorned with red and green tiles, clearly belonging to wealthy and noble families. While walking, Li Wei carefully observed. These were genuine Ming Dynasty buildings. If transported to the future, they would definitely become popular tourist attractions. As they walked further, those luxurious mansions gradually disappeared, replaced by all kinds of shops. At this time, some vendors had already opened for business, mostly selling food items. Moving ahead, the streets became narrower, the houses more modest and run down. Occasionally, he spotted commoners in rough clothing hurrying past with carrying poles on their shoulders. After walking about 7 or 8 li, another city wall appeared ahead. Li Wei finally understood. Escaping would be nearly impossible. With one command from Zhu Yuanzhang, the city gates would shut, and he would be trapped like a turtle in a jar. Back in the past, on television, he had often seen heroic characters struggle to barely escape after accomplishing great feats. Now, he finally felt that same sense himself. At this moment, the city gate had already opened. Many vendors were entering the city carrying goods, and guards merely gave cursory inspections before allowing passage if nothing seemed amiss. You wait here, I'll go buy something to bring along. All right. After giving his instructions, Zhu Yuanzhang entered a shop, while Li Wei obediently remained at the spot. After a while, he suddenly realized, could it be that I could run away? Thinking this, he quickly looked around, noticing no one tailing him, and Zhu Yuanzhang had still not returned. This was his chance. Li Wei immediately started running, but as he approached the city gate, he slowed his pace, pretending to walk carelessly as he walked out of the city empty-handed. Most of the people coming and going from the city carried bundles or baskets on poles, yet he alone was empty-handed and walking hurriedly. However, the guards at the gate seemed to have not even noticed him, letting him leave without question. Once he had gotten a distance from the gate, Li Wei broke into a sprint. At last, he had escaped. From now on, the seas would be wide for fish to leap, and the skies high for birds to fly. He firmly believed that, with his own abilities, living a comfortable life in the great Ming Dynasty would not be difficult. Just after Li Wei escaped through the city gate, Zhu Yuanzhang slowly stepped out from the store, glancing toward the direction of the gate. Suddenly, he spoke gravely and sternly. Come forth. A passerby carrying a pole hastily set down his load, walked closer, bowed, and whispered, Your Majesty. Did that fellow escape? Yes, Your Majesty. 2 of our men have already followed him. Good. Watch him closely, don't let him slip away. Understood. After giving instructions to his subordinates, Zhu Yuanzhang looked far into the direction where Li Wei had disappeared. Your future depends on this. Li Wei fled the city and moved forward urgently, yet the distance from the palace to the gate alone stretched over 10 li, already draining his energy. Less than 300 meters into his run, he was already exhausted and breathless, forced to slow his pace. Yet he wasn't foolish. After leaving the city, he avoided the main roads, choosing only remote paths. Yingtian Prefecture, today known as Nanjing, lies beside the Yangtze River, crisscrossed with waterways, dotted with marshes and lakes, its terrain rugged and mountainous, complex and intricate. Li Wei crossed every stream he encountered and entered every forest he saw. It wasn't long before he lost his direction completely. At this point, he couldn't tell where he was either and could go no further. He sat down to rest briefly before continuing onward. Walking like this, pausing intermittently, he suddenly found himself beside a main road. Li Wei figured he had already traveled far enough and began walking slowly along the roadside, hiding instantly into nearby woods at the slightest sound. More than an hour later, Li Wei believed he had put enough distance between himself and danger and stopped to confirm his direction. Unfortunately, his sense of direction was terrible. Without any navigation system, even with the sun, he struggled to tell east from west. This era was vastly different from future times. In the future, with a population of 1.4 billion people, apart from the remote western regions, villages covered the central plains, and one could encounter a settlement every few li. But now, though he did not know how far he had come, it must have been at least 10 li. Yet on this long stretch of road, he had encountered not a single village, making him truly understand what it meant to be between desolate village and barren inn. This frustrated him greatly. Now empty-handed and possessing nothing, he had no choice but to prepare for survival in the wild. As Li Wei slowly paced forward, he suddenly noticed movement ahead. To be safe, he quickly hid himself in the woods beside the road. Help! Help! From afar, he spotted a girl about 17 or 18 fleeing desperately, pursued by 2 grim-looking men brandishing knives. Li Wei's heart jolted. He thought grimly to himself, had the public order of the Ming Dynasty truly declined so much? The war had just ended not long ago, yet it seemed the bandits and highwaymen across the land had not yet been entirely eradicated. In this wilderness, far from towns and villages, the reach of the authorities was even weaker. The little girl's clothes were worn, her face filled with terror. While running, she suddenly slipped, falling heavily to the ground. Her pale complexion signaled imminent danger. She hadn't even risen before the 2 bandits had caught up, surrounding her on both sides. Hee, nowhere to run now, one of the bandits sneered as he approached. The girl, terrified, knelt on the ground, desperately pleading. Please let me go, I beg you. The other bandit, showing his cruel side, coldly sneered. Didn't we feed you and clothe you in the mountain camp? Why run away? The girl had no time to respond, and could only keep bowing desperately and begging, but such movements clearly served no purpose. All of this unfolded before Li Wei's eyes. Though merely a scholar of modern times, unarmed and powerless, he could not help but feel compassion. Stepping forward to help would likely be a death sentence, yet he truly could not remain idle and indifferent. Just as Li Wei hesitated, the ruthless bandit had already grabbed the little girl. Li Wei's face paled, and he gritted his teeth, muttering, Life and death are determined by fate, but how can I stand idly by? After gathering his courage, he firmly grasped a tree branch and charged toward the bandits, shouting, Stop! It's broad daylight. How can you commit such atrocities? Before his voice had even faded, he was interrupted by the furious bandit. Where did this fool come from? Get lost before it's too late. Li Wei paused for a moment and, seeing that words had no effect, shouted recklessly. Fuck off. Let that girl go right now. The bandit roared with rage upon hearing this. Fool asking for death. He immediately signaled his partner to keep controlling the girl, then raised his knife and rushed straight at Li Wei. Li Wei's heart sank. He tightened his grip on the branch, raised it defensively, and focused intently on the charging enemy. The bandit swung his knife downward. Li Wei hastily blocked with the branch. With a loud crack, the branch snapped in two. Chapter 12. Ask your heart. No regrets. Li Wei inwardly sensed danger and immediately turned around to flee, shouting frantically as he ran. Help! Help! His cries were even more desperate than the girl's had been moments before, while the bandit chased closely behind, blade flashing with every step. Fortunately, just after he started running, he spotted Zhu Yuanzhang approaching with a saber hanging from his waist, carrying a bundle on his back. Li Wei's eyes lit up instantly. He hastily shouted out, Old Zhu, come save me. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression showed slight surprise, but he put on an act of feigning chance encounter, smiling. Oh my, is that not masterly? What a fortunate coincidence. Li Wei had no time to care about Zhu's mockery. He kept running until reaching behind him before finally stopping. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang standing firm, gripping his blade with an imposing air, the bandit halted cautiously as well, threateningly shouting with less confidence than he intended. Old man, don't meddle in this. Move aside. Humph, an arrogant and ignorant brat. Zhu Yuanzhang shot him a contemptuous glance and snorted coldly. The bandit's face darkened, roaring furiously. You stubborn old coot, since you seek death, I shall gladly oblige. Before his words had even finished echoing, he swung his blade fiercely downward toward Li Wei. Zhu Yuanzhang, unfazed, swiftly drew his saber to meet the attack, blocking upward. The force in his strike was immense. It sent Li Wei's sword flying high. Taking advantage of this opening, Zhu Yuanzhang altered his motion mid-strike, from downward slash to sideways cut, aimed directly at Li Wei's neck. Li Wei turned pale with shock, completely unable to dodge. Within an instant, he was struck. His head flew into the air while blood spurted like a jet from the severed neck. 2 moves decided the battle. Li Wei hadn't even begun to celebrate his narrow escape from death when he was stunned again by the unimaginably gruesome scene unfolding before him. Zhu Yuanzhang sheathed his sword indifferently and glanced at him. Faced with this horrific sight, Li Wei suddenly felt dizzy and his vision dimmed. I'm finished. I can't stand the sight of blood. Thud. Li Wei collapsed onto the ground unconscious. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened with confusion. Is that all? Just like that. 15 minutes later, Li Wei slowly came around, realizing he had been dragged to the roadside beneath a large tree. Zhu Yuanzhang was resting nearby, and the girl who had been rescued was now by his side. Benefactor, you're awake. Upon seeing Li Wei regain consciousness, the girl joyfully called out, and quickly fetched a water bag for him. Benefactor, please have some water. Li Wei didn't decline, took a few sips, then glanced toward Zhu Yuanzhang. He now knew his escape attempt had definitely failed. What about the other one? He casually asked. Ran off. As soon as we glared, he wet himself out of fear and ran away immediately. Li Wei clearly knew she was referring to himself. Nonetheless, though old in years, this man's fighting skills were impressively ruthless. Recalling the previous scene, Li Wei couldn't suppress a slight shiver. Boy, your guts really are small, to get scared like that? We thought you were fearless. I fainted from blood, wasn't out of fear. You wouldn't understand anyway. Faced with Zhu Yuanzhang's teasing, Li Wei argued stubbornly. Zhu Yuanzhang gave only a cold snort, without replying. By the way, young lady, why are you all alone out here in the wilderness? Where is your family? Trying to change the topic, Li Wei asked the girl. My entire family was killed. Now I'm alone in this world. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes, on the verge of bursting. Li Wei didn't know what to do. Scenes he only thought existed in TV dramas were happening before him now. He was truly at a loss. After a moment's thought, Li Wei turned his eyes toward Zhu Yuanzhang, only to see him look deliberately in another direction. Immediately upset, Li Wei suggested, Old Zhu, do us a favor and take the girl in. Zhu Yuanzhang raised an eyebrow. What did you call me? Previously the situation was urgent, so he had not noticed. But hearing this title now, his expression soured. Well, what else should I call you? I can't possibly still say. He trailed off. On the road, of course, they couldn't keep referring to him as Your Majesty the Emperor. I was once known as Zhu by Zhu, Zhu 88. Li Wei, why bring in seniority? And I'm not even worthy of that. You may call me Master Ba then. Zhu Yuanzhang continued. Li Wei immediately rolled his eyes. Whether calling him father or Master Ba, both sounded unpleasant to him. Well, will you or won't you take her? Why not ask the girl herself first? Zhu Yuanzhang reminded. Li Wei turned his gaze to the girl. She was timidly watching him, eyes filled with a desperate plea. She had seen everything, how vicious Zhu Yuanzhang was, and she was deeply afraid of the old man. Li Wei could clearly read her intentions. However, he already had trouble enough surviving, not knowing how to proceed with her case. Benefactor, I'm willing to be your servant for the rest of my life. Please take me in. The girl dropped to her knees, pleading desperately. Li Wei hurriedly helped her up. Being a modern person, he couldn't stand such casual kneeling, neither willing to kneel himself nor to accept it from others. It's not that I don't want to take you in, but I myself am also rootless and without support. Li Wei sighed lightly, his gaze began drifting toward Zhu Yuanzhang. Relax, from now on you can go wherever you want. We won't bind you anymore. Zhu Yuanzhang, understanding his thoughts, said calmly. Really? Li Wei asked excitedly. Of course. A gentleman's words are as binding as if sealed with for galloping horses. Overjoyed inside, Li Wei knew that with these words, he finally no longer needed to hide and run, and could return to the city openly to strive for a better future. All right, we still have our mission. If you want to follow, follow. If not, go wherever you please. Zhu Yuanzhang stood up, slapped his pants, adjusted his blade and pack, and strode off. Li Wei hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to temporarily follow this old man. It was far too risky to be alone outside. Better to wait until they reached the city before deciding. Leading Li Wei, who now followed behind him, and the little girl trailing behind Li Wei, Zhu Yuanzhang began a secret inspection. Li Wei had lost his way, only able to run aimlessly through forests and over hills, but Zhu Yuanzhang was different. Where he led, the trio soon discovered a farmland. To be precise, it was a newly cultivated piece of wasteland, where several farmers in rough cloth clothes were hard at work swinging their hoes. Avoiding the busy workers, Zhu Yuanzhang approached an old farmer resting nearby and exchanged a few words, inquiring about the farming conditions. The old farmer, noticing his extraordinary bearing, answered respectfully. Zhu Yuanzhang, unconcerned, continued on after chatting with the old man. Passing through a village, he entered and chatted with the impoverished villagers, distributing the dry rations he carried to the hungry, and left amidst their grateful words. Following him along the way, Li Wei stopped and walked repeatedly, watching the hardships of these ancient farmers, a wave of sorrow rising in his heart. He himself had come from a farming family and often accompanied his parents to the fields as a child. Although full mechanization hadn't yet been achieved back then, much of the work was already done by machines, requiring little manual labor. But these Ming Dynasty farmers, especially in the early Ming era, relied almost entirely on human labor from reclamation to harvest. Though oxen were helpful, not every household owned one. To increase the number of gung though, the government had even banned the consumption of beef. We overthrew the Yuan dynasty's tyrannical rule, but what followed was a land in ruins. Back then, the fertile lands of central China were all fallow. It took over a decade of governance before agriculture gradually recovered. Look at these common people. Throughout their entire lives they worked diligently, just for a mouthful of food. How hard it is. Zhu Yuanzhang lamented deeply. Li Wei nodded with deep agreement. He felt the same way. Often, the people dressed in silk and satin are not the ones who personally raise silkworms and weave the fabric. Rural folks work from sunrise to sunset, laboring all their lives. Yet when natural disasters or wars strike and food shortages arise, it's always these generations of farmers who suffer first. City aristocrats and merchants don't have to till the land. Even artisans hold higher status than farmers. Even during food shortages, they rarely face starvation. At the heart of the matter lies the fact that laborers never controlled the distribution of the fruits of their labor. Just like the saying in later times, the harder you work, the richer your boss becomes. Labor creates wealth, but that wealth often flows to one party, while effort and reward rarely match. Li Wei, you claimed yourself to be from the future. Tell me, how do later generations judge us? Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly asked. A tyrant. Li Wei replied truthfully. He had been locked up for over a month in prison, carrying a deep resentment. Now he no longer held back. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't become angry. He had expected such a judgment long ago, not just from later generations, but even in his own time. Many inside and outside the court secretly referred to him as a tyrant, especially some Jinggan whom he had personally appointed. I don't need you to tell me that. Tell me something else. Later generations consider you a legendary figure. Rising from a beggar to become emperor, expelling foreign tribes, and reviving the Han Chinese people, it was unprecedented. Though you later employed harsh methods, executing many officials including the prime minister, you also eliminated numerous corrupt officials. Hence, the majority of the common people regarded you as a wise ruler. Li Wei summarized briefly based on the historical knowledge he'd picked up from movies and books. What beggar? I merely traveled the country collecting alms. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned slightly. Though I executed many people, they were all corrupt officials who oppressed the people, embezzled public funds, or soldiers who betrayed the nation. I have no guilt in my heart for how I handled them. Not quite, is it? Take the Huiyong case, for example. Can you really believe that the 70 or 80,000 people you executed were all guilty of death? Nonsense. The total number of officials in my Ming Dynasty doesn't even reach 20,000. How could I have executed 70 or 80,000? Zhu Yuanzhang flew into a rage, eyes wide, glaring at Li Wei furiously. Doesn't that include the families of the guilty officials? That still wouldn't amount to 70 or 80,000 people. Most of the families of the condemned officials were sent to the frontiers for land reclamation. At the beginning of the founding of the dynasty, everything needed rebuilding and labor was in urgent demand. How could I possibly massacre tens of thousands of innocent people wantonly? Do you truly believe I am a corrupt and foolish ruler? What Zhu Yuanzhang said was indeed true. Up to this day, the Huiyong case had not resulted in large-scale massacres. Except for the principal culprits like Huiyong whose entire clans were executed, most others received punishment, such as beheading or exile. Even some individuals, like Lu Zhongheng, were spared by Zhu Yuanzhang at that time and not further pursued. Of course, these people were eventually dealt with a decade later, but that was due to other reasons. Zhu Yuanzhang himself was unaware of the decisions he would make 10 years later, and Li Wei, being poorly versed in history, naturally knew nothing about it. Staring under Zhu Yuanzhang's piercing gaze, Li Wei felt extremely uneasy inside. Chapter 13. Li Wei is completely confused. Perhaps I was mistaken. Say what you will, but as long as I am good to the people, they will know the truth in their hearts. Even 1,000 years from now, there will be someone to refute your accusations. Li Wei rolled his eyes inwardly. What do you mean you? What does this have to do with me? Just now, I overheard those commoners saying that the magistrate of Jiangning actually withheld the funds and grain allocated by this prince. Tell me, how should we deal with such a corrupt official? Upon hearing this, Li Wei looked at Zhu Yuanzhang. He noticed the emperor showed no reaction on his face and felt puzzled. From what he remembered of history, TV dramas, this emperor deeply hated corrupt officials, and even had those who embezzled over 60 taels of silver flayed alive and stuffed with straw. Obviously, we should execute him. Corrupt officials deserve death. After saying this, Li Wei cautiously added, however, don't you think the salaries given to the officials are a bit too low? He had heard that the salaries of officials in the Ming Dynasty were extremely meager, famously poor. You think the salaries I give to officials are insufficient? Zhu Yuanzhang was somewhat furious. He raised his hand and pointed toward the farmers working in the fields. Look at these people tilling the land. They work so hard, yet can't even have a full meal. How dare you speak to me like this? Li Wei had no retort. Forget it. He shouldn't have spoken up. Upon returning to the palace, I'll have this corrupt official arrested. You will oversee his execution. What? Li Wei was shocked and hastily replied. This doesn't seem quite appropriate. I'm merely a commoner. I'll just grant you an official title, then, Zhu Yuanzhang said indifferently. There's no need. I'm uneducated and inexperienced and unfit for official duties. He had just escaped danger and certainly did not want to fall into trouble again. Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes. Think about it again. I refuse. Li Wei decisively declined. Then came a sharp metallic sound. In a flash of cold light, the sword in Zhu Yuanzhang's hand was already pressed against Li Wei's neck, its blade still stained with blood from a recent execution. Li Wei froze completely, barely daring to move a muscle. Your Majesty, didn't you promise not to come after me anymore? That was Zhu Beiji's promise. What does it have to do with me, Zhu Yuanzhang? Zhu Yuanzhang declared proudly. Li Wei was speechless. So changing his name gave him the moral high ground? His words were as meaningless as flatulence. The little girl following them from a distance was also greatly startled. She hurriedly stepped forward. Baba, don't do this. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze swept toward her, making her immediately stop in her tracks. Terrified, she could only stand far away, anxiously watching helplessly. One last time, will you accept or not? Zhu Yuanzhang asked expressionlessly. After observing Li Wei these past few days, although still skeptical about the idea of him being a time traveler, Zhu Yuanzhang had come to believe that the young man wasn't lying. Today's encounter further impressed him with Li Wei's character, his attitude toward common people, and his views on corrupt officials. Besides, he had already prepared measures that would surely enable him to keep the young man firmly under control, making him a loyal servant. The Ming Dynasty was in dire need of talents at this time. Zhu Yuanzhang had executed many officials, and there was a serious shortage of manpower in the government. He was eager to recruit literate men into positions. How could he possibly let Li Wei go? Your humble servant has wandered for half his life, lamenting never having found a wise ruler. If your Majesty does not mind, I shall exert my utmost efforts and serve with loyalty and dedication. Li Wei immediately submitted and recited a classic line. At the very least, this job meant not losing his life, even if the salary was meager. After listening, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in satisfaction and then sheathed his sword. The trio spent the entire day riding around and finally returned to Tianfu near dusk. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand, preparing to return to the palace. Li Wei hastily stopped him. Your Majesty, I now possess nothing. May I be given some money? You can consider me having sold those items to you. Zhu Yuanzhang glared. You've been eating and drinking in the palace for free these days, and we haven't even charged you for it. Now you want money from us. Li Wei was speechless. It was you who locked me up in the first place. Isn't food supposed to be provided while in prison? Why is this now being turned around on me? Your Majesty, just look at how empty my purse is. Would you have me sleeping on the streets? Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly and pulled out a scroll of paper from his robes. This is 100 guan of precious notes. Spend them frugally. Consider it your annual salary. Come to court early tomorrow. Fine. Li Wei agreed repeatedly and accepted the thick scroll. After unrolling it, he saw the words, precious notes of the great Ming Dynasty printed on it. In the middle was marked 1 guan, surrounded by many ornamental patterns and seals for anti-counterfeiting. 100 guan. Li Wei had no idea whether this salary was considered high or low. In fact, according to current Ming systems, an annual income of 100 guan already equated to the gayu of a 7th grade official. To start one's official career with such a status was practically equivalent to passing the highest imperial examination. Without further explanation, Zhu Yuanzhang waved and departed, leaving Li Wei and the little girl standing alone on the roadside. Li Wei looked around and randomly chose an inn, bringing the little girl in to rent 2 rooms for the night. The 2 rooms cost less than 1 guan. Still, that wasn't cheap. Without other sources of income, relying solely on 100 guan of precious notes, they would be evicted by the innkeeper in half a year's time. Li Wei sighed, knowing he had no choice but to rent a temporary residence for now. Just as he was about to take a brief rest, the pressures of daily life pushed him forward again. Morning sunlight streamed through the window. After Li Wei rose and washed up, he remembered the task given by his new employer and hurriedly left the inn. Following instructions, he arrived early at the Meridian Gate, but he hadn't expected that the emperor had personally sent Xiao Detzi to wait for him there. Masterly, you finally arrived. His Majesty has been anxiously waiting for you. Xiao Detzi rushed forward. his tone a mix of reprimand and anxiety. Li Wei scratched the back of his head. So early. Still puzzled, he followed Xiao Detzi into the palace, heading directly toward the Fengtian Hall. Inside the hall, Zhu Yuanzhang was sitting upright on the dragon throne, frowning as he listened to his officials ramble on with reports. Occasionally, his gaze shifted toward the entrance, as if waiting for someone's arrival. Didn't I ask him to come early? This kid is so late, it's really unacceptable. Later I must discipline him properly. Although furious inside, Zhu Yuanzhang forced himself to remain composed and focus on state affairs. It wasn't until Xiao Detzi led Li Wei into the hall that he barely managed a slight smile. My dear ministers, today I shall introduce to you a rare genius. This man comprehends the principles of heaven and earth, and possesses extraordinary wisdom. With a sudden change in tone, Zhu Yuanzhang lavishly praised Li Wei before continuing. The decision to abolish the secretariat was precisely his brilliant suggestion. He looked proudly at his court officials, but the hall suddenly erupted into commotion. Those who had previously dared only to resent the decision in silence now found a target for their outrage, directing their anger toward Li Wei. Zhu Yuanzhang gave a slight nod to Su Shou, who immediately shouted, "Bring Li Wei forward." Li Wei stepped into the grand hall under the gaze of the entire imperial court and stood still after reaching the center. Though naturally timid, he couldn't help but feel nervous under the weight of so many eyes. Your Majesty, long live the Emperor. Li Wei awkwardly bowed slightly, still hesitating whether to kneel. He really didn't want to. I'll just try this for now. If it doesn't work, we'll see. The officials, observing this young man dressed in plain clothes, all frowned. Indeed, the Emperor had issued an edict exempting him from kneeling, requiring only a bow upon audience. Yet, although that was the case, etiquette still depended on one's status. Senior ministers with high rank could perhaps stand without kneeling, but even those of slightly lower rank were expected to kneel not only before the Emperor, but even before their superiors. How could commoners enter the court and fail to perform the full rites? It was clearly disrespectful. All the ministers fixed their eyes on Zhu Yuanzhang, waiting for him to erupt in anger or shout furiously. However, unexpectedly, Zhu Yuanzhang still wore a gentle, fatherly smile. There's no need to be formal, Li Wei. You have advised me, offered strategies, and helped solve problems. I am truly delighted to have your assistance. Li Wei was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, the only advice I've ever given you was to find a secretary, wasn't it? In that case, I might as well play along. It's not like people in the modern era were modest in front of their bosses. They rushed to take credit whenever possible, so why be humble now? Should I ask for a raise or bonus? Thinking thus, Li Wei simply replied, Thank you, Your Majesty. It's settled then. That bastard was definitely the one who suggested abolishing the secretariat. One by one, the officials glared at Li Wei, eyes almost spitting fire. Li Wei, feeling their stares, grew uneasy and baffled. He hadn't even arrived long ago. Had he already offended them? Looking around, he noticed the civil officials glaring furiously at him, while the military officers watched curiously from the side. He raised his head to look at Zhu Yuanzhang, whose face today seemed particularly amiable, full of smiles. Li Wei didn't think much of it, assuming Zhu Yuanzhang must have just had a new child, considering how many concubines he had and how energetic he was in producing offspring. Zhu Yuanzhang also seemed momentarily surprised by Li Wei's bold and unhesitating response. However, Li Wei's cooperation actually saved him much trouble. The prepared script he had intended to deliver could now be dropped. Li Wei had already fallen right into the trap. Your Majesty, Minister Xiexi, the Minister of Personnel, stepped forward. I have observed that this man is arrogant, careless, and undisciplined, certainly not a worthy official. I beg Your Majesty to see clearly. With the Secretariat abolished, the 6 ministries gained power, and the Ministry of Personnel handled appointments and evaluations of officials. As Minister of Personnel, Xiexi had the most authority to judge Li Wei's suitability. Seeing someone take the lead in criticism, the civil officials sprang into action. Your Majesty, I support this view. This person acts recklessly, lacking the dignity and grace that scholars like us are supposed to embody. He resembles more of an uncultivated barbarian from foreign lands. Your Majesty must not be deceived by him. The newly appointed Gang and Ran stepped forward and spoke, stating that it was the very duty of censors like them to find fault and criticize others. If there was an opportunity to scold, they would seize it. If not, they would create one. These 2 seniors spoke relatively mildly, leaving some room for the Emperor. After all, it had not been easy for them to reach their current positions, and the cost would be too great if they were dismissed just because the Emperor was temporarily displeased. But the following officials of remonstrance were no longer so polite. They were precisely those who gained reputation through accusations. Your Majesty, this man's appearance is despicable, clearly of ill intent. You must not trust him lightly. It is truly unworthy of a wise ruler to favor such a villain. Li Wei was completely confused, not knowing why he had suddenly become a treacherous person after only speaking a few words since entering the hall. Some of the remonstrating officials directly insulted him, while others cited classical texts and continued speaking in a pompous manner. Li Wei, overwhelmed and bewildered, felt like he had fallen into a trap without even knowing how deep it was. Chapter 14. Xiaoqing is indeed quite clever. At first, Zhu Yuanzhang was pleased to see Li Wei under attack by the court ministers. This was exactly the result he had hoped for. But as the ministers grew more and more aggressive with their criticism, they gradually dragged Zhu Yuanzhang himself into the argument, openly and subtly accusing him of being a corrupt and incompetent ruler. Silence. You impudent scoundrels dare to slander Zhun's beloved minister Li Wei as well. Zhu Yuanzhang roared furiously, not forgetting to include Li Wei in his outburst. Guards, drag these people away and give each of them 20 lashes. At the time, the punishment of court bastinado was still extremely severe. Too many blows could easily lead to death. The censors who had been happily hurling accusations heard this, and rather than showing fear, their eyes lit up with excitement. For them, being beaten for offering frank advice was a glorious act that would earn them eternal fame. Compared to the glory of being remembered for 1,000 generations, what was a mere beating? Zhu Yuanzhang's attempt not only failed to shut them up, but actually made them shout even louder. Your Majesty, favoring treacherous people is the act of a corrupt ruler. Please do not act so rashly. Your Majesty. Zhu Yuanzhang's head pounded painfully. He longed to slap them all dead, yet he couldn't actually kill them. He himself had set these people up specifically to check the power of higher officials. When he established these censors, he had told them to dare to speak their minds. Now that they had done exactly that, he couldn't simply execute them for it. He had executed censors before, but always under other charges or after transferring them away from the censorate first. With no other choice, Zhu Yuanzhang could only wave his hand impatiently for the guards to drag them away quickly. As the men were hauled out, cries of pain replaced the clamor, and the imperial court finally grew quiet. Letting out a sigh of relief, Zhu Yuanzhang declared, Minister Li is a man of great talent. Therefore, Jun hereby bestows upon Li Wei the title of Right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works. As soon as the words were out, the entire court was stunned into silence. A vice minister was a third-rank official, a position of great importance. Many civil servants throughout their entire careers never reached such a level. That a newcomer like Li Wei should receive such a high post was truly absurd. Your Majesty, this humble servant cannot agree. Xiuxian, who had just been transferred back from local service and recently promoted to Minister of Works, couldn't help stepping forward. As a pragmatic official, he had no desire to get involved in complex power struggles. However, the Ministry of Works required professional expertise. Allowing a so-called prodigy of unknown origin to become a vice minister would be sheer chaos. Absolutely unacceptable. Though Minister Li is extraordinarily gifted, he is new to the imperial court and lacks experience. Appointing him suddenly as vice minister seems inappropriate. Although Xiuxian's words were tactful, refraining from openly calling the man a disruptor to the ministry, his dissatisfaction was clearly implied. Zhu Yuanzhang's brow slightly furrowed as he frowned in displeasure, asking, then in your opinion, what position should be offered? Your Majesty, the Ministry of Works is already fully staffed. Perhaps assigning him to another ministry would be better? Xiuxian's tone was clear, no willingness to accept Li Wei, and a subtle deflection. Zhu Yuanzhang smirked coldly but did not press the issue, turning instead to look at the heads of other ministries. All the ministry ministers lowered their heads and avoided eye contact, clearly unwilling to take him either. If that is the case, then Jin will make arrangements personally. Let Li Wei be appointed Grand Secretary of the Imperial Academy, overseeing the Wenyuan Pavilion, participating in important state affairs, serving as an advisor. His rank shall be equal to that of a Hanlon academician. Zhu Yuanzhang said with a calm tone. The phrase, aim high to achieve a moderate goal, was well known to him. That original suggestion of a vice minister had only been a feint. Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang slightly compromise, the officials remained discontent. Though a mere newcomer attaining a fifth-rank official rank was ridiculous, none dared to challenge further. Li Wei listened to the elderly minister's chatter endlessly without understanding much. For someone so clueless about history that he'd had to look up what rank a minister actually held online, the position of vice minister, or any other title seemed trivial, a supporting role. He didn't understand why these people were arguing so much over just one post. Only when Zhu Yuanzhang mentioned the Imperial Academy did Li Wei suddenly see things clearly. From what he'd seen on TV, he knew that the Imperial Academy was an extremely important department. Many modern countries in the future retained similar institutions, though their functions might change slightly, the name remained. If he was entering the Imperial Academy directly, that was practically jumping straight to the top. Li Wei's heart swelled with joy. The rank didn't matter too much to him. What mattered most was whether the salary was decent. Once Li Wei's appointment was finalized, Zhu Yuanzhang had him step aside while he continued with official matters. Li Wei stood near the back of the hall by the door, listening to Zhu Yuanzhang's speech until drowsiness overcame him. Secretly, he cursed the lack of chairs. By the time the sun had climbed high in the sky, the officials' reports finally concluded, and Zhu Yuanzhang announced a midday break. Those who had completed their tasks could leave, but a few would remain for the afternoon court session. Li Wei was among those left behind and couldn't escape, greatly displeased in his heart. Still, there was one upside. Zhu Yuanzhang was providing lunch. The ministers waited briefly in the side hall, and soon lunch arrived. A bowl of tofu and vegetable soup. No need to guess. It had to be prepared by the Guanglu Bureau. Meanwhile, Zhu Yuanzhang had already headed alone to the inner chambers to enjoy his special meal. After lunch came more meetings. Fortunately, nothing urgent occurred in the afternoon session, and it concluded quickly. Li Wei followed the others out of Fengtian Hall, but as he left, the others avoided him, and those who occasionally made eye contact showed only coldness. He smiled in response, only to receive hostile looks in return. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Li Wei decided not to dwell on their attitudes. He had barely walked a short distance when Xiao Detzi came running after him. Minister Li, the emperor has summoned you to Qianxin Palace immediately. Li Wei's lips twitched slightly. It looked like overtime was unavoidable. This was truly a headache. Though displeased, he dared not delay given the circumstances, so he obediently followed Xiao Detzi toward Qianxin Palace. However, Just after stepping through the gate of Qinqing Palace, he saw 2 guards holding court rods standing there. Li Wei felt a vague sense of unease rising within him. Sure enough, Xiao Detzi gave them a hand signal, and immediately the 2 men stepped forward, seized him, and started the beating. Crack, crack, crack. The beating of 20 strokes was finally completed. Thankfully, Xiao Detzi had signaled to hold back slightly, otherwise the punishment would have been much worse. Rubbing his bruise behind, Li Wei stood up and looked at Xiao Detzi with a bewildered expression. Minister Li, this is the Emperor's order. Please understand, Xiao Detzi said. Hearing this, Li Wei inwardly cursed Zhu Yuanzhang, confused as to why he had been punished this time. Only after enduring the punishment did Xiao Detzi lead Li Wei into Qinqing Palace. Inside Qinqing Palace, besides Zhu Yuanzhang, the Crown Prince Zhu Biao was also present. Zhu Biao had not attended the morning court session, for in the past he often argued with Zhu Yuanzhang during these gatherings, leaving the emperor in embarrassing situations. Thus, later on, he was forbidden from attending court sessions. After all, the sovereign's authority must remain supreme. It was unseemly for father and son to argue openly in court. However, though Zhu Yuanzhang did not permit the crown prince to attend morning court, he still required all state affairs to be reported to and handled by Zhu Biao. This clearly showed his favoritism toward him. The Zhu Yuanzhang now was no longer the kindly father from before. Seeing Li Wei walk in clutching his backside, he didn't even allow him to perform a proper bow before furiously demanding, "I told you to come early, but did you not hear me? Or do you just not take me seriously?" Li Wei replied with all the weichief in his heart. "I came very early already. Do you even know what time I start court?" "How would I know?" Li Wei answered carelessly. It had already been earlier than the usual office hours he remembered from the modern world. Zhu Yuanzhang nearly choked with anger and finally said after calming down slightly, "I hold court at Mao hour. You better not be late tomorrow." "What time was Mao hour exactly?" Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's furious expression, Li Wei didn't dare to ask directly and planned to find someone to ask later. "Your Majesty, understood." After scolding Li Wei, Zhu Yuanzhang introduced him. "This is my crown prince Zhu Biao." Li Wei turned to look at Zhu Biao, who appeared tall and imposing. Yet compared to Zhu Yuanzhang's commanding presence, he seemed somewhat weaker and was significantly fairer-skinned. "Honored to meet the crown prince." Li Wei bowed. Zhu Biao slightly frowned. He had also heard the rumors circulating in court. The civil officials had all called Li Wei a treacherous and corrupt official, so Zhu Biao held no favor toward him. But he was not the type to easily believe what others said, so he didn't reveal his thoughts outwardly. "You may rise." Zhu Biao didn't add more words. After all, it was their first meeting, and he knew very little about the man. "Thank you, Your Highness." Once the two had finished exchanging formalities, Zhu Yuanzhang continued giving instructions. "I entrust you with the affairs of the Wenyuan Pavilion. I've already selected several editors and examiners from the Hanlin Academy to assist you. Handle this well. If there's any mistake, don't blame me for not showing mercy." "Your Majesty, understood." "There's also a weaponry bureau I've established in the palace. You are in charge of that as well. Manufacture all the items you previously showed me." Here it was again, a single person bearing multiple responsibilities. That familiar boss-like dominance was back. "I will do my best. Better to agree first. Those things from the future weren't easy to make." Zhu Yuanzhang then went on to instruct him about several other minor details, chatting endlessly before finally allowing him to leave. By the time Li Wei had received his official uniform, jade tablet, and other required items and returned to the inn, dusk had already arrived. Back in his room, he summoned the little girl named Shang Xiaoqing, whom he now just called Xiaoqing. It rolled off the tongue naturally enough. Since following Li Wei, Xiaoqing had always regarded herself as his servant, and though Li Wei tried to change her mind, he eventually gave up and let her be. After asking Xiaoqing about the matter, Li Wei learned that Mao hour was between 5 and 7 in the morning. Upon hearing this, Li Wei couldn't help muttering curses at Zhu Yuanzhang, this ruthless capitalist. He made even the notorious 996 schedule of the future seem humane. "Master needn't worry. I'll wake you up early in the morning." Xiaoqing comforted him. Other officials had attendants like her to do the same. Li Wei shook his head. It wasn't that he feared he wouldn't wake up. It was more that he doubted whether he could physically get up. Getting up so early every day was literally killing him. He remembered being exactly the kind of modern person who could hardly move during the day but felt fully energized at night. He couldn't even dream of resigning from this job. With no other choice, Li Wei could only nod in agreement and asked Xiaoqing to wake him early, while planning to catch some daytime sleep for himself. Also, he told Xiaoqing that if she had time, she should go around the city and look for affordable rental housing, preferably somewhere near the imperial city with lower rent. Staying at an inn all the time was simply unaffordable for him. The next day, Li Wei was half asleep when Xiaoqing woke him up, then came washing his face, brushing his teeth, and dressing. Luckily for him, Xiaoqing helped. Otherwise he would have struggled to manage everything on his own. The official robe was such a hassle to wear, and there wasn't even toothpaste, only salt to make do with. After getting ready, Li Wei limped his way to the Meridian Gate and didn't wait long before the gates opened. Xiaoqing truly was clever. She had timed things perfectly, just enough time so he wouldn't be late, but not forced to wait around pointlessly. Chapter 15. Li Aiqing should not bear the burden alone. Li Wei followed the crowd, queuing to enter the hall. Normally, given his rank, he wouldn't have been allowed inside. However, because of Zhu Yuanzhang's special favor, he was granted access. Though his seat was at the very back, it was still better than freezing outside. Once inside, Li Wei closed his eyes and dozed off. After a while, Zhu Yuanzhang arrived. The officials knelt and shouted in unison. Li was slightly late to react, immediately drawing attention. Zhu Yuanzhang shot him a glare, but didn't punish him. After all, he had to maintain Li Wei's image as a favored minister. After the ceremony, as usual, work reports commenced. The cabinet had just been established, and Li Wei had nothing to report, so he simply stood there half asleep, waiting for work to end. Finally, everyone finished speaking. As soon as Zhu Yuanzhang left, Li rushed out of the hall impatiently, drawing angry criticism from other officials. Wonderland Pavilion was right next to the Meridian Gate. Upon arriving, Li Wei looked at the relatively small building, his lips twitching slightly. This was the legendary cabinet? So tiny? Though dissatisfied, he still stepped inside. The room was already bustling with people working. When they saw him, they stopped and turned to look. A middle-aged man approached and bowed, asking, "Which honorable official are you?" Cough. "I am your superior, the Grand Secretary of Wonderland Pavilion, Li Wei." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd showed a variety of expressions. Li Wei's reputation had already spread throughout the court. Although they hadn't been inside the hall before, they'd heard about him. Initially, when they heard their superior was this treacherous official, they were unwilling, but imperial orders couldn't be disobeyed, so they reluctantly accepted it. Now that they'd finally met their superior, their hearts couldn't help but feel complex. "Greetings, Minister Li." They stood up and bowed. Some did so half-heartedly. Li Wei didn't mind. Sitting upright with composure, he nodded and said, "Continue with your work." Everyone returned to their seats and resumed their tasks. The middle-aged man assigned Li Wei to an exceptionally prominent seat, one with an especially outstanding desk. Others were squeezed together, while he occupied a large private space. The Wonderland Pavilion wasn't particularly large or small, just a few rooms. Compared with those grand halls, it was nowhere near as impressive. As the head official, Li Wei didn't even have a private office, sharing the same room with his subordinates. It wasn't that there were no spare rooms, but apart from the office area, other spaces were filled with a large number of books. After Li Wei sat down, Wu Bozong introduced the cabinet members to him: Wang Jie, Wu Chun, Huang Zai, and himself, the middle-aged man Wu Bozong. All had been selected from the Hanlin Academy, and Wu Bozong was none other than the Imperial Examination's top scholar. Li Wei remained calm outwardly, though anxious inside. Compared to these people, he felt practically nothing, unable even to recognize all the traditional characters. The only reason he could now recognize traditional Chinese characters was thanks to teachers from that island nation. If it hadn't been for searching for their study materials, Li Wei might have become half illiterate after arriving in the Ming Dynasty. After the introductions, Wu Bozong and others, including Wang Jie, brought a large pile of memorials before Li Wei. "Minister, these are memorials sent by the Office of Transmission. We have categorized and sorted them. Please instruct on how to proceed next," Wu Bozong asked. The cabinet had just been established, and nobody clearly knew how it should operate. They knew they were to assist the emperor, but how to do so specifically hadn't been explained by the emperor. Now that their chief officer had arrived, naturally, they sought his guidance. Looking at the mountain of memorials before him, Li Wei thought for a moment and said, "Read them to me." "All right." Wu Bozong agreed, and picked up one to begin reading. Although these officials lacked other skills, they were good at writing, quoting references, speaking eloquently, making Li Wei continuously exclaim in admiration. "Stop, stop, stop. Ahem. Just summarize the main idea for me. You don't need to read it word for word." Li Wei hurriedly called a halt halfway through, trying to hide his embarrassment at not understanding. Wu Bozong didn't suspect anything and replied, "All right. This memorial is submitted by xiuxian, the Minister of Works, requesting a grant of 500,000 taels of silver to build seagoing vessels." That's it. Yes, that's the main content. Does it mention how many ships to build, the budget amount, the projected timeline, etc.? No. Li Wei opened his eyes wide. How come after all your long talk, the key point is just this one sentence? How come I still don't understand? Quickly reply, telling him to prepare a budget and report back before proceeding. Wu Bozong shot Li Wei a surprised glance. Can we really make such a decision ourselves? Shouldn't we consult the emperor first? Is there any problem? Seeing Wu's hesitation, Li Wei asked in confusion. "Minister Li, shouldn't this matter be reported to the emperor first? Do we really need to consult him about this? Our job is to relieve the emperor's burdens. If we consult him on every single matter, how can we actually solve any problems?" Wu Bozong felt something was off, but since he himself didn't clearly understand the cabinet's duties and authority, he could only follow Li Wei's instructions for now. In Li Wei's mind, wasn't this exactly how the cabinet was supposed to function? He looked at the pile of memorials and continued. "You four, form a line, briefly look through the contents, and then come report to me what each is about, so I can deal with them quickly." After hearing this, everyone picked up a memorial to skim through first, then lined up to explain each case to Li Wei, who immediately gave his instructions and sent them back to write accordingly. The Vice Minister of Rights reported that a hooligan in Beiyuan County has been harassing a widow at night. What business is it of his as the Vice Minister of Rights? He can just go guard that widow himself at night. Memorial from the Ministry of Personnel. The four alternated reports while Li Wei dealt with the memorials swiftly in just a few words. Within 2 hours, the entire pile had been processed. Done. Time to go home and get some sleep. Haha. Wu Bozong and others stared blankly at the handled memorials, still feeling something was strange. "Sir, what should we do with these memorials now? Just send them out. Whoever's responsible, send it to them." "But, isn't this a bit improper? Shouldn't the emperor review them first?" Li Wei thought for a moment and nodded. "You're right. Then you should deliver these memorials to the emperor. I have other things to do and won't accompany you." Saying this casually, Li Wei prepared to leave early to look for housing. since staying at an inn was quite costly. As for whether it counted as leaving work early, Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't set specific hours for dismissal. Naturally, as the head officer, Li Wei could make that decision himself. After sending Wu Bozong off with the memorials, Li Wei left quietly by himself. When Li Wei met up with Xiaoqing at the inn, Xiaoqing wasn't sleeping in. He had gone out early to help find housing for Li Wei and only returned in the afternoon. Master, I've inquired with real estate agents. Nearby the Imperial Palace, the annual rent for a house is about 80 taels of silver. In the middle of the city, a slightly smaller courtyard costs around 50 taels, and in the most distant area, it's about 30 taels. After hearing the information Xiaoqing reported, Li Wei frowned, deep in thought, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. 80 taels of silver for a place so near the palace? That's outrageous. He roughly calculated that his and Xiaoqing's monthly expenses would be around 3 or 4 guan. Since 1 guan equals 1 tael of silver, he needed to budget at least 50 guan a year just to live comfortably. He couldn't possibly afford the expensive housing close to the palace. He had no choice but to settle for a modest courtyard in the city. He still hadn't figured out how much his official salary was. The 100 guan given by Zhu Yuanzhang was part of it, essentially an advance payment of wages, meaning he likely wouldn't receive another payment for some time. All right then, find one around 50 taels and decide quickly, Li Wei said. He dismissed 30 tael options, too far away and inconvenient to commute. If necessary, he'd try to earn some extra money later, of course through legitimate means. Li Wei brought Xiaoqing to the real estate office and checked out several properties before finally settling on a small courtyard priced at 45 taels. The courtyard was a bit old and had little in the way of decent furniture, but at least it was a private residence with its own gate, something resembling a small villa. He told himself to stay positive. After renting the house, Li Wei hurried with Xiaoqing to buy quilts and daily necessities, staying busy until nightfall before finally settling in. How hard life is, Li Wei sighed. Meanwhile, Wu Bozong had taken the memorials Li Wei had reviewed to the Qianxing Palace and presented them to Zhu Yuanzhang. After opening them, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression gradually darkened. All memorials had already been reviewed, and their resolutions clearly marked. Only the signature space at the end remained blank, with the note, Emperor's signature, clearly indicating that he only needed to sign there. Zhu Yuanzhang was both shocked and furious. In his mind, these secretaries were merely supposed to organize and briefly summarize memorials for efficiency. Decisions about their handling should have remained his alone. How dared these secretaries take matters into their own hands? Even if they offered advice, it should only come when he asked. Damn thing. Who allowed you all to handle memorials on my behalf? Upon hearing this, Wu Bozong, standing respectfully below, felt his heart skip a beat. He hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, please calm down. All of this was arranged by Minister Li. We knew nothing about it. The Hongwu Emperor frowned. His appointment of Li Wei had only followed the principle of he who proposes should be responsible. This was just a temporary arrangement. Once the cabinet stabilized and Li Wei gained enough experience, he would be transferred to the Ministry of Works, focusing solely on developing unusual mechanical devices. In his view, the cabinet was nothing more than an optional group of advisors serving the emperor, whose members could be replaced at will. However, upon witnessing Li Wei's actions, he suddenly realized that these people seemed to be showing signs of encroaching upon imperial authority. Zhu Yuanzhang intended to place importance on Li Wei, yet deliberately created distance between them, forcing Li to rely solely on the emperor's favor to maintain his position. But at the same time, he certainly didn't want Li Wei to become another powerful minister wielding unchecked influence. No, he could not allow things to continue down this path. I understand now. Minister Li truly thinks things through thoroughly. All of you should learn from him. The Taizu suddenly shifted tone, speaking with satisfaction. Wu Bozong, though puzzled, dared not say much and could only nod in agreement. Your Majesty is wise. We shall surely follow Minister Li's example. We mustn't let Minister Li bear all the burdens alone. Chapter 16. Chancellor, you vile man. You will eventually reap what you sow. Zhen have decided to appoint Wang Jie, Wu Chun, and Huang Zai as Grand Secretaries of the Inner Council, to serve alongside Minister Li. You shall assist him in his duties. From now on, only summarize the key points and suggestions in the memorials on small slips of paper and insert them within the documents. Zhen will review them before making decisions. Your Majesty's humble servants obey. Zhu Yuanzhang once again thoroughly questioned Li Wei's handling of state affairs, and Wu Boxiong answered with utmost sincerity and patience. As he listened, Zhu Yuanzhang gradually felt something amiss. This fellow was clearly cutting corners. He had originally thought Li Wei would adapt to the circumstances, but he had been completely mistaken. Even more infuriating was that the guy actually dared to leave work early. The Hongwu Emperor's face turned dark with anger. He neither wanted his officials to crave power nor allow them to slack off and do the bare minimum. It was indeed a delicate matter, but this was his consistent standard for his ministers. Zhu Yuanzhang gritted his teeth in anger toward Li Wei's behavior, but after some contemplation, he decided to issue an imperial edict the next day explicitly specifying the official working hours. After Wu Boxiong withdrew, Zhu Yuanzhang flipped through those memorials again and realized that some of Li Wei's suggestions were actually quite good. Thus, he carefully copied all the useful ones while marking those controversial proposals, such as making vice ministers guard widows' houses or forcing those who wrote lengthy memorials to copy them 100 times, as suggestions by beloved Minister Li. This manipulation further dug a deeper pit for Li Wei. What had only been waist-deep before now at least reached his chest. On this morning's early court assembly, Li Wei barely escaped a nightmare. Along the way, he cursed Zhu Yuanzhang endlessly in his heart and imagined quitting countless times, but ultimately still made it to Woman Gate on time, entering the palace with the rest of the officials. Inside Fengtian Hall, all officials had taken their positions. Today, the literati officials shot Li Wei especially cold gazes, several even repeatedly turning to glare at him fiercely. Unfortunately, Li Wei was busy napping with his eyes shut and completely missed those sharp glares. Before policy discussion began, Zhu Yuanzhang issued an imperial decree appointing Wu Boxiong, Wang Jie, Wu Chun, and Huang Zai as university secretaries at Huagai Hall, Jingshan Hall, Wuying Hall, and Wenhua Hall respectively, each holding equal rank to Li Wei. The edict particularly emphasized that inner council officials must end work at the third quarter of the Shen hour, and no one was permitted to leave early. This measure clearly targeted Li Wei's recent habit of departing before closing time. Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's appointment of 4 new secretaries, certain people smelled opportunity. The emperor was clearly reducing Li Wei's power. The moment was ripe. Your Majesty, Chun hereby impeaches Wenyan Pavilion University Secretary Li Wei for abusing power. Chen, serving the people diligently, reports even the smallest matters upwards, yet he ordered Chen to guard gates, clearly making things deliberately difficult for Chen. Chen too impeaches Li Wei. Chen's memorial was slightly long, yet he refused to read it patiently and even punished Chen by making Chen copy it 100 times. Everyone began seizing the opportunity for retaliation, all following Zhu Yuanzhang's earlier instructions. Zhu Yuanzhang, with an impassive expression, declared, Chun believed beloved Minister Li's punishment was justified. Just look at what nonsense you wrote. Something needing only 2 sentences dragged into unbearable length. It wouldn't be too severe to make you copy it 100 times. Deep inside, the emperor fully agreed. As for you, serving as a vice minister yet spouting nonsense, could it be you are simply too idle? These ministers were scolded into bewilderment. Had they misunderstood something? Wasn't Li Wei's imperial favor supposedly waning? Sire, it's merely that Chen's household is too poor to afford sufficient paper. Zhu Yuanzhang turned to Li Wei. Beloved Minister Li, what's your opinion? The emperor pushed the issue back to the one who started it all. Li Wei had long since fully woken up. How could he possibly sleep calmly while someone confronted him openly? Stepping forward to bow, Li Wei looked at the elderly man and asked, And how may I address you, sir? Lak Fu is Minister Ru Taishu, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice. The old man gave a cold snort and glared furiously at Li Wei. You, a third-rank vice minister, claim you cannot afford a few sheets of paper? In these times, paper remained quite expensive, far from the cheap commodity it would become in later ages. People rarely even used it for wiping, as everyone was cautious about spending. Though the court did provide subsidized paper monthly for writing memorials, the quantity remained strictly limited. You couldn't simply write as much as you wanted. Old Zhu wouldn't cover limitless costs. Moreover, Ru Taishu's submissions were always excessively lengthy and verbose. Just the paper required for 100 copies of his text would amount to a considerable quantity. You? Ru Taishu sputtered, unable to utter further words through his anger. This official maintains integrity. How can you compare this official to a wicked villain like you? Li Wei rolled his eyes, accused of being a corrupt villain again. Yet he had never taken bribes or bent the law. Still, he couldn't figure out how this reputation stuck to him. However, Li Wei was never one to endure verbal attacks without pushing back. Thinking for a moment, he recalled elderly men practicing calligraphy with water on stone slabs in parks from his later era. An idea formed. Sire, why not let Minister Ru write his memorials with water as ink, using a cloth wrapped on a long stick as a brush, on stone slabs instead? This would save money and paper. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes lit up at the suggestion. What a clever idea. Why hadn't he thought of this before? From now on, whoever wrote lengthy and stinky memorials would suffer this punishment. Excellent idea. Ru Taishu, follow Li Aiqing's suggestion. Copy it 100 times at the Woman Gate. You're not allowed to leave until it's done. Ru Taishu turned pale. His memorial was thousands of characters long. Copying it 100 times at the Woman Gate. Oh no, what a torturous ordeal. Sire, and what about me? Another vice minister urgently asked. As for you, go guard the gate for a whole month, then come back. Later, Zhu Yuanzhang's actions proved Li Wei's favor in court, further solidifying his reputation as a treacherous minister. After court proceedings concluded, Li Wei met with the 4 newly appointed grand secretaries. Though their ranks were equal, since he had previously been the supervisor and also knew no humility, they all still subconsciously treated him as their leader. Now that His Majesty has appointed you all as grand secretaries, from now on we're colleagues of equal standing. These memorials must be divided. Each will take a share. Sitting at his own seat, Li Wei addressed the group. That is only appropriate. Please, Master Li, you may assign the portions. Wu Boxiong humbly replied. Fine, then I'll divide them. Li Wei did not refuse. Wang Jie and the others thought. The phrase "this is burdensome" was merely a polite expression others used, yet he actually said it himself, so direct indeed. Li Wei began assigning the tasks. One for me, a pile for you, another pile for you, a pile for you, another pile for you. Me one you. In no time, only a few memorials remained in front of Li Wei, while Wu Boxiong, Wang Jie, and the others faced massive stacks piling up before them. Master Li, this arrangement seems rather inappropriate. The younger Wu Chun spoke up, not out of resentment over the labor, for reviewing memorials for the Son of Heaven was also considered a privilege. They only worried about receiving too little, never did they complain about having too much. Could it be that you think I've given you too little? Certainly not. This humble servant absolutely does not mean that. It's just that Master Li is showing such great humility, which makes this servant feel rather uneasy. Li Wei paused slightly, not entirely understanding the other's implication. Was he being subtly sarcastic? Wu Chuan felt Li Wei had delegated too much authority, making him somewhat reluctant to accept. However, Li Wei didn't care. As long as nobody openly opposed him, it was fine. No worries at all. It's settled this way. Let's start working. The group proceeded accordingly, each fulfilling their assigned duties. Li Wei also began the arduous process of reading through the memorials. How difficult it was. It wasn't because he couldn't recognize traditional Chinese characters, but the classical prose was hard to comprehend. Even worse, these memorials had no punctuation marks at all, dense and crowded with characters, enough to make his head spin. Thankfully, based on previous experience, these memorials weren't overly lengthy. After struggling to finish reading one, Li Wei started extracting the key points. Shocking. In public, the Minister of Revenue was actually pressed beneath two men. This was a censor's accusation against the Minister of Revenue for extravagantly riding in a sedan chair. Stunned. Whatever happened to this once honorable official, now reduced to such a state? This one announced the retirement of an elderly official due to illness. After much effort, Li Wei finally processed several memorials. His main difficulty lay in comprehension, yet organizing them wasn't too hard. As for employing such sensationalist headlines, he had his own considerations. To be honest, he truly didn't want to continue working anymore. Waking up so early every day was unbearable. By the time the Shen hour arrived, Li Wei had finished his portion. However, since Zhu Yuanzhang had already issued the order about working hours, he couldn't leave early. Thinking for a moment, he remembered there was still official business with the Imperial Armory waiting. He might as well go check while he had free time. It was better than idly sitting around with nothing to do and no computers to play games or surf the internet on. Master Wu, I'll step out for a bit. If anyone asks, tell them I've gone to the Imperial Armory. Li Wei stood up and informed Wu Buoxiong. Busy with his duties, Wu Buoxiong simply looked up and nodded without asking further questions. After all, leaving one's post during working hours wasn't unusual in officialdom, as long as it didn't interfere with work. Besides, Li Wei was the head of the Xuanhuan Pavilion and acting under imperial decree this time. He wasn't truly slacking off. After leaving the Xuanhuan Pavilion, Li Wei asked the palace guard about the direction of the Imperial Armory before exiting through the Woman Gate. Inside the inner palace compound were the palatial halls, including the Xuanhuan Pavilion where Li Wei worked, located near the Woman Gate, and thus considered part of the palace itself. This was why it became known as the Inner Council. Surrounding the palace city lay the Imperial City, mainly housing the inner court offices, the emperor's personal troops, the Yulin Guards, as well as ancestral temples and the altars of soil and grain. Further beyond lay Yingtian Prefecture. The term soil and grain, referring to the deities of earth and crops, symbolized the foundation of agrarian civilization. Both held great importance for the nation. The Temple of Ancestors honored deceased royal family members, while the altars worshipped the gods of land and grain. This represented the very basis of ancient feudal society. Agriculture as the nation's cornerstone and proper social hierarchy as essential for maintaining stability and ruling such a vast empire. Li Wei strolled leisurely through the Woman Gate. Just as he reached the exit, he saw an old man holding an enormous brush, freely writing characters on stone pavement. A water bucket sat nearby, making the scene look quite similar to elderly men riding with water in later-day parks. At first, Ru Taishu found this calligraphy practice quite amusing, but before long, he began to feel something was off. His originally neat and orderly regular script had turned into messy, wild cursive, so wild, in fact, that he seemed to want to finish writing millions of characters in one breath. This scene caused Li Wei to involuntarily stop in his tracks, and smiling, he stepped forward with a remark. Well, Elder Ru, are you practicing calligraphy again? Ru Taishu, who had been focused on writing, looked up and saw Li Wei, his face instantly darkening with anger. He set down his brush and pointed at Li Wei, angrily shouting, "Villain Chancellor, you will eventually reap what you sow." Hee, Master Ru, why are you always getting so angry? Really? All right, I won't hold it against you. With a few dry laughs, Li Wei, unwilling to quarrel, whistled and turned to leave. Chapter 17, Manufacturing the Generator. Stop, don't leave yet. Keep writing. Ru Taishu wanted to chase after the official and say a few more words, but was stopped by the imperial censor monitoring him. Esteemed sir, would you please show a bit of leniency? Ru Taishu asked with humility. Absolutely not. The censor firmly refused. These officials, chosen by Zhu Yuanzhang for their integrity, although known for their sharp tongues, were mostly men of principle, rigid in their views, and showing no flexibility. With no other choice, Ru Taishu returned to his original spot and bent over his writing again. Meanwhile, Li Wei, after many twists and turns, finally reached the Armory Bureau in the northwest corner of the Imperial Palace, where the clinking sounds of continuous hammering could be heard, indicating a bustling operation. Upon entering, a laboring craftsman hurried forward to greet him. Seeing that Li was in official robes, he dared not show any negligence. Humble servant greets esteemed sir. May I ask what brings you here today, sir? Oh, the emperor has sent me to check in. Where is your supervisor? This way, please. Upon hearing this was an imperial decree, the craftsman didn't dare ask further questions and quickly stepped forward to lead the way. Following behind, Li Wei arrived at a small room, apparently an office. The door was wide open, and at a glance he recognized a familiar figure inside. Xiao Detzi, what are you doing here? Lord Li, Startled at the voice, Xiao Detzi turned his head, and upon seeing Li Wei immediately stood up. The middle-aged craftsman seated across from him, dressed slightly better than ordinary workers, also stood hastily. Upon hearing Xiao Detzi call him Lord Li, the previously pale-faced man instantly brightened, nearly jumping from his chair and rushing forward ahead of Xiao Detzi. You're Lord Li? You're Lord Li, right? Lord Li, you must save us. The middle-aged craftsman rushed to Li Wei, fell to his knees, and clutched Li's legs in desperation, startling him greatly. What is your name? Quickly rise. Li hurried to pull him up, but to his surprise found he could barely move the man. Lord Li, please, you must save us. The man ignored him and continued to sob desperately. Li turned to Xiao Detzi for answers. Xiao Detzi gave a soft sigh and explained the situation to Li Wei. It turned out that the day after Li's arrival, Zhu Yuanzhang reviewed content from the computer and summoned a group of craftsmen to establish this armory bureau. Zhu Yuanzhang then described various objects he had seen in the computer belonging to future times, ordering the craftsmen to produce items based on his instructions. At the time, these craftsmen were utterly stunned. He spoke of an iron cart capable of traveling thousands of li without the need for livestock, controlled by one person, or firelocks capable of continuous fire with only the pull of a trigger, without complicated procedures. To their ears, such claims seemed almost absurd. However, royal orders were hard to disobey. Whether they believed it or not, they had to try. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't care either way. In the end, they managed to create two half-finished contraptions. After viewing them, Zhu Yuanzhang exploded with anger, berated them harshly, and threatened decapitation if they failed again. The craftsmen were absolutely terrified. What could they do? They had already tried their best. The middle-aged craftsman in front of them now was named Feng Jianbao, the chief officer, essentially the head of the office, with several overseers beneath him. As for Xiao Detzi, he was the supervising eunuch assigned by Zhu Yuanzhang to the Bureau of Armory. As was customary within the palace, eunuchs were representatives of the emperor and responsible for internal palace affairs, never handed over to external officials. After understanding the situation, Li Wei rolled his eyes. This Zhu Yuanzhang, did he really think those things could be made so easily? Those were products of centuries of accumulated wisdom by countless brilliant minds from a future era. Zhu Yuanzhang knew perfectly well that the likelihood of success was extremely low, yet he still insisted on making an attempt. If it truly succeeded, Li Wei's importance would diminish significantly. At that time, if he tried to cause trouble again, the punishment would likely be far worse than just receiving a caning. All right, get up now. Take me to see what you've made. With effort, Li Wei finally managed to pull Feng Jianbao up. Hearing that Li Wei wished to examine the items they had produced, Feng Jianbao stood up, wiping away his tears. Yet he still tightly clutched Li's sleeve, fearing that Li might slip away. Although this act appeared impolite, for the sake of his life and safety, there was no time to care. Feng Jianbao led Li Wei to an open area, where a strange iron-made vehicle was parked. The vehicle was entirely made of iron plates, having only 3 wheels in total. Its front was equipped with 2 crank pedals, bearing resemblance to the tricycles of later eras, except instead of a chain-driven mechanism, the rear axle was connected through a cluster of gears. Not bad at all. You actually managed to make a tricycle. Li Wei marveled at the tricycle before him, praising it repeatedly. The craftsmanship of these ancient artisans under life or death pressure truly deserved admiration. Upon hearing the compliment, Feng Jianbao showed no sign of happiness. After all, this tricycle was nowhere near what the emperor had expected, traveling thousands of li in one day. Feng Jianbao summoned a craftsman to demonstrate it for Li Wei. The man stood on the pedals and pushed hard, but the tricycle moved forward slowly. Even with the craftsman exerting all his strength, the contraption's speed was barely faster than a normal walking pace. If someone walked quickly enough, they could even overtake it. After all, modern bearings and lubricants were lacking in this era, making pedaling extremely tiring. Li Wei watched as the craftsman circled the open space a few times before signaling him to stop. The tricycle's issues were obvious. The friction in the axles was too high, and the gears were too bulky, resulting in a heavy and slow-moving vehicle. Improvements would actually be simple: installing bearings, replacing with chains, and applying lubricant to certain parts. If these materials weren't available in this era, substitutes could be found. I see. Anything else? Li Wei asked. Esteemed sir, there's also the huochong, firelock, though we've been unable to replicate a true one. We've had to substitute the original firing mechanism with flint. Oh, then is it a flintlock rifle? Show it to me, Li Wei said excitedly. After all, what man wouldn't be excited about guns? Back in his previous life, legal restrictions prevented him from ever handling a firearm, and despite frequently watching intense gunfight scenes in movies and television, he could only sigh in longing. In truth, it wasn't difficult. As long as there were lathes and suitable steel, even if the quality was somewhat inferior, manufacturing was still possible. Firearms were not banned until after the 1990s, and before that, many small workshops could produce guns, some of which even rivaled official factories in craftsmanship. Ultimately, a gun was merely a mechanical device. As long as there were blueprints, any mechanical workshop could manufacture one. Only the quality would vary. Li Wei believed the greatest challenges in producing firearms comparable to those of the future lay in acquiring special steel, and, more critically, smokeless gunpowder. That was no easy task to produce. He once watched a video explaining in detail the production process of nitrocellulose, smokeless powder, and its military applications. The entire process was filled with obstacles, several major accidents occurred along the way, and success was only achieved after numerous trials. Such matters couldn't be taken lightly. He certainly didn't want to die over this. Following Fang Jianbao to another area, Li Wei saw the homemade flintlock rifles. To his surprise, the weapons were far from what he had imagined. The gunstocks were still like ancient firelocks, the barrels thick and solid, but with a slit in the rear part that housed a firing mechanism without a powder pan cover, resulting in poor sealing. Esteemed sir, please observe, just pull this part, and the flint will strike the steel to create sparks, enabling the shot. Fang Jianbao explained while holding the firelock he had painstakingly developed, proudly presenting his flintlock mechanism that could fire without gunpowder. Ancient China wasn't without springs, though they were not as advanced as modern spring steel. Li Wei immediately reached for the firelock to try it himself, but Xiao Detzi quickly stepped forward to stop him. Esteemed sir, this device is quite dangerous. Let someone else demonstrate it. Li Wei hesitated momentarily, then considered the logic behind the eunuch's words. After all, in this era, firearms could easily explode in the shooter's face. Fang Jianbao called over another craftsman. As a minor official, he naturally cherished his life and wouldn't risk testing it himself. This was how society functioned. People were divided into ranks. The craftsman loaded the flintlock, raised it, and pulled the trigger. It didn't fire on the first attempt, only succeeding after 4 or 5 tries. Bang! A burst of flame shot from the muzzle, and the projectile flew out, embedding itself in the target more than 10 meters away. After firing, the craftsman lowered the still smoking weapon. Li Wei approached for a closer look and roughly understood its internal mechanism. All right, I've seen enough. Let me think it over, and I'll try to help you improve it. Li Wei understood the flintlock mechanism, which was very simple. If he wanted to manufacture one, he could start immediately, but he needed to consider carefully and sketch out some drafts first. The three returned to the small room, and Fang Jianbao ordered someone to bring tea, which, although not high quality, was at least drinkable. People in this era enjoyed drinking tea, not necessarily because of its taste, but because plain boiled water tasted quite bland. The wells of the time were shallow, merely dug a few feet underground without any purification treatment. The water quality depended entirely on the nature of the soil. Some tasted bitter, others sour. I've seen both devices. I'll return and think about ways to improve them. The emperor is only trying to intimidate you. Don't worry too much. He probably won't truly take your life. Li Wei raised the teacup and took a sip, then sighed. What a busy life I lead. Ever since Zhu released me, I've been running around everywhere. Just when I finished yesterday's tasks, today I must start another workload, even needing to handle housing matters. This life is quite exhausting. Esteemed sir, we have truly tried our best. Please be sure to help us. Li Wei could afford to take Zhu Yuanzhang's words lightly, but Fang Jianbao couldn't be so dismissive. To people like him, those of lowly status, an imperial decree was as heavy as a mountain. Once issued, it determined life and death. You rest assured. Leave this matter to me to handle. You just focus on your work with peace of mind. Li Wei reassured him, then added, "Oh right, I have some items I need you to help find for me. Please, sir, just speak freely. First, I need some pure copper, specifically the red or purplish kind. Second, obtain a few pieces of magnetite. And third, get some raw lacquer as well." Li Wei needed these materials to construct an electric generator. Chapter 18, In Low Spirits. Although this era could not produce refined copper with a purity exceeding 99.9%, as in later generations, red copper had already existed. However, red copper was relatively soft and difficult to cast into shape, which led people to later alloy it with other metals to create brass, bronze, and white copper. Even so, this red copper still fell short of modern standards of pure copper, but it could suffice for now. Once electricity was available, copper could be further refined using the electrolytic method. As for magnetite, it was already usable. Although its magnetic strength couldn't match man-made strong magnets, it still could be employed for now. Later, after electricity was available, stronger magnets could be manufactured using the principles of electromagnetism. As for the recently mentioned raw lacquer, it was a natural insulating material already widely used in furniture decoration. Fang Jianbao pondered for a moment before saying, "My lord, please rest assured. I will definitely gather everything you need." That's good. Li Wei, a professional in the fields of electrical engineering and mechanical design, found his biggest challenge in the Ming Dynasty was how everything was at a standstill without electricity. Therefore, his priority was to develop an electric generator, putting all other tasks on hold. Moreover, another crucial factor was that his laptop contained many valuable documents, not academic materials, but practical, operation-related professional documentation. Only with electricity could the laptop function properly, making many tasks far more efficient. While Li Wei and Fang Jianbao conversed, a craftsman hurried in and reported, "My lord Li, an official named Xue is requesting an audience." Li Wei was momentarily taken aback. "Xuanhuan? Who was that?" He thought for a moment and decided to meet the visitor first. Let him in. Shortly after the craftsman left, Xiuxian was brought inside. Xiuxian's expression was grim. He had submitted 2 memorials requesting funds for shipbuilding, both of which were rejected by Li Wei. When Li insisted on having a budget compiled, Xue believed the man had intentionally made things difficult out of resentment for Xue's opposition to his appointment as a vice minister. Li Wei recognized the old man upon his entry. He was the official who had opposed Li's promotion to vice minister during the morning court session 2 days earlier. "Lord Li," Xiuxian saluted begrudgingly with a gloomy face. Li Wei saw no reason to be politely insincere and cut straight to the point. Undersecretary Xue, what brings you here today?" "Lord Li, His Majesty has assigned me to oversee the construction of 166 seagoing vessels for maritime transport. I have submitted 2 requests for funding, both of which you denied." May I know why? In fact, he had previously petitioned to see Zhu Yuanzhang himself, but seeing Xue's furious state, the emperor simply pushed the issue back to Li Wei, telling Xue to approach him directly. Didn't I ask you to submit a budget? Li Wei frowned. Yesterday, while sifting through piles of memorials, he had happened to find Xue's proposal. A quick glance revealed a very rough outline, simply stating that each of the 166 ships would cost around 3,000 taels, totaling about 500,000 taels. But there was no detailed listing of expenses. How could such a draft be acceptable? I've written it quite clearly. What kind of budget do you want exactly? Xiuxian snapped, anger flaring. Looking at the man, Li rolled his eyes slightly. A budget cannot be this haphazard. Anyway, Li, unwilling to argue further, turned to Feng Jianbao. Go get some paper and brush. Feng promptly responded and fetched the items quickly. Li wasn't good with a brush, but he tried to manage. With a few quick strokes, he sketched a simple table, then began explaining it to Xue. See, this column lists each expenditure, labor, materials, etc. And this row indicates the unit price, quantity, and total amount. At the end, the subtotals and totals should be written in formal Chinese characters to prevent alterations. In a patient manner, Li explained the method of budget table creation as used in later generations. Xue listened with furrowed brows, only partially understanding. Speaking of Li Wei, he was indeed a jack of all trades. When he first joined that small company operated by the boss, he had worked in the technical department. Though the boss wasn't particularly capable, he certainly wasn't afraid to take risks. One day investing in this sector, the next exploring another. If there was money to be made, he jumped right in. Nearly every field related to electrical work had seen his meddling. Earlier technical staff members had left because, in technical roles, the emphasis was on expertise and precision. Modern enterprises had clear divisions of labor that required specialists, not generalists who dabbled in everything. Unless promoted into management, changing jobs wasn't easy either. Li had been pushed around by the boss for years out of necessity. Initially, things were fine, but later, due to global upheavals, the company's business suffered, and those with talent had already left, leaving behind mostly the elderly, the weak, and the infirm, including Li Wei. Since the workshop director resigned upon sensing trouble, Li Wei had become the multitasking veteran employee. From procurement, production inspection, to shipping and warehouse management, everything fell under his responsibility, and even during bidding processes, he had to help prepare budgets. Even worse, he worked alone, although his colleagues jokingly called him factory director. In reality, only Li Wei was doing actual work in the factory, hiring temporary workers only when busy. Luckily, during that period, the company's business was slow, and the workshop wasn't particularly busy. Otherwise, Li Wei would have been completely overwhelmed. This was the reality of working at a small company. After finishing his explanation, Xiuxian looked at Li Wei as if he had just discovered a new world, his eyes shining while staring at the sketch Li had casually drawn, nearly wishing to snatch it away immediately. Li Wei, with a dry mouth and throat, explained the content of the table thoroughly, briefly introducing the general concept of bidding and tendering, although not going too deep since it might not be applicable in this era. Lord Li, truly ingenious thinking. You are a rare talent. Xiuxian stared fixedly at the sketch, continuously praising. Oh, it's okay. Li Wei felt puzzled. It was just a table after all. He had many ready-made templates on his laptop. Nevertheless, being complimented like this still gave him a pleasant feeling. All right, fine, this is for you now. Go back and try it out. I must take my leave now. Li Wei impatiently handed the sketch to Xiuxian and hurriedly stood up to leave. It was almost time to clock out. If he didn't appear eager to leave at the end of the day, there must be something wrong with his head. He needed to drop by the Wenyuan Pavilion first to let old Zhu know he hadn't skipped again. While passing through the Meridian Gate, he decided to greet Elder Ru, but to his surprise, Elder Ru deliberately pretended not to hear. Barely had Li Wei walked away when Elder Ru returned the greeting. At this point, Elder Ru could no longer hold back his anger. Dog thief, don't run. Let me fight you. Raising a giant writing brush, Elder Ru charged straight at Li Wei, who turned tail and ran. By the time he reached home, legs aching from the long distance, it was nearly evening. Li Wei knocked on the door carrying oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar bought on the way. Master, you're back. Xiaoqing opened the door and shouted in delight upon seeing Li Wei. Li Wei still felt uncomfortable being called master. He felt this title didn't match his age at all. So young. How could he possibly seem this aged? He nodded slightly, handed the items to Xiaoqing, then stepped inside. Although the courtyard was small and shabby, under Xiaoqing's care, it felt somewhat cozy. Since Zhu Yuanzhang had released him from the palace, he'd been constantly occupied. Yes, even though Zhu Yuanzhang considered him lazy and cunning, he himself had barely a moment of rest. He hadn't even had time to tour the city of Yingtian properly, not to mention the legendary Qinhuai River scenery or its renowned courtesans. Over the past 2 days, he had made peace with his fate. He might as well play the fool deliberately, waiting until Zhu Yuanzhang thought him incompetent and demoted him to a lower position or sent him to a remote post. Inside the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang started handling memorials after court sessions concluded. Since the establishment of the cabinet, even though Li Wei was lazy and did strange things, Zhu Yuanzhang's workload had been significantly reduced. Nevertheless, to ensure nothing was overlooked, he personally reviewed every single memorial. Actually, as long as the emperor showed a little care, imperial power would never shift elsewhere. After all, the cabinet could only make recommendations, while the emperor controlled the embroidered uniform guard and the Eastern Depot. Ministers held no real power to resist. Even though Zhu Yuanzhang had seized power halfway through his life, he could kill anyone he pleased. Members of the cabinet were replaced over and over. Unfortunately, despite how thorough Zhu Yuanzhang's centralized system was, it couldn't prevent future decay. Zhu Yuanzhang carefully examined each memorial, cross-referencing the summaries written on small slips of paper attached by the cabinet to detect any discrepancies. Then, after combining them with his own judgment, issued imperial replies before discarding the slips and leaving no traces. Just as he flipped through the memorials, a small note tucked within caught his attention. Written in bold, rough handwriting, the note read, "Shocking. In public daylight." Its style was distinctive, the handwriting sloppy and messy. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart slightly jolted, and he quickly began reading it word by word. A moment later, upon reading the memorial's content clearly, Zhu Yuanzhang flew into a rage, face red and neck swollen as he rebuked furiously. This fellow dares mock Jun. I, the emperor, so brazenly. Absolutely intolerable. Quickly carry my command. Punish Li Wei with 40. No, 30 lashes. In his fury, he still deducted 10 strokes, worried that 40 might actually kill Li Wei. The palace guards immediately obeyed and left the palace. At that moment, the nimble and charming little princess entered the Qianxia palace once again, this time using the pretense of bringing refreshments. She had visited several times in recent days, yet had never gotten to see Li Wei again, leaving her naturally feeling rather depressed. Your daughter respectfully greets Father Emperor, especially bringing these refreshments from Mother Empress. She performed a graceful bow, offering the carefully prepared snacks with both hands. Still agitated from his earlier rage, Zhu Yuanzhang showed no reaction to his daughter's attempt to please him, merely grunting softly, not even raising his head. A moment later, he slightly raised his head, only to find his daughter still standing in the hall. He asked in confusion, "Is there anything else?" The little princess hesitated for a while before finally gathering courage to ask, "Father Emperor, why haven't I seen Li Wei these past few days? Where has he gone?" At the mention of Li Wei, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression, which had slightly softened, instantly turned grim. He snorted coldly. "Dead." The young princess shuddered, stunned for a moment, her face paling. "Dead? Li Wei is dead. Wah, Li Wei is dead." Repeating it several times, she suddenly burst into loud wails. "What are you crying for? Stop it." Startled, Zhu Yuanzhang barked angrily to stop her. "But Li Wei really died? Wah, wah." Chapter 19, The Foremost Civil Official. What does that man's life or death have to do with you? The little princess was at a loss for words and could only weep bitterly to express her sorrow. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned, suppressing his anger as he tried to comfort her. Enough. He's just a storyteller. I'll bring someone else later to entertain you." "But Li Wei is dead." Helpless, Zhu Yuanzhang wondered if she insisted on having only that man to tell stories. "Stop crying. Return to the inner palace quickly. As the Princess of Ming, how improper it is to behave like this. I will find more storytellers for you later to make sure you are pleased." His tone softening, he approached his daughter to comfort her. This daughter was his fourth child, the youngest born to Empress Ma. After her birth, the couple had no more children, which was why they cherished their youngest daughter so much. Otherwise, how could they have tolerated her repeated visits? After calming her down, the little princess left, still sobbing, accompanied by palace maids. Zhu Yuanzhang remained deeply troubled, adding another grievance against Li Wei to his list. After returning home, Li Wei hastily ate something before preparing for bed. After all, he still had court early the next morning. That tyrant's designated hour was truly unbearable. Hardly had he just closed his eyes when several guards hurriedly arrived. At this time, two men in dark clothes had suddenly appeared on top of Li Wei's courtyard wall, quietly discussing something with the guards below. Then, these two men removed their dark outfits, transforming into guards, and strode toward the door with a single kick, sending it crashing open. Li Wei, who had just lain down, was instantly dragged out. He was greatly alarmed. "Who are you? What do you want?" Meanwhile, the commotion had also alarmed Xiaoqing, who came rushing in with a lamp, shrieking in fear when she saw the soldiers, dropping the lamp she was holding. Fortunately, the floor was not flammable. In the dim light, Li Wei recognized the people before him. "Song Zhong, why are you here?" My lord Li, the emperor has issued an order to have you publicly flogged 30 times. Song Zhong coughed slightly, feeling awkward. Indeed, it was he who had climbed over the wall earlier, but Li Wei didn't know this. "What? Why would this be?" "I don't know myself, my lord." Without giving Li Wei time to question further, Song Zhong signaled the men to begin. Li Wei was forced to the ground and brutally beaten. Half conscious, he felt as if he had returned to the Black Chamber in the Qianxia Palace. After the beating, Song Zhong and his men quickly withdrew, some to report back, others remaining in hiding. Helped by Xiaoqing, Li Wei stood up, one hand pressed on his bruised backside. "Damn it. Even outside the palace, I still can't escape this tyrant's wrath." Xiaoqing's expression turned serious as she whispered a warning. "My lord, please watch your words." Li Wei sneered, thinking to himself that he'd spoken worse before, even directly challenging the emperor. Still, he decided not to voice his thoughts, lest he bring another beating upon himself. "Don't wake me tomorrow. I'm skipping work," he mumbled while lying sideways, his sore behind reminding him of the punishment. My lord, that's probably not wise." Li Wei waved his hand and fell silent. It was a sleepless night for Li Wei, pain keeping him from rest. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang also tossed and turned in anger, while another man, xiuxian, similarly couldn't sleep. Speaking of xiuxian, he was indeed a virtuous official. During the construction of the Fengyang Palace, when Li Shanchang falsely accused craftsmen of casting spells against Zhu Yuanzhang, it was xiuxian alone who risked his life to plead on their behalf, saving the lives of thousands of craftsmen. Furthermore, he often petitioned on behalf of the laborers, and many benefited from his kindness. Seated on the dragon throne, Zhu Yuanzhang surveyed the court, glancing unintentionally toward Li Wei's usual spot, only to find it empty. He thought to himself, puzzled, why isn't this kid here? Could yesterday's punishment have been too harsh and injured him? Or perhaps too lenient, encouraging his laziness? All officials bowed 3 times, chanting 10,000 years, finishing their rites. The matter of Li Wei was temporarily put aside for discussion later after court adjourned. Ministers reported in order, and it soon came xiuxian's turn, as Minister of Works. Your Majesty, following the method granted by Lord Li, I have completed the budget for constructing sea vessels. I respectfully request your review. Xiuxian offered the budget documents with both hands, his tone humble. The next morning, Li Wei surprisingly did not show up. No matter how much Xiaoqing called, there was no response. Once all ministers had bowed properly, Zhu Yuanzhang still felt puzzled over Li Wei's absence. One by one, officials presented their reports. When xiuxian spoke, he struggled to hide his excitement. Your Majesty, as instructed by Lord Li, the financial planning for repairing the sea vessels has been completed. I beg you to kindly review it. Holding the account books with both hands, his expression was respectful. That very morning, eager and unable to wait for court to end, xiuxian rushed directly to inform the emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang felt perplexed. The day before, xiuxian had left the court in anger regarding the matter of Li Wei. How come he had already compiled a budget so quickly today? And looking at him, there was no trace of grievance, and he had even used the word advised. After a brief thought, Zhu Yuanzhang also became curious about this budget proposed by Li Wei, and thus ordered it to be brought to him immediately. Su Shou quickly fetched the memorial from xiuxian and placed it before the emperor's desk. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang spread out the paper and saw neatly arranged square boxes filled with orderly characters and numbers. This table was simple and easy to understand. After a brief glance, Zhu Yuanzhang grasped its meaning immediately. All items were clearly listed, with unit prices, quantities, and total amounts clearly visible. Subtotals and totals were also marked, and the figures were labeled using complex homophonic characters to prevent tampering. Brilliant. Such an arrangement was systematic and efficient, saving costs and preventing corruption. Once funds were disbursed but materials not yet received, it would be difficult to escape notice. Although the current accounting method in the Ming Dynasty had certain rules, it was far less efficient than this tabular format. Although Li Wei called it a budget, Zhu Yuanzhang quickly realized its suitability for general accounting. Excellent. xiuxian, Zhen didn't make a mistake. Your budget is superb. You shall be rewarded. Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed excitedly. xiuxian hurriedly knelt down. Your Majesty, I dare not take credit. It was entirely by Minister Li's guidance. I would never have devised such a clever idea myself. Oh, was it Minister Li who taught you? Yes, Bisha. Yesterday, when I went to see Minister Li, I still held resentment, but Minister Li thoroughly explained the budgeting method. Only then did I realize my misunderstanding. Minister Li is truly a pillar of the nation. I feel deeply ashamed. Hearing xiuxian's high praise of Li Wei, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a mixture of emotions inside. Only yesterday had he severely punished Li Wei for his behavior, yet now he learned the young man had such talent. Could it be that he had been pretending to be foolish? At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang felt both joy and irritation. Recalling how he had placed great expectations on the boy, granting him a 5th-grade official rank immediately upon taking office and placing him in a crucial cabinet position, he had always hoped for his service, only occasionally disciplining or teasing him with traps. Now, what it seemed caring now appeared ridiculous. After calming himself, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled slightly. Minister Li truly lives up to Zhen's expectations. It's only natural for him to possess such talent. A look of satisfaction appeared on Zhu Yuanzhang's face, as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. Your Majesty is wise and insightful. I deeply admire. xiuxian flattered, praising Li Wei extravagantly. The ministers watched the two exchanging compliments, their hearts feeling uneasy. Those military officials knew nothing about governance. They were only good at shouting 10,000 years, or napping until court ended, and Zhu Yuanzhang didn't care about them. But for civil officials, this was their domain. If Li Wei truly proved capable, wouldn't they be overshadowed? The emperor had already seized most of the power. Could they now tolerate another Li Wei sharing their authority? Previously, Zhu Yuanzhang had blamed Li Wei for abolishing the Zhongshu province, and everyone knew it was just for their appeasement, so they complained a bit and left it at that. Now, with real division of power at stake, how could that be allowed? Your Majesty, this budget resembles an account book, and since I oversee the Ministry of Revenue, perhaps I should examine it. Su Duo, the newly appointed Minister of Revenue, stepped forward and said, because of the Hu Weiyong case, all previous officials in the 6 ministries had been purged, and these were all new faces now. Zhu Yuanzhang thought it made sense and nodded, signaling Su Shou to hand the budget to Su Duo. Determined to find any flaw, Su Duo took the document and flipped through it. Soon, his eyes widened in disbelief. As head of the Ministry of Revenue, he was familiar with account records, and the merits of this table were evident, especially the use of formal written numerals and inspired stroke. However, the better the table looked, the darker his expression became. This format did not originate from their civil official system, nor was it crafted by some literary genius. It was devised by an outsider handpicked by the emperor. Suddenly, their capabilities appeared inadequate. Moreover, as Minister of Revenue, He knew all the hidden practices of financial records. If such a table were adopted, many things would become difficult to handle, and people might again risk their heads. Although this format is novel, it's somewhat complicated and difficult to understand. Perhaps only Minister Shui and your Majesty, with your wisdom, can grasp it easily. Su Duo hesitated but finally said. Zhu Yuanzhang's face darkened. Explain yourself. Where is it complicated and hard to understand? Jun will explain it to you. Su Duo turned pale, speechless for a moment. You are the Minister of Revenue, yet cannot even understand such a simple thing. Why do we need you? What? Bisha, no, your Majesty misunderstands. Chen does understand. I just feel this matter is slightly troublesome, not complex. Not that it's complex. Chen spoke improperly. It's absolutely not complicated. Fearing possible dismissal, Su Duo quickly knelt down and explained. So you have something to hide. Worry Chen will adopt this table across the Ministry of Revenue and expose your hidden misdeeds. Bisha, Chen has no such intention. Chen is upright in conduct, and such things absolutely do not exist within the Ministry of Revenue. Su Duo was terrified. He had only offered some slight criticism. How did he end up like this? He pleaded while glancing at his colleagues nearby. Seeing the commotion, the military officials suddenly grew interested. Bisha, Chen believes Minister Su is indeed upright and would never engage in corruption. CSC helplessly stepped forward. He did not wish to intervene at this moment. After all, the last time he impeached Li Wei, the emperor had already shown displeasure. If he stirred up trouble again, his official position might be in jeopardy. But he had no choice. Since the Zhongshu province was abolished, the status of the 6 ministries had risen, especially that of the Ministry of Personnel, which had become the top among them. Some even referred to the Minister of Personnel as the Minister of Heaven. As the highest-ranking civil official, if he did not step forward now when an issue arose among the civil officials, his subordinates would no longer heed his authority, and his position as the Minister of Heaven would become meaningless. Absolutely not. Are you vouching for him? Zhu Yuanzhang said coldly. Chen, not at all. That's not what I meant. Chapter 20, Hemophobia. If that's not what you meant, then what did you mean? You dare speak nonsense without the ability to judge people correctly. It seems you don't need to be Minister of Personnel anymore. Benevolent Emperor, your servant pleads guilty. Please show mercy. CSC quickly knelt down and begged. Guards, seize Su Duo and interrogate him properly. Let's see whether this so-called incorruptible Minister of Revenue has actually embezzled funds. As for you, CSC, you shall be transferred to Minister of Rights. Benevolent Emperor, your servant knows his mistake now, truly knows it. As soon as Zhu Yuanzhang spoke, Su Duo turned pale, filled with regret. He wished he had never opened his mouth. CSC, however, felt relieved. Although the Minister of Rights' power wasn't as great as that of the Ministry of Personnel, it was still a lateral transfer, and at least he wouldn't be the scapegoat anymore. He had noticed that whenever Li Wei was involved, speaking out never brought good results. From now on, he would act more discreetly, avoiding getting involved in unnecessary matters, especially those related to Li Wei. Su Duo was dragged away to be questioned, and CSC was demoted too. After dealing with both men, Zhu Yuanzhang finally spoke. I believe this budget chart is excellent and deserves promotion throughout the court. Xiuxian, at your service. This matter is familiar to you best. I entrust it to you to handle, and other departments should promote it as well. Benevolent Emperor, your servant suggests that the Grand Secretary Li knows this budget chart most intimately. Why not let him take charge? Zhu Yuanzhang pictured the lazy figure in his mind and immediately shook his head. He has other arrangements. You handle it. At once, your servant shall comply. Although confused about the emperor's intentions toward Li Wei, Xiuxian did not insist further. Benevolent Emperor, previously when your Majesty mentioned appointing Master Li as Vice Minister of Works, your servant did not understand then. But now I see that Master Li's capabilities are more than sufficient for this position. Your servant respectfully requests that the Emperor approve Li Wei's transfer to the Ministry of Works. You want him now? Xiuxian smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Your servant was foolish before, but now he recognizes his mistake. Zhu Yuanzhang paused thoughtfully, but ultimately refused. Previously, it had been merely an offhand comment, not a genuine intention to appoint Li Wei to the position of a third-rank vice minister. Had he truly wanted to bestow the post, no one could have stopped him. Moreover, this kid clearly was deliberately mocking him, and Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't even dealt with Li Wei yet. He had plans for how to punish him later after court proceedings ended. Morning, Old Master Ru. By the end of the Qin hour, roughly around 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun already high in the sky, Li Wei finally arrived leisurely at Meridian Gate. He glanced at Old Master Ru, who was on duty, and greeted him only to receive a scolding in response. Li Wei didn't mind at all, and walked slowly into the Wenyuanj pavilion. Wu Bozong and the others had already begun their work busily. He alone was late. Several memorials needing handling were placed on his table. Familiar with Li Wei's habits, Wu Bozong and his colleagues had not left him much. Merely a few tokens were placed there. While flipping through them, Li Wei speculated about what punishment Zhu Yuanzhang might impose for skipping work today. According to protocol, he should receive a caning. He had placed a cushion on his backside made especially by Xiaoqing. Having endured so many beatings already, even if Song Zhong hesitated slightly, he still wouldn't be able to endure it. Hence, only this method could work. About half an hour after arriving, court session ended. The morning court varied in length depending on the business at hand. It sometimes ended just past 9 o'clock, which wasn't particularly early today. After the court session, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately ordered a summons for Li Wei. Since Li Wei worked inside the palace, he quickly appeared before Zhu Yuanzhang. Why were you absent from this morning's court session? Zhu Yuanzhang questioned angrily with a grim expression. Yesterday's beating had been severe. He couldn't even get up today. Li Wei spoke casually, unbothered. Having spent so much time with Zhu Yuanzhang, he had noticed that although the latter often resorted to violence and threats of death, in the end, he never truly carried through. So his boldness had gradually increased, and fear of the emperor had steadily diminished. Zhu Yuanzhang felt a surge of fury upon hearing his reply. He knew that this fellow had indeed become more difficult to intimidate. After a cold snort, Zhu Yuanzhang dropped the subject and instead took out the budget list made by xiuxian, asking, "Did you teach xiuxian how to make this?" Li Wei grabbed it and took a look. "Yes, so what? If you indeed have such capability, why didn't you present it earlier?" "I just forgot." Li Wei responded calmly, slightly puzzled in his mind. Then he added, "This is just a basic budget table. I have plenty on my computer. If your Majesty requires more, after I build the generator and connect it to electricity, you may freely copy them." Zhu Yuanzhang had indeed seen the charts on Li Wei's computer before, but those electronic versions differed greatly from the current physical ones, comprising mostly numbers, completely unreadable to Zhu. Hence he hadn't paid much attention. "So then, what else have you forgotten to mention?" Li Wei rolled his eyes. If he could recall, he wouldn't have said he forgot. Seeing Li Wei's expression, Zhu Yuanzhang snorted and said, "If you can't recall, it doesn't matter. We have plenty of ways to help you remember properly. The magistrate of Jiangning has already concluded the trial. The execution will take place at noon tomorrow. You shall oversee it." He still remembered the scene when Li Wei had fainted on the spot after witnessing someone killed by his own hands. Zhu Yuanzhang believed that this kid wouldn't be frightened unless he personally saw bloodshed. Letting him witness the decapitation of a few corrupt officials would naturally instill fear in him. Bisha, disgungpa bu tai haoba, wei chen hayo kandoshu, wei chu li wan bi. Li Wei's face changed abruptly. He definitely didn't want to witness such a bloody scene. Zhen bushu wan ni yi jian, zhi shi shengzhi, ni gang wei kong bu cheng. Li Wei fully understood Zhu Yuanzhang's intention. It was nothing more than another attempt to frighten him. Chen bugan, chen lingzhi. Helplessly agreeing, Li Wei withdrew from the palace after receiving Zhu Yuanzhang's permission, sighing as he slowly made his way back to the Wenyuanj pavilion. The sun rose and set. Another day passed. The vegetable market square of Yingtian Prefecture was packed with onlookers. There would always be idle people eager for excitement. Li Wei arrived late in the afternoon, strolling leisurely while a senior official from the Ministry of Justice had already been waiting for some time. "Minister Li, you finally arrived. Please take your seat quickly." Li Wei complied and sat at the supervisor's seat. There was no need for him to be involved in other affairs. The senior official then ordered the prisoner to be brought out, his crimes publicly announced, and his identity verified before the execution order was declared. Once all the preparations were complete, the official turned to Li Wei and said, "Minister Li, we may begin." Li Wei responded with a nod, slightly embarrassed. He took out his token and threw it toward the executioner while averting his gaze. The executioner picked up the token and immediately proceeded. A sharp, agonizing scream erupted, and the crowd immediately burst into excitement, cheering and clapping. The coroner quickly examined the body to confirm death. Of course, the head had already been severed. Execution was, after all, a technical skill. The highest level involved killing the prisoner with one blow while the head remained partially attached, preserving the body's integrity. A slightly lesser skill involved swiftly decapitating the prisoner, minimizing his suffering. The worst case involved hacking several times before death, which meant immense pain. "Minister, the execution is completed. Please reclaim your token." After completing the task, the executioner returned the token. Li Wei exhaled in relief, turning to receive it back. His gaze inadvertently caught sight of the nearby headless corpse, covered in bloodstains. Good heavens! Li Wei's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. Minister! Minister! Everyone was startled. The senior official from the Ministry of Justice rushed over and checked, finding Li Wei merely fainted without serious injury. Relieved, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of contempt. A moment later, Li Wei slowly regained consciousness. Ignoring the mocking glances around him, he hastily left the scene. Back in the palace, Zhu Yuanzhang burst into laughter upon hearing the report, leaving Zhu Biao thoroughly confused. Zhu Biao had witnessed everything since Li Wei entered court service. If one considered him a favored minister, then the emperor's numerous attempts to trap and severely punish him were inexplicable. Yet if that weren't the case, considering Li Wei's behavior, someone else would have already lost his head by now. "Father, why do you treat this Li Wei so differently?" When puzzled, one should ask. When they weren't arguing, his father was quite affectionate, so no roundabout approach was necessary. This Li Wei indeed differs from others. You'll understand later. Some things couldn't be explained in just a few words. Now that its power was depleted, this exquisite black tablet computer was utterly useless. Zhu Biao nodded in agreement, then asked, "Father, the Hu Weiyong case at the Ministry of Justice is nearing completion. Should we close the case now?" Zhu Biao's heart stirred. Deeply understanding his father's nature, he knew bloodshed was unavoidable. "Father, now is the time for the nation to employ talent. I suggest we close the case promptly to avoid further unnecessary entanglements," Zhu Biao gently advised. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned slightly. "Biaoer, I teach you the way to govern, but benevolence mustn't be mistaken for weakness. Don't be deceived by the false kindness of literary officials." Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't even finished speaking before he waved him away. inwardly regretting having Song Lian tutor the crown prince years ago. In his eyes, a ruler could be generous toward the people, but why should he show kindness to his subordinates? Zhu Biao withdrew helplessly, realizing that further argument would be futile. Li Wei missed morning court due to insomnia and still hadn't appeared the next day. Though absent from court, he did go to the Wenyuanj pavilion. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't comment much, directly ordering someone to escort him to the execution ground for observation. Upon arriving at the scene, Li Wei noticed a familiar face. Minister Ru, have you finished copying your memorial? Li Wei asked, surprised. Humph, none of your concern. Just take care of yourself. Ru Taizu snorted coldly. As Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, upon hearing yesterday that Li Wei had fainted from fear during an execution, he had eagerly volunteered today upon learning the emperor intended to have Li Wei watch again, wanting an opportunity to discipline him. Zhu Yuanzhang saw through his intentions and found them perfectly aligned with his own, so he approved. Someone, arrange a seat for Minister Li. Ru Taizu ordered someone to bring a chair, placing it right next to the execution site to ensure Li Wei could see everything clearly. Li Wei's lips trembled slightly, worried he might get splattered with blood. Minister Ru, what is the meaning of this? The emperor has ordered that Minister Li must witness everything clearly. I am only following imperial instructions. Ru Taizu responded calmly, leaving Li Wei speechless. From his posture, it was clear that if Li Wei refused to sit, he would forcibly make him do so. Though stubborn, Li Wei understood this was all just part of the performance. How could he truly be frightened by it? Truth be told, he wasn't the type to faint at the sight of blood, even as a child. The origin of this issue actually came from a physical examination when he was young. Due to malnutrition and general weakness, the sight of those blood-filled test tubes had triggered an illusion that his own blood would be drained completely. A sudden dizziness followed, and from that moment on, he inexplicably developed hemophobia. Chapter 21. Too frank, unfamiliar with social conventions. Fainting at the sight of blood was nothing more than a psychological fear. In fact, with enough exposure, such a problem could be overcome. Li Wei took a deep breath, sat down, and fixed his gaze tightly on the prisoner about to be executed on the execution ground. Since there was no avoiding it, he might as well overcome this flaw. The blade flashed. Blood spattered. Li Wei clenched his teeth and held on, but still felt his vision darken. He leaned forward, holding his forehead, and eventually fainted. After quite a while, he slowly regained consciousness. Ru Taishu saw Li Wei sitting in the front row. Although his face was pale, he had not fainted on the spot, as his colleagues had described the day before. Ru couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Li Wei rested for a while before finally standing up. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave now, Li said, casting a provocative glance at him. Ru Taishu sighed helplessly. The emperor's decree had already been delivered. Although he failed to see the result he had hoped for, he could only wave his hand to signal Li's departure. When Zhu Yuanzhang learned of this, he too was quite surprised. So he arranged for a series of brutal punishments to be demonstrated before Li Wei. Over the next month, Li would occasionally go to watch beheadings and public executions. During this time, there were even 2 instances of live flaying, where human skins were stripped and stuffed with straw, truly introducing him to many gruesome sights, so revolting at times that he almost vomited, rather than fainted. After over a month of such torment, Li Wei had become accustomed to scenes of bloodshed. His fear of blood had actually disappeared, and sometimes he would even casually offer a few comments. This left Zhu Yuanzhang deeply disappointed. During this time, Li Wei practically lived a carefree life. Matters concerning the morning court meetings had been completely handed over to Wu Bozong. One day, Li, as usual, leisurely arrived at his workplace at around the time of the chancellor's bell. He was a man of principles. Since he received his salary, he must show up on time. Of course, what constituted a reasonable time to him could vary. There was no need to attend the morning court meetings. The Grand Secretariat needed only one person to represent them. Under Li Wei's laid-back approach, the Grand Secretariat system gradually stabilized. Mainly because Li was no longer meddling, Wu Bozong and the others handled affairs quite well. Today, there were no death sentences to watch, so Li passed the morning in ease. However, Zhu Yuanzhang summoned him to the palace again. Your servant greets the emperor. Greetings to the crown prince as well. Li Wei offered a casual bow. Zhu Biao told him to rise, while Zhu Yuanzhang merely stared at him with a frown. Li Wei was already accustomed. After a month of witnessing such brutality, he understood that in Zhu Yuanzhang's hands, life and death were only a matter of time. Rather than living in constant fear, he might as well face things with calm detachment. Life and death meant nothing. If he refused, so be it. Seeing Li's calm demeanor, Zhu Yuanzhang's anger was hard to suppress. Li Wei, why won't you serve me loyally? And why should I? Isn't it one's duty to be loyal to the sovereign and love the nation? Li rolled his eyes. That's just empty talk from hypocrites. I'm not as noble as they are. Zhu Yuanzhang paused, lowered his head in thought. There was some truth in those words. Then what exactly do you want? Name it. And if reasonable, I shall grant it. Li's eyes lit up. After a moment's thought, he boldly made a request. Well, 10,000 taels of gold and a royal title. Zhu Yuanzhang's brow furrowed tightly. He restrained himself from executing him on the spot and coldly replied, if you can present a weapon of mass destruction, I will certainly grant you the title of king. Beside him, Zhu Biao stared in shock. Li Wei actually dared to make such an absurd request, and even more shockingly, Zhu Yuanzhang was actually discussing it seriously. That kind of thing really can't be built, Li Wei helplessly replied, clearly knowing exactly what Zhu Yuanzhang meant. If it can't be done, stop speaking nonsense. Do not mention such unrealistic ideas again. Li had no reply. A moment later, he continued. Fine, I'll speak only practically. My job requirements are simple. 3 points, high pay, few responsibilities, and close to home. Your salary will naturally be adjusted based on your contributions. As for few responsibilities, you need not even bring that up. Wanting a high salary without doing the work. Where in the world could such a good deal be found? As for housing, a residence near the imperial city can be arranged for you. Li Wei thought briefly. High pay and living close. Those sounded fine enough. Then I'd like some flexibility in my working hours. Morning court meetings start too early. I simply can't wake up that early. Zhu Yuanzhang considered matters carefully. The main duties of the Grand Secretariat were handled by Wu Bozong and others. Without Li Wei, the impact was minimal. He had appointed Li to the Secretariat mainly as a formality, but also to keep him close to the Wenyuan Pavilion, where it would be easier to deal with him. You may set your own schedule, as long as no affairs are neglected. But you must report to me daily. Li nodded in agreement. As long as he didn't have to get up early for court, daily reports were no problem. Zhu Biao stood aside listening, envious. Though he was the crown prince, he still had to study and attend to official duties punctually. By comparison, his father clearly set much more lenient standards for Li Wei. Looking at this Li Wei, just a few casual words exchanged, and he had gained such freedom? Zhu had never seen such an easy way to serve as an official. One last crucial point. From now on, you must not insult me at will. Acceptable. Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a cold smile. All right, we've agreed to all your demands. Now it's your turn to tell us how you will serve us in the future. Were all his conditions met? Apparently yes, yet not entirely. Still, what he had managed to obtain was already quite favorable. As for how he would perform in the future, Li Wei pondered for a moment before speaking. Your Majesty, I've heard that our great Ming has an institution called the Bureau of Music and Dance, responsible for performances. You might not be aware, but I am quite knowledgeable in music and dance. If you entrust this bureau to me, I can assure you it will bring in a considerable profit. Li Wei spoke with complete seriousness, while both Zhu Yuanzhang and his son gave him disdainful looks. If you want women, we can simply grant you a few. You misunderstand, Your Majesty. I never meant that. Li Wei denied with a serious expression. Don't talk about that. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't bother to expose him. Li Wei paused, then continued. I can produce a kind of soap for washing clothes and bodies, far superior to soapberry. If mass-produced, it would generate a lot of profit. Making soap was not complicated. Li Wei was confident he could do it. A trivial skill. We don't need it. Li Wei was taken aback, not expecting to be dismissed so quickly. Then I also know a method to produce transparent crystal glass. That should also be quite profitable. Producing glass was not particularly difficult either. Zhu Yuanzhang inhaled deeply, then scolded. Why are you always thinking about money? We don't lack money. Keep these trivial items for yourself. What we need are powerful firearms and iron carriages that can move without beasts of burden. Li Wei smirked to himself, thinking, well, you certainly know how to pick. Your Majesty, these two things are indeed difficult to produce. They can't be completed in a short time. It would require a tremendous amount of human labor and resources. We have people to spare. You name the cost, you'll have whatever you need, as long as they are completed within 1 year. Zhu Yuanzhang spoke with bold confidence. He felt a sense of urgency. Since the devastating defeat at the Battle of Bailing in the 5th year of Han Wu, which had resulted from Su Da's recklessness and overconfidence, 7 years had passed. The Ming Dynasty had already gathered enough strength through years of recovery, while the northern Yuan remained restless. Zhu Yuanzhang had been planning to launch another northern campaign in the coming years. 1 year? Definitely impossible. Li Wei shook his head without hesitation. Come on, even with the technology one brought from the future, this would take decades. But I can improve the existing firearms. They will certainly surpass what you are currently using. He couldn't just offer nothing, so he decided to make matchlock guns as a temporary solution. Frowning in dissatisfaction, Zhu Yuanzhang asked, what if I give you 2 years instead? It would still take at least 10 or 20 years. Looking at Li Wei suspiciously, Zhu Yuanzhang muttered to himself, not a word of this kid's claim can be trusted. Fine then, you start by improving the firearms. Not just firearms. Every weapon that can be improved must be improved. Do well, and I will raise your salary. Fail me, and I'll take everything back. Li Wei accepted the task. At last, he saw a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. Your Majesty, I have some items in my bag that I need to use. Might I ask if I could have them back? Zhu Yuanzhang pondered slightly. You may use them within the palace, but under no circumstances can they leave the palace. For Li Wei, without those items, his claim of being from another time would only be seen as madness. But with them, especially the computer and mobile phone, those objects would appear like divine treasures to people in the Ming Dynasty. If such things existed, even saying he was a god would make others believe him. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang would absolutely not let Li Wei take those items out of the palace. I understand. Though disappointed, Li Wei thought being allowed to use them inside the palace was better than having no opportunity at all. Finally, having obtained some favorable conditions, Li Wei set off with renewed enthusiasm to begin his work. As soon as Li Wei left, the emperor's worries and dissatisfaction immediately vanished. Can't control you, can I? Father, you really agreed to his demands? Zhu Biao looked at him departing proudly and turned puzzled eyes to Zhu Yuanzhang. He found it hard to believe his father, who was never an easygoing person, had given in so easily. What did I agree to? Well, the salary increase, granting him a residence near the capital city, and his flexible schedule. Zhu Biao didn't understand why his father was so lenient with Li Wei. Haha, the raise still depends on his performance. In the end, it's still up to me to decide. That house is only for temporary lodging, not a gift. As for flexible hours, hasn't he been free all this month? What difference does my permission make? Zhu Yuanzhang laughed. Zhu Biao was speechless. Viewed this way, it seemed like nothing had actually been given. But father, you did clearly promise him. Who heard that? Zhu Yuanzhang glared. I did. Looking into Zhu Yuanzhang's glaring eyes and weighing their closeness, Zhu Biao swallowed back the words he had intended to say. He acts so recklessly, why won't you punish him, father? Zhu Biao still couldn't understand. Biao, do you know what kind of officials I like the most? Zhu Yuanzhang smiled. The ones I like most are those who are capable yet straightforward. Zhu Biao. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed coldly at Li Wei, secretly shaking his head. This fellow has been in the court for days, yet he still hasn't memorized all the names of the 6 ministries' chancellors. He was no different when he first entered the court a month ago, still unwilling to even greet others. If these words reached Li Wei's former boss's ears, they would certainly be met with vigorous nods. In his previous company, Li Wei had never been a popular figure. It wasn't that he had conflicts with his colleagues. Rather, he was overly blunt and ignorant of social niceties, always speaking his mind directly, something his more scheming colleagues found hard to tolerate. Chapter 22. Your Highness, don't stop. Such a character would inevitably become isolated in the Ming Dynasty. Even if someone invited him to form a faction, he would be too lazy to pay any attention. In reality, this was exactly how Li Wei was. Compared to the scheming and intrigues of the imperial court, he much preferred studying craftsmanship with the artisans. Therefore, Zhu Yuanzhang was quite satisfied with him, even thinking that all the obstacles he had previously set up were unnecessary. With Li Wei's straightforward personality, it was only a matter of time before he offended all the civil officials in the court. But is he really as impressive as you claim? Zhu Yuanzhang cast a glance at his son. Father, don't let his usual clueless appearance fool you. He's faking it. Each one of his skills alone would provide tremendous help to our Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang said earnestly. Zhu Biao listened thoughtfully, somewhat moved, but still half doubtful. When he returned home that evening, Li Wei began contemplating his future. When he first arrived in the Ming Dynasty, he had been focused only on survival. After escaping the palace, he had felt lost and hopeless. Now, having reached an agreement with Zhu Yuanzhang, he finally felt a little anticipation for the future. He did not crave wealth or glory. He only desired a comfortable life. A villa, luxury cars, household appliances, none of these should be missing. These were the true things worth pursuing, far better than all that so-called fame and fortune. Although his personal goals were far removed from Zhu Yuanzhang's demands, technical skills were universal. Once the core was mastered, everything was possible, especially automobile manufacturing, which was a synthesis of multiple technologies. Once he had clarified his direction, Li Wei immediately began drawing up a flowchart. First, build a generator. This was not particularly difficult. Then he could start making phones and computers, and use design software to complete the flintlock rifle blueprints, since computer-aided drawing was more efficient and convenient than hand drawing. Beyond weaponry, he also planned to research metallurgy. The data stored on the computer was rich. He had downloaded many documents regarding new materials from his boss. While these couldn't be directly copied, they could still serve as references. As for steelmaking, this required high-temperature equipment, and with a generator in place, electric motors were naturally feasible. Of course, generating electricity by human power alone wasn't possible. It could supply just enough electricity to charge a phone or laptop. He could also consider using a water wheel, although this was limited by terrain. But the capital, Yingtianfu, was near the Yangtze River, so this could work. But it was a bit far from the palace, so he would need to discuss this with old Zhu first. Otherwise, perhaps he should build a steam engine. Steam engines required precision processing, meaning he'd need machine tools. No rubber? He could use leather instead. Although rubber was better, there were many substitutes. Besides, this was for static sealing. For dynamic sealing, piston rings would be used, metal components. Perfect sealing wasn't necessary. Even in modern industrial times, moving parts would leak a little gas. As long as the leakage wasn't significant, it would work, just a matter of wasting a bit more. Li Wei kept sketching and writing, eventually summarizing 3 key points. First was manpower, not just laborers, but real talent. This could only be developed gradually through education. Second was money, plenty of it. Li Wei felt old Zhu was too poor to support this, so he'd have to figure out other ways to fund himself. Zhu Yuanzhang would certainly be curious if he knew what Li Wei was thinking. Finally came policy support. With Zhu Yuanzhang's backing, this probably wouldn't be a problem. In fact, Li Wei was mistaken here. Among the 3 conditions, it was actually the third one, the resistance from the entire era, that was the most difficult. After making the plans, Li Wei began getting busy. Fang Jianbao had already brought the red copper Li Wei required. Following his instructions, the craftsman first shaped the copper into bars, and then used wire drawing plates to produce copper wires. Once the copper wire was ready, it had to be varnished. Li Wei personally drew the blueprints, had a carpenter craft the stator casing, wound the copper wires coated with insulating varnish into stator coils, and then shaped the prepared magnets and mounted them on the shaft. For the bearings, Li Wei had the craftsman make a bearing with 2 iron rings and several cylindrical rods inserted between them, an inferior substitute compared to modern industrial products, but better than nothing. He added a bit of lubricating oil as well. Then, under Fang Jianbao's mournful gaze, he disassembled the tricycle, connecting the pedals and gear parts to the motor shaft. After several days of work, the first human-powered generator was completed. Subsequently, Li Wei went to Zhu Yuanzhang to borrow a multimeter and measured the voltage. He discovered that the voltage fluctuated because the human pedaling speed wasn't stable. Next came the improvements. adding a flywheel to store inertial kinetic energy to stabilize the rotational speed, and incorporating a ratchet mechanism to prevent reverse rotation. After repeated calculations, tests, and adjustments, a relatively stable voltage was finally achieved. Li Wei, sweating heavily from the effort, stood up and looked at the crude generator before him. A sense of achievement welled up in his heart, bringing him satisfaction and pride. When his hometown had just been connected to the power grid during his childhood, he had tinkered with electrical appliances on his own, and although he had been electrocuted a few times, he quickly understood how they worked. He was under 10 years old when he was already able to fix televisions. This kind of talent was truly extraordinary. The craftsmen gazed at this senior official of the 5th rank, having followed him busily for many days. Though they didn't understand what he was making, seeing his joy, they couldn't help feeling happy themselves. After spending these days together, Li Wei showed no airs of an official, never scolding them, and even when their work wasn't up to par, at most he would just say a few words. This earned the craftsmen sincere gratitude, and they gradually became somewhat fond of him. "Sir, is this thing already completed?" Fang Jianbao carefully asked. "It's done." Li Wei exhaled deeply. As soon as the generator was built, he could use the computer and mobile phone again. The computer was not a big deal, but the mobile phone was practically an extension of the human body. These past few months without a computer and phone had truly troubled him. "You must assign someone to guard this thing carefully. Don't let it get damaged." "Don't worry, sir. I will surely keep it safe." "Oh, and have you finished making those wires and sockets?" "Yes, sir. I've completed them. I'll have someone bring them over right away." Fang Jianbao had someone bring over a socket, made according to Li Wei's instructions. The shell was wooden, the copper wires and plates handmade, while the insulation parts were wrapped with cotton thread. This kind of silk-wrapped wire had indeed been used in the past, and even electrical tape was made from gauze. Li Wei carefully inspected everything, confirmed there were no problems, then hurried off excitedly to ask Zhu Yuanzhang for the computer. Because Li Wei came every day to report progress, the guards at the gate had long received orders not to stop him. Arriving at the Qianxing Palace, he didn't see Zhu Yuanzhang, but Zhu Biao was there. "Your Highness." Zhu Biao had a mild temperament. Li Wei didn't even bother to perform a formal bow, merely calling out casually. Zhu Biao, busy with official matters, glanced at him and smiled in response, already used to his lack of etiquette. Zhu Biao was a relaxed and easygoing person, not the type to hold a grudge over such things. Li Wei didn't restrain himself either, randomly grabbing a stool to sit and wait for Zhu Yuanzhang's return. It was already late in the day, and soon enough Zhu Yuanzhang returned from court. Li Wei quickly stood up to greet him respectfully. Zhu Biao, being lenient, didn't mind his previous lack of decorum, but Zhu Yuanzhang certainly wouldn't be so forgiving. If Li Wei remained seated, Zhu Yuanzhang might genuinely punish him with a beating. "Your Majesty, I have already built the generator. Look, may I borrow the mobile phone and computer to charge them?" Zhu Yuanzhang listened with joy in his heart, for he had once used the computer as well. But since the power had gone out, its screen had remained dark and no longer regained its former brilliance. Li Wei had previously said that the generator must be built before the computer could function again. Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment and said, "Can't you just bring this generator here?" He still didn't want too many people to see the computer, at least not yet. Li Wei paused briefly, then smiled wryly. "Your Majesty, the generator is rather large and quite heavy. What of its weight? My soldiers are strong and capable. Just assign some men to help you carry it." Li Wei considered briefly. Although it would be difficult to move, if the emperor insisted, he had no choice but to comply. Thus, Li Wei led several physically strong guards to the arms bureau and carried the heavy generator back to Qianxing Palace. Qianxing Palace was spacious enough, so placing the device inside posed no problem. Once the guards departed, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao cast curious glances at the generator. Li Wei immediately got busy reassembling the parts he had disassembled for easier transport, which took quite a while to complete. "Your Majesty, this generator requires human power to operate. Should I call someone to help?" Li Wei asked. "No need. Biao, you come and give it a try." Zhu Yuanzhang naturally didn't want to call anyone else, as he was about to retrieve and use the computer shortly. Zhu Biao was taken aback and turned his gaze to Li Wei. Li Wei said he had other matters to attend to. With no choice, Zhu Biao followed Li Wei's instructions, stepped onto the pedals, and started stepping. The pedals had already been modified by Li Wei, equipped with pedal boards and lubricated with bearings, so it wasn't too tiring. "Your Majesty, where's the computer?" Zhu Yuanzhang shifted his attention from the generator, turned around, and went into the back chamber to fetch the backpack. Li Wei excitedly unzipped the backpack, took out the computer, connected the wires, and plugged it in. The laptop immediately responded. The small power indicator light blinked, and Li Wei eagerly pressed the power button. The computer screen lit up. Zhu Yuanzhang saw that the computer had indeed revived as Li Wei had promised, after being connected to the power, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhu Biao, who was still stepping on the generator, saw the black panel suddenly light up and couldn't help but feel shocked, curiously leaning in to take a closer look. Right after the screen came on, it made a short beep sound, displayed a low battery warning, and then went dark again. "Your Highness, don't stop," Li Wei urgently called out. "Step faster. Step faster." Zhu Yuanzhang also urged loudly. Zhu Biao glanced at the two of them. "Look at you two fiddling with this device, while making me do all the hard work. Aren't you just bullying an honest man?" Though Zhu Biao dared not defy his father's command, he continued pedaling with obvious reluctance. Li Wei pressed the power button, and the computer screen lit up again. "Move aside." Just as the computer started and Li Wei was about to look up some information, Zhu Yuanzhang shoved him aside. Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't yet satisfied his curiosity about the machine, nor had he finished watching those films. Of course, he meant only the so-called decent ones. With practiced ease, Zhu Yuanzhang opened a folder and selected a movie to play. Zhu Biao, still hard at work, suddenly heard a sound from the glowing screen and couldn't help but curiously lean closer to look, though his feet never stopped moving. "Father, what is this thing?" Zhu Biao asked, puzzled. Chapter 23. Do you really think I am that foolish? Computer. What's a computer? A device that emits light and plays videos. Sigh. Even if I explained it to you, you wouldn't understand. When you have time, try it yourself. Zhu Yuanzhang pretended to be knowledgeable, repeating a few lines Li Wei had taught him. Zhu Biao, seeing his impatience, stopped asking further questions and silently contemplated how he'd try it secretly after his father attended court the next morning. Your Majesty, I still need this computer. Researching information and creating designs all depend on it. Li Wei helplessly said, since Zhu Yuanzhang wouldn't let him get close. You can't rush things for now. After I return from court, you'll be able to use it again. Zhu Yuanzhang continued immersing himself in the movie. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao's heart sank. Then when would he finally get a chance to try it? Seeing this, Li Wei stopped arguing and instead pulled out a phone charger from his bag to charge his phone. What's this? Zhu Biao, noticing Li Wei pulling out another small blackboard-like object, couldn't help asking. A mobile phone. It can emit light and sound too, similar to a computer. Oh, then why can't we turn it on using your method? It's always stuck on the same screen. Zhu Yuanzhang, who had been watching the movie, suddenly lifted his head and asked. Ever since the computer ran out of power, he had tried using this phone too, but it had stayed stuck on the lock screen and eventually ran out of battery. He abandoned the attempt later due to heavy official duties, completely forgetting about it. It requires fingerprint unlocking. Li Wei had simply pressed it once before and hadn't explained it thoroughly. What is fingerprint unlocking? Well, you see, everyone's fingertip patterns are unique. This button can recognize my fingerprint, and only I can unlock it. Zhu Yuanzhang was slightly stunned, filled with astonishment. He knew that fingerprint-based identification had existed as early as the Song Dynasty. China had long surpassed the West in this aspect. The West didn't begin studying fingerprints until the 17th century. Yet what amazed Zhu Yuanzhang was how such a small button could possibly recognize a fingerprint. What is the principle behind this? It's rather complicated. Li Wei roughly explained the concept of capacitive fingerprint sensing. Zhu Yuanzhang listened for a while, but remained completely confused, only understanding that it involved components called capacitors. Zhu Biao, sitting nearby listening to their conversation, felt as though he had glimpsed into an entirely new world. Though Li Wei's words were clear and audible, they were difficult to comprehend, and many of the terms were completely new to him. He vaguely sensed that Li Wei seemed to be hiding some secrets, and his father appeared to already know everything. The phone, unused for months and completely drained of power, took more than half an hour to charge before rebooting. What followed was Zhu Yuanzhang messing with the computer, Li Wei occasionally using his phone, while Zhu Biao focused on physical exercise. The next morning, Li Wei woke up unusually early. Around 8 o'clock, he arrived at the Qianxia Palace, as both his phone and computer were kept there by Zhu Yuanzhang, forcing him to come daily for access. Li Wei thought he arrived quite early, yet when he reached, he found Zhu Biao already there. Zhu Biao sat in front of the computer, poking around and clicking here and there, actively exploring this object from the future. Li Wei's early departure the previous night allowed Zhu Yuanzhang to reveal the truth about his origins to his eldest son. Combined with the miraculous presence of these devices like the phone and computer, and Li Wei's actual construction of the generator, claiming both devices ran on electricity, Zhu Biao had become mostly convinced, retaining only a slight doubt rooted in deeply ingrained beliefs that wouldn't easily disappear. Good morning, Dangxia. Li Wei greeted respectfully. Good morning too, Li Qingjia. Please help guide me through operating this computer. As Li Wei approached, he saw Zhu Biao exactly like his father at the beginning, randomly opening various programs. Fortunately, he hadn't touched the learning materials. Li Wei grabbed the mouse, closed the unnecessary windows, and proceeded to guide Zhu Biao just as he had previously taught Zhu Yuanzhang. In fact, basic operations weren't difficult. Simply follow on-screen instructions and click accordingly. Complex functions could be gradually learned through practice. Is the budget spreadsheet you mentioned formatted something like this? Pointing to the document he had just opened, Zhu Biao continued. Yes, but this one is even more powerful. The numbers can calculate automatically. Let me show you. Li Wei casually created a table to demonstrate basic automatic summation features, leaving Zhu Biao astounded. If all the governmental departments could use this kind of tool, wouldn't handling official affairs become significantly easier? That's for sure. However, it's impossible. There's only one computer, and even the emperor forbids removing it from the Qianxia Palace. Li Wei muttered slightly resentfully. After all, these were originally his personal belongings. After Zhu Biao basically mastered the operating methods, he requested to take over the computer. All right, I've got it now, Ministerly. Please allow me to operate it myself. However, Li Wei did not give in and said, Your Highness, I still need to use this computer for work. Perhaps you could try something else for now. Zhu Biao was taken aback. His smile gradually faded as he replied sternly, Ministerly, what exactly do you mean by that? I am using the computer for state affairs as well. There is much valuable information here that benefits our country. As the crown prince, it's my duty to thoroughly study these matters. Saying this, he ignored Li Wei's objection and nudged him aside. Li Wei could only roll his eyes. Luckily, he still had his phone. Zhu Biao reopened a movie previously watched by his father, Zhu Yuanzhang. He became excited while watching it, shouting occasionally and nudging Li Wei constantly with various questions, preventing Li from even peacefully using his phone. Although there was no internet, the phone did contain offline mini-games and pre-saved novels, plenty of interesting content. After some zhong, the computer suddenly emitted a warning sound and then shut down, again out of power. Watching videos consumed a significant amount of battery. Though it had been fully charged the previous day, Emperor Zhu had taken the computer to the rear palace the entire night before. What he had been watching, Li Wei could only wonder. He merely knew that the battery had drained to a dangerously low level, resulting in Zhu Biao's brief usage time before shutdown. Ministerly, what is going on now? Zhu Biao pointed at the black screen, asking. It's out of power, Crown Prince. Li Wei replied in a sour tone. Well then, what shall we do? Li Wei subtly glanced toward the generator, suggesting. Perhaps your highness should engage in some physical exercise again. Zhu Biao froze. Li Qing, I am the Crown Prince, he emphasized his position. I understand, but I believe the prince is rather frail and needs more exercise. I am merely considering your well-being. Dan Xia. Zhu Biao sat, silently contemplating, thinking to himself. Father forced me to pedal that machine before, and now you, a mere official, also wish me to do the same. What kind of intention do you really have? Do you see me as a soft target? I hope you enjoy this version. Mr. Li, Zhen believes you need more training. Zhu Biao said solemnly. Li Wei remained silent for a moment. Your Highness, how about we play a game? The loser must do some exercise, perhaps arm wrestling? Li Wei suggested, secretly planning. I might not be able to handle your father, but surely I can handle you, who appears rather weak. Excellent idea. Zhu Biao readily agreed. Before long, Li Wei sullenly started up the generator. Though Zhu Biao appeared rather slim and unimpressive, his strength was truly considerable. Li Wei, being a lazy modern-day shut-in, naturally couldn't match ancient people who often walked dozens, if not hundreds, of miles regularly. Whether military generals or civil officials, during the imperial examinations they relied on their legs, and once in office, walked daily to court. How could Li Wei possibly compete? Thankfully, operating the generator wouldn't interfere with his ability to look at his phone. For several consecutive days, Li Wei could only use the computer after Zhu Biao completed his daily governmental tasks. Zhu Biao had long been involved in state affairs. Now, every memorial document was copied to the Eastern Palace, providing him with a copy before he processed it and submitted it to his father for review. Even with the existence of the Grand Secretariat, this practice remained unchanged. Old Zhu made him review them specifically for training, so naturally wouldn't omit it. Originally, Zhu Biao would finish official work in the Eastern Palace before heading to Qianxia Palace to report to his father. But after acquiring the computer, he moved his office directly to Qianxia Palace, arriving every morning earlier. After pedaling the generator for 2 days, Li Wei's legs ached. Initially, he hadn't felt tired, but eventually fatigue caught up. Thus, he ordered craftsmen to create a long wire, placing the generator outside the palace gates, assigning guards to pedal it. Several days later, Li Wei finally completed the design drawings for the flintlock rifle. On the computer screen appeared a three-dimensional model of a sleek, long-barreled rifle, rotating as he manipulated it. Having finished his duties, Zhu Biao curiously stood behind Li Wei, observing his newly completed work after several days. Didn't know you could draw. What is this? This, Li Wei calmly replied, is the flintlock rifle I designed, a firelock that ignites using flint, which eliminates the need for open flame. Despite plagiarizing the design, who would know? Mr. Li, truly remarkable, coming up with such an ingenious invention. With this firelock, our army's combat capability would greatly improve. What is the power like in this firelock? Its power definitely surpasses current firelocks, and most importantly, it's more convenient to fire. Once I produce it, you can personally test it yourself. Minister Li, you truly can build this? Zhu Biao asked in surprise. Li Wei gave him a sharp look. When needing help, he's calling me beloved minister. But when arguing, there's no hint of warmth left. Of course, your father. Well, His Majesty kept me here precisely for developing this. Oh, so that's how he shows his trust and favor for you. Chancellor, no, it's just his way of exploiting me, pushing me into the issue of abolishing the chancellery. I'm not stupid, you know. Oh, so you figured it out already? Why would you say such words, beloved minister? Father clearly wants to credit you for the achievements. How could it be seen as harming you? Though Zhu Biao felt displeased internally, he did not reveal it. Do you really think I am that foolish? Li Wei rolled his eyes again. Although he did not know much about memorials submitted to the throne, through occasional chats with people like Wu Bozong, he had gained a general understanding of court affairs. As for Zhu Yuanzhang believing he didn't even know the names of the 6 ministries' chancellors, it was not entirely accurate. He actually knew them, but couldn't quite remember which name corresponded to which ministry. Looking at Li Wei's expression, Zhu Biao silently pondered. Was it really appropriate for him to speak like this toward his crown prince? Even if one already understood the situation, wouldn't it be better to feign ignorance? Li Wei completely ignored Zhu Biao's inner thoughts. In fact, back when he first graduated, he had indeed once tried changing himself to become more smooth-talking and worldly wise for better adaptation to society. Yet after trying for some time, he found it extremely uncomfortable. That kind of life, pretending and speaking insincerely, was not truly what he desired. So eventually he reverted back to his original self. Chapter 24, Searching for Craftsmen. Though not highly emotional intelligent, he saw many things clearly. Only his reaction was a bit slower. When interacting with others, he usually chose to be straightforward or keep a distance. Because of this character trait, many of his classmates had been promoted to senior engineers in offices, while he was still working busily in the workshop. Li Wei took out paper and pen and carefully copied his entire flintlock gun design, including detailed exploded diagrams of every component. Creating a real object required more steps. Design was only the beginning. Many tasks still awaited him. Li Wei left Zhu Biao behind and went straight to the Armory Bureau to seek craftsmen. Fang Jianbao, after receiving the drawings from Li Wei, couldn't help but feel deeply impressed. Such a complex device had been depicted so clearly on paper. Can you make it? Li Wei asked. I think we can, Fang replied. At this time, steel forging and cast steel methods existed, though not as advanced as those of future generations. However, for the barrel of a flintlock rifle, they were sufficient. As for technologies like seamless steel tubing, those were not needed yet. Great then, you can begin assigning people to start production. If problems arise, we'll resolve them together. Alright. Originally anxious, Fang Jianbao felt much relieved after hearing these words. The esteemed Mr. Li standing before him was completely different from other officials. Other officials, when assigning tasks, only knew how to demand results and set conditions, without the slightest concern for how to actually accomplish them. But Li Wei genuinely discussed solutions with them and always found effective approaches to resolve issues, earning the admiration of skilled craftsmen. With Li Wei by their side, they gained enough confidence. Inside the Ministry of Justice, the Minister Zhang Zongyi stared solemnly at the statement in his hands. It was a confession recently written by Su Duo, the Minister of Revenue, who had recently been imprisoned in the imperial jail by the Emperor's order. In this confession, Su Duo admitted serious crimes and also had ties to the Hu Weiyong case. The most troublesome part was that the old man, seeing no hope of redemption, started falsely accusing others indiscriminately, implicating not only meritorious officials like Lu Zhongheng and Fei Zhu, but also mentioning another person, Song Shun. Song Shun was the grandson of Song Lian, who had once been the Taiyu's teacher. This matter was extremely significant. It made Zhang hesitate. If he directly reported it to the emperor, more people would likely lose their heads. Most officials had relationships as teacher-disciple or old friends. Once investigated deeply, no one could guarantee they themselves wouldn't be implicated. After long consideration, Zhang Zongyi brought the confession to see Zhu Biao. He knew Zhu Biao had always been kind-hearted. Moreover, this matter involved his former teacher Song Lian, so Zhu Biao surely wouldn't remain indifferent. Inside the Qinqing Palace, Li Wei was alone, using the computer to design blast furnaces and related equipment of later generations. However, this was not his area of expertise, nor was it something he understood well. Thus, he simply sketched a rough draft. The rest would depend on the craftsmen of the Ming Dynasty to explore on their own. But he believed these craftsmen would be capable since this simplified homemade blast furnace was only a slight improvement upon their current techniques, not something particularly complex. After the initial novelty wore off, Zhu Biao no longer fought with him for access to the computer. After all, Zhu Biao was not a man indulged in pleasures or lacking self-discipline, and he had many political affairs to manage. Soon afterward, Zhu Yuanzhang returned from court, and after Li Wei paid his respects, he began reporting on his work progress over the past few days. I've already instructed the craftsmen to start producing the flintlock rifles. In about 3 to 5 days, samples should be ready for testing, and then we can make adjustments according to the results. Upon hearing Li Wei's report, Zhu Yuanzhang felt great anticipation for this new weapon. The upcoming northern expedition surely would benefit from such support, making the campaign smoother, for the northern Yuan remained a significant threat to the Ming Dynasty. Good, do your best. If you have any needs, just ask. Should the results satisfy us, you will surely receive generous rewards. Zhu Yuanzhang made his usual promise. As for Li Wei, he still placed some trust in Zhu Yuanzhang's commitments. He had already moved into the house gifted by the emperor. It was much larger than the previous small courtyard, and the overall conditions were better, especially saving a considerable amount on rent. Life had become much easier now. Your Majesty, the Taiju and Minister of Justice request an audience. Just then, a young eunuch called from outside the door. Thanks to the computer, Zhu Yuanzhang had specifically warned that even young eunuchs could not enter the inner chamber at will. They must wait outside and announce visitors. The hour is here with Zhang Zongyi. Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing that. He immediately understood. Zhang Zongyi had something to report and deliberately brought the Taiju along, clearly wanting the Ta's influence to intercede for him. Let them in. Although somewhat displeased, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't become angry. After all, it was Zhu Yuanzhang's own decision to involve the Taiju in state affairs, to let him become familiar with governance as soon as possible so he could one day succeed him. What Zhang Zongyi did not exceed his authority. Seeing someone coming in, Li Wei hurriedly put away the computer, following an earlier instruction from Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhang Zongyi and the Taiju Zhu Biao entered together and each performed a bow. Because there were guests present, Li Wei politely returned the salute to Zhu Biao as well. Your Majesty, I followed your orders and interrogated Su Duo. I've obtained results now. Here is his statement. Please take a look. Zhang Zongyi handed the confession to the emperor, somewhat nervously. As Zhu Yuanzhang flipped through the pages, his face gradually turned dark. He already knew about Lu Zhongxiang and others having dealings with Hu Weiyong, and he had actually considered pardoning those generals. These men had been his comrades in arms, men who shared life and death bonds with him. He understood them very well. They were straightforward by nature and often spoke without thinking, especially when drunk, similar to Li Wei in that way. But as for actually plotting rebellion against him, he didn't believe they'd go that far. Zhu Yuanzhang's prestige within the military was unmatched. None of them dared even contemplate betrayal. Indeed, Hu Weiyong had sent someone to summon them before his execution, urging them to revolt, but none of them had moved a muscle. That was the strongest proof of their loyalty. Su Duo was implicating so many people merely hoping punishment couldn't be extended to everyone, hoping to gain a little mercy for himself, especially Song Shun. If only because of Song Lian's relationship, Zhu Biao would certainly plead for him. At that time, Su Duo might also obtain leniency. Humph. I assure you, it's not what you think, father. However, the Hu Weiyong case has already dragged in countless people. If this continues like this, court affairs will surely suffer. I beg you, my father, to consider this with wisdom. These corrupt officials, traitors and scoundrels alike. If we keep employing such men to govern our dynasty, things can only get worse. Biao, I taught you to show compassion only to loyal generals, virtuous officials, and common people, never to these kinds of villains. Father, Zhu Biao wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Zhu Yuanzhang's wave of the hand. Coldly, Zhu Yuanzhang continued to Zhang Zongi. Su Duo took bribes and perverted justice. His entire family must be confiscated and he himself executed. Lu Zhongxiang, Fei Zhu, and others have made contributions to the nation. They will be temporarily spared in order to redeem their offenses through future merit. Before his words fully settled, a chilling gleam appeared in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes as he continued. As for the rest, deal with them according to the law without mercy. Song Shun colluded with traitors. Execute his entire clan. What? Zhang Zongi and Zhu Biao were both shocked simultaneously. Harsh punishment was expected, but why specifically wipe out Song Shun's family? Would this not implicate Song Lian as well? This result surprised them both greatly. Why does my father act this way? Zhu Biao asked loudly. Zhu Yuanzhang only coldly snorted, giving no answer. He looked first at Zhang Zongi, the Minister of Justice, who quickly lowered his head and accepted the command. I follow your order. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded. You may go. I take my leave. Zhang Zongi bowed and exited, fully aware that the kaiju and the emperor would soon quarrel. It was wiser to remove himself immediately. Only Li Wei stood beside them, stunned yet slightly eager for what would come next. Su Duo exposed Song Shun, precisely because he knew Song Shun was Song Lian's grandson. You, as the crown prince, will surely plead for your teacher. He was using exactly that angle to act. Don't you understand that? As for Zhang Zongi, he also knew this, which is why he brought you here to see me together. No sooner had Zhang Zongi left than Zhu Yuanzhang angrily scolded Zhu Biao for being naive, while Zhu Biao himself was equally unwilling to back down. I naturally see it clearly, father, but this is exactly what I wish to do. Even if I am used by them, I still bear no regret. Foolishness. A sovereign should never be manipulated by ministers. Zhu Yuanzhang grew furious. Are you telling me I must stand by and let my teacher suffer? Father always taught me to govern the nation with benevolence. How can you now force me into a position of cruelty? There is a separate plan concerning Song Lian. I spoke specifically of those corrupt civilian officials just now. I taught you to have mercy upon the people, not to let that mercy extend to crooked officials. Being lenient toward corrupt officials only encourages their harm to the people. Even if they are not terrible villains, they could still be lazy or negligent. If you show them mercy, you only allow them to idle away and eventually harm the people. As Zhu Yuanzhang ranted against deceitful men, he pointed directly at Li Wei, who immediately showed his dissatisfaction. Your Majesty, when you speak of these deceitful characters, can you please not point directly at me? Zhu Yuanzhang gave him a fierce glare. It's exactly you I am pointing at. What's wrong with that? Li Wei rolled his eyes in frustration. I see you've been spoiled rotten by that old man, hence your weakness. That old man never stayed in his place, turning the crown prince into this soft fool. His true goal is so future emperors can be controlled by civil officials. Father, my teacher is definitely not like what you described. He is upright and sincere, only wishing to train me into a wise and just ruler. He has never harbored such intentions of control. You're too kind. You only see their surface appearances, never realizing the darkness behind. Father, do not speak further. Leave now. Father, leave at once. Zhu Yuanzhang shouted fiercely. Zhu Biao, wearing a look of pain and helplessness, had no choice but to exit. Li Wei, watching from the side, felt his heart pound with fear. Still furious, Zhu Yuanzhang saw Li Wei standing there in a daze and became even angrier. He bellowed. What are you still doing here? Go already. Startled, Li Wei hurriedly followed Zhu Biao out. Catching up with Zhu Biao, Li Wei saw the prince's deeply worried expression. Feeling sympathy, he tried to comfort him. Your Highness, the emperor is just hot-tempered by nature. Please don't take it to heart. At this moment, Zhu Biao was already deeply troubled over Song Lian's matter and had no mind to reprimand Li Wei for his disrespectful tone toward the emperor. Chapter 25. Is everything ready? Minister Li, my father insists on executing my teacher. What should I do to save him? Li Wei replied casually. Naturally, you must seek someone who can stop him, such as your grandparents or your mother, the empress. Zhu Biao's eyes lit up. His grandparents had passed, but his mother truly had influence over the emperor. That's right. I can go to my mother. Thank you, Minister Li, for the advice. Truth be told, he had only asked Li Wei on a whim, like a sick man grasping at straws, but Li Wei's offhand remark had truly enlightened him. Oh, no problem. Just don't tell His Majesty it was my idea. Don't worry, I won't mention it. Giving him a reassuring glance, Zhu Biao hurried off to see Empress Ma. Watching Zhu Biao rush off joyfully, a faint sense of unease flickered across Li Wei's mind. Sure enough, that evening, just as he returned home and lay down, someone came and summoned him out, only to beat him with sticks. The next day, an indignant Li Wei went to confront Zhu Yuanzhang. only to learn the meaning of final interpretation. Didn't your Majesty promise not to punish me without cause anymore? Oh, did I really say that? Aren't you asking for a lesson by stirring up the crown prince? In truth, whether in the palace or at his own home, Zhu Yuanzhang was fully aware of his every word and deed. Zhu Biao didn't even need to speak. But pleading with Empress Ma did work. Zhu Yuanzhang did indeed spare Song Lian, though only Song Lian was spared, with others still punished. This way, he weakened the civil officials' faction and made the crown prince appear benevolent and magnanimous. After all, saving one's teacher is always a praiseworthy act. In fact, this outcome suited Zhu Yuanzhang perfectly well, as Song Lian had been the crown prince's mentor. If truly executed, the crown prince would have inevitably been embarrassed. Unfortunately, Zhu Biao failed to realize this, and a straightforward fellow like Li Wei was even less likely to grasp the deeper meaning. Days flew by. The weather grew colder, and before long, the new year was approaching again. The ministers finally welcomed the first of their rare 3-day annual holiday. But all this was unrelated to Li Wei. He had always been easygoing by nature, and recently hadn't been idle anyway, occupied with the generator project. Only recently had he finally found some time free. After completing the design for the flintlock musket, leaving only its construction to the craftsman, needing only occasional supervision and guidance. It had already been several months since his arrival in the Ming Dynasty. Now finally having some free time, he decided to explore this ancient capital, Yingtian, more properly known as Nanjing in future times. The imperial capital of the Ming Dynasty, Yingtian was backed by the Yangtze River in the north, rich in water sources and convenient for transportation. The Xianhuan River flowed through the city from the south, making it a key waterway hub. To the east lay the winding Zhongshan Mountains, while the stone city stood majestically to the west. The wide waters of the Xuanhuan Lake lay in the north, a truly dragon-coiled, tiger-crouching land. Only recently had Li Wei learned that besides the inner palace walls, imperial city walls, and the city walls of government offices, there was another outer city wall currently under construction. Such a grand project would be a mega-project even by modern standards. It left him marveling at the overwhelming power of the imperial court. Li Wei walked through the city with Xiaoqing. By now, Yingtian had become quite prosperous. Over a decade after the founding of the dynasty, resources from all over the country had converged here, with shops lined neatly one after another, their shelves filled with dazzling goods. Looking around, he bought things that interested him, and curiously examined those that did not. Besides accomplishing tasks, he secretly harbored hopes of discovering some business opportunities, thinking perhaps he might find a way to make money. Relying solely on the salary given by Zhu Yuanzhang could maintain a basic living, but to reach the ideal standard of life he envisioned, it simply wasn't enough. After observation, he noticed that the commodity varieties available on the Ming market were surprisingly rich. For instance, soap did indeed exist, though quite different from its modern counterpart. It came in a paste-like shape, had a rather unpleasant smell, and sometimes medicinal herbs were added into it. There were also more economical alternatives like soapberry, overall offering a variety of choices. The production of soap was simple, with easily accessible raw materials, clearly the ideal way to accumulate initial capital. Li Wei believed this was feasible, though he had no intention of large-scale production. Instead, he planned to develop top-quality perfumed soaps aimed at the high-end market. Low-profit and high-volume methods demanded too much effort, and he still had many tasks assigned by Zhu Yuanzhang to deal with. Compared to that, high-end products brought higher profit margins, needed fewer workers, and kept the formula easier to guard. While walking about, his attention was drawn to a lavishly decorated tall tower, where several elegantly dressed women stood at the top, waving at him. "Sir, come and play around. Hurry inside." Looking up at this enticing place, his heart involuntarily warmed. However, when his hand touched his purse, that impulse was forcefully suppressed. Poor in purse, he sighed, reluctantly turning his gaze away. This was a place of reckless spending. With his current financial condition, he could not afford it. He could only ignore the women's calls and walk away resolutely. Xiaoqing followed closely behind, glancing at the seductive figures upstairs, and then at Li Wei's expression. She seemed to understand something, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Due to the requirements for soap production, Li Wei purchased many items, some of which were delivered home by shop assistants. It was late by the time everything was organized, and after quickly eating dinner, he prepared to rest. Xiaoqing had already made the bed and stood quietly aside. Seeing she hadn't left, Li Wei assumed she wanted to help him change clothes again, so he said, "You go to sleep. I don't need tending to." In those days, the daily lives of wealthy households were all attended by maids, helping with dressing and grooming. Previously, because court attire was cumbersome, Li Wei had barely tolerated Xiaoqing's assistance before morning court, but in daily life, he still preferred to handle things himself. Hearing his words, Xiaoqing didn't leave, instead blushing shyly and murmuring, "Master, actually, Xiaoqing can do it too." Li Wei was taken aback, puzzled. "Do what? That. During the day, you said at the building downstairs that money was tight." Xiaoqing spoke so softly, she sounded like a mosquito humming, and her face had turned deep red. The night was quiet, the room silent. Although she had whispered, Li Wei heard her clearly and instantly understood everything. It turned out that she had witnessed his sighing bitterly about his lack of money at the brothel earlier that day. As for the meaning behind her words, Li Wei quickly caught on too. Realizing this, Li Wei's face turned burning red. He feigned calmness and defended himself. "No such thing. You misunderstood. Go to sleep quickly and stop imagining things." As he spoke, he hurriedly pushed the girl toward the door. Just after Xiaoqing was pushed out, She turned back and glanced at Li Wei one more time. Bang! Li Wei slammed the door shut. Oh no, he was so embarrassed. That aside, Xiaoqing really was quite pretty. In the past, he hadn't paid much attention, but thinking carefully now, ever since returning with him, her food and clothing had improved. She had grown increasingly delicate, no longer that little girl he first met, filthy and disheveled. Even though her clothes were simple, her eyes and eyebrows still carried a certain charm. TSK. What am I thinking? Go to sleep. Li Wei shook his head, trying to push those impure thoughts from his mind. He blew out the lamp and lay down. But after lying down, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Two voices argued endlessly in his mind, one saying, why not? Servants were like this in ancient times, while the other countered, no way, no way. You're already middle-aged, and she's still so young. Back in her own room, Xiaoqing felt a bit disappointed. If Li Wei had even the slightest thoughts about her, she wouldn't refuse. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken the initiative today. Ordinarily, Li Wei treated her very kindly. He never got angry, always taking the hard and dirty tasks upon himself, never allowing Xiaoqing to handle them. Such a master, unheard of even by hearsay, was rare to encounter in real life. Even among regular couples, meeting such a good husband was uncommon. Facing a man like him, how could a girl not be moved? The next morning, Li Wei arrived at the palace early. The events of the previous day had made him slightly embarrassed, so he intentionally avoided Xiaoqing that morning. He first went to the Xuanhuan pavilion to check in, briefly reviewing current matters. At present, Wu Buoxiong was managing affairs well enough in the Grand Secretariat, leaving Li Wei little to do. Then he went to the Bureau of Armaments. The craftsman's efficiency remained high. The gun barrels and wooden stocks were largely shaped, but the main challenge now lay in the complex mechanical parts. Li Wei had designed a flash pan, which connected to the barrel through a small hole, and included a pan cover. When pulling the trigger, the small spring-loaded clamp containing flint would pop up and rotate, striking the pan cover while scraping against the steel frizzen, creating sparks that would ignite the primer powder inside the flash pan. Then, through the touch hole, it would ignite the main powder charge inside the barrel. However, due to poor quality springs, the craftsman had tested repeatedly. Almost every time, it took 4 or 5 trigger pulls to successfully ignite once. Li Wei guided them in continuously experimenting with the puddling and cast steel methods, trying to find an appropriate carbon content in the spring steel. This required time and trial and error. After assigning the craftsmen their tasks, during his lunch break, Li Wei reported the progress to Zhu Yuanzhang. In the afternoon, he returned home to begin making soap. He had already instructed Xiaoqing to prepare the necessary materials ahead of time, waiting only for his return. Now in the kitchen, a large cauldron had been set up, and Xiaoqing was busily preparing various ingredients. Light sweat appeared on her brow. Her light blue gown, though not extravagant, perfectly accentuated her slim figure. 18 years old, right in the bloom of youth. Without any cosmetics, her youth itself was her most beautiful decoration. Seeing this scene, Li Wei felt an unexpected ripple in his heart. He had never noticed before, but since the thoughts of last night had taken root, his heart had become a tangled mess, unable to return to its former calmness. Master, you're back. Xiaoqing turned her head and saw Li Wei, greeting him gently. Is everything ready? Li Wei steadied his emotions and replied. Yes, I've prepared everything you instructed, Master. Xiaoqing replied with a smile and a nod. Very good. Let's begin then. Li Wei averted his gaze somewhat guiltily and began preparing to make the soap. The first step in making soap was extracting the lye solution, an alkaline liquid. Sift the plant ash and place the fine powder into a pot to be boiled until it became a dark yellow lye solution. Then filter it with paper to remove impurities and set it aside for later use. That was the required alkali. Caustic soda would have been more convenient, but in ancient times, soda ash was often used instead. When mixed with slaked lime, caustic soda could be produced. For simplicity, Li Wei chose to use plant ash as a substitute. In addition, alcohol was also needed, which was not difficult to produce. It only required distillation. Pour the purchased wine into a narrow-necked porcelain bottle. Attach a thin bamboo tube to the bottle's mouth. Run the middle section of the tube through cold water and place the bottle inside a small basin. Heat the bottom of the basin with a gentle flame. Before the water came to a boil, the alcohol would evaporate first, travel through the bamboo tube, cool down, and then drip into a small porcelain bottle placed in advance. Chapter 26. Potential buyer. Triple distillation could basically produce high-concentration alcohol of more than 95%, and after one filtration with quicklime, completely pure alcohol could be obtained. By mixing this pure alcohol with clean distilled water at a ratio of 1:3, it would become 75% medical alcohol, an extremely useful substance. Li Wei intentionally stored some extra for future use. Next, he poured fat into a pot and heated it, continuously adding a solution of wood ash and alcohol. The alcohol acted as an agent promoting the integration of the fat with the wood ash solution. When the oil film on the surface had disappeared and the solution became clear and transparent, brine would be added to perform salt precipitation. A layer of light yellow substance floating on the top would then appear. That was soap. After retrieving the soap, he added different types of pollen and spices, poured the mixture into small wooden molds, and allowed it to cool and solidify. Thus, colorful and fragrant soaps of various scents were created. The remaining liquid also had its value. It contained a component called glycerin, which had wide-ranging applications. Not only was it the main ingredient in a laxative suppository used to treat constipation, but it also served many other functions. Therefore, it needed to be preserved for future research and development of other products. Busy until nightfall, the two of them finally completed the first batch of soap, which was placed inside the molds to cool and solidify. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Li Wei exhaled with relief. This job was truly exhausting. He had to move materials and keep stirring constantly, leaving his arms sore and aching. Earning money was no easy task. Master, please take a rest first. I'll prepare dinner and call you when it's ready. All right, just make something simple. It's already quite late. Understood. Xiaoqing nodded in agreement and started preparing the evening meal. As most of the physical labor had been voluntarily undertaken by Li Wei, she didn't feel particularly exhausted. After dinner, Li Wei went to bed early. Tomorrow these soaps would be available for sale, and he planned to test the market response at the bazaar first. Closing his eyes, Xiaoqing's graceful figure kept lingering in his mind, refusing to disappear. Sighing, Li Wei opened his eyes and sighed regretfully. I should have seized the moment yesterday. Opportunities slipped away in a flash, and now unless she broached the subject first, he couldn't possibly bring it up rashly. Since his arrival in this world, computers and mobile phones were long gone, and he hadn't studied on his own or resolved issues using references. He had been suppressing himself for months now. It was impossible not to have distracting thoughts. That night, he once again tossed and turned most of the night before finally falling asleep. The next morning, Li Wei headed to the palace as usual for inspection, particularly at the Bureau of Armaments. Zhu was quite eager about this matter, so Li Wei dared not slacken and reported his progress nearly every day. Upon arriving at the Bureau of Armaments today, he finally received good news. Fang Jianbao presented a prototype of the flintlock gun he had already produced, inviting a craftsman to demonstrate it to Li Wei. After several attempts in succession, the weapon would fire successfully after 1 or 2 triggers at most, and in a few cases, even at the first attempt, definitely an improvement compared to its initial condition. Good. Try it again according to the method I suggested. Let's see if it can be further optimized, especially the firing mechanism. Ideally, it should fire every time. It's still too much for it to take 1 or 2 attempts. Yes, Mr. Li. I'll surely do my best to create a satisfactory self-firing musket for you. Fang Jianbao said firmly. My satisfaction isn't of much importance. It's the Emperor's satisfaction that truly matters. Yes, what you said is absolutely correct, sir. Fang Jianbao quickly flattered him, but unfortunately, Li Wei had no interest in such rhetoric at all, making his effort completely wasted. Reporting his departure to Zhu Yuanzhang, Li Wei returned home early that day to take some soap to the market for testing. He and Xiaoqing had only managed to make over 30 pieces yesterday, so a basket each was sufficient for carrying them. Arriving at the marketplace, he spread out a piece of burlap and placed the soaps neatly on it. The soaps emitted a fairly pleasant scent, soon attracting the attention of a female customer. What is this thing of yours? Madam, this is soap. It can be used for washing clothes and bathing, with antibacterial and skincare effects. It works really well. You may want to have a look. Confused by the terms like antibacterial and skincare, the woman couldn't quite understand, but she knew it was similar to soap nuts. It smelled quite nice, and if the price wasn't too high, she might even be willing to try it. How much is this item? Well, madam, since it's the first day on sale, if you're interested in purchasing, I'll give you a special price, originally 300 coins, but now reduced to 250 coins for you. Li Wei smiled and started his sales pitch. What? Are you trying to rob me? Such a trivial item dare to ask for such a high price. Hearing this, the woman angrily threw the soap back at Li Wei. Soap nuts were only worth a few coins at most, and even the expensive herbal soaps only cost 10 to 20 coins. How dare he price a piece of soap so high? Madam, my soap is different from ordinary soap nuts. Li Wei wanted to explain further, but before he could finish speaking, the woman angrily stormed off, muttering curses. Li Wei was immediately overwhelmed with helplessness. Although the soap was priced relatively high, as a rare luxury item, its high price was perfectly justified, and Li Wei firmly believed it was worth every coin. Soon, a few more people approached Li Wei's stall to have a look and ask a few questions. But as soon as they heard the price, they swore loudly and left, leaving Li Wei with a bitter expression. Xiaoqing also helped explain beside him, but her efforts had no effect. Master, could it be that our price is a bit too high? Maybe we should lower it a little. Xiaoqing knew very well that the cost of making each bar of soap was less than 20 copper coins, yet Li Wei had marked it up by over 10 times. She even felt that the master had gone too far. You don't understand. I plan to position it as a high-end product. If we sell it too cheaply, it loses its value. Besides, after half a day of hard work, 300 coins is already a very fair price. Li Wei frowned, his tone revealing dissatisfaction. In his opinion, yesterday's effort had been enormous just to finish making all those soaps. Was this small profit even worth mentioning? Xiaoqing glanced at Li Wei but dared not argue back. Although she didn't find the work particularly tiring, considering his noble status, how could he be compared with ordinary people? Fine, no selling today. Let's call it off and try again another day. Pack up, Li Wei said impatiently, then pulled Xiaoqing along to tidy up and return home. Back home, Li Wei gave the matter some serious thought. Although he wasn't skilled in marketing, he had seen many marketing techniques from his past life and understood them to some degree. He believed he could put this knowledge to good use. Since it was a luxury product, the packaging had to be carefully considered. Regardless of the actual product quality, the packaging was a must. Without hesitation, Li Wei hurried over to the Bureau of Armaments and found several carpenters to craft several delicate little wooden boxes. He also redesigned the soap molds, shaping them into a more rounded appearance instead of square and rigid forms. Following his principle of copying ideas rather than wasting effort thinking himself, he engraved the words xiang piao piao, fragrance that floats, and patterns resembling butterflies intertwined with flower petals onto the molds and wooden boxes. Though the craftsman tried to refuse, Li Wei paid them according to the market rate. He knew Zhu Yuanzhang was a man who could not tolerate flaws. Though he had already caused many troubles, he hadn't suffered any severe punishment yet, not only because of his importance, but also because he had never made any fatal mistakes. If he used his power for personal gain without paying, Zhu Yuanzhang would surely not forgive him. Even if not with execution, certainly more than a few lashes. However, as long as he paid the fair wage, everything would be impeccable. It was part of the craftsman's corvée to serve the court, yet they also needed side jobs to make a living. Thus, Li Wei's actions were perfectly legal and compliant. After finishing the new molds and packaging boxes, Li Wei produced a new batch of soap and remolded the remaining 30 bars from before. Spending 2 days on preparation, Li Wei once again brought the new soaps to the market for sale. This time, he was fully prepared. He erected a sign reading, "Rare treasure, fragrance fills the room." In addition, he brought along a small, simple table and placed a basin of clean water beside it, allowing people to test the soap. He had invested considerable effort, and the price was clearly marked to avoid complaints from customers due to missed timing. "Xiuxian, try calling out a few times and see." "Master, I don't know how to shout to sell things." Everything was ready except the last step. Li Wei wanted Xiuxian to test the calling out first, but she was too shy to even raise her voice, leaving Li Wei no choice but to try himself. Everyone, come and take a look. Look here. Ancient secret recipe, a rare treasure indeed. Perfect for washing hands and clothes, leaving every corner fragrant." Li Wei called out twice using words he had prepared in advance, though his own voice wasn't loud enough, and he felt awkward. A few passers-by even looked at him with confused eyes, as if they were watching a madman. Li Wei's face slightly reddened, but thinking that he was a man, he steeled himself, gathered his breath, and called out once again. After shouting a few more times, he gradually grew more accustomed to it. His voice became louder and clearer, and passers-by finally realized that this man was actually selling something. The street calls had an effect indeed, although most people only paused to observe briefly, especially immediately turning away after seeing the price. In this era, an ordinary person's monthly income was around only 3 strings of coins. Purchasing this soap would consume nearly 1/10 of a month's income. This was simply beyond the means of a common household. Although they couldn't afford it, with the clearly displayed price tag, no one again verbally attacked him. As the capital city of the Ming Dynasty, there were plenty of wealthy families in Nanjing. Under Li Wei's sales pitch, occasional pedestrians would stop to look around. Even a few servant girls from affluent households carefully asked about the soap, and Li Wei patiently answered their questions. He knew they themselves couldn't make a decision and would need to report back to their masters. These were potential buyers. At that moment, a carriage passed by and stopped upon hearing the shouting. Inside the carriage, a beautiful woman dressed in elegance leaned out to glance at Li Wei's stall. Yangtian Prefecture is becoming livelier by the day. It's a pity the prince is about to depart for Beiping. I wonder when he will return. The woman in the carriage was none other than Su Miaoyan, the princess of Yan Prince Zhu Di. After Zhu Di had come of age, he was granted the title of Prince of Yan. These past 2 years, Zhu Yuanzhang had assigned him to experience life among the common people in Fengyang, the ancestral home, so he could understand the hardships involved in building the foundation of the Ming Dynasty. Only this year had that task ended, and the next step was for him to take up his post in his princedom. Yes, indeed. The prince has been assigned to Beiping, where the weather is cold. Life there will certainly not be as comfortable as it has been in Yangtian. A young maid beside her nodded in agreement. Chapter 27. This is a major deal. Su Miaoyan smiled. It wasn't that she was worried about the harsh conditions in Beiping. Rather, leaving Yangtian meant distancing herself from her parents and family. In the future, separated by thousands of miles, they would only be able to express their longing through letters. The prince will return soon. Let's finish purchasing everything we need before that. Once we're in Beiping, some things might be hard to find. Go take a look. What is that vendor selling? Yes, your highness. The young maid stepped off the carriage and walked over to Li Wei's stall. What is this thing? Li Wei instantly recognized the carriage belonged to someone of high status and quickly stepped forward to introduce. Young lady, this is the soap I made. It can be used for washing hands, bathing, and even laundry, just as convenient as soap berries. But my soap not only cleans effectively, it also kills germs and cares for the skin. After using it, your skin will remain fragrant for a long time. He went on and on, describing its virtues. You certainly know how to speak well. The maid first complimented him, then curiously picked up a bar of the soap to examine it. The soap was placed inside an exquisite small wooden box, exuding a faint floral fragrance. However, upon seeing the price tag, her brows furrowed slightly. Why is this so expensive? Not expensive at all. Worth every coin. You see, there's floral scented, mint scented, tea scented. As Li Wei spoke, he gestured toward a nearby basin of water. Would you like to try it? Just wash your hands. The maid placed the soap down and walked to the basin prepared by Li Wei. Following his instructions, she wet her hands first, then picked up the sample soap and rubbed it. Soon, foam formed in her palms. After rinsing, she wiped her hands with a towel. Instantly, she felt a cool and refreshing sensation on her hands. When she took a sniff, there truly was a lingering fragrance. The product is indeed good, but the price is high. 1 bar costs 288 coins, 2 bars for 500. Li Wei slightly lowered the original price of 300 coins. This was a common modern marketing strategy. Never price something at 300 when you can make it 288. Su Miaoyun caught a faint whiff of the fragrance from the maid's hands as she approached. She could clearly see that the maid's hands were cleaner and even more delicate. This is truly a fine product, but we don't need many. Just buy 2 bars. As you wish, Your Highness. The maid nodded in agreement, returned to the carriage to fetch the money, and quickly paid Li Wei before taking the 2 bars of soap and departing. Li Wei accepted the 500 coins and felt slightly relieved. His first sale was finally a success. Even if he made a little less per sale, it didn't matter. Given time, there would be profits. He had never intended to sell in large quantities anyway. The maid left in the carriage after completing the purchase. That day, Li Wei had only sold 2 bars of soap, but he wasn't anxious. Many passers-by had stopped to learn about the product in detail and had even tried it out. He believed sales would increase tomorrow. Su Miaoyun had bought many goods with her maids and returned to the Su mansion. Because Zhu Di wasn't in the capital city, she often stayed at her parents' house rather than the prince's mansion. Tired from a long day, upon returning home her first thought was to take a bath and change clothes. This would be the perfect chance to try the new soap. Now in her late teens, by modern standards she would still be considered a young girl, but in ancient times, women married early. She had married Zhu Di at age 14 and had already been a wife for 5 years. Though still young, she had already borne 4 children. Despite her tender age, she radiated mature charm. The maids had already prepared hot water, and with their assistance, Su Miaoyun began her bath after undressing. She grabbed the soap casually and rubbed it across her wet skin, immediately creating a thick layer of white foam. After bathing, Su Miaoyun changed into a fresh, clean set of clothes. A sense of relaxation washed over her body, as though all the dust of the day had been cleansed away, leaving her skin extraordinarily clean. Her skin now felt softer and smoother than ever, radiating a long-lasting floral fragrance far superior to the effect of bathing with flower petals. This is truly excellent. Tomorrow, have someone purchase a few more bars. Su Miaoyun's eyes sparkled with delight as she softly murmured in satisfaction. Although the soap was expensive, she, as the daughter of the Duke of Weigua and the wife of the Prince of Yin, certainly didn't lack for such small amounts of money. Buying more not only allowed her to use it herself, but also offered the chance to gift it to relatives and friends, especially the women in her family. Inside the Qinqing Palace, a personal guard respectfully presented a slip of paper recording Li Wei's activities for the day to Zhu Yuanzhang, who carefully unfolded it and read its contents. Detailed upon it were the exact times Li Wei had left his house, what he had done, and even a description of the process of making soap at home. This young man has abandoned his duties. If he hasn't finished making the flintlock rifles in a few more days, just wait and see how I punish him. Zhu Yuanzhang said darkly, his expression grim. He had already been quite displeased 2 days ago upon learning that Li Wei had been studying soap making at home. Li Wei had mentioned it before, but he hadn't taken it seriously, never expecting the youth to actually go ahead and do it. He indeed looked down on such things. After all, it was just a slightly better soap. Similar items had already existed since the Song dynasty and were not particularly rare. In comparison, he cared more about weapons and vehicles that could replace animal power. He casually waved his hand, indicating the guards to continue monitoring in secret, then set the matter aside. The next day, Li Wei went to the Bureau of Military Equipment, as usual. After numerous trials, Fang Jianbao and the craftsman accidentally produced a batch of qualified spring steel. After installing it on the flintlock guns, although they couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate, the number of failures had greatly decreased. Li Wei finally exhaled in relief, believing this Minchang met the requirements, so he asked Fang Jianbao to make a batch of samples for the emperor's inspection. After arranging all these matters and reporting to Zhu Yuanzhang, Li Wei took some newly made soap and came back to the market. Through several practices, he had already become very skilled and much faster. Even more importantly, some steps could be prepared in advance by xiuxian, saving considerable time. Returning to the market again, Li Wei set up his stall just as before. The beginning of entrepreneurship was always difficult, but if he had enough funds, he could rent a shop. Business was noticeably better today. Many who had inquired before came back to try purchasing some. Since Li Wei priced each 2 bars at 500 coins, which was reasonable, most people bought in pairs. Currently, folk transactions mainly relied on precious notes. Because they were not easy to preserve, people had to spend them quickly or risk losses if they accumulated. At this time, the value of precious notes had not yet declined significantly. Actually, Zhu Yuanzhang did not issue them recklessly, as later generations imagined. The main reason was that when the northern yuan fled, they took away a large amount of gold and silver, causing a shortage of silver and copper in the present Ming Dynasty, with little bronze as well. As for the initial reasons for the depreciation of the precious notes, it wasn't due to overprinting, but rather because the paper quality was too poor to preserve them. The common people preferred to spend old notes at a discount. This eventually led the government to also become selective about accepting precious notes when collecting taxes, triggering depreciation. As for the later generations' accusations of excessive printing, honestly, what qualifications do later generations have to criticize the ancients? Speaking of overprinting, the ancients were far more restrained than modern people. At least, Zhu Yuanzhang understood the need to recuperate for several years after Su Da's defeat in the 5th year of Hongwu before launching another northern campaign, without mass printing banknotes. What people say about currency representing credit is all nonsense. The essence of currency is power. Just like the United States first severed its link with gold, followed by unlimited quantitative easing. Where's the credit now? Behind the dollar is purely hegemony. After instructing xiuxian to serve the customers, Li Wei sat beside, counting the precious notes with great joy. Regardless of whether these notes would eventually depreciate, at least now they represented real money. Wrap all of these up, I'll take them all. Suddenly, a crisp voice came. Li Wei raised his eyes and saw that it was indeed the little maid from yesterday. This was a major deal. Just as Li Wei was about to agree, those nearby were not pleased. Why should she get everything? I came first. Vendor, give me 2 bars first. I came first too. Seeing people quarreling, the young maid frowned in displeasure and said, move aside, move aside. I'm a maid from Prince Yan's mansion. How dare you compete with me? Upon hearing these words, the surrounding area immediately quieted down. In Inkinfu, besides the emperor and the crown prince, the princes held the highest status. Although they were servants of powerful clans, some even under noble lords, they dared not contend with the sons of the emperor. As the crowd fell silent, the maid glanced around smugly before turning to Li Wei again. Hurry up and pack them. How much is it? Li Wei hesitated slightly. Honestly, he didn't appreciate such domineering behavior. How about this? I sell the ones who arrived first to them first, and the remaining ones are yours. How does that sound? The little maid frowned slightly, showing a hint of dissatisfaction. In truth, Su Miaoyan had strict discipline over her attendants. She had previously used the prince's authority only when provoked. If she continued to insist, once the princess found out, it would be trouble. Fine, just give them a few first. Actually, there were still more than 30 bars remaining. Dividing some wouldn't be a problem. Seeing Li Wei's fairness, the people who arrived first felt more favorably toward him and happily paid for a few bars of soap. The remaining bars Li Wei had xiuxian pack entirely for the young maid as agreed. After rounding off the total, it came to 7 guan of coins. Without even blinking, the maid paid the sum in full. Li Wei specially gave her a basket for easier carrying. After the maid left, others who arrived shortly afterward were surprised to see the stall already nearly empty so early. They had long informed their masters that they would purchase it today. If they returned empty-handed, wouldn't they face scolding? Vendor, did you sell out of your soap? One maid from a wealthy household asked. Yes, a big customer bought up the rest. Come again tomorrow if you'd like to buy some. Li Wei explained and promised that he would be here again tomorrow. The maid frowned in thought, helplessly agreeing at last. At the same time, she asked Li Wei when he would set up his stall tomorrow. He roughly told her the time, and only then did she leave. After that, Li Wei and xiuxian packed up the stall, explaining the situation to those who arrived later. Once everything was tidied, Li Wei hesitated for a moment but didn't leave immediately, choosing instead to wait a little longer until no more customers appeared, before finally heading home with xiuxian. By the end of the day, all more than 50 bars of soap had been sold out. Total income exceeded 11 guan, while the cost had been barely a fraction of that. After deducting expenses, he had earned a net profit of more than 10 guan. Earning 10 guan in a single day meant 100 guan in 10 days. Though he was currently a 5th-grade official, his annual salary, combined with the paper money allowance, was only about 200 guan. This was even after the slight increase following Zhu Yuanzhang's execution of Hu Weiyong. Chapter 28. Making 10 strings of coins every day is something that absolutely cannot be delayed. At this rate, within less than a month, he would surpass the entire annual income from working for Zhu's family. However, salary was no longer a concern for Li Wei at the moment, as the 100 strings of coins Zhu Yuanzhang had prepaid had already been counted as wages. A few days ago, he had harbored a faint hope and inquired about it at the Ministry of Revenue, though the result was as expected. Sigh. Ultimately, self-employment was more profitable. After returning home, Li Wei once again counted the day's earnings, shaking his head in admiration. Unfortunately, he couldn't refuse this job from Zhu's household, nor could he escape from it even if he resigned. The next day, because the maid of Prince's consort had already bought all the soap, some who arrived late missed the opportunity and thus arrived very early today to wait. The news of everyone gathering together attracted much attention, making Li Wei's business flourish further. 50 bars of soap per day soon sold out after being displayed in the market. After those wishing to purchase soap learned that he only sold 50 per day, they all rushed to line up early, creating a kind of scarcity marketing effect, making people desire the product even more simply because it was hard to acquire. Earning about 10 strings of coins daily made Li Wei's life gradually more comfortable, no longer forcing him to economize on food and expenses as before. His current lodging was adequate, the food satisfying, but his attire still needed improvement. During his free time, he took xiuxian to buy several new outfits. Indeed, just as people rely on fine clothes like horses on fine saddles, xiuxian became even more charming. Watching her with admiration, Li Wei envied her yet struggled to express it openly due to his sense of dignity, feeling internally conflicted. Inside the Bureau of Military Works, Fang Jianbao presented the newly produced flintlock gun. Today, the emperor would come to inspect this new firearm, and Li Wei had specifically reminded him to double-check everything to avoid mistakes. Around 10 o'clock, after finishing court, Zhu Yuanzhang summoned Li Wei for a meeting. Recommended by Su Shou, Li Wei was introduced to Zhu Yuanzhang, who was resting inside the Xinshin Hall. Your Majesty, the flintlock guns are completed. When would you like to come and inspect them? Oh, already finished? Then let's go and have a look now. Situated within the imperial city, the Bureau of Military Works was not far. With those words, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately stood to leave. Together, the two arrived at the Bureau of Military Works. Li Wei summoned Fang Jianbao, who handed over the flintlock gun and proceeded to explain its structure, mechanism, and various performance aspects to Zhu Yuanzhang. Your Majesty, this is the flintlock gun devised by this minister. It ignites through the friction of flint and steel and is a new type of firearm. Li Wei pointed to the flint clamp. Please observe this section. The flint is fixed in the clamp. When the trigger is pulled, the flint rotates and strikes the steel plate on the flashbang lid, generating sparks while simultaneously lifting the flashbang lid. The flashbang is connected to the barrel. Once the powder in the flashbang is ignited, it can ignite the main powder charge within the barrel, completing the firing process. The Taizu nodded slightly, acknowledging the cleverness of the device. Though the principle was simple, he had already grasped the basics. What's its range? Approximately 200 paces, beyond which its force is insufficient. Li Wei answered casually. At the time, the Ming Dynasty measured distance in paces. Without any measuring tools himself, he only knew that one pace was roughly over a meter, making 200 paces about 200 meters, approximately the effective range of the flintlock. Oh, what about its power and accuracy? Learning the weapon's range was 200 paces, Taizu's eyes lit up. At that time, the bow and arrow could usually only reach around 80 to 100 paces, even some strong bows only slightly further. Yet during soldier training, targets were usually placed at around 50 paces. Yes, within 200 paces, when hit accurately, it can penetrate armor. Even the current lamellar armor may struggle to withstand it. Really so? Taizu was delighted and immediately ordered his guards to bring a suit of armor. In terms of range, the bow might still compete with the flintlock. However, regarding armor-piercing capability, the two were far apart. Even an ordinary firearm surpasses the bow significantly in penetrating power. This was an insurmountable gap between biological and chemical energy. Li Wei handed the flintlock to Feng Jianbao, instructing him to have an experienced craftsman demonstrate it. First, the craftsman placed the armor at 50 paces. After loading, a single shot pierced the armor cleanly. Then, they moved the target to 100 paces. Accurate hits at this range were difficult. Fortunately, the target was large enough. After several attempts, the craftsman finally struck it. Taizu ordered his attendants to retrieve the armor, which clearly showed 2 bullet holes. Excellent. Li Wei, you have achieved a great feat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yet this success is also due to the efforts of all my colleagues at the Bureau of Military Works, not solely my own merit. It was rare for Taizu to display such joy. He praised Li Wei, and unlike others who might humbly reply that it was entirely the emperor's benevolence, Li Wei did not refuse praise, yet still mentioned the craftsman at the Bureau of Military Works. Well done. Everyone will be rewarded. In a delighted mood, Taizu didn't fault him for any impropriety. After a moment of observation, he ordered the armor to be placed 200 paces away, such a great distance that the human face couldn't even be discerned, nearly bringing the craftsman to tears. He was not an expert marksman, and hitting accurately from so far away would be entirely by luck. Li Wei instructed the craftsman to load a pre-measured paper-wrapped cartridge, wrapping the gunpowder and bullet together in paper, with a thin cord tied in the middle to differentiate powder and bullet. When using it, simply tear the package, first load the powder charge into the barrel, then push both the bullet and paper wrapper together into the barrel. This significantly improved the loading speed, although cleaning the barrel was still required, and the weapon could fire at most 3 times per minute. The craftsman worked hard for a while, fired several shots, but all missed the target. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned and pushed the craftsman aside, saying, "Let me try." The guards and Feng Jianbao were all greatly surprised. "Your Majesty, please don't. Your noble body must not be placed in danger. Leave such matters to us." "Exactly, Your Majesty. Let us handle it." Feng Jianbao also pleaded along with the guards. "Humph, do you mean this device you made might actually injure its own user?" Zhu Yuanzhang said with dissatisfaction. "If this rifle was prone to harming its own operator, it absolutely couldn't be issued to the troops. It would just be a useless decoration." "Well, it won't actually do that, but as they say, one can never be too careful." Feng Jianbao hurried to explain. This new flintlock gun was much safer than the older hand cannons and rarely experienced incidents such as barrel explosions, though unexpected accidents could never be completely ruled out. "All right, no problem. If the emperor wishes to try it, let him. It definitely won't explode," Li Wei said without concern, as he had full confidence in the flintlock. The fixed cartridge design standardized the powder charge, preventing accidents like explosions, and he felt entirely comfortable shooting it himself. "See how confident Master Li is. What else are you worried about? Even if we are injured, we will blame only him and no one else. You can be completely at ease." Li Wei rolled his eyes, regretting having spoken up. Ignoring the entreaties of those around him, Zhu Yuanzhang accepted the flintlock rifle, aimed at the armor 200 paces away. A shot rang out, and one of the guards quickly went to inspect the target. Moments later, he returned and shook his head. A slight smile appeared on Li Wei's face. Zhu Yuanzhang glared at him coldly, and Li Wei immediately wiped the smile from his face, adopting a serious expression. Zhu Yuanzhang had the craftsman clean the barrel and reload the powder and bullet, then raised the gun and fired again. After the second shot, the guard returned with the armor and exclaimed joyfully, "His Majesty's skill in aiming is extraordinary." Hearing this, the others looked at the armor and began offering praise accordingly. Li Wei curiously moved closer for a better look and was genuinely surprised. It was a hit. Was this old Zhu just a blind squirrel that somehow found a nut? Zhu Yuanzhang cast a proud glance at him. Though he himself believed it was mere luck, Li Wei promptly offered generous praise. Zhu Yuanzhang fondly stroked the finely crafted rifle stock and praised, "This device is excellent, yet still insufficient for our needs. Master Li, I hope you continue your efforts and create the things I need as soon as possible." Li Wei sighed inwardly, briefly thought, and then replied, "Your Majesty, although this device is not perfect, we can deploy 3 squads of soldiers in sequence to achieve a similar effect." "Oh, really so? A spark of excitement flashed in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. This was clearly a new formation designed specifically for firearms. Li Wei's heart stirred. He feared another task was being assigned to him, and hastily shook his head in denial. Your Majesty, this humble servant does not understand military tactics. Truly not. Absolutely not, indeed not. Li Wei denied quickly. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes narrowed slightly, becoming more convinced that this man was hiding his capabilities. If Li Wei was only skilled in manufacturing equipment, no matter how outstanding his craftsmanship, he would remain merely a capable craftsman, possibly earning the emperor's favor. But if he understood military strategy, he would possess the potential to enter the imperial court as an official, otherwise he would remain outside the circles of real power. Zhu Yuanzhang himself was a military genius, a master of political intrigue, lacking only literary refinement, thus enabling him to ascend the throne. If Li Wei could achieve military merit, he might enter the heart of imperial governance, otherwise, he would remain on the periphery. Unfortunately, Li Wei didn't grasp this concept, and even if he did, he had no interest in getting involved in such matters. Humph. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted softly, seeing through the man's attempt to avoid extra duties. After a brief silence, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled and said, I will assign 30 of my elite guards to you. Train them according to your idea. If there is significant effect, you shall receive 10,000 taels of gold. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wei's eyes lit up. Really? I never lie. I shall devote my utmost effort. Please rest assured, Your Majesty. Li Wei replied firmly and confidently, instantly responding with full vigor. How could such an opportunity be missed? An ancient saying went, not fearing authority, but hard to resist the temptation of wealth. Zhu Yuanzhang observed his upright expression and immediately understood how to manage him. But oddly enough, why was this man greedy for wealth, yet without greater ambition? He needed to have someone investigate him during his spare time. Unaware of Zhu Yuanzhang's thoughts, Li Wei was already excitedly planning the grand task ahead, with visions of mountains of gold flashing through his mind. Seeing this expression on his face, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in satisfaction. Upon returning home, Li Wei immediately started working on plans for how to train his three-line firing technique. In the era of cold weapons, the bravery of soldiers was more critical. Nomadic tribes, although lacking systematic training and having lax military discipline, often formed temporary units with strong combat effectiveness. In this regard, the nomadic tribes indeed had the upper hand over the agrarian Han Chinese regions. However, once entering the age of firearms, military discipline became crucial. As long as soldiers obeyed commands and followed discipline, the advantages of firearms could be fully utilized, making individual strength seem insignificant before guns and cannons. Of course, this does not mean bravery was unimportant. Discipline itself required a certain level of courage from soldiers. Otherwise, if they scattered at the first sign of battle, there would be no discipline to speak of. Li Wei planned to refer to modern military training methods to train the guards, and the key to the three-line firing technique lay in maintaining orderly formations. After roughly outlining the training plan, he once again turned his attention to soap production. Earning 10 guan coins per day was something he absolutely could not afford to delay. Chapter 29, A Blessing Like Rebirth. Recently, the production of soap had mainly been Xiaoqing's responsibility, with only several labor-intensive steps still handled by Li Wei. Sometimes, impatient, Xiaoqing would simply take matters into her own hands, as Li Wei also had tasks to complete for Zhu Yuanzhang. Master, you should go attend to official matters. Let me take care of this, Xiaoqing said gently as she saw Li Wei walk in. It's fine. There's no rush, Li Wei replied, taking the large spoon from her hand and beginning to stir the mixture. Seeing his determination, Xiaoqing handed the spoon over and thoughtfully suggested, Master, now that our household has become more prosperous, why not hire a few more servants? Li Wei's heart stirred slightly at her words. Although he had no desire to become the kind of lord who kept a house full of servants, he did acknowledge that Xiaoqing had been working tirelessly, tending to household affairs and chores constantly, without a moment's rest. Still, if they hired more people, there was the risk of their soap-making method being leaked. If we hire others, won't they find out how we make the soap? Our method isn't that complicated. If someone learns it, we'll be the ones suffering the loss, Li Wei said with a furrowed brow. If you're worried about that, just buy a couple of slaves directly, Xiaoqing suggested. During the Ming Dynasty, slavery still existed, and slaves were regarded as private property of their masters, freely tradable. If a slave committed a crime, the punishment was more severe. The master, on the other hand, received lighter penalties, typically a minor beating with a stick, a punishment comparable to the unauthorized slaughter of livestock. The offspring of slaves were also slaves, their fates locked in that status, unable to escape it. Although some adjustments were made during the Song Dynasty, this system revived during Mongol Yuan rule and was subsequently adopted by the Ming. Li Wei paused in thought. Though he found the system unjust, from a self-interested standpoint, buying slaves truly was the best option, for their loyalty could be more assured than that of hired laborers. Realizing this, he stopped hesitating from a place of kindness. Very well, let's go have a look another day. At Li Wei's agreement, a faint smile appeared on Xiaoqing's lips. As year-end approached, the market became increasingly bustling. Li Wei's business was also booming, and he expected to purchase a storefront soon. His prospects looked bright. The soap had quickly sold out amidst disgruntled murmurs from the crowd when Li Wei and Xiaoqing made their departure. To buy slaves, one must seek out a broker, known at the time as a yaxing, real estate and labor agent. Li Wei brought Xiaoqing to the largest such agent nearby, and after guidance from the broker, they entered a slave trading venue. These slaves are mostly being resold by other masters, although some are war captives or people who sold themselves into slavery. Have a look, and if anyone catches your eye, do let me know, the broker said with a smile. Li Wei nodded. His expression darkened as he observed that most of the slaves here wore tattered clothes, were emaciated, and some even bore wooden collars, appearing pitiful. He casually browsed through the crowd, selecting a few who looked relatively better and asked their prices. Common female servants could be as cheap as 10 strings of coins, while slightly better ones ranged from dozens to several dozen strings. Male servants were slightly cheaper than females, but the stronger ones commanded higher prices. Li Wei frowned, a wave of pity washing over him. He hesitated whether to go through with the purchase. Master, if you pity them, then buying them is even more reason to do so. Your kind heart ensures that you won't be harsh in the future. Purchasing them is the same as offering help, Xiaoqing, detecting his hesitation, whispered in a soft tone. Unlike these slaves, Xiaoqing, although not of slave lineage, had chosen to serve Li Wei willingly. These people, however, had no choice in their circumstances. After a moment of silence, Li Wei nodded, convinced by Xiaoqing's reasoning. Once people became slaves, their fates were decided. Buying them and taking them home might, perhaps, be the better arrangement for them. At the very least, he wouldn't shout or abuse them like other aristocrats might. Actually, not everyone could buy and sell slaves in the Ming Dynasty. This privilege was restricted to the nobility, and the number of slaves was also limited. Fortunately, though he was currently only a 5th-rank official, buying a couple of slaves should still be within his rights. Once that was settled, Li Wei selected one male and one female he found reasonably appealing. After finalizing the prices and making the payment, just as they were about to leave, Li Wei suddenly noticed a tall figure in the crowd. Amidst so many thin and weak individuals, this man towered over them like a crane among chickens, immediately noticeable. But now, the man's complexion was sallow, his face filled with sadness. Normally, strong slaves would be employed by aristocrats as guards or for personal protection. Their strength made them far more useful than the weaker ones. Such a man was rare indeed. Intrigued, Li Wei pointed and asked, "Is he also for sale?" The broker followed Li Wei's gesture and, upon identifying the man, answered with a smile. "Yes, sir, he's also a resold slave, though he's already been passed through many hands." "Oh, why is that?" "This one appears strong, but he actually refuses to work. After being assigned to a master's household, he continued to ignore orders and refused to perform any task, no matter how many times he was whipped. He's as good as a master himself when brought back home. This time, I suppose someone couldn't stand him anymore and dumped him here for sale." After hearing that, Li Wei examined the man again, feeling a slight admiration in his heart. Li Wei himself believed he was quite stubborn. Even under the intimidation of Emperor Taizu, he occasionally managed to slack off. Yet in the end, he had never dared to openly defy authority. In contrast, this man's defiance was much stronger. He truly was the kind who'd rather break than bend. Of course, the decent treatment Zhu Yuanzhang had given him was also part of the reason. If someone treated him merely as a slave, he would rather die than submit. "Come, let's go have a closer look." Li Wei and the broker approached the man. After exchanging a few words with the seller, the broker told him, "This one is priced at 10 strings of coins, but I really advise you not to buy him. He won't work anyway. Keeping him would be nothing but a waste." "That's actually cheap," Li Wei said with a slight smile. He then stepped forward a few paces and asked the man, "What's your name?" The tall man gave Li Wei a cold, contemptuous glance from above, but gave no response. Li Wei remained unfazed and continued, "If you're willing to come back with me, you'd only need to work for 10 years before I'd set you free." "Humph, do you think I'll believe you?" the man replied coldly before ignoring him once again. Such deceptive tricks were nothing new to him. Li Wei smiled slightly. After a moment of thought, and partly out of a sense of shared hardship, he decided to buy the man anyway. The price wasn't high. "I'll take this one." The broker was surprised and tried to persuade him. "Master, I advise you not to purchase him. He's very difficult to manage. Once you bring him home, he might refuse to work for you altogether, and you'll be feeding him for nothing. It's better to forget it." The broker worried that Li Wei might regret his decision later and cause trouble. "Don't worry, I won't return him again," Li Wei assured him. "All right then." Seeing that Li Wei wouldn't take his advice, the broker said no more. He quickly finalized the deal with the seller, handed the slave's contract over to Li Wei, and accompanied him and the 3 purchased servants to the local government office to complete the formalities. The broker handled things efficiently, and the process went smoothly. After parting with the broker, Li Wei returned home with Xiaoqing and the 3 newly purchased servants. Inside the main hall, Li Wei sat at the central position while the 3 stood before him, with Xiaoqing beside him. "Why don't each of you introduce yourselves, name and age?" Li Wei asked as gently and kindly as he could. "Master," the first servant eagerly began, "my name is Li Fu. I'm 17. Don't let my thin frame fool you. I'm strong and hardworking. Whatever you need, just tell me. I promise I'll make you satisfied." He rattled on energetically, clearly a clever boy, though his name, Lucky Blessing, was somewhat ordinary. Once Li Fu finished speaking, the young female servant beside him timidly spoke up. "Master, my name is Xiaoya. I'm 14. Both were still quite young. Li Wei felt they were like children not yet grown. Li Wei then shifted his gaze toward the tall man, who completely ignored him. Before Li Wei could speak, Li Fu scolded him. "How dare you not answer when master asks you a question?" The man turned his head slightly, gave a mocking snort, and continued ignoring him. "Enough. It's all right." Li Wei interrupted Li Fu's display of loyalty. "Now that you've entered this household, we're family. There's no need to refer to yourselves as this servant or use humble titles. You may simply address each other by name or call me master. Our family is small, and our rules are few. As long as you work diligently and don't betray me, everything else can be relaxed. Hearing Li Wei's gentle words, Xiaoya and Li Fu both felt relieved in their hearts. Servants like them feared cruel and hot-tempered masters most. Under such masters, they not only toiled daily but also suffered punishments. Life under such conditions was unbearably harsh. As for working diligently, all servants understood it well. They dared not be lazy. After calming them slightly, Li Wei continued, "So long as you work for me for 10 years without committing major offenses, I will issue you a certificate of release. At that time, you may decide freely whether to stay or go." This was a plan he had long considered. For 10 strings of coins and 10 years of labor, 1 string per year, that already seemed like being harsh. If he were to keep their families enslaved generation after generation, he would feel deeply guilty. Hearing this, both Xiaoya and Li Fu were delighted beyond measure, as if they had encountered a merciful bodhisattva descending into the world. "Master, is this truly what you mean?" Li Fu eagerly asked. "Of course it is. I may not be an emperor. Well, you know who I mean. But I will never go back on my word like that person." Though Li Fu wasn't sure who Li Wei had just referred to, he understood that if Li Wei truly kept his promise, then his future held the possibility of freedom. No longer would he or his descendants be bound to servitude. Even if he only had to work for 10 years, so long as his children were free of slavery, he would be deeply grateful. "Thank you, master. Thank you, master. You truly are a living bodhisattva. Thank you, master, for your immense kindness." Li Fu and Xiaoya, overwhelmed with excitement, knelt down and kowtowed in gratitude, while the tall man watched coldly from the side, completely unmoved. He believed Li Wei's words were nothing but empty promises meant to trick people into working hard, and he did not believe for a moment that the promise would truly be kept after 10 years. "All right, please rise. When I am not at home, just follow Xiaoqing's arrangements. As long as you work diligently," Li Wei said gently. Although Li Wei had spoken this way, the two still expressed their gratitude repeatedly, bowing several times before finally standing up. To them, this act of kindness was no less than a chance at rebirth. After the two had calmed down somewhat, Li Wei instructed Xiaoqing to arrange accommodations for them. Chapter 30. Song Zhong pays a visit. Xiaoqing first settled Xiao Yu in a side room at the back courtyard, then arranged for Li Fu to reside in the front courtyard. In ancient times, larger residences were usually divided into front and back courtyards. Although the house bestowed upon Li Wei by Zhu Yuanzhang was not grand, its layout was neat, clearly separating the front from the back courtyard. According to custom, only the master's family and female servants could enter the back courtyard. Male servants were generally forbidden to enter without permission. Li Wei was unaware of this, but Xiaoqing certainly knew these rules well. After Xiaoqing led the others away, only Li Wei and the man remained in the main hall. Seeing the man's arrogant posture, Li Wei smiled and stood up, walking toward him. The man looked straight ahead, ignoring Li Wei's scrutiny. Li Wei took out a piece of paper from his robe and handed it to him. The man's eyebrows lifted slightly, casting a curious glance at Li Wei. "This is your contract. You may choose to stay and work or leave freely. It's up to you," Li Wei said calmly. A flicker of surprise and doubt passed through the man's eyes, as he narrowed his gaze and asked, "You truly mean to let me go?" The contract's already in your hands." "Why?" Li Wei hesitated slightly, then after a brief pause, replied, "No particular reason. I just think you're a decent person, capable, I suppose. Helping you isn't difficult, so I will." Hearing this, the man's eyes flickered with complex emotions. He took the contract and flipped through it. There was no doubt, it was real. Clutching the contract tightly, his heart surged with an indescribable excitement. While serving under his previous master, he had often considered escape, attempting it several times, but was repeatedly thwarted by the Ming Dynasty's strict population controls. Without official permission, he couldn't move an inch. Escaping the city was impossible, and even approaching the city gates was like climbing a mountain. Li Wei was able to wander outside the capital at that time solely because of Zhu Yuanzhang's special permission. Otherwise, he would have been captured and returned long ago. This time was different. If he held the contract, then true freedom was indeed his. Yet now, he hesitated. Should he leave immediately, or stay? After a brief moment of consideration, the man spoke up. "You said earlier that working for 10 years would grant me a civilian status. Then I shall serve you for 10 years, and will be even afterwards." He knew that Li Wei wasn't necessarily acting purely out of kindness, but since the other man was so sincere, he didn't want to lose his own principles. Moreover, at present, he was essentially penniless and without support. There was nowhere else to go. "Good. Then go rest now. Tomorrow you'll begin work alongside the others." Pleased by the man's decisiveness, Li Wei nodded approvingly. "Yes, master." Now that he had promised 10 years of service, the man naturally addressed him respectfully. "Oh, and my name is Bujaha." As he was leaving, he added that, "I'll just call you Abu from now on." "All right." After a brief acknowledgement, Bujaha turned and strode toward the front courtyard. He understood the rules. This fellow isn't ordinary, Li Wei mused silently, watching Abu's figure grow distant. He acknowledged that his decision had somewhat of a gambling nature. His willingness to help largely stemmed from a hero complex. Whenever he saw a talented man in distress, he felt inclined to lend a hand, and perhaps bring the person into his fold. There was also an element of empathy. Besides, even if things went wrong, he would only lose about 10 strings of coins, something he could easily earn back in a day. What was there to fear? After everything was arranged, Xiaoqing returned to the main hall. "Master, all matters are settled. Tomorrow, you will lead them in making the soap. For now, you must personally oversee the key processes. Please bear with them a few more days and observe whether they are trustworthy. Once they've proven themselves, the work can be entrusted to them entirely. Li Wei, meanwhile, held a silent reservation in his heart. Understood, master. Please rest assured. Go rest now. Okay. As she turned to leave, Xiaoqing suddenly paused and looked back. Shall I help you change clothes? Upon hearing this, Li Wei's heart throbbed. His heartbeat quickened. He almost blurted out an agreement. In the end, he managed to resist the impulse and shook his head, saying, no need. Xiaoqing looked faintly disappointed before turning and leaving. Li Wei stood there motionless for a moment, instantly regretful, almost wishing he could slap himself. Meanwhile, in the Qinxing Palace, soon after Li Wei had returned home from the government office, Zhu Yuanzhang had already received the news. What? That brat actually bought 3 servants? Where did he get the money? Did he embezzle public funds? Zhu Yuanzhang thought to himself. He had given Li Wei 100 strings of coins, and after subtracting the rent and daily expenses, the remaining amount should not have been large. Yet buying 3 servants alone would have cost at least 40 or 50 strings, not to mention the additional ongoing costs for food and living. Wasn't this going to make Li Wei's life difficult? Not exactly, Your Majesty. Recently, Master Li has actually been making a considerable profit from selling soap, a guard respectfully replied. Selling soap? Is that soap really worth so much? Zhu Yuanzhang asked in surprise. Your Majesty, Master Li sells each pair of soaps for 500 coins, and a single bar is 288 coins. He sells approximately 50 bars per day, although this is limited by his personal production capacity since he makes them himself each day. Now that he has just arrived at the market, his soaps are quickly sold out, and business is thriving. The guard reported in detail. Originally, they had even considered buying 1 bar to present to the emperor for tasting, but once they heard the high price, they immediately abandoned the idea. Their salaries were already low, and paying out of their own pockets would mean a big loss. In fact, these matters had already been reported earlier, but Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't read the reports carefully or taken them seriously before. He only knew that Li Wei was running some small businesses. Zhu Yuanzhang did some quick calculations in his mind. If 50 bars of soap were sold daily at an average price of 250 coins per bar, that would amount to 12 strings and 500 coins per day. If Li Wei had been doing this for a while now, the profits he had gained must have already exceeded a year's salary. And to top it off, he had recently added several servants to help with the work, meaning production would soon rise significantly. If production reached 100 bars a day, that would bring in 25 strings of coins daily, nearly 10,000 strings a year. 1,000 bars a day would mean 100,000 strings a year, and 10,000 bars daily would equal 1 million strings annually. Once the numbers were clear, Zhu Yuanzhang became restless and abruptly stood up from his throne. He could ignore matters of hundreds or thousands of strings, but faced with tens of thousands, or even millions, he couldn't stay indifferent. The Ming Dynasty was currently in desperate need of reconstruction, and with such a huge sum of money, military campaigns in the north and government affairs alike would become significantly easier. This damn scoundrel. He possesses such a treasure, yet dares to keep it hidden from me. After his angry curse, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly recalled that Li Wei had indeed mentioned something like this before, but he had dismissed it as mere bizarre craftsmanship. Damn, how could he ask for it now? Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brows, momentarily troubled, cursing himself for not pressing Li Wei for more details earlier. Did you manage to see exactly how he produces this soap? Zhu Yuanzhang asked solemnly. We only watched from a distance. We couldn't clearly observe the exact process. There were always palace guards stationed outside the courtyard walls of Li Wei's residence. Although soap making was simple, its process wasn't something one could fully understand with a mere glance. Listen well. Keep close watch and record every step. Understood. Furthermore, this matter must not be disclosed. Anyone who violates this order. Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes, his voice low and threatening. The guards quickly responded. Your Majesty, please be assured. Not a word shall escape our lips. That's good. Dismissed. After the intimidation, Zhu Yuanzhang regained his composure and waved his hand to dismiss the guards. Back in the inner palace, Zhu Yuanzhang first reported to Empress Ma, then proceeded to Consort Guo's quarters. Consort Guo was the daughter of Guo Zixing and the adopted younger sister of Empress Ma. Except for Empress Ma herself, she was the emperor's favorite consort. When Zhu Yuanzhang arrived, Consort Guo had already finished dressing. They chatted briefly. Then Zhu Yuanzhang sat down beside her to go over some documents. Dear consort, you smell wonderful today. What perfume have you used? As they were about to part, Zhu Yuanzhang noticed her pleasant scent and curiously asked. Zhu Yuanzhang paused slightly. That's not perfume. It's the lingering fragrance of something called soap that you use when bathing. Dear consort, what do you think? Do you like it? Consort Guo replied gently. This was a gift from Su's daughter. Many people in the palace have it. From the Prince of Yan's family? Yes, exactly. The Prince of Yan, Zhu Yuanzhang mentioned, was naturally Zhu Di. Fourth son should assume his post now. After the new year, I will send him to Beiping to govern his domain. Consort Guo nodded silently. She dared not speak much about state affairs, as none of the imperial consorts except Empress Ma openly discussed matters outside the palace. Zhu Yuanzhang understood the rule that women in the inner palace must not interfere in politics, so he shifted the topic back to the soap. Dear consort, if this soap cost 300 coins, would you buy it? Consort Guo hesitated. Perhaps I would. It's such an excellent product. 300 isn't expensive. Not expensive? You extravagant woman. Zhu Yuanzhang grew slightly angry. Consort Guo pouted in protest. You yell at me for nothing. I haven't even bought one. Although not possessing Empress Ma's influence over the emperor, she occasionally allowed herself to be playful and stubborn. Feeling slightly guilty, Zhu Yuanzhang merely grunted and said nothing more. Yet, the thought of Li Wei quietly earning so much money again stirred a sharp pang in his chest. He had to get this item. If open force wouldn't work, he would try theft. If theft failed, then he would try open force again. Li Wei remained completely unaware that his beloved soap had now drawn Zhu Yuanzhang's attention. The next day, he still went about his usual routine, idling away time and waiting for the workday to end. Now that the matchlock guns had begun mass production, the Bureau of Armaments was short on craftsmen. The production of spring steel was entirely based on luck. Many batches were discarded before finally producing acceptable results. Thus, the production pace was extremely slow, averaging only about 10 guns per day. At this rate, it would take months, even half a year, before large-scale equipping became possible. Nevertheless, making a few dozen initially for training purposes wasn't an issue, which would be completed in a few days. While idling away his time in the cabinet, Li Wei received an unexpected visit from Song Zhong. Masterly, Song Zhong greeted him first with a bow. "Oh, Song Zhong, it's been a long time. What brings you here today?" Li Wei welcomed him warmly. Song Zhong was one of the few people Li Wei truly knew in this Ming Dynasty, and in his heart, regarded him as a close friend. Song Zhong smiled shyly. Although Li Wei didn't remember much about him, he had often loitered around the walls of Li Wei's residence before. Though they didn't meet every day, they saw each other often enough. Faced with Li Wei's warm reception, he felt strangely awkward. "Masterly, His Majesty has ordered me to bring 30 palace guards to train under you. I wonder when we may begin." Li Wei understood immediately. These were the Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's personal guards sent to undergo the 3-stage firing drill training. Chapter 31. Deeply rooted minds are hard to change. Oh, where are they now? They are all at the camp. If Lord Li wishes to start immediately, I can have them gather at the drill ground right away. No hurry. Let's go check the drill ground first. All right, I'll show you the way. Song Zhong replied respectfully. At present, Li Wei held a higher rank than him, and the emperor had specifically instructed them to obey Li Wei's command during training, making Li Wei temporarily his immediate superior. However, Li Wei didn't seem to care much about that, treating him more like an ordinary friend. Song Zhong led Li Wei to the drill ground, which was fairly spacious and sufficient for thousands of people to train. The two walked to a corner of an empty area, since they only had 30 men and didn't require much space. "That'll do. We'll use this spot from now on. I'll make some preparations, and tomorrow morning I'll have everyone gather here before 9 o'clock, 3 ku after the Chen hour. That's when training will start." "Understood, Lord Li." After instructing Song Zhong, Li Wei went again to the Bureau of Military Affairs to inquire about the progress of flintlock musket production. As expected, less than 100 had been made in these few days. Li Wei selected over 30 muskets for training, and this had already received Zhu Yuanzhang's approval. Since the completion of the flintlock tests, the guards at the Bureau of Military Affairs had been strengthened significantly. The inner palace was already heavily guarded, and now outsiders were strictly prohibited from entering or exiting. After arranging for Fang Jianbao to prepare all necessary supplies and enlisting the assistance of several experienced craftsmen, Li Wei finally departed. The training of this personal guard unit consisted of 3 parts. First, formation training. Second, musket handling, especially loading speed. Third, shooting techniques. Li Wei would mainly oversee the formation and reloading speed training. As for shooting accuracy, it wasn't that important since these men were mainly for display, not actual battlefield combat. As long as they shot fast enough and produced a rapid crackling sound with disciplined, uniform formations, the emperor would be pleased. Once the bonus was awarded, everything would be considered a success. Early the next morning, when Li Wei arrived at the drill ground, the personal guards were already waiting. They were all tall, strong, and quite impressive in appearance. Li Wei came with several craftsmen and had each of them distribute a musket, then explained to the men how to use the weapons. It wasn't actually complicated, only a few steps involved, and after a few demonstrations by the craftsmen, everyone basically grasped the technique. But just knowing how wasn't enough. Speed was the key. Practicing loading and cleaning the muskets became the most important part of the training. Li Wei also taught them how to maintain formations, something he had personally worked out himself. He demonstrated how to turn around, march in step, and run in unison. There was no need to practice formal military step. He didn't want anything too ceremonial since it wasn't practical on the battlefield. Basic skills such as aligning the formation and counting off were shown by Li Wei, who picked several practical techniques to demonstrate in person before proceeding with instruction-based training. 30 men, relatively few, about the size of a regular class. Having attended university and experienced military training back in his previous life, Li Wei was now very comfortable giving orders and commands. Leading this group proved to be quite effortless. Clutching the elegant new firearms, the personal guards watched Li Wei continuously demonstrate various techniques with great curiosity. Though the Ming army had muskets, their outdated models were nearly useless after firing a single shot and weren't particularly effective on the battlefield, where swords and a small number of cannons played more significant roles. However, this new type of firearm was entirely different. Although still requiring loading and cleaning, it didn't need igniting fuses. The paper cartridges were more convenient, offering a vast improvement in battlefield performance compared to the older muskets. Guided by Li Wei, Song Zhong began the intensive training of the 30 personal guards, covering formation drills, reloading and firing practice, and rotational drills. Heavy snowflakes danced through the air, transforming Yingtian Prefecture into a pure white world. The climate of Yingtian Prefecture felt much colder than modern-day Nanjing. Inside the Qianxia Palace, Zhu Biao was reporting government affairs to Zhu Yuanzhang while Li Wei sat aside, working. In reality, browsing the internet for research, drawing diagrams, or conceptualizing new designs. When old Zhu wasn't around, he sometimes even snuck in a few rounds of games, returning almost nostalgically to his old work habits from his past life. Li Wei only handled the formation training personally. The rest was left to Song Zhong to continue the systematic training with the guards. Unlike university students of the future, these guards wouldn't slack off the moment the instructor left. Zhu Biao, quick-witted and articulate, was recounting the story of a former Yuan dynasty official who steadfastly refused to serve the new dynasty out of principle. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang had ordered the recruitment of former Yuan officials into service, and a messenger was sent to invite Boyan Zizhong, a former Yuan deputy minister of personnel. In response, the man drank poison and died. While listening to Zhu Biao's account, Li Wei, who had just finished a game of Minesweeper, furrowed his brows. Eventually, he couldn't help letting out a disdainful snort through his nose. Zhu Biao paused mid-sentence, turned his head to look at Li Wei, and Zhu Yuanzhang also cast a questioning gaze his way. "What's so funny?" he asked with confusion. "Nothing," Li Wei replied, quickly concealing his contempt and straightening his demeanor. "Since I've let you speak, just say it directly," Zhu Yuanzhang interjected with displeasure. Indeed, Li Wei held a position in the Grand Secretariat and had the qualifications to voice opinions. "Then I shall speak frankly." Li Wei, long holding back, spoke with obvious disdain. "That man was nothing but a traitorous lackey. What merit does he have to be praised?" As his words fell, both Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao's expressions immediately turned sour. Why would Chancellor Li utter such outrageous words? The former Yuan may have been cruel, but it was nonetheless the rightful dynasty of China. Boyan Zizhong, although a former official of the previous dynasty, deserves commendation for his loyalty and integrity. Zhu Biao had been steeped in Confucian teachings since childhood and firmly believed in this principle. Seeing Li Wei speak so rudely, he felt deeply annoyed. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a cold glance at Zhu Biao, but remained silent. Rightful dynasty? The Mongols occupied the Central Plains for a century, always treating Han Chinese as their slaves. What qualifications do they have to speak of legitimacy? If you insist on calling them legitimate, why not ask the people of the land if they agree? Li Wei was equally furious, bearing deep resentment toward the Mongol regime. Some later generations foolishly glorify the Yuan dynasty's conquests and territorial expansions, but this is nothing but self-delusion. In his eyes, the Mongols were merely barbarians who looted wherever they went. There was no true rule at all. The Mongols swept all the way to the Black Sea, claiming vast lands, yet left behind not a trace of cultural influence. Once Mongol power fell, those regions simply reverted to their original states. Moreover, the Mongols and the Central Plains, known as the Yuan dynasty, were never truly unified. Though related by blood and nominally under one roof, they essentially ruled separately and never acknowledged each other's authority. Not to mention the system of four classes of people, with Han Chinese placed at the lowest rank, abused, beaten, unable to resist, even slightly, without facing severe punishment. There were countless other discriminatory policies as well. Among Yuan elites, many even harbored desires to exterminate the Han people and conquer the Central Plains with cavalry. As soon as Li Wei finished speaking, Zhu Biao flared up and countered. Even if the former Yuan was cruel, it still conducted the imperial examination to select talents and honored Confucian scholarship. How can that not be considered legitimate? Confucian scholarship? Huh. When Zhao Kuangyin took advantage of a widow and her orphan long ago, they still recognized him as rightful. When Mongol invaders came, they simply transformed into ministers once again. How ironic that the Confucian philosophy remains unchanged through 1,000 years of dynastic changes. As for that so-called Duke Yansheng, descendant of Confucius, he's clearly a spineless man who goes with the flow. Li Wei said sarcastically. He had yet to mention the numerous hypocritical scholars, those willing to serve as henchmen. If they failed, they might barely preserve their lives, but if they succeeded, he was sure these so-called moralists, spouting righteousness all day, would raise even higher the banner of legitimacy. You are utterly unrestrained. Zhu Biao was so angry he could barely speak. Although Li Wei's words were somewhat extreme, they were true, and for the moment he couldn't find an argument to refute them. "Father, won't you say something?" The legitimacy of the former Yuan dynasty was declared by you yourself. Zhu Yuanzhang, who had silently observed the argument for a long time, heard this and slightly twitched his lips. Honestly, he didn't want to reply to this. When he recognized the Yuan's legitimacy back then, it was a personal decision based on strategic considerations, but not long after, he had begun to regret it. At that time, the newly established Ming Dynasty faced severe shortages of officials, and the vast territory required many people to truly govern. Therefore, he adopted a policy of recruiting former Yuan officials, using them while seeking excuses to eliminate them, all while selecting new talents through the imperial examination to gradually replace them. Later, he realized that Confucian scholars across the empire were deeply interconnected. Even with examinations, most of the new candidates came from these established families and their disciples and old acquaintances, making it difficult to separate entirely. Now, witnessing Li Wei's strong rejection of both the Mongols and Confucian scholars, he felt both surprised and appreciative. This was exactly the kind of loyal minister he desired. You mentioned earlier that the Song dynasty seized power improperly, and that the Yuan dynasty was ruled by foreigners. Then how about our great Ming? Zhu Yuanzhang changed the topic with a new angle, full of confidence in this point. Li Wei's expression immediately stiffened. He truly did not wish to praise the monarch who oppressed him, but regarding this point, Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed beyond reproach. Your Majesty was born humble, drove out foreign enemies, and restored the glory of China. The founding of this dynasty was the most justified. However, Your Majesty's recognition of Yuan legitimacy remains problematic. Li Weianzhang summarized a modern viewpoint briefly, then changed tone to emphasize, however. Zhu Yuanzhang first gave a satisfied chuckle, then suddenly tightened his expression and shouted Yongle. What do you know? I assigned you to train troops. Have you completed that task yet? Every day, you just know how to slack off. Hurry up and go train. Li Wei, who had been passionately expressing his views just moments ago, was rendered speechless by these words. Li Wei subtly frowned, then turned around, grumbling, packed his computer into his bag, wrapped his robe tightly around himself, and left the Qianxia palace. After Li Wei's departure, Zhu Yuanzhang began instructing Zhu Biao. Although that man's words were one-sided, they were not without reason. Zhu Yuanzhang was very satisfied with his eldest son in every aspect, except for the fact that he relied too heavily on Confucian ethics and moral codes. However, Zhu Biao was already in his 20s, his mindset deeply entrenched and difficult to change. Father, I wish to go and observe the demonstration of the new weaponry. Zhu Biao interrupted before Zhu Yuanzhang could finish speaking. Go then, Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a dissatisfied frown and a sigh, ultimately making no effort to stop him. Zhu Biao bowed in farewell, took a few steps, then stopped again. Father, I'm going to grab something, he said, walking over to the backpack Li Wei had left behind and pulling out the automatic umbrella. He had already gone through the bag's contents thoroughly these past few days. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced over, but did not stop him. Zhu Biao picked up the umbrella and left. Watching Zhu Biao's retreating figure, Zhu Yuanzhang sighed. It's all that old bastard Song Lian's fault, teaching our Biao like this. It really makes me furious. Zhu Yuanzhang grumbled in irritation. Su Shou, hearing the call from outside the door, Su Shou hurriedly entered. Your Majesty, I am here. Chapter 32, My beloved concubine rise. Summon Mao Xiang for an audience. At once, Su Shou received the order and left, sending someone to look for Mao Xiang outside the palace. Zhu Biao stepped out of the Qianxia palace and quickly caught up with Li Wei. Ministerly, please wait a moment. Li Wei turned around and saw Zhu Biao approaching. What is the prince command? I would like to accompany you to inspect the new weaponry. As he spoke, Zhu Biao walked beside Li Wei, opened an automatic umbrella, and with a loud snap, he unfurled it right in front of Li Wei. Ministerly, it's snowing heavily. Don't you have an umbrella? The snow is cold when it lands on your clothes. Why not share mine? Li Wei looked at the umbrella in Zhu Biao's hand, his lips slightly twitching. It's indeed very cold. You really know how to be clever. No need. Li Wei shook the snow off his shoulder and walked forward proudly. As a northerner, he thought it unnecessary to use an umbrella in the snow. Actually, recently, Li Wei's relationship with Zhu Biao had been quite good. He preferred dealing with people of gentle disposition. However, today they had a disagreement and slight quarrel. But Li Wei didn't mind. Whether Zhu Biao would cause trouble for him or not, he wasn't afraid either way. In the great Ming Dynasty, except for Zhu Yuanzhang, no one else was on his radar. As long as Zhu Yuanzhang had no intention of taking his life, anyone else would find it difficult to act against him. As for the future, Zhu Biao wouldn't even ascend the throne. Moreover, in another 10 or 20 years, under his leadership, when the Ming Dynasty undergoes changes, those who control key technologies won't be easy to manipulate. Since deciding not to get bogged down by social niceties, Li Wei has firmly followed the path that self-strengthening is the fundamental principle. He firmly believes that through his own strength, once he fully devotes himself to technological endeavors, all the political schemes will be suppressed and unable to raise their heads. The only thing currently limiting his development is the issue of profit distribution between himself and Zhu Yuanzhang. He would absolutely not allow all his hard work to be monopolized solely by the Zhu family, nor would he allow himself to be eliminated after achieving success and stepping back. About 10 to 20 minutes later, Li Wei and Zhu Biao arrived at the drill ground almost one after the other. Song Zhong was leading 30 personal guards in training. Upon seeing the two arrive, the training paused. Greetings to the crown prince. At ease. Everyone first saluted Prince Zhu Biao, then Song Zhong bowed respectfully to Li Wei. Li Wei slightly declined the gesture and gestured for them to continue. Then Li Wei walked to the front of the formation and began to organize the ranks. All personnel, attention. Align to the right. Forward, eyes ahead. Under Li Wei's commands, the personal guards' ranks became increasingly neat and orderly. Then he guided them to form a three-line firing formation, beginning live drills. Zhu Biao watched the disciplined unit with a sense of shock. He had originally thought Li Wei only knew how to create ingenious devices. He hadn't expected Li Wei to possess considerable expertise in military training as well. Even these elite palace guards displayed more power under precise instructions. Watching Li Wei direct soldiers to take turns firing new firearms, Zhu Biao felt shocked yet realized that this weapon would likely dominate the battlefield in the future. As Li Wei looked at the soldiers training hard in the snow, he couldn't help but recall his graduation days, when he interned at a tire factory. The boss then required new employees to undergo military training before starting work. It happened to snow heavily then, and their line drill drew the angry scolding from a passing elderly scavenger asking why these student officials were suffering so much for just 1,000 or so yuan. Reflecting years later, those days were indeed naive. Now these imperial guards train hard. Though he doesn't know exactly how much their pay is, it's probably not much either. He wonders if, later, they will ever question their efforts today. Trudging back home through deep snow, Li Wei quickly climbed under the covers to warm himself. The weather was bitterly cold. Suddenly, knock-knock from outside interrupted the silence. Xiuxian softly asked, "Master, Abu has something to report. Shall I let him in?" Since it was still early, the lamp in Li Wei's room was still on. Xiuxian knew he wasn't asleep yet. Li Wei shot a curious glance toward the door, wondering what urgent matter could be so late. "Let him in." Li Wei sat up, wrapped in the quilt, and said to the outside. Moments later, Abu pushed the door open and entered, saluting respectfully. "Master, I had some unclear parts in my work today. I came to ask for your advice." As he spoke, Abu took out a piece of paper and handed it to Li Wei in front of him. Li Wei took the paper with slight suspicion, unfolded it, and saw written, "Someone is following you. They are highly skilled." These brief 8 characters had nothing to do with what Abu had said earlier, but they sent a jolt through Li Wei's heart. Abu continued talking incessantly about his work during the day. "Master, do you think I should take care of these matters?" Abu pointed upward toward the roof, then made a slicing throat gesture. These men were all elite personal guards dispatched by Zhu Yuanzhang, each possessing exceptional martial skills. Although Abu had always considered himself quite capable, only today did he realize his abilities paled in comparison when these guards eagerly approached the kitchen trying to uncover the method of soap production. Li Wei furrowed his brow, deep in thought for a moment. Although he had never been involved in court politics, criticisms and accusations against him in the imperial court had never ceased. For example, the Minister of Revenue had even fallen from grace due to that budget report. Under Zhu Yuanzhang's deliberate arrangements, his position at court had never been favorable. As for who had ordered his surveillance, Li Wei was convinced the most likely person was none other than that dog emperor. Though his knowledge of history was limited, he had at least seen a few movies about the Jinyui, the imperial secret police, and vividly remembered their presence. Even though such an organization had not yet been mentioned in this era, he believed it might already exist secretly, unbeknownst to him. After much contemplation, Li Wei shook his head and said, "Forget about it. Just focus on fulfilling your duties." He couldn't come up with a good solution. Taking direct action was out of the question, as was going to confront Zhu Yuanzhang, which would yield no favorable result. If someone wanted to watch him, let them watch. Wasn't it similar to working under the surveillance cameras installed by his old company's boss? Nothing to be overly concerned about. Though his meaning was subtle, Abu quickly caught on and nodded repeatedly. "Oh, and be sure to protect our soap formula. Watch carefully," Li Wei added thoughtfully, because although he had initially informed Zhu Yuanzhang about the soap production, despite the emperor's initial indifference, he could not guarantee that Zhu Yuanzhang wouldn't seek to seize the profits later on. Li Wei had completely lost faith in Zhu Yuanzhang's integrity. After dismissing Abu, Li Wei sat on the bed wrapped in the quilt, sighing with a heavy heart. He had thought escaping the surveillance of his factory boss, only to fall into another form of monitoring in this ancient era. The next day, Li Wei went to work as usual while Xiuxian continued, accompanied by Xiaoya and Laifu, making and selling soap. However, Abu was acting unusually. He kept going to the window or the door to peek outside repeatedly, causing Laifu to grumble with dissatisfaction. The imperial guards assigned to watch Li Wei were also becoming anxious. The emperor had ordered them to uncover the secrets related to the soap, but so far they had made no progress. What frustrated them even more was that man called Abu, constantly wandering around and forcing them to hide to avoid exposure. Approaching the end of the year, Li Wei still maintained his daily work routine. He half-heartedly performed administrative duties in the mornings and busied himself training troops in the afternoons. During his spare time, he amused himself with games. This kind of life felt quite pleasant to him. That day, Prince Zhu Di returned to Nanjing from Fengyang. Led by the ceremonial officials, he first paid respects to his father at the palace, and then visited the crown prince at the Eastern Palace. After fulfilling these customary procedures, he finally had time to catch up and chat with his family. Soon, he would have to leave the capital for his domain. Truthfully, he couldn't wait to set off. Staying here was unbearable. Every day under his kind father's watchful eye, either studying or getting punished, terribly boring. Things would be very different once he reached his fief. There, even if he wanted to punish him, his father would have to send an edict across thousands of miles. It would take at least several days for the messenger to travel back and forth. Tall and robust, Prince Zhu Di looked nothing like his elder brother, the pale and overweight crown prince Zhu Biao. He radiated strength and possessed the commanding presence of a warrior general. Though none of Zhu Yuanzhang's sons were exceptionally handsome, their features were at least decent. Zhu Yuanzhang himself, in particular, was tall and imposing, exuding formidable charisma, nothing like the frail, sickly faces often associated with weak rulers. In ancient times, noble families also placed great importance on physical appearance. An unattractive appearance could even hinder one's ability to secure an official post, especially during the final stage of the imperial examination, when the emperor conducted the personal interview. Even the most talented candidates would be disregarded if their looks displeased him. Even an emperor needed to possess a kingly bearing, for an unimpressive appearance would undermine public trust. After paying his respects to all senior family members, Zhu Di returned to his mansion, exhausted. Su Miaoyun had already been waiting at the gate for a long time, accompanied by the servants. After more than half a year apart, seeing his beloved wife again stirred emotions within Zhu Di. Since their marriage, he and Su Miaoyun had enjoyed a loving relationship, raising 5 children and building a happy household. "My lord, I greet thee. My beloved, arise." Smiling, Zhu Di helped Su Miaoyun to her feet and held her hand as they walked inside, their attendants respectfully trailing behind with lowered eyes. After dinner, Zhu Di bathed and changed clothes to refresh himself after the journey, before returning to the bedroom with Su Miaoyan. Miaoyan, has anything significant happened at court lately? After some affectionate moments, Zhu Di began asking about major events from the past year. As a prince, he remained attentive to political developments. Yes, indeed, there was one matter. It is said the emperor found a genius somewhere, and the idea to abolish the secretariat actually came from him. This move has greatly offended the civil officials. Su Miaoyan told Zhu Di about the accusations made by the officials against Li Wei, labeling him as a treacherous official, and also mentioned his actions over this period. Although Zhu Di had long known about the major decision to abolish the secretariat, he knew little about the details. He could roughly understand the emperor's intention behind this. It was nothing more than a move to consolidate power. As for that official named Li Wei, Zhu Di considered him merely a shield the emperor used to protect himself, so he didn't pay much attention. A mere fifth-grade official was hardly someone worthy of a prince's concern. Besides Li Wei's matter, Su Miaoyan also told him about various other affairs. As a princess consort, she naturally had to bear more worries in the prince's absence. Chapter 33, A Pair of Verses. After finishing official business, they chatted casually for a while until late at night, when the room finally returned to quiet. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and amidst the bitterly cold winds, Li Wei welcomed his first new year in the Ming Dynasty. The area near the imperial palace was home to noble families. Every household had hung up large red lanterns by their gates, and fireworks occasionally lit up the sky, casting dazzling reflections across the neighborhood. Xiaoqing and Xiaoyu had already prepared the New Year's Eve feast. Li Wei asked them to invite Lifu and Abu as well. At his insistence, everyone sat together around the large table, spending the night of the Lunar New Year's Eve together. Xiaoyu and Lifu were very grateful for Li Wei's easygoing attitude, and even Abu began to regard Li Wei differently. This master was unlike the officials and nobles they had encountered before. He had no airs about him and treated his servants like family. Sitting at the head of the table, Li Wei offered a few short words of greeting, mainly wishing everyone to enjoy the food and drinks. Encouraged by his example, everyone began to tuck into the delicious dishes. Before his transmigration, whenever the new year came around, Li Wei would always hide in the city, waiting until after the holiday to find a chance to visit home. The reason? Anyone in their early 30s would probably understand. Whenever he returned home to face his parents and older brother's family, he always felt like an outsider. He had begun boarding at school starting middle school, so the time he spent with his family every month rarely amounted to more than a few days. After university and beginning his career, he moved even farther away, going back home only once or twice a year. Despite the bond of blood, there unavoidably existed a sense of distance. At New Year, the city would empty as people returned to the countryside, and the festive atmosphere was much diminished, particularly with restrictions on fireworks. Yet now, sitting here laughing and chatting with 5 people around him, this warm feeling made him feel unusually close and connected. The only thing missing was the New Year gala playing in the background as music. In every other way, this celebration felt more like a true New Year than any in recent memory. After finishing dinner, he took everyone to watch others set off fireworks. He hadn't bought any himself, not because he couldn't afford to, but because he simply forgot. Ever since losing access to his phone, his life had become hazy and chaotic, and he even had trouble keeping track of the days of the week. In laughter and joy, his first New Year in the Ming Dynasty came to an end. Early the next morning, Li Wei woke up much earlier than usual, because today he was required to attend the morning court ceremony to offer New Year greetings to Zhu Yuanzhang, an important annual ritual distinct from regular court sessions. Motivated more by curiosity than obligation, Li Wei once again entered Fengtian Hall after a long interval. Guided by the etiquette officer of the palace, he joined the other officials in shouting New Year blessings to Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang happily accepted the greetings from all the officials. At first, energetic and excited, Li Wei soon grew tired and frowning. These complex rituals really wore one out, tiring beyond words, even though no policy discussion was involved. It was exhausting in its own right. I definitely won't come again next time. Filling with regret, Li Wei inwardly resolved to avoid such events. Though already present, he couldn't possibly leave halfway. The imperial censors were always watching. Finally, after enduring till Zhu Yuanzhang finished his speech, officials still had to formally submit their congratulations, a procedure so tedious it made one furious. At last, the ordeal ended, followed by the long-awaited moments, receiving red envelopes and enjoying the royal banquet. The feast was held in the Jingshan Hall, where performances by the official entertainers awaited, something Li Wei had been eagerly anticipating. Li Wei received his red envelope. It contained 1,000 strings of coins. Not particularly generous, roughly the amount he made selling soap for a single day. Li Ai Qing. Nowadays the Ming Dynasty is striving to recover from many years of disorder. We are also somewhat helpless and cannot give you much, Zhu Yuanzhang remarked meaningfully. That's okay, Your Majesty, I don't mind. We mean, the Ming Dynasty is short of money. Do you have any way to make money? Tell us quickly. Seeing Li Wei slow to catch on, Zhu Yuanzhang bluntly said. Li Wei thought for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, why don't you let me take over the management of the Jiaofeng office? Zhu Yuanzhang's expression changed immediately, and he kicked Li Wei away with one swift move. Li Wei staggered several steps before managing to return to his seat. Beside Zhu Yuanzhang's table sat founding heroes Su De, Li Wenzhong, along with Princes Zhu Biao and Zhu Di, so naturally Li Wei had no qualifications to sit there. His place was among lower-ranking officials such as Wu Buoxiong, located at the far edge. But Li Wei didn't mind. As long as food was available, he was content. After waiting a while, dishes began to arrive. Chicken, duck, fish, and pork. It was New Year's, so no matter how poor one might be, they must maintain dignity for at least one day. Looking at these dishes, Li Wei felt a little disappointed. How should he say it? They looked like those from a countryside banquet. The ingredients were fine, but everything was too greasy. After tasting a bite, he became even more disappointed. Clearly from the Guangla temple. Such a waste of food. As several rounds of alcohol flowed and numerous dishes served, the military generals started boasting about their war exploits, cities they conquered, and enemies they killed. The civil officials, meanwhile, cast disdainful looks toward these crude warriors and began showcasing their literary talents instead. Li Wei paid no attention to the surroundings, focusing instead on selecting delicious food for himself, enjoying the meal while admiring the enchanting performances from the Jiaofeng office that had always fascinated him. But his indifference once again provoked others' annoyance. Ru Taishu approached Li Wei from across the hall, stopping right beside him. Minister Li, don't just indulge in drinking. His Majesty has often praised your talent. On this joyful occasion, why don't you compose a poem to bring us all some festive cheer? Li Wei turned his head to look at the elderly man, thinking to himself that after avoiding his mockery last time, here he was again. Many protagonists in the novels he'd read relied on classical poetry to show off their brilliance, both romantic and satisfying. Unfortunately, Li Wei wasn't capable of that. His knowledge of history was minimal, and his grasp of poetry even worse. Despite years of schooling, he couldn't remember more than a few lines. Facing Ru Taishu's provocation now, he felt extremely nervous inside. What kind of poem? How about a poem on snow? Ru Taishu replied carelessly, since it just snowed in the capital. The other civil officials, noticing the scene, stopped showing off their literary talent and fell silent, all waiting for Li Wei to make a fool of himself. Li Wei thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. He actually remembered one, clearly. Ahem, then I shall give it a try. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 or 4 flakes, 5, 6, 7, and 10 pieces, ministers joining in, thousands and 10,000s without end. He began reciting aloud, but deliberately paused at the third line. If he was going to play the fool, he must leave something for others to mock. Sure enough, as soon as he recited those clumsy counting lines of snowflakes, laughter erupted from the scholars. Ru Taishu himself was also grinning uncontrollably. Far away, Zhu Yuanzhang had also noticed this spectacle. Seeing Li Wei making such a laughingstock of himself, he slightly frowned. After all, Li Wei was someone he himself had summoned to court, and even in public he had warmly addressed him as Aiqing. If he made a fool of himself here, it would damage Zhu Yuanzhang's own dignity. After everyone had their fill of laughter, Li Wei finally raised his voice deliberately and pronounced the last line. All flying into the reeds, vanished from sight. The laughter stopped abruptly. The beginning of the poem had seemed dull and ordinary, but this final line suddenly transformed everything. The poetic imagery lifted the entire piece to new heights, profound and brilliant. Bravo! Minister Li truly is talented. Wu Bozong, his colleague, was the first to praise him. What's so great about it? Where are the reeds here? Completely inappropriate. That's right. Li Wei frowned slightly. It was hard enough just to recite this one. Who had time to worry about appropriateness? He couldn't even remember the poet's name. In fact, the last line he had recited wasn't the original. It was different, but he himself didn't know, and neither did the scholars. Still, the effect had turned out excellent. Ru Taishu's smile suddenly froze, his eyes twitching slightly. In the end, he restrained himself from joining others in nitpicking. Though this man harbored grudges, he also cared about appearances. Whether there were reeds here or not, this poem was indeed well written, especially the last line, which was the crowning touch. Is there anything else you'd like me to add, Minister Ru? Li Wei deliberately tilted his nose upward as he asked the old man. Ru Taishu, displeased, stepped back a few paces, snorted coldly, and unwilling to linger, turned and walked away. Seeing the old man finally leave, Li Wei exhaled in relief and secretly cursed. What a stingy old man. It was only 2 months of calligraphy practice outside the Meridian Gate. Was that really worth holding such a grudge? Zhu Yuanzhang, seeing the situation finally calming down, also felt reassured. As for Li Wei's poem, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't even need to think to know it was stolen from some renowned poet of the future era. It wasn't until long after the banquet ended that Li Wei finally returned home. The days that followed were all about social visits and exchanges. In the Ming Dynasty, he didn't know many people and had no intention of visiting anyone to exchange greetings or gifts. Yet, some people actively came to visit him, like Fang Jianbao from the Bingzhong Bureau, Song Zhong and Wu Yong from the Imperial Guards, and Wu Bozong from the Grand Secretariat. Even xiuxian had sent a visiting card. In the Ming Dynasty, exchanging greeting cards was just as common as sending group messages in modern times. Li Wei didn't make a return visit to xiuxian because the man was quite elderly, so simply receiving a greeting card was already quite meaningful. On this particular day, Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao went out of the palace incognito. Since expelling the Mongol forces, Zhu Yuanzhang had been devoted to reviving Han Chinese traditions, one of which being the custom of pasting couplets during the new year. The ministers, knowing their emperor's fondness for such things, naturally followed suit, hanging beautifully calligraphed and elegantly worded couplets by their gates. Now, Zhu Yuanzhang was personally visiting each house with Zhu Biao, pausing to offer commentary whenever they saw a particularly fine couplet. Zhu Biao listened as his father, a man of little formal education, commented and critiqued each couplet. Occasionally, he looked back at the several craftsmen trailing behind them, puzzled. Going out in disguise with guards made sense, But why bring craftsmen? Father, where exactly are we headed? Zhu Biao asked. Just wait, we're going to earn some money soon. You'll understand when we get there, Zhu Yuanzhang said mysteriously, leaving Zhu Biao even more confused. In reality, Zhu Yuanzhang's true purpose today was to obtain the secret soap formula from Li Wei. The men he had sent to monitor Li Wei had still not fully figured out the complete method of making the soap, and he could no longer wait. He decided it was time to switch from covert to overt action. After winding through several streets, father and son arrived at Li Wei's doorstep. Li Wei had taken the opportunity during his spare time to write and paste a pair of spring festival couplets by his door. He had always liked such traditions. As a child, he couldn't afford ready-made couplets and had written them himself. Though calligraphed with a brush pen, they had been passable enough to look at. Later, when he started working, he was faced with computers and mobile phones every day and could barely pick up a brush even a few times in a year, making him clumsy and awkward when he did. Great fortune, great wealth, and great auspiciousness. New spring, new joy, a new century. Chapter 34. Absolutely not. Zhu Yuanzhang stood at the doorway and read the couplet once, then snorted coldly, commenting, too vulgar, full of wishes for fortune, wealth, and official rank. It sounds as if spoken by a stingy man. And the handwriting? Simply terrible. Zhu Biao was stunned. Just a moment ago, he seemed to hear his father mention taking him to get rich. Go knock on the door. Zhu Yuanzhang turned to order the disguised guards behind him. The guard obeyed and stepped forward, gently knocking on the door. Shortly after, the door slowly opened and Lai Fu poked his head out. Who are you? Oh, we're colleagues of your lordly. We specially came to visit. Please go inform him. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't reveal his identity. Understood, but may I ask the noble guests' names? There's no need for you to ask. Just have Li Wei come out, and he will understand. Lai Fu looked them over, sensing that these people carried themselves with unusual dignity. Not daring to delay, Lai Fu asked them to wait and went to notify Li Wei. Li Wei happened to be on annual leave. According to the rules established by Zhu Yuanzhang, originally there was only one day of holiday for the New Year's greeting, and even that required attending meetings. Li Wei clearly wouldn't accept such arrangements. As someone who enjoyed time autonomy, he decided on his own initiative to grant himself a 7-day leave, and didn't go anywhere at all. Upon hearing Lai Fu's message, Li Wei became immediately nervous. Truth be told, he felt uneasy about taking the leave secretly. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had verbally promised not to interfere, after all, this time autonomy still ultimately lay in Zhu Yuanzhang's hands. If he suddenly felt like making trouble, the consequences would be dire. When Lai Fu explained that the visitor outside wouldn't reveal his identity, Li Wei immediately guessed that it was probably Zhu Yuanzhang himself. Following Lai Fu to the gate, he indeed saw Zhu Yuanzhang and his eldest son Zhu Biao waiting there. Your Majesty, why have you suddenly come here? Li Wei clasped his hands and bowed. Hearing Li Wei address him as Your Majesty, Lai Fu was shocked and quickly knelt down to kowtow. Haha, no need for formalities. I just happened to pass by. What do you think of the residence I arranged for you? Zhu Yuanzhang kindly waved a hand to indicate that everyone should rise, without questioning Li Wei's unauthorized absence. Very good. Thank you for your Majesty's concern. Aren't you going to invite us in for a visit? Please come in, Your Majesty. Li Wei hesitated slightly before speaking, sensing something strange about the old Zhu's demeanor. Not only was he not reprimanding him for skipping work, but he was actually smiling like this. It was truly unusual. Zhu Yuanzhang eagerly walked into the courtyard, followed by the group behind him. First came Zhu Biao and several guards. Li Wei hadn't noticed particularly at first, but later among them were people who looked familiar, as if they were craftsmen. Suddenly, Li Wei felt uneasy. Sure enough, the moment Zhu Yuanzhang entered the courtyard, he headed straight for the kitchen. While walking, he pointed at the busy Xiaoqing and the others inside and asked, Lord Li, what are you people working on in there? Li Wei's face darkened, and he quickly rushed ahead to enter first. Stop what you're doing and come bow before the emperor. After ordering Xiaoqing and the others to stop working, he barely managed to calm himself and stood blocking the door, saying, Nothing much, just fooling around with some little trinkets. Oh, what trinkets? Let's have a look. Li Wei's eyelid twitched, as if he had already guessed the emperor's purpose for coming today. Although Li Wei had given himself a vacation these past few days, Xiaoqing and the others hadn't been idle. With limited personnel, the soap they produced every day was already in short supply. Naturally, they were unwilling to give up this opportunity to make money. Now Zhu Yuanzhang had caught them red-handed. Under Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze, Li Wei reluctantly stepped aside from the doorway. Xiaoqing and others had already heard about the emperor's arrival, and the moment Zhu Yuanzhang entered, everyone bowed immediately. Today I'm on an incognito visit. No need for formalities. Considering the events about to unfold were not particularly honorable, Zhu Yuanzhang also dropped his royal air, appearing unusually approachable. Zhu Biao and others entered as well. Lord Li, exactly what kind of thing are you manufacturing? Zhu Yuanzhang pointed at the soaps solidifying in the molds, pretending ignorance. Ah, just some kind of soap for washing clothes. Trifling craftsmanship, really not worth mentioning. I'm sure His Majesty would find it beneath your notice. Li Wei said this with hope that Zhu Yuanzhang would graciously refuse further attention once he showed disinterest. Of course I do find it beneath my notice. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled awkwardly, then suddenly turned and pulled Zhu Biao forward. But Biao here is very interested in these things. Quickly explain to my crown prince how this item is made. After speaking, Zhu Yuanzhang even winked at the crown prince. Zhu Biao. Li Wei's face turned icy. Your Majesty, could you please avoid winking when facing me? My eyes are just a bit uncomfortable. Zhu Yuanzhang gave a careless reply, then continued, urging Li Wei to begin explaining. Li Wei, his face dark as ink, remained silent. Zhu Yuanzhang's smile instantly vanished as he put on a stern face, as if ready to turn hostile if not answered immediately. Li Wei's lips twitched slightly. In the end, he yielded. It's made from plant ash and animal fat, boiled together and then solidified. Ah, truly a brilliant idea, my dear minister. Zhu Yuanzhang flattered insincerely, then turned coldly to the craftsman behind him. You all heard that, didn't you? Hurry up and learn. If you fail to replicate it upon returning, I shall personally have your heads. Yes, we'll learn right away. The craftsmen, startled, immediately complied and gathered around the stove to begin their study. Li Wei watched helplessly as the craftsmen worked. He didn't stop them. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang had already issued a severe threat, and he couldn't be sure whether the craftsmen would actually be executed if they failed to master the technique. Looking at the newly made soap, it's a bright yellow hue. I think the name Minghuang soap is much more fitting. Zhu Yuanzhang pointed at the freshly made, unfragranced soap liquid. Li Wei inwardly cursed. Minghuang soap? Minghuang soap? With just one sentence, you've taken my invention as your own. The craftsman began working busily, while Zhu Yuanzhang himself didn't stay idle, walking around the house inspecting everything. Strange, what is inside this jar? He asked, pointing toward a jar filled with glycerin. This is extracted from the residue of soap making. It's called glycerin. It can relieve constipation. Li Wei replied flatly, following him closely. Oh, that's perfect. Biao has just been needing this. Quickly fetch some to bring back for my Biao. Father, I don't really. Zhu Biao tried to explain, but was completely ignored. Several guards stepped forward and carried away all the jars. Li Wei glared at them furiously, his heart raging. Are you taking some? This is practically robbery. Although glycerin was a byproduct, it had numerous uses. Without mentioning other applications, it could be directly used as an enema solution, perfect for selling. Zhu Yuanzhang picked up a porcelain bottle of alcohol nearby, uncorked it, and sniffed. So strong. Did you make this as well? This is alcohol. Li Wei spat out the words through clenched teeth. Oh, what's the difference from wine? Can one drink it? Actually, modern alcohol must never be consumed directly, not only because of its high concentration, but also because regular alcohol contains many harmful impurities, like ether and aldehyde. But the alcohol Li Wei had distilled was extracted from edible wine, so such issues didn't exist. It's usable. Use it and you're done for. While replying aloud, Li Wei secretly cursed in his heart. Thinking again, to prevent Zhu Yuanzhang from actually drinking it and dying, which might get him accused of plotting against the emperor, Li Wei decided to reveal its real use. However, this stuff is extremely strong. It cannot be consumed directly. Actually, its main purpose is to disinfect wounds. After injury, cleaning the wound with it before bandaging prevents infection. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes lit up. Oh, it has such an effect? What a marvelous item. Li, my beloved minister, you truly are my most capable assistant. Upon hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's praise, Li Wei's expression didn't improve in the slightest. He never wanted to be any capable assistant. All he wanted was to make money and live his peaceful life. Later, Zhu Yuanzhang made up an excuse that Zhu Biao was always active and often got injured, took most of the alcohol along, and even demanded its production method. Zhu Biao gave up after failing to protest and remained silent. Li Wei was so furious he couldn't speak. Your Majesty, I have one more excellent item here. Would you like it? Li Wei asked gloomily. Zhu Yuanzhang replied with surprise. Oh, what else excellent do you have? Face. Zhu Yuanzhang's smile froze as his face darkened. I also have something to give you. Would you like it? What is it? A wooden paddle. To avoid further loss along with the beating, Li Wei could only temporarily choose silence. Zhu Yuanzhang searched thoroughly through his home and finally left satisfied, happily bidding farewell to Li Wei at the gate. Your Majesty, please take care on the way out. There's no need to see us off, dear minister. Crunch, crunch. Li Wei ground his teeth angrily. Once Zhu Yuanzhang had walked further away, he couldn't help but shout loudly. Xiaoqing. Master, what orders do you have for me? Xiaoqing looked at Li Wei cautiously. From now on, whenever that old guy comes again, hide everything away from him. Li Wei almost roared. Not far away, Zhu Yuanzhang also heard the shout. But today he had already gained so much, so he decided not to quarrel with this young man. Father, next time when you go out, please don't call me along, Zhu Biao murmured beside him. Why not? Zhu Biao struggled for a while before finally saying, I'm busy. Upon returning to the back courtyard, Li Wei unusually exploded in rage. Old bastard. No sense of shame. He only knows how to grab things, no different from a bandit. Were it not for your age, I wouldn't have tolerated you at all. Xiaoqing, Laifu, Xiaoya, and Abu watched in shock as their normally refined and elegant master lost his composure completely, cursing furiously. Clearly, the master was furious at someone, but seeing Li Wei's near loss of control, none of them dared to step forward and try to dissuade him. Enough, this has nothing to do with you. You may all withdraw for now, Li Wei said to Xiaoqing and the others. After his harsh verbal outburst, unaddressed to anyone specifically, Li Wei's anger had slightly subsided. Once Xiaoqing and the others left, Li Wei secluded himself in his room, deep in thought. This situation won't do it all. Every time Zhu Yuanzhang sees something, he immediately takes it for himself, and in the end, I'm left with absolutely nothing. Absolutely unacceptable. Enduring temporarily only causes more anger upon reflection, and retreating just one step makes one feel increasingly wronged. Chapter 35, It might be a scam. Humph. You think that by taking away the products and learning how to make them, you can profit? Today, I'll show you the cruelty of the marketplace, like a battlefield. Li Wei knew full well that since Zhu Yuanzhang had taken interest in goods like soap and hired craftsmen to produce them, upon returning, he would surely mass-produce and sell them. This old man was best at confiscating properties and eliminating families. Many shops had already become royal or government monopolies. With craftsmen for production and shops for distribution, a fully self-sufficient model would certainly bring in immense wealth, money rolling in daily. It wouldn't be easy to go against Zhu Yuanzhang, but Li Wei was determined to give it a try. From his past life, he had plenty of marketing strategies to draw upon. He believed that defeating the imperial shop through outsmarting was not beyond reach. Thinking this, Li Wei sneered, pulled out a piece of paper, and began drafting a marketing plan. Although not a marketing expert himself, compared to these ancients, he felt confident he had the edge. The first issue was branding. Since Zhu Yuanzhang had openly taken the product, the brand name, xianxia, clearly couldn't be preserved. After thinking for a while, Li Wei decided to abandon the name. Since the old man had just mentioned that the soap should be renamed Ming Huangzhao, Imperial Yellow Soap, then so be it. It bore the emperor's blessing and was highly marketable. Moreover, because the cost of spices was high, the production cost of scented soap remained high. Li Wei planned to abandon the high-end approach, switching instead to produce regular soap on a large scale under the brand name Ming Huangzhao. By pushing inferior products into the market, he could squeeze out the quality ones and suppress the royal shop. Once the market was captured and a monopoly established, he could then either produce the original scented soap himself or use his market share to pressure the royal shop into buying from him at low prices, turning Zhu Yuanzhang into his own cheap supplier, and thus turning the tables on him. The more Li Wei thought, the more feasible it seemed, his mood shifting from gloomy to sunny. This time, deciding to confront head-on was not his first choice, but he'd been pushed into it. If Zhu Yuanzhang had been a decent employer, Li Wei would gladly have worked diligently under him, not craving wealth or honor, just hoping for a stable, peaceful life. Devoting himself to industry, exploring technologies, gradually recreating the items of modern times, so he could continuously enjoy the comforts brought by scientific and technological progress. However, from what he'd seen in recent times, Zhu Yuanzhang clearly wasn't the kind of employer who'd allow him a life of peace. If things continued this way, even if he managed to build all the modern inventions, it would likely bring him no enjoyment. It'd be just like in his past life. Those who worked hard created everything, but were denied the fruits of their labor. Unable to afford a house, unable to afford a carriage, even if he barely managed to own one, it'd mean a lifetime of debt and toil, leaving no time or freedom to truly enjoy life. Though he disliked conflict, if he didn't fight, he would end up with nothing, whether in his past life or in this Ming Dynasty. All bosses under heaven are much the same. Sighed Li Wei. He steeled his resolve, spent the entire day planning carefully, and the next day summoned Xiaoqing and others to assign tasks. Xiaoqing, you take Xiao Yu and Abu, clean up the empty rooms in the front yard, and set up 10 large cauldrons. We're expanding production. Fortunately, the mansion Zhu Yuanzhang had gifted him was fairly spacious. Otherwise, they would have needed to seek another site. Seeing his serious expression, Xiaoqing hurriedly agreed. Lifu, you go out and find people, 10 talkative peddlers and 10 honest, strong laborers as assistants. The peddlers and their assistants will receive 100 coins per day in wages, with the peddlers earning commissions based on sales. I'll explain the details to them myself. Lifu was sharp-minded, making him the ideal person to send out. Yes, master, I'll go right away. Lifu responded quickly, turning to hurry off. Wait, no, let's all go together with me to buy supplies first, then deal with these matters afterward. Li Wei stopped them, saying, expanding production indeed involved many tedious processes, from purchasing materials, to production, to sales, a whole chain of work awaited. Previously, he preferred smaller profits to avoid such hassles. But for a better future, he could endure the hardship. Li Wei led the group to the market to shop. This time, they would no longer use plant ash but upgrade their process, using lime and potash to create an alkaline solution, which would make soap with better cleaning effects. Though lye and alcohol were the core ingredients, Li Wei still decided these should be made personally by trusted individuals. The later production stages would be handed entirely to assistants. Initial daily production was set at 1,000 bars. As things developed, this number could be adjusted. These cauldrons were much larger than the one in the kitchen. Working full-time, 3,000 bars a day wouldn't be difficult. After purchasing the materials, Li Wei led the team back to clean the space and build the stoves. First, he made the lye solution. Quicklime reacting with water to form calcium hydroxide solution, lime water. Then potash was added to the lime water. The two substances chemically reacted, producing calcium carbonate precipitate at the bottom, while the remaining liquid was the lye, sodium bicarbonate solution. In addition, alcohol distillation was required. Once all these preparations were completed, the only thing left was to recruit assistants. In the following days, the hired workers and peddlers gradually arrived for their duties. Li Wei assigned the training of the assistants to Xiaoqing, while he himself, together with Lifu, conducted sales training for the peddlers. The product we are selling is called Ming Huangzhao. Remember this name well. It bears the blessing of the current emperor himself, so you must highlight this to customers when promoting. This Ming Huangzhao is extremely effective at removing dirt and suitable for both washing clothes and bathing. Come on, everyone, try it out first. There is also a more advanced type called scented soap. It not only possesses all the functions of regular soap, but also releases various fragrances after use. However, this scented soap is priced high, affordable only to wealthy households. After much deliberation, Li Wei decided to continue producing the scented soap, as its profit margin was attractive. But he had no intention of expanding production on a large scale since the market demand for such luxury items was naturally limited. Li Wei first let the peddlers personally experience the product, so they could grasp its functions and learn effective selling techniques. Then, he explained the detailed incentive measures. I've already had Laifu tell you that each of you will receive 100 coins per day, 3 guan per month. In addition, there will be commissions based on total sales, 1% of the amount sold. The more you sell, the more you earn, with no upper limit. The peddlers were extremely excited upon hearing this. A monthly salary of 3 guan alone was already quite generous, as most people earn no more than 20 to 30 guan per year. Even skilled workers like carriage drivers only earned about 30 guan. To receive such a high wage simply by walking around the streets selling goods, plus earning commissions, felt like a stroke of unexpected luck, like a pie falling from the sky. Rest assured, master. We will surely do our best and ensure this soap is sold in every corner of the city, shouted the peddlers enthusiastically. All right, enough, no more calling me master. Just call me boss from now on. Li Wei preferred being called boss. After that, Li Wei began deploying the specific sales plan. The absence of his own shops didn't concern him. He decided to follow the methods of the modern era by supplying products to various existing shops. Though initial costs needed to be covered up front, capturing the market would eventually bring profit. Listen up, all of you. Go to these locations, visit each shop in the neighborhood, and negotiate with them. Tell them we can offer our goods on consignment, meaning no upfront payment is required. If they sell the goods, they can keep 30% of the profits. If not, we will take the unsold goods back, ensuring they spend not even a single coin. Li Wei especially emphasized the importance of stocking goods. If he approached store owners directly and asked them to display his products, the owners might feel disadvantaged. However, if the arrangement was presented as consignment, allowing them to profit if the goods sold, while bearing no loss if they didn't, the situation would be entirely different. At present, store owners didn't operate as conveniently as modern supermarkets, which are approached by suppliers offering goods as soon as doors open. Back then, shopkeepers had to buy products at low prices with their own money and then sell them at higher prices for profit. But this business model involved great risk. If sales fell short, they could suffer heavy losses. By offering such a consignment service, Li Wei could eliminate the owners' worries. They only needed to worry about shop rent and wages, facing nearly zero initial investment for the stock. Li Wei firmly believed this method would successfully flood the market with his products. Nevertheless, this strategy carried certain risks, such as bearing the cost of goods himself and dealing with potential unpaid debts. After careful consideration, he decided to follow the principle of small quantities, frequent deliveries. Initially, only small quantities of products would be supplied, and the frequency of visits would remain daily. If payments were not settled on time, the supply volume would be gradually reduced until it was completely halted. As long as his product remained popular, he wouldn't need to worry about shopkeepers refusing to cooperate. As for other merchants, at present, only Li Wei and Zhu Yuanzhang held the unique formulas for both the scented soap and common soap. He doubted that the eunuchs running the royal shop would dare to extend consignment to others on behalf of the emperor. Even if they discovered this and reported it to the emperor, by the time they received permission, Li Wei would already have captured the surrounding market. Unless his opponent offered an even more compelling deal, taking back market share would not be easy. Li Wei's target shops were all located near the royal shop. Under his guidance, the peddlers visited each shop carrying samples and promoted their goods. Initially, the peddlers approached shop owners by offering to give the goods for free, letting the store keep all proceeds from what was sold, while unsold items could be returned without requiring any payment. The shop owners generally reacted with skepticism upon first hearing the offer, suspecting that a deal like this was likely a scam. After pondering for a moment, Li Wei gathered the peddlers and, through collective brainstorming, composed a story. The tale was slightly modified from the actual incident of Zhu Yuanzhang's visit, making it sound more like a heroic feat. Special emphasis was placed on the scene where Zhu Yuanzhang named the newly produced soap, ensuring a dramatic and impactful narration filled with words like astonishment and unexpected occurrence. Then, the peddlers vividly recounted the crafted story to the shop owners. They repeatedly assured them that no fees whatsoever would be charged. Through various persuasive tactics, they finally achieved results. Shops gradually began test selling the soap and scented soap produced by Li Wei. Later, Li Wei had another sudden idea. He arranged for the peddlers to wear customized uniforms bearing the emblem of Ming Huang Commercial Guild. Over a dozen individuals dressed identically strode through the streets and alleys, making a particularly eye-catching scene. Chapter 36. The results are impressive. While Li Wei was advancing his expansion plan without delay, Zhu Yuanzhang had already started arranging personnel for the production and sales of soap, and had specifically assigned people to test the effects of alcohol and glycerin. The results were impressive. Although the formula had been obtained, it still took the craftsmen 2 to 3 days to develop the final product. After all, they had no understanding of the underlying principles and specific steps, and could only proceed through trial and error. Once the soap was successfully made, Zhu Yuanzhang assigned a senior eunuch to take charge of the matter. Wu Qi was extremely excited upon receiving the task. Although he had never personally used soap, he knew that many noble figures in the palace were already using it, which undoubtedly proved its high quality. Moreover, managing the imperial shop not only promised rich rewards but also allowed control over the sales of more products. Even in the capital, a place of high sensitivity, Although Zhu Yuanzhang was firm in his governance, they still occasionally took small advantages where possible. After the soap was produced, Wu Qi immediately began promoting it. He placed the soap in the most prominent location of the imperial shop on the street west of Xian Gate, pricing it at a high 300 yuan per bar to display the majesty of the royal family. Li Wei closely monitored the dynamics of the imperial shop. Upon learning about the soap's release, he quickly dispatched people to gather information. Soon, a teenage boy, a street peddler around 17 or 18 years old, returned with the latest news. How much did they price it? Li Wei asked anxiously. Master, they're selling it at 300 yuan per bar. What should we price it at? Although the goods were distributed through various shops, Li Wei had already reached agreements with them in advance and still held the control over pricing and promotional strategies. Hearing the price from the imperial shop's manager, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The first product being so expensive, with no promotional signs at all at the entrance, seemed promising. Very well. If they price it at 300, we'll also price ours at 300. Master, that doesn't seem appropriate. The boy thought the royal shop could set such a high price because they were wealthy and well-established, while their own operation, lacking a physical store, might struggle to sell at such a price. Don't rush, I haven't finished yet. Have you prepared the signage I told you about earlier? Display the original price as 300 first, then prominently mark the promotional price, 261 for 1 bar, for 199 for 2 bars. The boy's eyes lit up. He exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, my master's wisdom is unmatched. Li Wei smiled slightly. Go ahead. Let everyone do as instructed. From now on, stop calling me master. Call me boss. Understood, boss. The boy passed on the orders. Immediately, 10 hawkers hung up signs indicating the prices where the soap was displayed in each shop. As for the common soap, Li Wei set the price at 28 yuan per bar. Though it was a bit more expensive than some other soaps, considering its strong cleaning power, larger size, and higher quality, this pricing was fair. They would test the market and adjust if necessary. Each bar of soap had a small sign with advertisements. For instance, rub it, scrub it, stains disappear without a trace. Fresh water brings lotus, bright yellow removes stains. Mom no longer needs to worry about my dirty clothes. As for the soap, mottos like, he says fragrance is true fragrance, and cleaning makes you healthier, were borrowed when applicable. If nothing fitting came to mind, they created original ones. With these vivid and creative slogans combined with eye-catching promotional signs, Li Wei's products quickly drew attention from many customers. Especially those who had used Li Wei's soap before immediately recognized it. Remembering how once they had to queue up to buy, now they could grab one effortlessly. Some less wealthy families, who had known about the soap before but had refrained from buying due to cost, saw the lower-priced soap nearby and decided to give it a try. With the help of diverse, engaging advertisements and prominent promotional signage, these soap bars, more practical than traditional soap nuts, rapidly became popular across the capital and gradually established themselves as daily necessities. On the first day, 300 bars of soap were sold, and around 100 bars of fine soap, roughly equal to the previous sales when Li Wei sold goods by the roadside. When Li Wei heard the report, he sighed with mild disappointment. Despite so many days of effort, the outcome was still no better than when he used to make a living by hawking his wares on the street, not to mention sharing the revenue with shops and paying the wages of many employees, leaving little but hard-earned money after a whole day. However, his efforts eventually paid off. On the second day, soap sales began to climb, reaching 500 bars. Though the sales of fine soap grew slowly, they still increased by a few dozen bars. After that, soap sales surged at an astonishing rate, quickly breaking the 1,000 bar mark, and the upward trend showed no signs of slowing. Earning over a dozen strings of coins daily from soap alone, and with fine soap sales also slightly higher than when he was a street vendor, Li Wei's net daily profit now exceeded 30 strings of coins, finally surpassing his former earnings from roadside sales, and the growth trend continued. Of course, there were problems too, such as some shops selling the goods without settling payments and even attempting to delay payment further with requests to buy on credit. Li Wei did not immediately cut off the supply, but instead demanded that they pay 30% of the payment first. For those shops still unwilling to settle their accounts promptly, he gradually increased the required payment percentage day by day, until cash-on-delivery became the only acceptable method, otherwise no further supplies would be given. As Li Wei's business was growing steadily, the imperial shop that had been supplied by him remained deserted. Initially there were still scattered customers, but as surrounding shops began selling soap as well, including the type of soap that the imperial shop did not offer, offering not only lower prices, but also better quality, nobody had any interest in stepping foot into the imperial shop anymore. Many potential customers were even directly drawn away by nearby merchants, never passing by the imperial shop at all. Wu Qi initially paid no attention, assuming it was only because the new product had not yet been widely promoted, and things would naturally improve in the future. However, as day after day passed with no improvement in business, Wu Qi finally realized the seriousness of the problem and hurriedly asked the shop clerks for the reason. The clerks, who had long been stationed in the shop and were fully aware of external developments, naturally understood the cause and truthfully informed Wu Qi. After hearing their explanation, Wu Qi was stunned speechless. You good-for-nothings. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Furious, Wu Qi raged. He had been kept in the dark about all this for so many days, and his subordinates had not even bothered to proactively report it. The shop assistant was frightened, trembling slightly, and forcing a smile as he softly replied. Well, sir, it just seems natural, doesn't it? Others run their business, and we run ours. In his mind, the store's performance had little to do with him. After all, The profits mostly went to the royal family. The eunuchs earned little, and regardless of profit or loss, he himself received a fixed wage. What do you know? This is a product exclusively for the imperial household. How could others possess it? Go find out immediately where they got it from. If you fail to uncover the truth, just wait until I deal with you. Wu Qi scolded sharply. He believed the formula was personally granted by the emperor and should naturally be a royal exclusive supply. The junior eunuch dared not argue, quickly nodded in agreement, and rushed out to investigate. Actually, there was no need for secrecy. With so many surrounding shops and dense population, it was impossible for everyone to keep Li Wei's secret. The eunuch only needed to ask around briefly to learn the truth, and he quickly returned to report. What? Minghuang Trading Guild? Also bestowed by the emperor himself. Wu Qi felt a jolt in his heart. He didn't know the background of the other party, but those who dared to conduct business under the emperor's name were either reckless fools or truly connected to the royal family. For a moment, he could not decide what to do. After thinking for a moment, Wu Qi temporarily set aside this matter and immediately summoned the eunuchs in charge of other imperial shops. As the overseer eunuch, he was responsible for managing all imperial shops in the capital. Each shop, aside from being supervised by eunuchs, also had assistants and managers, who mainly functioned as royal observers. Half an hour later, eunuchs and managers from all the imperial shops in the capital gathered together. Wu Qi carefully inquired about each shop's situation and found that nearly every shop was encountering the same problem. Surrounding shops were all selling soap branded as Minghuang Trading Guild, and at even lower prices than theirs. Master, who exactly is this Minghuang Trading Guild? They say its reputation is huge, and none of us dare to act recklessly. A young eunuch asked curiously. How should I know? Wu Qi replied, clearly troubled. What should we do now? Should we also lower our prices? A manager suggested. This? Wu Qi hesitated, since the emperor had placed high hopes on the soap, and he himself had also expected to profit from it. Once prices were lowered, profits would shrink significantly. Master, why not first report this to the emperor? If it turns out the other party is merely some audacious rogue, then we needn't hold ourselves back. A nearby junior eunuch chimed in. Wu Qi considered this and found the suggestion reasonable. He decided to first gauge the emperor's reaction. Fine, I will go to the palace right now. All of you should stay alert and watch over your respective shops. Don't do anything rash for now. We understand. After instructing everyone, Wu Qi immediately hurried into the palace, waiting a long time before finally meeting Zhu Yuanzhang. Although the Grand Council had been established, Zhu Yuanzhang remained busy with state affairs. As a diligent ruler, he still personally handled many matters, treating the Grand Council as merely an assisting institution. Your servant respectfully greets your Majesty. Wu Qi knelt down to pay homage. Rise. What business do you have with me? Your Majesty, your servant has already followed your orders to begin selling the soap, but somehow a merchant called Minghuang Trading Guild has also appeared, selling the same kind of soap. They have even introduced a new product named Minghuang Soap, claiming it was personally named by your Majesty. Uncertain of the truth, your servant specially came to report this to you. Wu Qi spoke lowly. Minghuang Soap. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart jolted. Upon hearing the name, he immediately suspected that it was that man behind it all. If he had dared to deceive the people under the emperor's name, he would never be forgiven. The Minghuang soap isn't priced high at all. Only 28 coins per bar, much cheaper than regular soap. Wu Qi answered truthfully. Hearing such a low price, Zhu Yuanzhang finally felt reassured. With such a low price, it wouldn't constitute exploitation of the common people. Then if he sells it, you sell it too. I truly bestowed that name. Make sure to spread this publicly as well. Although the formula originally belonged to Li Wei, even if it had been borrowed, it shouldn't be denied its use. As for the name, Zhu Yuanzhang thought that Minghuang soap sounded most fitting. If it could be popularized in the future, it would bring honor to the royal household, and perhaps even leave a mark in the historical records. Chapter 37, Struggling to Manage. When Wu Qi heard Zhu Yuanzhang mention the Minghuang Merchants Association, his heart trembled. He hadn't expected the association's name to be bestowed personally by the emperor. Fortunately, he hadn't acted rashly. Yes, your Majesty, I obey your command. Wu Qi hesitated briefly before speaking. However, their selling price is much lower than ours. Might your Majesty consider lowering ours somewhat as well? You may decide that yourself. We only care about the results, Zhu Yuanzhang replied without insistence. Originally, the set price of 300 copper coins had been somewhat high. A slight reduction would be reasonable. Furthermore, Zhu Yuanzhang added, we will not interfere with your affairs, but under no circumstances are you allowed to oppress the people. Otherwise, don't expect me to show mercy. Your servant dares not. Your servant dares not. Wu Qi hastily replied. Better not to dare. Now leave. After Wu Qi departed, Zhu Yuanzhang continued with his official duties. Once outside, Wu Qi headed to the soap workshop, where his fawning demeanor instantly changed to one of arrogance as he ordered the craftsman to quickly produce Minghuang soap. The process was simple enough, just plain soap without added fragrance, and the craftsman soon completed the task. After leaving the workshop, he went to the imperial shop to gather his subordinates. He warned his subordinates sternly not to act recklessly, and then informed everyone about the new Minghuang soap and the price reduction. These young eunuchs naturally followed his orders and quickly sprang into action. Meanwhile, Li Wei was reveling in the joy of starting his own business, staring at the ledger and grinning foolishly. His daily net profit had now risen to 40 strings of coins. At this rate, earning tens of thousands of strings annually would be effortless. No wonder people preferred to starve rather than work for someone else. If he had known starting a business could earn so much money, he wouldn't have chosen employment after graduation. I will never work for anyone, never in my entire life. Li Wei muttered to himself, quoting a famous saying from his former life. The thought of having to accept a position under Zhu Yuanzhang's administration greatly soured his mood. That old fox truly is cunning. Following the encirclement of the imperial shop, Li Wei's expansion hadn't stopped. Li Fu led those 10 hawkers outward from the area around the imperial shop, spreading further and further. Increasingly more shops displayed his Ming Huang soap and scented soap. In particular, upon confirming the truth of the arrangement where certain stores could take goods on credit without paying up front, many shopkeepers actively approached Li Wei, eager to collaborate. His business flourished more than ever. As his business expanded, however, labor shortages became increasingly evident. Li Wei instructed Li Fu to recruit another 10 hawkers. One day, after reporting on performance, Li Fu raised some new issues that had emerged. Master, several shop owners think our supply method is excellent. They're asking if we carry other products and would like to cooperate. Oh, that's great. Let me think it over. Currently, aside from soap, he only had glycerin and alcohol left. Glycerin wasn't worth much money, but the alcohol could be diluted to make spirits. Zhu Yuanzhang had once briefly banned alcohol production, but quickly lifted the ban once stability returned. Still, alcohol remained a luxury, and he could cautiously try selling small quantities. It suddenly occurred to Li Wei that his current product range was too narrow. Back in the future world, wholesalers carried a wide variety of goods. Retail profits were thin, and relying on only one product was insufficient to maintain a business long-term. Only the high profit margins of the scented soap allowed him to thrive so far on a single product. Then, suddenly inspired, he thought of a keyword from his past life: supply chain. Distributors were the key link in the supply chain. If he used this as an entry point to consolidate goods from these shops with high sales volumes, then bulk purchasing directly from manufacturers would surely reduce costs, just like a group buying model. Purchasing in bulk collectively, and then distributing them to various stores. By doing so, he could gradually control both ends, the stores and the manufacturers. If he fully controlled the entire supply chain, then one day, he would determine what every store in the capital sold. Later, he could even expand to open large, comprehensive supermarkets. Thinking about it made Li Wei ecstatic. This was truly a big business opportunity. However, several critical issues needed resolving. The main reasons these stores wanted to source from him were twofold: the ability to delay payment and the convenience of home delivery. Thus, he needed to solve the initial capital problem and the logistics issue. Currently, he was only selling soap and scented soap. Since the volume wasn't large, the hawkers could simply carry baskets to deliver the goods. But if he were to fully expand, baskets wouldn't be enough. Li Wei recalled the 3-wheeled carts made by Feng Jianbao. He needed to study them thoroughly when he had time. Although they lacked rubber tires, and thus had poor shock absorption, city roads were relatively flat anyway. If they couldn't be manufactured immediately, existing tools such as handcarts or donkey carts could temporarily serve the purpose. As for the capital issue, he couldn't invest too much himself. Currently, his total assets were barely over 1,000 strings of coins, enough for a comfortable life, but not much more. However, these issues could all be resolved gradually. Given his current growth rate, Li Wei estimated that within a year he could accumulate tens of thousands of strings of coins. Then such problems would be easily solved. Once this became clear, Li Wei instructed Li Fu to tally up the products with high sales volumes and easy transportation from various stores. He would then agree with the store owners to purchase goods using a payment structure of 70% cash and 30% on credit, placing centralized orders to manufacturers in order to negotiate better prices. If he could successfully push for a 70% discount, he wouldn't have to personally fund anything. If not, he would advance the payment if affordable, otherwise drop the deal and wait until he had more money in the future. At the Shun household, Shen Jing was listening intently as his shop managers reported their progress, frowning. Shen Jing was the eldest son of the 4th generation of the Shen family. His father was Shen's son, his grandfather Shen Rong, and his great-grandfather was none other than the famous Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had long since passed away. His 2 sons, Shen Rong and Shen Wang, had pledged allegiance to Zhu Yuanzhang early on, thereby allowing the Shun family to safely survive the chaos at the end of the Yuan Dynasty and continuing to flourish until now. Shen Rong had previously served in the Ministry of Revenue, and Shen Wang also had descendants working in the same ministry. The Shun family remained the wealthiest family in Jiangnan. However, at present, Shen Jing, as the 4th generation head of the Shen family, was having a difficult time. 4 years ago, both his grandfather Shen Rong and his father Shen Sun passed away in the same year, with his father dying even before his grandfather. Soon afterward, sudden family conflicts inevitably plunged the Shun household into disputes over inheritance, as his uncle Shun Bin fought bitterly with Shen Jing, the rightful heir. Eventually, Shun Bin, who was experienced and shrewd, gained the upper hand, while Shen Jing, the heir, received only a small portion of the family assets. Under his uncle's oppression, Shen Jing's business performance had been poor recently. The reports from his managers mostly reflected a downward trend. Yet, amidst these figures, he noticed that the sales of several stores had slightly improved, prompting him to speak. "You few stores are doing relatively well. Do you have any secrets you can share with everyone?" The store managers exchanged glances. One of them replied, "Thank you, master, for your compliment. Truthfully, there's no special method. It's just that a new organization called the Minghuang Merchants Association has recently appeared on the market. They have launched a new type of soap and placed it in our store for sale. For every bar sold, They give us a 30% commission, and unsold items can be returned. They handle the exchanges and returns themselves. This product has become quite popular and indeed increased the store's income significantly. Is that so? Please explain further. Xin Jing's eyes lit up, finding this model fascinating, and he began asking detailed questions. The managers responded frankly, describing in detail how Li Wei had distributed the goods. Xin Jing listened intently, greatly impressed. So business can be done in such a way? This man is a commercial genius. After a brief moment of thought, he asked, didn't he worry that we might sell the goods and refuse to pay? As the Shun family leader, he remained shrewd and insightful, immediately hitting the crux of the matter. I heard that a few stores did try to delay payments at first, but later the Minghuang Merchants Association changed its policy to require partial prepayment, gradually increasing the ratio until cash payment became mandatory. Now this soap sells extremely well, and since it cannot be obtained elsewhere, all the stores fear stock shortages and have no choice but to settle their bills on time. In reality, when those stores learned that the imperial shops also sold this product, some had tried to request credit terms, only to be immediately refused by Wu Qi. Humph, how dare you delay payment to the imperial funds? That would be risking your own life. After hearing this, Xin Jing vaguely sensed the emergence of an entirely new business model. By monopolizing the source of goods and distributing them in this way, the Minghuang Merchants Association would soon control most of the city's shops. If they further purchased goods in bulk from elsewhere and supplied them to these shops, wouldn't that be equivalent to dominating the entire capital's sales channels? In that case, all merchants wanting to sell goods in the capital would have to rely on him. It was simply terrifying. Indeed, Li Wei was already acting exactly as Xin Jing imagined. Soon, he started supplying more varieties of goods. For manufacturers, bulk sales were naturally more cost-effective. Li Wei, through group purchasing and consolidated orders, achieved a much larger volume than those small, scattered wholesalers, thereby obtaining stronger bargaining power. Although he hadn't quite reached a 30% discount, a 20% reduction was already within reach. Still, this required working capital. Li Wei was careful and prudent. He selected only trustworthy stores for small initial advances, then expanded operations gradually after successful cash recovery, steadily building his business momentum. His operations flourished remarkably, while Wu Qi's imperial shop faced increasing difficulties. The stark contrast between Wu Qi's royal store and Li Wei's flourishing business weighed heavily on Wu Qi, who had no effective solution to counter it. Born into the palace, Wu Qi had never truly understood commerce. Faced with Li Wei's novel business model, he was completely at a loss. To this day, he still didn't understand why he had failed. However, he was not foolish. He not only lowered his prices to match Li Wei's, but also closely imitated other aspects, discount promotions, brand storytelling, and more. Yet, he still could not turn things around. In reality, he had only scratched the surface without grasping the true essence. Li Wei mainly placed his own products on others' platforms for sale. These stores indeed profited handsomely, while he himself was spared the costs of renting or purchasing physical shops. Though he had given up a portion of the profits, he created a mutually beneficial and win-win situation, thereby rapidly expanding into new markets. Wu Qi completely failed to understand this. He believed that naturally more people should be drawn to patronize the grand, superior royal shops. Yet the actual situation was precisely the opposite. As the saying goes, big shops often bully customers. In the hearts of common people in this era, government-affiliated institutions had always been notorious for wielding power and authority over others. If they could purchase goods from small shops, they would never choose to enter large establishments and trouble themselves needlessly. Chapter 38. Hard to accept. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had imposed strict discipline on government officials after ascending the throne, leading to some improvement in the bureaucratic atmosphere, the prolonged oppression and injustice during the late Yuan dynasty had already eroded the people's trust in the government. For this newly established dynasty to restore official authority, considerable effort was still required. Time flew, and by the second month, Li Wei had been so busy that he even overlooked the Lantern Festival. Compared to that, he preferred the joy of staying at home alone and counting his income. Today was the day for monthly performance summary. After organizing the accounts, Li Wei reached a conclusion. This month's profit had nearly reached 2,000 strings of coins. It was far more lucrative than running a street stall. Although it was a bit more laborious, it was still worthwhile. Old Zhu is truly a good man, thanks to him. If it weren't for him forcefully taking the secret formula, forcing me to think a little, I wouldn't have achieved such gains. Huh. Li Wei looked at the numbers on the ledger and burst into laughter, taking the opportunity to thank the old man, surnamed Zhu, who had driven him toward the path of entrepreneurship. Lai Fu, call everyone to a meeting. Today I will distribute salaries, with each person receiving one additional string of coins as a bonus on top of their due compensation. Li Wei cheerfully gave instructions. Thank you, master. You are truly a great benefactor. Lai Fu expressed gratitude with flattery. Li Wei had informed him beforehand that he himself would also receive a salary, consisting of the same base pay as the assistants, plus a commission based on total sales. Although the commission percentage was lower than that of the peddlers, as the number of peddlers increased, Lai Fu's income derived from total commissions would only grow further than that of the peddlers. Li Wei gathered everyone together, delivered a few encouraging words to motivate them to keep striving, and then generously began distributing the wages. Upon hearing Li Wei mention that each person would also receive an additional string of coins, these assistants and peddlers cheered excitedly. Observing the employees who had worked for him, Li Wei suddenly felt a heavy sense of responsibility settling upon his shoulders. As Li Wei celebrated his gains, Wu Qi was also reporting to Zhu Yuanzhang inside the palace. How much profit did we make this month? Hurry up and tell us. Zhu Yuanzhang eagerly inquired. This month, the total was 150 strings of coins, Wu Qi replied hesitantly, full of anxiety inside. Hearing the figure, Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily stunned before he incredulously asked again, how much did you say? 150 strings. Wu Qi confirmed again, his voice somewhat trembling. This time, he heard it clearly. It was truly only 150 strings. Ridiculous. Are you daring to mock me? Do you think I know nothing? Zhu Yuanzhang glared furiously at this servant. Though he didn't understand the business world very well, he knew well that when Li Wei operated alone, he could earn dozens of strings per day. Now he had dispatched so many craftsmen and opened so many shops. How could the income possibly be this low? He had hoped to use this money to supplement the northern expedition expenses, aiming for a yearly revenue of several 100,000 strings. Your servant dares not deceive your majesty. It is indeed true and accurate. It was precisely 150 strings, all disrupted by the Ming Huang Trading Guild. Everyone buys their soap, while our royal shops are practically deserted, Majesty. Wu Qi hurriedly cried out. Nonsense. He sells it, and you sell it too. Why do you sell so little? He doesn't even have a shop, but I've given you so many royal shops. Majesty, although he doesn't have his own shop, he entrusts his goods to others' shops. All the surrounding shops carry his goods. Although we have quite a few royal shops, we simply cannot compete against so many other shops. He entrusts goods to other shops? Would they even accept them? Zhu Yuanzhang frowned in thought, perplexed by these complications. Yes, Majesty. All the shops are filled with his products. He started by consigning his goods on credit to those shops, and initially, several of them wanted to buy from us on credit too, but your servant didn't dare to agree. Zhu Yuanzhang listened in confusion. How could that scoundrel dare offer credit? Didn't he fear they might default on payments? Lately, preoccupied with his duties, and although the personal guards reported to him daily, Zhu Yuanzhang had simply not found the time to delve into these details. After pondering for quite some time without understanding, he said to Wu Qi, you may step down first. If your account is indeed truthful, I shall pardon you, but if found deceptive, I'll surely have your head. Zhu Yuanzhang's sharp eyes scared Wu Qi into repeated kowtows. Annoyed, Zhu Yuanzhang dismissed the servant impatiently, then fetched the records of Li Wei's recent surveillance, a set of paper slips, laid them out on the table, and carefully examined them. Half an hour passed as he checked each of Li Wei's movements, but found nothing. Business affairs couldn't be grasped through just a few words. Even possessing all of Li Wei's recent account records would require time and effort to understand thoroughly. Go summon Song Zhong to see me, Zhu Yuanzhang ordered. Soon enough, Song Zhong arrived. Greetings, your majesty. Rise. Do you know what Li Wei has been doing recently? Your servant reports that Li Dairen has been fully engaged in business affairs recently, recruiting numerous assistants, seemingly expanding his operation gradually. His business seems to be flourishing. Oh, how has he achieved this? Song Zhong knew that Li Wei's business was growing steadily busier, yet he didn't know the exact reasons behind it. Zhu Yuanzhang, somewhat disappointed, then said, find a way to copy his ledger and bring it to me. Your servant understands. Song Zhong accepted the order. Though difficult, it wasn't an impossible task. Late at night, several figures quietly infiltrated Li Wei's house, slipping noiselessly into his study. The study was located in a small room beside the main hall of the rear courtyard. Abo in the front courtyard was too far away and noticed nothing. A long time later, these people slipped away furtively. The next day, Li Wei's ledger appeared on Zhu Yuanzhang's desk, and he carefully examined its records. Although he didn't understand business well, from the ledger, he could roughly grasp Li Wei's performance for the month. How to describe it? Envy and anger mingled. Clearly written at the bottom was a total indicating this fellow's net profit for the month had nearly reached 2,000 strings. Goodness, and this was only the beginning. If this continued, in a year, the profit could reach 20 or 30,000 strings, maybe even more. And that was only within the capital city. If he expanded his operations further, the potential would be boundless. The accounts showed that at the beginning, many shops had delayed payments and nearly caused him losses, but later, fewer and fewer shops owed money, and profits gradually increased. Although a few shops had yet to fully settle their debts, the profits for this month alone had already more than covered these outstanding amounts. What mattered most was that these unpaid debts were merely temporarily delayed. Once the goods were sold, most would eventually settle their accounts on time. Now, few dared to evade payment altogether. Zhu Yuanzhang was both astonished and furious. He hadn't expected Li Wei to possess such methods, while his own subordinate, Wu Qi, was as foolish as a pig. He had mobilized numerous craftsmen, provided abundant resources, and owned many royal shops. Yet the outcome was over 10 times worse than what this rogue with nothing had achieved. This enraged him beyond endurance. Zhu Yuanzhang tightly gripped the ledger, his knuckles cracking. The next day, he summoned Li Wei. Li Wei, feeling delighted due to the good fortune that had recently come his way, approached the Qianxin palace with an air of obvious excitement. In contrast, Zhu Yuanzhang had a gloomy expression, and seeing Li Wei's confident appearance only increased his anger. Greetings, your majesty. I wonder why you summoned me today. Li Wei respectfully asked after a casual bow. I assigned you to train the troops. What have you been doing lately? Have you ignored my command completely? Zhu Yuanzhang immediately began scolding him directly, a fair question since it was part of Li Wei's responsibilities. Certainly not. I've been training diligently. You may rest assured, your majesty. Li Wei naturally remembered this task, especially since Zhu Yuanzhang had promised a generous reward, which was no small sum. If that's the case, then be prepared. In a few days, I will bring the generals to inspect the new firearms. Li Wei thought for a moment and felt that the results from Song Zhong's training had already been quite satisfactory. They should be sufficient to meet expectations, so he readily agreed. Understood, it definitely won't be a problem, Your Majesty. Seeing Li Wei so confident, Zhu Yuanzhang's face softened slightly. Then, pretending to be casual, he asked, I heard your business has been doing quite well lately. Upon hearing this, Li Wei smiled proudly. Well enough, the best in the world. But then noticing Zhu Yuanzhang's displeased expression, he hastily corrected himself. Second, Your Majesty is the number one. No matter the topic, regardless of whether the emperor truly understood it, the emperor was always considered the ultimate authority. Don't focus your mind entirely on these trivial business matters. Remember, you are an official. Your true duty is to serve the dynasty. In his heart, Li Wei inwardly scoffed. You won't let me resign anyway. I don't really want this official title. I just want to go back home and count my coins. Zhu Yuanzhang earnestly lectured him for a while, and Li Wei kept nodding in agreement, playing the role of an exemplary subordinate perfectly. After Zhu Yuanzhang's expression finally improved slightly, Li Wei cautiously asked, Your Majesty, haven't a lot of soap items piled up in your royal shops this month? What do you want to do? Zhu Yuanzhang narrowed his eyes, watching Li Wei suspiciously. Well, seeing that they're just collecting dust anyway, why don't I help you sell them? We could split the profits 50-50. How about that? Li Wei smiled at Zhu Yuanzhang. Normally, he took only 30% profit from the shops, so 50-50 was fair and reasonable, leaving only 20% net profit for himself. Do you think we cannot sell them ourselves? Li Wei didn't respond verbally, but doubt was clearly visible in his eyes. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned and coldly said, Don't meddle with this. Return to your camp and continue training the soldiers. All right, I'll leave right away. Since Zhu Yuanzhang refused, Li Wei didn't insist. After all, he could simply work harder himself and expand production. Now, the monthly soap sales had nearly reached 3,000 units. If sales continued to rise, his production capacity might struggle to keep up. But if he could control the supply for the royal shops, he would achieve complete monopoly over this market, eliminating any competition. After all, it had originally been his product to begin with. After leaving the Qianxia Palace, Li Wei went to the training ground to inspect Song Zhong and his personal troops. Despite being busy with his business, he still set aside half a day every day to train the soldiers. Nowadays, these personal troops had become well organized, skillfully employing the three-line firing tactic. However, their reloading speed remained slow, only 2 or 3 shots per minute, thus requiring a 5 or 6 second interval between each volley. Compared to the outdated matchlocks that fired only once and then stopped, this unit had clearly improved significantly, yet Li Wei remained unsatisfied. Having grown accustomed to the intense scenes of continuous gunfire portrayed in movies, this slow firing rhythm was hard for him to accept. Chapter 39. Although this formation of firearms can defend against enemies, it is by no means perfect. After inspecting the firearms training, Li Wei went to the Bureau of Arms to speak with Fang Jianbao about the tricycle matter. This was a personal affair, and the associated costs would be borne by himself, without affecting the normal work of the craftsman. The greatest difficulty in manufacturing the tricycle lay in the chain, freewheel, and bearings. These components were difficult to produce and could only be attempted through the exquisite craftsmanship of the Bureau's artisans, made by hand. Zhu Yuanzhang had originally planned to launch a northern expedition this year, but after seeing Li Wei's newly developed firearms, he decided to postpone the campaign temporarily, waiting until the firearms could be mass-produced and equipped before dispatching the troops. Recently, however, intelligence arrived reporting that Toan, a Mongol prince from the northern Yuan, was leading over 10,000 troops stationed at Karakoram, showing signs of southern invasion. Though the Mongols had already been driven out of central China and now barely survived on the steppes, they remained restless, constantly harassing Ming borders. Unless completely defeated, the frontier would never be at peace. Now, Zhu Yuanzhang had recalled all the military commanders who were away from the capital, such as Mu Ying, Fu Yud, Zhou Dexing, Su De, Tang He, and others. He was preparing to discuss northern campaign strategies with them. It was also necessary to brief these generals thoroughly about the firearms so they could mentally prepare. After watching movies on Li Wei's computer, Zhu Yuanzhang realized that future armies might center around firearms, vastly different from traditional weapons. Though these current generals had extensive battlefield experience, the emergence of firearms might render many of their past experiences obsolete. Thus, strategies must be adjusted to cope with a battlefield dominated by new firearms. Allowing Li Wei to demonstrate the 3-stage shooting method was precisely to help these generals prepare and adapt in advance, avoiding being caught off guard later. Once the firearms production was complete, Li Wei would also be assigned other tasks, such as increasing grain production and developing iron-plated vehicles. Though the guy always claimed he couldn't do something, from the case of the flintlock, one could tell that even if he couldn't perfectly replicate future technologies, he could still create somewhat inferior transitional substitutes with similar functions. So his potential needed constant exploitation. On the parade ground of the commander of the Imperial Guard, banners fluttered as the venue was fully prepared with the personal guards lining all around. Zhu Yuanzhang led the way, walking alongside his eldest son Zhu Biao. Zhu Di followed closely, along with generals such as Su De, Tang He, Li Wenzhong, and others. Behind them were Mu Ying, Lan Yu, Zhou Dexing, Lu Zhongxiang, and more. Truly an assembly of elite generals, each capable of expanding territories or defending a region on their own. Under Zhu Yuanzhang's lead, the group ascended onto a temporary elevated platform. Big brother, why has father gone to such great lengths calling us all here? What spectacle awaits us today? Zhu Di whispered quietly to Zhu Biao beside him. Father had someone develop a new type of firearm. It's very impressive. You'll understand soon enough, Zhu Biao replied. Oh, a firearm. Zhu Di's eyes lit up. At just over 20 years old, aside from Sun Yaoyun, he had no other passions besides wielding weapons, training soldiers, and going into battle. Hearing now about a powerful new firearm instantly intrigued him. Zhu Yuanzhang continued talking quietly with Su De and Tang He. Tianda, Wenzhong, you two must observe carefully. This new firearm is not the same as previous hand cannons. We believe it will play a major role on future battlefields. Weapons like swords, spears, and bows will likely be replaced in the future. The battlefield will no longer be simply a matter of back-and-forth melee combat. After hearing this, Su De looked slightly surprised. At present, the main firearms used in the army were the hand cannons and cannons, with the cannons playing a larger role, while hand cannons were considered relatively ineffective. Infantry combat still largely relied on swords, spears, and bows. But from Zhu Yuanzhang's words, it seemed that this new firearm would completely change the nature of warfare. Your Majesty, can this new firearm really have such a great impact? Su De asked doubtfully. Haha, you'll see when the time comes. Zhu Yuanzhang stayed silent. He deeply understood the saying, seeing is believing. Many things could only truly be grasped through personal observation. Although Su De and others had not seen the future battlefield scenes shown in the movies, Zhu Yuanzhang had full confidence in his generals, believing they would recognize the value of the flintlock rifles. As everyone took their positions, Li Wei began entering the field. Today he also found a set of armor to wear, instantly appearing dashing and heroic. However, he soon regretted this decision. The armor was too heavy. If he had to fight in it, he'd likely collapse from exhaustion even before reaching the battlefield. But now that he had put it on, it was too late to remove it. Li Wei could only force himself forward. Attention, everyone. Before entering, Li Wei first assembled the troops until they were perfectly aligned, then gave the order to march forward in unison. The people in the viewing stand watched as a 30-man unit slowly advanced steadily into the field, every step synchronized. It was both impressive and aesthetically pleasing. These were all seasoned generals who had seen countless battles and deeply understood the importance of military discipline. This 30-man squad was undoubtedly an elite unit with strict discipline. The squad marched into the parade ground with perfectly synchronized steps. After Li Wei gave the order to halt, he hurried to the viewing stand and, following the Ming military etiquette, raised his fists in salute and loudly declared, "Humble servant Li Wei pays homage to your Majesty. Rise." Actually, during a military campaign, he should have addressed himself as a subordinate commander. However, as Li Wei held no official military rank and was merely carrying out orders, he felt it more appropriate to refer to himself as a humble servant. Zhu Yuanzhang did not dwell on the matter. As long as Li Wei did not cause any trouble, he was satisfied. Your Majesty, Li Wei continued, the drill squad is now ready. Please inspect and review the performance. Excellent. Proceed as you have planned. Understood. Li Wei, his expression solemn, returned to his position and began directing the squad to their firing positions. Right turn, quick march, swish. The personal guards moved in perfect unison, turning and marching toward the center of the drill field. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in satisfaction and turned to Su De beside him, asking, Tianda, what do you think of this squad? Your Majesty, I believe this unit is disciplined and indeed an elite force. He paused slightly before adding, however, I find this marching style somewhat rigid and possibly impractical in actual combat. That makes sense. I think so too. The battlefield changes rapidly. Sticking rigidly to commands may cause missed opportunities or even result in defeat by the enemy. Li Wenzhong also voiced agreement. Wait and see. Just watch for now. Li Wei led his men to the designated location on the drill field. The soldiers quickly formed 3 rows, ready to fire. He had previously set up 3 targets at varying directions, located 50, 100, and 150 paces away. First, Li Wei rearranged the formation to align with the target at 50 paces. With his command, the first row of soldiers raised their flintlock rifles. Ready, fire, bang, bang, bang. Upon Li Wei's command, the first row fired in unison, immediately stepping back to the rear of the formation afterward. The second row swiftly moved forward to take their positions, executing the process seamlessly. After the second row completed firing, the third row took over, while the first row, having reloaded, returned to the front line. The 3 rows rotated fluidly, firing continuously one after another in a relentless barrage. The generals on the high viewing platform were all astounded. Was this the kind of performance a hand cannon was capable of? Such operation was almost inconceivable. At such a firing frequency, if cavalry tried to charge this formation, they would surely suffer heavy losses. Initially, the military commanders hadn't held high expectations for this seemingly impressive but seemingly impractical demonstration, viewing it merely as an imperial spectacle. However, upon witnessing such intense firepower, all their expressions changed dramatically. Su De was particularly stunned. If such weapons were widely equipped to the infantry, then, would they still fear cavalry? Your Majesty, how powerful is this firearm? How far can it penetrate armor? Su De asked, his voice trembling slightly. Within 200 paces, armor offers no protection. Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a smile. What? 200 paces. Su Da's eyes widened in disbelief. Although the accuracy at that distance might be low, against a charging cavalry force, such concentrated fire would still inflict considerable damage. He calculated silently. When a cavalry charge was at full gallop, crossing 200 paces to reach this formation would take approximately 10 rounds of firing, about 40 to 50 seconds. 10 rounds of continuous fire. Such an intense attack, could anyone withstand it? If each cavalryman was likely to be hit 10 times, how could they possibly get close? And with the sheer size of cavalry targets, how likely could they evade? Moreover, the immense penetrating power of these firearms would likely even pierce heavily armored cavalry. The northern nomadic tribes had large numbers of cavalry, while the Ming cavalry was scarce. In the early stages of battle, infantry often had to confront cavalry head-on. Though the Ming infantry outnumbered the enemy, they frequently found themselves at a disadvantage. But now with this firearm, the situation would change completely. Su Da exclaimed in astonishment. With this weapon, the northern frontier shall be secure. Heaven protects the great Ming, blesses our emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled broadly upon hearing this. General Su speaks truly. The effectiveness of this weapon is well known throughout the world. Su Da, always perceptive, might have slightly exaggerated, but the power of the flintlock rifle was unquestionable. Although this formation of firearms can defend against enemies, it is by no means perfect, especially against cavalry charges. Maintaining strict formation is crucial. Panic or disruption caused by enemy impact must be avoided at all costs. This presents a significant challenge to the soldiers. After all, cavalry charges resemble a surging flood, terrifying to common soldiers. Remaining calm and disciplined under such pressure is extremely difficult. The prerequisite for such 10 rounds of coordinated firing lies in the soldiers standing firm in their positions, maintaining formation orderly even under the pressure of an oncoming cavalry charge, performing their actions smoothly and efficiently. Of course, the firearm formation also had its vulnerabilities. Not every cavalryman was willing to face death head-on. Once casualties reached a certain number, the cavalry might break and flee even before reaching the firearm's range. As long as the cavalry failed to break through the 200-pace line, the firearm unit could remain unscathed, but the cavalry could not. Li Wei ordered the firearms unit to shoot at targets placed at 50, 100, and 150 paces in sequence. Accuracy was not the main concern. Rather, it was the density of fire. There would inevitably be many variables in actual combat, left to the commander's discretion. He himself was merely an outsider to military affairs, with only a superficial understanding of troop formations and battlefield strategies. Brother, what kind of firearm is this? It's astonishingly powerful. Zhu Di's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly turned to Zhu Biao beside him, his heart pounding with exhilaration. Though young, Zhu Di was no stranger to warfare. At this moment, vivid images of firearms dominating future battlefields already flashed through his mind. Chapter 40. No way. I want the Chancellor. This is the flintlock musket, invented by Li Wei, who is currently training the army formations. This formation is also his unique creation. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di fixed his gaze on Li Wei, his expression one of infatuation, as if beholding a peerless beauty. Li Wei, the same one who proposed abolishing the Secretariat. Exactly. Zhu Biao answered somewhat awkwardly, deeply embarrassed by his father's behavior. After hearing this, Zhu Di gazed from afar at Li Wei, muttering softly to himself. After firing over 100 rounds, Li Wei ordered a stop to the demonstration and led his troops back to the reviewing stand. Your Majesty, firearms demonstration has concluded. Please issue your instructions. Very good. Zhu Yuanzhang called out in satisfaction, then added, Li Wei, you've done great service to the court. I shall reward you handsomely. Upon hearing these words, Li Wei was instantly overwhelmed with joy, secretly thrilled that this time things were surely settled. Announced the decree. Li Wei has invented firearms and trained military formations with outstanding skills. He is hereby appointed Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Works, rank 3A, and will continue to serve in the Grand Secretariat. Upon hearing of his sudden promotion, Li Wei felt slightly surprised. He didn't particularly care about rank, though the higher the salary, the better, but having already earned thousands of strings of coins monthly, this no longer interested him. Nonetheless, he needed to express gratitude. Your servant bows in thanks for your Majesty's favor. After a moment's thought, he added, Your Majesty, developing firearms and training the musket formations was not solely my own effort. Please consider this, Your Majesty. Well said. Every soldier who participated in today's demonstration shall each receive 10 strings of coins. Song Zhong shall be promoted to Chief of 100, and all staff in the Bureau of Military Equipment shall each receive 10 strings of coins as well. The director shall be promoted to rank 7A and the assistants to rank 7B. Zhu Yuanzhang rewarded all involved, and Song Zhong along with the other soldiers expressed their deep gratitude. After everyone dispersed, Zhu Yuanzhang noticed that Li Wei was still standing there and asked, Why are you still here? Li Wei was taken aback, thinking, Is this all? Where's my promised 10,000 taels of gold? You may go, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned. Though anxious inside, he understood that this wasn't the time to rashly ask for compensation. He swallowed his complaints and took his leave. After distributing rewards, Zhu Yuanzhang summoned his ministers again to Wuying Hall to discuss important matters. This time, Li Wei unusually didn't leave early but patiently waited until Zhu Yuanzhang finished affairs before requesting an audience at Qianxia Palace. Greeting Your Majesty. How did you find this demonstration? Li Wei bowed and asked eagerly. It was acceptable, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded casually. Then, what about the reward you promised? 10,000 taels of gold. Oh, that. Zhu Yuanzhang responded as if just now recalling, and ordered, Su Shou, give it to him. As commanded, Su Shou handed over 10 strings of treasure notes to Li Wei. Taking the notes, Li Wei looked deeply suspicious as he asked, Your Majesty, you previously said 10,000 taels of gold, didn't you? That's correct. This is 10,000 taels of gold. Li Wei stood frozen, his face red with anger. How can this count as 10,000 gold? It's clearly only 10 strings of notes. 10,000 taels equals 10 strings of notes. If you don't believe me, you can ask others. Li Wei turned to Su Shou, who smiled faintly, and said, My lord, 10,000 gold means 10,000 copper coins. If my lord prefers, I can exchange these notes for copper coins for you. What? 10,000 gold is copper coins. Exactly, my lord. Stunned, Li Wei stared blankly. What kind of logic was this? Wasn't this just plain cheating? How could 10,000 gold be copper coins? He said through clenched teeth, glaring at Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang simply smiled, unfazed. Isn't that right? You should read more books. You don't even know this. How ignorant. In truth, Zhu Yuanzhang was merely playing with words. Normally, rewards would specify amounts in silver taels, while saying 10,000 gold was intentionally vague. In this context, gold could mean either copper coins or silver taels, depending on era and circumstances. Li Wei turned red with fury, glaring at Zhu Yuanzhang. What? You don't want it? Then give it back to me. Zhu Yuanzhang extended his hand, almost mockingly. I want it, Li Wei said, gritting his teeth. Although 10 strings of coins were far from his hoped for 10,000 taels of gold, at least it was something. Indeed, 10 strings of coins weren't few. It equated to half a year's income for an average commoner. But given Li Wei's current monthly income of 1,000 strings, this amount naturally seemed trivial. All that hard work, just for this? So stingy. He muttered under his breath as he put the notes away. You even complain about it? Didn't I also promote you? From 5A to 3A rank, 4 ranks up. You should feel grateful instead. Li Wei rolled his eyes. Rank meant nothing to him. Oh, by the way, according to the law of our dynasty, officials of rank 4 and above are not allowed to engage in business. You knew that, right? Go shut down your businesses after you go home. Zhu Yuanzhang pretended to suddenly remember something and continued. This isn't specifically targeting you. This law has existed for a long time. Li Wei instantly felt dazed. He did recall such a regulation indeed existed, and seeing Zhu Yuanzhang's solemn expression, he inwardly cursed. If this wasn't targeting me, then what was it? Seeing Li Wei's shocked expression, Zhu Yuanzhang showed a look of satisfaction. No matter how capable you are, you're still easily subdued by me. Your Majesty, this humble servant is lacking in talent and company dandong shilong zhongrun. I beg you to withdraw this decree. If it's decided by you, then let it be decided by you. How could the emperor's words be changed? Now you're being all formal about it. I beg to resign and return home. You're still young. How could you so easily request retirement? Absolutely not. I won't be stopped by such matters anymore. Anyway, I won't do it. Huh? Do you think this is some ordinary place where you can just come and go as you please? Li Wei was too angry to speak. In his heart, he cursed. When have I ever wanted to work here? It's you who forced me. After failing to resign, Li Wei didn't even bother asking for permission to leave. He simply turned and walked away quickly. Zhu Yuanzhang watched him go coldly, then casually noted down a line in his little notebook. Improper conduct before the emperor. Head lowered in anger, Li Wei quickly walked out of the palace hall. Not long after exiting the main hall, he nearly collided with a girl face to face. Princess, please stop. Li Wei, aren't you supposed to be dead? After recognizing his face, the little princess shrieked, hiding behind her maid Xiaohong and asking in confusion. Ever since hearing Li Wei is dead, she had been in low spirits for months, rarely coming to Qianqing Palace to deliver meals to her father. Although there were many palace guards in the palace who knew the truth, since the emperor himself had declared it, even if it was just a joke, no one dared to speak out. Children should not say such things, children shouldn't. Li Wei frowned as he said. The little princess stepped out from behind the maid and carefully examined him before joyfully exclaiming, So you're still alive? Shouldn't you be the one who's dead? Li Wei was already furious at Zhu Yuanzhang. Hearing her cursing his death only added to his anger. Dare you curse the princess? The maid Xiaohong sternly interrupted. Li Wei shot her a glare but said nothing, turning and walking away. Where are you going? The little princess shouted behind him. What a stupid question. Naturally going home. Today I waited so long for such a grand reward. What was this if not just overtime? Then when will you come back? Never again. Li Wei replied without looking back. The little princess stomped her foot in dissatisfaction as she watched him leave. Only after Li Wei completely disappeared outside the palace gate did she leave unhappily. Inside Qianqing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang lifted his teacup and took a sip, feeling immensely pleased. Once Li Wei's businesses failed, he planned to have the imperial shops mimic his management style, first establishing a foothold in the capital before spreading throughout the country. With that, annual revenues of several 100,000 strings of coins could be easily obtained. Father, didn't you say Li Wei was already dead? At this moment, the little princess came in pouting, obviously having met Li Wei outside, and her tone carried questioning. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at his daughter, and realizing she probably had heard something, carelessly replied, Oh, that was just a casual remark. He had never planned to hide this for long. He merely wanted his daughter to behave herself and not be influenced by that scoundrel. This is your tea snack. The little princess, puffing her cheeks, placed the food container heavily on the table. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned and said, Girl, you're not a child anymore. Why do you still know nothing of propriety? Humph, humph. The little princess gave a couple of cold snorts, turned her head away from the seemingly affectionate, yet actually hypocritical father, and softly hummed the song Li Wei had taught her. Ugly monster, big monster, lazy monster. Just after Li Wei exited the palace gate, he happened to meet Wu Bozong returning from court. Wu was punctual every day, never slacking off. Minister Li. Wu Bozong greeted him with a bow. Minister Wu. Li Wei responded with a distracted bow, his heart still full of resentment. Suddenly remembering that Wu was the imperial examination's top scholar, he had an idea and pulled out the 10 strings of money notes, reluctantly asking. Old Wu, is this what you call 10,000 taels of gold? Wu Bozong was taken aback, staring at the paper money in Li Wei's hand, unsure of what he meant. Well, in a way, it could be considered as such. What does that mean? Wu Bozong thought for a moment and explained. The word gold here simply refers to currency. 10,000 gold simply means 10,000 coins. But whether it refers to gold, silver, or copper depends on the actual circumstances at the time. Li Wei suddenly understood. The reward of 10,000 gold was like promising 10,000 units of money today. This could be RMB, USD, or even Zimbabwean dollars. Old Zhu was clearly just toying with him, intentionally being vague in his wording. Li Wei clenched his teeth in rage. When will Minister Li come to duty tomorrow? Wu Bozong asked. Nowadays, Li Wei was always wandering around, and could never be found when it came to matters of the Grand Secretariat. Not coming. I'm resigning, Li Wei declared fiercely. Wu Bozong wore an expression of confusion, not understanding what ridiculous antics Li was up to this time. As soon as Li Wei returned home, he completely relaxed. He couldn't be bothered to go to the Grand Secretariat or the Bureau of Military Equipment anymore. Besides sending someone to submit several resignation letters, he did absolutely nothing else, spending all his days at home. He did, however, take his businesses very seriously. After all, so many people were depending on him to pay their salaries. Well, if he wasn't going to be an official anymore, then so be it. But his businesses must never stop. Just let things run smoothly on their own now. His business operations had already entered a stable phase and no longer required his personal involvement in every matter. Chapter 41, 1 billion. Enough to last a lifetime. Although Li Wei never left his house, someone still came to visit him, none other than Prince Yan, Zhu Di. Ever since he had witnessed the flintlock rifle demonstration, Zhu Di had become deeply fascinated by firearms and could not stop thinking about raising a new army. That night, he lay awake tossing and turning, and the very next day, he arrived at Li Wei's home bearing generous gifts. When Lai Fu reported the visitor's arrival, Li Wei was greatly surprised. He had never met this future Emperor Yongle before, nor did he know why the man had come to visit. Now that the Taizu was still alive and the Crown Prince Zhu Biao was in good health, surely Zhu Di wouldn't already be trying to win his favor? Li Wei followed Lai Fu to the entrance, where he saw Zhu Di dressed in plain clothes without any sign of arrogance, showing all the mannerisms of a noble who sincerely respected virtuous talents. This humble official greets your highness. Master Li, please don't be so formal. My sudden visit has surely been a bother. Zhu Di smiled warmly and greeted him in a friendly manner. Not at all, I was idle anyway. Please, your highness, come inside. Very well. They entered the main hall and took their seats, host and guest. Zhu Di first instructed his attendants to set down the gifts he had brought, saying, just a small token, a humble expression of respect. Please do me the honor of accepting it. Li Wei stole a glance at the gifts and thought to himself that indeed the future Emperor Yongle understood the customs of human interaction, unlike his father, who not only came empty-handed when visiting others, but would even take things from the host upon leaving. Straightforward by nature, Li Wei silently gave Zhu Di a mental nod of approval before asking directly, what is it that brings your highness here today? Zhu Di did not hide anything, answering candidly. Yesterday on the drill ground, I saw Master Li training with firearms. I am deeply intrigued by the firearms and battle formations you've developed and have specially come to learn from you. Li Wei suddenly understood. So it was the flintlock rifle that had caught his interest. Indeed, historically Zhu Di was known as a war-loving man, constantly involved either in battles or preparing for them. If not for his capable son handling state affairs behind him, his reign would likely have fallen into chaos long ago. Oh, you mean this? Li Wei said indifferently. It's quite simple, your highness. Please feel free to ask anything. I will share everything I know. Hearing this, Zhu Di's heart leapt with joy, and he excitedly said, Master Li, I believe your rifle formation is excellent. I intend to form a new army using cannons in coordination with this formation. What do you think? Your suggestion is admirable. If supported by cannons, distant enemies should be bombarded from afar, while close-range attackers would be repelled with the rifle formation. At that time, cannon fire had a range of roughly 2 miles, greater than the flintlock rifles. Future battles would surely revolve around firearms. Master Li, what do you think? Can this new army defeat the cavalry of the Northern Yuan? Li Wei pondered briefly, unwilling to answer rashly. The might of cavalry had only begun to decline with the invention of the machine gun. There is no definitive answer. The flintlock rifle's range is still short and cannot fire continuously, thus offering no absolute advantage against cavalry. While it may not guarantee victory, neither is it impossible to win. The key lies in the soldiers' proficiency with the rifle formation and their fearlessness in facing the enemy. Zhu Di nodded in agreement, but soon raised another question. Master Li, do you have any method to increase the range or develop a repeating musket? This is beyond my capability. Li Wei had intended to boast a bit, but suddenly recalled the image of his ancestors and corrected himself. Upon hearing this, Zhu Di showed some disappointment, but quickly reconsidered. After all, the flintlock was already an exceptional weapon. However, just because something is impossible today does not mean it won't be possible tomorrow. With persistent effort, firearms will surely surpass all existing weaponry and dominate the battlefield. Li Wei sighed, feeling conflicted. Although he was reluctant to serve the Zhu family, the advancement of firearms technology must not be neglected. Human strength has its limits. The advantage of firearms lies not only in their range and power, but also in their ease of use. Archers require tremendous effort to shoot repeatedly, while muskets allow continuous firing, something archers cannot sustain. Oh, Masterly truly holds such views. And that's not all. Today's cannons already reach distances beyond 2 miles, distances that have exceeded human limits. If further refined, the enemy will be defeated before they even arrive. Zhu Di's imagination ignited as he pictured this vision. Enemy forces several, even dozens of miles away, already shattered and retreating under his artillery fire. Brilliant. If firearms can truly bring such remarkable results, warfare will be completely transformed. Zhu Di was determined to eventually raise such a firearm-based army. Then he revealed his true purpose for the visit. Masterly, truly a man of rare talent. I am about to take up my post in Beiping. I wonder, would you consider accompanying me? Li Wei felt a slight tremble in his heart, thinking that this fourth prince was indeed bold, already competing with his own father for men. If he went with Zhu Di to Beiping, it would help him escape Zhu Yuanzhang's control. However, Li Wei believed Zhu Yuanzhang would not let him leave so easily. Your Highness, Prince of Yan, it's not that I'm unwilling to follow you. I just fear His Majesty will not easily allow me to go. Zhu Di was momentarily stunned but then smiled, saying, Masterly, don't worry. You can leave this matter to me. I will personally petition my father, and I believe he will agree. Although he was not as favored as Zhu Biao, Zhu Di still had confidence in this. Li Wei gave him a sidelong glance, thinking to himself that his confidence was perhaps a bit too excessive. After some further small talk, Li Wei roughly outlined for Zhu Di the future applications of firearms. Zhu Di listened with rising excitement and became even more determined. He must bring Li Wei along. During their casual conversation, Li Wei suddenly remembered the maid who had bought the soap and casually mentioned her. She was the only person from the Yanwanfu he had ever seen. Zhu Di detected a hint of dissatisfaction in Li Wei's tone and immediately frowned. It's my failure in discipline. Never did I expect my servants would dare to abuse their position. I shall punish them severely upon returning to my mansion. Li Wei was taken aback and quickly said, Oh no, I didn't mean that. That girl isn't a bad person. He certainly didn't want to get the maid into trouble because of a casual remark. Zhu Di looked at him with suspicion, then suddenly understood and said with deep meaning, Ah, I see now. Rest assured, I shall send her to you for personal handling. Li Wei was momentarily stunned and then forced a bitter smile, hastily explaining, No need at all. Your Highness, don't misunderstand. I was just saying it offhandedly. Haha, there's no need to be formal, Masterly. Before departing, Zhu Di once again promised he would request the emperor to permit Li Wei to accompany him to Beiping. Li Wei felt helpless inside but couldn't directly say, You're not quite capable enough to recruit me. He could only let Zhu Di try his luck with Zhu Yuanzhang. After seeing Zhu Di off, Li Wei had barely sat down when Lai Fu came again to announce that a merchant surnamed Shun was requesting an audience. Li Wei looked displeased. What kind of day was this? He had just decided to take a few days off for peace and quiet, yet he couldn't even stay seated at home without constant visitors. This time, Li Wei didn't go out to meet him, choosing instead to wait in the main hall. After all, a prince visiting required special reception, but this was just a merchant. Commoner Xinjing pays homage to Master Li. Guided by Lai Fu, Xinjing approached Li Wei, immediately bowing respectfully upon meeting him. Through recent investigations, Xinjing had learned about Li Wei behind the Minghuang Guild. Li Wei was a Zhongwu Pin official, and although his family's poor reputation within the court was known, it was also understood he was highly favored by the emperor. Recently, during the rivalry between the Minghuang Guild and the Imperial Shop, the eunuchs inside the Imperial Shop had failed to provoke trouble, having instead been suppressed by Li Wei, further confirming his status as a Tun. Xinjing had long suffered suppression from his uncle Xinbin and was now in difficult circumstances. By coming here to find Li Wei, his intention was to seek future opportunities within the Minghuang Guild, possibly even turning his fate around. Xinjing? What a unique name. Li Wei mused silently. Please sit. Make yourself comfortable, Li Wei said with a casual wave of his hand, then asked, Master Shun, may I ask if you're related to xuanhuan? Xinjing inwardly rejoiced. Could this official possibly have a prior connection with his family? My ancestor was indeed xuanhuan. How did Master Li come to know this? From watching TV dramas, Li Wei thought to himself. Oh, I heard about him from someone. Li Wei replied offhandedly, then asked, Is your ancestor still alive? Xinjing hesitated. My ancestor has been deceased for over 20 years. Li Wei was quite surprised. According to legend, Zhu Yuanzhang had killed xuanhuan, and the TV dramas also depicted it that way. So it was all just made-up nonsense? Value. Nodding slightly, Li Wei realized that TV couldn't be fully trusted. Even major historical events could be fabricated. Xinjing didn't understand what Li Wei meant by that. Master Shun, to what do I owe the honor of your visit? Li Wei finally asked. Slightly stunned, Xinjing understood roughly. Though unfamiliar with the term master, he recognized it as a way of addressing a merchant. Thank you greatly, Master Li, for your recent favoring of the Minghuang Guild. My shop's business has improved significantly, so I've come specially to express my gratitude. As he spoke, Xin Jing took out a thick bundle of paper currency and handed it to Li Wei. Li Wei glanced at it briefly. This thickness suggested at least 1,000 strings of coins. A generous gesture indeed. You flatter me, Master Shun. My humble business cannot possibly benefit the Shin family. Please take this back. I appreciate the gesture. Li Wei smiled as he emphasized the term, this official. Although he had wanted to resign, he remained an official now. If he accepted the money, Zhu Yuanzhang would certainly give him trouble the next day. Xin Jing was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself that this Li Wei was actually a man of integrity. Master Li serves with honesty. I truly admire you. Xin Jing sincerely praised, yet did not return the paper money he held. Instead, he continued, but this is merely ordinary business, not a result of special favor from Master Li. I beg you, please feel free to accept. Li Wei shook his head. Really, there's no need. You should take it back. Our business dealings were mutual benefit, not special favor from me. Moreover, with the Shun family's vast wealth, perhaps it's I who should seek your patronage. Seeing that Li Wei firmly refused, Xin Jing no longer insisted. But upon hearing the latter half of Li Wei's words, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Master Li, you don't know. Alas, it's truly unfortunate for our family. Ever since my father and grandfather passed away some years ago, the family has lacked direction, and unity has been lost. Now most of the family business is controlled by my uncle, while our main branch has only dozens of shops and a bit of farmland and property, Sai. Upon hearing this, Li Wei was greatly shocked. Dozens of shops along with farmland and property, and he still calls it just a little? Are you being sarcastic? By current market value, dozens of shops alone would be worth at least several 100,000 strings of coins. Adding in the land and property, this so-called modest Shin master likely possesses nearly 1,000,000 strings of coins. What exactly is 1,000,000 strings of coins worth? Comparing the Ming Dynasty's prices to those of the modern era, Li Wei roughly estimated a coefficient. 1 copper coin equals about 0.5 to 1 renminbi yuan. Of course, environmental differences were enormous. This data was for reference purposes only. 1 guan equals 1,000 copper coins, which was worth less than 1,000 yuan RMB. In that case, 1,000,000 guan would be equivalent to nearly 1 billion yuan. 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion. Money that couldn't be spent in a lifetime. Li Wei's mind was filled with tempting images of wealth, and he even started fantasizing about becoming the second Xin Jing. Indeed, being born into a wealthy family was just so much better. Though he had full confidence in the Minghuang Guild, even if it developed smoothly, in this lifetime he might not necessarily accumulate wealth equal to 1,000,000 guan. What envy, jealousy, and resentment. Master Li, Xin Jing called him twice, seeing that he was distracted. Oh, Mr. Shun, your family's financial strength is indeed impressive. After hearing this, Xin Jing smiled awkwardly, thinking at first that Li Wei was mocking him. Chapter 42. Is the reward truly 10,000 in gold? Master Li, there is something I must confess. Recently, my shop's business has been slow. Luckily, thanks to your Chamber of Commerce's soap and bath products, my sales have improved. I admire your talent in business dealings immensely. I've come here today not only to express my gratitude, but also to ask whether there might be an opportunity for me to associate with Master Li to some extent. Hearing this, Li Wei's heart trembled. At his current initial stage of business, with the support of the Shin family, his growth could advance rapidly. Yet he lost confidence thinking about the Zhu family. Unless he settles things with them, this deal will never be secure. After a brief pause for thought, he decided to be honest. Feigning worry, he sighed heavily and said to Boss Shun, whose wealth ran into hundreds of millions. Boss Shun, truth be told, yesterday the emperor himself promoted me to a vice minister of the Ministry of Works, an official of the 3rd rank. Xin Jing was confused. What was the point of sounding so troubled about receiving a promotion? Though unfamiliar with the term humble bragging, it didn't stop him from understanding the implied meaning behind the words. After a short silence, Xin Jing smiled once again. Congratulations to you, Lord Li, on your promotion. I sincerely rejoice with you. So saying, he handed over a bank draft as a gift. Li Wei rolled his eyes and waved it away. You should know well that according to the laws of the Ming Dynasty, officials of the 4th rank or higher are forbidden from engaging in business. Understanding lit Xin Jing's face. So this is what's worrying you, Lord Li? That's simple. Oh, do you have a solution? Li Wei asked with pleasant surprise. Xin Jing opened his mouth, then hesitated. Certain things everyone understood, but could not be openly discussed. After a moment's thought, he said indirectly, Lord Li, there are many officials in the imperial court who engage in trade. Although the laws are clear, one can always find ways around them. Upon hearing this, Li Wei helplessly shook his head. Other officials might evade the rules using secret methods, but he couldn't. The Zhu family surveillance was too tight. Any violation of regulations would be quickly discovered. Alas, no. I, as an official, have always obeyed the law and will never engage in unlawful or disorderly acts. Xin Jing felt even greater respect for Li Wei, never expecting him to be so upright. That being the case, however, he found himself at a loss. According to law, not only were officials themselves forbidden from participating in business, even family members were prohibited from doing so, a rule the Zhu family monitored strictly. At this moment, Li Wei had a sudden idea. How about I transfer ownership of the Ming Huang Chamber of Commerce, together with the formulas for the soap and bath products, directly to you, Boss Shun? Hearing this, Xin Jing became instantly excited. Lord Li really intends to sell? In his eyes, the Ming Huang chamber and the secret formula for the soap were veritable cash cows. Why would anyone give that up voluntarily? Li Wei had little choice. Selling them at a good price indeed was both convenient and beneficial. Provided the price is reasonable, we can negotiate. So then, name a price, Lord Li. 100,000 strings of coins. Li Wei cautiously proposed the figure, secretly thinking that he may have been asking for far too much. Shen Jing appeared deep in thought, not necessarily thinking the valuation of the Ming Huang Chamber of Commerce too high. It was after all already making tens of thousands annually, which could quickly recoup costs. Rather, he feared he may not be competent enough to run it. After all, he had heard that the chamber was granted its name directly by the emperor and had even competed with royal merchants. Li Wei, being close to the emperor, could act boldly. Imperial eunuchs could do little about it. If Shen Jing took over, the outcome would be uncertain. Though the Shen family did have some connections within court circles, none were of high standing. If he managed the business directly, he would have to rely only on currying favor with powerful officials to give them benefits and maintain basic operations. Compared to a direct acquisition, he preferred cooperation with Li Wei. Observing Shen Jing's hesitation, Li Wei thought maybe he'd overpriced the deal. After some consideration, he offered to negotiate the price. That's not at all. I'm simply not sure I can do it well alone. Here's another idea. I can invest 100,000 strings of coins for 70% equity. Lord Li can still keep 30%. Operationally, the business would be under my management. In the future, you can guide matters from behind the scenes without having to show your face publicly. Li Wei slightly frowned. Clearly, Shen Jing still wanted him involved. Such a deal wasn't quite profitable enough. Fine, allow me to think it over. Li Wei sighed helplessly. All right, no rush. Outside Li Wei's residence, a third-ranking official saw Shen Jing off and felt a growing knot in his heart. It appeared Shen Jing didn't intend to fully take over the business, but rather hoped to leave him as a hidden force, clearly eyeing his official position. What a pity. If not for this position, he could achieve great things by merit alone. All of this was that old Zhu's fault. Within the Qianxing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang once again received a resignation petition from Li Wei. This marked the third consecutive day Li Wei had submitted such documents. The first 2 days' requests had been polite enough, using phrases like, "There's a vast great Ming Empire to explore." But today was different. As Zhu Yuanzhang unfurled the petition, the content read, "In short, I no longer wish to serve. Do as you please with me. I shall not be an official anymore. Arrogant fool. How dare you act so recklessly? Do you truly believe we would not dare to take your life?" Zhu Yuanzhang finished reading and was furious. He threw the memorial to the ground, stamped on it several times, and muttered curses non-stop before finally calming down. After regaining his composure, Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment and decided he would never truly act on his anger. After all, there were still many tasks for this young man to accomplish. He had even considered applying severe punishment, but was worried that the other might not endure it and choose to end his own life instead. He still remembered that night when he nearly gave the order, yet that fellow had remained defiant, not uttering a single word of plea. In truth, Li Wei was not fearless. But if life became too unbearable, he would probably prefer death. Send a message, summon Song Zhong here. Zhu Yuanzhang, having regained his calm, ordered from the doorway. The young eunuch acted immediately upon receiving the command and went off to find Song Zhong. By the time Song Zhong arrived, the emperor's mood had fully stabilized. The boy hasn't shown his face recently, has he? Your Majesty, Minister Li has remained at home these past few days and hasn't gone out. Prince Yin once paid him a visit, and a merchant surnamed Shin also came calling. Song Zhong had long grown accustomed to the emperor's varying titles for Li Wei. After visiting Li Wei, Zhu Di had gone to request his father to release him, only to be not only denied but also scolded. Feeling deeply puzzled, Zhu Di sensed that his father no longer doted on him as he once did. Go bring him to me. If he refuses, drag him here in chains. At once, Your Majesty. Song Zhong felt surprise and suspicion in his heart, wondering what wrongdoing Li Wei could have committed this time to provoke the emperor's wrath. These past few days, Li Wei had been living quite comfortably. Aside from basic eating and sleeping, he simply sat on a chair watching people bustle about, especially enjoying gazing at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing wore a simple green dress, her figure graceful and pleasing to the eye. In an era without cell phones or computers, admiring the beauty of a household maiden had become Li Wei's greatest entertainment. Occasionally when Xiaoqing turned her head and their eyes met, Li Wei would quickly avert his gaze and pretend to look indifferent. Song Zhong entered Li Wei's home directly without announcing himself, while Lai Fu followed behind, too afraid to intervene. Li Wei looked at him in surprise. Song Zhong, what brings you here? Song Zhong bowed and said, Minister Li, the emperor has summoned you to court for an audience. Li Wei's expression darkened instantly. I won't go. Song Zhong lowered his hands, embarrassed, and tried to persuade him. Minister Li, one must not defy imperial orders. Please accompany me. I said no. What can you do about it? Then don't blame me for being rude. With a flick of his sleeve, Song Zhong signaled. His personal guards immediately stepped forward, grabbing Li Wei off the recliner. What are you doing? Li Wei struggled for a while, but to no avail. With his thin and weak body, he couldn't possibly overpower these highly trained imperial guards. Without further explanation, Song Zhong dragged Li Wei away as he shouted and raged all the way toward the palace. Inside the Qianxing Palace, Li Wei was carried forcibly in. He simply dropped down onto a chair and pretended not to care. Zhu Yuanzhang cast a glance at him, then waved his hand signaling the guards to leave, and resumed his own paperwork. Li Wei gave a sidelong look at Zhu Yuanzhang and seeing that the emperor hadn't spoken, he remained silent himself. He mused, whoever speaks first will lose. Moments later, Zhu Yuanzhang finally spoke first. He pointed at a towering pile of memorials stacked beside the table and said, "Have a look. These are all accusations against you for oppressing the people and competing with them for profit. Were it not for me holding things back, could you still live so freely? I forbade you from engaging in business for your own good." Although he pretended concern, in truth these memorials were freshly ordered by Zhu Yuanzhang for the censors to draft. Li Wei muttered silently within, and with a mere glance at the memorials, rolled his eyes. "Why trouble yourself so much, your majesty? Just dismiss me from my post already." Zhu Yuanzhang flew into a rage. "Must you persist in doing business? Don't you know that merchants often profit from speculation and contribute nothing beneficial to the nation?" Li Wei retorted, "Your majesty is mistaken. I invented soap. How can that be considered non-productive?" Did you personally make the soap yourself? You only hired others to do it for you. You've simply been reaping the rewards without effort. By your majesty's logic, wars are fought by soldiers, yet the credit goes to the generals. Governance is done by officials. So does that mean your majesty also enjoys rewards without effort? Insolent. How dare you compare yourself to me? The facts are the facts. Zhu Yuanzhang sneered coldly. He didn't completely despise merchants, but deeply disliked those dishonest ones who stopped at nothing for profit. "I have been supporting you, bestowing homes upon you. Why then do you still seek to accumulate wealth?" Li Wei sighed helplessly. "Positions can be revoked, houses taken back. With a single word, everything can be stripped away. I'd rather earn things by myself, so it feels more secure." Do you think I cannot seize every bit of your wealth with one word?" Li Wei was shocked. Indeed, he realized the truth in that. If an emperor chooses to be tyrannical, he can indeed confiscate assets at will, something Zhu Yuanzhang excelled at. After a moment of thought, Li Wei said, "Your majesty desires me to develop technologies from the future, but that requires significant funding, which must be supported by commerce to sustain research and promote technological progress. This matter need not concern you. I shall provide craftsmen and materials. You merely need to focus on building them." Li Wei sneered. "Has your majesty ever heard the saying, 'Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime'? What does it mean? The luxury and abundance enjoyed by the elite does not come from the hands of those who spin the thread. If the achievements belong to both of us, who do they truly belong to? Do I not have the right to share in them?" Zhu Yuanzhang said, squinting his eyes. "Are you afraid I will discard the bridge after crossing the river? Rest assured, as long as you do well, you shall certainly receive generous rewards." Li Wei chuckled coldly. "Would that reward be worth 10,000 in gold?" Zhu Yuanzhang's face turned slightly red. He stubbornly replied, 10 strings of coins is already quite generous. Chapter 43. Whether it's 7 out of 10 or 1 out of 10, I'm the one who decides. Li Wei gave him a sidelong glance. Zhu Yuanzhang spoke again. "If you insist on running a business, why not merge the Minghuang merchants into the imperial shop?" Li Wei pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Then he asked, "How shall the profits be divided? How about a 50-50 split? We already pay you a salary. Serving us is only natural, is it not? Your salary can be increased, and you can also receive the stipend of a 7th-grade official from the Merchant Association," Zhu Yuanzhang said. Li Wei took a deep breath. Was this not effectively allowing the imperial shop to swallow his business, leaving him only a fixed wage from now on? "No, 50-50. Li Wei insisted firmly. Zhu Yuanzhang glared and snapped. "Nonsense. At most, you can get 10%. Li Wei also glared and retorted. "You take 90% without doing anything. Do you really think that's fair?" "What's unfair about it? I think it's perfectly reasonable. Your Majesty, I have a special item here. Would you like to see it?" Li Wei said angrily. Zhu Yuanzhang smirked and stretched out his hand to accept the precious sword, asking, "What treasure is it?" Li Wei hesitated for a moment and replied, "Nothing, just a joke." Inwardly cursing the old man's shamelessness, he dropped the mention of getting 40% and directly said, "How about 30%? Otherwise, I'd rather not take the post at all." Zhu Yuanzhang's face darkened. He gave a cold snort before reluctantly agreeing. Actually, he was quite satisfied in his heart because, as Li Wei said, he was taking the lion's share without contributing anything. As for Li Wei, he also had his own calculations. Affiliating with the imperial shop would at least allow him to conduct business openly with royal backing. "Your Majesty, you may take 70%, but the operation of the Merchant Association will still be under my control." Even if he gave away 70% of the profits, he would absolutely not let go of the management rights. "That depends on your performance. If we are satisfied, you'll keep it. If not, we'll find someone else." Zhu Yuanzhang gave a vague reply. He knew that putting eunuchs in charge might lead back to the same problems as the imperial shop, but sending eunuchs was necessary. They were symbols of imperial authority. Furthermore, Jun, I appointed you as the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works for a reason. Report to the Ministry of Works within these 2 days. After settling the business matters, Zhu Yuanzhang started assigning official duties. "How much work does the deputy minister of the Ministry of Works have to handle?" Li Wei asked with slight concern. "It's not much, quite relaxing. Jun, I have already adjusted the setup of the Bureau of Arms Production. You only need to manage the bureau well and produce a batch of flintlock guns as soon as possible. Jun, I want to form a firearms unit quickly." Zhu Yuanzhang spoke casually, thinking himself the busiest person, and everyone else, including this man before him, was quite idle. Hearing the word relaxing, Li Wei felt a little reassured. although he did not yet realize that Zhu Yuanzhang's understanding of the word differed greatly from his own. After finalizing the profit-sharing arrangement, Li Wei was formally granted the position of Deputy Minister of Works and only then was allowed to leave the palace. Returning home, Xinjing paid him another visit. Minister Li, do you have any thoughts on the matter we discussed the other day? Xinjing asked. Li Wei sighed. Things have changed. Now I only hold 30% of the Merchant Association, and the remaining 70% have been taken by that. His Majesty. Xinjing was momentarily stunned. What did he mean by being taken by the Emperor? So, Minister Li, you're saying the Minghuang merchants now belong to the Emperor? Not entirely. I have 30%, and he has 70%. Xinjing responded in surprise. Then the Minghuang merchants are truly imperial assets now. Yes, you could say that. Xinjing grew excited. That's great news. Congratulations, Minister Li. Li Wei glanced at him sideways. Great. The Emperor didn't do a thing, yet took 70% from me. If it weren't for, well, never mind. I had no choice in the matter. Minister Li, you shouldn't think like that. Just think about it. His Majesty is the Emperor. Now the Minghuang merchants have become royal property, and their future prospects are boundless. Li Wei thought for a moment. He understood Xinjing's meaning. Now with the imperial backing, the development of the Minghuang merchants would be smooth sailing. But still, Li Wei could not help feeling that a large portion of his profits were lost for no reason, leaving him unsettled. Minister Li, you still hold 30% now. I, Xinjing, am still willing to invest 100,000 strings of coins for 1/3 of your 30% share. What do you think? Xinjing said eagerly. Even if it meant suffering a loss by cooperating with the Emperor, it was no longer just about money anymore. Li Wei found the offer somewhat appealing. This price was already quite generous, essentially valuing the Minghuang merchants at 1 million strings of coins. After some thought, he believed that allowing Xinjing to join was no problem, and it could also open the door to bringing in more shareholders in the future, rapidly expanding under the modern company model. Moreover, there was another hidden benefit. It might help dilute old Zhu shares in the future. Although imperial authority was supreme in this era, historically hadn't it always been capital that overturned dynasties? Acting on his thoughts, Li Wei accepted Xinjing's offer. Thank you, Minister Li. Xinjing exclaimed excitedly. 100,000 strings of coins was not a small sum, but compared to the opportunity of cooperating with the Emperor, it was practically insignificant. After all, back then the Shun family had contributed millions of taels of silver to Zhu Yuanzhang for the construction of city walls. These 2 days I will draft the Merchant Association's regulations, and then we can discuss them together. Li Wei planned to draft a set of company bylaws so that the Minghuang merchants could operate formally as a proper corporation. Wonderful, wonderful. Whatever arrangements Minister Li makes are fine with me. Xinjing eagerly agreed. Li Wei gave a self-mocking smile. He knew he couldn't make decisions on his own. Ultimately, everything still depended on Zhu Yuanzhang's opinion. They continued discussing a few more details, and although Xinjing found some of Li Wei's ideas peculiar, he didn't voice any objections. After finalizing the basic framework, Li Wei bid Xinjing farewell. Just as he was about to turn back inside, a young girl suddenly popped out from behind the corner and called out to him. Minister Li, please wait a moment. Who are you? Li Wei looked at the girl and felt she looked vaguely familiar. The girl looked sad, wiping tears from her eyes as she said, I'm a servant girl from Prince Yan's mansion. The prince has ordered me to stay and serve Minister Li from now on. Li Wei suddenly recalled. This was the servant girl who had once bought soap from him. So, Zhu Di had truly sent her here. Well then, you may return. I understand the prince's intentions. Please, Minister, take me in. The prince has commanded me to leave the mansion and declared that from now on I must serve you faithfully. If you refuse me, I will have nowhere to go. Oh, actually, the girl was reluctant to come. Life in the prince's mansion was much better, both in terms of treatment and status. Even the last time she bought soap, nobody had dared to compete with her. But Zhu Di had insisted on giving her to Li Wei. Even when she asked Sun Yaoyun to plead on her behalf, it was of no use, and she had no choice but to come obediently. Li Wei scratched his head helplessly and sighed. All right, come in then. Leading her into the back courtyard, he handed the girl over to Xiaoqing before returning to his room. Back in his room, Li Wei began drafting the Merchant Association's governance system, starting with the establishment of a board of directors. In principle, board members were to be elected by the shareholders. Currently, there were only 3 shareholders, the Emperor's imperial shop, Xinjing, and himself. Zhu Yuanzhang held 70%, Xinjing 10%, and Li Wei 20%. Under such circumstances, the appointment of board members would still ultimately depend on Zhu Yuanzhang, truly a headache. Li Wei proposed 3 candidates, himself, Xinjing, and one more from Zhu Yuanzhang's side who could be a eunuch, while granting himself the role of executive director along with veto power, ensuring that everything remained under his control. Then, they discussed the board composition. Li Wei volunteered to serve as executive director and chairman, Xinjing as vice chairman, and whoever Zhu Yuanzhang appointed would hold a supervisory position, but ideally without interfering in anything. Next, Li Wei planned to clearly define the powers of various departments, personnel, finance, marketing, administration, and set up guidelines for managing future branches in other regions. Even though the Minghuang merchants were small at the moment, it was still necessary to establish these systems in advance so they could be used directly when the time for expansion came. After completing the draft, Li Wei carefully proofread it and copied it formally into a memorial document, submitting it to Zhu Yuanzhang for review. The next morning, right after court was dismissed, Li Wei immediately presented this Merchant Association management proposal to Zhu Yuanzhang. After reading through the memorial, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression grew increasingly serious. This was a meticulously designed management system, with clearly defined departments and clearly outlined responsibilities. He had never imagined that this fellow actually possessed such ability. Even more alarming was that Zhu Yuanzhang detected an unfamiliar structural form within the system, one that was completely different from his own highly centralized management approach. No, Zhu Yuanzhang rejected the proposal with a gloomy expression. Li Wei had already anticipated that much of the content would not be accepted. Your Majesty, if you feel any part is inappropriate, I can make revisions. Zhu Yuanzhang shot him a cold glance and said, dissolve the shareholders' meeting altogether. The chairman, vice chairman, and supervisor shall be personally appointed by Jun. You may suggest candidates, but the final decision rests with Ern. As for the other positions, you may arrange them as you wish. Zhu Yuanzhang abolished the shareholders' meeting entirely, placing the chairman, vice chairman, and supervisory roles at the highest level while retaining full control over appointments. With just a few sentences, he completely crushed Li Wei's hopes of diluting his authority through shareholding adjustments. Li Wei listened, slightly surprised. Your Majesty, you already hold 70% of the shares, which practically ensures full control. Why then eliminate the shareholders' meeting entirely? Whether it's 70 out of 10 or 1 out of 10, I'm the one who decides. Zhu Yuanzhang replied with a hard tone. Fine. Li Wei reluctantly accepted. After all, it would still be up to the emperor in the end. And who is this Xinjing anyway? Why is he involved here? Zhu Yuanzhang asked further. He is a merchant. I transferred 2 out of the 3 shares to him. Your Majesty, it's better to leave business matters to professional people. It's more appropriate to let merchants handle such affairs. You sold 1 share? How much did you sell it for exactly? Zhu Yuanzhang asked with interest. He had heard of the Shen family before and knew they were extremely wealthy. 10,000 strings of coins. Li Wei replied calmly. How much? 10,000 strings of coins. That's right. Zhu Yuanzhang was greatly astonished after hearing this. If just 1 share was worth 10,000 strings of coins, then his 7 shares could directly be sold for 70,000 strings of coins. Chapter 44. The new Ministry of Works Vice Minister. Li Wei sensed his thoughts and spoke up. If His Majesty is willing, I can transfer this sum of 100,000 guan to you in exchange for a 10% stake in the business. Zhu Yuanzhang felt slightly swayed, but upon seeing Li Wei's expression that seemed to conceal ulterior motives, he hesitated. This young fellow certainly knows his way around business. Perhaps this commercial guild really could make a substantial profit. After deep contemplation, Zhu Yuanzhang could not resist the temptation. He agreed to transfer 1/10 of his 70% stake to Li Wei, asking him to hand over the sum of 100,000 guan in return. After all, those 70% were never truly his to begin with. If in the future he found it unsuitable, he could always reclaim the 10th portion. This young man wouldn't dare resist. Though selling a 10% stake for 100,000 guan now seemed highly favorable, Li Wei had great confidence in Minghuang Guild's potential. With the backing of the Shen family and imperial endorsement, the future value of this 10% share would surely far exceed its current worth. Following Zhu Yuanzhang's adjustments, the Minghuang Commercial Guild was now managed jointly by 3 people, a director, a deputy director, and a supervisor, all personally appointed by Zhu Yuanzhang himself. Moreover, subordinate titles were also changed into names more familiar in the Great Ming Dynasty, such as bookkeeper, head merchant, and junior merchant. After careful consideration, Li Wei also found this arrangement appropriate, since those modern titles were difficult for current people to understand and would only cause unnecessary explanation and inconvenience. Additionally, concerning the issue of pricing for products manufactured by the Imperial Workshop, the Bureau of Arms Production, and the Military Equipment Bureau, the nation's top craftsmen were still under the control of the Imperial Court. Their importance to Li Wei could not be overstated. Future research and development of new products might still depend on these 2 agencies. After discussing the matter with Zhu Yuanzhang, they finally decided to supply goods to the Minghuang Guild at cost price plus 30% profit margin, leaving the guild to set market sale prices accordingly. Zhu Yuanzhang thought 30% profit was already quite generous, and since the major share of the guild's profit belonged to him anyway, he did not dwell on the matter too much, except emphasizing that the listing or delisting of specific commodities required his approval. This was a matter of critical importance, so Li Wei expressed his agreement. Subsequently, Li Wei meticulously recorded all these detailed provisions into a memorial and submitted it together to Zhu Yuanzhang for imperial approval, ensuring he had written proof in case of future disputes. With these matters settled, Li Wei could finally concentrate wholeheartedly on his enterprise. Leaving the palace, he immediately sought out Xinjing and explained the guild regulations they had agreed upon with Zhu Yuanzhang. Then he began planning the business development strategy. Li Wei intended to manufacture simpler civilian goods, such as soap, within workshops under the guild's ownership, while complex technologies requiring significant research time would be entrusted exclusively to the Bureau of Arms Production and the Military Equipment Bureau. In fact, besides soap, there were many other profitable and easily manufactured items worth attempting, such as honeycomb coal and perfume. Making honeycomb coal was simple. Mix coal, loam, and water together, then press into shape with a coal briquette machine. Similarly, perfume production was straightforward. Crush various flower petals and spices, boil them with alcohol, and filter out the residue, and you have the simplest kind of perfume. These items had simple production processes, yet yielded substantial profits, thus fully warranting the establishment of dedicated workshops. However, something like glass posed greater challenges. It required high-temperature processing. Once the Military Equipment Bureau had built various blast furnaces, glass manufacturing could be undertaken together with steel production. Since arriving in the Ming Dynasty, Li Wei had finally begun experiencing real busyness. A busyness born of working for his own benefit, striving for profits. Entirely different from those past days when he passively followed Zhu Yuanzhang's orders, when his work efficiency had been incomparable. Xinjing was very generous. Upon learning that Li Wei needed a place to serve as headquarters for the guild, he proactively offered a mansion. Li Wei examined the property. It was worth at least several thousand taels of silver. Li Wei had the plaque reading Minghuang Guild Headquarters hung up, the mansion tidied, and offices divided into various departments, marking the official establishment of the guild's central base. Inside the main hall, Li Wei, Xinjing, and Wu Qi, who previously managed the imperial shop, sat around together for the guild's inaugural meeting. When Wu Qi saw Li Wei, he instantly understood. The man was indeed the emperor's favorite. Li Wei's reputation varied widely in different people's eyes. To the eunuchs and palace guards who were close to the emperor, he was the emperor's capable assistant, for he could enter and exit the Qianxia palace daily. And despite doing things that others would consider dangerous and provocative, Zhu Yuanzhang never thoroughly investigated or punished him, usually a stern scolding at most. Among the court officials, however, he was naturally seen as a favored court favorite protected by the emperor. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Xiuxian believed that he indeed possessed talent, and Wu Bozong, after prolonged contact, also realized that although this minister acted strangely, he was still a decent person with certain abilities, albeit rather lazy and often absent without a trace. As for the aristocratic class, they generally looked down on civilian officials, and Li Wei was seen as nothing more than a laughingstock among them. Wu Qi had suffered a humiliating defeat to Li Wei in the soap competition and hadn't dared to act rashly back then. Now, knowing that Li was a favored imperial favorite, he was even more unwilling to provoke him. Therefore, the first meeting of this commercial guild proceeded quite smoothly. After Xinjing met eunuch Wu Qi, he became even more convinced that what Li Wei had said was true. Minghuang Guild had a promising future, and he felt relieved and pleased that he had made the right decision in time. Mr. Shan, I plan to expand the soap workshop and also need to build new workshops for some other new products. The first one involves coal briquettes and their Itao stoves, and the second one is a perfume workshop, something that can leave a long-lasting fragrance on the body. Help me check if there's any suitable location available. Li Wei instructed. Xinjing humbly replied. Minister Li, I have several similar workshops in the capital already. A few modifications would make them suitable for producing the products you mentioned. Li Wei asked in surprise. You have workshops too? How many? About a dozen, perhaps. Li Wei. He felt slightly incredulous. It seemed this Shin boss's assets were likely worth far more than just $1 billion. All right, I'll explain the details to you later. After saying this, Li Wei turned to Wu Qi. Director Wu, if you have any soap inventory, list it on Minghuang Guild as well. As for pricing, His Majesty and I have already discussed it. Cost price plus a 30% profit margin. And from now on, we are part of the same team. The profits made by Minghuang Guild will also benefit your imperial shop significantly. Wu Qi smiled and agreed. No problem, Minister Li. You can rest assured. I'll have someone handle it right away. Zhu Yuanzhang owned 60% of the shares, so naturally, he would receive a substantial portion of the profits. After assigning these tasks, Li Wei summoned Lai Fu and other peddlers, arranging their positions within the guild headquarters. In particular, Lai Fu was appointed by Li Wei as the general manager of external sales, responsible for all external marketing and market management. Lai Fu was so excited that he kept kowtowing repeatedly. He never dreamed that he, a former servant who once barely had enough to eat, would one day attain such a position. Now, he could truly be called a wealthy servant. His income was generous, and he even had a team under his command. However, Li Wei especially warned him to follow the rules and absolutely not to use his power to bully others, or else he would face severe punishment. Lai Fu naturally dared not defy this, and hurriedly swore a solemn promise. In the following days, Xinjing quickly completed the workshop modifications. It wasn't complicated, mainly just adding some cooking stoves and similar items. Key materials such as alcohol and lye were still directly controlled by Li Wei, while other parts were left to Xinjing's workshops for production. As for the coal briquettes and stoves, everything was entrusted entirely to Xinjing. Although Li Wei repeatedly emphasized the importance of confidentiality and signed agreements, he himself knew that these items weren't really high-tech. Even with the strictest secrecy, it would be impossible to prevent others from reverse engineering them in the long run. However, as long as the initial progress was smooth and the Minghuang Guild occupied the market by then, competition wouldn't matter anymore. If necessary, they could slightly reduce profit margins while still ensuring steady sales. Li Wei personally oversaw product development and core technology, leaving production management to Xinjing, sales and distribution to Lai Fu, and Wu Qi to supervise. After making all these arrangements, Li Wei's commercial empire rapidly expanded, and the guild officially began operations. In just a few short days, uniformed delivery personnel of the Minghuang Guild were seen throughout the city streets, transporting goods to various stores. Some merchants who hadn't yet joined the guild also expressed interest and curiosity about this business model, asking many questions. Once they learned of the numerous benefits brought by the distribution system, they actively reached out to the delivery men. Furthermore, the new products introduced by the guild also attracted much attention. Soap had already gained widespread popularity, and the newly launched honeycomb coal and stoves quickly became everyday essentials. Although their price was low, They were used heavily and consumed rapidly, making their profit margins equally impressive. As for luxury goods like perfume and high-proof liquor, they catered specifically to the elite class. Ordinary people could rarely afford them. Yet in the capital city filled with nobility and influential figures, and with Zhu Yuanzhang frequently ordering wealthy families from all over the country to relocate to the capital, there were plenty of rich customers available. These luxury goods had strong sales and generated extremely high profits, often 10 or even 100 times their production cost. As the business expanded, delivery tasks became increasingly demanding. Li Wei quickly adjusted his strategy, dividing the personnel into two groups. Those with better performance were responsible for market development and sales, while average-performing deliverymen and newly recruited young men specialized solely in delivering goods, all under Abubu's supervision. Although the tricycles had been manufactured by the Bureau of Arms Production, after testing, Li Wei found them still quite heavy when fully loaded and too expensive in terms of production cost. The handmade precision parts took too long to produce and could not be manufactured on a large scale, so eventually, they had no choice but to give up temporarily and instead use ordinary handcarts and donkey carts for deliveries. After roughly arranging all the guild affairs, Li Wei finally collected his official garments for a third-rank minister and proceeded to the Ministry of Works to report in. The Ministry of Works was located outside the Qintian Gate on the southern side of the imperial city. Along both sides of the Grand Avenue stood government offices of civil and military officials. On the left were the 6 ministries, and on the right the 5 military commands. As Li Wei approached the entrance of the ministry intending to go inside, the gate guards, seeing him dressed in the official robe of a third-rank minister, hurriedly stepped forward to bow respectfully. "Honored minister, we greet you. What brings you here today?" I'm the newly appointed Deputy Minister of Works." Li Wei scratched his nose slightly and looked rather embarrassed. He had actually received this appointment over a week ago, but had only come to report in today, which made him somewhat ashamed. Chapter 45. A surge of anger rises. Hearing the words, the officer was startled. He immediately recognized his superior and respectfully bowed again. "I pay my respects to Minister Li. Please, follow me inside." Is Minister Shui here?" Li Wei acknowledged and asked. "Yes, please follow me, sir." Led by the officer, Li Wei entered the Ministry of Works and met his immediate superior in the main hall. "Deputy Minister Li, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting anxiously for you." Seeing Li Wei, Xiuxian's face lit up with joy. "Not long ago, I suggested to the emperor that you be transferred here, but it didn't work out. Later, when I heard you were promoted to Deputy Minister of Works, I was quite happy. Yet, day after day, I waited and waited in vain. But today, I've finally seen you." Li Wei smiled uncomfortably. "Apologies, recently I've been caught up with some minor matters, causing some delay. Please forgive me, Minister. Actually, it was the Chancellor who had gone to handle some trivial affairs. It's fine you're here now, just fine." Xiuxian didn't press further. Recently, Li Wei's behavior had been rather mysterious. Since he had submitted the budget proposal, he had hardly participated in important state matters, instead spending all his time in the Bureau of Military Affairs. Everyone knew the guy was working on firearms for the emperor. "Whatever orders you have, Minister, please feel free to give them. Don't be in a hurry. First, let me introduce some colleagues to you." Smiling, Xiuxian led Li Wei toward a nearby room, where an official was buried in reviewing official documents. "Deputy Minister Zhao, are you busy?" Xiuxian softly called from outside. Inside, Zhao Jun heard the call and quickly put down his brush, stood up, and bowed. "It is my honor that Minister Shui has come. I wouldn't dare be inattentive. Come, let me introduce. This is the newly appointed Deputy Minister Li Wei, recently promoted from Right Deputy Minister, and this is Minister Zhao." Xiuxian introduced them. Standing aside, Li Wei and Zhao Jun exchanged bows, marking their first meeting. Deputy Minister Zhao is currently responsible for city defenses, fortifications, construction, and water conservancy affairs. Xiuxian briefly explained the division of responsibilities before leading him to his own office. "Deputy Minister Li, this will be your office from now on. Shortly, I'll send your subordinates here, and they will report the details of their duties to you." "Thank you very much, Minister." Li Wei was new to the place and unfamiliar with everything, but fortunately, Xiuxian was quite easygoing. Moments later, a group of officials under Li Wei's command arrived one after another to pay their respects to their new superior. "Greetings, Minister. I am Jiang Shouqing, subordinate to the Office of Agriculture and Revenue. My office is in charge of land reclamation, tax collection, timber supplies, labor conscription, and cemetery affairs." "Greetings, Minister. I am Guan Ziming, subordinate to the Office of Forestry and Wildlife. Our office oversees military equipment, metallurgy, miscellaneous matters, gunpowder, and more." "Greetings, Minister. I am." A group filled Li Wei's small office, talking simultaneously and reporting on their work until he felt his head swell. This was no easy task. After listening for a while, Li Wei gradually understood the roles of each person. The Ministry of Works was divided into 4 departments: construction and maintenance, forestry and wildlife, water management, and agriculture and revenue. Most of the people present were from the agriculture and revenue and the forestry and wildlife departments. The agricultural department was in charge of land reclamation, taxation, timber harvesting, conscription of labor, and tomb construction, and the taxes it collected from craftsmen were all in the form of physical goods. The forestry and wildlife office was responsible for collecting animal skins, bones, and feathers from the mountains and forests. Additionally, it handled the production of military uniforms, weapons, ceramics, and forging tools, with the Bureau of Military Production being one of its subordinate units. Each office was staffed with one 5th-grade minister in charge, 2 deputy ministers ranked at 5 subgrades, several 6th-grade officials, and other subordinates typically holding lower ranks. Only after sorting out the functions of these departments did Li Wei begin to feel a throbbing headache. Though his salary hadn't increased much, his workload had grown substantially. In the past, when he worked in the cabinet, he always delegated tasks to others, and even if mistakes occurred, Zhu Yuanzhang would cover for him, meaning he was almost just an observer. This time was different. As a deputy minister, he bore great responsibility. If he wasn't careful, even xiuxian would struggle to cope. All right, I understand now. Please continue working as usual. Don't bother me if it's not necessary, and try not to come to me even if there is an issue. Li Wei scratched his head anxiously. Guan Ziming and the others were confused by this. Try not to come to me. What did that mean? Was he going to supervise or not? All right, everyone may disperse. As the crowd was about to leave, Li Wei suddenly remembered the Bureau of Arms Production and hurriedly called out. Wait, who oversees the Bureau of Arms Production? Minister, that comes under my jurisdiction. Guan Ziming paused, then stopped a clerk who was about to leave, a man named Sun Jian, who was specifically in charge of the Bureau of Arms Production. Tell me about the situation there, Li Wei said. Yes, sir. The Bureau of Arms Production was originally transformed from a military supply warehouse. It is mainly responsible for manufacturing military supplies such as matchlocks, swords, bows and arrows, and horse gear. At present, it employs more than 9,000 artisans in total. Li Wei couldn't help but exclaim, more than 9,000 people. That's quite a large scale. In the past, without a leadership position, he had always felt that lacking only a chair was what prevented him from becoming a leader. Now, actually sitting in the position, he felt a bit uneasy. Actually, being a deputy minister wasn't difficult. Specific tasks were carried out by subordinates. He only needed to issue instructions and supervise. Occasionally, he could even slack off. Li Wei wasn't the type to go through the motions. Despite his inner displeasure, he always approached work with seriousness and rigor. He questioned each detail about the Bureau of Arms Production and then, accompanied by Guan Ziming and Sun Jian, proceeded to visit it. The journey was long. Accompanied by the 2 men, Li Wei walked for an hour before finally arriving, leaving him exhausted. Already at the entrance of the bureau, someone had come to meet them. A 9th-grade official stepped forward and reported, "This is Xu Yong, the director of the Bureau of Arms Production, and Lu Ti, his deputy." Seeing that Li Wei was a high-ranking official of the 3rd grade, the 2 junior officials immediately knelt and performed a full bow. Li Wei simply nodded slightly and said little. Upon entering, everyone saw the scene inside, an atmosphere of extraordinary hustle and bustle, with artisans coming and going in an orderly arrangement of workshops. Guan Ziming and Sun Jian led him on a tour through various workshops, explaining everything along the way. There was a blacksmith workshop forging swords and knives, where waves of intense heat hit them upon entering. The blacksmiths worked bare-chested, swinging hammers onto red-hot iron plates, repeatedly hammering, cooling, and then reheating them in the fire. The armor-making area was equally complicated, involving processes such as hammering and boiling. The making of bows and arrows was the same, requiring a variety of materials, from animal bones, tendons, and wood to hemp rope. At first, Li Wei didn't understand why the Ministry of Works was involved in these areas, but later he learned that all these materials were key components for making bows and arrows. Additionally, there were iron smelting blast furnaces, which Li Wei especially approached to observe. "Be careful, Your Honor," Guan Ziming cried out, stopping him. These devices were highly dangerous. If the newly appointed deputy minister were injured, the consequences would be unimaginable. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Wei decided to maintain a safe distance and conduct a round of inspection from around the furnace. The furnace's structure was similar to the sketch he had drawn earlier. Therefore, he summoned Xu Yong to gather the relevant artisans and inquired about the structural details in depth. The artisans trembled nervously as they stepped forward, fearing punishment due to any slip of the tongue or action. "There's no need to be afraid. Just answer truthfully," Li Wei reassured them. After touring the area, Li Wei noticed that the conditions of the workers here were even worse than those at the Imperial Arsenal. Ragged clothes, sallow faces, obvious malnutrition, and some appeared extremely emaciated. Yes, I understand," the artisans replied, still anxious. Li Wei could do nothing but question them this way. One of the artisans briefly explained the structure of the furnace, and after listening, Li Wei realized that its design was nearly identical to what he already knew. "I see. You may step down." "Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you so much, Your Honor." The artisan leader sighed with relief and returned. Li Wei shook his head slightly and turned away. Guan Ziming, Sun Jian, and the others immediately followed. Truthfully speaking, even though the 2 of them held official ranks of the 5th or 6th grade, they seldom came here. As high officials, they rarely set foot in such a dirty, labor-intensive environment. As the group was about to leave, an old artisan carrying a basket staggered past. Perhaps startled by the sudden presence of so many high-ranking officials, he panicked, slipped, and fell flat on the ground along with his basket, right in their path. The old man's face was pale, yet he ignored the pain and quickly knelt, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Please spare me, Your Honors. Please spare me." The elderly man had fallen some distance away from them, and the scattered debris hadn't even reached their feet. Li Wei frowned slightly and was about to step forward to help the old man up. But he hadn't acted yet when Sun Jian, who had long been impatient, angrily rushed forward, lifted his leg, and kicked the old man hard. "You old fool. How dare you block the path of the deputy minister? Can't you just take a detour? You brute, stop." Li Wei was shocked, shouting loudly. Stepping forward quickly, and unhesitatingly kicking Sun Jian aside. You brute! How can you treat an elderly man like this? Have you thrown all the teachings of the sages to the dogs? While helping the elderly man up, Li Wei angrily reprimanded him. Sun Jian staggered from the kick, almost falling. Finally regaining his balance, his face darkened immediately. Though Li Wei ranked several grades higher than him, they were both still government officials, and such public humiliation was unbearable. A surge of rage rose in his heart. Just as he was about to step forward to argue, Guan Ziming frowned and stopped him. He knew that Sun Jian had some background, and that Li Wei had only recently arrived. But a superior remained a superior, a rank higher still suffocates, and the deputy minister held a much higher rank than they did. After being stopped, Sun Jian quickly calmed down, his face hard and silent. Your Honor, it was only a common artisan. Why get so angry? Guan Ziming attempted to ease the tension. Nonsense. Do you mean to say that, according to your own sages, craftsmen are not human beings? Have you learned nothing of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? Li Wei showed no mercy at all, and scolded Guan Ziming as well. Guan Ziming's expression changed instantly, and he felt some dissatisfaction inside. Li Wei had a bad reputation in court, and everyone knew he had climbed to his high position solely through the emperor's favor, lacking both academic achievements and experience. Such a person naturally had difficulty earning the respect of others. Though Li Wei was merely their immediate superior, if he decided to target them, they would surely face hardships. Unwilling to provoke him, Guan Ziming could only suppress his displeasure and forced a smile. Yes, sir, you're absolutely right. Before his voice faded, he even tugged at Sun Jian's sleeve. Chapter 46. The newly formed firearms unit is hard to train. Though reluctant, Sun Jian mentioned Furo with a reluctant nod. Your instructions are most valued, sir. At that moment, a young man came rushing from afar, shouting toward the elderly man just helped up by Li Wei. Father. Li Wei's anger somewhat subsided as he handed the old man over to his son. The young man supported his father, casting a wary and cautious glance toward this group of high-ranking officials. Take good care of your father, Li Wei advised before raising his voice to address Guan Ziming and others. From now on, no one is allowed to beat or physically punish the craftsman. Even if a craftsman makes a mistake, the matter must first be reported to me. Anyone who still dares to beat or curse others will find no mercy from me. Upon hearing this, Guan Ziming, Sun Jian, Xu Yong, and Lu Ti exchanged glances, completely baffled by Li Wei's order. Sir, these craftsmen often slack off or try to cut corners. If not properly disciplined, we may fail to complete the tasks assigned by the emperor, and we will be the ones held responsible. Xu Yong hesitantly replied. In the Ming Dynasty, it was common even for minor foremen and overseers to frequently beat the workers, let alone officials like them. Li Wei remained firm. That's not your concern. If we fail the tasks, I'll take responsibility. All you need to do is follow orders. He had graduated from university and started at the factory floor. Although he'd never been insulted or beaten, he deeply understood the hardships and exhaustion of that life. Looking at these craftsmen, he realized they had it even worse than he once did. That someone would endure such hard labor and still suffer beatings and humiliation that he would never allow. After a brief pause, Xu Yong answered, Understood. Everything will be as the Darut decides. Guan Ziming shook his head subtly, while Sun Jian silently sneered. They believed the vice minister simply didn't understand officialdom. Taking all the responsibility from the outset would only lead to great losses later. Li Wei observed these officials carefully. Though they outwardly agreed, their expressions clearly showed they didn't take his words seriously. He felt troubled. I keep my word. Anyone who dares to arbitrarily beat or scold craftsmen again will not escape my punishment. Li Wei emphasized again, frowning heavily. Please be at ease, sir. We will surely keep your instructions in mind. Guan Ziming respectfully responded. The young man glanced at Li Wei and felt this official was indeed different from others. You help your father downstairs to rest and check if he's injured. If there's any injury, find a doctor immediately, Li Wei said to the young man. Thank you, sir. The young man expressed his gratitude, followed by the elderly man. After the two left, Li Wei looked around at the other officials once more, still feeling uneasy but helpless. He had just arrived at the Ministry of Works and had no close confidants. He could only make more frequent visits in the future. After leaving the blast furnace area, Li Wei proceeded elsewhere, seeing large water wheels and hammering machines powered by the water wheels. However, operating these tools was cumbersome. They were suitable only for forging large pieces of iron and unsuitable for making swords and blades. After getting a general understanding of the Armory Bureau, Li Wei left with the others and returned to the Ministry of Works. By the time they returned to the ministry, the sky had already grown dark. Traveling this distance back and forth had completely exhausted Li Wei. Just this one round trip had already taken 2 or 3 hours. Back in ancient times, everything was so inconvenient, wasting huge chunks of time merely on the road. After exchanging greetings with xiuxian, Li Wei returned home. That night, he discussed the affairs of the merchant guild with Lai Fu and Abub. Though Xinjing had behaved respectfully, Li Wei still needed to watch carefully around matters involving interests. Otherwise, he might be swindled without even realizing it. Speaking of being taken advantage of, Li Wei thought of Zhu Yuanzhang. But with Zhu Yuanzhang, it was an outright robbery. Even if you knew the trap was there and didn't want to jump in, he would still kick you into it anyway. The next morning, before Li Wei had even risen from bed, Zhu Yuanzhang was already seated on the imperial throne, beginning the early court assembly in Fengtian Hall. Ever since Li Wei had prepared a budget table, framed a minister of revenue, and caused another minister of personnel to fall, he had disappeared from the imperial court. and the officials had gradually forgotten this troublemaker. However, a few days ago, the emperor had suddenly promoted this seemingly invisible fifth-grade official from the cabinet to the post of Vice Minister of Works. Upon hearing this, some people couldn't sit still anymore, thinking that the plague was back. Zhao Jun, who had just met Li Wei the previous day, was the first to step forward and lodge a complaint. Honored Bishao, Li Wei, the newly appointed Vice Minister of Works, beat a subordinate official named Sun Jian without cause yesterday. I believe this conduct by Minister Li is improper and request Bishao to impose suitable punishment. Sun Jian was from Zhao Jun's hometown and had been recommended by him. For Li Wei to start off by physically attacking someone on his very first day was clearly a slap in Zhao Jun's face. Li Wei was unaware of the connection between Zhao and Sun Jian, but it didn't matter anyway. He had never liked that man to begin with. If someone was going to file a complaint, why not get the first punch in? Besides, he had other plans. Standing beside Zhao Jun, xiuxian cast a slightly surprised glance toward him. He hadn't been aware of this matter, for it had only occurred yesterday. As Zhao Jun, the senior official of the Ministry of Works, bypassed xiuxian to directly report to the emperor, Xue felt quite displeased. After all, he had not yet resigned and remained the head of the ministry. Zhao Jun should have informed him first. If the emperor investigated the matter, wouldn't his position as minister be rendered useless? Sitting on the throne, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned slightly after listening and asked seriously, Xiuxian, is this true? Xiuxian stepped forward from the ranks and stood beside Zhao Jun, casting a brief glance at him before respectfully bowing and answering. Your Majesty, I was unaware of this matter. However, I believe Minister Li is not a man who cannot distinguish right from wrong. There may be more to this story. Zhao Jun secretly rejoiced at heart. His impeachment of Li Wei was not only because he shared a hometown with Sun Jian, but also to set a trap for Xiuxian. Once this old fox retired, the position of Minister of Works would surely be his. Indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang appeared somewhat displeased after hearing this. How can you serve as Minister of Works like this? I acknowledge my fault, Xiuxian calmly admitted. Knowing the truth, he readily confessed. Though he sensed Zhao Jun's sinister intentions, he did not deny or justify his actions. Zhu Yuanzhang did not continue scolding him, but asked instead, Is Sun Jian here? Summon Sun Jian. Bring forward the principal clerk of the Ministry of Works, Sun Jian. Su Shou shouted loudly. As a sixth-grade official, Sun Jian had no qualification to enter the hall. Upon the eunuch's call, he entered from outside the hall, kneeling on the ground with a face full of grievance. Humble servant Sun Jian, principal clerk of the Ministry of Works, pays homage to your Majesty. Yesterday Li Wei hit you? Why did he strike you? Zhu Yuanzhang asked calmly. Your Majesty, yesterday while I was accompanying Minister Li on an inspection at the Armory Bureau, I discovered a craftsman slacking off and blocking the way. I merely reprimanded him a little, but unexpectedly, Minister Li flew into a rage and kicked me to the ground. Though I suffered some injustice, Minister Li also issued orders forbidding others from scolding the craftsman. I am concerned that without discipline, the craftsman may slack off and delay vital government tasks. Thus I have reported this matter. Sun Jian presented the complaint lightly. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned deeply and pondered briefly. Although he felt there must be more to this matter than Sun Jian's simplistic account suggested, Li Wei had indeed physically struck someone. Hong Yi, the newly appointed minister of the Ministry of Personnel, perceived the implication and stepped forward. Your Majesty, Li Wei is very young and has only been in court for half a year before being promoted to Vice Minister of Works. I believe he may not be fully capable. I respectfully urge your Majesty to reconsider this decision. CSC, the former Minister of Personnel and now Minister of the Ministry of Rights, cast a glance toward Hong Yi and thought, indeed, young men were bold and fearless. He clearly knew that anything involving Li Wei usually ended in misfortune. After listening, Zhu Yuanzhang did not immediately respond, but turned his gaze toward the side of the meritorious nobles. Su De stood ahead of the crowd and immediately understood the emperor's implication. Long live the emperor. Li Wei invented the flintlock rifle and created the three-line formation for musketeers. Such achievements are sufficient for him to hold the rank of Vice Minister of Works. The emperor's wisdom in appointing capable officials is indeed exemplary. As soon as Su De spoke, the nobles who had previously been preoccupied with brewing wine all voiced their agreement. Indeed, Duke of Wei has spoken well. Long live the emperor. Hong Yi felt displeased at seeing these opportunistic followers blindly agreeing without even understanding the situation. Just petty skills. Even common craftsmen can achieve them. How can such minor achievements justify holding a third-grade official position? Zhu Yuanzhang's brows knitted slightly upon hearing those words. He had long disliked the phrase tricks and arts, and had previously missed a valuable opportunity over it. In the end, he had had to swallow his pride and seek Li Wei out again. Now hearing those words again, his face darkened, and he rebuked sharply. What do you know? Military weaponry concerns warfare, and warfare determines the survival of the nation. How can it be called mere tricks and arts? You are narrow-minded. I believe you are not fit to serve as Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Hong Yi was puzzled and unaware of exactly which word had angered the emperor. Standing aside, CSC silently pondered, just as expected. Court politics are treacherous. Serving beside the emperor is like walking beside a tiger. He had already decided to resign and retire to his hometown this year at the earliest opportunity, to enjoy the life of a country gentleman. Your Majesty, I was merely speaking the truth. What fault have I committed? If minor skills alone can make one a government official, won't the entire court turn into craftsmen? Reckless. Guards, drag him out, and give him 20 blows with the stick. Zhu Yuanzhang roared in fury. I have committed no fault. I have committed no fault. Two guards quickly entered the hall and dragged Hong Yi away. However, Hong Yi's words struck deep into the hearts of the ministers. Once craftsmen replace civil officials, they would certainly not allow it. Your Majesty, I believe Minister Han's words are reasonable. Appointments of government officials should be based on governance merits, and craftsmanship, though commendable, shouldn't be the basis for appointments and removals. And Rand stepped forward to speak. Vice Minister Li not only possesses craftsmanship, but has also created new military formations. Muing spoke in support. The day Li Wei demonstrated the three-line firing formation, the Emperor had allocated 3,000 troops for him to train. However, these soldiers were far inferior to the Imperial Guard troops, and Li Wei himself was still unfamiliar with modern training methods. Within just a few days, the soldiers' problems kept arising, leaving him overwhelmed and distressed. If this man truly possesses military talent, it would be better to transfer him directly into the army, saving his abilities from being wasted in the Ministry of Works. Zhao Jun said mockingly. Li Wei's promotion had been extremely rapid, and the Emperor clearly favored him. If one day he climbed above Zhao Jun, transferring him out of the Ministry of Works would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Muing secretly rejoiced upon hearing this. Your Majesty, I believe this is feasible. How about assigning Minister Li to serve under my command? I happen to be in urgent need of capable men. He had been troubled lately over the difficulty of training his newly formed firearms unit. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened. Li Wei was a rare talent. Not only had he invented the flintlock rifle and developed the musket line formation, but he also had many other critical tasks to complete. How could he possibly send him to the battlefield? Chapter 47. It turns out to be a ploy for favor. Tang He sensed Zhu Yuanzhang's displeasure and quickly realized something was wrong. Hurriedly stepping forward, he said, although Li Wei has occasionally studied some military tactics, he is ultimately just a frail scholar. It would be inappropriate to transfer him into the army. Muing hesitated for a moment, but seeing Tang He signal him with a glance, he remained silent. Minister Li's abilities extend far beyond that. My arrangement for him is well considered, Zhu Yuanzhang said coldly. Suda immediately chimed in. His Majesty is wise. The nobles and officials followed suit, heaping praise upon the Emperor's words. As the flattery faded, the ministers were about to resume the serious matters of the day when a censor stepped forward. Your Majesty, as a high-ranking minister of the third rank, how could Minister Li be absent from the morning court session? I beg your Majesty to punish this negligence severely and order him to attend court meetings punctually. Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily stunned. His gaze fell on the censor, a man he faintly recognized named Han Yike, known for his upright character. All the officials watched him, silently thinking that this man truly lacked common sense. Everyone else had been busy accusing Li Wei of various offenses, yet no one mentioned his absence from court. As long as the Emperor said nothing, they were more than happy to ignore it, secretly hoping Li Wei would never return to court at all. Better that he stay away, because if he did show up, there would always be arguments. Zhu Yuanzhang also felt troubled. Previously, it had been understandable if Li Wei missed court sessions, given his relatively low rank. His presence or absence hadn't mattered much. But now, as a third-grade official, prolonged absences would become inappropriate. Well, Minister Li might have simply forgotten for the moment since he was newly promoted. Therefore, you shall go and remind him personally, Zhu Yuanzhang said, conveniently passing the issue back to the person who raised it. Han Yike, unfazed, readily agreed. As your Majesty commands. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded approvingly. Sun Jian, standing among the officials, felt his heart pounding with anxiety. A ministry minister had been dragged out and punished merely for a few words. As the accuser, who knew what fate awaited him, Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at him briefly, without further antagonizing. Regardless of his reasons, Li Wei was in the wrong for assaulting another person. For now, his salary shall be deducted for 3 months as a warning. Sun Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Though he felt the punishment was not severe enough, he was content knowing he himself was unharmed. Thank you, Your Majesty. With that, the matter regarding Li Wei was temporarily settled, and the ministers resumed their discussions on other state affairs. Meanwhile, although Li Wei had not attended the morning court, he had not been idle. Early in the morning, he had led people to inspect the workshops, particularly the pottery kilns, planning to entrust them with the production of glass. After a long morning of bunbo, busy work, he was exhausted. Upon returning to the Ministry of Works, he received a shocking message. Zhu Yuanzhang had deducted 3 months of his salary. Li Wei exclaimed in shock. What? The Emperor took 3 months' wages from me. Correct, Han Yike replied impassively. Why? I have devoted myself fully to my work. Fine if he won't reward me with a raise, but why deduct money? Li Wei shouted angrily, rising up to confront Han. You struck a fellow official and were therefore punished, though the penalty was lenient enough. Who did I strike? Senior Clerk Sun Jian. Li Wei paused momentarily, recalling the official who had assaulted an elderly man, and angrily replied. He deserved it, daring to lay hands on an old person. Tell me, shouldn't he be punished? Han Yike slightly frowned as he watched Li Wei's anger rise, sharing in his distaste for the abuse of power. The imperial decree has been issued. Minister Li, I hope you will act with caution in the future and avoid reckless behavior. Han Yike softened his tone, now offering gentle advice. Li Wei's lips twitched, his frustration unable to be vented. Also, you are now a third-rank official. Tomorrow you must attend the early morning court punctually. Do not miss again. Having delivered the message, Han Yike saw Li Wei silently glaring, turned, and left. Li Wei ignored the last piece of advice as though it hadn't been said, slowly sat down, and began pondering why he had received such a sudden punishment. Zhu Yuanzhang was too cruel, and Sun Jian even more detestable. The more he thought, the angrier he became. Li Wei suddenly roared, "Go find Sun Jian." "As you command, minister." The attendants bowed and left. Shortly thereafter, Sun Jian hurried into the office. "Greetings, Minister Li. Might I ask why you summoned me today?" Sun Jian could already see the storm brewing in Li Wei's eyes, knowing full well what this was about. But he wasn't afraid. After all, he had Zhao Jun's support. Although Li Wei held the same rank as Zhao Jun, left was inferior to right. Zhao Jun's position gave him a slight advantage. Li Wei wasted no time, glaring and confronting him bluntly. "Which foot did you step in with first when you entered?" Sun Jian was taken aback by the odd question. What did that mean? The left one, I suppose." Li Wei slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Who allowed you to enter with your left foot first? Don't you know that the rule here is to step in with the right foot first?" Sun Jian stared in disbelief. "What? When did this rule ever exist? Today is when I established this rule, yet you dare to defy it. How bold you are. Bring him guards." At Li Wei's sharp command, bailiffs outside rushed in upon hearing his voice. "What are your orders, sir?" "Seize him and give him 40 strokes with the cane." "This." The bailiffs hesitated, having clearly overheard from outside. To be beaten 40 times simply for stepping in with the left foot was absurd. Sun Jian cried in alarm. "What are you doing? How dare you act like this? Are you not afraid that I will report you to the emperor?" Go ahead and report me then. At most, they'll just deduct my salary again, and I've got plenty of money to spare." Now that the Ming Huang trading house was thriving, Li Wei earned nearly 10,000 strings of coins every month. He truly had no regard for such a small amount. He was just furious. Despite his constant hard work, his pay had still been cut. It was simply unacceptable. Seeing the hesitation of the bailiffs, Li Wei stood up from his seat, grabbed a cane himself, and directly struck Sun Jian on the backside. Sun Jian screamed, holding his bottom and fleeing desperately, as Li Wei viciously chased after him with the stick. Sun Jian cried out for help as he ran, taking a few hits without daring to fight back. Li Wei could beat him all he wanted, but if he retaliated, it would become a huge issue. Ming law was strict. Any crime committed by officials of third rank or higher could only be handled by the emperor himself. No department had the authority to intervene. Officials ranked 5th rank or higher also required imperial permission before being tried, while punishments for other officials required the approval of their superiors. Hierarchies were clear and class divisions were strict. Challenging superiors was a serious crime. This was just like when Hu Weiyong had killed a coachman in broad daylight. Had the emperor not wished to punish him, the matter would have surely been swept under the rug. Li Wei's case was no different. However, because he lacked good relationships in the bureaucracy, it was certain someone would report him. Still, unless someone did report him, even if he broke the law, no one would bother to act. Though Li Wei barely understood the hierarchy of the bureaucracy, that didn't stop him from punishing this lowly official. It was absolutely ridiculous. After all, even Zhu Yuanzhang had dared to strike him. What was a petty little official? Their yelling and chasing quickly drew the attention of others. Other common officials, seeing it was the vice minister who was committing the assault, dared not say anything. They could only watch from a distance. Meanwhile, inside his office, Zhao Jun and xiuxian heard the commotion. Xiuxian glanced out, a faint smile on his lips, before returning to his seat as though he had heard nothing. Zhao Jun, on the other hand, was much more proactive. As soon as he stepped outside, he shouted, "Stop! Li Wei, what exactly are you doing? You were just punished by the emperor, yet you behave like a rogue without a care for the emperor's authority or the laws of the court." Li Wei cast a sidelong glance at him, snorted coldly, and ignored him, continuing to chase Sun Jian. "Zhao Bareng, please save me," Sun Jian shouted as he ran toward Zhao Jun, while Li Wei showed no sign of stopping, appearing completely out of control. Zhao Jun felt his heart tighten. Was this idiot really going to beat him, too? Thinking this, Zhao Jun hurriedly stepped back and slammed the door shut with a loud thud. Sun Jian was stuck outside the doorway, barely having time to react, when Li Wei's cane struck him again. Sun Jian cried out, and immediately fled without hesitation. After Li Wei had chased him away, Zhao Jun slowly opened the door again, yelling uselessly, achieving nothing. Seeing that Zhao Jun was powerless to stop the situation, Sun Jian, in desperation, ran straight to Xiuxian's quarters. By now, having listened to the noise for some time, Xiuxian finally stepped out slowly. "Minister Li, you mustn't misbehave like this," Xiuxian said in a calm tone. Sun Jian quickly ducked behind Xiuxian. Li Wei had also tired from beating him and caught his breath, finally halting. The onlookers murmured among themselves, some laughing, some shocked, others shaking their heads silently. Sun Jian hiding behind Xiuxian. Zhao Jun stepped forward to rebuke him. "Li Wei, as Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works, how can you act so recklessly?" I feel like it. Got a problem with that." "Why you? What about me?" Li Wei interrupted Zhao Jun and turned toward Sun Jian threateningly. "You dare to report me again, and I'll beat you again each time. Let's see who lasts longer." His fierce appearance looked like a schoolyard bully intimidating a tattletale. Even Xiuxian was at a loss for words. "Minister Li, please stop making reckless statements. Everyone return to your places. Don't gather here." Xiuxian dispersed the crowd before calling Li Wei and Zhao Jun into his room. Sun Jian didn't dare to linger, quickly going around Li Wei and fleeing. "Please sit down and talk." After Xiuxian took his seat, Li Wei and Zhao Jun sat down as well. "Minister Li, why did you attack a subordinate today?" Zhao Jun questioned. "What's it got to do with you?" Li Wei frowned, clearly unhappy. He didn't know this Xiao Jun well, and couldn't understand why he kept defending that Sun Jian. We all work in the Ministry of Works. I must surely report Minister Li's reckless actions to the Emperor. Xiao Jun scoffed. You can go ahead and report me, I never stopped you. Li Wei put on a look of complete indifference. You? I'm actually working with a ruffian like you. How shameful, Xiao Jun angrily stormed off, his sleeve flaring, without even touching his tea. Li Wei wore a puzzled look and turned to Xiuxian, asking, what's wrong with him? Xiuxian smiled slightly and whispered, Sun Jian is from the same hometown as him. Li Wei suddenly understood. So that was how they bonded, by pulling strings through personal connections. Minister Li, Xiuxian advised, perhaps you shouldn't act like this in the future. We are all government officials. If a subordinate has committed a mistake, he can be punished according to the law. But behaving recklessly like this, chasing and beating subordinates at will, really sets a bad example. His words, though a gentle admonition, were clear in meaning. Problems should be resolved through proper procedures, not by acting rashly. Chapter 48. Busy hitting people? Li Wei curled his lip disdainfully. He never liked beating around the bush, it was just too troublesome. Just like earlier, giving someone a good beating was the most satisfying method. He finally understood why Minister Zhu always enjoyed hitting people. It was honestly just too enjoyable. Xiuxian didn't elaborate further but instead asked with concern, Minister Li, have you been adjusting well these past 2 days at the Ministry of Works? So, just too busy, Li Wei replied with a sigh. Minister Li is extraordinarily talented, naturally expected to carry a heavier load. Li Wei rolled his eyes and glanced at Xiuxian, who was leisurely sipping tea. But you, Minister Xue, seem particularly relaxed. Do you have any secrets to share? Cough, cough, cough. Xiuxian choked on his tea at the remark. How could you say that, Minister Li? I am always diligently striving to ease His Majesty's burdens. How could I possibly be considered idle? Li Wei paused, realizing he had said the wrong thing, and quickly added, Oh come now, Minister Xue manages your heavy official duties with grace. How do you do it? Xiuxian smiled, knowing it was just an unintentional slip, so he let it go. Minister Li, you need not personally attend to every single matter. Some tasks can be delegated to subordinates. You just need to supervise occasionally. Like me, with your assistance and support, I can remain so calm and composed. Li Wei was speechless inside. Wasn't this basically saying he'd ended up doing all the work? Actually, Li Wei's current assignments had been specially arranged by Zhu Yuanzhang through Xiuxian, and Xiuxian himself wasn't idle either. After all, Li Wei lacked experience, so naturally, as a supervisor, Xiuxian had to closely monitor him. Li Wei had no more mood for casual conversation. He excused himself briefly and returned to his own affairs. Over the past couple of days, he had already generally inspected the various workshops and gained an initial understanding of the situation. At present, the smelting technology was already quite mature. Just a little adjustment and a change of fuel could achieve the high temperatures he desired. The same applied to ceramics. Li Wei planned to start with steelmaking. Only with sufficient and high-quality steel could many of his follow-up plans move forward smoothly. The next morning, Li Wei once again skipped the morning court session and headed straight to Qianxing Palace to use his computer. Additionally, he had someone craft pencils for him. The method was straightforward, fine graphite ore, which resembled coal, but was different. After heating in isolation from air and grinding it into powder, adding clay, and pressing it into shape created pencil lead. Then craft a small wooden stick, drill a hole down its center, fill the hole with the prepared graphite clay mixture, and let it dry. Brush pens were far too inconvenient for him, especially when sketching and drawing. Although Li Wei hadn't attended court, discussions about him continued within the imperial court. Xiao Jun once again submitted an impeachment petition against him today. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang felt a headache coming on, but on the surface simply replied indifferently, noted, and then set the matter aside. As for Han Yiku, seeing that Li Wei had once again missed the morning court assembly enraged him. He launched another fierce denunciation of Li Wei. Zhu Yuanzhang's response was firm. The matter has already been entrusted to you. You decide how to handle it. Li Wei had no idea that yet another impeachment had been filed against him by someone in court. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, his mind was completely focused on work. The blueprints for the blast furnace had long been completed. As for that water wheel, some modifications were needed. It would have to do for now, and once steel production increased, he would then build a steam engine. Despite the current limitations in machining precision, he firmly believed he could produce a usable machine. Although it would have some leakage and low efficiency, gradual improvements would address that. The ultimate purpose of making all these was to improve power supply. With electricity, they could manufacture various machine tools and then produce all kinds of mechanical equipment. The water wheel could temporarily be used for power generation, but its position was fixed. It could only be built by the river, which was inconvenient. With a steam engine, however, placement could be flexible. To be continued. For Li Wei, becoming an industrial chancellor was secondary. The key was improving quality of life. However things turned out, electricity was an absolute necessity. Common coal couldn't reach the required temperatures needed for steel production and glass firing. Coke was necessary as fuel. By heating coal in the absence of air, one could obtain coke. During this process, a byproduct would be produced, coke oven gas. If one heated coal together with water, water gas could also be generated. Later on, he planned to try collecting these gases, store them in gas tanks, and thus allow Shao Qing and others to cook much more easily without the constant hassle of starting a fire. But for now, there was already the honeycomb coal briquette, which sufficed for the time being. The matter of gas production could be postponed. There was simply too much to be done, and he could only proceed step by step. From morning until afternoon, Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang hadn't yet finished for the day when one of the young princesses came to visit. Upon hearing the guards outside the door saluting, Li Wei quickly stashed the computer away. "Oh, Li Wei, did you come here to play with me?" the young princess joyfully exclaimed as she entered the room. Li Wei was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. If he said no, the young princess might get upset. More or less. "Great. You didn't finish the story last time. Continue from there." Where did we stop last time?" The last time he told a story was indeed the last time. They hadn't met since then, and he'd already forgotten where he had left off. "We were at the 21st trial. There are still 60 more to go," the young princess said eagerly. Li Wei's face stiffened instantly. 60 more? Oh, come on. I've only seen 25 episodes. It was all his fault for speaking too quickly back then. He had said there were 99 trials in total. If he had said only 21 trials, he would have finished the story long ago. Li Wei regretted it deeply but could do nothing. After all, the princess remembered it clearly. "Then today I'll tell you." How about the tale of the white-boned demon thrice defeated?" Li Wei said after a moment's thought. "We already did that one." "What about the great battle with Red Boy?" "That one's already been told too." Li Wei scratched his head. He had always chosen stories at random when telling her, and he couldn't even remember which ones he'd covered and which he hadn't. Besides, there were only 25 episodes in total, and 21 had already been told. There weren't many episodes left unspoken. "Daughter's Country?" Li Wei ventured cautiously. The princess's eyes lit up. "That one we haven't done yet. Let's do that one. It sounds really interesting." Li Wei hesitated slightly. This story wasn't entirely suitable for children, as it involved pregnancy and romantic themes. Hurry, the princess chimed in eagerly. Sighing, Li Wei decided to skip the sensitive parts and focused only on the plot. The young princess listened with great interest, firing questions all the while. "Why do their bellies swell up?" "They're pregnant." "I know. It's because they're going to have babies. I've seen other concubines' bellies swell before." "Is it because they drank from the river of daughters?" "No, that's all made up." "Then how did their bellies get that way?" "It's because your father planted a seed inside them." "How did he plant it?" The little princess widened her eyes, filled with curiosity. Suddenly Li Wei remembered Zhu Yuanzhang holding a knife to his throat. He felt a cold chill run down his neck. "You'll understand when you grow up." Li Wei forced himself to say that, and twitched his mouth slightly. Seeing that Li Wei refused to answer directly, the young princess frowned and clearly felt displeased. Actually, she would be told about such things eventually. After all, once she married in another year, someone else would explain everything to her, but right now she remained completely unaware. Ignoring her expression, Li Wei continued. "The people of Daughter's Country thought that Master Tang was very handsome, so they wanted to marry him. Unfortunately, although they were mutually fond, he didn't return their feelings." "Master Tang? How handsome is he really?" The princess interrupted again. "As handsome as me." "Uff, my father is way better looking than you." "That old geezer." "Well, you're right." Thinking the princess might report him to Zhu Yuanzhang, Li Wei gritted his teeth and continued telling the story. Finally reaching the end, Zhu Yuanzhang returned, and upon seeing the princess with Li Wei, immediately frowned and scolded. "How many times have I told you not to wander out here again? Go back to the inner palace now. I came here to bring you tea." "Then where is the tea service?" Looking around, the princess realized both xiaohong and the tea tray were gone. Fine, she had slipped out secretly today. Go back immediately. All you do is play around all day. You don't know any etiquette at all. How undignified. Reprimanded by Zhu Yuanzhang, the princess pouted and heavily turned back toward Qianxia Palace. "And you, always loafing about." Li Wei was unhappy at once. "I'm not loafing. I've been very busy lately. You just don't notice, do you? Busy hitting people? You already heard about that. But Bi Xiao, that person deserved it. He didn't even know basic manners like respecting elders and caring for the young. He actually dared strike an old man." When Zhu Yuanzhang heard Li Wei call someone a wretched cur, he gave him an odd glance. Zhu Yuanzhang already knew what had happened. After all, there were many surveillance devices placed around Li Wei. All he had to do was check the recordings. Putting the beating aside for now, tell me what exactly you've been busy with at the Ministry of Works these past couple of days. Cough. Bi Xiao. Over these past 2 days I've generally inspected the Military Equipment Bureau. I plan to begin steelmaking first. Once steel production can be mass-produced, I will move on to producing machine tools. Once machine tools are ready, many of my subsequent plans can proceed one by one. As for the steam engine, surely you've heard of it before? It's a type of machinery that runs by boiling water. Li Wei mumbled on, but Zhu Yuanzhang understood very little of what he said. Still, he nodded frequently, pretending to comprehend completely. Though he couldn't grasp much, it didn't matter. He only needed to make demands. Very good. In that case, I'll assign you a task. Forge 100,000 steel blades within 3 months. Manufacture 3,000 flintlock rifles as well, plus armor, bows, arrows, and so on. Zhu Yuanzhang casually threw out figures in the tens of thousands, as if ordering wholesale goods. In truth, he had exaggerated the amounts. If Li Wei could complete even half of these, he would already be satisfied. Currently, the Military Equipment Bureau mainly relied on craftsmen forging steel blades by hand, with each worker managing at most 1 or 2 per day. Though the Bureau employed 9,000 people, only several hundred were skilled blacksmiths capable of forging swords and knives, and the daily production amounted to only a few hundred blades. Chapter 49. Li, get up quickly for court. As the words fell, Li Wei did not immediately cry out in protest and claim it was impossible. Instead, he gave the matter some serious thought. causing Zhu Yuanzhang to glance at him in surprise. I will try my best, Li Wei said thoughtfully after a brief pause. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately changed his tone. Not try, but must. If you fail, this emperor will chop your head, or at least break your legs. Li Wei, all right. Li Wei secretly curled his lips in dissatisfaction but did a quick calculation and felt it should be manageable, so he agreed. Zhu Yuanzhang's lips curled upward involuntarily in a smile. Once the mission was assigned, he happily sat behind the dragon throne. I heard that Ming Trading recently launched a new kind of fine wine. They say it's really good. Is that true? Yes, it's just alcohol mixed with distilled water, 1-to-1 ratio. You can also distill it together with yellow water to enhance the aroma and improve the flavor. You already know the method of distilling alcohol, right? I can have someone make some for you. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned, thinking this kid truly didn't understand romance. There is also a perfume, which is quite popular. Oh, that's made by blending alcohol with fragrant spices. If your majesty wants to use it, you can make it yourself too. Li Wei happily divulged the secret formula. Since the secret would eventually be stolen anyway, there was no need to keep it hidden. Moreover, Ming Trading was already closely connected to the royal stores, so there was even less reason to hide anything. Seeing that the kid still didn't catch the hint, Zhu Yuanzhang asked directly, "You're not planning to present anything good to this emperor first?" Huh? Li Wei paused. "Aren't you able to make it yourself?" "Foolish. I am the emperor, burdened with national affairs. When would I have time to mess around with this?" Li Wei was momentarily stunned. "So you don't want to make it yourself? You just want me to hand some over?" Although these two products were sold at high prices, their costs weren't low either. This old man clearly wanted to take advantage. "Prepare a few hundred bottles of each and deliver them to the palace tomorrow," Zhu Yuanzhang said indifferently. "What? Hundreds of bottles? Are you out of your mind?" "No way." Li Wei angrily rejected the demand outright. The perfume had just launched, sales were yet to be confirmed. As for the wine, monthly sales were barely 100 bottles. Such an expensive product wasn't affordable for everyone. Now the emperor wanted several months' worth of stock in one go. It was simply absurd. Ming Trading had just barely opened. How could it be ruined by one word from him? Too many? This quantity isn't even enough for the concubines in the inner palace. Li Wei unexpectedly found himself force-fed a mouthful of dog food and almost suffocated. After cursing the pervert 100 times over in his mind, he regained his composure. "We genuinely don't have that much. The maximum I can give you is 100 bottles each. Ming Trading has just started operations. You own the largest share, surely you wouldn't want it to shut down altogether?" Actually, Li Wei wasn't incapable of supplying hundreds of bottles. He had at least several thousand yuan of personal assets. Purchasing at cost wasn't something he couldn't handle. But the thought of Zhu Yuanzhang using the perfume to impress more concubines filled him with jealousy and hatred. Absolutely, not another bottle. One extra bottle meant another innocent girl deceived and victimized. No matter how Zhu Yuanzhang tried to persuade him, Li Wei refused to budge from the 100 bottles limit. "Fine, then 100 of each it is. Your Majesty, you can take the wine and the perfume, but I also have a request." Li Wei suddenly had an idea and spoke according to the principle of giving nothing for free. "What? You dare to set conditions too?" Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes widened. Li Wei hesitated momentarily and changed his phrasing. "There is a favor I humbly request from your Majesty. I beg for your approval." "Humph, speak." "I would like to request a few calligraphic scrolls from His Majesty." "What words?" "Just those 4. Ming Trading. Since Ming Trading is essentially your Majesty's enterprise, is it unreasonable for you to write a few characters?" "Essentially? It is mine, plain and simple." Li Wei had only stuck around until now because of the 30% share. "Bring paper and ink at once." Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand magnanimously. He owned the lion's share of the profits, so as long as Li Wei didn't violate any rules, other requests could be discussed. Li Wei quickly laid out the paper and ground the ink. "Your Majesty, please start by writing a horizontal scroll for the plaque." Li Wei unfolded a large sheet of paper, and Zhu Yuanzhang obediently took up the brush and wrote the 4 characters, Ming Trading, with vigorous strokes. "Your Majesty's calligraphy is magnificent." Li Wei praised obediently, and Zhu Yuanzhang smiled in satisfaction. His handwriting was really only decent rather than exceptional, certainly far behind Li Wei's standard, and not even comparable to the literati at court. Li Wei carefully stored the royal piece away and brought out another ordinary sheet of paper. "Your Majesty, please write a few more examples, large, medium, and small sizes, and include both the full name Ming Trading and the separate term Ming alone." Zhu Yuanzhang looked at him suspiciously, asking, "Why do you need so many?" "It's just in case. The more your Majesty writes now, the less trouble it'll be later on when I might have to bother you again." Li Wei had already planned ahead. The products of Ming Trading were of low technological complexity, so future counterfeiting was inevitable. He intended to print the imperial calligraphy in various sizes on the product packaging, thereby marking them as imperial gifts, daring anyone then to counterfeit them. Even if others imitated products like soap in the future, they would have to sell under other brands. By then, his Ming Trading would have already taken over the market, established an early advantage, and could easily crush any latecomers by lowering prices. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't quite understand the reasoning, but since there was nothing illegal involved, he agreed to write the calligraphy. Li Wei happily stored all the pieces away. "Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, this subject shall take his leave now." Li Wei, wearing a satisfied smile, was about to pack up and head home. "Hold on." Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly called him back. "Your Majesty, what further orders do you have?" Li Wei asked in confusion. "Which foot did you step in with when you entered the palace today, left or right?" After a thorough beating, Li Wei left the Qianxing palace with his hands covering his backside. Back home, Xiaoqing saw his awkward gait and instantly knew he had been punished again, quickly stepping forward to support him. Master, are you alright? Fine, fine. Li Wei waved to signal it was okay. The guards had been merciful and didn't really break the skin, though the pain still ran deep. Xiaoqing helped him into the room, where he lay face down on the bed, reaching back to lightly press his buttocks. Seeing his slow and somewhat embarrassed movements, she shyly suggested, Master, shall I give you a massage? Would that be appropriate? Li Wei replied hesitantly, secretly eager yet reluctant to admit it outright. Xiaoqing covered her mouth and giggled. She had noticed her master's lustful nature but cowardice, always stealing glances at her but never daring to speak openly. What's inappropriate about it? It is my duty to serve master. Without further words, she extended her hands and gently stroked his buttocks. Instantly, waves of tingling pleasure coursed through him, quickly alleviating his previous pain. Actually, he wasn't entirely inexperienced, but he had parted ways with his first love after graduation and had remained single ever since. Approaching a woman after so many years felt like his first time all over again, filled with awkward shyness. Soon, this uneasiness faded, as Xiaoqing's soft hands gently kneaded his sore muscles. Whether from psychological relief or actual effect, the pain in his backside gradually eased. Li Wei quickly adjusted, immersing himself in the sensation. Thank you, old Zhu. He truly is a kind-hearted person. Despite having been beaten, Li Wei was genuinely grateful toward the older man. Due to lingering pain in his backside, Li Wei didn't continue discussing study materials with Xiaoqing. After dinner, he retired to bed early. In the middle of the night, just as Li Wei was dreaming of intimacy with Xiaoqing, sudden loud knocking woke him. Drowsily, he heard shouting from outside. Master Li, Sir Li, get up quickly. If you don't hurry, you'll miss the morning court session. Sir Li, unsure who was making the noise outside, Li Wei woke up already angry. Who the hell is it? Are you mad, making such a racket at this hour? Outside the door, Han Yike shouted while violently pounding the door. Sir Li, get up quickly. Shortly afterward, a boo from the front yard got up and opened the door first. Sir, may I ask what urgent business brings you here so late at night? I've come to invite Master Li to court. Hurry and tell your master. Abu looked a bit confused. He knew his master held a prominent position in the imperial court, but he also knew full well that his master never attended morning court sessions. Though puzzled, as a servant, he asked no further questions. By now, Li Wei had emerged wearing his robe, followed closely by the startled Xiaoqing and Lai Fu. Who are you? What are you knocking for at this hour of the night? Have you gone mad? As soon as he came out, Li Wei angrily cursed. Han Yike's face turned cold. Sir Li, it is almost the hour of evening already. Why haven't you washed and changed clothes yet? If you delay any longer, you will surely miss the morning court. What is this morning court you speak of? I know nothing of it. Just leave already. Li Wei responded rudely. Upon hearing this, Han Yike's anger flared as he scolded. Minister Li, you, a high-ranking official of the empire, how dare you repeatedly miss your duties without reason? Do you have no regard for the court, no regard for His Majesty at all? That old. His Majesty doesn't care about me, so why should you? Typical case. When the emperor isn't worried, the eunuchs rush ahead. You. Han Yike became red with fury. In any era, eunuchs were looked down upon, and particularly among intellectuals, these physically impaired individuals were considered despicable. A careless remark from Li Wei proved highly offensive. I have been sent here by the emperor's command to urge you to attend court. Hurry and change into your official robes, and follow me at once. Han Yike forced himself to suppress his anger. I won't go. Don't knock anymore. Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Don't you have a heart for compassion? Saying so, Li Wei turned to go back inside. Don't go. Come with me to the morning court. Li Wei ignored him, instructing Abu to shut the door while he himself returned inside. But he hadn't walked a few steps when Abu had barely closed the door when once again the loud knocking resumed. Li Wei, furious, ordered. Abu, drive him away and don't let him knock again. Understood, master. After giving the order, Li Wei quickly returned to his room to resume his rest. Abu faithfully carried out the order, opened the gate, apologized, and pushed Han Yike backward several steps. However, Han Yike was extremely stubborn and refused to leave at all. With no choice, Abu was forced to stand guard outside the gate. Unable to get near the door, Han Yike could only continue shouting loudly. Minister Li, wake up and go to the morning court. Li Wei, who had just lain down, became extremely annoyed by the noise and finally covered his head tightly with the quilt. Not knowing how long had passed, he eventually fell asleep again amidst Han Yike's shouting. In the early morning, Li Wei drowsily got up to wash up and ate something Xiaoqing had prepared, before staggering out the door. As he approached his front gate, he saw Abu standing like a guardian god at the entrance, and a little further away, Han Yike was sitting on the ground with a pale, grim expression, whether from the cold or rage, no one could tell. Chapter 50, must step forward with the left foot. Oh, why hasn't Minister Han left yet? The morning court session ended long ago, Li Wei said with a smile. Now that he had eaten and drunk his fill, his morning irritation had disappeared, and he no longer felt like scolding others. Han Yike, upon seeing him exit, didn't waste any words. He strode forward grimly and grabbed Li Wei's arm, dragging him away. Startled, Li Wei hurriedly shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Let go immediately. Don't you know that a man and woman shouldn't touch each other casually? This is absolutely unacceptable." Han Yike completely ignored his rants and continued dragging him forward. Li Wei struggled hard, but failed to break free. To his sorrow, he realized that, In this great Ming Dynasty, it seemed everyone was stronger than him. Hurry up and let me go. I still have many things to do. I even need to go to work. Li Wei, being dragged along awkwardly, tried reasoning patiently. Yet Han Yike remained as deaf as ever. After all, the morning court session hadn't ended yet, and his only thought was to bring Li Wei to the assembly hall before it dispersed to complete his task. Luckily, Li Wei's home wasn't far from the palace. They arrived in less than half an hour. They entered the Fengtian hall smoothly with their identification tokens. The old Zhu and the other ministers, who were discussing important matters, wore expressions of surprise when they saw the pair. Honored Bisha, I arrived late to this morning's court session. Please punish me accordingly. Zhu Yuanzhang looked at Li Wei, who looked disheveled behind Han Yike, and his dragon face beamed with pleasure. He chuckled. My loyal minister, you have fulfilled your duty. You have achieved great merit. What offense could there be? Thank you, Bisha. Li Wei bowed deeply in gratitude too. All right, take your places now. Let's continue our discussions. Han Yike returned grumpily to his position as the censor of the censorate, while Li Wei, helpless, could only search around for an empty seat. Seeing xiuxian nod at him, he strode over, shoved Zhao Jun aside, and took the seat. Zhao Jun glared at him darkly. Han Yusher's upright and fearless speech and loyal heart are truly commendable. Starting today, he will be transferred to the position of Director of the Ministry of Works. My dear minister, you must work even harder. After bestowing the new title, Zhu Yuanzhang said meaningfully to Han Yike. He had specifically assigned Han Yike to trouble Li Wei precisely because he recognized Han's ability to rein Li in. Thank Bisha. I shall certainly devote myself wholeheartedly and live up to Bisha's great expectations. Han Yike stepped forward to express his gratitude. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in satisfaction. Li Wei had yet to realize the seriousness of the situation. As soon as court convened, he began habitually dozing off. Honored Bisha, if merits deserve rewards, then mistakes must also be punished. Li Shilang has been absent from the morning court without cause, and today arrived late again. According to law, he should be punished with the cane. Han Yi stepped forward and submitted the memorial. Having been punished with the cane himself yesterday because of Li Wei's matter, he wanted to retaliate at the first opportunity. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered briefly. He had already punished him yesterday. It would be excessive to punish him again today. Restraint must be exercised. Coincidentally, someone else held an old grudge against Li Wei. Observing the emperor's expression, Ru Taishu stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I believe Li Da's constitution is weak. If subjected to the cane punishment again, he may not withstand it. Instead, let him go to the Meridian Gate and copy scriptures. It can cultivate his character while still maintaining the purpose of discipline. Some recent writings of mine might be useful for his reference. Drowsy Li Wei, upon hearing these words, suddenly awoke in shock, thinking inwardly, who is so malicious as to want to punish me by making me copy books? When he raised his eyes and saw Ru Taishu, his anger flared instantly. This old man had such a petty heart. Li Wei had merely copied over 1 million characters at the Meridian Gate before. Now the old grudge remained, indeed a petty heart. Zhu Yuanzhang's heart stirred slightly upon hearing these words, and he thought this plan was feasible. Remembering the crooked handwriting on Li Wei's memorials, the emperor indeed believed that he should practice writing more. This suggestion is excellent. Let it be done. Li Wei, take Ru Taishu's writings and go to the Meridian Gate to copy them 100 times. Han Yike, you shall supervise. Honored Bisha. Han Yike replied firmly, casting a fierce glare at Li Wei simultaneously. Li Wei quickly said, Bisha, I still have many tasks left unfinished. I really cannot spare the time for copying. No problem, you don't need to write all day long. Do it during your free time. You'll certainly find some opportunities, Ru Taishu quickly responded. He himself had completed the task in his spare time back then. As a minister, how could one idly remain at the Meridian Gate every day, copying characters? Li Wei looked at him with puzzlement. How did ancient people know Lu Xun's theory of squeezing the sponge? All right, proceed accordingly, Zhu Yuanzhang decided. Thus, Li Wei had no choice but to accept this ruthless punishment. Ru Taishu felt fulfilled with joy. Han Yike remained strict and cold, and although Han Yi felt slightly unsatisfied, since the emperor had finally imposed a penalty, he chose not to speak further. After court was dismissed, Li Wei held a water bucket in one hand and a giant brush in the other. Ever since Ru Taishu had previously written millions of characters with a huge brush, this tool gradually gained popularity. After some slight modifications, it eventually evolved into the modern mop. Thinking back on it, it felt as though Li Wei himself had invented this very tool, yet unexpectedly, today it turned into a torment for him. Li Wei marched glumly at the front, with Han Yike solemnly following on his left, while Ru Taishu cheerfully walked behind on his right. Originally, the task of copying for Li Wei had been Han Yike's responsibility, but in this time of sweet revenge and shared joy, how could Ru Taishu possibly absent himself from such a festive occasion? Arriving at the Meridian Gate, Ru Taishu took out a thick volume from his sleeve and handed it to Li Wei, saying, Minister Li, catch this, and start copying quickly. Time waits for no man. Li Wei glanced at the thickness of the book and couldn't help twitching his lips. Director Ru, are you certain this is an article? Of course it is. I promised His Majesty in person. How could I possibly deceive anyone? Gritting his teeth, Li Wei accepted the so-called article. A casual flip-through revealed it had no punctuation whatsoever, leaving him completely baffled. Under the watchful eyes of Ru Taishu and Han Yike, Li Wei took a deep breath, dipped his brush deeply into the water, and solemnly began writing, 100 times. Haha, done. Li Wei threw his head back in laughter, flung the brush to the ground, and turned to leave. Ru Taishu and Han Yike were shocked speechless. Ru Taishu reacted quickly, grabbing him by the arm. Stop! How dare you be so bold? This is a crime of deceiving the emperor. Han Yike also rushed forward to block Li Wei's path. Li Wei, calm and composed, replied. The emperor gave those exact orders. I'm merely obeying his majesty's decree. How can this possibly be considered following the emperor's command? Let me ask you, how exactly did the emperor phrase it? He ordered you to take my writings and copy them 100 times at the Meridian Gate. Did I take your writings? Ru Taishu looked down at the book in Li Wei's hand and answered, yes, you did. Then, did I actually write 100 times? You? This 100 times is not the same as that 100 times. Ru Taishu angrily retorted. How could he allow such an easy escape? Director Ru speaks truth. Han Yike sternly agreed. How do you know it isn't? Are you the emperor yourselves? The two found themselves momentarily confused by his clever wordplay. All right then, you wait here while I go confirm this with his majesty. And don't think about running off. Han Yusher, keep an eye on him. Han Yike nodded. Rest assured, Director Ru. I'll watch him closely. With that assurance, Ru Taishu stormed off into the palace to consult with Zhu Yuanzhang. Han Yike kept his eyes fixed firmly on Li Wei. Li Wei gave him a defiant glare in return. Moments later, after Ru Taishu had disappeared through the palace gates, Li Wei suddenly looked confused, staring in the direction Ru had gone. How come you came back again? Have you seen the emperor already? Startled, Han Yike turned his head to look, and in that instant, Li Wei bolted away. When Han Yike realized no one else was around and turned back, Li Wei was already dozens of steps away. Han Yike's face darkened. He bellowed, stop, and took off chasing him. Li Wei sprinted all the way to the Ministry of Works. Although the distance wasn't great, he was left panting for breath. Han Yike, on the other hand, seemed relaxed, shouting as he ran and showing none of Li Wei's fatigue. Come here. Someone stop him. Upon entering, Li Wei hurriedly called for his subordinates. Several attendants, unaware of the circumstances, obeyed orders and stepped forward to block Han Yike's path. Minister Li, you must return with me immediately. Still catching his breath, Li Wei gave a cold snort and ignored him, walking straight into his room. Han Yike followed closely behind. The attendants dared not interfere excessively, but stationed themselves at the doorway, preventing Han from approaching Li Wei. Minister Li, are you defying the emperor's decree? The emperor did not say I had to finish it today. Where is the defiance? Even so, you cannot write just a few characters and then flee. All right, I have pressing matters to attend to. Please, Director Han, do as you will. Having said that, Li Wei stopped paying attention and summoned his attendants. These attendants were mostly convicts or prisoners of war assigned by the court, lowly in status and treated like official servants, whose mistreatment went unquestioned. Even so, they often relied on their position to bully commoners and show off authority. Some officials privately released these attendants in exchange for payment, collecting what became known as silver for substitute attendants, which gradually turned into an accepted stipend, sanctioned by the government. This rule, however, had not yet been formally established at this time, and Li Wei had no financial shortage, so he never considered such a practice. Calling the attendants over, Li Wei put on a stern expression and scolded them. From now on, carry out orders without delay. Understand? We understand, sir. We know. Seeing Li Wei in a foul mood, the attendants responded with care. Han Yike asked, Minister Li, when are you going back to the Meridian Gate to continue writing? Li Wei nodded. Yes, I remember. Then he ordered, go fetch Sun Jian. He hadn't forgotten yesterday's caning. Although Zhao Jun had reported him, ultimately, the blame lay with Sun Jian. Han Yike repeated, Minister Li, did you hear me? Yes, Director Han, I'm going right away. An attendant hurried off to look for Sun Jian, while Li Wei sat calmly drinking his tea. Han Yike raised his voice again. Minister Li. Moments later, an attendant led Sun Jian to the doorway. Sun Jian had no desire to come, but when summoned by a superior officer, he had no choice but to obey. Stepping to the doorway, he cautiously glanced at the threshold, then carefully stepped forward with his right foot before entering the room. Humble servant greets the vice minister. Sun Jian respectfully bowed. May I ask what your command is, my lord? Li Wei slowly set down his teacup and asked, which foot did you step in with today, left or right? Sun Jian stiffened all over, heart suddenly pounding, quickly replying, right foot, right foot. Humble servant remembers your lordship's rule perfectly and never dares to step wrong. Oh, Li Wei calmly replied. The rule changes today. One must now step in with the left foot first. What? Why? Humble servant has not reported to the emperor again, truly. Sun Jian stammered in confusion. Chapter 51, Reducing Carbon Content. You want to know why? Fine, I'll tell you why. Li Wei said leisurely. Although you didn't personally file a complaint against me, your fellow townsman, Minister Zhao, did it on your behalf. This matter still has to be attributed to you. Oh no, this was absolutely not my intention. Sun Jian hurriedly defended himself. Han Yike weakly spoke up. Minister Li, I understand. I'm not here to blame you either, but unlike certain people, once I speak, I never change my words. Sun Zhushi, you've suffered some vaichaf today, just endure it a little longer, it will soon be over. Li Wei first pretended to pacify him, then gestured to the constables. Give him 40 lashes. The constables, upon receiving the order, dared not hesitate and immediately pushed Sun Jian to the ground to begin the punishment. Wawa, Minister Li, have mercy. I admit my mistake. Wawa. Sun Jian was still pleading while being beaten. Han Yike also hurriedly tried to stop them. Minister Li, you absolutely cannot act recklessly again. Li Wei appeared as if he hadn't heard anything, continuing to sip his tea calmly. Last time, Zhu Yuanzhang had personally ordered 20 strokes with the stick for him, and he was powerless to retaliate. But this time, he could certainly return the favor doublefold to the one who had started it all. Though these constables' rods were not as heavy as the formal court beatings administered by palace guards, 40 strokes were still no small punishment. It was far heavier than the diluted 20 strokes Li Wei had endured after Zhu Yuanzhang's orders were watered down. After the beating ended, Li Wei allowed Sun Jian to leave. Han Yike, her face dark with anger, attempted to approach but was blocked by the constables. Li Wei acted as if he couldn't hear her at all, leaving her glaring in suppressed fury. After reporting to Zhu Yuanzhang, Ru Taisu returned to the Meridian Gate and discovered the two were no longer present. Upon inquiry, he learned that Han Yike had followed Li Wei to the Ministry of Works and therefore headed over there. When he arrived, he happened to see Han Yike blocked by the constables on one side, glaring angrily at Li Wei, who sat enjoying his tea in contentment. Ru Taisu gave a cold snort, secretly pleased. This time, his meticulous planning ensured that the man would have no chance to escape. Minister Li, I have already reported to the Emperor. His Majesty ordered that you must write 10,000 characters daily, without omitting a single one. Li Wei immediately turned pale upon hearing this. What? He actually made me write 10,000 characters every day? Even skilled writers would struggle to accomplish this. How could he treat me so unfairly? Imperial orders cannot be disobeyed. Minister Li, don't delay, or else you won't finish your assignment and will suffer bodily punishment again. Li Wei wore a worried expression. After a moment's contemplation, he had no choice but to reluctantly follow them. Outside the Meridian Gate, Li Wei dipped his brush and wrote the character xuanhuan. Then Ran glanced at Ru Taisu. Ru Taisu smirked coldly, as if he had anticipated this. I've already confirmed with the Emperor. He means precisely 10,000 full characters, not just the single character "want" to get by. Li Wei's expression froze. Reluctantly, he pressed further. Did the Emperor truly say that? Of course. Minister Li, you'd better comply obediently. Li Wei looked at the two before him. Han Yike stood nearby, pretending to uphold the law impartially, while Ru Taisu was even more detestable, wearing a smug smile across his aged face. After deep thought and finding no solution, Li Wei had no choice but to slowly open Ru Taisu's memorial document and begin copying it. Ru Taisu naturally had memorized his own writings and wrote fluidly, as if water were flowing. Li Wei was different. Although he recognized every individual character, when joined together, he couldn't comprehend their meaning, let alone recite them. At this moment, he could only write character by character painstakingly. Standing beside him with a smiling face, Ru Taisu occasionally offered advice. Minister Li, that's not the correct way to write this character. It should be curved like this. TSK, Vice Minister Li, you really should practice your handwriting more. Li Wei's face turned grim, yet he silently encouraged himself while writing. Don't get angry, don't get angry. As long as I don't get angry, it'll be them who end up sulking. Minister Li, Minister Ru, are you so idle that you've finished all your duties already? Li Wei interrupted the annoying old man in frustration. Ru Taisu didn't seem angry at all. He chuckled. That's not for you to worry about, Minister Li. You better focus on writing quickly. These 10,000 characters aren't easy to complete. He assumed an air of superiority, as if he were an expert. Li Wei glared at him, gritting his teeth audibly. The situation had now completely reversed, and finally Ru Taisu had seized his chance. Taking a deep breath, Li Wei continued writing. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. Although old Zhu had ordered him to write 10,000 characters, he hadn't explicitly said that he must copy the entire article verbatim. He could absolutely just repeat the same character 10,000 times. Moreover, he could choose the simplest character possible, the character E, and write it 10,000 times. After all, the article was merely a reference. Upon thinking this, Li Wei's face broke into a proud smile. He excitedly flipped through the pages of the text until finally settling on the character E. I really am brilliant. Li Wei praised himself 10,000 times internally, preparing to put his plan into action. Watching his strange behavior, both Ru Taisu and Han Yike began to feel uneasy. Sure enough, what Li Wei did next left the two utterly dumbfounded. Li Wei burst into loud laughter, picking up a mop as if it were a writing brush. With a horizontal stroke to the left and another to the right, he worked at double speed, quickly writing a whole stretch of the character E. What in the world are you doing? Ru Taisu shouted furiously. Writing characters, of course. Without stopping his hands, Li Wei put all the energy he had once used for mopping floors in the workshop into this task. What kind of character is this? Of course it's E. If you don't even recognize this, are you illiterate or something? You. Ru Taisu was so angry he could barely speak. Turning to Han Yike beside him, he asked, do you think this is acceptable? Well this. Han Yike also felt perplexed. If called a character, it indeed was one. But repeating a single character, 10,000 times was just too absurd. You keep an eye on him. I'm going to consult His Majesty. I absolutely cannot let him escape. Ru Taisu said angrily. Okay, fine. Han Yike agreed absent-mindedly, watching Li Wei who was working hard with a blank expression. Ru Taisu once again rushed into the palace to see Zhu Yuanzhang. This time, Li Wei didn't plan to run away, but rather concentrated on completing his task. Ru Taisu took a relatively long time this time. After all, Zhu Yuanzhang wasn't free for random visits whenever someone wished. Though Li Wei worked quickly, writing 10,000 characters was no easy feat. He labored under pouring sweat for half an hour before finally finishing. He stopped and leaned on the mop. No, wait, it was supposed to be a giant brush, and took a deep breath before finally tossing away the mop. No, brush, and casually said, "Finished." Li Wei greeted Han Yike, who stood there dumbfounded, and prepared to leave. Han Yike raised his hand hesitantly, unsure whether to stop him or not. "Brotherly, Minister Ru hasn't returned yet. Why not wait a little longer?" "Why not? I've already fulfilled the Emperor's order. Why must I linger here any further? Farewell." With a swift movement of his sleeve, Li Wei departed like drifting clouds and flowing water, leaving no trace. When Ru Taisu returned to the Meridian Gate, Li Wei was long gone, infuriating the old man beyond measure. Inside the Ministry of Works, Sun Jian, supporting his sore bottom, hurried to find Zhao Jun to complain. Zhao Jun glanced at his condition and coldly remarked, "Was it that Li Wei again?" Sun Jian lowered his head and nodded. "Yes, indeed. How despicable. Daring to act so recklessly. He must be severely punished. I will report to His Majesty tomorrow." "Please wait." Sun Jian quickly intervened. "I committed a fault, and receiving his discipline was deserved. Please, Minister Zhao, do not report to the Emperor." Zhao Jun frowned and scolded. "Have you been so terrified by him that you lost your backbone?" Sun Jian repeatedly clasped his hands. "Thank you for your concern, but this matter truly doesn't need to trouble the Emperor." Sun Jian deeply feared Li Wei. His domineering manner even surpassed that of the current Emperor. Unable to bear such minor pain. How pitiful. "Get out." Zhao Jun was furious at Sun Jian's cowardice. Only a few strikes and the man was utterly defeated, utterly disappointing. Had he not personally experienced the pain, how could he possibly understand? Though Sun Jian didn't speak out, he secretly grumbled in his heart. "Thank you for your leniency, Minister Zhao. I'll take my leave first." After speaking, Sun Jian endured the pain and left. Zhao Jun watched his cowering figure, his heart filled with bitterness. He had thought all subordinates were under his command, but when Li Wei arrived, most of his power was taken away. Now his position couldn't even compare to the new Right Secretary Li Wei's. How could he tolerate such a situation? After returning to the Ministry of Works, Li Wei immediately threw himself into work. The weapons Zhu Yuanzhang demanded must be completed as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences of failure would be unimaginable. After instructing Guan Ziming and Jiang Shouqing to manage other affairs, he took along Sun Jian, who was still holding his sore bottom, and several constables to head to the Bureau of Military Equipment. The director Xu Yong and the deputy director Lu Ti came out to greet him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Wei urged them to immediately assemble the craftsmen to begin the renovation of the bureau. The first priority was to build a coke oven. Li Wei summoned all the craftsmen, took out the blueprints, and explained the principle in detail. Sun Jian and Xu Yong were completely confused, not understanding a word, but Deputy Lu Ti grasped some of the meaning and occasionally asked Li Wei for clarification. "Minister, why must we produce this coke?" asked Lu Ti. Although Lu Ti had understood what Li Wei said, he still didn't get why they needed coke. Couldn't regular coal be used for burning? Li Wei explained seriously, "Coal lacks sufficient heat. One of the reasons your furnaces can't produce steel is the insufficient temperature." "What? Minister, are you saying that as long as we raise the temperature, we can directly produce steel?" "Well, not entirely, but high temperature is indeed a key step. After high temperature smelting produces molten iron, we also need to perform either blowing or stirring to allow the remaining carbon to fully react with oxygen in the air, thereby further reducing the carbon content." What does carbon content mean? Carbon content is the key factor distinguishing steel from iron. In short, steel is an iron-carbon alloy with carbon content ranging between 0.02% and 2.11%. He had thoroughly researched this before while developing new products for his former boss. What exactly is oxygen? Isn't air just empty space? How can it contain anything? Lu Ti widened his eyes in astonishment, pondering what he heard, as if a whole new world had just opened before him. Unlike Xu Yong and Sun Jian, he was a craftsman skilled in practical work. After all, officials couldn't merely give orders. They needed someone capable of actual hands-on labor. When Li Wei had visited previously, he had regarded him only as a high-ranking official coming to show off. But now, listening to Li Wei's explanation, he began to realize that this minister was different from the usual officials who only spoke empty words. Indeed, he was a truly capable man. Chapter 52. Why must I be punished? Li Wei tried his best to explain the principles to these craftsmen, hoping they would understand the reasoning behind the actions. He believed that knowing why you do something leads to much better results than blindly following orders, and in times of trouble, understanding the why could lead to finding solutions. However, he soon realized he had underestimated the difficulty. The craftsmen were skilled without question, but attempting to teach them basic scientific principles was a futile effort. Take Lu Ti, for example. After hours of explanation about the composition of air, he still couldn't grasp it. To them, air was just emptiness, nothing special about it. More importantly, scientific theories often conflicted with their traditional beliefs. Talk to them about matter, and they talk back about the 5 elements. Mention chemistry, and they bring up transformations of the 5 elements, mixed in with all sorts of esoteric and religious views. This clash gave Li Wei a severe headache. After struggling for a while, he realized this was too difficult and decided it might be better to start with the children instead. That actually seemed like a great idea. Children are like blank sheets of paper, free from preconceived notions. They believe whatever you teach them, making them much easier to guide towards scientific understanding from a young age. Indeed, this was the way to spread technology and knowledge. Of course, it would require years, maybe even a decade or more. Just do as I say. Li Wei gave up explaining the reasoning and instead directly instructed them on the methods. Just build the coke ovens, but make sure to cut off all air exposure. Also, first wash the coal thoroughly to remove dust and impurities. Choose only the best quality coal, crush it into coal cakes, and the iron ore must also be cleaned first. Coke production was a key part of industrial development. It not only produced coke capable of burning at higher temperatures, but also yielded byproducts like coal tar and coal gas. Coal tar, once distilled, could be used to make many industrial products, such as asphalt, pesticides, and others, all of which were highly valuable. Certainly, he wasn't able to produce those yet, but he understood their worth and decided to preserve any byproducts properly, leaving room for future exploration. Industrial development was interconnected. The rise of one industry could promote the growth of others. After finishing the instructions regarding coke production, Li Wei began discussing modifications to blast furnaces, improvements to water wheels, and preparations for generator materials. The craftsmen listened carefully to Li Wei's guidance, though they didn't fully understand. But since they only needed to follow the orders from their minister, they were satisfied. Sun Jian and Xu Yong had done almost nothing throughout the entire process, something that greatly upset Li Wei. Xiuxian had his own deputy minister to help him, enjoying an easy and leisurely life, while his own subordinates were practically useless. He was forced to handle everything himself. Finally returning to the Ministry of Works after a long day, Li Wei had just greeted Xiuxian when someone else arrived to look for him. Little Detsy, long time no see. Little Detsy smiled. It really had been quite a while. The author nearly forgot about me too. Minister Li, the emperor has summoned you to the palace. Understood. Li Wei needed no time to think before knowing exactly what it was about. It must be another unfinished writing task. Zhu Yuanzhang was going to give him a hard time again. Already exhausted from a day's hard work, he still had to deal with his superior. What a pain. With no other choice, Li Wei followed little Detsy to the palace. Inside the Qinqing Palace, after little Detsy had led Li Wei to Zhu Yuanzhang, he respectfully withdrew. Zhu Biao had been reporting official matters to the emperor and paused when Li Wei arrived. Li Wei lazily performed the kowtow ceremony. I pay homage to your majesty and salute the crown prince. What are your orders, your majesty? Looking gloomy, Zhu Biao nodded slightly. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, stared at him with a gloomy expression on his face. You think you're the cleverest one here, don't you? What do you mean? I told you to write something, and yet you have repeatedly disobeyed my orders. Don't you need a lesson? Li Wei smirked in protest over Zhu Yuanzhang's bad habit of using punishment casually. How can you say I misunderstood? You just didn't explain clearly. What? Dare you talk back? Wasn't what we said clear enough? Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes flared. Of course it wasn't clear. You people always talk with Ji, Hu, Zhe, Yi. How can you blame me for misunderstanding? Actually, Li Wei was clearly arguing unreasonably here, because Zhu Yuanzhang had always spoken in a straightforward and colloquial way, never in the refined style of a scholar. But Zhu Yuanzhang didn't see it that way. He considered himself self-taught and believed himself to be a well-read scholar. Li Wei's remark had struck a nerve, so he simply ignored the inconsistency. What's wrong with using Ji, Hu, Zhe Yi? Do you really think clear communication must be as crude as you are? Li Wei looked shocked, his eyes widening. Crude? You call me crude? Don't you feel even the slightest bit guilty saying that, your majesty? Speechless, he had expected Zhu Yuanzhang to argue back that he himself never used such refined expressions. But the response went completely beyond his expectations. Prince Biao, you tell me, who of us two is more crude? Zhu Yuanzhang turned to his eldest son for judgment. Zhu Biao listened silently, watching these two scholars who spoke in the language of Ji, Hu, Zhe, Yi, yet seemed completely unaware of it themselves. Even he, a true man of learning, was left speechless. Obviously, Minister Li, of course. Zhu Biao answered with difficulty, although deep down he wanted to say both of you are the same. Humph, biased and unreasonable. Li Wei huffed. Enough. We are discussing your misinterpretation of the imperial decree. Don't try to change the subject. Zhu Yuanzhang directly interrupted. Li Wei cleared his throat, preparing to present his twisted reasoning. Cough. Your Majesty, just look at the analects. There are countless interpretations. Can all those annotations really reflect Confucius's original intent? Obviously not. In fact, some interpretations are completely opposite. How could those possibly come from one single person? What does this prove? It proves that classical Chinese is inherently ambiguous. It may work for writing poetry or essays, but it's certainly unsuitable for issuing official decrees. If your Majesty uses such wording for imperial edicts, then if I'm misunderstood, imagine how much easier it would be for corrupt officials to misinterpret them. After all, common people can't understand it anyway. Won't they just be deceived in the end? Li Wei declared solemnly. Father, I think Minister Li is merely twisting logic senselessly. It has nothing to do with classical Chinese or not. Zhu Biao could no longer watch and ruthlessly exposed him. Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's words, Li Wei's face changed abruptly, and he hurriedly flattered. Your Highness, don't say such things. His Majesty's thinking is quick and fluent, and his words are ornate. It's just slightly subtle, and I simply didn't grasp its profound meaning immediately. How could I possibly be arguing illogically? Zhu Yuanzhang slightly smiled at the corner of his lips, appreciating Li Wei's skill of flattery without exposing him. Humph, If you had this eloquence earlier, you wouldn't have suffered so much. Li Wei sighed inwardly, realizing the importance of fawning. Well then, tell me, how do you intend to resolve this issue? Zhu Yuanzhang continued. In my opinion, it's better to use simple and clear wording to directly express meaning. Plus, punctuation must be added. Otherwise, the same sentence may take on completely opposite meanings just due to different pauses. He had indeed suffered enough from these unpunctuated texts. Oh, how can you prove that? For example, no chicken, duck is okay. No fish, meat is okay. Different pauses will completely change its meaning. No chicken, duck is okay. No fish. Li Wei brought up this example he had learned from his primary school teacher. Zhu Yuanzhang frowned slightly after listening, looking more serious. Although he knew Li Wei mostly raised this point to avoid punishment, the issue indeed objectively existed. When imperial decrees were transmitted from top to bottom throughout the court, if misinterpreted due to different punctuation, the originally benevolent policies could turn into disasters. He believed those corrupt officials would definitely exploit such opportunities. Compile these punctuation marks and show them to me. As you command. Li Wei immediately complied, fetched paper and brush, and listed the main punctuation marks along with their uses. Your Majesty, this is a comma, used for a brief pause. This is a period, marking the end of a sentence. Then there's the question mark, exclamation mark, quotation mark, and so on. Li Wei explained one by one, and Zhu Yuanzhang nodded continuously. After listening, he handed the punctuation chart to Zhu Biao. Biao, come have a look too. Zhu Biao, who had long been eager with curiosity, eagerly stepped forward, took it, and studied it carefully. He immediately grasped the function of these symbols. Indeed, adding these marks into writings could clearly divide sentence structures. In fact, ancient texts already had their own way of pausing and intonation for recitation. Scholars didn't really need punctuation marks, but that required lifelong cultivation from an early age, something commoners absolutely could not grasp. It was quite complicated, but these punctuation marks were simple and clear. If vernacular Chinese were adopted together with punctuation, it would be much harder for literati to manipulate texts and deceive common people. Father, I believe this method is excellent. With these symbols, writings will definitely be easier to understand and to read aloud. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Li Wei's lips curled into a smile. This idea of yours isn't bad after all. Well then, today you earn 1 credit. In the future, if you have more good suggestions, report them to me promptly. I won't let you down. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's eyes lit up. Your Majesty, then what reward do you plan to give me this time? Haha, this time I'll just exempt you from 1 round of corporal punishment, Zhu Yuanzhang said with a calm smile. Li Wei's smile froze, showing slight displeasure. He hesitated before confirming again. Then I guess I won't need to write those characters either? What nonsense are you spouting? Of course you must write them. Look at the messy characters you've written. They're simply chaotic. Don't you rush to practice more? At least 10,000 characters per day, no fewer. Li Wei replied discontentedly. I've already contributed many precious things to you. Why am I still being punished? Nonsense. This is not a punishment, but a help for your improvement. Zhu Yuanzhang declared solemnly. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Li Wei rolled his eyes. But honestly, I don't think this is necessary at all. I see only what I think, not what you think. Li Wei was taken aback. Where had he learned such an argument? Your Majesty, you wouldn't know, Li Wei replied. Where I come from, we use hard-tipped pens. The writing brush belongs to the category of soft-tipped pens, so I find it difficult to adapt, resulting in such ugly handwriting. Oh, then use a hard-tipped pen to write a few characters for me, Zhu Yuanzhang said contemptuously. Seeing his attitude, Li Wei angrily took out his own ballpoint pen from the backpack nearby and neatly wrote several characters on the paper. Not seeking the best, but seeking a clear conscience, he felt quite satisfied with his handwriting and proudly handed it to Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang took the paper and looked at it with interest, not because the handwriting was beautiful, but because the characters written with this pen were as fine as mosquitoes' legs, yet remarkably clear. Chapter 53, None of them are fools. What a wonderful brush. Fortunately, it now belongs to Jun. As Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang silently rejoiced at obtaining such a treasure, he snatched the brush and scribbled a few characters. After admiring his work with evident satisfaction, he handed it to Zhu Biao. Biao, let him see your handwriting too. Zhu Biao took the brush and wrote several characters. Then Zhu Yuanzhang retrieved the brush, handed the paper to Li Wei, and mocked. Have a look yourself. Dare you still blame the brush for being poor quality? Li Wei took the paper and looked at it in shock. Among the 3 lines, his handwriting was unquestionably the worst. With practice, one can master brush writing, and other writing instruments are naturally no challenge. The reverse, however, is not true. Li Wei lowered his head and stood silently, enduring the cold gaze of father and son. Eventually, he admitted to himself that his handwriting was indeed terrible and that this had nothing to do directly with the writing tools used. Your Majesty, may I request a reduced writing load? No, not a single character shall be spared. You must complete 10,000 characters before you may stop. Then may I finish the rest at my residence? Zhu Yuanzhang thought briefly and said, Fine, but do not slack off. You must submit the completed writing each day for my careful review. Li Wei silently mused with a bitter smile that he felt as though he had returned to his student days, burdened again by assignments. All right, if there's nothing else, you may go. Remember to send the wine and incense I requested as soon as possible, Zhu Yuanzhang ordered. Biao, you should return as well. It's getting late. Yes, father. Li Wei silently shook his head, feeling resentful. Both are sons, both are fathers. Why is there such a difference in treatment? All worldly matters are illusions. Everything said is merely words. Filled with anger, Li Wei walked out of the Qianxia palace alongside Zhu Biao. Walking side by side, Li Wei completely ignored proper etiquette. Your Highness, Crown Prince, I seem to have once saved your respected teacher. Now might I trouble you to put in a good word with your father, so I might no longer be made to copy these texts. After listening, Zhu Biao's face turned grim. What the emperor is doing is for your own good. Please don't insist on this matter anymore. Surprised, Li Wei studied him closely. What's wrong with you? Sigh. Our teacher has already passed away, Zhu Biao sighed. Hearing this misfortune, Li Wei suddenly understood. Despite Empress Ma's pleas for clemency on Song Lian's behalf, he had been exiled to a remote wilderness and ultimately could not escape fate's cruel grip. At a loss for words, Li Wei could only softly comfort him with, please accept my condolences and bear up bravely. I had wanted to pay my respects at his memorial, but alas, father forbade it, Zhu Biao said unhappily. As the crown prince, your responsibility lies with the state. Leaving the capital is inappropriate. Please understand the emperor's good intentions, Li Wei tried to console. I understand. Though the logic was clear, sorrow still lingered. Inside the Qianxia palace, Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, carrying the sheet of paper marked with Li Wei's punctuation symbols, holding Li Wei's neutral pen in his bosom, and clutching the backpack Li Wei had brought, happily returned to the inner palace. Previously, he had only focused on the big item, the computer, without paying attention to the small treasures inside the bag. But today, this single pen made him realize that perhaps all of Li Wei's belongings were rare treasures worth further exploration. In the cunning palace, Empress Ma was anxiously mending clothes with a needle when Zhu Yuanzhang noisily burst in. Sweetheart, we're here. The empress shot him an irritated glance. At his age, still always so hasty. No matter how often she told him, it never changed, truly frustrating. Seeing his excited expression, she asked, what rare item have you gotten today? You really understand me, sweetheart. We really found something good for you to look at. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled as he pulled out the paper full of punctuation marks. Sweetheart, take a look. This is called punctuation. This symbol is a comma. This one signifies the end of a sentence, and they're used like this. After listening to his explanation, Empress Ma nodded and said, that's indeed a clever invention. Who came up with this idea? Zhu Yuanzhang's smile suddenly froze. Why are you asking that? Couldn't it be our own idea? The empress gave him a disdainful look. After being married all these years, did she not know his capacity? Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled nervously. Okay, you guessed right. Actually, all of these were written by Li Wei. Li Wei? The man you mentioned who comes from a future world. Exactly, that's the one. Don't be deceived by his act of seeming clueless most of the time. He actually has a lot of valuable ideas stored in his mind. Otherwise, we would have already disposed of him. Zhu Yuanzhang laughed as he spoke the most terrifying words. Speaking of Li Wei, he deserves credit. Chongba, you should treat him with more kindness. A ruler must balance both benevolence and authority. Empress Ma advised. She had heard stories of Li Wei's exploits since joining the court, where he repeatedly achieved outstanding feats. Surely a rare virtuous official. That we know, haven't we already bestowed upon him a high-ranking third-grade official position? We've shown him plenty of favor. Zhu Yuanzhang was talking nonsense, conveniently forgetting all about the soap and the business guild he had taken from others. But Empress Ma knew him well. She understood that he was condescending when needing someone, capable of granting high ranks today and cutting off heads tomorrow. Truly a shared boat in stormy seas, yet chancellors never yield to each other. By the way, not only these symbols, we've also obtained a wonderful brush, dear. Quickly look. Zhu Yuanzhang took out the neutral pen and swiftly wrote a few characters on the paper. Look, these characters written by this brush, so fine yet clearly visible. It surpasses the so-called tiny calligraphy the scholars brag about. Zhu Yuanzhang grinned proudly. Is this also from that Li Wei? Yes. Zhu Yuanzhang's smile immediately stiffened. It seems you have taken all his belongings then? The Hongwu emperor's face reddened with embarrassment as he hurriedly argued. How can you say taken? Clearly, he willingly offered them himself. Besides, I am the son of heaven of the great Ming Dynasty. Everything under the sky belongs to the emperor. Why wouldn't I be allowed? Sigh. Empress Xiaoxi shook her head helplessly. The Hongwu emperor was indeed relatively kind to the poor commoners, and fairly reasonable towards his old comrades from the battlefield days, at least until now. Like in the Hu Weiyong case, when scholar officials and gentry were arrested and executed immediately, while others like Lu Zhongheng and Fei Zhu were forgiven. Of course, that was also because the realm wasn't yet fully stabilized, and generals with great merits couldn't easily be punished. Compared to scholar officials, Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed more lenient towards the military. The poor scholar officials not only received lower ranks and benefits than the military officers, but often fell into guilt for trivial matters. Today, Yuera asked me a question. The empress suddenly spoke. Yuera was the princess's pet name. The Hongwu emperor cherished his daughter dearly and named her with a character meaning jade, revealing his deep affection. Zhu Yuanzhang looked puzzled. What question? She asked me how the emperor managed to make all those concubines pregnant. A hint of embarrassment showed on the empress's face. With his life experience, the Hongwu emperor understood instantly. She's asked about such a matter at her age? I quietly tested her a bit. It seems she heard it from some story. A story? Stories. The Hongwu emperor's eyes suddenly widened. It's him again. Li Wei, that bastard. Daring to tell indecent stories to the princess. He truly dares everything. Come forth. Deliver my decree. 20 strokes of the cane to Li Wei. He roared angrily towards the door. Hold on. I haven't finished yet. The Empress frowned, gently pulling his sleeve. Continue then. What else? His tone was determined and irritated. Seeing his firm attitude, the Empress sighed. Yue is growing up. Next year she'll get married. Don't you worry, she may develop improper feelings for Li Wei. After hearing of Li Wei's death, the young princess had been gloomy for a long time. But since Li Wei's reappearance, she had smiled again. The perceptive Empress had already noticed this. Hongwu Emperor's face darkened in fury, but his expression shifted slightly as he pictured Li Wei's irritating face again, immediately shaking his head vigorously. Impossible. How could my daughter fancy someone like him? Absolutely not. Are you really sure? The Empress questioned doubtfully. Absolutely not. Zhu Yuanzhang denied again, then continued. And you must control her. She's almost grown, continuing to rush into Qianxia Palace. How improper. The so-called front palace was indeed Qianxia Palace, located in front of Cunning Palace. That was all because of your indulgence. Without your silent approval, how could she have gotten in so easily? The Empress Ma retorted, displeased. Temporarily speechless, Zhu Yuanzhang thought briefly and admitted it might be true. Thus he secretly decided to issue an order the next morning forbidding her from visiting Qianxia Palace anymore. The Hongwu Emperor's decree was immediately delivered by eunuchs to the guards, who swiftly rushed toward Li Wei's residence. Wu Yong, the one climbing over the wall, arrived. Song Zhong had been assigned to Mu Ying's unit for firearm training. Now, Li Wei's household was no longer as desolate as before. Abu, Lai Fu, Xiao Yu, Xiao Qing, and even the little maid gifted by Zhu Di were all awakened by Wu Yong's intrusion and gathered in the courtyard. But none were foolish. Seeing Wu Yong's group dressed in the emperor's personal guards' uniforms, they understood immediately these were people they couldn't provoke, so nobody dared to obstruct them rashly. Honorable sir, visiting at such a late hour, what is your business? Xiao Qing asked first. As an old servant in Li Wei's household, especially one the master favored, everyone respected her leadership. Li Wei often secretly watched Xiao Qing, and although others noticed, they pretended not to know, believing he concealed it well enough. Junior is sent here to find Master Li, respectfully requesting everyone summon him quickly. Wu Yong spoke in his deep voice. He had met Li Wei before, and although on duty, he didn't act unreasonably rude. By this time, Li Wei had already heard the commotion in the courtyard and walked out calmly, opening the door. Oh my big guy, why are you here? At this nickname, Wu Yong's face darkened immediately. He deeply disliked being called that. Master Li, His Majesty has issued an order. 40 strokes of the cane shall be imposed on you. Li Wei's expression slightly changed as he asked in confusion. Haven't they already been lifted? Why strike again? About this, junior officer has no knowledge. Will the master take the punishment himself, or shall we brothers assist? Chapter 54, Rushi Ji Husheng Dongchang Taozhan Qinshan. Seeing a group of strong and muscular royal guards standing opposite him, Li Wei decided to take matters into his own hands. I can handle this myself. Xiao Qing, go get my cushion. As you wish, sir. Xiao Qing quickly entered and retrieved the thick cushion Li Wei used for padding, and Lai Fu, ever alert, immediately found a long bench for Li Wei and even handed him a pillow. Li Wei calmly straddled the bench, resting his hands under his chin as he lay face down, while Xiao Qing carefully positioned the cushion. Wu Yong and the others watching were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. Is this truly acceptable? One of the guards hesitantly pointed toward the relaxed-looking Li Wei and turned to Wu Yong in question. Wu Yong, equally astonished, had never seen anyone endure punishment in such a manner. Why not? Didn't His Majesty say nothing was to be used as padding? Wu Yong paused and thought for a moment before honestly replying. He did not say that. Then all the better. Hurry up then. I still need to rest after this. Since that earlier incident involving writing, Li Wei had become sharp-minded, constantly searching for loopholes to exploit. Wu Yong stood in silent contemplation. Although he felt the situation was inappropriate, since the emperor had not explicitly forbidden it, he would proceed for now and report the matter truthfully upon his return to court. Proceed as planned, Wu Yong finally ordered. After 40 strokes, there was some pain, but nothing too serious. Once the task was complete, Wu Yong led his men back, while Li Wei slowly stood up, rubbing his sore backside. Just as Li Wei was about to return indoors, a faint and suppressed giggle suddenly reached his ears. Who is it? Who was laughing? Everyone quickly stepped aside, revealing a servant girl who had been sent over by Zhu Di. The young girl froze, then stammered. Master, I really wasn't laughing. Li Wei glared coldly as he approached. What is your name? Qiu Dai, the girl timidly replied. She had only arrived at Li's mansion a few days ago. At first, she had been unwilling, but after staying for a while, she realized that Li Wei neither beat nor scolded people and was not a harsh master. Moreover, since Li was engaged in business, everyone was expected to assist, and they were paid well, earning more than what she had received at the prince's mansion. Thus, there were no longer any complaints. Even if sent back to the Wanfu, she no longer wished to go. Seeing Li Wei's peculiar posture just now had amused her, so she couldn't help laughing. Now, seeing Li Wei's cold expression and apparent anger, she became instantly terrified. Qiu Dai, Li Wei murmured the name softly, inwardly thinking how truly different noble families were. Even the names of their servants sounded refined. Looking at his own servants, Xiao Qing, Xiao Yu, it was obvious the styles were worlds apart. This name sounds awful. Change it. From now on, you'll be called Xiao Chui. Li Wei said sternly. Master, I think Qiu Dai is just fine. Xiao Chui hesitantly replied. Fine. Xiaoqing, Xiaoyu, and then you with Xiao Dai? The style is completely off. From now on, you're Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui stood there, utterly confused and completely at a loss as to what kind of style her master was actually after. Li Wei ignored her and simply went back inside to continue sleeping. Deep into the night. Dong, dong, dong. Masterly, it's time to wake up for the morning court session. A loud shout jolted Li Wei out of his dream, and furious, he hastily threw on a robe before rushing out. At the doorway, Abu was already used to blocking Han Yike from entering. Are you out of your mind? Li Wei was furious. What kind of person was this, constantly clinging to him like this? Masterly, as an important official of the court, you should set an example by attending court punctually. I beg you to come with me. Han Yike remained calm. As Li Wei approached, Han suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm. Li Wei, caught off guard, was instantly alarmed. Han Yike began pulling him toward the gate, while Abu, also shocked, quickly stepped forward to block their path. I haven't even dressed properly yet, Li Wei hurriedly protested, and in such cold weather, he had only put on a light robe. Han Yike glanced at him and admitted it indeed seemed inappropriate, so she stopped. Have your servant fetch your clothes and put them on here. Li Wei was so angry his face turned green. Bring me my official robes. Helpless, Li Wei gave the order. Still half asleep, Xiaoqing and the others immediately ran to fetch Li Wei's clothing and helped him dress at the doorway. Throughout this, Han Yike never released his arm. Finally dressed, Han Yike didn't waste any words, simply pulling him along. Helpless and resigned, Li Wei finally, after half a year since taking his post, attended the morning court session on time. Inside the court hall, once the officials had finished their reports, Li Wei stood behind xiuxian, already half asleep on his feet. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang sat above listening to the minister's reports, but his eyes had not once left Li Wei, who was visibly nodding off. After all the ministers had finished speaking, Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly shouted loudly, Li Wei. Startled awake, a dazed Li Wei looked up at the emperor. Huh? What is it? What do you think about what the Ministry of Rights just reported? The emperor demanded sternly. Li Wei stood frozen, wide-eyed, his mind utterly blank. He had been asleep the entire time and had no idea what the Ministry of Rights had said. Korea failed to meet its tribute deadline, and the 3 Han territories have been acting erratically, xiuxian remarked coolly, quietly reminding Li Wei. Li Wei paused, puzzled. What does that mean? Hearing this, xiuxian rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking this man was truly beyond help. Before Li Wei could respond, murmurs erupted from the aristocratic faction. Yongchang Marquis Lan Yu spoke bluntly. Your Majesty, I believe we must take action against Korea. Look at their attitude. They hesitate whenever they see that we have not yet completely subdued the Wokou. Exactly. In my opinion, we should eliminate both them and the Wokou in one fell swoop. Huayuan Marquis Chaoxing seconded. Zhu Yuanzhang ignored them entirely, his attention completely fixed on Li Wei. He resembled a volcano about to erupt, radiating pure fury. Su Da, Tang He, and other veteran officials sensed the emperor's foul mood and quickly gestured to the other generals to remain silent, calming the commotion. In the early days of the Ming Dynasty, most generals were eager for achievements and promotions. Only senior statesmen like Su Da remained composed, indifferent to contention. When Li Wei heard mention of Japan, he immediately perked up. He knew this area well. Your Majesty, this matter must be done, he declared firmly. Do you understand the enormous risks involved in waging war? It would exhaust the people and drain the treasury. Even if we capture those distant lands, the gains wouldn't compensate for the costs. You know nothing yet you speak so recklessly. You're truly an idiot. Zhu Yuanzhang broke character, abandoning his usual affectionate address of ministerly, and instead berating him harshly. Li Wei was utterly confused and filled with doubt. What was going on? Wasn't it you who asked for my opinion? I'm not a military man, yet you demanded my input, only to now take it out on me. Clearly, you're just picking a fight. He stared bitterly at Zhu Yuanzhang, wondering if he had offended the old man somehow between last night and now. Your Majesty, you don't know the truth. Japan holds abundant silver mines. Once conquered, those mines could be exploited. Thus, our Ming Dynasty would no longer suffer from a shortage of silver. Li Wei replied defiantly. Though he knew nothing of military matters, out of some subconscious patriotic sentiment, he still wanted to fight for his opinion. The news of abundant silver deposits in Japan was something he had stumbled upon while reading an article online. True or not, he was willing to act first and bear the consequences if it proved unfounded. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang paused. Was this really possible? He had intended merely to reprimand the young man, but here was a pleasant surprise. He had originally feared that future descendants might impulsively decide to wage war on these distant barbarian lands at great cost, harming national interests. Therefore, he had planned to list Japan as an untouchable nation, permanently inscribed in the ancestral code. However, now that he learned of silver deposits, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately changed his mind. Still, he decided to set the matter aside for now. But this kid had dared to tell vulgar stories to his own daughter. He would not be forgiven today. What do you know? Japan lies thousands of miles away across treacherous seas, hardly an easy target. Are you even aware of how dangerous the voyage would be? A single mistake, and our entire navy could be swallowed by storms. Li Wei angrily retorted. Your Majesty, I will fund the construction of steam-powered warships from my personal wealth and lead the expedition myself. There will be no burden on the imperial court. You may rest assured. Oh, so you're the only capable one here? You think you're rich enough to do this alone? You want to wage war by yourself? Do you even know the force of a sea storm? You're nothing but a useless, clueless, sloppy writer, always scheming and taking shortcuts. Zhu Yuanzhang pounded his thigh and ranted furiously, starting with relevant criticism but quickly descending into outright insults. Li Wei was left stunned and dazed, his head ringing with confusion. What was happening? After venting his anger for a while, Zhu Yuanzhang finally stopped. The ministers, seeing the emperor's change in attitude toward Li Wei, each reacted differently in their hearts. The moment Zhu Yuanzhang finished speaking, Zhao Jun stepped forward and petitioned, "Your Majesty, I hereby accuse Minister Li of renovating military supply department facilities without authorization, causing immense waste, disregarding the people's strength, and acting recklessly. He should be punished for dereliction of duty." Hong Yi followed up, "Your Majesty, I support this motion." Li Wei lacks virtue for his position. First, he assaulted a subordinate, then behaved improperly, and even dozed off in court, displaying both decorum and moral failure. He should be stripped of his office and severely punished. And Ran, the left chief imperial censor, followed suit with accusations, and other officials responsible for Jin advisory remonstrance swiftly joined in. Hearing these accusations, Li Wei felt nearly ready to challenge all the ministers on the spot, but seeing the overwhelming numbers against him and fearing they might resort to unfair tactics, he could only pretend not to hear. Despite Xiuxian offering a few fair words and Wu Boxiong finally expressing opposition, both were weak and outnumbered, quickly suppressed by others. Zhu Yuanzhang watched this scene, his face suddenly changing. He had only wanted to vent his frustration and had never truly intended to condemn Li Wei to death. However, due to his change in attitude, ministers who had long regarded Li Wei as a treacherous villain seized the opportunity to swarm forward, determined to portray Li Wei as a monstrous traitor whose execution was necessary to quell public outrage. This outcome greatly caught him off guard. Even Su De and Tang He, his two old friends, cast him doubtful glances, seemingly trying to discern whether he truly intended this. Zhu Yuanzhang appeared calm on the surface but felt deep astonishment within. He had not expected that. Without realizing it, he had already driven Li Wei into such a desperate situation. Of course, Li Wei's own enthusiastic cooperation had played no small role either. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze darkened slightly. Clearly, this turn of events was not what he had wanted. Chapter 55. Got it checked? We're leaving now? Do you all even understand anything? How can we produce new firearms without improving the Bureau of Military Equipment? Instead of watching your colleagues, have you done your own duties properly? And you, the Minister of Personnel himself, worrying over trivial matters all day long. With so many vacancies in the court, have you even arranged replacements for all of them? Zhu Yuanzhang abruptly shifted his tone and started scolding Hong Yi and Zhao Jun, the leading accusers. Zhao Jun could still endure it. Although Li Wei indeed neglected his duties, at least he was taking action. But Hong Yi couldn't accept such accusations. Angrily, he replied, "Trivial? Isn't examining officials precisely my duty as Minister of Personnel? If not for your swift executions, those vacancies would have been filled already. Your Majesty, evaluating officials is our personnel department's responsibility. Naturally, I must intervene when Li Wei fails in his duties. As for the vacancies, I have been constantly seeking talented individuals, never slacking." Hong Yi said proudly. "So then, have you found suitable candidates?" Zhu Yuanzhang shot back coldly, staring at him. Hong Yi had no words to answer. In his heart he thought, who dares to take over such a hot potato when you execute people so decisively? This is sheer dereliction of duty. Not only are you neglecting real work, but you go about criticizing others. I think you, the Minister of Personnel, need not hold office any longer. Return home and farm. Zhu Yuanzhang swept his sleeve and rose. "Honored. Thank your Majesty's grace." Hong Yi stiffly accepted, turned, and left immediately, deciding to submit his resignation and return to the countryside for farming after court session. He had never seen such a tyrannical emperor. Seeing Hong Yi leave, Zhao Jun grew uneasy. "Your Majesty, I acknowledge my fault. From now on, I shall focus on fulfilling my duties properly." Withdraw. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand emotionlessly. Zhao Jun hurriedly expressed gratitude and withdrew. Once the two ringleaders quieted down, the opportunistic followers who switched sides also fell silent. However, a few stubborn censors still continued blaming persistently. Zhu Yuanzhang showed no mercy. He gave a sharp order, commanding the guards to drag those obstinate ones out for corporal punishment. Xianxia watched all this, wide-eyed and stunned. He secretly felt lucky that, just moments ago when the situation wasn't clear, he almost joined them. Fortunately, he hesitated at the last moment. He then witnessed how resolute the emperor was. The dynamics of court shifted rapidly. The Minister of Personnel would change again. A group of censors were dragged out for beatings. Li Wei probably wouldn't last long either, while Zhao Jun admitted fault and thus avoided bigger trouble. In short, almost none of these people who thought they had figured the emperor's intention ended up well. Dangerous, too dangerous. Serving a monarch is like coexisting with a tiger. Impossible to guess the son of heaven's mind. No, he must find an opportunity to retire back to his hometown. While feeling fortunate, Xianxia decided to speed up his resignation process. Li Wei was in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? His mind was in a complete mess, not even realizing just how narrowly he had escaped death. With Zhu Yuanzhang's strong suppression, the controversy over Li Wei finally came to an end in the imperial court, and everyone resumed focusing on real matters. After the morning court session, Li Wei hurriedly left. Just being present in the morning session was acceptable. As for the midday and evening sessions, he would evade whenever possible. Inside the Qianxing Palace, the blast furnace technology troubled Li Wei. He hesitated over whether to use an electric motor or continue relying on existing water-powered bellows. Since both generator and electric motor options posed significant problems that required solutions, he decided first to check resources before making a decision. For this plan, he intended to use magnetized steel as the permanent magnet in the electric motor, but quality steel required new blast furnace smelting, while blast furnace steelmaking equally depended on electric motor-driven bellows. This circular dilemma left him temporarily unable to decide. With no alternative available, he decided to temporarily use the current water-powered bellows for testing and figure out other methods later. While Li Wei was immersed in his work in Qianxia Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang arrived in haste. Puzzled, Li Wei wondered why this old Zhu had returned so early today. He usually stayed in the palace until afternoon. In fact, Zhu Yuanzhang usually didn't handle state affairs in Qianxia Palace when there was no court session. As the emperor's sleeping quarters, it was not his official office. Only emperors too lazy to go out would choose to work here. Zhu Yuanzhang's real office was in the Wuying Hall, while the crown prince worked in the Wenhua Hall. These two grand halls were respectively located to the left and right of the Fengtian Hall. When Zhu Yuanzhang arrived, Li Wei stood to greet him. Zhu Yuanzhang simply acknowledged briefly, and Li Wei sat back down to resume focusing on his work. Zhu Yuanzhang did not go toward the dragon throne to sit, but instead circled around Li Wei a few times. Li Wei felt those piercing eyes watching and couldn't help but feel extremely uncomfortable. You're so thin and frail. It shows you're idle and never bother with exercise or training. Zhu Yuanzhang grumbled discontentedly. Li Wei didn't catch clearly, looking up in confusion toward him. How old are you this year? Zhu Yuanzhang finally asked. Although Li Wei had been there for quite some time, Zhu Yuanzhang had never asked about his age before. After all, one's age could be roughly guessed from appearance, so there was no need to inquire further. Oh, I'm 28, or 29 now. The sudden question caught Li Wei off guard. He hesitated for a moment before responding. You're already 29? Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed in surprise. Though Li Wei never cared much about skincare, as a modern person, he didn't have to endure harsh weather or toil under the sun like ancient people who married and had children at a young age. Compared to them, he looked quite youthful. Zhu Yuanzhang had always assumed he was only in his early 20s. Yeah, 29 now. He had already lived in the Ming Dynasty for more than half a year. He arrived at 28 and had aged another year since. After hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned tightly. Never say you're that old when you're out and about. If anyone asks, say you're 20, 25, no, 24 years old. That's better. Li Wei was utterly confused. What did this mean? Why hide his age? Zhu Yuanzhang had his own calculations. Although he believed his daughter would certainly look down upon that fellow, there was no guarantee. What if she made a mistake, was bewitched by that man, and truly fell for him? Then what would they do? Could they let the world laugh at their ancestors, calling it ridiculous that the Ming princess had married an old man? At 29, you haven't even married yet. Useless. Zhu Yuanzhang sneered and scolded again. Li Wei, what's it to you? Li Wei inwardly cursed and felt no desire to explain things like birth control or personal freedom to him. Why must he get married anyway? Isn't life freer as a bachelor? I enjoy being single, and you have no right to interfere. I've got my happy fatty soda, beautiful legs, study materials, and virtual wives in those short videos. Who needs a real woman? Do I even need one? Ridiculous. The Ming law set the legal marriage age at 16 for men and 14 for women, which was quite common in many countries in later centuries. The Blue Planet Alliance only recommended a minimum of 15, but the Ming law uniquely required people to marry in their 20s, which seemed somewhat unreasonable. Such a legal marriage age far exceeded the physiological maturity age, meaning that during these years, these young men and women could fall in love, but could not legally marry. Wasn't this contradictory? If something happened, they wouldn't even have the legal status of a partner. In the Ming Dynasty, boys and girls around 10 years old were considered old bachelors and spinsters. At 29, Li Wei was a typical elderly bachelor. After saying that, Zhu Yuanzhang returned to the dragon throne and sat down, continuing to stare at that kid. Li Wei felt resentful, but ignored him and went back to his work. Do you know why Zhao Jun impeached you? Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly spoke. Li Wei looked up and thought for a moment before replying. Because he's from the same hometown as Sun Jian, and I beat Sun Jian. Wrong. It's because you took away his power. Many of the affairs you're managing now used to be his responsibilities. You're the right secretary, he's the left secretary. Xiuxian is getting old, so in the future, the position of Minister of Works will likely go to either of you. You are rivals, do you understand? Zhu Yuanzhang reminded him with exasperation. Oh, I see. Li Wei suddenly understood. Then do you know why Hong Yi impeached you? Zhu Yuanzhang continued. Li Wei thought for a while, and simply shook his head. I don't know. He wasn't particularly close to the old man. Logically, there should have been no enmity between them. Zhu Yuanzhang inhaled deeply and angrily said, because your appointment as secretary bypassed the Ministry of Personnel, it was directly ordered by me through an imperial edict, which clearly violated the imperial rules. How could Hong Yi, as the Minister of Personnel, be happy about that? Li Wei immediately understood. Oh, so that's how it is. Then he asked in confusion. But then shouldn't he be impeaching you? Why me? Zhu Yuanzhang was furious. Does he dare? I see that you're not stupid in your tasks, so why don't you pay more attention to court affairs? Li Wei looked helpless and shrugged. Your Majesty, I'm really busy. The affairs of the Bureau of Military Equipment alone are more than enough. I also have to manage many other departments, all of which were assigned by you. When would I have time to fight with them? He hated such struggles most of all, Just as in his previous life at the company, he preferred to work alone in the workshop rather than sit in the same room as those scheming colleagues, suffering under their icy stares. Zhu Yuanzhang became so angry he ground his teeth. The more he looked at this guy, the more annoying he found him. In the future, if you have nothing to do, don't come to Xianxia Palace anymore. I don't want to see you. But I still need to use the computer. Li Wei was stunned. Then, you can apply in advance. I need it every day this week. This time, it was Zhu Yuanzhang who had no words to say. Li Wei continued to focus on his documents, and Zhu Yuanzhang looked at him with increasing impatience. Hurry up and finish your search. Once you're done, leave immediately. Li Wei cast a glance at him. What was wrong with the old man today? He kept picking on him. Could he be going through menopause? I'm done checking. I'll leave right away. Li Wei unwillingly tidied up his things. Although he hadn't finished reviewing some materials, judging from Zhu Yuanzhang's expression, if he didn't leave soon, he might get beaten again. Better to sneak away for now. Zhu Yuanzhang watched Li Wei pack up his computer and leave, shaking his head with a sigh. It was all because of the deep pit he had dug earlier. And this fool Li Wei didn't even know to avoid it. He not only jumped in willingly, but also helped dig it even deeper. Now Zhu couldn't even pull him out anymore. Sigh. I can't pull him out, really can't. Zhu Yuanzhang said in distress. Chapter 56. Always reporting good news, but hiding worries. As long as he was still in power, he could protect this young man. But once he passed away, would the future emperors continue to protect him? Would they even want to? If anything ever happened to this kid, wouldn't his beloved daughter end up a widow? Li Wei walked to the door when he vaguely heard Zhu Yuanzhang mutter, "Can't push it out," making him scratch his head in confusion. If you can't push it out, just use some glycerin suppository. Haven't we already got glycerin? He thought the old man's situation was indeed strange. Although the whole matter felt odd, he wouldn't be foolish enough to run straight to old Zhu and suggest, "You can't push it out, try a suppository. It's basically glycerin." Such private issues, even if meant with good intentions, might result in a heavy beating if brought up. Li Wei exited the Xianxia Palace and hadn't walked far when he encountered the Empress Ma, dressed in a red wide-sleeved robe, adorned with a phoenix and dragon pearl headdress, and draped in a radiant shawl. Empress Ma exuded grace and dignity, followed closely by a group of eunuchs and palace maids. Within the inner palace, she dressed modestly and simply, yet the moment she stepped beyond its gates, her bearing became regal and dignified. After all, she was the empress and couldn't afford to embarrass Zhu Yuanzhang. Though Li Wei had never seen her before, he could deduce her status from her grand entourage. She had to be none other than the legendary Empress Ma. Li Wei bowed respectfully but hesitated, uncertain whether to address her by name or title. Empress Ma understood his concern and smiled, taking the initiative. "I am Ma, the Empress of the Great Ming." Upon hearing this, Li Wei no longer hesitated and bowed deeply. "Your servant greets Her Majesty." Dear Minister, no need for such formality." Empress Ma smiled in response. Li Wei straightened up after the bow. Unlike the other officials who often bowed and scraped in front of the emperor, as a man from modern times, doing even this much was already a stretch for him. Observing him with a smile, Empress Ma gave a satisfied nod. Well-mannered, polite, yet not subservient. Very good indeed. Seeing the empress nodding and complimenting him, Li Wei grew uneasy. He thought, please don't go too far. What if the old man finds out? Will I still have my head? Though the father-in-law was growing more critical of his son-in-law, this mother-in-law was increasingly fond of him. How old are you, Minister Li? The empress asked gently. 24, I suppose. Remembering Zhu Yuanzhang's advice, Li Wei lied. Already 24? You are somewhat older, but you look very young. For official matters, just claim to be just past 20. Upon hearing this, Empress Ma frowned slightly, immediately reducing Li Wei's age by 4 years. Li Wei was stunned, thinking, you really overdo it. Although I indeed have a noble appearance, refined demeanor, and charming good looks, perhaps even rivaling the ancient heartthrob Pan, at 29, claiming 24 may still sound believable, but 20? Even I myself won't buy that. He simply smiled at the Empress's words without agreeing or objecting. It was just a playful joke after all. In truth, Zhu Yuanzhang had also advised him to state an age around mid-20s, based on how he looked. Your Majesty, if there's no urgent matter, I will take my leave now, Li Wei said uneasily, barely suppressing the urge to bolt. The Empress gently nodded. Minister, feel free as you like. As if he'd received a royal pardon, Li Wei quickly bowed and swiftly skirted past the Empress and her retinue of eunuchs and palace maids, hurrying away. With a smile, Empress Ma gazed after Li Wei until he exited the palace gates. One of her attendants noticed she hadn't stood up and curiously asked, Your Majesty, are we still going to meet the Emperor? No need. What's the point of seeing that old man? Return to the inner palace. With a calm tone, Empress Ma replied. Her visit today had only been to see her son-in-law. She had already made up her mind. Upon hearing this, the maid hastily lowered her head, pretending not to have heard anything, and respectfully replied. One could only wonder what Zhu Yuanzhang would think when he learned that his wife had briefly arrived at his palace gates merely to chat with her son-in-law, and then left without even bothering to see him, the so-called old useless fool. Rushing quickly out of the palace gates, Li Wei remained puzzled in his heart. The behavior of the old couple today had been truly odd. Why ask about his age so randomly, and even instruct him to hide it? It was utterly confusing. Fortunately, Li Wei had an open and cheerful personality. When faced with things he couldn't understand, he refused to dwell on them. If you don't obsess, there won't be unsolvable riddles. After exiting the palace city, he headed straight to the Bureau of Military Ordnance, where he was familiar with everyone. Both Chief Clerk Feng Jianbao, and head eunuch Xiao Detzi warmly welcomed him inside. Thanks to Li Wei's efforts in requesting rewards for everyone during the recent flintlock gun trials, Fang Jianbao was now a 7th-rank official, and the subordinates under him had also been promoted to deputy 7th-rank positions, each of them now occupying senior positions in the imperial court. Even Xiao Detzi had risen steadily in rank within the palace and even adopted a godson. Those who had received Li Wei's favors felt nothing but gratitude toward him. Minister Li, what brings you here today? Please speak freely. Your humble servant shall do his utmost to assist you. Fang Jianbao thumped his chest, speaking with great confidence. Li Wei smiled. It's nothing serious. I just need a few people. Those craftsmen who worked with me earlier on the generator, bring them over. I want to take them to the Bureau of Military Ordnance to assist me. Of course, sir. Please wait a moment while I arrange it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Jianbao personally went off to find them, showing a very proactive attitude. After Fang Jianbao left, Xiao Detzi hesitated briefly before cautiously asking Li Wei. Minister Li, I've heard that the emperor wishes to keep the xiuxian technology secret. Could there be risks in sharing it externally? As a royal servant, he must fully understand his master's intentions. Since Zhu Yuanzhang had given a hint, he naturally did his best to fulfill the task. You don't need to worry about that. I've left the core components, like the firing mechanism, to be produced at the Bureau of Arms. Only non-critical parts will be handled by the Bureau of Military Ordnance. The final assembly will be done back at the Bureau of Arms. There won't be any mistakes. Li Wei had considered confidentiality. Though in his view there was nothing particularly complex about the technology, to these ancients it was a major secret, so he had already implemented necessary precautions. According to his plan, this xiuxian would soon be phased out anyway. With current technological conditions, once quality steel became available, he was confident he could produce rifled muskets that fired mini balls. Especially once the electric generator was successfully developed, machine tools could be manufactured, and mechanical technology would surely leap forward significantly. Actually, rifling could also be made manually, but efficiency was too low. For now, he hadn't considered that, since there was no rush. Xiuxian would suffice for the time being. His main focus remained on using science and technology to improve people's lives. Military matters were not urgent. Hearing this, Xiao Detzi finally felt reassured. Knowing nothing of technical matters, he simply trusted Li Wei's word. Since he said there wouldn't be any issues, then there wouldn't be any. Sun Jianbao quickly gathered everyone, including a manager who had participated in the generator project with Li Wei. However, Li Wei did not take the manager with him because the position of director of the Bureau of Military Ordnance was only at the 9th rank, whereas this manager held a deputy 7th rank. Assigning him to the Bureau of Military Ordnance as a director would actually be considered a demotion. Just from their ranks, one could tell the Bureau of Arms held far higher status than the Bureau of Military Ordnance. After all, it was located within the imperial city, with much greater security and confidentiality than the outer bureau. Li Wei took several craftsmen and left the Bureau of Arms, heading straight to the Bureau of Military Ordnance. He handed the craftsmen over to Lu Ti, instructing them to build a new generator using the previous method and also to make a voltage regulator. The voltage regulator was simple in structure, its principle similar to a transformer. The only difference was that the output end of the voltage regulator featured a movable copper strip that could slide to adjust position, while the output of a transformer was fixed. This modification was meant for the future production of magnet steel. With strong magnetism, magnet steel could be used to make more efficient generators and motors. Now that the tasks were assigned, they just needed to wait for the completion of the coke oven and steel furnace before mass production of iron and steel could begin. After handling the matters at the Bureau of Military Ordnance, Li Wei hurried immediately to the headquarters of the Minghuang Commercial Guild. He hadn't come here in several days. This visit was partly to deliver the bijou and perfume requested by Zhu Yuanzhang as soon as possible, otherwise, he feared punishment. Another purpose was to call a meeting to check the guild's operational status. Recently, he had focused on the Ministry of Works affairs. Although Fuha and Abu gave brief reports every evening, he couldn't ignore Xinjing's work. Li Wei ordered his men to summon Xinjing and Wu Qi, as well as Fuha, Abu, and supervisors under Xinjing responsible for various workshops, gathering them all for a discussion. As president of the guild, Li Wei sat at the top of the hall, with Wu Qi and Xinjing sitting to his left and right. Others like Abu had no seats and had to stand while presenting their reports. Li Wei glanced at the subordinates standing below and thought to himself that in the future, he would need a meeting room with a large table, making discussions more convenient. After the group bowed in greeting, the meeting formally began. Fuha spoke first. President, our recent product distribution has been progressing smoothly, covering over half of the city's shops. Our merchandise includes firewood, rice, oil, salt, daily necessities, fabrics, cosmetics, and so on. Our self-produced items like soap, perfume, baijiu, and beehive coal are especially popular. Many shops come directly to order from us, and these are also our main sources of profit. As for furniture and fruits/vegetables, we haven't entered those markets yet. Furniture is bulky and inconvenient to transport, and most furniture shops produce and sell their own, so there's no need for our involvement, though supplying timber might be considered. As for fruits and vegetables, these are sold in the city by farmers from outside the gates, so no need for our management either. As the chief external supervisor, Fuha functioned as the head of sales, fully aware of the situation and speaking confidently, appearing to have everything well under control. Hold on. Any bad news? What problems need solving? Don't just tell me what sounds good. Please be straightforward. Li Wei interrupted, frowning. He acknowledged Fuha's capability, but found him too smooth, always reporting the good news while concealing the bad. Interrupted mid-report, Fuha smiled slightly with noticeable embarrassment and said, "Of course there are issues. First, our own product sales seem to have hit a bottleneck. Growth has slowed in recent days. Second, the problem of unpaid bills from shops continues to exert considerable financial pressure on us. However, according to your instructions, President, I've strictly controlled the payment cycle and the supply volume to each store. Currently, things remain manageable by relying on the profits from our own products. Additionally, I've noticed several new commercial houses in the city imitating us, though none are currently large in scale." Chapter 57. Neither daring to defy nor willing to commit. Li Wei nodded after hearing this and said, You must pay close attention to the issue of receivables. You must strictly follow the rules I've set. This is extremely important. Also, go talk to the suppliers. From now on, we must not only lower the purchase prices, but also reduce the payment terms for the goods, striving to reduce our financial burden. Li Wei emphasized particularly the importance of receivables. As a middleman, there were numerous cases of businesses falling into trouble due to outstanding debts, a problem that required sufficient attention. As the merchant guild grew stronger, once it monopolized all shops in the city, it would then be able to pressure suppliers on pricing. At that time, the Minghuang Merchant Guild was merely a middleman, making profit from price differences with virtually no risk involved. However, for issues regarding the sales of self-branded products, he could do nothing. Even the cheapest items like coal briquettes and soap were priced much higher than similar products on the market, affordable only to slightly wealthier households. The truly impoverished still relied on firewood and soap nuts. It wasn't that Li Wei wasn't trying hard enough. The cost simply was set by the current reality. Raw materials were limited and production could not easily be increased. If he targeted the common people, he wouldn't be able to keep up with the demand. Currently, the majority of the merchant guild's revenue came from self-branded products, making up over half. Once the guild expanded further and gained control over both suppliers and retail shops, it could dominate both ends of the supply chain, and profits would pour in steadily. At that point, he wouldn't mind letting others manufacture the self-branded goods, since the products would still pass through him, and he would always get his share. Many platforms in later times operated exactly like this. What's going on with those other merchant shops? Li Wei asked again. Lai Fu didn't answer directly, but instead looked at Xinjing. Li Wei followed his gaze, looking at him with confusion. Xinjing smiled awkwardly and said, "There are some merchant shops. Some belong to large merchants who refuse to let us take advantage and instead supply the shops directly. Others imitated us, but most have not amounted to much. Except, my uncle Xinbin is competing with us for shop partnerships by offering higher commissions, longer credit periods, and larger credit limits. However, because of our self-branded products, most shops still choose to cooperate with us." After hearing this, Li Wei understood. So Xinjing's second uncle was leveraging his financial strength to steal business. But it didn't matter. He had anticipated this and knew it was bound to happen eventually. He already had countermeasures prepared. The receivables cycle, distribution volume. These were all traps. A single misstep could lead to total ruin. Once their merchant guild grew stronger, he would have the chance to fight fire with fire. As for the other merchant shops that supplied goods themselves, they couldn't sustain profitability with just one or two items, especially not high-margin products like his, and many shops didn't rely solely on a single product line. Without the support of the internet and fast logistics, direct sales couldn't scale effectively. In fact, before the rise of the internet, every large distributor essentially functioned like a platform. The problem was that many of them held outdated views, failed to keep up with the times, and were eventually replaced by new internet-based distributors. What Li Wei was doing was essentially a B2B model combining logistics and a platform, an idea that sounded sophisticated but in reality was just technology replacing human effort, not a real innovation in commerce. Li Wei was going the opposite direction, choosing manpower over technology and reviving traditional distribution methods. He relied on Lai Fu and his group of small vendors to spread the word, building an information platform for transactions, and through Abu's delivery team, the goods were transported and transactions completed. Though this approach significantly increased labor costs, the profits from early high-margin product sales had already accumulated enough capital, so expansion later wouldn't be too stressful. In the future, Li Wei also planned to open large supermarkets, essentially adopting a B2C model. Then, he wouldn't have to deliver goods shop by shop anymore. He would simply replace those retail shops entirely. Wouldn't that be going a bit too far? While listening to Xinjing's report, Li Wei pondered his future direction and felt increasingly uneasy. But he couldn't fully blame himself. It was all copied from those e-commerce platforms of the future. Business was like a battlefield. He had no choice but to become tough. Right, it's all their fault, he kept convincing himself. Don't worry about these people for now. I have my own plans for the future, Li Wei said after Xinjing finished speaking. By the way, Abu, how's your end going? Reporting to you, Master. Recently our delivery volume has surged sharply, and all the men are very busy, struggling to keep up. Abu answered honestly. Li Wei had previously reminded both Abu and Lai Fu that in front of outsiders they should only refer to him as the guild president, not master or servant, since both had now become core managers of the merchant guild, and such titles would harm their work credibility. However, Abu insisted on calling him master. Fortunately, he never used the term servant, so Li Wei no longer pressed the issue. From now on, stop using the small carts. Use large carts for all deliveries. Calculate all shop orders in advance, load everything onto large carts, and deliver in bulk to save a significant amount of manpower. Li Wei said thoughtfully after a brief pause. In the early days, due to the scattered distribution of shops and supply workshops and the small volume of goods, frequent trips by manpower were the only option. However, as the volume of goods increased, using large carts for centralized transportation became an inevitable choice. At present, most of the goods came from workshops in the suburbs of the capital and traveling merchants from other regions. The goods from these traveling merchants were usually stored in government-run inns or warehouses known as tangfang. These tangfang weren't collapsed houses, but specifically designated places for traveling merchants to stay. These two types of facilities not only provided food and lodging for merchants, but also collected taxes and tolls under the administration of the Hubu, Ministry of Revenue. In the capital, such offices were called xuanxia, while in the provinces they were known as tongxia. Abu and Lifu were two key pillars of the merchant guild, responsible for platform development and logistics management, which formed the core operations of the guild. As for the workshops assigned to Xinjing's management, though they generated high profits at this stage, they would gradually be phased out later and weren't the main focus. As for Wu Qi, he was even less important, a mere insignificant figure, actually one of the supervisors planted by old Zhu. After finishing his inquiries with Abu and Lifu, Li Wei finally turned his attention to others. The managers under Xinjing's supervision, each in charge of different workshops, took turns reporting their operational status. Overall, things were stable and production was sufficient to meet current market demand. The Shun family had considerable financial resources, so even though Xinjing had inherited only a small portion of the family's wealth, establishing these workshops was more than manageable. In fact, many of the raw materials used in the workshops were now sourced internally. After listening to the reports from the managers, Xinjing added, "Master Li, our development in the capital has nearly reached its limit. Shouldn't we start considering expansion into other regions?" Li Wei slightly frowned, paused in thought, then shook his head. "Let's observe for a while longer. Our foundation in the capital is still shallow. We can talk about expansion after we've firmly established ourselves here." It wasn't that Li Wei didn't want to expand. It was precisely because he knew how risky it would be to expand outward before securing a firm foothold in the capital. Even if successful, someone else, like the very Xinjing before him, might get there first. At present, the truly trustworthy and capable people directly under Li Wei's command were few and far between. Apart from Lifu and Abu, the rest were mostly unreliable. Thus, he planned to spend time cultivating his own team before thinking about long-term plans. Xinjing caught Li Wei's implication and smiled in agreement, dropping the matter. Li Wei's business model wasn't complicated. Xinjing could easily replicate it. Moreover, with the workshop resources at his disposal, he was fully capable of duplicating Li Wei's success. However, Xinjing dared not act rashly. After all, whether it was Li Wei or Wu Qi, both had the emperor's backing. As an ordinary merchant, simply getting a small share of the profit was already a stroke of luck. If he truly dared to compete directly with the Son of Heaven for profit, it would be no different than seeking his own doom. Just as Xinjing finished speaking, Li Wei turned his gaze to Wu Qi. This was originally just a formality, but unexpectedly, Wu Qi had an actual request. "Master Li, the Merchant Guild is, in name, an imperial enterprise. I was wondering whether my men might be allowed to join and take part in the operations. My several sons also wish to serve the emperor." Wu Qi made his request in a polite manner. Li Wei's expression slightly changed. Though these eunuchs were officially servants of the emperor, few of them actually possessed genuine skills or talent. If they joined, there was no telling what damage they might cause to the current system of the Merchant Guild. Li Wei had no intention of letting his hard-earned success be destroyed. "Of course. Tell me, do you think they are suited to perform delivery tasks like Abu, or shop inspections like Lifu?" Li Wei's question left Wu Qi momentarily speechless. As imperial servants, their status was often above others on the outside. How could they ever imagine working side by side with ordinary peddlers and craftsmen? In the end, Wu Qiminchang smiled and said, "Perhaps they could help out in the workshops?" Li Wei frowned and replied, "Those workshops don't even belong to the Merchant Guild. Strictly speaking, those workshops were Xinjing's personal assets. Li Wei merely outsourced the production of the goods to them, while keeping strict control over core technologies. Aren't we all part of the same family? What do you think, Master Shen?" Seeing that Li Wei did not respond, Wu Qi shifted his gaze to Xinjing, smiling as he spoke. Xinjing's face darkened slightly, neither daring to refuse outright nor willing to commit. "No, each operates separately. Let's drop this matter." Li Wei firmly rejected the suggestion. He understood that Xinjing would not dare to oppose him, but the workshops had vital roles to play now and couldn't be disrupted by such individuals. Hearing this, Wu Qi's face darkened, but Li Wei paid no attention. He could go complain to whoever he wanted. He wasn't afraid. Speaking of the emperor, he requested 100 bottles each of perfume and white liquor. "Master Shun, please prepare them as soon as possible and have them made promptly." Thinking for a moment, he added, "Produce 10 extra bottles of each, to be handled by eunuch Wu." He then turned to Wu Qi and said, "Please be so kind as to deliver the perfume and liquor to the palace. The extra 10 bottles of each are a small gift from me to you." Li Wei didn't want to completely alienate Wu Qi, who represented the emperor, so he added 10 extra bottles of perfume and liquor as a personal gift. These perfumes alone were worth dozens of strings of coins. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi's expression softened. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Master Li." Xinjing's eyes lit up. Quickly, he spoke up. "Master Li, since His Majesty favors these goods, I would like to offer 500 bottles each of perfume and white liquor as tribute." Please rest assured, I will personally supervise production to ensure no disruption to the guild's operations. And as for Director Wu, that won't be necessary. Before Xin Jing could finish, Li Wei cut him off. 100 bottles are enough. The emperor is not a man of excessive indulgences. There's no need for more than that. If you truly wish to show sincerity, consider half of the 100 bottles as your tribute. I shall personally inform His Majesty. Chapter 58. I may have to impeach you. Wu Qi watched the prophet slipping away due to Li Wei's intervention and immediately expressed dissatisfaction. Minister Li, even though the emperor only requested 100 bottles, I think it is better to prepare more, just to be safe. The emperor's decree is clear, no more and no less. There's no reason whatsoever to request additional. This is settled. If there's nothing else, everyone may be dismissed. Li Wei stood his ground firmly and ordered everyone out. You? Wu Qi stormed off furiously, his face turning dark with anger. Seeing Wu Qi's reaction, Li Wei frowned even more deeply, inwardly fearing that the 10 bottles of perfume and wine might have been wasted. After Wu Qi left, only Xin Jing and Li Wei remained in the room. Xin Jing asked, puzzled, Minister Li, why did you do that? Li Wei looked at Xin Jing, a billionaire, and silently shook his head. Xin Jing was over 30, a few years older than Li Wei himself. Though astute in business, he had become overly eager to curry favor with those in power, acting somewhat rashly. Xin boss, have you ever heard the saying? Li Wei asked calmly. What saying is that? Even a small favor can turn into resentment over time. There was a hidden meaning in Li Wei's words. Though Xin Jing's actions might not have been ill-intentioned, the situation could easily lead to trouble. Li Wei knew that even if Zhu Yuanzhang might not react directly, Wu Qi certainly wouldn't let Xin Jing off so easily. After hearing this, Xin Jing was momentarily stunned, then suddenly understood. He wasn't a fool. Once Li Wei gave him a hint, he immediately realized that these eunuchs were certainly no good people. Thank you so much for your guidance, Minister Li. Xin Jing stood up and deeply bowed to Li Wei, expressing his gratitude wholeheartedly. No need to be so courteous. Li Wei nodded slightly in reply. Well then, I shall take my leave. Li Wei rose and prepared to leave, and Xin Jing hurriedly bowed low to see him off. After stepping through the gate of the commercial guild, Li Wei looked back with a sigh. The guild had just been founded, yet signs of internal strife were already emerging, causing him considerable distress. The commercial guild was different from the imperial court. In his eyes, the court was merely his place of work, just a job for earning wages. Disputes among employees naturally belonged to supervisors and employers, and he had no interest in getting involved. But the commercial guild was not the same. It was his creation. Even though he owned only 30% of the shares, he was still undeniably the second largest shareholder. Certain matters required his attention. After leaving the commercial guild, Li Wei went home with Abu. As for visiting the Ministry of Works, it hardly mattered. As one of the 3 heads of the ministry, though xiuxian was superior, Li Wei doubted the old man would punish him for skipping occasionally, though Zhao Jun would probably mutter a few complaints again. As he approached his gate, Li Wei stopped, thinking of a certain imperial censor. Pointing at the gatepost, he said to Abu, Abu, go get a dog and tie it here. Abu nodded without understanding, confused by his master's intentions. Tired after a long day, Li Wei lay down just as he was about to rest, when he suddenly muttered to himself. Wait, did I forget something? He went over the events of the day carefully, but couldn't recall what it was that he had forgotten. Oh well, if I can't remember, it mustn't be important. I'll deal with it tomorrow. Time to sleep. At 3 in the morning, deep in the night, Li Wei was deeply asleep, dreaming of gold and silver filling his house and beautiful women by his side. Minister Li. Woof woof woof. Time to get up. Woof woof woof. Time for the morning court. Woof 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 woof. Li Wei abruptly shot up from his couch. Oh no, I made a mistake with this move. This fellow is such a fool. Go on and bite him already. What's the point of just barking? Hearing the noisy commotion between the dog and the dog imperial censor at the door, Li Wei was so anxious he jumped around in frustration for quite some time, before finally giving up helplessly and groaning. Xiaoqing, come help me change clothes immediately. 15 minutes later, dressed neatly, a clearly exhausted Li Wei walked out of his room and cast a cold glare at Han Yiku. Then he turned to the still furiously barking guard dog and calmly instructed Abu. Tonight, kill this dog and cook it. I want to try dog meat. Abu, who was standing beside him, was momentarily taken aback. Okay. So the master raised the dog just to eat it? I thought it was for guarding the door. Abu scratched his head as he thought. The dog continued to bark violently at Han Yiku, apparently carrying out its duty, unaware that its fate was about to change. Unfortunately, it didn't realize that on its very first day at work, it was destined to end up on someone's dining table. Today's morning court proceeded peacefully. After yesterday's major event, Li Wei finally got a chance to doze a bit, and Zhu Yuanzhang pretended not to notice. When it was time for Li Wei to report his work, xiuxian tugged at him slightly. Li Wei stepped forward and gave a brief report on the Bureau of Military Equipment, though there wasn't much to say. Emperor Lao Zhu probably didn't understand most of it anyway. After the court session, Li Wei exited the palace grounds and headed for the Bureau of Military Equipment, although today, someone had decided to tag along. Minister Han, are you so bored that you're following me around for fun? Li Wei frowned as he spoke. This official is now the Grand Secretary of the Engineering Section. Han Yiku glanced at him. My duty today is to follow Minister Li and check how His Majesty's task is progressing. Li Wei opened his mouth, barely suppressing his anger as he pointed at the other man, and finally accepted his fate. Although the Grand Secretaries of the 6 sections held relatively low ranks, they possessed considerable power. Each corresponded to one of the 6 ministries. Imperial edicts assigning tasks had to pass through these secretaries to reach the respective departments. If you performed poorly, they would impeach you. If you delayed, you would also be impeached. After completing a task, you still had to hand it over to them. In addition, they had the right to reject imperial decrees. If they found an issue with an edict, they could return it for revision. Of course, the problem must be genuine. If you simply made trouble deliberately, you would be seeking your own ruin. During Zhu Yuanzhang's reign, they mostly pointed out minor issues such as grammatical errors, requiring the Hanlin Academy's drafters to revise them. Emperor Lao Zhu's decrees could never be rejected. Occasionally, however, there were tough officials who dared to oppose the emperor head-on, like the one before him, who was likely also someone who thrived on trouble. Furthermore, they could participate in court discussions and had voting rights regarding appointments of officials in the 6 ministries and Nanqing positions. Li Wei went to the Bureau of Military Equipment accompanied by a large tailing dog. Since Sun Jian and Xu Yong were clueless about the situation regarding the chancellor, Li Wei simply ignored them and went directly to Lu Ti to assign tasks. The craftsmen who had come from the Bingzhang Bureau were producing the generator according to Li Wei's previous methods. Li Wei inspected the work and offered some guidance, particularly regarding the voltage regulator, a brand new device. Then he went to inspect the coking furnace and steel-making furnace, both of which would likely take some time to complete, leaving no choice but to wait. The water wheel modifications were progressing quickly but could not yet be used. As for other items such as leather armor and bows and arrows, production continued with the existing methods for now. Once the electric motors were built and the machine tools were ready, they could switch to mechanized processing. Han Iko followed him around various workshops, seeing nothing but ongoing construction and renovations, with craftsmen producing entirely new devices previously unseen. He also understood that he was a complete novice here, so he remained silent along the way. Only after Li Wei had arranged everything did he frown and ask, "Minister Li, His Majesty instructed you to forge 100,000 steel swords and several thousand firearms within 3 months. With such large-scale renovations, can you still complete the task on time?" "What do you know? This is the principle of building a solid foundation before undertaking a great task." Han Iko paused for a moment before understanding, angrily replying, "That means to do a good job, you must first sharpen your tools." Almost misled. I know. Isn't the meaning essentially the same? If you want to get people under control, you must first get your tools ready. Li Wei said impatiently. Han Iko shot him a glare. Nonsense, that's not what it means at all. Minister Li should read more often in daily life, improve your cultivation, and avoid vulgar speech all day long. Oh come on, when would I have time to read? Wait, damn it, I forgot the character. Suddenly realizing, Li Wei yelled and hurried home. Minister Li, where are you going? If you neglect your duties, I will impeach you. Seeing Li Wei sprint away, Han Iko shouted behind him. Li Wei dashed home, grabbed paper and brush, and began copying. He didn't have time to use the writing brush anymore. He was fortunate to have a pencil. The original article was placed on the left, the draft paper on the right. Li Wei exerted the same energy he used the night before school started, hurriedly copying his homework. Eyes fixed on the article, unblinking, his right hand flew over the paper without looking down. After fighting for more than an hour, his hand ached and his eyes hurt. But finally, the assignment was done. Li Wei glanced at his copy. It couldn't even be called cursive script. It looked more like a charred wasteland. Burn even. Sighing, he tidied his things and brought his assignment to the palace. In the Wuying Hall, he found Zhu Yuanzhang and nervously presented the memorial. Zhu Yuanzhang unfurled it, and his pupils instantly widened, filled with tightly packed text. Frowning, he flipped through a few pages. Hey, the ancients truly did not deceive. This writing really did look like wildfire across grasslands. Careful examination did reveal a few familiar characters. Zhu Yuanzhang coldly returned the memorial. Read it aloud. For every missing character, you'll get a few lashes. This. Li Wei looked baffled. The homework he copied himself was unreadable. What a miraculous operation. Grumbling, he took it reluctantly, eyes scanning the page, his brain struggling to recall. At this point, his eyes weren't enough. He needed his mind. Statecraft strategies, strategy, F.A. me Chancellor. Zhu Yuanzhang glared. Li Wei randomly guessed, finally giving up and stood with hands clasped, head lowered, helplessly glancing at Zhu Yuanzhang. Guards, take him out and beat him. Li Wei was dragged away, his head bowed low. At this moment, he longed immensely for his strict boss from his past life. At least back then, when he threw bidding documents, the man never actually hit him. But this current emperor, oh well, his fate was simply too bitter. However, Zhu Yuanzhang didn't really intend to go too far. After a few dozen lashes, it was all over. Plus, Xiao was supervising, and he had also prepared thick padding beforehand, so the beating wasn't particularly severe. After enduring the whipping, Li Wei returned home feeling quite at ease. Before entering the door, he suddenly remembered something, and, while shouting in pain and covering his bottom, he called out. Upon seeing this, Xiaoqing volunteered to help, and Li Wei, not pretending to be modest, immediately lay face down on the bed and began enjoying the treatment. Under Xiaoqing's tender techniques, all discomfort vanished in an instant. Thank you, Zhu Yuanzhang, from the bottom of his heart. Business affairs within the Merchant Association gradually fell into place, and Li Wei devoted his main focus to the Bureau of Military Equipment under the Ministry of Works, often staying there the entire day. Chapter 59. Have you ever heard of throwing a stone to test the road? Just as he had done during his time at the Bureau of Military Affairs, he still participated personally, not shying away from even the most laborious and trivial tasks, rolling up his sleeves and getting to work. At first, the craftsmen were so nervous at seeing this high-ranking official sharing their hardships that they became awkward and overly cautious while working, afraid of making mistakes and angering their superior. However, Li Wei's behavior greatly surprised them. His attitude toward his subordinates was completely different from that of a certain strict old man. Even when craftsmen made mistakes, he would only patiently guide them, possibly raising his voice only after multiple failed attempts at teaching. He never imposed harsh punishments. As time passed, the craftsmen gradually got used to it. They knew now that Minister Li was a good official, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. Because Li Wei came every day, Xu Yong and others no longer dared to casually punish the craftsmen. The previously withheld rations were quietly restored. After spending some time together, the craftsmen gradually grew accustomed to his presence and were no longer as fearful as before. With better meals and no more beatings, they worked more actively than ever. Han Yike often came to inspect Li Wei's work and noticed his genuine dedication. He began to think more highly of him. Still, after so much effort, not a single sword or blade had been produced, and Han grew anxious, urging him repeatedly. Li Wei paid no heed, continuing at his own pace, maintaining order and calm. During this time, Han Yike had practically become Li Wei's alarm clock, reminding him about morning court every day on schedule. Out of sheer helplessness, Li would go out to hide, but old Zhu always interfered, leaking his whereabouts to Han Yike. No matter where Li hid, Han would always find him. In the end, Li Wei had no choice but to accept reality, bidding farewell to his previous 9 to 12 lifestyle, changing to sleeping early when it got dark and rising before dawn. One day, Xu Yong suddenly paid him a visit. Li Wei was inspecting the coke ovens, his hands covered in grime. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the slightly cleaner back of his hand, his body already covered in dust. During these days, he deliberately kept several sets of coarse cotton clothes at the Bureau of Arms, changing out of his official robes when it came time to work. Seeing Li in such a state, Su Yong's eyes flashed with a hint of contempt, which quickly vanished. Minister, the funds and food supplies of our Bureau of Arms are nearly exhausted. I went to the Ministry of Revenue to request disbursement, but they said our recent expenditures are excessive and refused to release any funds. What do you suggest we do? Li Wei frowned. They refused? On what basis? This project was personally approved by the Emperor. They haven't explicitly rejected it yet, just saying they are too busy and told us to wait. How outrageous. Maybe I can wait, but can the Emperor afford to wait? Li Wei angrily flung away a small shovel and turned to leave. Xu Yong caught the dirty shovel with a look of disgust, quickly handing it to a nearby craftsman. Li Wei changed back into his official robes, returned to the Ministry of Works, and summoned the two idle officers, Sun Jian and Guan Ziming. Sun Jian was genuinely idle. Li Wei had taken over all his duties. As for Guan Ziming, he still had responsibilities. He was the director of the Department of Inspection and Survey, overseeing all areas Li couldn't handle personally. Jiang Shouqing of the Department of Agriculture and Revenue had never disturbed Li Wei, truly embodying the principle of neither seeking nor disturbing unless necessary. Compared to Li Wei, who insisted on doing everything himself, these two naturally had a much easier workload. The Ministry of Revenue has been delaying disbursements. Let's think of a solution together. Li Wei opened the conversation first. He wasn't familiar with the people there and had no intention of going himself to request money, considering how unpopular he was among civil officials. The two exchanged glances. They had already heard about this matter before. Xu Yong had already negotiated multiple times with the Ministry of Revenue and only came to Minister Li when he ran out of options. After all, the Bureau of Arms was just a small unit under the Ministry of Works. It was inappropriate to bother the minister every time there was an issue. Minister, we ourselves have visited the ministry before, but they always delay using various excuses. We don't have any good options left. Perhaps you could go in person and try? Guan Ziming cautiously tested the waters. After all, the minister before them wasn't someone easy to provoke. Just a few days ago, Sun Jian had been whipped twice, his cries echoing through the entire office. Minister, we truly have done everything we can. Sun Jian stuttered. He had already gone to the ministry 2 or 3 times by himself. Fool, can't even handle a small matter like this. What use are you? Li Wei shouted, scaring Sun Jian into lowering his head and apologizing repeatedly. If you don't rush over there again and bring back the money, prepare for some severe punishment. Li Wei said, imitating a certain elder official. Sun Jian's face turned extremely grim upon hearing this. The blame ultimately fell on Li Wei, having offended nearly all the civil officials in the court. Naturally, they would give him trouble now. Before, when the Bureau of Armaments had been managed internally by the palace, it hadn't mattered how Li Wei behaved, but now, in the Ministry of Works, cooperation with other departments was necessary, and he simply couldn't get along well with people. Hence, he encountered obstacles everywhere. Although Li Wei sent Sun Jian to the Ministry of Revenue once more, he himself wasn't idle. He directly entered the palace to seek Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's help. He had no intention of wasting time on these troublesome matters himself. He preferred simply to let the emperor handle it. Inside the Wuying Hall, Zhu Biao was showing an imperial memorial to Zhu Yuanzhang. Your Majesty, these punctuation marks have been tested for a while at the Handwritten Academy, and the results are excellent. I suggest we promote their use soon. The invention Zhu Biao mentioned was exactly what Li Wei had submitted not long ago. To ensure caution, they had first handed it over to the scholars of the Handwritten Academy for testing, and after everyone agreed it was effective, they decided to adopt it officially. Write a memorial about it, and submit it during tomorrow's morning court. I will announce the promotion then. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao looked slightly surprised. Father, the idea was originally Li Wei's. Shouldn't he be the one to propose it? Punctuation was a significant matter, possibly one that could earn eternal recognition. Zhu Biao didn't want to take credit away from its rightful author. If you propose this suggestion, the ministers will certainly praise you as a wise and enlightened heir apparent. But if that man proposes it, he might be criticized as using cunning and evil language. In that case, implementation would definitely meet with resistance. Zhu Biao knew full well Li Wei's status at court. No one wanted to be associated with him. Hearing Zhu Yuanzhang's reasoning, he could only nod in agreement. Ultimately, Zhu Yuanzhang still had his own agenda. He wanted to leave this praise to his eldest son. Should we at least inform Li Wei beforehand? No need. Since he submitted it to us, how we handle it is entirely up to us, Zhu Yuanzhang replied carelessly. After all, this wasn't the first time. There was no reason to hesitate now. At that moment, a palace eunuch guarding outside the hall entered to announce, Li Wei is here requesting an audience. Speak of the devil. Let him in, Zhu Yuanzhang said calmly. After bowing respectfully, Li Wei got straight to the point. Your Majesty, the Bureau of Arms has run out of funds. Our request to the Ministry of Revenue for financial support was denied. What should be done about this? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang inwardly rejoiced. He had been planning to test the young man anyway, and this matter was perfect for that purpose. Do you really need to ask? Come to me with such a trivial matter? Figure it out yourself, Zhu Yuanzhang replied in a clearly impatient tone. Li Wei was taken aback and muttered, well, if this delays the weapons you need, don't blame me later. You dare. If you don't deliver what I ordered within 3 months, I'll have your head, Zhu Yuanzhang shouted, glaring fiercely. Seeing his lack of concern, Li Wei could do nothing but return to think of a solution on his own. Before he left, he even greeted Zhu Biao, who wore a rather awkward smile. After all, taking credit from others wasn't something he felt comfortable with. Unlike his father, he didn't have such a thick skin. Li Wei came and went quickly. Upon returning to the Ministry of Works, he immediately sought out xiuxian. No matter what, those weapons had to be made. It wasn't just about fulfilling Zhu Yuanzhang's orders, it was for himself as well. Since establishing the Merchant Guild, even though he only held a 30% stake, he believed his future finances would be secure. However, without advancing technology and producing these weapons, even with money, he wouldn't be able to enjoy the comforts of a modern billionaire's life. Without air conditioning, heating, washing machines, electric lights, telephones, running water, or trains, cars, and airplanes, what was the point of living if it was less comfortable than an average modern person's life? After finding xiuxian, Li Wei immediately explained the situation. Xue sat calmly, sipping his tea, irritating Li Wei to the point where he almost wanted to pull his beard out. Vice Minister Li, don't rush. Doing things requires composure. Am I supposed not to worry? The Emperor gave me only 3 months. What if the weapons can't be completed on time? Many things, my lord, don't require your personal involvement. I've heard you've been personally overseeing operations at the Bureau of Arms recently, but that's entirely unnecessary. Xiuxian reminded him slowly. Li Wei rolled his eyes. He himself didn't want to be doing everything personally, but the craftsman understood only part of the process. Even though he had already thoroughly explained the production methods, many practical issues still arose. Without personally supervising, those craftsmen simply couldn't resolve them on their own. All right, Minister Xue, I'm telling you about the funding problem. Do you actually have a solution? Li Wei pressed. Lord Li, in officialdom, one must sometimes learn to get along, to maintain good relations with colleagues. How should I maintain them? Xiuxian was momentarily taken aback. Did I really have to explain this? After thinking for a moment, he replied, there are certain unspoken rules in the bureaucratic world, right? What kind of rules? Xiuxian was momentarily speechless. Have you ever heard of throwing a stone to test the road? Never heard of it. Or throwing a brick to attract jade? Li Wei thought for a moment, suddenly realizing, oh, they want a kickback? You mean I should bribe them? Xiuxian's face changed color immediately. No, not me. I didn't say that. Don't get the wrong idea. Li Wei replied casually. It's fine. There's no one else here anyway. Thinking about Zhu Yuanzhang's surveillance device, he added, we're just talking, nothing real will happen. Don't worry, Minister Xue. Xiuxian glared at him with a dark expression, thinking to himself that he would have to be more careful when talking with this young man in the future, lest he fall into another trap. Anything else? Xue said impatiently, eager to get rid of him. If not, you should leave quickly. I still have a pile of official documents to handle. Oh, nothing else. Then I'll be on my way. Realizing he might have said something wrong, Li Wei nodded awkwardly in apology before leaving Xiuxian's office. Returning to his residence, it wasn't long before Sun Jian came to see him as well, having just returned from reporting to the Ministry of Revenue. Naturally, there was no progress to report. This won't work either? What use are you then? Li Wei scolded severely, displaying the same kind of sternness once shown by an elder minter. Sun Jian stood silently with his head lowered and eyes cast downward, his face full of vichy. Chapter 60. Actual bribery hidden under the guise of social exchange. After a moment's contemplation, Li Wei rose and left directly for the Ministry of Revenue. The 6 ministries were located adjacent to each other, and the distance was short. Soon, Li Wei arrived outside the Ministry of Revenue's gate. A minor official cautiously asked, may I ask what brings this esteemed sir here? Dressed in the official robes of a third-rank official, Li Wei arrogantly barked, is your minister available? Tell him to come out and meet me immediately. The minor official appeared reluctant, hesitating to speak. Truth was, the Ministry of Revenue currently had no minister, and where the minister had gone could probably only be known by the man before him. After a moment's hesitation, The official gave a nod and entered to report the visit. Although there was no formal minister, there was an acting one, someone who effectively functioned as the interim minister. Shortly afterward, the minor official returned and escorted out a middle-aged official. Before the official could speak, Li Wei immediately and arrogantly questioned, "You are the Minister of Revenue?" Fan Min's expression slightly changed, and with obvious displeasure, he replied, "This humble official is Fan Min, director of the ministry, temporarily assuming the minister's duties." "Oh," Li Wei exclaimed in surprise. "Where is your actual minister then?" Fan Min felt a surge of anger but maintained a calm expression. "The minister's post is currently vacant. If Minister Li has urgent business, you may discuss it with this humble official." Li Wei sized up the man before him in his thoughts. For such a major ministry to lack a minister was indeed rare. "Fine, then approve the funds for the Bureau of Military Equipment under the Ministry of Works as soon as possible. I need it urgently." Since he was only a low-ranking director, Li Wei acted even more brazenly. "Your people are dragging your feet too much." Fan Min was furious. Although he was only an acting minister and not yet officially appointed, he was still an imperial official. How could he tolerate such disdain? "Apologies, but the Ministry of Revenue has complex affairs and requires careful review. Minister Li, perhaps you should return for now." This statement was half true, half false. Since Su Duo arrived in the capital, several officials in the Ministry of Revenue were implicated in his case, which allowed Fan Min to assume the acting minister role. Although the ministry was indeed shorthanded, the Military Equipment Bureau's fund request should have been processed long ago. "I don't care. Today is the day you must release the funds. Humble official truly has no capability to fulfill your request. Minister Li will need to resolve this yourself." Li Wei acted forcefully, but Fan Min would not yield either. He bluntly refused and turned to leave. "Fine, you dare to treat me like this. You just wait and see what I'll do to you later," Li Wei shouted threateningly. Without looking back, Fan Min quickly departed, completely ignoring Li Wei's threats. Once Fan Min's figure disappeared from sight, Li Wei angrily returned to the Ministry of Works, thinking about what to do next. "These corrupt officials, if I couldn't deal with them, could I possibly not handle you? Fan Min, just you wait." After a long period of contemplation, Li Wei finally came up with a feasible idea. As night fell, without informing xiuxian, he returned home alone. He planned to have Abu and Laifu assist in investigating Fan Min's assets and daily expenses. In this era, corrupt officials had limited methods to hide or transfer their funds, compared to the later wealthy merchants. Their tricks were amateurish. For example, using internal guarantees to delay repayment, directly selling shares after overseas listings, fabricating business activities to transfer funds to overseas companies, selling domestic assets at low prices to foreign investors to gain profits abroad, and manipulating stock prices using shell companies. These kinds of schemes were endless. But during this period of the Ming Dynasty, methods were far simpler. Hide silver in holes, secret walls, or entrust close relatives and servants to hold the assets on one's behalf. Nothing more. Moreover, the paper currency issued by Zhu Yuanzhang was difficult to preserve for long. Once received, it had to be spent quickly or else exchanged for silver coins, either way leaving evidence. The relatives, servants, and retainers of corrupt officials, relying on powerful backers, strutted around with arrogance and openly paraded their status, afraid others wouldn't know who they were, making it easier for them to be exposed. Yellow and Bright Merchants Association had establishments throughout the city. Laifu and Abu's men moved everywhere, maintained close relationships with merchants, and possessed very timely information. Actually, Zhu Yuanzhang's royal shops and government offices also served intelligence-gathering functions. Whether the Yellow and Bright Merchants Association had any of his own people inside, Li Wei wasn't sure, but he guessed there probably were. When Li Wei returned home and just stepped inside, he was about to call for Abu and Laifu when he suddenly saw Xiaoqing in the courtyard, instantly getting a clever idea. Like yesterday, he grabbed his buttocks and feigned pain. Xiaoqing hurriedly approached to support him. "Master, did the emperor strike you again?" Sighing deeply, Li Wei replied, "Yes indeed, today the emperor had me. Oh no, and then I got beaten." With a long sigh, he put on an exaggerated look of misery. "Hurry inside, let me rub it for you." Great. The two entered the room, and Li Wei skillfully lay face down, enjoying Xiaoqing's gentle care. As for the matter of gathering information, well, as Elder Shui had said, there was no rush. No rush at all. The next day during the morning court session, it was rare to see Crown Prince Zhu Biao present as well. He stood before Zhu Yuanzhang's imperial throne and presented a well-annotated memorial petition. After reading it, Zhu Yuanzhang's face lit up with delight. He ordered the other officials to pass the document around. After the officials finished reading, they clapped and praised it loudly. The Crown Prince's wisdom is extraordinary. The Crown Prince is so wise and discerning. The Crown Prince is wise, insightful, and brilliant. The Crown Prince is insightful and wise. A chorus of flattery echoed through the hall, with words so refined and eloquent that few could match such brilliance. Li Wei, watching from below, frequently frowned. Though annoyed by the father and son Zhu's mimicry, he comforted himself with the thought, "Those exaggerated praises are practically directed at me." Suddenly, he recalled that he himself had also borrowed ideas from others. Then there's no problem. While declining the official's compliments, Zhu Biao sent an apologetic glance toward Li Wei. Li Wei responded with a smile, thinking it fine. Everyone behaves this way. Only their circumstances differ. As the flattering remarks ceased, Zhu Yuanzhang sternly declared that henceforth, official documents must include punctuation marks and that this standard would also be popularized among the common people. The officials chorused in agreement. As for the issue of writing in vernacular Chinese, in ancient times there had been special considerations. Paper and ink were precious, brush-written characters occupied much space, so for economy's sake, anything expressible with a single character was sufficient. Classical Chinese was perfectly suited to this. Of course, exceptions existed, such as Master Ru. Following Li Wei's orders, Abu and Lifu set into motion. Merchants and cart drivers passing through the streets and lanes, while delivering goods to and from shops, discreetly gathered intelligence on Fan Min's household. By evening, the two compiled and presented all the collected information to Li Wei. Within just a few days, they had thoroughly grasped detailed data including the number of Fan Min's household members, the monthly usage of oil and salt, the frequency of cosmetics consumption, and the number of servants, maids, and concubines. Li Wei entered this information into his computer, compiling it into spreadsheets, categorizing fixed versus temporary expenditures, meticulously calculating monthly expenses, and then producing charts for comparative analysis, estimating total annual expenditures. Uninvestigated, nothing amiss. Investigated, alarming. The 5-rank official actually squandered nearly 100 strings of cash each month, amounting to a staggering 1,000 strings annually. Within just 2 months after the new year, merely the cost of acquiring concubines alone reached 100 strings, and adding other expenses, the total had already hit 500 strings. For Li Wei, this was no big deal, but for a mere 5-rank official, it was an astronomical sum. After Zhu Yuanzhang abolished the position of chancellor, he slightly increased official salaries to appease court ministers. However, a 5-rank official's annual salary was only 250 shur of rice and 150 strings of paper currency, altogether falling short of 300 strings, clearly far from covering this man's expenses, indicating secret income sources. An ordinary civilian household in the capital nowadays spent about 30 strings annually, while a 7th-rank official already received 100 strings, along with various additional benefits. The gap, on the whole, wasn't significant. Without excessive numbers of servants or concubines, the salary alone would suffice. Yet, they still worried that once one person held office, the entire family benefited, including even servants and maids, inevitably leading to overspending. However, certain things were ultimately unavoidable. After all, many officials had spent decades studying hard under candlelight with their families financing their education. Even after entering government service, they couldn't forget their roots and solely seek personal comfort. There was a movie called The Partnership in later times, in which the male protagonist's college tuition was collectively paid for by relatives in the village. Ask yourself, after he became successful, how could he fail to give back to his family? Thinking of this, Li Wei couldn't help but reflect on why in ancient times when an official committed crimes, the punishment often extended to his 9 closest relatives, for behind every official stood an entire clan. When one man prospered, his whole family shared the fortune. Should he fall in a crime, the entire family would be implicated. Li Wei organized and documented all these findings in writing, concisely recording them in a memorial petition, which this time would finally allow him to target someone. Damn, if a tiger doesn't show his might, you really think he's a sick cat? Clutching the petition tightly, Li Wei muttered angrily. Inside Wuying Hall, xiuxian waited nervously for an audience, sensing an ominous feeling deep inside. Your servant bows to the emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang held a small booklet in his hand, not even giving him a chance to rise before silently staring at him for a while, and then spoke slowly. There are rules in the bureaucracy, things like throwing a stone to test the waters or casting a brick to attract jade. I don't fully understand them. Minister Xue, tell me, what rules exist in the bureaucracy? Xiuxian shuddered and hastily knelt, begging for mercy. Your servant admits guilt. Please show mercy. Zhu Yuanzhang gazed coldly at him. I asked you to guide and advise the boy, not to teach him evil. You have quite the nerve. Xiuxian lowered his head again, explaining with trembling voice. It was never my intention. Minister Li misunderstood me. I only wished for him to cultivate better relationships with his colleagues, and to emphasize mutual gift exchanges during festivals. I never meant to imply bribery or corruption. Mutual gift exchanges? Then tell me, what exactly did you exchange? This? My family is poor, so I can only send calligraphy or books as tokens of sincerity, nothing else. As he spoke, Xiuxian silently cursed Li Wei several times in his heart. That boy truly didn't know better, didn't even bother sending a greeting card for the new year, locking himself indoors ignoring everyone. He himself had already made the first move by sending a New Year letter, yet Li Wei feigned ignorance. Exactly because of this disregard for propriety, he had merely given a small reminder, but hadn't expected to suffer for it instead. Really? Then how about the others? Did they send only calligraphy and books too? Or was it gold jewels? Zhu Yuanzhang coldly questioned further. What others have sent, Your Majesty, I truly do not know. I have heard that some people give gifts such as gate fees or charcoal money, replied Xiuxian tremblingly. Such things have even been offered to me before, but I have always declined them, never accepting a single one. Gift-giving among ancient officials had taken various forms. Besides gate fees and charcoal money, there were also beauty allowances specifically for female family members, known as xuanjing. In summer, officials might receive ice money, and when someone's child pursued studies, there were special gifts called wenjing. All of these were essentially bribes disguised under the appearance of customary social exchanges. Gate fees, charcoal money. It sounds quite refined. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes flashed with icy coldness. After a long pause, he finally spoke slowly to the kneeling Xiuxian. Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chapter 61. When possible, speak as little as possible. Xiuxian stood up nervously, his heart pounding with fear. He silently vowed to keep far away from Li Wei in the future, lest he be ruined by him. Actually, Xiuxian's career as an official had been fairly clean, otherwise Zhu Yuanzhang would not have let him off so easily. As for Li Wei, I'll still need you to keep an eye on him. When matters like today's gate fees arise, you might as well just tell him directly. Confused, Xiuxian asked, Your Majesty, aren't you the one who said not to let him go down the wrong path? The path is laid before him. How he walks it is his own choice. I never told you to hide things from him. Xiuxian was left speechless. Then why did you scare me just now, the Prime Minister? I'm already an old man, and this isn't funny at all. Realizing he'd still need to deal with that kid in the future, Xiuxian felt full of resentment. After a few more instructions, Zhu Yuanzhang dismissed Xiuxian and then took out another slip of paper. It recorded the scattered bits of information Li Wei had Lifu and Abu collect these past few days. The information was fragmented and trivial, buying a few bags of rice today, asking for several jean of oil tomorrow, taking a carriage ride one day. There was no systematic pattern to it, and taken individually, each item was worth only dozens or hundreds of coins. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered over it for quite some time, but couldn't understand what Li Wei was trying to uncover by gathering such bits of data. In intelligence work, information analysis is more important than mere collection. Just like the famous AI of later times, much intelligence can be derived from publicly available news. The same applied to the intelligence Li Wei had gathered. It required precise calculation and analysis to extract useful information. Those royal guards, although omniscient, had all come from military backgrounds. While they could handle simple addition and subtraction, multiplication and division could only be handled by officers, and more advanced calculations and analysis were beyond their capabilities. Not to mention those guards, even the officials in the household department, who managed financial records, were inferior to Li Wei in mathematical ability. After all, Li Wei was a science and engineering graduate from the future, and also had access to a computer. The next day, Li Wei brought his memorial and, together with the alarm clock Han Yike, attended the morning court session. Now he was already considered an important official and was allowed into the small waiting pavilion before the court opened. Inside the court hall, ministers took turns presenting their reports in orderly fashion. Li Wei concentrated intently, patiently waiting for his chance. When Li Wei stepped forward to submit his memorial, he openly accused Fan Min, alleging that his assets had questionable origins. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire court was taken aback. Even Fan Min himself looked startled, completely unprepared for such an unusual accusation. According to custom, even if not officially appointed yet, colleagues would generally address him respectfully as Xianxia, minister, but Li Wei only referred to him as Longzhong, department director, which was slightly impolite. Though Zhu Yuanzhang appeared calm upon hearing Li Wei's accusation, he felt perplexed deep down. He had long known that Li Wei was investigating Fan Min, but unclear asset origins was not a clearly defined crime in the existing legal code, so he found it confusing. Elaborate on the details, Zhu Yuanzhang calmly commanded. Li Wei then listed the details of Fan Min's family expenses, itemizing the costs of family members, servants, coachmen, and housekeepers, and finally pointed out that Fan Min's annual household expenditure had reached over 1,000 strings of coins, far exceeding the salary he should have received. Upon hearing this, everyone felt it was beyond belief, and Fan Min himself was especially shocked, as those figures matched his own household's condition almost exactly. Hold on, your calculations are incorrect. Some of the maids I only recently hired. Originally, my household could only afford 4. As for my concubine, I only took her in this year. Fan Min hastily defended. Li Wei responded calmly. Minister Fan, your point is valid. I have recalculated based on last year's data as well. Even excluding the new expenses, Minister Fan still had over 600 strings of coins in unexplained spending, while your former rank was merely 5th grade, meaning an annual salary of less than 300 strings of coins. So I must ask, where did that surplus come from? Fan Min's face turned pale, and he could not utter a word. Even now that he had been promoted to the upper 5th rank, his salary had not exceeded 300 strings either. Zhu Yuanzhang had yet to approve a salary increase. Suddenly, Zhang Zongyi, the Minister of Justice, stepped forward and reported, Your Majesty, this minister accuses Deputy Minister Li of overstepping his authority by investigating a high-ranking official. This is clearly an act of personal vendetta. Please, Your Majesty, impose strict punishment. This was because the matter concerned the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice, and there were other considerations as well. Hong Yi from the Ministry of Personnel had already been transferred away, although the emperor hadn't sent him back to his hometown to farm, but instead assigned him as the provincial governor elsewhere. Xiuxian Ran had already retired, as he was old and no longer enjoyed imperial favor. CSC from the Ministry of Rights was indifferent, seemingly always ready to resign. Xiuxiang from the Ministry of Works was not part of their faction. Zhao Ben from the Ministry of War. Under the early Ming Emperor's dominance and strong military generals, one can imagine the Ministry of War's position. As for the Ministry of Revenue, it was currently embroiled in the impeachment storm involving the civil bureaucracy, utter chaos. Just as Fan Min was lost in thought, he suddenly heard this statement, immediately snapping out of his daze and immediately retorting, That's right. What's it got to do with you how much money I have? By what authority do you investigate me? My case should be investigated by the 3 judicial departments. Earlier, he had been trapped in confusion, shocked by Li Wei's precise calculations of his expenditures, so he had failed to respond promptly. These are just ordinary household matters. What's wrong with my inquiry? Could Minister Fan perhaps be hiding something? Li Li Wei pressed on relentlessly. Fan Min snorted coldly, but gave no response. Sitting high on the throne, Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes remained cold as he watched the two men, inwardly shaken by Li Wei's investigative findings. He was fully aware of how Li Wei had used the Merchants Guild to investigate Fan Min. He also knew every bit of intelligence Li Wei possessed, yet he had never reached such a critical conclusion from that information himself. In fact, from the very beginning of the Ming Huang Merchants Guild's rise, he had keenly recognized the advantages of using hawkers to gather intelligence, so he had already dispatched people to infiltrate and placed many informants to collect information. However, the intelligence he received could never reach such a clear conclusion as Li Wei's did. There must certainly be some clever method unknown to him behind this. After court was dismissed, he must have a detailed talk with this kid. As for Li Wei's act of secretly investigating a high-ranking official, he felt no anger. This was exactly what he hoped for. He only wished the kid wouldn't remain so foolish and indifferent toward everything. As for Fan Min, as Li Wei had said, his vast wealth's origin remained unclear. Where exactly had this money come from? As an imperial official with a limited salary, aside from, what other channels could he have used to acquire such a fortune? Fan Min, why don't you explain to Jun where you obtained all that money? Zhu Yuanzhang asked coldly. Fan Min's face suddenly changed color. Li Wei could remain indifferent, but if the emperor himself was questioning him, there was no escaping. Zhang Zongyi, the Minister of Justice, also appeared troubled. The emperor's question effectively acknowledged the legitimacy of Li Wei's unauthorized investigation of an official. Your Majesty, my relatives occasionally send me some silver, seeing that my life is rather humble, Fan Min replied in a low voice. Zhu Yuanzhang slightly narrowed his eyes. Indeed, a few officials in the court did come from wealthy families, so it was normal for them to receive financial support. However, Li Wei shook his head and said casually, "Oh, is that really the case? Then, if I may ask, how many years did you study, and when did you officially enter government service?" Fan Min glared fiercely at him, but gave no response. He had sensed that this seemingly dull young man had become troublesome. His questions were full of traps, so he decided to remain silent. "I'm asking you a question. You'd better answer truthfully," Zhu Yuanzhang ordered coldly. Fan Min trembled slightly, thought for a moment, and replied, "I spent 27 years in rigorous study. In the 8th year of Hongwu, I passed the imperial examination and was appointed as a Longzhong of the Ministry of Revenue by your Majesty's grace." In the early days of the dynasty, when everything was in ruins, Fan Min had gained a 5th-grade official position merely by becoming a provincial graduate. In later times of stable governance, one would at least need to be a xuanhuan, top-ranking scholar, to achieve such a rank. "Ah, so you studied for 27 years. Your family must have spent a great deal on your education, right?" Li Wei said, staring at him. Fan Min looked at him, puzzled by his hidden meaning. "Your relatives supported you for over 20 years, keeping you at no cost all this time. Now that you've become an official, they still have to support you. Aren't you ashamed? Do you really want to be a parasite for the rest of your life?" Li Wei sneered. In ancient times, one person's study was equivalent to a loss of labor. Pursuing scholarly education was a burden. Not only did it fail to increase production, but it actually added to expenses. Until one achieved fame and success, he remained a burden. That contemptuous gaze seemed to pierce Fan Min's most painful spot. His face turned red as he roared loudly. "Nonsense. Without me, how would they have all those farmlands and shops? What's wrong with me benefiting from that? It's only fair." Fan Min, red-eyed, stared furiously at Li Wei. "Oh, I see. No wonder you could gain so many lands and shops. That actually makes sense." Li Wei nodded and smiled. Fan Min's face changed drastically. "No, not like that. I've done nothing wrong. Your Majesty, Li Wei is just making this up. My family absolutely doesn't need such money. This is nothing but defamation." Fan Min, now frantic, retracted his previous statement completely, denying all of Li Wei's claims. "Is that true? We'll have your household accountant come here and verify it," Li Wei said calmly. Ever since Fan Min had let slip his words in rage, the matter had been basically settled. Fan Min was nearly 40, and had only entered officialdom 5 years ago after passing the provincial examination. Li Wei understood that such a late bloomer must have endured a great deal of hardship in his family before, being constantly scolded as useless and a freeloader. Indeed, with just a little provocation, this guy had already lost control. "All right then, call his accountant here," Zhu Yuanzhang said calmly. The moment this sentence was spoken, Fan Min's face turned deathly pale. He clearly knew how much silver his family spent every year. Even if it wasn't quite the over 1,000 strings of coins that Li Wei claimed, it was close. His family's accountant was merely an unimportant little person, and how could he dare lie in front of the emperor in such an important setting? After arranging the matter concerning Fan Min, Zhu Yuanzhang now turned his attention toward Zhang Zongyi, the Minister of Justice, who stood beside him awkwardly. "What were you saying just now?" Zhang Zongyi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly replied, "Even if Fan Min is guilty, the Ministry of Justice and the 3 judicial departments should conduct a joint trial." There was nothing wrong with his words, so Zhu Yuanzhang could not reprimand him. "Very well. Once his household accountant arrives, you'll be in charge of the interrogation." "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall obey your decree." Zhang Zongyi secretly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He knew that Fan Min, the acting Minister of Revenue who had only recently assumed office, was likely about to face another crisis. Throughout this year, ministers of the various departments had either been executed or removed from office for investigation. The position had changed hands many times, and few had managed to hold on to it steadily. Xiuxian need not be mentioned. He got things done and kept himself out of these complicated affairs. CSC, though he had once stood out too boldly, had become practically invisible after being transferred to the Ministry of Rights, speaking only when absolutely necessary. As for the Ministry of War, Zhao Bengang held a reputation, though he rarely spoke out. Right now, he was among the few who still dared to say a word or two. Chapter 62. Indeed an act of impulse. With the loss of their leader, the civilian officials around the Prime Minister saw their power greatly diminished. Already regarded as inferior to the military officials, they now couldn't even deal with a mere villain like Li Wei. Every civilian official present felt profound sorrow over this reality. The guards went to arrest people while the officials continued their deliberations. Fan Min remained nearby, waiting. At this moment, his entire body felt icy cold, as he foresaw his own fate. The lesser punishment would be beheading. The worst could be flaying and filling the skin with straw, or even implicating his entire family. Flooded with despair, Fan Min turned his gaze toward the smug Li Wei, eyes burning with hatred and regret. He had never imagined that this despicable man could be so ruthless, nor had he expected Li Wei could truly find a way to take him down. If only he had bowed his head and admitted his fault back then, approving the allocation of funds and provisions for Li Wei, perhaps things wouldn't have reached this point. Li Wei met Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze unflinchingly. If his methods appeared brutal and severe, in Zhu Yuanzhang's time, such measures were justified. Nothing like later eras where embezzlers of hundreds of millions might receive a life sentence. Here, execution and entire family eradication were common penalties. Though cruel practices like flaying alive and stuffing with straw weren't officially codified, they ultimately came down to Zhu Yuanzhang's personal mood. Should he become furious, it could very well happen. Even so, both Li Wei and Zhu Yuanzhang agreed on one principle. Every corrupt official deserved punishment. Back when Li Wei had seen those executed or flayed at the execution ground, he hadn't felt even the slightest hint of pity. Relying solely on executions alone would never eradicate corruption, but killing when warranted was absolutely necessary. He believed the campaign against corruption should be as uncompromising as the war on drugs. If ordinary officials knew nothing, then fine. But as for Fan Min, who had offended him and whom he had indeed found incriminating evidence against, Fan Min must pay with his life. The discussions continued solemnly in the court. Half an hour later, the guards returned and reported that the accountant from Fan's house had been brought in. Bring him up. Zhu Yuanzhang paused the proceedings and gave the cold command. The guards obeyed, escorting the accountant from Fan's residence to the hall. The man appeared to be in his 30s and was dressed in decent cotton clothes. At this moment, dragged before the full assembly of court officials, he trembled all over from fear. The accountant knelt, bowing nervously in greeting, then darted fearful glances at the ministers before finally spotting Fan Min standing off to one side, pale-faced. He immediately shot him a desperate look for help. Fan Min, however, gave no response. Upon seeing this timid display, he knew he was truly ruined. Zhang Zongyi, I've delivered the person to you. You may start the interrogation, Zhu Yuanzhang said quietly. Your subject obeys the decree. Zhang Zongyi sighed inwardly. In such a situation, there was no way he would risk trying to save Fan Min. He could only conduct a fair investigation. Stepping forward from the ranks, he approached the accountant and asked sternly, what is your name? Are you indeed Fan Min's accountant? Yes, I am Fan's accountant, Kong Yuqian. Kong Yuqian had long abandoned any loyalty to his master. The emperor was right there above him. He dared not lie at a moment like this. The Son of Heaven himself is present. When I ask you questions, you must answer truthfully. Any attempt to conceal or falsify the truth will constitute treason. Do you understand? I dare not. Kong Yuqian, frightened, repeatedly kowtowed on the floor. Zhang Zongyi nodded, then continued asking, do you know how much money was spent by Fan's household last year? Yes, I do. I remember very clearly. Last year, Fan's household spent a total of 930 guan coins. I remember precisely. There mustn't be any mistake. Fan Min, already resigned to despair, upon hearing this, suddenly exploded in anger, shouting, nonsense. How could so much money be spent last year? Though Kong Yuqian didn't directly manage finances, having worked in the Ministry of Revenue, he still had a clear grasp of the household's income and expenditures. According to his estimation, Li Wei's figures were nearly accurate, no more than 800 guan at the highest. Exactly. The Gunjia and I colluded to embezzle 200 guan. I remember very clearly. I confess guilty. Kong Yuqian answered flawlessly, then continued to kowtow repeatedly after speaking. Hearing this, Fan Min was consumed by fury, his face turning deathly pale. So, you dared to steal from me while I stole from the state? Despicable. I must punish you today without mercy. Enough. Now is not yet your time to speak. Zhu Yuanzhang roared furiously, stopping Fan Min. Just about to charge forward for vengeance. Fan Min instantly stood rooted to the ground like a statue, too afraid to move. Where did this money come from? Zhu Yuanzhang asked directly. It was all given by the elders from my old family clan and local officials. Some came from the Hunan Administrative Office and the Surveillance Office. However, officials from our hometown contributed the most. Some presented as much as 1,000 guan while the smallest gift was at least 100 guan. Additionally, several local governors, hoping to flatter Master Fan, gave regular gifts. Some delivered them through invoice. Others even visited personally during festivals. This accountant, now fully frightened, revealed everything to the emperor. Every official, their origins, who had donated more or less, all spoken clearly and distinctly. Upon hearing this, Fan Min's vision went black, nearly causing him to faint dead away. Some accounts Fan Min himself could no longer recall clearly, Yet this man reported them perfectly clear. Now he was really in deep trouble. Execution would hardly be enough. There are still tens of thousands of taels of silver hidden in a cellar back home. Kong Yuqian completely exposed Fan Min's secrets. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang became furious beyond control. What a corrupt official. Only in office for 5 years, serving merely half a year as acting minister. Yet he had amassed such a vast amount of wealth. Actually, Fan Min wasn't particularly skillful. Rather, the Ministry of Revenue truly was an extremely lucrative post. Which department didn't need to come to them for money or grain? If one wanted things expedited, a gesture of appreciation was necessary. Otherwise, they'd have to wait in line, just like Li Wei had done. Among the 6 ministries, the Ministry of Personnel held the most authority in appointments, followed closely by the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of War had not yet regained its strength, while the Ministry of Works was also a fine position, unfortunately, monopolized by that old man xiuxian. The Ministry of Justice, restricted by the Court of Judicial Review and the censorate, still had its advantages. The Ministry of Rights wasn't bad either, profiting during major events. Zhu Yuanzhang stared coldly at Fan Min. Do you have anything else to say? Fan Min gave a bitter smile. He spoke clearly. What else could I say? Knowing death was inevitable and that his entire family faced catastrophe, he no longer felt the same fear he had earlier. I admit I have taken bribes, but my conscience is clear. 27 years of painstaking study, 27 years. The hardships I endured, the efforts I invested, the cold stares and mocking sneers. I wonder if you ever knew? I exchanged decades of relentless study for official rank. Upon entering service, the meager salary alone was barely enough to survive on. How could I repay the long-standing expectations of my family? Were 20 years of struggle only worth 2 or 300 guan annually? In your eyes, am I merely a beggar? Knowing there was no escape from death, Fan Min screamed out desperately. All the civilian officials in the court were shocked by his audacity. Some feared his audacity, while others felt sorrow, empathizing deeply. Fan Min had studied for 27 years to finally obtain official rank, not top tier, but certainly the result of diligent effort. Among the court ministers now standing here in the core of power, each had spent 10 years studying diligently. Upon hearing his hardships, many felt a sense of shared experience. Yet the power they gained through such difficulty was easily stripped away by the emperor, repeatedly slaughtered. Who could possibly accept that willingly? Even Li Wei, recalling how Zhu Yuanzhang had repeatedly oppressed him since his arrival in the Ming Dynasty, now felt a faint sense of sympathy toward Fan Min. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes reddened with rage as his piercing gaze swept across the court. Everyone immediately lowered their heads, too frightened to meet his gaze directly. Although they harbored discontent, they could only suppress their resentment before Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang took a deep breath, forcefully restraining his anger. Fan Min's word beggar had indeed enraged him. He felt an urge to tear the man limb from limb immediately, yet he couldn't. Noticing the expressions on the officials' faces, he realized this was not the time to unleash his fury. You think your studies were hard? What about the common people? You studied 27 years and finally reached the imperial court, enjoying wealth and glory, but what about them? They worked their entire lives, merely hoping to fill their stomachs and avoid starvation. Such a simple wish, such a modest demand. Yet you, this corrupt prime minister, refused to grant it. Once you gained power, you only intensified your oppression, even refusing to leave the people their basic means of survival. You cry injustice. What about their injustices? Zhu Yuanzhang's words were earnest as he pointed his accusations directly at Fan Min, rebuking him harshly. Now, he had to clearly distinguish this corrupt prime minister from those so-called honest officials. They must not be confused. The people are powerless. That's their fate. How can they be compared to us, the scholarly elite? Fan Min refused to back down, staring directly at Zhu Yuanzhang. Indeed, they are powerless, but Dun, I, the emperor, am powerful. What they could not obtain, I shall obtain for them. What they could not seize, I shall help them seize. Fan Min, you accepted bribes as prime minister, disregarding national law. I shall have you flayed alive and stuffed, confiscate your property, and execute your entire family. You say the people deserve their suffering, then blame themselves. Likewise, I kill you because you are powerless. You fully deserve this fate. Zhu Yuanzhang coldly snorted. As soon as Zhu Yuanzhang's harsh words ended, Fan Min collapsed to the ground like soft mud, no longer possessing the strength to struggle. His words, the people deserve it, had completely alienated him from the Confucian scholar officials in the court. This statement was made out of anger, spoken without thought. Though many people were present, all of them learned men who understood the principles of official conduct. Some indeed faced hardships that led to corruption, some were inherently greedy but knew such behavior was improper, while others remained honest and law-abiding officials. Such absurd remarks naturally earned no support. After all, they all considered themselves virtuous gentlemen. Fan Min was dragged away, facing a fate of complete ruin and unbearable grief. Zhu Yuanzhang's words carried immense shifu, deeply resonating with Li Wei, particularly at the phrase, I help them gain, I help them seize. The reason Li Wei tolerated Zhu Yuanzhang's harshness was precisely because he believed Zhu Yuanzhang was an enlightened ruler who cherished the people's welfare. As for those who claimed he was harsh toward officials yet bestowed generous stipends upon his imperial sons, ultimately burdening the state finances with the imperial clan during the late Ming Dynasty, when Prince Yanzhu raised his army during the Jingnan campaign, he had 800 loyal followers. Even if maintained at the bare minimum standard, the annual provisions and salaries required would have been astronomical. not to mention the secret preparations for military equipment. Initially, Zhu Yuanzhang's generous stipends to the regional princes were intended to support troop training and military readiness. Moreover, setting limits on stipends and prohibiting commercial activities were also measures to prevent the aristocracy from secretly recruiting private armies. It was said that Lan Yu possessed 3,000 manorial tenants. If true, he must have accumulated considerable wealth. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to sustain such massive expenses solely through the salary of a duke. Chapter 63. How should a corrupt chancellor be punished? In the end, the reason why Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang bestowed vast riches upon the regional princes was not for their comfort and enjoyment, but to guard against external enemies. It wasn't until Zhu Di launched the Jingnan campaign that everything underwent a fundamental change. At the founding of the Ming Dynasty, the people were suffering and the national treasury was nearly empty, which is why we have repeatedly reminded you all to live frugally and never indulge in luxuries simply because you've attained power. We cannot give it to you. The Ming Dynasty cannot give it to you, and the people themselves cannot afford your wealth and status. Once the nation becomes prosperous in the future, bestowing wealth and status upon you would not be out of the question. But at this time, it is absolutely impossible. If any of you do not wish to continue serving the court, you are free to leave. We will never force you to stay. After Fan Min was taken away, Zhu Yuanzhang continued scolding the ministers, scanning the assembly with a sharp gaze that spared not even those mere figureheads among the nobility. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's heart began to stir. Could it be today really brings unexpected fortune? As soon as this thought entered his mind, Li Wei stepped forward, preparing to offer his resignation and return to his hometown. But Zhu Yuanzhang's icy stare locked onto Li Wei immediately. Li Wei trembled all over and quickly halted. What harm is there in showing some weakness before such a stern emperor? Li Wei secretly comforted himself. The morning court session hastily ended in a tense atmosphere, with Zhu Yuanzhang angrily returning to the Qianxia palace. No sooner had Zhu Yuanzhang left than Li Wei turned to flee. He noticed the hostile glances cast by the civil officials and feared he might be cornered and attacked. Though Li Wei ran swiftly, the old eunuch Su Shou behind him moved even faster, catching up only after considerable effort. Hold on, Lord Li. The emperor summons you for an audience. Su Shou gasped, inwardly cursing how this young fellow dared to run off. Li Wei turned around to face Su Shou, catching up, paused, and asked, "Does the emperor want to see me? Could it be rescheduled?" Today, Zhu Yuanzhang was already in a foul mood, recently having been publicly berated like a beggar with no place to vent his rage. Summoning him so urgently surely boded no good. He must be planning to take out his anger on him. What kind of words are those, Li? How can one refuse when summoned by the emperor? Come quickly with me. Without room for argument, Su Shou dragged Li Wei toward the Qianxia palace. When they arrived outside the palace door, loud crashing noises from within could already be heard. Li Wei stopped and said, "Master Su, could we come another day? The sun already sets, and the emperor should be resting by now." Su Shou glanced at the sun descending to the west, but ignored Li Wei's pleas. "Your Majesty, Lord Li has arrived," Su Shou respectfully reported outside the hall. "Tell him to drag himself in." Dragging his feet, Li Wei slowly stepped inside and respectfully bowed from a distance, saying, "Your Majesty, have you gone mad? Why did you submit that impeachment memorial openly instead of privately?" Zhu Yuanzhang interrupted Li Wei before he had even finished bowing. "That wouldn't violate any protocol, would it?" Li Wei quietly replied, "What protocol are you talking about? You are a grand secretary of the cabinet. Can't you just send it to the cabinet for processing before submitting it? Why must you make such a scene and provoke resentment?" Li Wei suddenly realized he was indeed a grand secretary of the cabinet and had not even set foot there in a long time. He had nearly forgotten his own position. The cabinet continued to operate smoothly even without him. Little had changed in his absence, and it seemed the others in the cabinet were already beginning to forget him. "You idiot. Do you know how many people you've angered with this act? Those bureaucrats will hate you to their bones. How utterly foolish." A cold smile formed in Li Wei's heart. Wasn't this exactly what you wanted? Previously, if Li Wei had acted rashly like this, Zhu Yuanzhang would have been delighted, lavishing public praise upon him on the court and pushing him even further into trouble. Yet since Empress Ma had mentioned the matter of Anqing, Zhu Yuanzhang's attitude had subtly shifted. His greatest worry was that after marrying off his daughter, her husband might die young, leaving her to live a lonely and pitiful life. Although he constantly muttered that someone like Li Wei was unworthy of his daughter, deep down, Zhu Yuanzhang knew perfectly well that Li was a man of talent and capability, a person who, if not serving under him, could only be eliminated. Besides, this person who came from another world had no real roots in the Ming court. If he could become a royal son-in-law and join the imperial family, that would make him an ideal choice. Since forming this idea, Zhu Yuanzhang had quietly begun making plans. Before, he was trying to trap Li Wei. Now, he was repeatedly giving him hints, hoping Li could realize this and extricate himself. But this idiot not only failed to appreciate the gestures, but only charged further in, completely unstoppable. Of course, this was only one reason for Zhu Yuanzhang's anger. More importantly, the emperor had endured the court officials treating him like a beggar and could only vent his wrath on Li Wei. Still, Li Wei's actions today were not wrong. Zhu Yuanzhang himself loathed corrupt officials, and his words spoken earlier in court had come entirely from the heart. Li Wei, ears ringing from the emperor's roar, knew instantly this wouldn't bring him any good. All those lofty justifications were just excuses. The real purpose was simply to find a scapegoat. After scolding for quite some time, Zhu Yuanzhang finally calmed down a little. How exactly did you discover that Fan Min's household spends such an enormous amount every year? Once his mood had stabilized, Zhu Yuanzhang returned to the matter at hand. Oh that. I wasn't really paying attention to your scolding just now, but now you've suddenly brought it up again, Li Wei replied, momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. It was just through sampling surveys, followed by data analysis, I reached a conclusion in the end. Zhu Yuanzhang, to tell the truth, didn't understand a word, but he couldn't show it. Explain it in detail, Zhu Yuanzhang said calmly. Li Wei scratched his head, suddenly remembering that he had stored the statistical data on his computer. He quickly took it out and handed it to Zhu Yuanzhang. Your Majesty, please look. This is the chart I made. Curious, Zhu Yuanzhang leaned closer. On the screen, there was a data table on the left and charts, curves and columns, on the right, clearly showing Fan Min's monthly spending patterns. Your Majesty, look at these numbers first, salt, oil, and the like. He's recently bought quite a lot of these. And there are some days missing from the data, but necessities like these must have been purchased somewhere I couldn't track. I filled in the missing gaps based on previous consumption frequency. As for things like perfume and soap, Li Wei started with numbers, then explained the meaning of the charts. After analyzing 2 months of consumption patterns and cross-referencing real-world circumstances, he could roughly estimate the entire year's expenses. Of course, there was bound to be some error in this method, so at the time, Li Wei gave a range of 600 to 800 strings of coins as his estimate, sufficient to serve as a reference. Zhu Yuanzhang stared intently at the chart, his brows furrowed. He now more or less understood how Li Wei reached his conclusion. But this clearly required a high level of mathematical ability to accomplish, not to mention the use of a computer, something even harder to replicate. Mathematics wasn't something you could pick up quickly. A pity, it couldn't be stolen. If he really wanted such a conclusion, all he had to do was have Fan Min's household keep records for a full year, something far more accurate. But that would be both time-consuming and labor-intensive, hardly worth the effort. This kid's mathematical talent did make him perfect for the Ministry of Revenue. Yet the Ministry of Works couldn't afford to lose him either. If only he could split this fellow in two. Li Wei, unaware that he had almost been mentally split between 2 ministries, continued enthusiastically explaining the value of the charts. But Zhu Yuanzhang had already heard enough. He knew these methods could only be used by Li Wei for now. Alright, I get it. Put it away. Oh, sure thing. Li Wei obediently packed away the computer, trying not to anger the elderly emperor, who was already in a bad mood. Do you know what consequences today's actions will bring? After Li Wei had put the computer away, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned again and reminded him. Li Wei thought for a moment and shrugged carelessly. It's just offending the civil officials again. But since I've already offended them before, one more time doesn't matter much. He had a subordinate's mindset. His job was to challenge anyone who opposed him. If things escalated, it would be the leader's responsibility to deal with the aftermath. At worst, he could simply quit and find work elsewhere. No big deal. This time you've offended them badly. If I'm not mistaken, after your little stunt today, these nobles will have to tighten their belts. At least outwardly no one will dare to be wasteful anymore. After all, the emperor himself had repeatedly advocated frugality, yet those officials paid no heed. It was their money, so who could stop them from spending it however they pleased? But after Li Wei's method today, if you're so rich, then explain where the money came from. If the source isn't clear, I will investigate you. Who wouldn't be terrified by that? Oh, isn't this a good thing? Li Wei put on a proud expression, as if waiting for praise for his good deed. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly. It seemed he couldn't teach this fellow a lesson. He would never learn to be grateful. Just wait, he would see. The civil officials wouldn't sit idly by either. They would surely strike back soon enough. After a while, the Crown Prince Zhu Biao also arrived at Qianxia Palace. He had been specially summoned by Zhu Yuanzhang. Although Fan Min had already been arrested, there were still other bribers to deal with. Zhu Yuanzhang wouldn't just stop at Fan Min's execution. Pig Jr. worships Pig Sr. Li Wei worships Pig Jr. After the ritual was completed and offerings laid out, the serious discussion began. You know about the situation in court, right? Zhu Yuanzhang asked. Yes, father. I've already received the news. Minister Li is clever and resourceful. He managed to expose this official who has been feeding off the country in such a unique way. This is truly a great achievement. As soon as Li Wei heard this, he immediately looked at Zhu Yuanzhang with a look that said, see, even the crown prince appreciates me. You're both surnamed Zhu. Why is there such a big difference? Zhu Yuanzhang shot him a cold glare, and Li Wei instantly understood the meaning behind that look. Let's not talk about merits first. Now let's discuss how to deal with those corrupt prime ministers. Ignoring the resentful look in Li Wei's eyes, Zhu Yuanzhang skipped straight past the part about accomplishments and spoke directly to Zhu Biao. After hearing this, Zhu Biao slightly furrowed his brows. He knew his father's nature well. This meant another large-scale execution was about to begin. Father, Zhu Biao said cautiously, your son believes we should first investigate thoroughly. As for those with lesser offenses, a mild punishment should suffice as a warning. After all, those officials who offered bribes also have their own difficulties. Zhu Biao had been handling state affairs for many years and was well aware of many behind-the-scenes situations in court. Matters such as offering gifts to powerful ministers were, to a certain extent, unavoidable. Chapter 64, Silence. Especially for officials from other regions, coming to the capital was no easy feat. Who wouldn't want to finish their business quickly and return home? If they didn't bribe the officials in the capital responsible for handling their affairs, their matters could be dragged out indefinitely, wasting much time. A minor punishment as a warning? Do you even know where that money they offered came from? It was extorted from the common people, hundreds, or even thousands of strings of coins at a time. How many people's lifelines have been taken? Therefore, we have decided that all those involved must be executed. A murderous glint flashed in Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes. Zhu Biao was greatly shocked and quickly urged, "Father, many among them must have been forced into this unwillingly. We cannot execute them all. I believe we should give them a chance to reform." Forced into it. Who among them was truly forced, and who was simply insatiably greedy? Can you even tell the difference? This. Zhu Biao hesitated slightly. It wasn't impossible to tell the difference if one truly wished to, but it would require an immense amount of manpower to investigate thoroughly. These officials were scattered throughout the land. Conducting a detailed investigation would be extremely difficult. If it cannot be thoroughly investigated, then all should be executed. Better to mistakenly kill than to let one guilty person escape. Zhu Yuanzhang said angrily. "Father, I still believe this method is inappropriate. Such an action will unjustly kill many innocent people." Zhu Biao countered. "Innocent? Then what crime have the people committed? Biao, aren't we always teaching you that the people should come first? Do you even realize how many innocent people one corrupt official can harm?" "Father, I still believe this approach is inappropriate. Acting in such a way is not a display of benevolence." "Why still don't you understand? Didn't we discuss this before?" Zhu Yuanzhang's voice grew louder with every word. His eyes bulged wide open, his words like thunder striking the ears, severely scolding Zhu Biao. He had been filled with anger already today. Although his outburst at Li Wei earlier had relieved a portion of it, now being repeatedly challenged by Zhu Biao again quickly reignited his fury. Zhu Biao refused to back down, sticking out his neck stubbornly and quoting ancient classics to argue, further enraging his father. In scholarly knowledge, Zhu Yuanzhang was indeed no match for his son Zhu Biao. After all, Zhu Biao was the result of his careful cultivation, while he himself came from extreme poverty and, despite his frantic efforts to study after gaining power, remained far behind his son. Watching the emperor and crown prince argue, Li Wei stood off to the side watching with great interest, unfortunately without any crowd to join in or even a sunflower seed to munch on. It was truly disappointing. "You have angered me to death. Li Wei, you explain it to me well. If your explanation is not convincing, I will skin you alive." Zhu Yuanzhang had been left speechless by Zhu Biao's arguments. His gaze swept sideways and fell on Li Wei, who was secretly watching, and immediately he turned to him. Li Wei froze instantly, his smile frozen on his face. He looked at the father and son helplessly. "This was your fight. What did it have to do with me?" Both had grown tired from their quarrel, and now turned their gazes toward Li Wei, waiting for him to judge. "Damn, how can I possibly judge this? This is the emperor and the crown prince." Li Wei thought carefully and finally decided to side with Zhu Yuanzhang, since he held greater power. After organizing his thoughts, Li Wei spoke. "Your Highness, let me tell you a story. Suppose you are now driving rapidly on a road, and several children are playing ahead on the path. Impossible. How could I disregard human lives and still drive recklessly? I would never do such a thing." Before Li Wei could finish, Zhu Biao interrupted urgently. Li Wei said, "I'm just hypothesizing. Can you understand that? Don't ask me who came up with that hypothetical scenario." Zhu Biao frowned tightly, but eventually reluctantly accepted Li Wei's hypothetical scenario. Li Wei continued, "If there is a horse carriage speeding down the road and a few children are playing ahead, the carriage cannot stop anymore. The only solution is to make a sudden turn, but there is also a child by the roadside. If the carriage suddenly turns, that child will surely die. Your Highness, would you make the turn?" Li Wei modified a parable he had heard from the future about a train and some children. He had observed the two arguing for quite some time, and gradually realized this was not a question of right or wrong, but rather one of choice and compromise. The old Zhu chose the people without hesitation, while Zhu Biao persisted in trying to save both sides. But unfortunately, this was impossible. In ancient times, transportation was poor and communication difficult, and investigation methods for corrupt officials were very limited. To fully investigate all these officials not only required time and effort, but also enormous resources, truly no easy task. Rather than doing that, it would be better to simply give up investigating. Whether all officials should be executed and replaced, or only some punished and the rest pardoned, either option was far more cost-effective than pursuing the full truth. Perhaps some people think the embroidered uniform guard, Jinhui, was everywhere, omnipresent, believing that uncovering the truth is just a small matter. However, that is only an exaggeration seen in legends and television dramas. In reality, the Jinhui's reach was practically limited to the capital and its surrounding areas. As for other regions, their methods of gathering intelligence were roughly as follows. Firstly, if street ruffians or martial artists in the Jianghu, learned of useful information, they would report it to the Jinhui. After receiving such reports, local Jinhui offices would forward the information upward. If deemed valuable, the central authority would dispatch special agents with money to verify the situation and reward the informants accordingly. This method resembled later era news submissions, enabling the acquisition of intelligence without the high costs of maintaining idle personnel. Li Wei finished telling his story and waited for Zhu Biao to make a decision. But Zhu Biao, clever as he was, immediately spotted the issue. What if I steer to the other side instead? Li Wei. Oh no, this kid is improvising and even overlooked the effect of the railroad tracks. Assume turning to the other side is impossible. Li Wei quickly added. Why can't I turn? Because it's just a hypothetical situation. The key point isn't that. You must decide whether you're willing to make the turn or not. Li Wei was so angry his face turned red and his neck swelled, but he stammered and failed to offer a reasonable explanation. Zhu Biao frowned slightly, having now understood Li Wei's intention. It was forcing a decision between two options, to drive straight, killing multiple children, or turn suddenly, sacrificing one child. Obviously, the right choice should be to turn, for sacrificing one was better than losing several. Yet how innocent was that child standing by the roadside? Upon hearing Li Wei's analogy, Zhu Yuanzhang also found it quite interesting, though his perspective differed entirely from Zhu Biao's. If he himself had to choose, he would decisively take an alternative route without hesitation. In the eyes of an outstanding emperor, virtue and reputation were not paramount, nor was even familial affection absolute. Only interest and loss truly mattered. Even if such action invited endless condemnation through future generations, he would still do it, which explained why many great emperors throughout history were branded as tyrants. After thinking deeply for a while, Zhu Biao slowly said, "I would choose to turn." Immediately after, he sighed again. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince made the same choice too. These innocent officials are just like the child by the roadside. Although they have done no wrong, for the people's sake, we must follow the Emperor's words. Better to mistakenly kill than let one guilty escape. But is there truly no other way?" Zhu Biao still refused to give in. Li Wei sighed bitterly. "My lord, listen, suppose among these 10 officials, 60% are corrupt." "Absurd. How could 6 out of 10 be corrupt?" Zhu Biao interrupted again. Zhu Yuanzhang coldly snorted nearby. He had suffered under the Yuan dynasty's corrupt officials since childhood, well aware of how rampant such evils were. Li Wei's figure of 60% corrupt officials seemed rather low to him. He believed it was far worse. Li Wei paused slightly, then continued. "All right then, suppose 9 out of 10 are corrupt." Zhu Biao was speechless, implying that it wasn't too few, but too many. Clearly, Li Wei was doing it on purpose, and Zhu Biao no longer wished to argue further. Assuming 9 out of 10 officials are corrupt, how would you handle them? If you cannot distinguish who is clean and leave only one behind, that one is most likely still a corrupt official. In that case, how many thousands of commoners would this single official harm? In order to preserve a so-called good official, millions of people might fall into hardship. Tell me, is that kindness or cruelty? Suddenly, Zhu Yuanzhang cut in coldly. "That's precisely why you must uproot it entirely and prevent future dangers. Fighting corruption requires such determination." Li Wei shot him a glance, thinking silently that although such rhetoric sounded extreme, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, some corrupt officials were easily identifiable. If their corruption wasn't too severe and their capabilities remained useful, they needn't all be wiped out completely. Ultimately, the decision should weigh practical gains and losses, placing moral judgment second. His example was merely to help Zhu Biao understand that circumstances required flexible thinking. Just as he had previously discussed, sometimes decisions had to be reconsidered from an opposite angle. After hearing all this, Zhu Biao fell into silence. His Confucian education told him that mercy should not be shown now, but he must act decisively. As Li Wei had said, the car was moving fast, leaving no room for hesitation. Hesitation would cause great disaster. Reflecting on this, he felt an unexpected heaviness in his heart, even beginning to question whether he was truly fit for the role that awaited him in the future. Previously confident in his abilities, even believing he could surpass his father, his self-assurance had quietly begun to waver. If the government already lacks capable talent, wouldn't such action ultimately leave us with no officials left to use? Zhu Biao, helpless, abandoned the debate over execution or clemency, right or kindness, and turned his concern toward the practical problem. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yuanzhang furrowed his brows. Indeed, it was a tough issue. Hong Yi had already been dismissed for incompetence in delaying official promotions. Though Hong Yi was gone, the underlying problem remained unresolved and had only become more complicated. Suddenly, Li Wei recalled a strange story from later generations about the Ming Dynasty, but he hesitated over whether to mention it or not. The strange story he recalled was about officials being forced to carry wooden canes while performing their duties. Since Zhu Yuanzhang had not yet launched Dagemoa killings, he hadn't adopted this extreme method yet. The Hu Weiyong case, one of the 4 major cases of the early Ming Dynasty, had not yet affected countless people. The Xuanhuan case had not yet erupted, and the Lan Yu case was still far in the future. Only the Kong Yin case had already occurred. But in reality, Zhu Yuanzhang's massacre in the Kong Yin case was not particularly severe. He executed only the primary run, spared the rest, and fewer than 1,000 were implicated, with only several hundred beheaded. At that time, the total number of officials in the Ming Dynasty was no more than 20,000. 1,000 implicated officials accounted for 5%, already considered a serious proportion. Chapter 65. What a real nuisance. Seeing his hesitation, Zhu Yuanzhang knew he had other thoughts. If you have a good suggestion, just say it directly. Li Wei hesitated briefly, but finally spoke up. If there's no better way, perhaps we could have those who committed minor acts of corruption and have lighter offenses work while wearing kangs, and deal with them once new officials take over. Zhu Biao was shocked to hear this. This approach seemed overly harsh. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, was quite pleased and laughed, saying, "This method is excellent. Let's proceed with it. Your Majesty, your humble son believes this is unwise." Zhu Biao turned to Li Wei and continued, "Surely, Minister Li, you know the saying a scholar may be killed, but not disgraced. Even if we require these people to serve while under punishment, there's no need for such degrading methods." Li Wei was taken aback. Indeed, he had thoughtlessly blurted out an idea, unaware that this was actually Zhu Yuanzhang's absurd suggestion and that such harsh measures weren't necessary at all. What a scholar may be killed, but not disgraced? They brought this upon themselves. We think this method works quite well, and even prevents them from fleeing in fear of punishment. Ignoring the objection, Zhu Yuanzhang slapped his hand on the table, finalizing the decision. Upon hearing this, Zhu Biao looked even more furious at Li Wei. Well, I think perhaps we could offer them a chance to redeem themselves through meritorious service. If they perform well during this time, their punishment could be appropriately reduced. This could also serve as an incentive, preventing them from giving up entirely and delaying official business. Seeing Zhu Biao's displeased gaze, Li Wei quickly tried to salvage the situation. Hearing this, Zhu Biao's expression softened slightly, and he said, "Your Majesty, your humble son believes this method is feasible." Zhu Yuanzhang snorted. What Li Wei had said indeed made sense. When it came to slackness and duties, this young man had been quite the expert. After a moment's reflection, Zhu Yuanzhang agreed to the suggestion. After all, a reduced sentence didn't mean total exoneration. Exile or forced labor would still be required at minimum. Biao, this matter shall be handled by you. Investigate their crimes thoroughly and prepare a memorial outlining how they should be punished. If Li Wei were to handle it, he would surely offend many more people. But with Zhu Biao in charge, things were different. Though the punishment remained the same, the father and son shared a certain understanding that could earn acceptance from the court officials. Yes, I shall carry out this command. Zhu Biao sighed in relief. This outcome was the best possible. After finishing these matters, Zhu Yuanzhang cast an approving glance at Li Wei. He hadn't expected this young man to be so sharp in seeing through problems, although he seemed unconcerned at times, clearly still needing stricter guidance. Then he recalled the words spoken by Fan Min in his madness, and couldn't help sighing deeply. Being a monarch is difficult, and so is being a minister. It's doubly difficult. Although Fan Min acted foolishly, what he said wasn't without reason. How can scholars raised by powerful families truly place loyalty to the nation above their family interests? As Zhu Yuanzhang complained, Li Wei suddenly had an idea. He was already planning to start a school to teach students. If he could convince Zhu Yuanzhang to fund it, that would be ideal. Precisely, Your Majesty. How about you establish a school yourself? I also have an interest in teaching some students. And if you could increase my salary a little, I could work as a part-time teacher, you see. Trying to persuade him, Li Wei was determined, even though he wasn't more-elated, to become an excellent teacher paid only a few dozen copper coins per month. Salary wasn't an issue, since money wasn't something he lacked. Working recently at the Military Equipment Bureau, he had increasingly felt overwhelmed by the heavy workload. Having students assist him would be very convenient. Zhu Yuanzhang was intrigued upon hearing this. He knew that the modern knowledge possessed by this young man was quite practical. Training a group of useful talents would definitely be beneficial. You want to teach students? That's simple. We already have the National Academy. You can go there and lecture directly. In the early days of founding the dynasty, he had placed great emphasis on education, transforming Yingtian Academy early on into the National Academy. In the 8th year of Hongwu, he established the Central Capital National Academy in Fengyang. Recently, he'd also planned to expand the National Academy in Yingtian, making it a true National Academy of the Ming Dynasty. Upon hearing this suggestion, Li Wei immediately frowned and shook his head. No way. Why not? Zhu Yuanzhang asked in surprise. I don't care for your National Academy students. Education must begin with children. I plan to build a new school, one that will exclusively enroll children, offering free lessons. Better still, it would provide meals and accommodations as well. Zhu Yuanzhang was momentarily stunned. The idea was quite brilliant indeed. If children received national education from a young age, when they grew up, they would naturally feel gratitude toward the state and serve it loyally. Though they might still feel emotional ties to their families, they would certainly prove more loyal and dependable than the current generation of scholars trained by aristocratic families. However, if we followed Li Wei's suggestion and provide free education, food, and lodging starting in childhood, the cost would truly be too high. The Ming Dynasty required thousands of talented individuals, and training so many scholars would place an unsustainable burden on the national treasury. The current Guozi Shui National Academy, the Guozi Jian National Supervisory Academy, established later in the Ming Dynasty, as well as various government-run schools across the regions, were strictly speaking only educational administrative bodies. Their main function was to examine and manage already accomplished scholars, with teaching being merely a supplementary activity, similar to the Ministry of Education of later eras, responsible for compiling textbooks and organizing examinations. These institutions did not admit children to teach them from scratch. Education still depended on family support. Of course, Zhu Yuanzhang had also offered many benefits to scholars, such as scholarships, privileges, and exemptions from taxes and military service, but these were only available to outstanding students and highly competitive. Those who received such privileges often believed they had earned them through personal effort rather than out of imperial grace. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang spent money without gaining much recognition. Thinking it over, Zhu Yuanzhang said, "Go ahead and build it if you want. We won't stop you." He had no intention of paying for it, immediately seeing through Li Wei's small scheme. Expecting us to fund a college and pay you a salary as well? That's nothing but wishful thinking. Li Wei's expression changed slightly, unwillingly replying, "Your Majesty, I'm also cultivating talents for the Ming Dynasty. Don't you think you should show some support?" Li Wei rubbed his fingers together, an action clearly indicating his meaning. Zhu Yuanzhang sneered. "We haven't even come after you yet, and you're already trying to trick us?" Actually, Li Wei was both right and wrong. True, he was cultivating talents, but just as scholars raised by aristocratic families were more loyal to their own families, those trained by Li Wei would inevitably be more loyal to him personally. Thus, making him pay was essentially taking advantage of him. The Ming Merchant Association now had a steady stream of income, and an end-of-year dividend was certain. There was no way he would willingly dip into his own pocket. He would naturally take a larger share. Wasn't that only natural? Seeing Zhu Yuanzhang wouldn't take the bait, Li Wei thought for a moment before speaking again. How about we allocate some funds from the Merchant Association? Your Majesty, those who will later become accomplished talents are all pillars of the state. I'm already generously training talents for the court for free. Now you want me to personally pay for the college construction? That's simply unacceptable. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered with a dark expression. If funds came from the Merchant Association, combined with the royal family's endorsement, and if the crown prince were to be appointed as dean, it would indeed be acceptable. Fine, then take the money from the Merchant Association. However, this academy will be ours as well, just like the association. We'll appoint the dean ourselves. Li Wei let out a disdainful snort. Sure enough, this man was stingy to the core, unwilling to give even a tiny bit. All right, but teaching matters must follow my instructions. You know, what I teach is completely different from what you teach. Agreed. Zhu Yuanzhang readily accepted, then turned to Zhu Biao and said, Biaoer, after the academy is established, you will be its dean. From now on, this will be where we cultivate talents for our Zhu family. Then he glanced at Li Wei again. You can be his deputy. Li Wei felt surprised. He had originally assumed the academy would be like the Merchant Association, Li Wei as the director, with only a supervisor sent by Zhu Yuanzhang. He hadn't expected the old emperor to directly appoint his eldest son to stand over him. Your humble son obeys your Majesty's command. Zhu Biao was actually delighted to accept. Teaching and nurturing talents had always been his passion. Seeing the father and son finalize the matter without consulting him, Li Wei could only reluctantly agree. After all, he was merely a junior official. After leaving the palace, Li Wei hurried straight to the Military Equipment Bureau. There were many matters awaiting his attention. Several days had been wasted due to political disputes at court, truly headache-inducing. The generator and voltage regulator were already completed. Before leaving, Li Wei had borrowed his multimeter from Zhu Yuanzhang for equipment testing. Currently, he used red copper wire, though in fact, brass could also be used as conductor material if it was thick enough. Just like certain unscrupulous manufacturers in later times who were supposed to use high current-rated purple copper bars, but instead secretly replaced them with brass, relying on the fact that normal usage would never reach peak current, thus causing no noticeable issues. Yet in reality, when the limit was reached, it could easily overheat or even cause fires, posing great safety hazards. Li Wei could only make do for now. Once the opportunity arose, he planned to establish an electrolytic copper workshop to produce purple copper, hardly a difficult task with electricity now available. After completing the generator testing, Li Wei went to inspect the coke oven and steelmaking furnace. The coke oven had just been built and had not yet been tested. The steelmaking furnace, completed earlier, was nearly finished, with most of the work complete, except it still lacked a power source. The iron flow into the converter still required manual stirring. Manual stirring had clear shortcomings. First, the labor was excessively strenuous, especially difficult in high-temperature conditions. Second, the stirring speed was neither stable nor even, leading to poor control over the carbon content in the finished steel and ultimately resulting in substandard product quality. Let's give it a try first. Produce a few batches of steel and select the best for manufacturing permanent magnets. With permanent magnets available, the generator and motor could run smoothly. The stirring work could then be replaced entirely by electric motors. Spending the entire afternoon working, it was already evening when Li Wei finally returned home. The current progress of the project frustrated him greatly, all because those treacherous officials at court kept causing him trouble. It was truly an obstruction to real work. My head is killing me. Li Wei sighed loudly, one hand pressed to his head as he walked through the door. Xiaoqing, hearing the noise, came out from the neighboring room. Seeing him like that, she thought he was ill. Master, what's wrong with you? Li Wei, upon hearing her voice, instinctively and almost immediately shifted his hand from his forehead to his buttock. Ow, my butt really hurts. Xiaoqing. The next morning early at court, Li Wei arrived at the Meridian Gate together with the imperial clockkeeper. He found a large number of civil and military officials already gathered there, waiting for the palace gates to open. Chapter 66. The Ministry of Revenue still refuses funding. Li Wei was surprised to find that the civil officials, who usually traveled by horse-drawn carriage or sedan chair, had all come on foot today. Not a single sedan chair was in sight, while quite a few military officers had ridden horses. The founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang was a meticulous man who involved himself in everything, and he had established strict regulations regarding the use of sedan chairs. Both common people and court officials could ride in sedan chairs only if they were elderly, weak, ill, or disabled. All others were expected to ride horses. Those without horses could ride donkeys, and if too poor even for a donkey, then walking was the only option. Li Wei was not poor, but he walked because he simply did not know how to ride a horse. As a poor shut-in from the modern era, he hadn't even driven a car before, let alone ridden a horse. Certainly, a few older officials in the court were indeed qualified to ride in sedan chairs, yet today, they chose to walk as well, limping forward with support, refusing to take sedan chairs at all costs. The civil and military officials gathered in small clusters, chatting quietly while waiting for the gates to open for the morning court session. Li Wei glanced around and grabbed a familiar official, asking, "My lord, why are you not riding a horse today?" Humph. The official shot him a glare, forcefully shook off his hand, and walked a few steps away, continuing to glare at him from a distance. Li Wei pursed his lips, looked around, and noticed Zhao Bin and Zhang Zongyi from the Ministry of War whispering together, seemingly discussing something secretive. Striding forward, Li Wei said, "My lords Zhao and Zhang, what are you discussing?" Zhao Bin and Zhang Zongyi were in the middle of plotting how to deal with this corrupt official, and upon seeing him approach, they immediately fell silent. At present, only these two could be considered competent ministers in court. The others were either temporarily filling positions or left vacant altogether. CSC took no action, and xiuxian didn't even need mentioning. If someone were to take down Li Wei, it would have to be these two who led the effort. "We are discussing matters unrelated to you, lordly. If you have nothing to say, please step aside." Zhang Zongyi furrowed his brows and spoke in an annoyed tone. He meant for Li Wei to keep his distance, but Li had a face as thick as iron. "My lords, why did you not ride here today? Doesn't walking tire you?" At these words, both Zhao Bin and Zhang Zongyi darkened in expression, silently cursing that this scoundrel had the nerve to question them. Traitor! Zhang Zongyi turned his sleeve and left, while Zhao Bin glared at Li Wei one last time before departing as well, heading elsewhere to continue their discussion. Li Wei let out a soft scoff. Just as he intended to approach another target, Han Yike, who had been standing beside him, finally couldn't bear it anymore and tugged at his sleeve. "My lordly, it's getting late. The court assembly will begin soon. Please don't keep wandering around." "No worries. It's still early," Li Wei casually replied before marching toward his next target. Seeing him remain cheerful and unfazed despite being repeatedly snubbed, Han Yike gave up and deliberately distanced himself, no longer following. Isn't this Minister Xia? You're so old, why haven't you retired yet?" Li Wei approached Xia. Because of his limited literacy, he couldn't pronounce Xia's surname correctly. He remembered this man well. It was Xia who had led the attack against him on his very first day at court, an unforgettable memory. Xia's expression flickered slightly. "Men Chang Jichu, soon. My lord minister, why have you not taken a sedan chair today? Given your age, even if you did, His Majesty would not reprimand you." Xia's face twitched faintly as he thought. "I'm afraid you'll report that my sedan chair is of suspicious origin. They were all rented, but recently household expenses have been tight, so I stopped using them." After speaking, Xia quickly changed the topic. "Oh, right, I still have some affairs to attend to. Please, lordly, stay here a moment." As soon as the words were out, Xia swiftly disappeared, and watching his surprisingly nimble figure retreat, Li Wei nodded in admiration. Then, Li Wei approached others with questions. "My lord, why did you not ride a horse today? My lord, why did you not take a sedan chair? My lord, why do you still require assistance? How much silver do those two servants cost you monthly?" Wherever Li Wei went, the crowd scattered like retreating tide, whispering in displeasure. Yet he remained completely indifferent, strolling leisurely, like a drop of detergent dissolving murky water, clearing away surrounding unrest. After finishing his rounds, Li Wei suddenly noticed a suspicious figure sneaking about and shouted loudly, "Sun Jian, don't hide. Step forward." Sun Jian shuddered, then reluctantly peeked out from behind Zhao Jun, xiuxian, and others. "Greetings, lordly." Zhao Jun eyed Sun Jian's cowardly appearance with a frown and a surge of irritation. Li Wei ignored them and instead struck up a conversation with xiuxian. "My lord Xue, where is your little donkey today?" xiuxian gave him a glare and retorted coldly, "I fear lordly will report my donkey as being of suspicious origin." "What? Did Minister Xue's donkey really have an unclear background?" Li Wei feigned surprise. xiuxian rolled his eyes, wondering to himself how he hadn't noticed this brat's annoying behavior before. Actually, he wasn't really afraid of Li Wei reporting him. The ministers weren't so poor they couldn't afford a donkey. However, even if they weren't afraid of Li Wei investigating, they were still worried that the emperor might suspect them, so it was wiser to keep a low profile. Li Wei was only joking. He wasn't a fool. He understood the reason behind the ministers' behavior today. Provoking them everywhere he went was precisely meant to get them into trouble for him. Now it's time to taste my methods. Looking at these ministers walking to court, a thought crossed Li Wei's mind. Once the Military Equipment Bureau's technology matured in the future, he could develop bicycles and sell them to these nobles. It would be both environmentally friendly and healthy, certain to yield substantial profits. The bells and drums rang together, the Meridian Gate opened, and an official wielding a whip signaled everyone. The officials lined up neatly according to their ranks and departments, then entered the hall one by one. Inside the grand hall, Zhu Biao submitted a memorial detailing the investigation results and suggestions for punishment. After reading it, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately flew into a rage and ordered the execution of the entire family of the guilty. Zhu Biao hurriedly opposed the decision, passionately persuading the emperor. The civil officials naturally sided with Zhu Biao. After all, their fates were intertwined. "Execute them all. Father, I strongly oppose this." ABA. Zhu Biao repeated the same words as the day before. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince speaks wisely. During this time, when the court requires capable men, mercy should be shown." "Indeed, Your Majesty, we also agree." ABA. Li Wei widened his eyes, watching Zhu Yuanzhang turn red with anger, while Zhu Biao argued back with righteous indignation, as if the matter had not been settled the previous day. If it weren't for the fact that he had personally mediated this father-son conflict yesterday, he might have even believed in their performance. Their acting skills aren't bad. Zhu Biao looked honest enough, yet he turned out to be quite a character. Li Wei inwardly criticized in his thoughts. After a heated debate, the court eventually agreed to the plans settled yesterday by Zhu Yunwen and Zhu Yuanzhang. Those with lesser offenses could wear wooden collars and earn redemption through merits, and with good behavior, receive lighter punishment. Seeing the emperor had already taken a step back, the ministers praised his majesty's wisdom and expressed gratitude for the benevolence. Li Wei simply shook his head, sighing that he had been too naive, thinking things too simply. Suddenly, he realized his idea had been plagiarized again. This idea of solving cases while wearing a kang was his own. Although it was something Zhu Yuanzhang later invented, he had obtained it by crossing time and space. These two are truly shameless. After court was dismissed, Li Wei hurried back to the Military Equipment Bureau. He truly had no desire to participate in these meetings. The senior officials spent all day in meetings, wasting his precious time. The coke ovens had already been built, and Li Wei ordered the craftsmen to attempt making coke. It was not a difficult task for the craftsmen of that time. Several test attempts later, they successfully produced coke, and steelmaking could begin next. The blast furnace had already been constructed. Under Li Wei's instructions, the iron, ore, limestone, and fluorspar were crushed and sintered into blocks, then mixed with coke powder and poured into the top feed opening. Everything was prepared. The smelting began, and the bellows fa chu hu hu sung made a roaring sound, blowing hot air in, and the iron material mixed with cold dust began to burn. The craftsmen were already very skilled at iron smelting, needing only slight adjustments to operate it easily. After prolonged heating, the iron gradually melted. Previously, due to insufficient furnace temperature, most of the output was semi-liquid pig iron. Now with coke as fuel, the pig iron became clear and pure liquid iron, and the impurities were also removed more thoroughly under the high temperature. After tremendous effort, the first furnace of molten iron was finally tapped. It immediately flowed into the converter for stirring and refining, further reducing the carbon content. Inside the converter, the carbon, phosphorus, and other elements in the molten iron continued to oxidize upon contact with oxygen. Therefore, the molten state could be maintained without additional heating, sometimes requiring the addition of concentrate powder or limestone, fluorspar, and other slagging agents due to excessive temperature. Li Wei had no experience with the degree and duration of manual stirring, so he could only keep trying repeatedly. After pouring out the molten iron, more iron material was added to continue smelting. Steelmaking was like this. Once the process started, it couldn't be interrupted. It had to continue continuously. If stopping was required, the furnace had to be emptied first and cooled down gradually. Otherwise, if the molten iron solidified in the furnace, the blast furnace would become useless. It was the same in later steel mills. If the power supply was cut off, the consequences were unimaginable. Even with prior warnings and recovery plans, tremendous resource wastage still occurred. Furnace after furnace of steel was produced, but Li Wei didn't rush to make tools, magnetic steel, or springs. Instead, he ordered his men to record the stirring times, then test each batch of the new steel individually. Hardness, flexibility, whether suitable for making springs, magnetic steel, swords, and so on, he simultaneously adjusted the stirring speed and time, experimenting furnace by furnace and recording results furnace by furnace. The testing process was extremely complicated, but this step was indispensable. Without quality inspection, there would be no quality product. Li Wei established a standardized stirring method and speed for the craftsmen, striving to keep the variations minimal so that the carbon content of the produced steel would remain relatively stable, avoiding drastically different results simply due to a change in personnel. For 2 or 3 consecutive days, he remained focused on these tasks, screening suitable steel, categorizing and organizing them, and recording detailed notes for future reference. Just as he was busy with his work, Xiuyong arrived once again, bringing unwelcome news. The Ministry of Revenue still refused to release funds. What? They're still not giving the money? Go to hell. What exactly do they want? Li Wei, who had been bent over recording test data, exploded in rage, slamming his pencil onto the notebook and standing up abruptly. Xiuyong was startled. Since the first time Li Wei had come to the Military Equipment Bureau and beaten Sun Jian, he had never seen the Shrung, imperial minister, so furious. Chapter 67, A Steel Blade. Li Wei cursed for a while, venting his frustration. Just when he was overwhelmed with work, those officials were still causing trouble. All petty nonsense. So annoying. Lu Ti. Li Wei shouted loudly, calling Lu Ti over. What orders does the baron have? Lu Ti timidly stepped forward to ask. Continue the inspection and records exactly as I instructed, and be thorough and precise. Li Wei warned. In truth, he wasn't entirely confident about leaving this matter to Lu Ti. There were some parameters he might not fully understand, but he really couldn't spare the time right now. After issuing instructions, Li Wei left the Military Equipment Bureau grumbling, not even returning to the Ministry of Works, but heading directly to the Ministry of Revenue. Call your chief out. Before the attendants at the Ministry of Revenue could even speak, Li Wei shouted loudly. At this moment, he didn't even know who was currently running the ministry. Nonetheless, the minister's seat remained vacant. The attendants, seeing the fierce demeanor of this man, dared not delay and quickly rushed inside to report. After a while, the attendant came back out, nervously saying, Vice Minister, our Su Vice Minister invites you inside. Li Wei sneered. This newly appointed Vice Minister had quite a reputation. It actually expected him to go in himself, while he himself refused to come out. At this moment, he truly was acting somewhat recklessly. Except for showing slight respect toward old Zhu, he looked down on everyone else. The situation was urgent, so he didn't bother saying more and followed the attendant into the Ministry of Revenue, meeting Vice Minister Su at once. Although Su Hui served as acting Vice Minister, strictly speaking, he wasn't even equal to the former acting minister, Fan Min. However, with Fan Min gone now, He was effectively the highest-ranking official in the Ministry of Revenue. Why has the funding for our Works Military Equipment Bureau not been approved yet? Do you think I can't impeach you right now? Li Wei angrily demanded as soon as he entered. Su Hui slightly frowned his eyebrows, secretly cursing Li Wei's arrogance and rudeness in his mind. Vice Minister Li, the Ministry of Revenue has a massive workload and is short on staff. All expenditures must undergo thorough review before disbursement. Please remain calm, Vice Minister Li. Same old excuse. It was always the same reasoning. Li Wei raged. You've seen Fan Min's fate. You aren't worried that I could investigate you too? Humph. Fan Min was corrupt, and his death was well-deserved. As for me, I act openly and honestly. If Minister Li wishes to investigate, by all means, go ahead. Su Hui replied coldly without backing down. Li Wei glared at him furiously, pointing his finger warningly. Fine. Just you wait. After throwing down those harsh words, Li Wei had no intention of wasting more breath here. He turned around and immediately ordered Ub and Lai Fu to take action. But the outcome was unexpected. 2 days later, after calculating Su Hui's household expenditures, Li Wei discovered this fellow was actually clean, or at least if he had taken something, it was negligible, or he'd already been cautious beforehand. Either way, compared to Fan Min, there was a huge gap. This wouldn't be enough to bring him down. He originally thought after catching Fan Min, others would become fearful, serving as a warning example. He didn't expect to run into such a tough nut right away. Not giving money, huh? You think that leaves me helpless? Ultimately, it was all because old Zhu refused to interfere. Originally, it should have been a simple matter of the boss saying a word, but now, it had to be resolved through internal conflicts among subordinates. Fine, conflicts it would be. Although the Ministry of Works was considered the most menial department by other officials, its power was not to be underestimated. If civil officials could restrict the Works Ministry, then the Works Ministry naturally had ways to counterattack those civil officials as well. Come, bring me Guan Ziming and Jiang Shouqing. Li Wei shouted loudly, dispatching someone to fetch the two department directors. Guan Ziming and Jiang Shouqing arrived together, both bowing respectfully before Li Wei. Li Wei gave them a half-hearted acknowledgement, then indifferently instructed. Lately our ministry's finances have been tight. I'm planning some adjustments. Just listen carefully. Yes, Minister, please instruct us. Seeing his dark expression, the two carefully responded. Jiang Shouqing, are you still overseeing the tomb construction for officials? Whenever officials of a certain rank passed away, the court dispatched one to handle ceremonies and burial matters. Grave construction specifically fell under the Works Ministry's Tunshan Bureau, Office for Farmland Management, which handled these tasks for officials, commoners, and even royalty alike. Stop all of it, Li Wei directly ordered. Jiang Shouqing was startled. Isn't that perhaps inappropriate? What's inappropriate? We don't have money. How can we build it? Jiang Shouqing naturally understood about the funds for tombs, but since the vice minister claimed there was no money, he couldn't openly defy his superior, and could only reluctantly comply for now. Zhu Yuanzhang had imposed extremely strict management. All kinds of expenses within the Ministry of Works were earmarked for specific purposes, so Li Wei didn't dare to misuse funds recklessly. But he could at least temporarily suspend or halt certain projects. If the Ministry of Revenue could delay him, why couldn't he delay others? Additionally, Guan Ziming, all the porcelain produced by the imperial kilns must be stored properly, except for what's for the chancellor. Tell anyone else who comes to collect it that we're out of money. Understood, Minister. Besides the chancellor, various departments also required a great amount of porcelain from the official kilns, and besides porcelain, they also needed bricks burned there. These were all tasks undertaken by the Ministry of Works official kilns. Moreover, the construction of buildings for each government office was also managed by the Ministry of Works. These officials lived in houses built by the ministry and used goods produced by the ministry, yet still looked down upon it. It was truly disgraceful. Li Wei took the spirit of Shaoji Gaigong, passive resistance, to the extreme. With a single order, more than half the Ministry of Works entered chancellor mode. All tasks within his jurisdiction that provided supplies to the imperial court were halted, whether porcelain, charcoal, official horse carriages, or tomb repairs. Nothing would be done anymore. Let them deal with the consequences themselves. Within 2 days, officials from all departments became restless. Wow, everything had stopped. How could work continue normally? Once again, in the imperial court, waves of impeachment motions were launched against Li Wei. Zhang Zongi, Your Majesty, I hereby impeach Li Wei for laziness and procrastination. Li Wei, Your Majesty, it's not that I don't want to work. It's that I truly have no money. Zhao Ben, Your Majesty, I hereby impeach Li Wei for hindering state affairs. Li Wei, no money. Su Hui, Minister Li, I hereby impeach Li Wei. Li Wei, no money. Because the Ministry of Works had cut off supplies, various departments were affected and all began impeaching Li Wei for inaction. If the Ministry of Works were still led by Minister Xiuxian, they should have impeached Xue first. But in the eyes of other officials, Li Wei had been acting arbitrarily because of the emperor's favor, becoming a powerful minister. Old Minister Xiuxian was probably already sidelined, so they had to impeach Li Wei. But Li Wei was also very defiant. No matter how much they impeached him, his only response was always, no money. The Ministry of Revenue plays hard to get, I'll play hard to get too. We'll just see who lasts longer. Zhu Yuanzhang didn't believe old Zhu would simply sit idle. If nothing could be done, he was even considering selling the stored official kiln porcelain to enrich the Minghuang Chamber of Commerce's product line. Zhu Yuanzhang called out, Li Wei, no money. Before Zhu Yuanzhang could finish, Li Wei habitually shot back. When he realized the speaker was Zhu Yuanzhang himself, His heart jumped, and he quickly corrected himself. Your Majesty, please forgive me, but we indeed have no money. The Ministry of Revenue refuses to allocate funds. I'm utterly helpless. Li Wei immediately shifted the blame to the Ministry of Revenue. Zhu Yuanzhang's face darkened. His original intention had been to give Li Wei some difficulties to sharpen his abilities, but instead Li Wei indiscriminately lashed out in all directions, offending many people. Now things had gone this far, and Zhu Yuanzhang had no choice but to intervene. Li Wei's approach was quite common in officialdom. If you oppress me, I'll fight back. In the end, both sides suffered losses. But such internal conflicts among officials could only harm the empire. This was absolutely intolerable to Zhu Yuanzhang. Another emperor might choose to maintain peace or let the matter resolve itself, but not Zhu Yuanzhang. He glared fiercely at Li Wei, snorted coldly, and turned to the Ministry of Revenue. Su Hui, what's going on? Why hasn't the Ministry of Works received its funds yet? Su Hui's heart shivered, and he hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue is understaffed. Many matters have not been processed in time. Su Hui again repeated the old excuse. Zhu Yuanzhang roared angrily. So if you can't process it, just stop doing it altogether? I don't care whether you have personnel or not. 3 days. All outstanding tasks must be completed. Otherwise, I'll have your head. Su Hui shuddered, bowing respectfully. Yes, Minister, I will certainly do my utmost. This emperor was simply unapproachable. As for you, if you don't handle what needs handling immediately and fail to complete it on time, I'll have your skin stripped off. After admonishing Su Hui, Zhu Yuanzhang did not spare Li Wei either. Li Wei secretly cursed inwardly. If you'd just done this from the beginning, none of this would have been necessary. Your minister understands and will comply. Li Wei also responded obediently. Su Hui lowered his head, seething inside. If I don't get it done, you'll cut my head off. But if he fails, he just gets beaten. How unfair. But these words could only be swallowed back in silence. Zhu Yuanzhang acted decisively and swiftly resolved this matter. Soon afterward, Su Hui dared not delay further. Funds and grain were approved within just 2 days. With the funds finally secured, Li Wei could now fully devote himself to work, whether for Zhu Yuanzhang or for his own future happiness. Of course, while Li Wei settled down to work, the ministers at court didn't back down. Memorials impeaching him continued to stream in before Zhu Yuanzhang, even more than before, giving Zhu Yuanzhang a massive headache. Inside the Military Equipment Bureau, after completing the complicated inspection process, Li Wei finally determined the required types of steel. Although the quality of steel still fluctuated somewhat due to manual stirring, it was already more than sufficient for making swords and knives. After the steel type was selected, blast furnaces across the area worked at full capacity for smelting. The total annual iron and steel production of the Ming Dynasty was currently around 100,000 metric tons, with the majority being iron and very little steel produced. However, the blast furnaces managed by Li Wei operated without cease day and night. A single furnace could produce up to 3,000 metric tons daily, and this was only the smaller scale model. If more furnaces were added, surpassing the entire annual steel production of the Ming Dynasty would be only a matter of time. Of course, mining output would also need to keep pace. According to Li Wei's plan, the molten steel after smelting would be poured into parallel arranged bar-shaped molds, solidifying into rough billets. Once the temperature dropped to an appropriate level, the billets would be cut into individual knife blanks, then handed over to blacksmiths for forging and shaping. Finally, water-powered grinding wheels would be used to polish and finish the blades, thus completing the production of a steel sword. Chapter 68. These machines are essential for improving the standard of living. The reason for choosing forging over casting was that the quality of forged blades was far superior to cast products. Forged swords and knives had a tight structure and excellent flexibility, while cast ones could hardly match them. In the past, a blacksmith would need to quench and fold a qualified steel knife multiple times. If it were a 100-fold forged knife, this process had to be repeated 6 or 7 times. As a result, at most, 1 or 2 knives could be made in a day. Nowadays, with blanks directly cast from molten steel, only 1 round of forging was needed, greatly saving time. Each person could produce at least 5 knives per day, and skilled craftsmen could even make up to 10. Although only forged once, the finished knives did not fall short of 100-fold forged blades thanks to the high-quality raw materials. They might even be superior. Just as the Arsenal Bureau was busy with work, Han Yike appeared again. In recent days, he had frequently entered and exited the bureau to supervise Li Wei's progress. After all, more than a month had passed, and not a single knife of the requested 100,000 by the emperor had yet been produced. Although Li Wei kept insisting that everything was ready and only awaited the final step, with half the time already gone and no results achieved, even if Li Wei was not anxious, Han Yike could no longer sit idle. However, upon entering the bureau today, what met his eyes was a row of neatly arranged steel knives on wooden racks, which immediately stunned him. Where were they yesterday when they were so hard to find? How had so many knives appeared today? The answer to Han Yike's confusion came quickly. Those usually silent furnaces were now glowing red-hot. Some were pouring bright molten iron under the operation of the craftsmen, shining exceptionally bright, even in daylight. Though Han Yike had seen molten iron before, what he saw today flowed more smoothly than anything he had seen previously. The molten iron poured into huge furnaces shaped like spheres, after which the craftsmen began stirring. When finished, they pulled iron chains connected to the bottom of the furnace. The spherical furnace tilted and rotated, almost like pouring out a liquid, finally fixed in place by the chains to prevent shaking. Then came the casting, forging, and polishing. When everything was complete, rows of sharp steel knives were displayed neatly on the shelves. Craftsmen moved busily yet orderly back and forth. The steel knife production was highly efficient. Han Yike stared at the scene before him in disbelief, his heart deeply shaken. Earlier, Li Wei had mentioned, a workman must sharpen his tools, but Han had not taken it seriously. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, he finally understood how sharp the tools Li Wei had referred to really were. After a rough inspection, he made a rough calculation. At this speed, within at most a month, the 100,000 knives would be completed. Director Li, with such a fast production speed, can the quality be assured? Han Yike approached Li Wei and pointed at the busy craftsman as he asked. Li Wei was adjusting the magnet steel and motor. Hearing the question, he casually replied, "Oh, no problem. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." Knives like these were simple things. As long as one followed the procedures, they could be produced. Frankly speaking, Li Wei had little interest in weapons. If not for the order from Governor Zhu that had to be fulfilled, he wouldn't even bother manufacturing such things. With firearms available, these weapons were just tools for soldiers to die on the battlefield. Better to make farming tools instead. Although Li Wei was indifferent, Han Yike took it seriously. Seeing that he was busy, Han did not ask further but instead ordered a craftsman to fetch an old manually forged 100-refined blade and took one of Li Wei's new steel knives from the rack. First, he compared their appearances. There was no obvious difference. Then he ordered someone to place the steel knife on the ground with its edge facing upward and swung the 100-refined blade down forcefully. Clang! Sparks flew as the blades met, and the 100-refined blade bounced up several feet. Han Yike, who had swung hard, felt his palm go numb from the shock. After all, he was only a civil official unfamiliar with swordsmanship. After examining both blades carefully, neither showed any damage. Han's face lit up joyfully. "Director Li, your knife is indeed good. It definitely meets the standard." "Of course it is." Li Wei didn't even raise his head, continuing to focus on his task. He selected suitable materials for making magnet steel, shaped them appropriately, placed them inside a magnetizing coil wrapped in copper wire, and adjusted the voltage regulator to test different voltages for magnetization. These magnet steels were intended for a new generator. With strong magnetism, they could temporarily serve in a generator. Whether large-scale generators would later use electromagnet coils was a matter to be decided in the future. In addition to the magnet steel, he also built a 3-phase AC motor. The 3-phase alternating current could directly generate a rotating magnetic field. As long as the motor's rotor was made into a closed conductor, it would rotate along with the magnetic field, eliminating the need for components like capacitors, which he couldn't fabricate at this point anyway. This was something to be studied later. Han Yike placed the sword he held down, walked beside Li Wei, and seeing him busy tinkering with the massive device, couldn't help asking, "What exactly is this?" "An electric motor." "And what exactly is an electric motor?" "Simply put, it's a machine that operates using electricity." After hearing this, Han Yike was greatly shocked. "Electricity? Do you mean the lightning in the clouds?" "More or less," Li Wei calmly replied. Han Yike's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. You're saying you can control the power of lightning?" Seeing Han's astonished expression, Li Wei felt a bit secretly proud, though this pride was just a little more than a little. "Exactly. I'm incredibly amazing," Li Wei shamelessly boasted. Seeing his expression, Han doubted his words and scoffed coldly. "Humph, I don't believe you." Li Wei cast a sidelong glance at him, but did not argue back. After all, soon enough it would be proven. The facts would speak for themselves. After assembling the motor, he carefully inspected it once again. This entirely handmade motor looked very rough. Several parts that should have fit seamlessly showed visible gaps, and the coils inside were clearly visible. The motor shaft, especially in comparison with the smooth and mirror-like finish of the lathe-turned shafts, was far inferior. But for now, that's how it had to be. The key was to test whether it could rotate smoothly. Further improvements could come later. Li Wei installed a wooden wheel on the motor shaft and secured it, then flipped the simple knife-type switch. The moment the switch closed, a faint electric arc flashed, and Han Yike's eyes immediately changed expression. Could it be that Master Li truly had harnessed the power of lightning? As the knife switch closed, the motor began to hum, quickly reaching its maximum speed. Han Yike and the surrounding craftsmen were all stunned. What was going on? Why was it moving? How did it start moving? No one pulled it, and there was no water wheel turning it. It simply began rotating on its own. These craftsmen, including Han Yike, racked their brains but couldn't figure out how it worked. They didn't even know what electricity was, let alone electromagnetic induction or energy conversion. The phenomenon before their eyes was completely beyond their comprehension. At this moment, their minds were filled with question marks and exclamation points. "Director Li, this is simply incredible. How did you do it?" Han Yike pointed at the motor, his face full of confusion. The craftsmen all cast curious glances. This was simply unbelievable. "Oh, I simply cast a spell on it," Li Wei said seriously, then added some boo sounds while mimicking Madame Whitesnake casting a spell. Han Yike stared with wide eyes. Although he knew it was absolutely impossible, the scene before him was difficult to explain. At that moment, he almost suspected whether Li Wei was even human. Recalling this person's mysterious origin, after the abolition of the Secretariat, the Emperor had suddenly summoned him into court, calling him a genius unparalleled in history, without clarifying where exactly he came from. At first, he and most of the civil officials held the same opinion, that the Emperor had been misled by a treacherous flatterer and that Li Wei was nothing but a fraud and charlatan. However, as he gradually interacted with him, he found that although Master Li was eccentric, rude, vulgar in speech, and lazy. When it came to actual work, he was extremely dedicated. His impression of the man slightly improved. Previously, after witnessing Li Wei's series of operations and the successive production of superior steel knives, Han had completely believed in the emperor's discerning eye and Li Wei's extraordinary talent. Now, seeing Li claim to have mastered the art of lightning and perform magic, though we might as well call it magic, to make an iron block spin on its own, Han Yike was deeply shaken. Looking back at everything this man had done, first proposing the abolition of the Secretariat, then inventing the table-based accounting method, improving the flintlock rifle, optimizing the iron smelting process, and now controlling lightning. Unfathomable, inscrutable, beyond comprehension. Han Yike pondered for a long time without reaching any conclusion. The surrounding craftsmen looked at Li Wei with nothing but admiration. A well-educated man like Han Yike might doubt whether Li Wei was merely putting on a show, but these craftsmen wouldn't think that way. To them, this assistant minister was nothing short of a divine being descended from heaven. All right, stop pretending to be a deity. This is just the application of electricity. Both electricity and fire are forms of energy. If humans can control fire, they can naturally harness electricity. Seeing the confused expressions on their faces, Li Wei stopped performing and tried to explain as simply and clearly as possible. Then where exactly does this electricity come from? Han Yike pressed further. From a generator. And how is it generated? Li Wei glanced at him. If he were to explain in detail, it would go on forever, so he casually blurted out. Of course it's love. Saying this, he crossed his hands, then opened them outward, striking a posture of delivering compassion to all beings. Han Yike stared blankly at Li Wei, his eyes puzzled, feeling as though love had struck him like a tornado, sudden, unavoidable, and beyond escape. Li Wei no longer paid attention to the confused Han. He stepped forward and turned off the switch. The motor gradually stopped. The show was over, so he instructed his men to put away this so-called divine artifact. Although the motor had been built and was capable of operation, its practicality was poor. Eddy current losses were severe. The motor shaft was not manufactured to proper standards. It vibrated violently during operation, and the coils were not made of pure copper. Mandarin xiuxian Liwei, Mamon Xingdao Buffa. He Jiu Druzao Denji, Shi Yinwei Shang Druzua Jichong. Jichong, Bei Chengwei, Gong Yer, Zhu, Shudua Dongxi, Do Xiao Tongguo, Ta Lai Jiagong. Biyu Zheng Qi Ji, Sui Bong, Yo Bong, Shundru Shu Luosu, Do Li Bu Kai Jichong. Chong Da de Feng Manjiang, Zhe Shuji Dao Jiao Tong, Yer Yi Di Shihua Shengchan, Song Xiao Chu Kan, Zilasi, Bongnat, Sundru Shengchan, Dindong Poshi, Chou Jinkong, Do Xiao Yongdao Bong, Zhongzhi, Ti Sheng Seng Huosiping, Li Bu Kai, Zhe Xie Ji Shit, Zhe Cai Shi Ta, So Zhuiqiu de Mubao. Chapter 69, absolutely ridiculous. Unfortunately, while ideals are beautiful, taking steps too quickly is impractical. Li Wei sighed, originally planning to accomplish everything in one move, but after testing, he found it wouldn't work. It seemed he still needed to proceed gradually. Oh, this is talking about a single meal. After failure, he had no choice but to start from the beginning with improving the hydraulic lathe. Day after day, life in the Ming Dynasty might have lacked the hustle and bustle of short videos, but fortunately, Xiaoqing was there, and not just visually or tangibly, she was real. From time to time, Li Wei would pretend to act like nothing was happening. Though Xiaoqing had long since figured it out, she just hadn't exposed him. Nowadays, Xiaoqing didn't just help him massage his buttocks. She would occasionally tap his legs or press his shoulders, small gestures, but enough to delight Li Wei. At the Bureau of Military Equipment, Li Wei issued an order to implement a piece rate bonus system. Though the bonus amounts weren't large, just a few copper coins per item, the enthusiasm of the craftsmen soared rapidly. Take swords and other weapons, for example. Previously, only 5 were produced in a day, but now that number had doubled to 10. Efficiency improved by 100%, and tasks that originally took a month were completed in less than 20 days. As for flintlock guns, due to the availability of suitable steel, manufacturing had become much simpler, and the firing mechanism had improved as well, with failures to ignite practically eliminated. Other equipment, like armor and bows, had continued production according to plan. Since the piece rate reward system was introduced, the production speed had increased significantly. The items originally requested by Old Zhu were mostly completed. Li Wei finally exhaled in relief, instructing others to store these items in the warehouse before preparing to address other matters. There was no way he could complete delivery ahead of schedule. Come on, he knew these so-called bosses too well. If he dared to deliver early, the next task would certainly be dumped onto his head, and the pressure would be doubled. Originally, he had intended to use his spare time to research some new inventions, rather than be dragged along by Old Zhu, such as glass for windows, cement for building houses, or even the hydraulic lathe required for producing bicycles. The current windows were paper-covered, though not ordinary paper. Its light transmission could never compare with glass. Once the windows were shut, the room became instantly dim and gloomy, an unbearable state for a modern person like him. As for cement, while those wooden and brick structures might possess artistic charm, their habitability was far from ideal. Though not completely drafty, they couldn't rival reinforced concrete buildings in terms of insulation or heat resistance. The hydraulic lathe was particularly urgent. He was still hoping to ride a bicycle to work. Although the hydraulic lathe wasn't as precise or convenient as an electric motor-driven one, it could work in a pinch. With the joint efforts of skilled craftsmen and the hydraulic lathe, Li Wei finally produced a rideable bicycle. The body frame was obviously made of iron. The Jun, Ji Luan, ratchet wheel part had been the most difficult, but with meticulous craftsmanship, it had finally been completed. For tires, he had no choice but to use leather temporarily. Rubber was still far away and completely out of reach for now. After the bicycle was completed, Li Wei test rode it and found it quite satisfying. Though far from being as effortless as the bicycles of future generations, it was still much better than walking. Early the next morning, an excited Li Wei, who hadn't even needed an alarm clock to wake up, got dressed and rose early. Today was the day to show these ancients, who relied on walking, his new invention. Han Yike had just arrived at the door when he saw Li Wei bringing out a strange iron frame from his house, straddling it, stepping on the pedals, and speeding off. Master Li, what is this contraption? Han Yike hurriedly took a few steps forward, asking curiously. This is a bicycle. Li Wei replied calmly on the surface, but was actually extremely proud inside. A bicycle. After hearing its name, Han Yike thought it was quite fitting and followed closely beside it, admiring the bicycle with great praise. Riding against the cool morning breeze, Li Wei finally regained a little sense of modern life. Yes, this was exactly what he pursued. Now that there was a bicycle, a motorcycle wouldn't be too far away, and then cars, luxury vehicles, private airplanes. All these things would belong to him in the future. Sitting on this crude and simple bicycle, Li Wei's mind was filled with visions of the future. Minister Han, please take your time. I'll go ahead first. After greeting him, Li Wei stomped hard on the pedals. The bicycle immediately accelerated, disappearing at high speed under Han Yike's astonished gaze, far surpassing normal walking speed. Arriving at the Meridian Gate, Li Wei still didn't stop, merely reducing his speed slightly before plunging into the crowd, circling around the civil and military officials. Minister Zhao, good morning. Minister Zhang, howdy. Old Shue, take a look at my new bicycle. Li Wei rode his bicycle through the officials, chatting as he rode, not wanting anyone to miss noticing him. These officials had already seen through this rascal's trick, but due to the delicate relationships among them, none wanted to acknowledge such an arrogant act. Although many were quite curious about this strange iron contraption, upon recalling Li Wei's smug expression, everyone chose to ignore it and responded coldly to his enthusiastic greetings. Only a few familiar faces, like xiuxian and Wu Bozong, gave him a few half-hearted responses. Li Wei didn't mind at all, continuing to strut proudly, allowing envy to grow in their hearts. In truth, he did this as advertising for future bicycle sales. The more jealousy he stirred now, the more willing they'd be to Tao dig out their money when the bikes officially hit the market. Look at that scoundrel showing off his bicycle. We'll definitely have to buy something even better, right? Once the official sales began, that bike would undoubtedly be superior to the current piece of junk he rode now. Using their vanity, tremendous profits would certainly be made. Li Wei kept himself busy selling swords until the palace gate opened, at which point he hurriedly locked the bicycle to a hitching post with an iron chain and rushed to join the line entering the palace. During this period, government officials continued seeking opportunities to impeach him. Initially, they had intended to use his own methods against him, but after a long investigation, they found no evidence of corruption or bribery. Of course, they already knew about the Minghuang commercial house that Li Wei had established. However, since it was nominally owned by the imperial household, they couldn't accuse him of illegal operations. As for Li Wei's personal expenses, they weren't excessive. Although the servants' wages at his home were high, strictly speaking, that money was earned through the Minghuang commercial house rather than misappropriated from public funds. While no major problems were found, numerous minor issues kept emerging, such as his practice of issuing bonuses to the craftsmen. Your Majesty, this minister impeaches Li Wei, Deputy Minister of Works, for Shanzi. Shanzhu means acting arbitrarily, giving rewards to the craftsmen of the Bureau of Military Equipment. Since he has taken charge of the Bureau, he has been extravagant and wasteful, showing no regard for national treasury resources. Su Hui from the Ministry of Revenue seized any excuse to chatter endlessly. After hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang frowned tightly. Recently, Li Wei had spent heavily but produced no visible results, which greatly troubled him. Li Wei leaned behind xiuxian, sound asleep, completely indifferent. He had long been accustomed to such situations, yet he remained silent, knowing someone else would speak for him. Han Yike, serving as a counselor of remonstrance, held a relatively minor rank but wielded significant power, qualified to stand within the palace hall. After Su Hui finished his report, Han Yike immediately stepped forward to defend Li Wei. Your Majesty, this minister believes such judgment is unwarranted. Though Li Weilang has indeed incurred great expenditures, the results are extraordinary. The 10,000 weapons entrusted by Your Majesty have recently been completed ahead of schedule. This level of efficiency far surpasses previous methods. Although the investment was substantial, this minister believes it remains justified. Li Wei, who was dozing, was inwardly startled. Why did this censor have to meddle? He had not cared much when Su Hui impeached him, as such matters had become routine. But if Han Yike's words let old Zhu discover that he had finished ahead of schedule, he certainly wouldn't escape punishment. It would be doubled. This wasn't helping him. It was clearly harming him. After finishing his defense, Han Yike offered Li Wei a friendly smile, as if indicating he didn't need to express gratitude. This was simply fulfilling his duty. Li Wei's lips twitched, silently muttering, I have to thank you now. Yes, I'll be sure to thank you properly. Zhu Yuanzhang was quite astonished after listening to Han Yike's words. Originally, he had assigned many tasks to Li Wei, and simply completing them on time was rare enough. He hadn't expected Li to finish a month early. It had truly exceeded expectations. Li Wei, did you really finish? Zhu Yuanzhang cast a somewhat delighted gaze toward Li Wei. Yeah, I finished. Li Wei reluctantly stepped forward to bow. His gloomy expression puzzled everyone. If he said it was completed, why did he still look as if it wasn't done? Could he be faking? Humph. Since you finished, go back to your position. Zhu Yuanzhang waved dismissively, originally intending to bestow rewards, but now deciding against it upon seeing his demeanor. Your Majesty, this minister suspects that Li Wei merely performed shoddy work to fool the court. I suggest sending officials to inspect. Had it been anyone else completing tasks ahead of schedule, they would have proudly come to claim credit. Yet Li Wei still looked gloomy, unlike anyone else. Others didn't understand, but Zhu Yuanzhang knew this fellow's nature all too well. That gloomy appearance was clearly a trick to delay until the last moment and slack off. All right, if it's done, return to your place. Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand in disgust, his earlier intention to reward Li Wei now completely erased by that attitude. Your Majesty, this minister believes Li Wei may be deceiving the court. Please assign an official inspection. Zhao Bin stepped forward to plead. He, as Minister of War, fully understood the severity of this task Zhu Yuanzhang had assigned. In his eyes, completing the task was nearly impossible, let alone finishing early. It was absolutely ridiculous. After hearing Zhao Bin, Zhu Yuanzhang also felt it reasonable and remained deeply suspicious of how Li Wei had managed to manufacture so many weapons in such a short time. Very well. Then let's all go take a look right after court session ends. After hearing this, Zhao Bin secretly felt delighted and immediately proclaimed loudly, Your Majesty is wise and discerning. Having said that, he cast a mocking glance toward Li Wei. Li Wei rolled his eyes, thinking that everyone here had ill intentions, including even that censor. Zhu Yuanzhang had always been decisive and action-oriented. Right after the court session ended, he led the group straight to the Bureau of Military Equipment. Of course, most of the officials with no direct involvement returned to their offices to attend to other duties. However, certain ministers who always opposed Li Wei wouldn't miss such an opportunity to nitpick. People like Zhao Bin, Su Hui, Zhang Zongyi, and others. Shuexiang and Zhao Jun, being colleagues from the Ministry of Works, naturally followed along as well. After all, this was an internal matter of their own department. Chapter 70. This is going too far. In addition, many aristocrats had come along. Usually, they kept aloof when discussing state affairs, but when it came to military matters, they paid particular attention. This directly concerned their weapons and equipment, something absolutely not to be taken lightly. At the Bureau of Military Equipment, because it was a last-minute decision, Xu Yong, Lu Ti, and others were completely unprepared and thus flustered at the sudden arrival of Zhu Yuanzhang and the others, immediately kneeling down to bow. Fortunately, Zhu Yuanzhang was not a stickler for etiquette, and he did not reprimand them for it. Zhao Bin and others had been looking for an opportunity to cause trouble and ignored these details, directly addressing Li Wei. Minister Li, where are those weapons you forged? Bring them out quickly for everyone to see. Though knowing these civil officials harbored ill intentions, Li Wei was confident in his steel products and didn't hesitate. He ordered people to fetch several steel swords from the warehouse. Zhao Bin and others accepted them and carefully examined the blades, tapping them with their fingers and scrutinizing them closely, affecting an air of expertise. The nobles beside them immediately jeered. What do you know? Just putting on airs. That's right. Why not just cut something and find out for sure? When it came to court politics, they couldn't chip in, but when talking about weapons, these generals held the most authority. Just try them directly. Zhu Yuanzhang also slightly furrowed his brows. Coming from a military background himself, he preferred practical testing. This subject obeys your command. Zhao Bin stopped what he was doing and left to carry out the order. Then he had a wooden post brought for testing the blade, and with all his strength, swung downward. With a heavy thud, the blade sank deeply into the wood. Zhao Bin's heart pounded. This blade's sharpness was in no way inferior to the 100 refined swords of the past. At this point, he was certain, the blade was not only up to standard, but of exceptional quality. This left Zhao Bin somewhat disappointed. He had intended to find fault, but now might end up having to credit Li Wei instead. Hey, step aside. Lu Zhongxiang, standing beside him, could no longer hold back. He grabbed the sword and shoved Zhao Bin aside. Zhao Bin's veins bulged with anger, not only at the roughness of these brutes, but also in disappointment at Li Wei's refusal to cut corners. Ignoring everything, Lu Zhongxiang raised the sword high, let out a loud shout, and brought it down heavily on the wooden post. With a flash of steel, the post split cleanly in two. What an excellent sword! Lu Zhongxiang shouted excitedly. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with a satisfied chuckle. Let me try. Mu Ying also stepped forward, took another sword from the craftsman, and with full force sliced into the post, equally cutting through it effortlessly. But he still felt it wasn't exciting enough and shouted, Quickly bring some iron ingots. Lu Ti's heart quivered. He believed in the quality of these swords, but testing them on iron required only the finest quality blades. Were these steel swords truly up to the task? Li Wei gave him a reassuring glance and signaled him to prepare. Soon, a large iron ingot was brought forth. Clutching the sword tightly, Mu Ying's eyes flashed with intensity. With a crisp clang, he struck the ingot forcefully. This blow left a shallow mark on the iron, while the blade itself remained unscathed. What a fine sword, truly rare indeed. Mu Ying couldn't help but praise. My turn, my turn. Eager and excited, the generals took turns swinging and chopping at the iron ingot, each strike leaving its mark. They continuously compared whose cut was deeper or shallower. The shallower ones inevitably mocked. At first, Li Wei hadn't paid much attention, but as he watched the generals relentlessly strike the iron, he couldn't help but slightly furrow his brow. Although he was confident in his blade's quality, he also knew that such repeated impact would inevitably cause wear. Even Su De and Tang He, the veteran generals, were eager to try, and even Zhu Yuanzhang himself couldn't resist the urge. Tang He stole a glance at Zhu Yuanzhang and instantly understood the ruler's desire to test the sword himself. Nodding in silent agreement, he stepped forward, pushed aside several younger men, and picked up a fresh sword. Let me do it. With one swing, Tang He carved a deep scar in the corner of the ingot, clearly proving that the old blade had not dulled. After finishing, he cast a meaningful glance at Su De. Su De immediately understood, then took the weapon, swung once more, and precisely struck the exact mark Tang He had left, this time deepening the groove further. The younger ones watching erupted into applause. This wasn't merely about strength, it was also a test of skill. Landing a strike accurately upon another's mark required incredible precision and power. Your Majesty, perhaps you'd like to give it a try as well? Su De said with a smile after finishing. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced at the marks left by the two men, instantly grasping their meaning, and chuckled softly without refusing. All right, let's try it together. Zhu Yuanzhang took the weapon, narrowed his eyes, and his entire demeanor suddenly intensified. With a loud shout, he struck with all his might. Clang! Bang! This single blow sliced off a corner of the iron block. The generals exploded with excitement, shouting, "The Emperor's might is unmatched." Li Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. His heart cried out in shock. Though the iron material wasn't of the finest quality and had already borne the marks of Tang He and Su De's flattery, Zhu Yuanzhang's single swing that sheared off a corner of it demonstrated astonishing precision and force. Thinking of how he himself had tested the blade's sharpness by necks several times, Li Wei couldn't help but shiver. He stood speechless as the soldiers roared with cheers. Zhu Yuanzhang casually tossed the sword to a nearby craftsman and laughed heartily. Good job, Li Wei. This time you've certainly earned credit. I'll reward you with 100 taels of gold, 10 bolts of silk, and a set of imperial porcelain. He paused slightly when mentioning gold, almost slipping and saying 10,000 instead. Upon hearing of the reward, Li Wei's eyes lit up. Afraid the emperor might change his mind, he quickly stepped forward and kowtowed, exclaiming, "Thank your Majesty for your grace." At last, the fruits of his labor. Your Majesty, Zhao Ben suddenly spoke up. This servant believes the steel sword stored in the treasury should also be inspected, just in case Minister Li Ha. Though the rest of his words weren't directly spoken, everyone understood his implication. Zhao was suggesting that Li had only produced a few quality swords for show, while the rest stored in the treasury were still crude and substandard. Li Wei's expression slightly darkened, but he replied calmly, "If Minister Zhao doesn't believe me, feel free to inspect the treasury yourself." Good, then I won't be polite. Zhao Ben wasted no time in accepting. Zhu Yuanzhang and the others had no time to accompany them, so they left behind only a few Ministry of War officials while everyone else dispersed. Li Wei accompanied Zhao Ben and others to inspect the warehouse item by item. Since his reward was at stake, he wouldn't tolerate any false accusations. The entire warehouse was filled with neatly arranged weapons, creating a truly impressive sight. Zhao Ben led them to randomly select dozens of swords to test on wood, and unsurprisingly, all passed the test. When generals wielded these swords to cut through iron, only a few showed slight bending. As for Zhao Ben, whose strength was merely average, there was naturally no problem cutting through wood. Over 100 swords were examined, along with bows, arrows, and armor, none of which showed defects. As for the flintlock guns, those were manufactured by a specialized palace agency beyond their authority. In the end, Zhao Ben could only give up helplessly, leaving with a heavy heart and sighing loudly. Li Wei watched their backs with disdain. As the sun dipped westward, he prepared to return home. But just as he stepped out the gate of the Bureau of Military Equipment, a strange emptiness welled within him, as though something were missing. Oh no, my bicycle is still locked outside. He had followed everyone directly to the bureau after court adjourned, forgetting entirely about retrieving his bicycle. In a rush, Li Wei immediately changed course and headed straight for the palace, arriving at the stable outside the Meridian Gate. The stable was completely empty. The war horses of the generals had already returned to their units, but his bicycle was nowhere to be seen. Missing, there it is. Like a bolt of lightning from clear skies, Li Wei hurried toward where his bicycle should have been. He found the chain lying on the ground, the lock smashed into 2 pieces by brute force. Who was it? Who stole my bicycle? Li Wei shouted loudly, but no one responded, only a few gate guards watching with puzzled looks. Seeing the guards, a sudden thought occurred to him. He quickly approached one and asked anxiously, "Have you seen my bicycle?" The guard looked confused and could only shake his head. Li Wei turned to another guard, who also shook his head. The guards worked shifts. Who could know when the item he left there in the morning had disappeared? Desperate and anxious, Li Wei picked up the broken lock and searched around the Meridian Gate frantically, but found no trace of his bicycle at all. After a while, officials gradually left court, and some pedestrians passed by. Li Wei seized passers-by and asked, "Have you seen my bicycle?" Most of the officials disliked him, and either ignored him or scolded him sharply, with some even sneering. "Shows you. Enjoying yourself earlier, and now you've lost it, haven't you?" Furious, he clenched his teeth, rolled up his sleeves, and nearly lunged at someone. Only the guards prevented an actual fight. Finally out of options, he could only glare fiercely at officials passing by, trying to spot any suspicious person. Wu Bozong exited the palace and saw Li Wei scanning the pedestrians with piercing eyes, clearly dissatisfied. Curious, he stepped forward and asked, "Brotherly, what are you looking for?" Hearing the voice, Li Wei turned around and recognizing the old acquaintance, he quickly stepped forward, grabbing Wu's arm urgently. Old Wu, have you seen my bicycle? It's the one I used this morning. Air. Wu Bozong's expression turned awkward upon hearing this. The Wenyuanj pavilion was just nearby, and without even stepping outside, he could see several guards carrying that bicycle into the palace. Who it was being sent to was already obvious enough. Perhaps you should look inside the palace? Li Wei was momentarily stunned before immediately realizing the implication. Though Wu didn't speak it directly, the meaning was crystal clear. To go into the palace, he thought. Who else in the palace would do such a ridiculous thing? Other than that old man. Of course, no one else. He should have thought of it earlier. Looking at the broken lock in his hand, smashed cleanly in two, such brutality. Who else could have done it other than that man? Li Wei pushed Wu Bozong aside, rushed furiously into the palace, and headed straight for the Qianxing Palace. No sooner had he entered the courtyard of Qianxing Palace than he saw Zhu Yuanzhang standing in the yard, staggering about with a silly grin on his face, while Su Shou carefully accompanied him from the side, fearing he might fall. And there, Jia in his legs, was the very bicycle he cherished so dearly. This was simply outrageous. Furious beyond words, Li Wei rushed straight to Zhu Yuanzhang and, pointing at the bicycle, questioned, Your Majesty, where did you get this item? Recalling the tense moment earlier that morning, he dared not rashly accuse the emperor of theft. Zhu Yuanzhang raised his eyes slightly, without the slightest sign of embarrassment for being caught in the act, and calmly replied, Oh, you mean this? I picked it up near the palace gate. I heard it's called a bicycle. Li Wei was utterly stunned. Could there really be someone so shameless in the great Ming Dynasty? He lifted the broken lock, smashed into two halves, and shoved it before Zhu Yuanzhang, shouting, So this is how you picked it up? Why not? Did you think I stole it? Zhu Yuanzhang frowned in displeasure and retorted with a question of his own. Chapter 71. A pity, a great pity. Li Wei gritted his teeth and forced out a few words through clenched jaws. OFCURSE, This wasn't stealing, this was clearly robbing. Humph. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly and ignored him, continuing his riding practice. According to the guards, Li Wei had ridden this contraption around the imperial officials with great ease that morning. But when it came to Zhu Yuanzhang himself, things were entirely different. He swayed from side to side constantly. Without practice, it was simply difficult to control. Li Wei stood nearby, watching helplessly as Zhu Yuanzhang abused his beloved ride, feeling a mix of fury and frustration. Your Majesty, please be careful. Don't bang into anything. If it's just your own body getting hurt, that's fine, but don't damage the bicycle. Li Wei muttered curses in his heart. Zhu Yuanzhang, however, couldn't have cared less, grinning happily as he played around on it. Why haven't you left yet? What are you just standing around for? Seeing Li Wei motionless, Zhu Yuanzhang called out. Li Wei's face twitched slightly as he reluctantly replied, Your Majesty, returning lost items is a cherished tradition of our Huaxia people. Don't you think this bicycle should be returned to its rightful owner? He emphasized the words by pointing at himself, in case this old man had forgotten who that actually was. We found it by our own ability. Why should we return it? Holy crap. If I weren't afraid of getting my butt kicked by you, I'd fight you head on. You could at least give me some money instead. It was bought with real gold and silver. Though this bicycle had been made at the military workshop, the materials and labor costs had been fully covered, plus an extra 30% on top. Money? Didn't we just give you 100 taels of gold as reward? You want more? Zhu Yuanzhang glared and challenged. Li Wei hesitated. He couldn't deny that. The reward had just arrived. 100 taels of gold alone were worth hundreds of strings of coins. Compared to that, a single bicycle really wasn't that big a deal. Thinking this, his anger simmered down slightly. Still, he wanted to fight for it. It was his very first bicycle after all. Your Majesty, that's not how we should count things. One thing is one thing. Humph. Then we'll take back the reward and give you back the bike. Zhu Yuanzhang replied coldly. Don't. The bike is a gift from me. Please, enjoy it to your heart's content. Li Wei quickly gave up. Although it was his beloved first ride, compared to 100 taels of gold, it simply wasn't worth it. He could always build another one later. With more experience, the second one would surely be even better. But somehow this feels kind of cheap. Zhu Yuanzhang, tired of playing after a while, handed the bicycle to Su Shou to put away, and signaled Li Wei to follow him into the Qianxing Palace. We've heard that you've been rather free these days. Zhu Yuanzhang sat on the dragon throne, speaking casually. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat as he quickly defended. Who said that? I've completed 3 months of work in 2. When would I have time to be idle? Don't make things up. I'm busy. Humph. So busy you had time to mess around with this bicycle? It was just a side product, something I built in passing. That was the main point, right? He'd been so busy all along for this very reason. Was it really for making weapons for you? Li Wei didn't really believe his own words. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted again. This guy would find any excuse to slack off. He really deserved a proper lesson. Now that the weapons are finished, we shall give you another assignment. This time, we've selected a unit of divine fire guards from 5,000 soldiers. You're an expert in firearms and previously led a musket unit, so we'll entrust you with the training of this divine fire guard. I knew it. I just finished one task, and immediately, a new challenge comes knocking. Although Li Wei had indeed trained a unit in the 3-stage firing technique before, that was a squad of only 30 men. 30 and 5,000 were completely different in scale. Besides, back then he had trained those 30 soldiers only for demonstration purposes. It was questionable whether they'd actually work on a real battlefield. Your Majesty, I am a civil official. Shouldn't this sort of military training be left to others? I refuse outright. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately darkened his face. So you still remember you're a civil official? Then tell me, how many people have you offended already? Although Li Wei usually pretended to be indifferent, brushing off the censures from the other officials, he had already become their mutual enemy. Any slight mistake would bring about an avalanche of criticism. Zhu Yuanzhang had already tried his best to help Li Wei out of this mess because he might become his future son-in-law. But it seemed the man actually liked wallowing in the mud pit. After repeated deliberation, Zhu Yuanzhang decided that the civil path was no longer viable for Li Wei. He therefore planned to switch him to the military circle, hoping that he could get along well with the generals and nobles so he wouldn't end up isolated and without support in the future. Li Wei rolled his eyes inwardly. Wasn't it actually your own pit that you dug? How come you're blaming me now? I won't go. I still have many things to do. Li Wei refused, and he truly did have a lot on his plate. Besides manufacturing items like glass and cement, he was also planning to build a few schools. In his opinion, as long as there was sufficient firepower support, even a child wielding an AK could kill countless enemies. There was no need to waste time training with such outdated equipment at the moment. So you won't go? That's right. Fine. If you insist, we'll still leave the Divine Fire Guard under your command. They're heading into battle in a month. If you don't start training now, once you're on the battlefield and something goes wrong, don't blame others for it. Zhu Yuanzhang said calmly. What? You're actually making me go to war? Li Wei said in disbelief. That's correct. But I don't know how to fight at all. So what? Zhu Yuanzhang replied leisurely, though his only intent was to scare the young man a bit. He had no real plans to send him to the front line. At present, the Divine Fire Guard was being trained by Mu Ying. Zhu Yuanzhang simply wanted Li Wei to come along and become more familiar with him. Mu Ying was one of his adopted sons and among the most trusted individuals in his ranks. I absolutely refuse. I don't know how to fight at all. Li Wei rejected the idea outright. Come on, war wasn't a joke. He had no intention of dying not by Zhu Yuanzhang's hand, but by some unknown foot soldier's sword or getting struck down by an unexpected arrow on the battlefield. Besides, he couldn't even ride a horse. Forget about fighting. Just the journey itself would kill him. You don't have a say in this. If you won't go willingly, we'll tie you to the horse and drag you there. Zhu Yuanzhang said fiercely. Li Wei thought to himself. I give up. You old fox, you're sending me to my death. Your Majesty, surely you wouldn't truly want to send me to my death. Li Wei still had some confidence about this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly on a regular basis. Had it been someone else, they'd already be beheaded. Haha, what is there to spare? You're useless for anything else anyway. But I'm still somewhat useful. For example, I can forge weapons for you. Aren't the weapons already completed? They should be sufficient for now. I can also help you make money. The Ming Huang Trading Company has already earned quite a lot. We can manage fine without you for that as well. I think Xinjing would be a good replacement. I'll fire Xinjing the moment I return. Enough. Stop coming up with excuses. This matter is settled. You deal with it however you like. Zhu Yuanzhang said indifferently. Seeing that escape was impossible, Li Wei sighed inwardly. Whether he'd come back alive or not, there was no way to avoid this trouble now. So where exactly are we going on this campaign? Li Wei asked resignedly after sighing. He just hoped the distance wouldn't be too far. Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment, then figured it wouldn't hurt to tell him. Somewhere near Heilin. Li Wei blinked, puzzled. Where was Heilin? This place name sounded completely unfamiliar. Geographical names nowadays were quite different from those of the future. Thinking about it, Li Wei took his phone from the nearby bag. Although there was no network or positioning here, the app had cached offline maps, which were enough for figuring out a rough location. He opened the map app, located Nanjing, then handed the phone to Zhu Yuanzhang. Your Majesty, can you point out roughly where it is? Zhu Yuanzhang observed his strange behavior with curiosity, directing his gaze at the glowing phone screen. When he clearly saw the contents of the map, his pupils shrank suddenly. What is this thing? Just a map, Li Wei answered casually, swiping and zooming in and out with his fingers. Zhu Yuanzhang snatched the phone and excitedly tried to mimic Li Wei's actions. The map originally displayed the area around Yingtian Prefecture. After zooming out slightly, Jiangsu and Zhujiang came into view. Zooming out further revealed Shandong, Xianxia, and Henan all in one glance. Continuing to zoom out, he saw Huguang, Sichuan, Yunnan-Guizhou, Beiping, and Liaodong as well. Eventually, the entire territory of the Great Ming occupied only a small portion of the screen, with vast and boundless lands lying beyond. Scrolling sideways, he even saw the simple outlines of distant western regions. Such a tiny screen, yet it encompassed the entire world. Zhu Yuanzhang, like a frog at the bottom of a well who had just leaped out, now saw the immense vastness of heaven and earth. He stared at the screen for a long time before his inner storm of astonishment slowly calmed down. Why didn't you bring forth such an important object earlier? Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly roared angrily at Li Wei. Li Wei was startled, not understanding why the emperor had become so emotional. You've had the phone all along. We were talking about maps. Why didn't you mention you had one like this on it earlier? You didn't ask either. Li Wei stammered. The map seemed important, but you didn't ask. Why should I volunteer the information? Zhu Yuanzhang's face darkened, deeply dissatisfied with Li Wei's evasive attitude. This kid was hiding everything and only spoke the truth after being pushed. After a moment of thought, he decided to try a different approach. If you love money, then let's see how money works. AI, a pity, such a pity. Zhu Yuanzhang's expression improved slightly as he shook his head with regret. Such an important item. If you had brought it out earlier, I would surely have rewarded you with 10,000 taels of gold. But now it's a bit late. I can only give you 100 strings of coins as a small token. When Li Wei heard 10,000 taels of gold, he immediately brightened. Your Majesty, it's not too late at all. Look, the battle hasn't even started yet. With this map, we'll definitely gain a great advantage. Chapter 72. Li Wei's heart was full of inner conflict. Although that may be true, this map was obtained by accident rather than offered by you voluntarily. It cannot count as your merit. I've already rewarded you 100 strings of coins as extra favor. After saying this, Zhu Yuanzhang continued gently. If you want to be rewarded, you must be more proactive. If you had brought out such excellent things earlier, you certainly wouldn't have been treated poorly. Looking at Zhu Yuanzhang's friendly appearance, Li Wei was filled with suspicion. Really? Then give me the 100 strings first. All right, wait a moment. Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly became very agreeable, stood up, walked to the back hall, and came back with an exquisite wooden box. A smile was on his face as he opened it. Li Wei leaned over and took a peek. Wow, it was full of treasure notes. Although Zhu Yuanzhang could print as many as he wanted, as long as they could circulate, they were true wealth. Generously, Zhu Yuanzhang took out 100 strings and handed them to Li Wei. Li Wei tightly held this sum of money, delighted beyond expectation. Secretly he thought, what's going on today? How come money from Zhu's family is so easy to earn? With the tangible reward in hand, Li Wei's enthusiasm immediately soared. Your Majesty, there are indeed some great things inside this mobile phone. Let me introduce them to you. Li Wei said enthusiastically. Great, let me hear about them. Zhu Yuanzhang, seeing his plan was working, nodded with satisfaction. Li Wei approached, took the phone, and started explaining. Your Majesty, look at these numbers. They should all be familiar to us. This is a clock, used for timekeeping. The front numbers increase by 1 each hour, equivalent to half a ku, an ancient Chinese unit of time, in our time. The latter numbers are minutes. Half a ku is divided into 60 parts, which is a minute. Divided 60 times more finely, it becomes seconds, roughly the time of one breath. In order to earn more money, Li Wei even switched to the phrase, our time. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded after listening. He felt this device was quite good. In ancient times, there had been no precise timekeepers. People relied entirely on celestial phenomena. Sundials required sunlight, and water clocks and incense sticks, although providing some measure of timekeeping, were crude compared to electronic timepieces. Not only that, this clock can also set alarms. You can preset a time, and it will ring when the time comes. Let me demonstrate. Li Wei set an alarm for the next minute, and shortly afterward, the bell rang. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes lit up. That's good. Then let's set an alarm for the ean hour, 3 to 5 a.m. He attended court at the ean hour every day. Although he had eunuchs to remind him, having such a device would definitely be more convenient. The novelty was particularly appealing. All right, Your Majesty, how about this? Li Wei rubbed his hands together eagerly. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled lightly. Not bad. But compared to the map, this is far less significant. I'll give you 50 strings of coins for this. That works. Though not a large amount, making this much just from talking was already pretty good. Without hesitation, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately took 50 strings of coins from the small box and handed them over. Li Wei's spirit instantly soared. He quickly grabbed the calculator to begin explaining. Unfortunately, though advanced, the calculator didn't impress Zhu Yuanzhang much. After all, he had the abacus, and complex calculations weren't immediately necessary. The camera, however, caught the old man's interest. After learning how to use it, he pointed the phone at himself and took photo after photo, joyfully dancing about, and generously handed Li Wei another 100 strings. Li Wei browsed through various apps on the phone and found social media completely useless, e-commerce platforms utterly irrelevant, and other functions like audio recording and video equally unsaleable. Most apps couldn't operate without internet, and even if connected, such things couldn't be delivered to the Ming Dynasty unless imagination was applied. Li Wei was somewhat troubled. After finally encountering an opportunity to make money, could he earn only this little? Your Majesty, there are also some study materials in my phone. Would you like to take a look? Li Wei cautiously asked. Zhu Yuanzhang, who was busily taking selfies, immediately changed expression and scolded. What do you take me for? No. Li Wei rolled his eyes. Stop pretending. You've been watching plenty of things on the computer. Thinking hard, the phone didn't seem to have anything else as useful as the map. Suddenly remembering the map, Li Wei had a spark of inspiration. Thinking of a few key things, he quickly said, Your Majesty, I know about several important crops. If planted casually, their yield per acre can exceed 1,000 jin, although their origins are quite far away, so bringing them over may take some effort. Oh, quickly tell me, where are they? Zhu Yuanzhang asked in delighted surprise. Previously, through the young princess, he had learned about the high crop yields in later times, but those high-yield crops had only become possible after decades of cultivation and breeding. They wouldn't be achievable anytime soon, so he hadn't rushed things. Now hearing that ready-made high-yield crops existed, he was immediately overjoyed. Li Wei took the phone again, opened the map, and pointed to the location of South America for Zhu Yuanzhang. The joy on Zhu Yuanzhang's face immediately receded somewhat. So far away? Yeah. Li Wei nodded helplessly. Here are sweet potatoes and potatoes, both high-yield crops, capable of producing 2 to 3,000 jin per acre. Moreover, they are highly adaptable and easy to cultivate. Besides, there is a plant called rubber tree, whose product is a very important material. Upon hearing about the astonishing yield of 2 to 3,000 jin per acre, Zhu Yuanzhang was deeply shaken. Is the yield really that high? Li Wei affirmed confidently. That's right. With proper care, it might even be higher. At present, agriculture in the Ming Dynasty didn't differ much from that of later times. The south mainly cultivated rice, while the north planted wheat. In the southern regions, such as Jiangsu and Zhejiang, where the land was fertile, the yield of rice could reach 4 to 500 jin per acre, while the situation in the north was slightly inferior, typically only 2 to 300 jin. If there were such high-yield crops capable of yielding 2 to 3,000 jin per acre, wouldn't the people be freed from hunger? Zhu Yuanzhang stared at the location of South America on the map, frowning deeply. He didn't understand what rubber was, but he was determined to obtain these high-yield crops, sweet potatoes and potatoes, no matter the cost. After a long while, he inhaled slowly, withdrew his gaze, and said to Li Wei, "Your information is extremely valuable. Although this place seems very distant, these 2 items are crucial for our great Ming. We will figure out a way to get them. This counts as a significant merit for you. I'll reward you with 1,000 strings of coins." Li Wei happily accepted the treasure notes and thanked him. "Thank your majesty." Hey, the money came so fast. Although he currently had the Bright Yellow Association, all the association's money was tied up there, and the dividend wouldn't arrive until year-end, so his current cash flow was limited. Any other suggestions? Think harder. There's still plenty of money here. Zhu Yuanzhang patted the small wooden box. Li Wei glanced at the treasure notes inside, drooling slightly. But no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't recall anything else worth mentioning. In fact, many good things still needed to be created by himself, such as steam engines, but those couldn't be produced immediately. With no alternative, Li Wei could only shake his head helplessly. Really nothing else? The opportunity is fleeting. Think again carefully. Nothing at all. Li Wei reluctantly averted his gaze from the small box. Okay then. Seeing his expression, Zhu Yuanzhang felt slightly disappointed, but then smiled slightly at the thought of sweet potatoes and potatoes. Just as Li Wei was happily about to put away the more than 1,000 strings of coins he had just received, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression suddenly turned serious, and he loudly rebuked. "Bold Li Wei, do you know what crime you have committed?" Li Wei's hand trembled as he stared foolishly at him. What did I do? You actually cursed the emperor and yet refused to admit it. When was that? Just now, when I was riding the bike. You cursed me to fall off. Li Wei immediately understood. Oh, I cursed you to die from falling, not just to fall. But why are you bringing it up now, not earlier? What do you want then? Li Wei cautiously asked. I'll fine you 1,000. No, 1,250 strings. Zhu Yuanzhang quickly calculated and declared with a straight face. Li Wei stood frozen, utterly disbelieving. A fine of 1,250 strings? Wasn't this clearly taking back all the money just given? Such a shameless person actually became an emperor. Your Majesty, do you know what a dog is? Of course, aren't you one? It's you. You such a person is too unreasonable. A scholar may be killed, but not humiliated. What kind of method is this fine? If you dare, just punish me physically. Li Wei stood firm with a do-or-die attitude. Today he'd rather endure a beating than give up this money. This wasn't just about money. It was an insult to intelligence. Enough is enough, no longer to be endured. I am the emperor, and I'll impose penalties as I wish. Hand over the money quickly. Never. Li Wei firmly refused. Zhu Yuanzhang wasted no words, directly approached to seize the money, while Li Wei tightly held onto it. Let go. No. Will you let go or not? I absolutely won't let go. They were at a stalemate. No matter how furiously Zhu Yuanzhang glared, Li Wei stood his ground unyieldingly. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly, turned around, and went looking for a knife. Seeing this, Li Wei finally faltered, and his hand slipped. The money returned to Zhu Yuanzhang. Wasn't that nice? Satisfied, Zhu Yuanzhang smiled, placed the money back in the box, and steadily returned it to the back hall. Watching Zhu Yuanzhang walk away, Li Wei secretly made a fist toward him, but unfortunately, this was an ordinary world without inner strength to assist, and Zhu Yuanzhang left without a scratch. After Zhu Yuanzhang left, Li Wei wept bitterly, filled with regret, a sight truly heartbreaking and bringing tears to anyone who witnessed it. Just as he was grieving, he suddenly noticed an exquisite jade in a corner of the dragon throne, which Zhu Yuanzhang often played with in his daily life. Li Wei recognized this object immediately. A determined thought arose in his mind. No way would he suffer such a loss without retaliation. You take mine, I take yours. Perfectly justified. No way. This could cost one's head. No problem. He probably won't kill me over it. Li Wei's heart trembled with anxiety. Impossible. Even if I don't end up beheaded, I'm sure to suffer greatly. What's there to be afraid of at this point? Absolutely cannot do it. Li Wei's heart twisted in indecision. Now was the worst time for rashness. Calmness was essential, composure necessary. He slowly inhaled deeply, striving to calm his inner turmoil, gradually regaining his composure. Chapter 73. Firepower. In an instant, he moved like lightning, grabbing the jade rui in one swift motion and quickly hiding it up his sleeve. Just as Zhu was about to return, he adjusted his expression and resumed his sorrowful, devastated look, feigning a state of deep despair and loss of will to live. When Zhu Yuanzhang returned and saw this, he became excited again, snorting. Can't I deal with you, you little brat? Li Wei barely managed to suppress his nervousness. After a moment, he weakly said with little energy, Your Majesty, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Zhu Yuanzhang was busy taking a selfie on his phone, waving offhandedly without looking up. All right, go on then. Li Wei did not press the matter further, resisting the urge to flee, and stepped out slowly. Leaving the palace hall and passing through the palace gates, he finally let out a cheer and sprinted home at full speed. He ran all the way home without saying a word to anyone, quietly sneaked into the house, and carefully hid the jade rui before finally exhaling in relief. Inside the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang absent-mindedly scratched around while staring at the handsome, dignified face on his phone screen, smiling like an idiot, but found nothing to scratch. Confused, he got up and searched around, but still came up empty-handed. He couldn't help but mutter in puzzlement. Strange, where's my back scratcher? After stealing the jade ruby from Zhu Yuanzhang, Li Wei spent the entire night in anxious unease, fearing that imperial guards might burst in and execute him at any moment. Fortunately, the night passed quietly and without incident. Early the next morning, his alarm rang as usual. With his bike gone, he had no choice but to walk to court. Throughout the morning court session, he kept his head down, afraid to look Zhu Yuanzhang in the eye. As soon as it ended, he vanished without a trace. Outside the capital at the military camp, Li Wei stood at the entrance lost in thought. His motivation for coming so eagerly was twofold, partly to escape Zhu Yuanzhang, and partly out of concern for delaying the training. Should the Xinhua guard enter battle unprepared, they would surely be wiped out. Though he believed Zhu Yuanzhang wouldn't go so far as to kill him, at least for now, he still thought caution was necessary. As soon as thoughts of war crossed his mind, images involuntarily popped into his head, scenes of brave martyrdom. Himself atop a bridge with a bomb, exploding into dust. Himself using his chest to block a machine gun muzzle until riddled with bullets. Himself silently enduring the flames, burning his body to death. The more Li Wei thought, the more sorrowful he felt, his hair standing on end as he couldn't help but shiver from a chill. What did it mean to perish before fulfilling one's ambition? What did it mean to face the bleak winds like Jing setting off for Yi River? He was just an ordinary commoner. How could he possibly be compared to those high ministers? He was truly unwilling to take another step into this military camp, yet he had no choice. As he stood hesitating, Song Zhong passed by the gate and noticed him, immediately calling out in surprise. Minister Li, you've arrived. Why haven't you come in yet? Li Wei and Zhang Luchu Yisu Ku Shao. Song Zhong That, the emperor sent me here to oversee the training of the Xinhua guard. Oh, I've heard about this. Minister Li, please come in. I'll take you to see Marquis Mu. Song Zhong Ruqing de Song Chen Yingjie, Wanzhug Li Wei de Gerbuk Dojin Junying. Rujin Xinhua, Guard Yo Mu, Ing Zhu Gui, or Song Zhong, the Shi Fu Changu. Zuchong Li Wei and Zhu Chu Huasheng Chang Yilat. Yin Ta Shi Zui Zhao Jieso Xinlan de Shi Wei Zhi, Yunbin Donan Wei Tsing Qiong de Ginger, Shinsu Pan Sheng. Song Zhong Qi Dao Bai Bu, Zai Sheng Wei, Fu Changu. Slija Huachi, Bu Duri de Xingsu Fa Jian. Song Zhong Bori Li Wei Chong Man La, Ganji Zhiqing. Tan Jian Ho Ye, Li Ba Ren Dao Lut. Song Zhong Ling Jia Li Wei Lai Dao Mu Ing De Ying Zhong. Gong Jing de Xing Li So Dao. Ok, Huan Ying Ting Dao Zhijir Hua, Mu Ing Da Shao, Qishun, Yung Sang Chan. Zhu Yuanzhang Zhao Yi Dingzhu Guo Ta Guan Yer Li Wei Lai Fong de Mu Di. Sui Yi Ta Bao Shan de Shrifun Ruqing. Mu Ing Chu Sun Ping Han. Ba Sui Zhichan Guoja Liu Long de Sung Huo. Zhu Dao Bei Juanzhang, So Wei Yizu. Gun Suri, Ta Zhengzhang Eshidonan. Suran, Nanju Sun Shi Chuto. Shi Shi Yue, Jingyang Feng Fu. Jing Sha Chong de Lao Jiang. Li Wei Jian Mu Ing Ru Tu Ruqing. Jimong Gongshou Xing Li. Jiang Guo Shi Ping O. Fa Li Ba Run Bu Bi Ju Li. Zai Jining Li Woman Bu Jiangjong de Feng Jia. Li Ba Run, Si, Zhou Mu Ing Bing Wei Hui Li. Far Shaojik Sun Shou Pai Luk Pai Li Wei de Jianbang Yi Shi Qin Chit. Li Wei Xinzhong Dun Shi Yi Jin. Sheng Yao Duo Kai. Dan Zhong Jiu Wei Nung Bi Kai. Peng. Wo Xing Hao Hao Tong. Li Wei An, Ao Ya Ren Tong. Zhi Yi Ba Zhang Suri Wei Jiang Ta Pai Da. Zhirang Ta Jianbang Yi Chun. Tong de Zhi Lia Zui. Lai, Li Ba Run. Wo, Dining Sun Guan Yi Sha Xinhua Guard. Mu Ing Su Ol Mayo Cha Zhi Li Wei de Bushi. Xingzhi Bo de Ji Shi So Dao. Wu Zhang Xingge Shanglai Hao Song. Ta Ye Bu Li White. Han Shan Ji Zhi Ho. Ban Da Jug Li Wei Wang Wai Jiao. Li Wei Roja Jianbang Zhou Zai Ho Man. Xin Shang Yi Ho. Yiding Yao Li. Zhi Xie Wu Zhang Yan Dan. Buran Bu Zhi Nertian. Yo Yao. I. Zhima Yi Sha. Li Wei Dao Da Shi. Chafeng Chan Chi Bun Tung de Zhongguan Chang Man. Ma Ti Tar Di. Lei Ming Bond of Sung Shang. Zheng. Qi Shi Birun. The Ming army of today was no longer what it once was, disciplined and overwhelmingly formidable in combat. In contrast, the once proud Mongol cavalry, like the late Ming soldiers of a bygone era, had lost their fighting spirit and former bravery. Leading Li Wei toward a firearms unit, Mu Ying said, Minister Li, please take a look. This is a modified formation based on your 3-round volley tactic. 5 sword and shield men in the front row for defense, 10 swordsmen on each flank, and 3 rows of firearm troops in the center. The first row fires, the second row exchanges weapons, and the last row loads bullets. Your original formation required frequent repositioning and verbal coordination, which is far too complicated. I've simplified it a bit. What do you think, Minister Li? After a brief explanation, Mu Ying candidly pointed out that while Li Wei's 3-round volley was difficult, it lacked practical effectiveness. Exchanging positions and shouting commands on a chaotic battlefield was nearly impossible. Li Wei observed Mu Ying's formation with a furrowed brow. He had hesitated to begin training precisely because of concerns about this mixed cold and firearms formation. If the entire unit used only firearms, he could Binching manage. He had played enough shooting games and had a rough understanding of small unit tactics like the 3-3 system and infantry tank cooperation. But to command a formation combining melee and firearms was another matter entirely. He had no experience and felt completely lost. Great, really great. Li Wei could only nod in agreement. unable to say much else. Noticing some flag bearers standing beside the firearm troops, he curiously asked, Marquis, what are those men holding flags for? Oh, they're standard bearers, ministerly. You see, on the battlefield, noise drowns out shouts. Only flags can convey commands clearly. Knowing Li Wei had no battlefield experience, Mu Ying explained patiently, without mockery. Li Wei suddenly understood. It made sense indeed. Still, dedicating a person solely to holding a flag seemed somewhat inefficient. He'd have to think about ways to improve this later. Next, Mu Ying elaborated on the specific applications of this formation. After the firearm soldiers completed their loading, they had to step out from behind the shield wall, which was quite inconvenient. In fact, though Mu Ying's formation was relatively stable, it significantly reduced the firepower's effectiveness. But there was no helping it. War was no game, and one couldn't focus only on offensive power while neglecting everything else. After fully explaining the composition of the Xinhua Guard, Mu Ying finally smiled and said, All right then. This Xinhua Guard is now under your command. You will be the commanding officer from now on. Upon hearing this, Li Wei was instantly stunned. Wait, what did you just say? I said you're now the guansao. What's a guansao? A guansao is just a guansao. Li Wei swore. This wasn't his mind being dirty. It was the title itself that was problematic. It means the officer in charge of training. This Xinhua Guard is a temporary unit without a formal rank yet, ministerly, or should I say, guansaoli? You'll have to make do for now. Apparently sensing his displeasure, Mu Ying gently explained. Marquis, please just call me ministerly. Li Wei's face twitched slightly as he firmly declined. In the military, we naturally address by military rank. Just bear with the title guansaoli for now. I still have other duties to attend to. I must be off. Li Wei, this name must be changed. Otherwise, there was no way he would accept command of this so-called Xinhua Guard. After Mu Ying left, Song Zhong noticed that Li Wei remained inactive and approached, saying, Guansao Minister, what do you think? Don't call me Guansao, call me Minister Li. Li Wei rudely cut him off. Song Zhong. Li Wei stared at the troops before him. Long swords, shields, and arquebusiers mixed together, and felt a headache forming. How on earth was he supposed to train them? Song Zhong. Have them practice using their old method first. I want to see how they did before. He had no choice but to watch how these soldiers were previously trained. Yes, Gua, Minister. Song Zhong quickly complied and began directing the formation. The entire square formation included commanders and deputies, 10 swordsmen, 5 shieldmen, 3 rows of 11 arquebusiers each, plus flag bearers and logistics personnel, totaling more than 50 men, roughly the size of a regular zonchi unit. With the command issued, the 50-odd soldiers sprang into action. The shieldmen moved forward in defense, long swords guarding the flanks. At the signal from the flag bearer, the first row of arquebusiers rushed past the shields and fired. Then, they retreated, the second row took position, and the third began reloading. Logistics personnel managed the rear. It looked somewhat organized, but their firing rate was especially slow, far less efficient than the original 3-row rotating fire tactic. Li Wei frowned as he observed. He understood that real combat was completely different from school drills, but this mixed unit left him clueless. Clearly, such a low firepower density couldn't stop a cavalry charge. All right, enough for now. Keep practicing this way. You all continue while I think things through. Li Wei said with a tight expression. Understood, Minister. Would you like me to escort you back to your tent? As the Xinhua Guard's commander, he naturally had his own personal tent. After handing over the Xinhua Guard to Li Wei, Mu Ying had gone to inspect other units. After all, he was in charge of multiple battalions. Back in the tent, Li Wei ordered Song Zhong to bring paper and writing brush, scratched his head with the brush handle, and began to sink into deep thought. According to Zhu Yuanzhang, he had only 1 month to train before heading into battle. Time was extremely pressing. There was absolutely no way he could command an army using this mixed formation of cold and firearms. The only feasible solution now was to completely abandon the old weapons and switch entirely to new equipment. Perhaps then there would still be a slim chance of survival. He wrote the word firepower on the paper. This was the first principle he established for battle. Nothing else mattered. As long as the firepower was strong enough, every enemy would be easily defeated. Speaking of firepower, one could not help but mention cannons. Chapter 74. Sending such people is nothing but trouble. In land warfare, artillery has always been the primary source of firepower. Even in later times, cannons remained essential core equipment. However, the current state of Ming artillery is truly concerning. The development of gunpowder weaponry in the Ming Dynasty began to advance rapidly only during the Yongle reign. The cannons available now are good only for scaring cavalry and disrupting enemy formations, with no practical utility. They lack precision and range, barely useful beyond being mounted on city walls for defense or for destroying gates during sieges. Their directional adjustments and aiming are extremely difficult. If advanced cannons were available, the Ming would become Wu Di Tianxia. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, only flintlock muskets and a few low-quality steel swords had been successfully produced. Nothing else in terms of weaponry had been achieved. It wasn't because he lacked technical knowledge, but because such knowledge hadn't been necessary in the past, and therefore hadn't been prioritized. Now, however, the need was urgent, yet it was already too late. Casting cannons in ancient times usually relied on clay molds, iron molds, and the lost wax method. Completing a mold within a month was impossible. Li Wei, however, looked down upon these traditional methods. He had already built a water-powered lathe. Who needed to cast cannons anymore? Casting cannons was out of the question. Once his water-powered boring machine was completed, he could directly process rifled barrels. Since high-carbon steel could be hardened by quenching, it could serve perfectly as cutting tools. Even if softer, more workable steel was chosen for the barrels, their performance would be many times superior to cast cannons. The biggest drawback of cast cannons was their rough inner walls. Only round cannonballs could roll through them. Also, the barrel diameter had to be slightly smaller than the bore, or the projectile might jam, causing the cannon to explode. Such barrels had very poor airtightness, with neither their range nor power comparable to rifled barrels. During this time, Li Wei had been researching the water-powered boring machine, but his target was not cannon manufacturing, but rather building a steam engine. Though the steam engine was refined by Watt, it was not his alone. It was the product of many people's contributions. Initially, Watt's steam engine was quite crude. The piston was sealed with hemp rope, and the cylinder surface was uneven, leading to serious air leakage. Only when a man named Wilkinson appeared did things improve. A cannon manufacturer by trade, Wilkinson was also the inventor of the water-powered boring lathe. He used the boring lathe to produce smooth-walled cylinders for Watt, greatly reducing air leakage and allowing Watt's steam engine to truly propel industrial progress. Unfortunately, Li Wei's water-powered boring machine was not yet completed, meaning the steam engine could not be built, and naturally neither could the cannons. After much thought, the only temporary weapon Li Wei could think of using was a gasoline drum-based, flying thunder cannon, colloquially known as the conscienceless cannon. This device simply launched enormous iron barrels as projectiles. Because each projectile often weighed over 10 G, the destructive power was immense, although its range was only about 200 meters. It was difficult to operate and extremely dangerous. A single misstep could injure the operators themselves. After further consideration, Li Wei decided to fabricate and test it first. Additionally, the longsword infantry inspired him. He planned to equip the flintlocks with bayonets so soldiers would not be helpless if enemies closed in. As for the standard bearer, a whistle could easily replace him. There was no need for someone to carry the heavy flag and suffer. Also, small horns would be ideal for battlefield command. Li Wei rapidly wrote down many notes, finally drafting a preliminary training plan for the Divine Fire Guard. Oh, if only I had more time. I'd love to invent the rifled musket, mini bullets, and rifled cannons. With those, I'd have nothing to fear. Li Wei sighed helplessly. He had never expected Zhu Yuanzhang would send him to the battlefield. Now with only 1 month left, many things could not be prepared in time. Once the plans were in place, Li Wei headed to the Arsenal Bureau. The needed supplies had to be manufactured immediately. Time was tight, and once the equipment was completed, the soldiers would also need time to adapt and train. Even small items like whistles and horns needed to be produced as soon as possible. For self-preservation, Li Wei threw himself into action immediately, pressuring the Arsenal Bureau to manufacture what was needed, while simultaneously redesigning the combat formation of the Divine Fire Guard. First, the 1,000 cavalry remained unchanged. Cavalry still played a significant role on the battlefield. In addition, the 1,000 archers would be reorganized. Some would be assigned to logistics, and the rest would be trained as artillerymen. The remaining 3,000 or so would be deployed under the 3x3 system. 3 soldiers per unit, arranged in a triangular formation. The 2 in the rear loaded ammunition, while the front soldier fired. After handing the gun to the left, it was passed back to the right via the right hand. No need to turn around to complete the exchange. The 2 in the rear took turns, left first then right, rotating alternately without confusion. This created a firing squad, saving switching time and achieving a firing speed expected to be slightly faster than the traditional 3-rank volley system. This was the shooting team, and next came the large-scale formation integration. Every 3 soldiers formed a squad, with 1 squad leader, totaling 10 people. 3 squads formed a company, commanded by 1 company commander, for a total of 31 people. 3 companies, along with some officers and logistics personnel, made up exactly 100 men. This structure allowed the Centurion and 1,000-man commander roles to remain unchanged, directly following the Weisua system. The 1,000-man commander and 100-man commander would issue orders via horn calls, while the squad and company leaders would use whistles, with 2 types of whistles and horns designed to produce different tones. When holding position, the squad would form a horizontal line to maximize firepower. During attacks, the 3 squads would form a triangular formation centered on the squad leader, 2 squads providing cover, while 1 advanced, alternating in cycles. As for close combat and dealing with enemy cavalry charges, Li Wei decided to leave it to his officers to discuss, as they were already experienced in cavalry warfare and needed no interference from him. However, this plan would only be implemented after the completion of a special device to be mounted externally on the barrels. The production of sleeves was required, along with clips to secure them to the barrels. 3,000 firearms were expected to be completed within 3 to 5 days. For now, setting aside equipment concerns, training for the triangular formation had to begin immediately. Thus, Li Wei first tested the existing shooters and selected the best 1,000 as primary shooters, each assigned 2 dedicated assistants responsible for loading, one of whom also served as squad leader. Though the whistles and horns were not yet ready, Li Wei couldn't wait to begin intensive and orderly training. Initially, due to the lack of command tools, confusion was inevitable, and combined with the seemingly chaotic 3-3 system, when Mu Ying visited the Divine Fire Guard's camp 2 days later, he found exactly this. Across the training field, thousands of soldiers appeared completely disorganized, with neat and orderly formations nowhere to be seen. The shield bearers and longsword infantry were nowhere in sight. Apart from the cavalry, even the archers were idle, leaving only 3,000 men with flintlocks roaming aimlessly around the field. Mu Ying stood frozen for a moment, glancing around. before confirming that this was indeed the Divine Fire Guard's base, feeling suddenly bewildered. Where were my archers? My square formations? My longswordsmen and shieldmen? After pondering for a while, he suddenly realized. Oh, these chaotic troops were actually his own elite soldiers, the very ones he had carefully trained. They had not left, they had merely appeared on the field in a different form. Truly unbelievable. Li Guansao. Li Guansao. Mu Ying shouted furiously. Such a unique and annoying title quickly drew Li Wei's attention. To prevent him from continuing to shout, Li Wei quickly jumped up and waved. Over here. Over here. Arriving before Li Wei with a furious expression, Mu Ying suppressed his anger and pointed at the chaotic soldiers on the field. Li Guansao, what in the world are you doing? Oh, I'm training them in a new combat method. My lord, you can call me Li Duren if you like, or just by my name. Please stop calling me Guansao. Li Wei said solemnly. Li Guansao, what kind of combat method is this? It looks utterly chaotic. Mu Ying ignored the latter part and shouted indignantly. Lord, please use my official title or my name. I mean, just call me Li Wei or Li Duren. Li Wei repeated again. Whether you're Li Wei or Li Duren, I will call you Guansao. You've messed up the Divine Fire Guard so badly. How do you expect it to go into battle? Li Wei rolled his eyes helplessly. How could this person not listen at all? This is a brand new formation I designed carefully. Though it seems chaotic on the surface, it is actually well organized. In time you'll see. Li Wei repeated once more. You think I'm just clueless? Li Guansao, with such nonsense, how am I supposed to explain this to the emperor? Mu Ying was furious too. He had originally planned, per Zhu Yuanzhang's instructions, to get closer to Li Wei. But this fellow was clearly an amateur who knew nothing yet insisted on messing with things, turning an orderly unit into chaos. How could he not be angry? Since the emperor entrusted me with command of the Divine Fire Guard, I bear full responsibility. There's no need for your interference. Li Wei replied impatiently. This man kept focusing on irrelevant details. Fine, Li Guansao. If you insist, then I'll wait and see. When the emperor comes for inspection, let's see how you explain this. Mu Ying snorted coldly, turned around angrily, and stormed off. He planned to go directly to Zhu Yuanzhang to report. Sending someone like this here was nothing but trouble. He had originally thought Li Wei would just go through the motions, letting him manage things as usual, but Mei Shangdao Jingba the unit into such a mess. Watching Mu Ying walk away, Li Wei smirked slightly and muttered softly. You can keep calling me Guansao if you like. I don't care anyway. After Mu Ying stormed off in anger, Li Wei still insisted on practicing the so-called new formation. However, he gradually realized that relying solely on this method yielded minimal results. He would still have to wait for the whistles and horns to arrive before establishing a complete command system. With no other choice, he had no option but to suspend the formation drills and instead divide the soldiers into groups of 3 for loading and firing practice. Inside the Wu Ying Hall, several artists gathered around a small mobile phone, carefully drawing a map of all the nations in the world based on the image displayed on the screen. Zhu Yuanzhang could not sit still, pacing restlessly among them. Ever since Li Wei left yesterday, he had immediately summoned the painters to create this map. Chapter 75. At first, the painters marveled at the mobile phones, calling them miraculous and treating them as divine objects. At first, the painters marveled at the mobile phones, calling them miraculous and treating them as divine objects. But upon realizing they belonged to the emperor, they no longer found it surprising. However, Zhu Yuanzhang did not want too many people to learn about the existence of mobile phones and computers. Once their tasks were completed, the best outcome for the painters would be to be confined until Zhu Yuanzhang decided it was safe for the public to learn of this. The painters were still unaware that they faced imprisonment. They simply followed imperial orders, fully devoting themselves to accurately depicting the small maps within the phones. Your Majesty, Marquis Shiping, Mu Ying, requests an audience. A young eunuch announced from outside the door. Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated slightly, then quickly surmised that it must be related to that young man. Because he had benefited greatly from yesterday's encounter, his attitude toward Li Wei had softened somewhat, changing his usual insult from damn thing to that brat. Still, he remained unaware that his backscratcher had been stolen by Li Wei. If he found out the truth, he might revert to calling him damn thing once again. Since yesterday he had been too preoccupied with searching for someone to make drawings, he hadn't had the time to look for the backscratcher carefully and assumed he had just misplaced it. Let him wait in the side hall. Zhu Yuanzhang instructed the person outside, then turned back to the painters and said, You must work diligently and precisely. There will be great rewards once the paintings are completed. The busy painters nodded joyfully, accepting Zhu Yuanzhang's promise. Thank you, Your Majesty. We shall give it our utmost effort. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded with satisfaction. Though he lacked skill in painting, when it came to drawing empty promises, he was truly a master. After arranging the painters, Zhu Yuanzhang proceeded to the side hall to receive Mu Ying. Your servant bows to Your Majesty. Rise. We are like family. There's no need to be so formal. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled warmly. Mu Ying had been raised by him since childhood, and though not his biological son, he was loved as one. Moreover, Mu Ying was loyal and filial, deeply valued by Zhu Yuanzhang, which is why he entrusted Li Wei to him. You've come for an important matter? Has that brat caused any more trouble? Zhu Yuanzhang asked casually. Mu Ying gave a bitter smile and began his complaint. Your Majesty is wise. Li Wei knows nothing of military affairs. He issues chaotic commands that threw my well-trained troops into disorder. The training grounds are in complete chaos. Although Zhu Yuanzhang was technically Li Wei's superior, for special reasons, he had not issued any formal military orders to discipline him. He remained calm about the situation, believing that even if the boy wasn't up to par now, pressuring him would eventually yield results. Let him give it a try, Zhu Yuanzhang said calmly. Mu Ying expressed some concern, but Zhu Yuanzhang remained confident, saying that as long as pressure was applied, the boy would manage to deliver. This time, we didn't plan for the newly formed firearms regiment to join the expedition. Even if they fail, it's merely a matter of wasted time. Besides, he'll still have the chance to fix things before you return. But if he truly creates something new, that will be a pleasant surprise. Zhu Yuanzhang wasn't entirely satisfied with the battle formations Mu Ying had improved upon, which is why he assigned Li Wei to try and innovate. Although Mu Ying had great experience in battle, his tactics remained too conservative to fulfill Zhu Yuanzhang's vision for an all-firearms army. May Director Li live up to your Majesty's expectations, Mu Ying said. Don't worry, I've already told him to lead the Divine Fire Guards into battle in a month. He'll naturally work hard then. Oh, and you should remind him as well. Zhu Yuanzhang gave this reminder again to ensure accuracy. As your Majesty commands. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded in response. Li Wei was still unaware that he had once again been used by Zhu Yuanzhang, fighting hard to survive the military training. The Bureau of Armaments also accelerated the production of the required supplies as he ordered, and he now found himself shuttling between both locations, keeping very busy. Especially concerning the Pele cannons, he had to supervise them personally. This was no small matter and required strict control. The Pele cannon was no simple gasoline drum as depicted in TV dramas. In fact, the barrel was specially reinforced. Ordinary sheets of iron could not withstand such pressure. Li Wei did not need gasoline drums nor waste time producing them, instead forging steel directly. Although swords were no longer being forged, the blast furnaces remained active, continuously producing large amounts of steel. Li Wei had it cast into various convenient shapes such as steel plates and rods. Now, he tasked others to use these steel plates to fabricate iron barrels of varying sizes and repeatedly adjusted the gunpowder load to test the range and power. The Pele cannon operated on a simple principle, similar to ancient mortars. Gunpowder was loaded at the bottom, followed by a separator, and the explosives, known as xiuxian packs, placed on top. When the fuse was ignited, the xiuxian pack would be launched, with greater size meaning greater explosive power. Using a typical gasoline drum-style Pele cannon, loading a Tianjin xiuxian pack could destroy a fortress. Dropped among enemy troops, it would result in heavy casualties, injuring or killing anyone within a 20-meter radius. Despite its great power, the risk was equally great, and Li Wei exercised great caution during testing. At the same time he manufactured the Pele cannons, he also casually produced granular xiuxian compounds. This wasn't complicated, just required adjusting and optimizing the formula, mixing it evenly, pressing it firmly, and allowing it to dry before shaping. Although the process was merely granulation, because of the more even mixture and more complete combustion, its power had increased more than double compared to powder form. The Divine Fire Guards. Mu Ying visited again. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had already reassured him, he still couldn't calm his worries. After all, these were soldiers he had personally trained. Whether Li Wei lived or died meant nothing to him. But if this group of men missed their chance for advancement because of him, that was unacceptable. Li Guansao, tell me, where is the order within this chaos? How do you see order arising from it? Mu Ying asked patiently. Li Wei remained silent. You there? What's going on with your unit? Why is it in chaos again? Left xian. Li Wei stepped back a few paces, pretending not to hear. Li Guansao, since the Emperor has entrusted the Divine Fire Guards to you, you ought to do your best in training them. In 1 month, these soldiers will follow you into battle. You must take responsibility for them. My soldiers will be my responsibility. Marquis Shiping, no need to worry yourself. Li Wei replied impatiently. I have no intention of interfering, but I find this new formation difficult to understand and quite intriguing. Please, allow me to seek your guidance. Don't call me Guansao. Address me as Li Baron. In the army, naturally one uses military titles. Li, you there? Hurry it up, your group is the slowest at shooting. Li Wei strode off, leaving Mu Ying behind. Mu Ying watched Li Wei depart and gave a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied with his attitude. Li Wei ran a good distance away, only stopping when Mu Ying was no longer visible. Damn it, I must bring this up with old Zhu. The name of my position definitely needs changing. Li Wei muttered angrily under his breath. Li Baron. At that moment, he heard someone calling again, a voice different from Mu Ying's, and without so much roughness. Turning around, Li Wei found himself facing Zhu Di, someone he hadn't seen in a while. Why, His Highness graces us with his presence. What orders do you have? Li Wei asked with a smile. Zhu Di gave a slightly embarrassed laugh. Previously, he had requested to have Li Wei transferred to his command, only to not only be denied but also reprimanded. Recalling how confidently he had guaranteed success back then, he now felt deeply awkward. Li Bang, I am soon to depart the capital for Beiping to assume my lordship there, and I came specifically to bid you farewell. Zhu Di spoke with a touch of regret. Oh, then I wish His Highness a safe journey. Li Wei replied casually. He had also considered moving to Beiping himself, but knew Zhu Yuanzhang would never agree to let him go. After a few polite exchanges, Zhu Di looked around and asked, This is the new firearms regiment His Majesty recently established, correct? May I receive a tour and explanation? His primary purpose in visiting Li Wei was indeed farewell, but even more importantly, he had heard about the newly formed firearms-focused unit and was eager to see it for himself. Of course, Your Highness, please follow. Li Wei led him toward the training soldiers and explained, I've grouped these men in teams of 3, each with 1 shooter while the other 2 reload. In the future, I plan to combine 3 such groups into one squad, where 2 squads will provide covering fire while the third advances. Li Wei briefly outlined his concept. Zhu Di had deep knowledge of firearms application, and immediately saw the brilliance in what Li Wei was explaining. Although the drill ground currently looked chaotic, if Li Wei's vision were realized, this unit would maintain overwhelming firepower on the battlefield, decisively suppressing the enemy. Li Baran, truly a genius. After listening, Zhu Di couldn't help but praise him. At the same time, he deeply regretted not having succeeded in taking Li Wei back to Beiping with him. Oh, and the name of this unit. It's called the Divine Fire Guards, but I want to change it. As Li Wei mentioned changing the name, his mind suddenly caught on, and he glanced sideways at Zhu Di. Hey, here, it was the ready answer. Oh, what name would you choose? Zhu Di asked curiously. Well, I'd like to rename it the Divine Machine Battalion. How does that sound, Your Highness? Li Wei said with a humble tone, shamelessly appropriating the idea in front of its originator. Too bad nobody knew this idea yet. Excellent name. Li Baran truly possesses exceptional talent. Zhu Di immediately praised it, naturally liking the name since he had thought of it himself. You flatter me. Li Wei humbly responded, secretly thinking how he should be thanking him. Since the original creator had no objections, Li Wei decided to go ahead with it. Zhu Di chatted with him for a long time before reluctantly leaving the camp. In the evening after a long day's work, Li Wei returned home and lay down, about to call his technician Xiaoqing to help him relax, when someone came again. Xiao Detzi, what are you doing here? Li Wei sat up from his comfortable position. Seeing it was Xiao Detzi, his heart stirred with unease. Was it possible that Zhu Yuanzhang had discovered he was a thief, and had sent Xiao Detzi to summon him to the palace for punishment? Li Baran, I have something to ask you for guidance. Would you happen to have a moment? Xiao Detzi asked with a smile. Li Wei had originally intended to say he was busy, but seeing his smile, he didn't feel it appropriate to refuse outright. Sure, come in. After entering the house and sitting down, Li Wei said, if you have something to say, just speak plainly. We're already quite familiar with each other. No need to be polite. I still need to go back and enjoy a moment of relaxation. Thank you, Lord Li. Xiao Detzi thanked him first, then slowly said, this matter actually concerns you. His Majesty has obtained the complete map of all nations and, upon hearing that you know about a high-yield grain overseas, decided to send people to search for it. I volunteered for this mission, but I don't know much about sea travel, so I specially came to seek your advice. Li Wei was somewhat surprised after hearing this. Are you leaving so soon? Isn't it too hasty? Perhaps wait another 2 years, until I finish building the new ships before setting off. That would be much safer by then. Chapter 76. What do you intend? The distance to South America is nothing less than thousands of miles. Traveling across the ocean is extremely risky. If there were steamships, perhaps it might be feasible, but setting out blindly now would be nothing short of suicide. Xiao fell silent. Zhu Yuanzhang indeed felt a deep sense of urgency. No sooner was the map of the 10,000 nations completed than he impatiently began arranging for preparations to set sail. Although the dangers are great, there is also immense glory in such an endeavor. If they waited until Li Wei built a steamship, the credit would probably belong to someone else entirely. Brotherly, do you know how I got my name? Xiao suddenly spoke of something seemingly unrelated. Li Wei, slightly puzzled, replied, how did you get it? Xiao sighed. It was simply the name of a female servant who had just died, handed to me at random by an official when I entered the palace. Just after he finished speaking, he straightened himself with renewed vigor and continued. The emperor personally instructed me not to damage the Ming Dynasty's reputation during this expedition, and graciously granted me a new name, Wang Jinghong, which means a broad and expansive future path. What do you think of this name, brotherly? Not bad. Though Li Wei replied carelessly, envy filled his heart. How particular ancient people were about choosing names, while his own, Li Wei, was so ordinary, undoubtedly the most common name in the entire country. That was all because of a person who was too lazy. I was born in humble circumstances, never even had a proper name of my own. Now that an opportunity has come, I desire to make something of myself. Even if I perish at sea, I will have no regrets. Xiao discarded his usual servile manner and exuded a bold and heroic aura. Li Wei, seeing this, could not help but feel momentarily dazed. He hadn't expected this young eunuch to harbor such grand ambitions. Looking at himself again, never mind, better not to dwell on it. If you've already made up your mind, I'll say no more. If you ever need me, simply say so. Li Wei no longer tried to dissuade him. Although this expedition was filled with extreme danger, if he returned safely, he would surely go down in history. Wang Jinghong gave a solemn expression of gratitude, and then pulled out a copy of the world map from his sleeve, handing it to Li Wei for comments. It was specially prepared by Zhu Yuanzhang after entrusting him with the seafaring mission. His mission would not be conducted alone, as he would lead a naval fleet numbering in the thousands. He served as its commander, symbolizing imperial authority. After some contemplation, Li Wei first explained the basic principle of the Earth being round, an essential concept for such a long voyage. Once they understood the Earth was round, he could then explain latitude and longitude. In this era, without satellite navigation, precise location determination was difficult, yet rough estimations were possible. For example, by recording the time of sunrise and sunset, each hour earlier indicated an eastern movement by one time zone. However, longer journeys must also consider seasonal changes. Using a pencil, Li Wei marked 24 boundary lines on the map to explain the concept of time zones. Then he proceeded to latitude measurement, explaining that by measuring the angle between the sun and the horizon, one could roughly estimate their current latitude, a method requiring tools such as a sextant. Luckily, time was on their side, so Li Wei promised to have these tools crafted as soon as possible. After covering these basics, he moved on to the topic of navigation routes. Although the exact route remained unknown, he could suggest a general direction, sailing downstream, and then turning northward in a large loop toward North America, before heading south to South America. Li Wei also drew for Wang Jinghong the appearance of potatoes and sweet potatoes, emphasizing particularly the importance of rubber trees. 3 days later, Zhu Di left the capital to assume his post in Beiping. Wang Jinghong carried the sextant, astrolabe, and other instruments crafted for him by Li Wei and sailed down the Yangtze River before hoisting his sails to embark on his voyage. Zhu Di's departure wasn't too difficult for Li Wei to bear, as they weren't especially close, but Xiao was someone he had known since his first days in the Ming Empire. In times past, whenever he had been punished, it was this young eunuch who quietly helped him escape more suffering. Now, as he watched him leave into an uncertain future, sorrow welled within him. After seeing them off, Li Wei requested an audience with Zhu Yuanzhang. The issue of renaming the Xinhua Guard could no longer be postponed. Inside the Qinqing Palace, Zhu Yuanzhang admired the newly completed map of the world, a wide smile upon his face. As for the whereabouts of the cartographers, no one knew. Your servant bows to the emperor. Li Wei respectfully saluted, cautious in his movements and manner due to a quiet sense of guilt. Rise. What brings you here today? Zhu Yuanzhang responded indifferently with a wave of his hand. Seeing that his actions hadn't been exposed, Li Wei relaxed slightly before raising the matter of the Xinhua Guard. Your Majesty, the Xinhua Guard has already begun training. However, there are certain issues that require your Majesty's approval. Speak. Your Majesty, I wish to rename the Xinhua Guard to Xinji Battalion. What are your thoughts? At this, Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze sharpened slightly. The current military system of the Ming Dynasty was the Weisua system, under which garrisons throughout the country combined agriculture and training. During war, generals were appointed temporarily, and soldiers were mobilized from various regions. Under this system, no one could command troops without the emperor's direct order. Even those noble military commanders, who could lead great campaigns in times of war, had no authority to command even a single soldier in peacetime. Of course, military generals also had personal guards, mostly household servants or adopted sons who accompanied them, usually numbering only in the dozens. For someone like Lan Yu to possess 3,000 adopted sons was truly an anomaly. No wonder Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang had to kill him. Switching to a battalion and company system would be different. As a standing unit, although still not mobilizable at will, it significantly increased a general's control over his troops. However, firearms were a special case. They could not be mixed with other military units. Otherwise, retraining would be necessary every time they were redeployed. How troublesome. After brief consideration, Zhu Yuanzhang grasped the reasoning and agreed, though the Xinji Battalion must remain directly under his personal command. Li Wei could not be its permanent commanding officer. Actually, Li Wei wasn't fully aware of the difference. He only knew that Zhu Di's firearms unit was originally named Xinji Battalion, so he copied the name directly. Besides, the name itself wasn't important. What truly mattered was the official title. Your Majesty, now that we have changed the army's name, perhaps we should adjust the titles as well? Li Wei said eagerly. Zhu Yuanzhang slightly startled, instantly realizing this young man had come here specifically for a title. What would you like it to be changed to? Li Wei, well prepared and full of expectation, replied. How about Supreme Commander of the Divine Firearms? Haha, Supreme Commander of the Divine Firearms? You're quite confident, aren't you? Zhu Yuanzhang sneered coldly. The title of Supreme Commander wasn't easily granted. It was usually reserved for the chief commander of an entire campaign. If Li Wei really received such a title, no one else would be able to command him. Zhu Yuanzhang also noticed that this fellow clearly didn't understand court etiquette. This Xinji name sounded like it had been overheard from someone else. How about this? The emperor proposed. I shall appoint you as a superintendent of military affairs, and during campaigns you shall be called Divine Firearms General, specifically overseeing the firearms unit, with a rank equivalent to that of a vice general. He deliberately removed the word supreme, assigning Li Wei an inside court superintendent title combined with an external Divine Firearms General. The title of superintendent was something he improvised, an informal appointment without official rank or grade, practically equivalent to a drill master. As for Divine Firearms General, this was an honorary title only valid during campaigns, to be dropped once the war was over. All right. Many thanks to your Majesty. Li Wei eagerly agreed. He had heard of the title superintendent before. Although unsure exactly what it entailed, at least it was an official designation, far better than a drill master, not to mention the grand title of Divine Firearms General. In any case, anything was better than being a drill master. After the titles were settled, Zhu Yuanzhang asked, I have appointed you already. Now tell me, how do you plan to train this firearms regiment? Oh, I want to organize them into groups of 3. The front soldier will shoot, while the 2 behind will load the guns, thus greatly increasing the firing rate. I heard you disbanded the swordsman? Yes, your Majesty. I intend to attach a bayonet onto the gun barrel. In close combat, we can just use the gun as a long sword. It's extremely convenient. At once, Zhu Yuanzhang imagined the combination of a musket and sword in one, his eyes immediately lighting up. Indeed, this young man had plenty of clever ideas. Interesting concept. What about the standard bearers? You won't use them anymore. Oh, I plan to use brass horns and whistles for commands instead. They're far better than flags. And the archers? As for the archers, I would assign them to logistics, and Zhu Yuanzhang asked several more questions, and Li Wei answered them all fluently. By the way, Did you steal my jade rui, a ceremonial scepter? Zhu Yuanzhang calmly asked. Oh, was it me? No, definitely not. Li Wei almost confessed, but sensing something wrong, his expression suddenly changed and he denied it immediately. Then, realizing his denial had sounded awkward, he quickly changed his statement. What jade rui? I don't know about it, nor have I seen it. Zhu Yuanzhang stared at him coldly. He had been looking for the object for days, concluding it must have been stolen, and Li Wei was the main suspect. Now, as he tested him, the young man indeed revealed a slip. Really not you. Absolutely not. I have never seen it. Li Wei feigned puzzled innocence. Zhu Yuanzhang chuckled contemptuously. Li Wei also awkwardly smiled. You know, the emperor said, that first rui was just an ordinary back-scratcher, not particularly valuable. He then pulled out another jade rui, but this one is different. Look at the craftsmanship, the gold inlay, truly priceless. He held it up, showing it off to Li Wei. Li Wei felt a sudden wave of envy. This piece was countless times more exquisite than the one he had taken. After finishing his bragging, Zhu Yuanzhang asked, Like it? I'll like it? And no, nonsense. If you like, I'll give it to you. With a gracious gesture, the emperor handed the rui to Li Wei. Overjoyed, Li Wei, sensing a golden opportunity, quickly accepted it. Your Majesty's kindness is boundless. Very well. I shall return to the inner palace to rest now. When you have nothing else to do, you may leave. After handing over the rui, Zhu Yuanzhang leisurely stood and walked toward the inner chamber. Li Wei carefully tucked the treasure into his sleeve, beaming with joy as he carefully stepped out of the palace gate. However, just as he reached the gate, he was lanju by the guards. What are you trying to do? Li Wei asked in surprise and confusion. By the emperor's decree, from now on, whenever you leave the palace, you must be searched, the guards said seriously. Li Wei immediately felt displeased. He considered himself an upright and innocent man. How absurd that he should be treated with such suspicion. What kind of person do you take me for? Do you think I am someone who would steal or sneak around? The emperor has given orders. Please cooperate accordingly. Without waiting for Li Wei's objection, they forcibly conducted a full-body search and naturally found the jade rui. Remaining calm, Li Wei stated plainly, This was bestowed upon me by the emperor himself. You may verify it. Still somewhat doubtful, one guard instructed his comrade to keep watch over Li Wei while he personally took the jade rui and returned into the palace to confirm the matter. Chapter 77, My Lordly praises me too much. Moments later, the guard returned and shook his head, saying, His Majesty is not in the hall at the moment. Li Wei suddenly froze, anxiously urging, He's resting in the back chamber. Go check. But the guard didn't hesitate and bluntly replied, The emperor has issued an order. If any stolen items from Lordly are found, he shall immediately receive 40 strokes of the cane. Li Wei's face instantly turned pale as he hurriedly shouted, These are gifts bestowed by the emperor himself. You may search freely. He's resting in the back. The guard impatiently signaled to his companion, and the two men grabbed Li Wei and dragged him away. Unjust! Unjust! Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Ugh. After Li Wei was dragged off, a head cautiously peeked out near the entrance of the Xianxia palace. Only after being beaten did Li Wei realize he had clearly fallen into a trap set by that old fox. Without real evidence of his theft, they had simply fabricated accusations. Despicable. Framing an innocent man. While walking away, Li Wei cursed furiously, secretly vowing to find a chance to steal back that old man's jade rui. He absolutely could not let this beating go to waste. Upon arriving home, Xiaoqing caught sight of his appearance and immediately smiled knowingly, stepping forward softly to support him. Master, let's go inside. I'll massage you. Li Wei's face stiffened slightly, realizing she had misunderstood him, and bitterly smiled. This time, it's the real deal. Xiaoqing opened her eyes wide in surprise. Why do you say that, master? The previous ones were also real. Li Wei. After bidding farewell to Zhu Di and Xiao Detzi, it was nearly time for Li Wei to depart on his campaign. Half a month had already passed. The Grand Chancellor's whistles and other tools were now ready. Compared to the beginning, the troops on the training ground had become much more organized, and careful observation could reveal a certain level of tactical coordination. Because the three-man assault formation was too complicated to master in a short time, Li Wei reluctantly abandoned it and focused only on practicing fixed defensive tactics. With the coordination of commands and whistle signals, the Grand Chancellor's troops on the training ground were now finally able to form cohesive battle lines and had developed basic combat readiness. Mu Ying returned to the training field again and immediately noticed the changes within the Divine Fire Guard. The soldiers now fought in trios. Each fire team featured a primary shooter who fired at an astonishing speed, almost once every 4 to 5 heartbeats. The two behind him quickly loaded bullets, continuously passing loaded firearms into the shooter's left hand and retrieving the emptied guns from his right. 5 seconds was enough time for precise aiming. The main shooter could barely stop between shots, seamlessly continuing his barrage. These soldiers maintained consistent fire and weapon exchanges under the disciplined pattern of whistle blasts, no longer the chaotic mess they had been before. Not only was this impressive, but even more astonishing occurred when, at the sound of a horn, these soldiers swiftly produced specialized weapons and mounted them onto their rifle barrels. In an instant, all the soldiers had transformed into warriors wielding long sabers. Witnessing all this, Mu Ying's heart was filled with awe. This innovative method, combining gunpowder weapons and cold steel, was incredibly effective. Equipped with such weaponry, there was no need to maintain traditional archers or swordsmen. No wonder Li Wei had boldly disbanded those units entirely. What astonished him further was the command system using horns and whistles, which impressed him just as much. Li Guanzhao, are all these innovations yours? Li Wei, who had been smiling proudly at the orderly training from the side of the field, originally felt quite pleased with himself. Upon hearing the words, however, his smile immediately disappeared, his good mood evaporating. Marquis of Sheeping, the Emperor has graciously approved the renaming of the Divine Fire Guard to the Divine Machine Battalion. I now hold the title of Superintendent. You may call me Superintendent, or simply Lordly. Li Wei's tone was solemn, and his manner emphasized his rank. Oh, truly so. Muing was slightly taken aback. Of course, Li Wei replied impatiently. In that case, might Superintendently explain to me exactly how this was achieved? Muing spoke more gently now, almost with a hint of flattery, clearly quite curious about Li Wei's methods. Li Wei glared at him and then briefly explained. This is a 3-man fire team, 1 shooter and 2 loaders. The squad leader at the back controls everything with a whistle, no longer using flags. As for unit leaders at the Baihu and Qianhu levels, they are equipped with copper horns, which are far more convenient than waving tattered flags. You may observe all you like, but please don't ask so many questions. The military horns were coiled copper tubes, producing a sharp, loud sound that could travel as far as 2 li. The whistle could carry for 300 or 400 meters, perfect for battlefield command. Li Wei had not devised any overly complex commands either, since with only a month to train, he had kept things simple. He designed only fundamental signals for assembly, formation, and shooting, teaching these solely to the squad leader level. Smaller units of 10 men or fewer were easier to manage directly. As he listened and observed, Muing couldn't stop admiring Li Wei's ingenious innovations. Before this, he had still harbored doubts about what the Emperor had told him, but now he could only admit, the Emperor had truly shown wisdom. Lord Li is a man of extraordinary talent. I deeply admire you, Muing sincerely said. He was a straightforward man, and although he had once underestimated Li Wei, after witnessing his exceptional abilities, he genuinely admired him. Li Wei glanced at him slightly in surprise. He had originally expected his relationship with this marquis might sour, but Mei Xingdao Mu Ying was such a direct and open-minded person. Lord Li praises me too much. Li Wei, naturally unwilling to provoke unnecessary conflict with his superior officer, politely responded with a few modest words. Soon, Mu Ying humbly asked Li Wei about the actual usage of military horns and whistles. He believed these methods could be widely applied in other units, and the results would surely be excellent. Li Wei held nothing back, thoroughly explaining the specific applications. However, he himself was not entirely clear about the detailed horn commands. Just roughly grasping the concept was enough. The rest depended on personal adaptability. Lord Li, where did you get your horns and whistles? I made them myself. Then, could you make some for me too? Mu Ying said, rubbing his hands together. A spark of realization flashed through Li Wei's mind. Could this man be about to place an order? 10 strings of coins for a small horn, 100 strings for a large one, and a mere 100 cash for a whistle. Li Wei casually quoted an exorbitant price, hoping to make a serious profit. Though brass was valuable, the actual cost of producing a horn was only about 1 string of coins. As for the whistles, they were mere trinkets costing just a few copper coins. Yet Mu Ying did not think Li Wei's prices unreasonable. After all, these were Li Wei's original inventions. There were no similar references, and as a marquis, he certainly didn't mind spending a bit extra. All right then, make some for me too. 10 large horns, 30 small ones, and 500 whistles. Hearing this, Li Wei beamed with delight, never imagining that this wealthy fellow would be so easy to please. Instantly switching to a warm and enthusiastic attitude, he grabbed Mu Ying's hand. That comes out to exactly 1,400 strings. Would you like to pay in paper notes or silver? Mu Ying hesitated briefly, unaccustomed to Li Wei's sudden enthusiasm. I'll use paper money. Very good, very good. Mu Ying generously paid in advance. Li Wei, beaming with satisfaction, completely forgot all his earlier frustrations he had previously muttered about as damn annoying. As the day of departure approached, Li Wei dared not slack off. Except for meals, sleep, and occasionally xiuxian, he spent all his time training troops and producing weapons and equipment. For the sake of survival, he had to prepare thoroughly. In addition to the standard gear of the Divine Machine Battalion, he personally crafted a set of protective equipment. Conventional lamellar armor was completely unreliable. To ensure his death would not be in vain, he carefully designed a complete suit of plate armor, of a very advanced type. The outer layer was a set of steel plates shaped to follow the curves of the human body. The middle incorporated a complex steel framework, maintaining a certain distance between the armor and the body. In this way, even under heavy impact, the force would first be absorbed by the steel plates, then transmitted through the main frame to areas like the shoulders that could better withstand pressure, thus minimizing injury. The helmet was also a full-coverage steel helmet, complete with a faceplate, its overall design inspired by the Mark II model. However, due to the lack of a power system and limitations in processing technology, the armor was somewhat underwhelming. At the military arsenal, hundreds of skilled craftsmen worked together to complete the legendary plate armor. With the assistance of many people, Li Wei exerted considerable effort before finally putting it all on. Since the generator had displayed its miracle, all the craftsmen at the arsenal held Li Wei in great esteem. Now, as the general donned this brilliant suit of steel armor, it shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding an imposing and solemn presence. Under everyone's reverent, almost worshipful gaze, Li Wei took a few steps forward, clanking loudly. Though the armor had been carefully designed by him and fit relatively well, movement was still extremely heavy. From a professional standpoint, its defensive power had increased 100-fold, but its mobility had decreased drastically. Shuffling forward with stiff, unsteady steps, Li Wei could only accept this truth. He was practically wearing a tortoise shell. But that was fine. After all, he wouldn't be fighting on the front lines. Charging into battle wasn't his role. As for escaping, how could infantry outrun northern cavalry? Better to stand his ground and face it head-on. But there remained another problem. He couldn't even put the armor on or take it off by himself. And the thunderpock, hastily manufactured, was currently familiar only to him and a few artisans who had helped build it. The soldiers converted from archers had not yet been properly trained in its operation. Additionally, there were other pieces of equipment that required skilled craftsmen to use. Modern equivalents would be specialized technical units gear. It seemed he must bring a few artisans along on this expedition. Lu Tang, would you be willing to accompany me on this campaign? Li Wei asked a young artisan standing beside him. This man was the son of the old craftsman who had been beaten years ago. After spending this period together, Li Wei found him reliable, and Lu Tang held great respect for Li Wei, not only because he had once helped him and his father, but also due to the abilities Li Wei had displayed over the past few months. Lu Tang furrowed his brows, somewhat hesitant. Among the craftsmen at the military arsenal were some originally from hereditary artisan households, while others were aging or weakened soldiers retired from military service. His father belonged to the latter group, and he had stayed here out of filial duty. If he followed Li Wei off to war, what would become of his father? Li Wei hesitated slightly, seeing his reluctance. He softly said in a low voice, "Never mind, you can think it over carefully. It's fine if you're unwilling to go." He simply felt that Lu Tang's abilities and character were trustworthy. If the man chose not to accompany them, he could understand. It was not as though going to war was a trivial matter. Even though he had made thorough preparations, he couldn't guarantee there would be absolutely no danger. Chapter 78. Proceeding directly to Qianxing Palace. LV Tang fell silent. In truth, as a young man, he also longed deep inside to venture out, gain experience, achieve great deeds, and even dreamt of one day being elevated to the ranks of nobility. Yet filial piety came first. He could only temporarily put aside other matters, stay by his father's side, and work together with him as common craftsmen in the military workshop. Li Wei did not insist further. He set aside the matter of LV Tang for now and gathered once again the craftsmen involved in the manufacturing of the Feilei cannons, informing them of his intention to take them along on the campaign. Nonetheless, Li Wei did not force anyone, instead granting them the right to choose freely. Of course, this was not a voluntary service. They would receive rations, and in the unfortunate event of death or injury, they would be treated the same as soldiers and offered compensation. Generously, Li Wei provided double compensation. Among these craftsmen were many young, strong men full of ideals. Even without lofty ambitions, the promise of steady rations from Li Wei alone made it worth joining. In the end, around over 100 craftsmen agreed to follow Li Wei on the campaign. He promptly organized them into units, preparing to bring them along when the time came. Time flew like flowing water. A month passed in the blink of an eye. While Li Wei waited for the order to depart, Muing and Zhu Yuanzhang were also discussing their strategic deployment. Muing, Zhu Yuanzhang declared, "I am transferring 30,000 troops from Xianxia under your command. Take another 10,000 elite cavalry when you depart. Upon reaching Karakoram, surround them directly from 4 directions and wipe them out completely." Zhu Yuanzhang pounded his finger on the map, pointing at Karakoram, where the northern Yuan general Tuahachi was stationed with a force of no more than 10,000. Given the current strength of the Ming army, that remnant force could be defeated one-on-one. Yet these enemies, once defeated, fled quickly. If reinforcements were not sent to surround and besiege them, they would simply relocate and continue their raids. "Your Majesty may rest assured," Muing replied respectfully. "Your servant shall surely fulfill this mission, annihilating them completely at this location." Though this campaign was relatively small in scale, Muing, after years of battling in all directions, was full of confidence in victory. "Oh, by the way, how is that fellow's Divine Machine Battalion coming along?" Li Wei had been demoted back to being called a dog once more, due to his previous exposure for secretly crafting back scratchers. Hearing this, Muing respectfully praised. "One must still say your Majesty sees all. Li Wei is indeed talented. At first, I was quite upset watching him recklessly meddling with the troops. But later, when he introduced those bugles and the commander system, the entire army became refreshed and reorganized. After a month of training, the Divine Machine Battalion has already gained initial combat effectiveness." Zhu Yuanzhang gave a slight nod. He had some understanding of the things Li Wei had produced, yet he felt that wasn't everything. This dog surely had more tricks up his sleeve. Indeed, Li Wei still had some useful tools not yet revealed. For instance, the telescope he had made while crafting a sextant for little Detzi, Wang Jinghong. The Feilei cannons had not yet been officially issued to the troops, nor had the modified carts he designed. Zhu Chongba felt a hint of anticipation in his heart. Perhaps old Zhu didn't really intend to send him to the battlefield. Perhaps it was just a show of force. If he performed well, who knows, maybe old Zhu would have a change of heart. The unusual partnership between Zhu Chongba and Zhu Yuanzhang had become quite rare and deep. Both fully understood each other's intentions. One sought every means possible to avoid hard labor, while the other exploited him ruthlessly. At this moment, Zhu Yuanzhang indeed hesitated. The importance of Li Wen required no explanation. Although he had already extracted much from the young man, there was clearly more yet to be obtained. He wanted to throw this young man into the crushing press of war to squeeze every drop of value. Yet he also worried that overdoing it might lead to losing both man and resource. However, if he could force out this youth's hidden potential for military leadership, that would be a delightful surprise. Mu Ying. Zhu Yuanzhang hesitated for a moment before asking, "If I entrust him to you, can you guarantee his safe return?" Mu Ying smiled confidently, replying, "Your Majesty, I am fully confident in this campaign, especially given our overwhelming superiority over a weaker enemy. There shall be no danger to Minister Li's safety." Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment and found the reasoning sound. Deciding on impulse, he said decisively to Mu Ying, "Very well then. I'll leave him to you. Ensure he returns safely. Your Majesty may set your mind at ease. All shall be in my hands," Mu Ying assured, patting his chest. Still unconvinced, Zhu Yuanzhang added sternly, "This person is extremely important. There must be no mistake, under any circumstances. To speak bluntly, even if you must sacrifice your life, you must not let him suffer the slightest harm." This? Mu Ying was shocked and visibly stunned. This was going too far, wasn't it? He knew the emperor valued this person greatly, but he hadn't expected the level to be this extreme. Even if it meant abandoning one's own life, one must still ensure this person's safety. What was this man's actual identity? Even his own son had never been treated this way. "All right then, with your promise, I can be at peace." Zhu Yuanzhang patted Mu Ying on the shoulder. Cough. Mu Ying managed a faint smile, filled with regret in his heart. "If I had known this would happen, not even death could have made me give such a promise." Unfortunately, Zhu Chongba gave him no chance to reconsider, immediately sealing the decision with a firm slap of his hand. Inside the Divine Machine Battalion, Li Wen summoned all key officers. Since they were about to depart for battle, everything had to be properly arranged in advance. Inside the tent, 5,000-man commanders gathered together, including cavalry commanders Wu Wei, former archer commander and now logistics commander Du Ziyuan, infantry commanders Jiang Long, Sun Lei, and Song Zhong. Originally, Song Zhong was the deputy commander, and the position of commander was held by Yang Daong. However, since Li Wei had a good relationship with Song Zhong, he promoted him to commander and demoted Yang Daong to deputy. Li Wei's reason was, Yang Daong's name was too long to remember. Upon hearing this, logistics commander Du Ziyuan was so frightened that he trembled, immediately removing the character Z from his name the next day, renaming himself Du Yuan. Yang Daong also wanted to remove the character Da from his name, but he knew that it wouldn't help even if he changed his name, since Song Zhong was on good terms with this commander-in-chief. Besides these 2,000-man commanders, there were 4 deputy commanders. As for the 100-man commanders, there were even more. To this day, Li Wei still couldn't remember all their names. Additionally, he had also brought Abu along, handpicked dozens of elite soldiers to accompany him as a personal guard. Each of these men was equipped with not only standard gear, but also 2 fully loaded hand cannons. In case of an emergency, they could quickly establish suppressive fire. LV Tang also arrived, and Li Wei assigned him to join Du Yuan's logistics unit along with the craftsmen. After Li Wei issued the mobilization order, LV Tang hesitated for a long time. When he returned home, his father said to him, "The reason I've been able to live peacefully these days is not because you're with me, but because Commander Li is here." The old man spoke directly and sincerely. Ever since Li Wei had been stationed at the military workshop, life had become much better for the craftsmen. In the past, even when LV Tang accompanied his father had dared not speak out when wronged. This contrast between past and present convinced LV Tang to follow Li Wei on this campaign. Only when Li Wei was in power would he have the opportunity to rise above and better protect his family. "Hail, Commander-in-Chief." Li Wei sat in the central seat while all officers bowed in salute. "No need for ceremony, take your seats." After everyone sat down, Li Wei paused for a moment and said, "Everyone, we are about to head into battle. Now I'll explain our tactical deployment. Our strategy is..." Li Wei paused deliberately, and all the officers focused intently, listening carefully. "Play safely and develop cautiously, don't rush recklessly," Li Wei said solemnly and gravely. All officers. What kind of nonsense is this? What exactly does play safely and develop cautiously, don't rush recklessly mean? Everyone looked confused, even taking a moment to check their ears to make sure they hadn't misheard or gone deaf. But truly, none of them understood. Cough, that is. The commander-in-chief's tactics are brilliant, but unfortunately, we are too dull to grasp their meaning. Could you please explain further, sir? Song Zhong, being close to him, flattered first and then voiced the confusion shared by everyone. In simple terms, if we encounter enemies and can avoid them, we should avoid them. If we can avoid battle, then we avoid battle. And if we can remain near our tower, better yet, stay in the camp and never go out rashly. Remember that. All the officers looked even more bewildered. What kind of rule is this? Avoid the enemy if possible? Refuse to fight if possible? Don't even leave the camp? Isn't one supposed to bravely charge into battle? Isn't this a campaign for achievements and to defend our homeland? Li Wei ignored their confusion and continued. Yes, in war, victory or defeat isn't important. Safety is the key, especially for our gunner's position. We must follow the principle of playing safely and developing cautiously, placing safety above all else. Got it. The officers still wore blank expressions. They truly didn't get it. Commander-in-Chief, what if the enemy suddenly charges at us? Yang Daong cautiously asked. Don't say such cursed words. Spit quickly to ward off evil. Li Wei frowned and reprimanded. The commander-in-chief had given an order, and although unwilling, Yang Daong clenched his teeth and spat a few times. Li Wei thought briefly and continued. Let's say my worst-case scenario actually happens. Then your sole objective is to intercept the enemy along their attack route. Not a single enemy soldier is to come before me, understand? Understood. This sentence was easy enough to understand, and they all responded together. Next, Li Wei started assigning specific tasks. 3,000 infantry troops constituted the core force of the Divine Machine Battalion, and would take positions and fire according to their regular training methods. Cavalry units would act as auxiliaries, seizing the opportunity to strike from both flanks when the enemy drew near. The logistics unit was responsible for supplies, and the craftsmen under LV Tang also came under logistics command. Their regular duties included repairing vehicles, equipping Li Wei with armor, and mastering a secret weapon, the Fele cannons. 3 days later, on the day the army was about to set off, Li Wei hurried into the palace early in the morning. Upon reaching the palace, he bypassed the front halls and proceeded directly to Qianxing Palace. Arriving at the door, the guards gave him a surprised glance. Though Li Wei often visited Qianxing Palace to use the equipment, he had never arrived this early before. Li Wei ignored them and walked in directly. Due to Zhu Yuanzhang's strict secrecy regarding these matters, the guards and eunuchs were not allowed to enter the hall at will. At this time, Zhu Yuanzhang was holding court, so the hall was completely empty. After going inside for a while, Li Wei came out and very cooperatively spread his arms wide, allowing the guards to inspect him. The guard looked at him suspiciously, wondering what he had just been doing in there. But knowing he was a regular visitor, they didn't ask further questions, only giving him a thorough body search. Once they confirmed that Li Wei was not carrying anything he shouldn't have, the guards finally allowed him to leave. Chapter 79, Reducing Fatigue. Li Wei quietly moved into the distance, circled around, and arrived once again at a corner beside the Qianxing Palace Hall. He reached through a window crack and retrieved a precious treasure, quickly concealing it on himself before leaving in haste. As he walked, he secretly laughed to himself. He had lost count of how many times he had sneaked in here. His knowledge of the terrain was now thorough. Did the Zhu Emperor really believe that a simple body search by guards could stop him? Ridiculous. Within the Xinji battalion, Li Wei quickly arrived and summoned all the soldiers, who stood fully armored and ready in neat formation. With the assistance of Lu Tang and others, Li Wei struggled into his own makeshift version 2 mark, known as the Xinji armor, and clanked out of the tent without saying a word, directly leading the Xinji battalion to join the main force. On the training ground, Li Wei's unit arrived late, making a clinking sound as they approached Muing. General Mu, the Xinji battalion has arrived, Li Wei called loudly. Upon hearing the sound, Muing turned around, and seeing Li's attire, he was greatly startled. You? Who are you? Li Wei hastily lifted his face guard, revealing his true face. It's me, General. Once Muing recognized him, he asked in surprise. Minister Li, what is that you're wearing? This is something I personally crafted. The Xinji armor. Li Wei had casually named the rusty old armor. Muing looked at Li Wei up and down with astonishment. Although compared to the real version in movies, this was barely scrap metal. To Mu Ying's eyes, it was an outstanding suit of refined steel armor. The entire set fit snugly against the body without hindering movement, an extremely rare sight. Furthermore, with his experience, he could naturally tell the armor's surface had been meticulously polished, smooth and glossy with a curved design. Any sword strike against it would likely glance off, difficult to land solidly. Minister Li truly is a genius. Muing sincerely exclaimed. General Mu flatters me. By the way, the Emperor decreed that I shall be called the Xinji General while on this campaign. This campaign saw Mu Ying appointed as the westward campaigning general, with Lan Yu as his deputy. Other roles included Canmo, counselor generals, Yoji, mobile commanders, and so on. Li Wei was specifically assigned to command the Xinji battalion, which, per Zhu Yuanzhang's promise, earned him the title Xinji General. However, strictly speaking, whether he was a Didu, commander-in-chief, or a Xinji general, these titles were merely temporary appointments, meaning they would be revoked once the campaign ended. Though they sounded grand, they were essentially ceremonial, akin to that of an imperial envoy. Oh, right then, General Li, Muing replied absent-mindedly, his eyes still fixated on the armor. General Mu, may I ask where my battalion should assemble? Li Wei asked. Someone, lead General Li to the designated spot. Muing called to one of his trusted attendants. I shall go ahead then. Li Wei lowered his visor and followed the attendant Mu Ying had summoned further away. Though his specially tailored steel armor wasn't very practical in battle, its appearance was stunningly cool, exuding an aura of sophistication so rare that Mu Ying could not help but envy it. Back on the training ground, more than 10,000 elite troops stood fully armored, their weapons ringing out as banners flapped in the wind. A grand, solemn, and powerful atmosphere hung in the air. The scene switched to Li Wei's Xinji battalion, and the atmosphere changed completely. Everyone was dressed in simple cloth armor, armed with hand cannons, looking more like farmers heading into the fields. Some even carried bundles on their backs resembling rolled-up bedding. Only Li Wei was different. His unique suit of Xinji armor set him apart, yet it looked completely out of place among the traditional Ming army armor. This bizarre appearance quickly attracted curious stares from the nearby allied units. Many soldiers were puzzled about what purpose this strange-looking group could possibly serve. Mu Ying, clad in brilliant Ming armor with a phoenix-crested helmet, climbed onto the high platform looking majestic and inspiring. His encouraging speech stirred the soldiers into a roaring cheer. They then shouted in unison, "Eliminate the barbarians. The Ming Dynasty stands forever." After the ceremony ended and the formation arranged, Mu Ying stood confidently at the forefront. Beside him stood Deputy General Lan Yu, followed by left and right deputies, counselors, and other generals, including Li Wei. Zhao Bin, the Minister of War, arrived on imperial order to bestow the seal of command to General Mu and bid farewell to the other generals. May General return victorious soon. May General Lan triumph at the first strike. Feng spoke politely to each general one by one. When he came to Li Wei, he paused, stunned. What in the world is that odd look? All the generals were wearing standard issue armor. Only Li Wei wore his homemade Xinji armor and even wore a face guard. Li Wei hastily raised the faceplate. Minister Zhao, it's me. Feng's face immediately darkened slightly, muttering curses in his heart. If he had known it would come to this, he wouldn't have bothered with this extra formality. Better just to speak directly to Mu Ying or Lan Yu. Oh, so it's you, General Li. Then I wish you success on your campaign. To die heroically on the battlefield. Minister Zhao forced a smile. Li Wei's face stiffened slightly as he coldly replied. Your words are quite harsh, Minister. Allow me to also wish you devotion to duty and an early passing. Humph. As Minister Zhao turned and left, the mighty army, led by General Mu, marched out in full force, heading northward against the northern Yuan forces. As the army marched away, Zhao Bin exhaled deeply, thinking to himself that he had finally rid himself of that nuisance. The massive army advanced like a long, winding dragon. Except for the Xinji battalion led by Li Wei, all other forces under Mu Ying were elite cavalry units. So naturally the Xinji battalion was left at the rear of the column. Li Wei was not in a hurry. He maintained a steady distance behind the main force. Although cavalry moved faster than infantry, horses still needed rest, and the logistics of Vangtok and baggage slowed things down. Though infantry moved at a slower pace, human endurance allowed them to keep going and eventually catch up. In ancient times, humans used this endurance to chase down prey until it collapsed from exhaustion. In nature, humans were not the fastest, but their stamina was not to be underestimated. Li Wei, however, was an exception. He was an exception among humans, especially so on the lands of this great Ming Dynasty. After leaving the capital, Li Wei immediately ordered Lu Tang to remove the heavy armor from his body. That piece of iron was unbearably heavy, and within half a day had already exhausted him. After shedding the armor, Li Wei ordered his men to clear out a cart, carefully retrofitting it using pre-prepared steel supports to create a luxurious and comfortable carriage. He absolutely refused to ride a horse. Not that he couldn't, but he would never choose that method. Just imagine, a journey of thousands of miles on horseback. Wouldn't it rub your legs raw? Once the carriage was ready, Li Wei leisurely reclined on a long seat covered in animal furs, casually enjoying the scenery along the way while pulling out a jade with a gold trim from his robe and idly playing with it. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous. On the first day of marching, the army traveled only 30 li before setting up camp and resting, since they had left the city in the afternoon. By the time the main army halted, Li Wei's Xinji battalion was still several li away and barely caught up by dusk. Inside the temporary camp tent, Mu Ying gathered all the generals for a meeting. The other generals had already discussed strategy for half the day when Li Wei finally arrived late. Seeing this, everyone frowned. Greetings, General Mu, and all esteemed generals, Li Wei said cheerfully. Why is your unit so slow? One general asked with displeasure. Lan Yu angrily questioned him, and the other generals showed similar dissatisfaction. After all, no one wanted to carry a burden into battle. General Lan, you may not know, but your unit is cavalry, while mine is infantry. You have horses, we do not. So naturally we are slower. Li Wei suppressed his irritation and explained the differences between cavalry and infantry. Others nearby remained unconvinced, even feeling that infantry should not be that slow. Li Wei muttered to himself. Who were they to judge? General Mu Ying himself hadn't even spoken up. Enough. What General Li said does make some sense. Let's just make do. Mu Ying mediated and added to Li Wei. This campaign is urgent. The Xinji battalion must speed up and not delay our military plans. Li Wei pondered briefly and nodded. Understood, General. Please have no worries. Lan Yu let out a cold snort, but said nothing further. The generals then turned to discussing the route ahead and logistical supplies. Meanwhile, in the Qianxin Palace of the capital city, Zhu Yuanzhang was up late by lamplight, reviewing memorials. When he felt tired, he habitually picked up his jade to gently tap his back to ease the discomfort. But this time, when he reached out, he found it missing. Zhu Yuanzhang stood up and searched for a bit, but could not find it anywhere. His expression immediately darkened. Come. A palace guard entered upon hearing the summons and knelt down. Your Majesty, what are your orders? Who entered the Qianxin Palace today? The guard truthfully replied. In the morning, Lord Li Wei paid a visit, and in the afternoon, the crown prince also came by. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's heart tightened. He inwardly surmised that this gate must have been stolen again by that rogue. He burst into furious shouting, his voice echoing for a long time inside the palace hall. Unfortunately, Li Wei had already left. No matter how angry Zhu Yuanzhang was, there was nothing he could do. The next day before departure, Li Wei summoned Abu and ordered him to gather all the battalion commanders and teach them how to wrap leg bindings. Though seemingly trivial, the wrapping of leg bindings could significantly improve marching efficiency. Li Wei's goal was simple, to catch up with Lan Yu's cavalry. All the commanders gathered, waiting attentively. Today I will teach you a marching technique. Watch carefully, and then go back and teach it to your men. Pay attention now. Under the focused gazes of the man, Li Wei took the prepared cloth strips and started wrapping from the top of his boots, smoothly winding them up the leg. Every 2 rounds, he flipped the cloth to ensure it hugged the leg snugly, especially around the curves. After finishing, he took a few steps and then said to the crowd, "All of you have seen it now. This is called leg binding. In long marches, it prevents rapid blood flow back from the legs, reducing fatigue. When you return, I hope you'll all have your soldiers wrap their legs like this. It will greatly aid our movement." The soldiers were doubtful, thinking the device looked simple and easy to make, but uncertain if it would truly be effective. "General, do these bindings really work?" Song Zhong asked with deep suspicion. "Of course, although you might feel a bit uncomfortable for the first couple of days, you'll get used to it after a few days. Go ahead and give it a try." "Yes, General, we shall follow your orders." Although still doubtful, they carried out the order as instructed by the general. For the next 2 days, the Xinji battalion continued its slow advance, always maintaining a certain distance from the main force. They always arrived a little late in the evening, but fortunately, never fell completely behind. However, the Xinji battalion's continuous lagging drew cold stares and mockery from the other units. Li Wei himself was not bothered, but his subordinates found it difficult to bear, and some even got into arguments with others because of it. On the 3rd day, Li Wei summoned Abu again and asked him to bring Song Zhong over. He then asked, "Song Zhong, how do the men feel about the leg bindings now? Have they adjusted to them?" "General, the soldiers have grown accustomed to them. At first, there was indeed some discomfort, but after a few days it became natural. Marching now feels noticeably easier. Your design of the leg bindings is truly ingenious, General." Chapter 80, Blazing Fire. Song Zhong quickly responded, never having expected the general's idea to be so practical. At the beginning, there was slight swelling and discomfort in the lower legs, but soon that feeling disappeared, and walking became much smoother. Li Wei nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Then let's quicken our pace. Let them see our marching speed." "At once. I shall relay the order immediately." Song Zhong eagerly agreed, then turned to deliver the command. The soldiers of the Divine Machine Camp had already been grumbling, but now that they had adjusted to the leg bindings, movement became much easier. Upon hearing the order, their morale soared, and they all quickened their steps. Had it not been for their officers' restraint, some might have even broken into a run. The marching speed of the Divine Machine Camp increased significantly, though not quite matching cavalry speed. It was now very close. Moreover, the carts assigned to the Divine Machine Camp by Li Wei were all specially modified by the Military Equipment Bureau, much faster than the creaking old wooden carts used elsewhere. As the infantry accelerated, they soon caught up with the cavalry unit ahead, which had been halting intermittently along the route. The cavalrymen were just feeding their horses and resting when they spotted a group of laborers rapidly approaching, and they gazed in shock. Have these people swallowed a wind and fire pill today? How else could they move so fast? The soldiers who had quarreled earlier saw the scene and quickly made faces before sprinting ahead. Lan Yu and Deputy General Sun Ku were chatting over tea when suddenly a group of figures in armor rushed by swiftly. Both were startled. Standing up to look, they found that the Divine Machine Camp had nearly caught up during their rest break and was now about to overtake them. Why is the Divine Machine Camp moving so swiftly today? Sun Ku gazed at the fast-moving laborers, puzzled. Just then, a luxurious carriage dashed past, and Li Wei lifted the curtain and sneered. "Hey, General Lan, General Sun, haven't you set off yet? I've been waiting for you a long time." Lan Yu and Sun Ku's faces darkened. If the two-legged overtook the four-legged, where would their dignity be? Lan Yu glared at the departing carriage, disregarding rest completely, and shouted loudly, "No more delays. Set off immediately." The cavalry obeyed, hurriedly packed up, and resumed their journey. Even though the cavalry was much faster than the infantry, each short rest gave the Divine Machine Camp the chance to catch up closely. What was originally a relaxed and leisurely cavalry force now found themselves in a frantic mess. At the beginning of the campaign, they should not have been rushing like this, but the pressure from the Divine Machine Camp left them no choice but to accelerate without any slack. The army marched for several months before finally reaching the borders of Xianxia. Mu Ying took over the 30,000 Xianxia troops dispatched by Zhu Yuanzhang, increasing his forces to nearly 50,000, making his army more formidable than ever. However, this newly acquired 30,000 troops marched very slowly. Compared to Li Wei's Divine Machine Camp, they were sluggish even for infantry. To accommodate this unit, the remaining journey proceeded slowly, covering only about 40 miles per day. Inside the carriage, Li Wei curled up in exhaustion. At first, he had still been in high spirits, competing and bantering with Lan Yu and others, but after a few days, he had become this weary. 2 months non-stop on the road, constantly riding in shaky carriages, it was torture for him. Although the carriage had been modified with suspension systems to reduce shaking, the constant jolting still took a toll on him. He rarely traveled much in the first place, never mind this kind of bumpy carriage ride. Even in modern times, he had never ridden in a car for so long. The longest car trip he remembered was during his student days, taking an entire day just on a slow train journey home. Later, high-speed railways became popular, and since then he had never experienced such a long trip again. Leaning back on the genuine leather seat, Li Wei wearily gazed at the increasingly desolate scenery outside, for the nth time asking Abu beside him, "Abu, how much longer till we reach the destination?" Abu looked at his master helplessly. This was the 800th time he'd asked. Almost there, almost there." Abu could no longer be bothered to specify exact days. Sigh after sigh escaped Li Wei's mouth. He had expected hardship in ancient warfare, but he hadn't imagined the journey itself would be so tormenting. He used to complain after sitting in a car for a single day. Now, he had endured nearly 3 months in a horse-drawn carriage. He couldn't even believe it himself. Filled with expectation, Li Wei waited. The army departed from Xianxia, crossed the Yellow River, scaled Helan Mountain, and finally approached Neilu in his eager anticipation. That evening, Muing summoned all the generals to discuss battle plans. According to reconnaissance reports, Tuwa Huiqi and Azu are encamped in Neilu with 10,000 troops. The emperor plans for us to attack from 4 directions, annihilating them in one sweep. Everyone, speak your opinions freely. Muing pointed to the map and explained to the gathered officers. Lan Yu, as deputy general, spoke first. In my opinion, we should divide into 3 forces, each of 10,000. One will circle behind the enemy for a night raid, while the left and right units flank them. The enemy will certainly panic and scatter. At that moment, our elite cavalry will launch a frontal assault and victory will be guaranteed. Muing nodded in agreement after hearing Lan Yu's suggestion. His own plan was quite similar, though he still had another matter to consider. The emperor had assigned him this difficult task. Generally, what's your opinion? Muing shifted his gaze to Li Wei, who was clearly in poor condition. Li Wei supported himself by gripping the table's edge, barely able to stand. I think it's great. The 40,000 troops can be divided exactly into 4 routes, and I can stay behind to handle the support, Li Wei said weakly. Look at you, so weak and pitiful. You're not even as good as an ordinary soldier. How dare you, as a general, command an army? Truly disgraceful. Lan Yu scolded harshly, growing increasingly irritated with the sight of him. The other officers all showed expressions of disdain, never having seen someone so utterly useless. Even the civil officials who accompanied them hadn't looked so battered from the journey. Li Wei offered no defense, not because he didn't want to, but because he was utterly exhausted. At that moment, he only wished to return to his tent for rest as soon as possible. Muing frowned slightly, not expecting Li Wei to be so weak, even weaker than a woman. After a moment of thought, Muing figured perhaps it was better this way. After all, he had never intended to let Li Wei fight in the first place. The pressure Zhu Yuanzhang had placed on him was too great. He truly feared what might happen if anything went wrong. Ultimately, success or failure didn't matter. What mattered most was getting Li Wei back safely. If that's settled, we will proceed with this plan. Now, I shall assign each of your combat tasks. After speaking, Muing looked around. All the generals except Li Wei were visibly energized. Unlike him, who cared only about avoiding danger, everyone else was eager to prove themselves and pursue glory. Who wouldn't want a promotion after all? Xianhuan, you are appointed as commander of the rear forces, commanding 10,000 troops, and will circle behind the enemy for a night attack. Muing ordered solemnly. At once, my lord. Vice Commander Xianhuan promptly responded. Sun Ku, you are appointed as commander of the left forces, leading 10,000 troops to attack from the left flank. Understood, sir. Left Division Commander Sun Ku accepted his orders. Sanjing, you are appointed as commander of the right forces, leading 10,000 troops to attack from the right flank. At once, my lord. Right Division Commander Sanjing responded. Li Wei listened in a daze. Manchang Zai Nal Haizhong Go Lerchu, Yifu Sangu Dixingto. The left flank is the top lane, where warriors go. The right flank is the bottom lane. Hey, isn't that my shooter's lane? Rear attack? There's no such thing as a rear route. The central route I shall lead personally with 5,000 cavalry for a frontal charge. After assigning the others, Muing added. Encircled from 3 sides like a net, he would then charge forward with his cavalry. However, with only 5,000 men, it was likely difficult to fully block the escape route, letting some slip away. Li Wei felt slightly puzzled after hearing this. Shouldn't the central route be the mage's position? You, a warrior-type character, don't seem very suitable. After finishing the deployment, Muing turned to Lan Yu. General Lan, you will lead 5,000 cavalry and remain here with the Divine Machine Camp. What? I absolutely refuse. I want to lead my troops into battle. Lan Yu's eyes widened as he angrily opposed. He had been ordered to stay behind? How could that be? Although he had been promoted to a marquis just last year, he had always harbored great ambitions and was never content with just a title. He was still young and full of unyielding fighting spirit. Finally, after such a rare campaign, how could he remain in camp, accomplishing nothing? Muing frowned deeply, saying nothing. His main intention in leaving Lan Yu behind was actually to add another layer of protection for Li Wei. In this army, aside from himself, Lan Yu was the strongest fighter. Naturally, Li Wei understood the hidden meaning. He had been assigned an assistant. However, just by looking at him, Lan Yu was clearly a Chungfengxing Jianshi, in simple terms, someone who thrived on headhunting. Leaving him behind to guard himself somehow felt quite unreliable. General, perhaps you should remain here. I think General Lan would be better suited to lead an attack. Li Wei struggled to summon his energy as he spoke. He believed that Muing, being more stable, would suit the role of protecting the shooter better. Muing looked at him briefly, with a hint of helplessness. Although Li Wei was indeed important, as the supreme commander, how could he focus solely on protecting one officer when facing powerful enemies? If that were the case, they might as well retreat. It's decided. Orders are absolute. Lan Yu, receive your command. Muing said sternly. Hearing this, Lan Yu's heart was filled with dissatisfaction. Although Muing had received rewards early and was more trusted by the emperor when it came to military achievements, he didn't consider himself inferior to Muing. This campaign already displeased him slightly, being the deputy general under Muing. Now, not even being allowed onto the battlefield infuriated him further. Lan Yu's face darkened as he reluctantly accepted the token. Orders were orders, firm as mountains, unquestionable. Seeing this, Li Wei felt even more uneasy. He couldn't help but worry that the man might abandon him and rush off seeking battlefield glory on his own. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. As night fell, Ming commanded the 4 divisions of the army to advance silently toward Neilu. Under the cover of darkness, they encircled the enemy camp. Li Wei remained behind in the base. Though extremely tired, he didn't dare to slack off. He stayed alert, awaiting news from the battlefield. Inside the Yuan army's main camp at Neilu, Tahuchi, the northern Yuan Guogong, Duke, and Azu, the senior official, were still indulging in wine and revelry, completely immersed in a life of luxury and decadence, unaware that danger was approaching. After feasting and drinking their fill, the 2 men each returned to their tents with their retinues for further amusement before falling into a deep slumber. Under the cover of night, the Ming army's left and right wings arrived first at their designated positions. The follow-up force led by xianhuan had taken a long detour before finally circling behind Tahuchi's encampment undetected, quietly awaiting the appointed hour. As the night deepened, the northern Yuan camp lay silent, with only the occasional crackling of a few campfires. A patrolling soldier, drowsy and half asleep, was nodding off when suddenly several fire arrows rained down from the sky. Some struck the tents, quickly igniting a fierce blaze that spread rapidly. Chapter 81. Li Wei must not be harmed. A sudden commotion erupted in the dead of night, throwing the military camp into chaos. A piercing alarm shattered the silence. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Soldiers who had been asleep jolted awake, scrambling to put on their armor and grab their weapons, their movements disordered and frantic. The enemy was already closing in, their war cries shaking the heavens. The vanguard led by xianhuan had already broken into the camp, their momentum unstoppable. Many soldiers fell into pools of blood before even managing to stand firm, cries of pain echoing through the camp. Xuanhuan, holding an infant in his arms, was awakened by the sudden uproar. Without waiting for news, he pushed aside his attendants, quickly dressed in armor, grabbed his weapon, and mounted his horse, dashing out. His movements were smooth, almost instinctive, yet filled with anxiety. What happened? Someone come here, he shouted anxiously. Sir, the Ming army has attacked. What should we do? His guards rushed over to ask urgently. Frightened and without hesitation, Xuanhuan immediately issued orders. Gather all our forces and follow me in breaking through the encirclement. After repeated defeats at the hands of the Ming army over the years, the northern Yuan forces had long lost their will to face them in open battle. Now caught in a night raid, they were even less inclined to fight, fleeing being their only thought. Aizhu, the Privy Council official, also ran out from his tent, snatched a warhorse from his guards, and galloped off without stopping. Xuanhuan likewise mounted his horse, repeatedly shouting along the way to gather his scattered troops. Gradually, his voice managed to rally a temporary force. He led them forward, desperately trying to break through the encirclement. The Ming forces first attacked from the rear, but their left and right wings were also closing in simultaneously. Realizing the situation, Xuanhuan decided they could only charge straight ahead. However, before they even left the camp, a wave of elite Ming cavalry surged toward them like tidal waters. Xuanhuan was stunned. Though his men were all cavalry, having just assembled, they had no chance against the well-prepared enemy, who was charging forward at full speed. Kill! Ming led 5,000 elite cavalrymen, piercing through Xuanhuan's newly formed formation like a sharp blade. The moment the two sides clashed, the Mongol cavalry, still in confusion, were shattered and scattered. Ming was closely guarded by his personal escort. The vanguard he commanded was like a ruthless blade, mercilessly slaughtering the enemy before him. Witnessing the scene, Xuanhuan's heart was filled with terror, and he dared not confront the enemy directly. Though Ming commanded 5,000 elite troops, he could not completely seal off the enemy, whose numbers were far greater. Seizing the opportunity, Xuanhuan quickly regrouped and broke through the encirclement with his remaining soldiers. After galloping a distance, he turned his head and saw at least half his troops left behind, but at this moment, he had no time to spare. He fled in haste, leading fewer than 5,000 men. Report. Our night attack was successful. The enemy is scattered and fleeing. General Lan personally fought in the front line and killed thousands of enemies. Some enemy troops are retreating northeast. Finally receiving the report at the main camp, Lan Yu and Li Wei were both relieved. The battlefield was covered with scouts, moving swiftly every few hundred meters, transmitting information at great speed. Hearing of the success, Li Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this time, they would return victorious without further combat. Lan Yu, however, was not convinced. Upon hearing that some of the enemy had fled northward, he shouted angrily. What? Still allowing some to escape? It's true, General, the scout replied. Lan Yu's expression darkened as he fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Li Wei felt greatly alarmed and quickly persuaded him, saying, General Lan, they're just a bunch of broken troops. Letting them run is no big deal. Nonsense. The Emperor commanded us to annihilate them completely. How can we allow any to escape? Li Wei had no retort, as Lan Yu had invoked the Emperor's orders. Pass my command. The cavalry will follow me immediately to intercept and eliminate the enemy. After issuing the order, Lan Yu shot a glance at Li Wei and coldly chuckled. Humph, you and your divine machinery unit can just stay here. But, the Grand General ordered us to guard the camp. Won't there be problems if we leave? The battlefield changes rapidly. Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. Don't argue. You stay here while I take the troops. Before the last word left his mouth, Lan Yu stopped speaking quickly mounted his horse, gathered his men, and rode away. General Lan, wait. Li Wei reached out to stop him, but failed. When he chased out of the camp, Lan Yu was already mounted and galloping away with his troops. Brother Lan, don't just leave me like this. Li Wei watched the retreating figure and muttered a few helpless words. Gazing in the direction Lan Yu had gone, he couldn't help but think anxiously. It would likely be a sleepless night. The situation had looked promising, with victory in sight. But now, because his comrade had chased after the enemy, he was left behind, feeling uneasy and on edge. Li Wei didn't dare let his guard down. He immediately summoned the officers of the Divine Machinery Unit. My friends, now that we remain alone in the camp, we must be extremely vigilant, Li Wei said gravely. Song Zhong, Jiang Long, Sun Lei, you three are to immediately lead your units, prepare for battle, and enter a state of readiness in case of a sudden enemy attack. Understood. The three immediately obeyed and rushed away. Zhu Wei, inform the cavalry units to mount their horses at once and prepare for combat. Honored General. Zhu Wei also hurried off to make preparations. Liu Tang, command the craftsmen to place the Fei Lei Pao 20 paces in front of the camp. Once installed, guard the position on site, follow orders, and evacuate quickly after firing. The Fei Lei Pao was extremely powerful. Even after testing, risks could not be completely ruled out. Remaining at the site after firing would lead to unimaginable consequences. Understood, General. Liu Tang replied promptly. Du Yuan, select 300 soldiers to assist Liu Tang, and assign the rest to protect the Yangzag supplies. Yes, General. Please rest assured, we will cooperate fully. Good. You may go now. Yes. As Liu Tang was about to leave with Du Yuan, Li Wei called him back in time. Wait. Send someone to help me put on the divine machinery armor. Liu Tang stopped and responded immediately. Understood, General. Moments later, with the help of the craftsmen, Li Wei had fully equipped himself with the specially made divine machinery armor. The officers returned to their positions, entering the state of preparedness. The guards formed a semicircular formation to ensure concentrated firepower. Liu Tang and others positioned the massive Fei Lei Pao 20 paces beyond the camp's perimeter. Over 100 of the weapons were fully loaded and secured with partitions. The men then crouched on the ground, holding the fuses, ready to fire at any moment. After completing the arrangements, Li Wei handed a telescope to Abu. Abu, take this and go to the watchtower. Report immediately upon noticing anything. The watchtower was a temporary structure built for observation in ancient military camps, used to scout for distant enemies. Abu accepted the telescope. This device had already been taught to him by Li Wei, and he found it extremely fascinating. Li Wei and Abu exited the command tent together, sending Abu up to the watchtower while he himself remained below, ready to issue orders at any moment. His assigned personal guards gathered around him, holding handguns and steel sabers at their waists, prepared at all times to protect him. Night fell, and Li Wei stood fully armored in his complete set of steel armor, glistening coldly under the moonlight. His divine machinery unit stood fully prepared beneath him. This unit, primarily equipped with firearms, was about to demonstrate the endless potential of gunpowder weaponry. After leaving the camp, Lan Yu did not head straight toward Nailu, but instead took a detour northward. The Ming army had advanced from east to west, with Mu Ying's cavalry surrounding the enemy from all directions, and Tuahuichi broke through from the east. Lan Yu concluded that the enemy would flee northward, deeper into the grasslands after escaping. After eliminating over 5,000 enemy soldiers, Mu Ying ordered Zhang Quan and others to clean up the battlefield, then led his cavalry in rapid pursuit. Tuahuichi, accompanied by his scattered remnants, fled in great haste. Initially chaotic and directionless, he later intended to turn north into the heart of the grasslands. However, just as he thought there might be hope of escape, hooves suddenly thundered from ahead. Tuahuichi's face changed dramatically, and he stared in terror at the sudden appearance of enemy cavalry, his expression turning pale. His personal guards shouted anxiously, "Your Grace, there are enemy troops ahead." Clenching his teeth, Tuahuichi shouted, "Flee eastward." Hardly had he hesitated when Mu Ying rapidly closed in, and with Lan Yu blocking from the north, there was no choice but to flee east. Fleeing south would lead further into the heart of Ming territory, certain death. As Mu Ying was in hot pursuit of Tuahuichi, he noticed the enemy changing direction and soon spotted Lan Yu's cavalry unit. Mu Ying's face suddenly changed. What was going on? How could Lan Yu be here? Wasn't the camp left solely under Li Wei's protection? Hastily riding to catch up, Mu Ying shouted from afar, "Why are you here?" Riding while replying, Lan Yu answered, "I'm here to ambush the enemy." "Fool, I ordered you to defend the camp. How dare you disobey?" Mu Ying scolded furiously. Lan Yu slightly frowned. This was indeed his mistake. But if he were to sit idle in the camp while allowing the enemy to escape, that was unthinkable. The opportunity was fleeting. I was only acting flexibly in accordance with the emperor's decree. Though Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang certainly wanted all these chancellors destroyed, Mu Ying knew clearly in his heart that compared to that, Li Wei's safety was far more critical. Damn it. The enemy is heading straight toward our camp. After identifying the direction of Tuahuichi's escape, Mu Ying shouted in panic. Excellent. If the divine machinery unit can just slow them down slightly, we'll be able to capture all these chancellors. Unlike Mu Ying, Lan Yu was delighted. He had originally planned this all along when setting up the northern ambush. What do you know? Li Wei must not be harmed under any circumstances. Even though Tuahuichi's forces were merely a fleeing, defeated rabble, and the divine machinery unit was far from defenseless, Mu Ying couldn't help but worry. If something happened to Li Wei, if anything unexpected occurred, how would he bear it? Thinking of this possibility, Mu Ying's back was already covered in cold sweat. Lan Yu's face darkened, being scolded twice in a row. Although Mu Ying had greater seniority and was his superior, he still felt resentment. That's just a useless fellow. If he dies, it's no big deal. Why make such a fuss? Less talk, hurry up and chase. If anything happens to him, both of us will lose our heads. Hearing these words, Lan Yu immediately became alert. What do you mean by that? Mu Ying didn't feel like explaining. He merely urged his horse forward, speeding up. At present, he still didn't know Li Wei's true identity and couldn't explain the reasons behind it. Ahead, Xuanhuan, seeing his pursuer gaining ground, ran even harder. Watching him sprinting straight toward the camp at such speed, Mu Ying grew even more anxious. He quickened his pace immediately, and the two were locked in a chase of pursuit. Chapter 82. What kind of weapon is this? Mu Ying felt extremely bitter inside. The current situation left him no choice but to chase, yet the more eagerly he pursued, the faster the enemy fled. He even wanted to shout, "You don't have to run anymore. If you stop running, I'll stop chasing." Unfortunately, Xuanhuan couldn't hear him, and even if he did, he wouldn't believe it. Li Wei, at this moment, both anxious and praying for a peaceful night, really did not want to get involved in battle. Once engaged, winning brought merit while losing meant death, an outcome he desired neither. If they lost, his life would be over, and everything would return to nothing. If they won, Zhu Yuanzhang would surely notice and say, "Hey, you actually have some skills. Well then, from now on, you lead troops into battle." That would be a disaster. Whether winning or losing, the hardship of long-distance travel alone was already unbearable. The bumpy journey nearly shook his bones apart. Unless cars or trains were invented, maybe he could go out for a leisurely trip. Otherwise, he absolutely refused to leave camp ever again. Unfortunately, fate seldom followed human wishes. Abu, observing from a high point with a telescope, noticed under the moonlight a group of indistinct figures charging in their direction and immediately cried out, "General, enemy spotted." Li Wei instantly tensed his entire body, urgently asking, "Where?" Abu immediately raised the prepared flag and pointed it toward the northwest. Li Wei's expression slightly changed as he ordered, "Immediately form up the ranks and prepare for battle." At his command, each unit swiftly adjusted their position according to Abu's signal. Lu Tang and others also turned their cannons, aiming precisely at the approaching enemy. After a moment of deep thought, Li Wei issued another command: "Extinguish all lights, and let the entire camp maintain absolute silence." Song Zhong, standing nearby, quietly praised him in a low voice upon hearing the command. A wise decision from the general. This will definitely catch them off guard. Li Wei gave him a cold stare and asked, "Did you forget my earlier strategy?" "What strategy?" "Remain hidden and endure. Avoid confrontation if possible. Just keep quiet now. Unless they head straight toward us, do not act rashly." "But, isn't this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?" "General, how about we take this chance and strike first?" Li Wei replied coldly. "Just follow orders." "Oh yes, sir. Understood." Once engaged in battle, survival depended upon victory. Should they win, General Zhu would assign even more missions. If defeated, then real trouble would follow. Therefore, he had already resolved in his heart that if only those cavalry changed direction slightly and did not directly charge toward him, he would pretend not to have noticed. Watching the heavily armored cavalry draw nearer, Li Wei felt his heart tighten in fear. Ultimately, the direction Xuanhuan was fleeing deviated slightly from where Li Wei's camp was stationed, offering slight relief. At this point, Xuanhuan also noticed the encampment in the moonlight. A personal guard rode closer and pointed toward it, saying, "Sir, isn't that a Ming army encampment? It's pitch black, looks unguarded." Xuanhuan had also noticed the darkened camp, puzzled. Could this Ming camp truly be unguarded? After a moment of thought, he concluded that it likely was. The Ming forces had advanced along 4 routes, mobilizing several tens of thousands of troops, with thousands of cavalry en route, likely stretching their full capacity. This is a perfect opportunity. Let's charge through and set it on fire. Without supplies, the Ming army will surely become chaotic, and we can escape amid the disorder. Xuanhuan, thinking quickly, grew more convinced of his idea, and without hesitation, loudly commanded his men to adjust direction and directly charge toward Li Wei's camp. "General, those guys are racing straight toward us." Abu, standing high above, shouted with a loud voice. Li Wei's body, just starting to relax, tensed up instantly. "What? Are these fools insane? With pursuers right behind. Instead of fleeing, they're charging at us." At this moment, Song Zhong suddenly realized what was happening and came over to whisper to Li Wei, "Thank goodness for the general's wise decision. Thanks to your order to extinguish all lights, those fellows mistakenly believe the camp is empty, so they plan a sneak attack to destroy our provisions and buy themselves escape time." Upon hearing this, Li Wei's eyes widened in shock. Was this really happening? How could such a situation exist? After realizing the situation clearly, Li Wei became furious, stamping his feet. "Kershi sun fi zhongjia, dengda." So, in an outburst of rage, he roared at Song Zhong. "Why didn't you say this earlier? Why did you stay silent?" Song Zhong, why didn't you say so sooner? What were you waiting for?" Song Zhong, not. "If you understood, you should have spoken earlier. Why didn't you say anything?" Song Zhong stood speechless. He realized that this governor Li possessed a rather strange temper. He himself was quite clever, capable of accurately interpreting the emperor's intentions nearly 80 to 90% of the time, yet he completely failed to grasp General Li's mind. After a moment of thought, he resolved to speak less in the future. Song Zhong silently returned to his original position. Li Wei, furious beyond measure and nearly losing control, swore loudly. Staring at the cavalry drawing ever closer, after much deliberation, he finally gave a loud command to initiate the counterattack. Open fire. Hit them hard and knock some sense into these fools. Song Zhong, hiding far away, secretly muttered to himself. It was clearly your own misunderstanding, yet you blame others for being foolish. Following Li Wei's command, horn after horn sounded throughout the camp. The well-prepared soldiers pulled their triggers, and gunshots crackled loudly as thousands of bullets flew toward the approaching cavalry. When Xuanhuan heard the gunfire, his heart leapt in shock. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. As the gunfire erupted, Li Wei no longer concealed himself, and torches were immediately lit across the camp, fully exposing the hidden ambush inside. If Li Wei had known what Xuanhuan was thinking at that moment, he would probably have spat at him in anger. Fall into a trap? Your mother's trap. You're the one who charged right into it yourself. Due to Li Wei's earlier hesitation, Xuanhuan's cavalry had already approached too closely to turn back now. Xuanhuan had no choice but to continue charging ahead. In his eyes, however, the Ming commander clearly had little knowledge of firearms. Opening fire as early as 200 paces, there was absolutely no chance of hitting anything at that range. Moments later, dozens of riders fell from their horses, causing local chaos within the formation. Xuanhuan looked around in shock. Since when had firearms achieved such a long range? Still, retreat was now impossible, and he shouted to encourage his men. Fear not, everyone. Firearms can only fire once. It takes considerable time to reload, so we simply need to speed up our charge. Pung pung pung. Before Xuanhuan had even finished speaking, another volley of gunfire broke out, and his entire body froze. What was going on? Li Wei's troops gave him no time for reflection. A few seconds later, another round of gunfire sounded. Then, after another brief interval, gunfire once again erupted repeatedly. Every few seconds, another deadly barrage rained down. Xuanhuan's cavalry continued to fall, initially dozens at a time, but as they got closer, the number soared sharply, 100, 200. The charging cavalry were struck down one after another. In just 100 paces, 700 or 800 had already been killed. Xuanhuan dared not utter another word. Retreating was no longer an option, let alone the pursuers behind. Even attempting to turn and slow down under such circumstances would only cause further heavy casualties. The only hope now was to charge forward with full force. If they could break through the encirclement, there might still be a chance at survival. Otherwise, total annihilation awaited. As they finally entered within 100 paces, the musket accuracy increased significantly, each shot killing 300 or 400 men. Xuanhuan's face turned pale with horror, filled with sorrow and anger. Was this truly the will of heaven to end me? 3. When Li Wei saw the heavily armored cavalry drawing near, he, too, grew deeply anxious. His body, hidden beneath steel armor, trembled slightly out of nervousness. This was no virtual battlefield, nor a movie set. If they truly broke through, the consequences would be unimaginable. Though the current situation seemed favorable and the Divine Machine Battalion still had 1,000 cavalry in reserve, he absolutely refused to allow his men to suffer heavy casualties. Order Lu Tang to open fire with the cannons. Upon seeing the enemy entering firing range, Li Wei immediately issued the order. As the command spread, Lu Tang and others quickly knelt down to light the fuses before rushing away swiftly. Moments later, over 100 Falais cannons fired simultaneously, followed by deafening explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Over 100 artillery pieces opened fire together, accompanied by even more violent, thunderous blasts. The cavalry led by Xuanhuan had gone through great effort to reach within 100 paces, already suffering over 1,000 casualties, and the number continued to rise. The thunderous explosions startled the horses, triggering chaos across the battlefield. But this was only the beginning. Alongside the first wave of cannon fire, over 100 explosive devices fell from the sky, accurately landing within the cavalry formation. Some soldiers were puzzled by the strange small devices suddenly dropping. Why had they only launched such small objects if making such a tremendous noise? Then boom! One of the devices exploded among the horse's hooves, and flames instantly engulfed the rider and his mount, tearing them into countless fragments. It wasn't just him. His companions nearby were also blown into a bloody mess. Within a radius of 20 meters, even those not directly struck were thrown violently by the shockwave, crashing hard onto the ground with blood flowing from their mouths and noses, clearly beyond saving. Xuanhuan, witnessing this horrifying scene, stood frozen like a wooden statue. His eardrums had been ruptured by the blast, and his mind buzzed with continuous ringing. His own horse fared no better. Frightened by the intense noise, it reared up wildly, dragging him frantically forward. After the simultaneous fire of over 100 cannons, over 1,000 men had already been killed or wounded. The surviving soldiers who had barely broken through were now completely out of control, fleeing wildly with all thoughts of charging forgotten. Right behind them, Mu Ying and Lan Yu had slowed their pace upon hearing the gunfire, and now moved to outflank from both sides. They both knew the destructive power of the muskets well, and feared getting too close, potentially endangering their own men. As the cannons roared again, the two who had already maneuvered to the flanks were both stunned, and immediately pulled their horses to a stop. Although still at a distance, their own war horses also whinnied in fear, and the soldiers struggled hard to maintain order, preventing a larger-scale panic. What kind of weapon is this? Lan Yu stared in shock at the disintegrating enemy troops ahead, his heart shaken to the core. The Ming army certainly possessed heavy artillery, but nothing like this. Never had such deafening explosions been heard, nor had such devastating destructive power ever been seen. Although these firearms had limited effective range, only about 100 paces, their sheer power was truly astonishing. Mu Ying gazed silently at the battlefield ahead, lost in deep thought. He now faintly understood why Zhu Yuanzhang placed such great importance on Li Wei. Chapter 83. How dare you claim to be the Duke of Beiyuan? Flintlock muskets, steel-bladed weapons, military horns and whistles, along with practical gaiters, and now such terrifying long-range weaponry. Thinking carefully about all this, Li Wei had already introduced numerous critical inventions capable of turning the tide of battle. He had even begun reshaping the very nature of warfare itself. Take the current Divine Machine Battalion, for example. It was arguably the first army in the world built around firearms. Previously, primitive hand cannons had minimal effect, requiring long intervals between shots, always needing swordsmen for protection. Cannons, although powerful, were limited in influence and ultimately unable to determine the outcome of battles. In the end, victory still depended on cavalry and certain key forces. But since Li Wei's emergence, this situation had completely changed. This brief battle had already demonstrated the overwhelming power of firearms, firmly establishing their core position in future warfare. The current firearms were merely the basic models. In the future, Li Wei would certainly develop even more formidable weapons. Mu Ying believed this without doubt. No matter his origins, such a talent was truly a national treasure. No wonder the emperor valued him so highly. After the Feilei cannons fired, the enemy troops on the battlefield fell into chaos. Still, several frightened warhorses carrying injured soldiers galloped directly toward the Ming camp, while some enemy troops began harassing the Ming positions with arrows. Quick reload. Prepare for combat. Suppressing his anxiety, Li Wei gave urgent orders after 2 rounds of gunfire. Zhuo Wei, lead the cavalry into battle. Infantry, quickly reform the formation. At once, Zhuo Wei, well prepared beforehand, immediately accepted the command and led the cavalry to charge from both flanks. Meanwhile, enemy commanders at various levels organized their troops, adjusted equipment, changed formations, and cleared paths for their cavalry. At this point, the enemy had largely lost fighting capability and most simply scattered in panic. Zhuo Wei's cavalry pursued relentlessly, while a few enemy riders faced the Ming anti-cavalry barricades outside the camp, as well as the glittering spears of over 3,000 infantry behind them. Tuochi sat dazed, carried miraculously past multiple obstacles by his frightened horse, before finally crashing headlong into the barricades. The horse lost control and couldn't leap over the obstacles, so Tuochi was thrown far off, rolling all the way until he came to a stop at Li Wei's feet. Suddenly, Li Wei saw a figure flying toward him, jumped in shock, took several steps backward, and instantly his personal guard surrounded the fallen enemy soldier, aiming their handguns directly at Tuochi's forehead. Still in intense pain from his injuries, Tuochi finally regained consciousness. Although his hearing was still slightly muffled, he quickly understood he had been captured after glancing around. Li Wei, clad in steel armor gleaming coldly in the firelight, stepped forward a few paces to stand before Tuochi. Upon seeing this strangely dressed, imposing figure, Tuochi's brows furrowed tightly. No need to think further. This man must be an important figure. All the hard-earned military merits he'd struggled for were now handed to someone else. How could fate be arranged like this? Li Wei sighed inwardly, feeling as though heaven itself conspired to test him. Tuochi stared up at this figure in finely crafted steel armor, a foreign and grotesque sight, and his eyes showed only fear. The moment he saw the other, Tuochi immediately realized in his heart that those mighty ministers and thunderous cannons must all have come from this iron-armored man. I surrender. Great general, I submit to you. Without further thought, Tuochi, as soon as he regained his senses, began bowing repeatedly toward Li Wei. Li Wei showed slight surprise, then slightly raised the corner of his lips. Behind his cold, hard visor, he spoke solemnly. Address me as Divine Machine General. Divine Machine General? Divine Machine Great General, I admit defeat. I respectfully surrender. Tuochi paused briefly, then quickly understood and corrected himself, continuing to bow urgently in supplication. Honestly speaking, when I first began writing, it was purely an impulse. I've often had similar sudden inspirations before. An impressive beginning would come to me in a flash, only to leave the story unfinished afterward. And my editor-minister as well, fortunate indeed that from among countless mediocre works he chose mine, offering a contract and guidance that led to my achievements today. I'm truly grateful. In this field, I'm an absolute novice. Once, I couldn't even write a full-length composition, yet now I can manage 5,000 words daily, fit for public reading. Truly, it is a strange and miraculous thing. My path here has included both chance opportunities and practical pressures, mainly unemployment. I won't starve, of course, but I do wish to improve my meals now and then. I shall temporarily swallow this rustic feast. Whether tomorrow brings more grass, or perhaps a taste of meat entirely depends on you all. Dear brothers, once again, thank you all. Of course, here's a rewritten version of the original text. Huge thanks. Seeing the man in such a miserable state, Li Wei frowned slightly, shaking his head. He felt a bit more relaxed, guessing that this man probably wasn't important. Enough, tie him up first. Li Wei had originally wanted to gesture dismissively, but found his arm too weak to move, so he replaced the action with words. After all, he always prided himself on being a gentleman. Thank you, Divine Machine General. Thank you so much. Tuochi, learning that he was only to be bound and not in danger of losing his life, hurriedly bowed repeatedly in gratitude. The previous scene had been truly horrifying. The figure and the horse had shattered into pieces in an instant. Despite his experience in countless battles, he had never before witnessed such a bloody sight and was greatly frightened. Now the battlefield situation was gradually becoming clear. Mu Ying and Lan Yu's cavalry had also joined the fight, and the overall victory was already decided. Li Wei, who had been under intense pressure, finally allowed his tense spirit to relax. As his mind relaxed, the once mighty divine machine general suddenly collapsed, feeling weak all over. Had it not been for his determination to remain standing, he likely would have already slumped to the ground. Li Wei hurriedly grabbed the shoulder of a nearby personal guard, his voice trembling as he called out, Lu Tang, General, I'm here. Lu Tang, having completed his mission, quickly returned and rushed closer upon hearing the summons. Straining himself, Li Wei waved feebly. Lu Tang immediately understood, stepping forward to support his arm. Help me inside and assist me in removing my armor. Li Wei whispered. At once, General. Lu Tang obeyed, signaling to several workers to come over. Together, they helped Li Wei into the tent and quickly removed the heavy iron armor from his body. After removing the armor, Li Wei discovered that his entire body was sticky, his undergarments completely soaked in sweat. Although it was cold in the north, the perspiration was not from heat, but rather from intense nervousness. Abu, having completed his task, entered and assisted Lu Tang in helping Li Wei change clothes. After a short rest, Li Wei slowly regained his strength. Remembering there was still a captured prisoner whose identity remained unknown, Li Wei gave Abu instructions. Abu, bring that prisoner here for questioning. Understood, General. Abu, who rarely spoke but acted swiftly, immediately left to fetch the prisoner upon receiving the order. Soon after, Taochi was brought once again before Li Wei. By this time, Li Wei had already removed his steel armor. His figure now appeared thin and weak, yet Taochi dared not show the slightest disrespect. Upon learning that this man before him was the Divine Machine General, he immediately dropped to his knees. Greetings to the Divine Machine General. Seated on a chair, Li Wei cast a sideways glance and asked, What is your name, and what status do you hold in Northern Yuan? My humble name is Taochi, a State Duke of Northern Yuan. You may call me Xiaohua, General. This name sounds quite pleasant. Li Wei nodded slightly. He had always enjoyed names with the prefix Xiao, little, such as Xiao Qing or Xiao Chui. He had even considered using Xiao Gongzhu, little princess, but discarded it for being too childish. Suddenly, Li Wei's expression changed drastically. His face turned pale as he asked in alarm, Wait a second, did you just say you are the what of Northern Yuan? Reporting to the great general, I am indeed a State Duke of Northern Yuan. Tuochi respectfully repeated, bowing deeply. Li Wei inhaled sharply, his vision momentarily darkening. He nearly fainted, but Lu Tang quickly caught him. A State Duke? This title was too high. He had barely captured one enemy soldier when he was handed a State Duke. How could things possibly develop from here? He had worked so hard just to barely gain control of the situation, yet now an immediate dilemma arose. Who would dare to take responsibility for this? What would old Zhu Yuanzhang, say when he found out? Li Wei thought for a moment and already imagined what old Zhu would say next. If he returned and reported capturing Tuochi. You're really something, kid. Great job. Next time, try capturing a prince for me. If he captured a prince. You're quite the guy. Great job. Next time, try capturing an emperor. And if he actually captured the emperor. You're amazing. Great job. Wait, are you planning a rebellion? Come here, stick out your neck. Let me see if my blade is still sharp. Damn it. If things continued like this, his days were surely numbered. Who knew when old Zhu would deal with him? Thinking to this point, Li Wei felt his future dim and all hope vanished. Anger surged within him, and without knowing where the strength came from, he suddenly stood upright and rushed to Taochi's front. How dare you claim to be the Duke of Northern Yuan? Li Wei shouted, striking the man's forehead with a slap. Taochi cried out in pain. Chapter 84. You are the Duke of Bei Yuan. You are the Duke of Bei Yuan. Li Wei shouted as he slapped him 3 times in succession. Sir, I am. That's you. You coward. Dare you call yourself the Duke of Bei Yuan? Li Wei asked doubtfully while tapping his forehead. Then, am I or not? Tuochi cowered, not knowing how to respond. You ask me? Are you asking me, or am I asking you? Li Wei launched another round of attacks. Tuochi nearly burst into tears. Would it kill him to just say it outright? If you say yes, then yes it is. If you say no, then no. With his head bowed low, Tuochi gave Li Wei a pitiful look. After releasing his anger, Li Wei finally felt relieved. He had always disliked Tuochi, and now he sneered coldly. Get out of my sight. You're making me angry again. Okay. Seeing that Li Wei finally stopped, Tuochi obediently rolled himself over to the corner of the tent and crouched there, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. Outside, the battle gradually quieted down. With the reinforcement of 10,000 cavalry led by Mu Ying and Lan Yu, defeating these scattered and disoriented remnants was naturally effortless. They simply had to mop up the remaining enemies, capture officials, and take prisoners. As soon as the battle ended, Mu Ying rushed to Li Wei's command tent. Generally, are you okay? The moment Mu Ying entered, he ran up to Li Wei and gave him a full body check from head to toe. Already exhausted, Li Wei winced in pain under his touch. Ow, ouch, let go. Li Wei finally pulled away with all his strength and immediately stepped back a few paces. Frowning in annoyance, he said, I'm fine. Keep that up, and I really will end up hurt. Oh, ha ha, good, good. At least you're fine. Upon hearing this, Muing laughed awkwardly. Driven by anxiety, he had already asked the soldiers from the Divine Machine Corps outside about Li Wei's condition and knew he was unharmed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to come visit. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Xuanhuan curled up in the corner. Rage surged within him, and he stormed over and started punching and kicking furiously. Why did you run? Why did you run? You ran away. Ouch, ouch. Xuanhuan had just narrowly escaped Li Wei's attack, when he was now dealt an even harsher beating from Muing. If you didn't chase me, could I run? In desperation, Xuanhuan covered his head and shouted. If you didn't run, could I chase? You still talk back? Just wait until I deal with you properly. Struck again, Xuanhuan fell to the ground, trembling violently. Muing hit far more ruthlessly than Li Wei's relatively light taps. Tired after his beating, Muing finally stopped and stood aside. Thinking back now, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, the Divine Machine Corps had proven their exceptional might and practically wiped out the entire enemy force entirely. Li Wei had not only survived safely, but also earned great merit. Otherwise, if anything had really happened to Li Wei, even if he had torn Xuanhuan to pieces and presented his body to the Emperor would not have easily let him off either. Mr. Mu, if there's nothing else, please return to your tent earlier. I also want to rest soon, Li Wei urged, after watching him beat Xuanhuan. By now, it was already deep into the night. The exact time was unclear, except that it was just a few hours until dawn. The long journey had already worn him out, followed by an all-night battle. He was practically drained beyond endurance. When he was reborn into the Ming Dynasty, he had just turned 28. Now, a little over a year later, approaching 30, he truly felt the burden of age. He clearly felt that 28 had been a dividing line. Past this age, physical strength and energy began declining rapidly. Even athletes often chose to retire around this age. There was nothing he could do. Although his exterior remained youthful, internally, the decline was irreversible. Seeing his tired face, Muing didn't take offense at his impoliteness, since he'd gradually grown used to it. All right then, get some rest. The battle outside is more or less over. I'll send someone to handle the rest. Thank you. Li Wei whispered his gratitude, finding that Mu Ying was indeed quite considerate. Just as Mu Ying was about to leave the tent, Li Wei suddenly called him back. Wait, take this man away with you too. Li Wei pointed at Xuanhuan on the ground. He couldn't stand looking at him anymore. If that man stayed around, it would bother him so much that he probably couldn't fall asleep. Mu Ying paused to think and agreed, since the prisoner was already captured anyway, and it didn't matter who was in charge of guarding him. All right, then I'll take him. You rest well. As Mu Ying moved forward to pick up the prisoner, the previously helpless Xuanhuan suddenly sprang up. No, Divine Machine General, you can't abandon me. Li Wei, Mu Ying. Because Xuanhuan feared Mu Ying greatly, he preferred to be punished by Li Wei rather than leave with Mu Ying, clinging to Li Wei as if he were a lifeline. Li Wei found this quite frustrating and felt helpless. Why had this kind of trouble fallen on him? Although Xuanhuan had been captured by him, out of respect for Li Wei, Mu Ying did not treat him harshly. If Li Wei insisted on keeping Xuanhuan here, he was willing to accept that. Move, get out of here and stop bothering me. Li Wei waved impatiently at Xuanhuan, clearly intending to push him away. Seeing this, Mu Ying no longer hesitated and directly took Xuanhuan away. As he was dragged off, Xuanhuan kept shouting, Divine Machine General, the title Li Wei had jokingly claimed for himself. In front of the real Divine Machine General, Mu Ying, Li Wei felt somewhat embarrassed. He had only made up the title on a whim, never expecting this coward to take it seriously and constantly refer to him with that honorific. After Mu Ying took Xuanhuan away, Abu and the others gradually left the tent as well, and finally the camp fell silent. Li Wei lazily walked toward the makeshift cot, threw himself onto it, and lay completely still, not even bothering to pull up a blanket. Outside, after Mu Ying had Xuanhuan locked up, he began directing the troops to clean up the battlefield. To prevent the enemy from detecting their movements, the operation had been very rushed. They had launched a surprise attack immediately upon arrival without time for rest, and now the soldiers were all exhausted. After the 3 night attack divisions returned, they briefly organized the battlefield, properly secured the prisoners, left guards behind, and then returned to their camps to rest. General, the great general is asking for you in the council. Early the next morning, Li Wei only barely opened his eyes after being urged multiple times by Abu. So early? What's there to discuss? Let's do it in the afternoon. Li Wei frowned, rolled over, and prepared to continue sleeping. Sir, it's already noon, Abu said with a bitter smile. Although the battle had ended, many tasks still needed to be handled, clearing the battlefield, counting the casualties, dealing with the prisoners, and seized goods. Everyone else had started working early, but only Li Wei remained in bed, completely indifferent to these affairs. Sir, you should really go at least once. The great general has been waiting for quite a while. Abu persuaded again. Abu was not really suited to be a personal guard. His quiet, rigid, and overly serious personality clearly did not suit the role of a close aide to a commander. After all, such a position required not only excellent skills, but also the ability to understand and flatter a superior's moods, and unfortunately, he lacked these abilities entirely. All right then, fine, I'll get up, Li Wei reluctantly said, dragging himself up from the bed with obvious displeasure. Once fully dressed, Li Wei stepped out of the tent. Around him, the Divine Machine Corps soldiers saluted him respectfully, their eyes showing genuine admiration. Victory or defeat on the battlefield determined a hero's status. No matter how Li Wei personally felt, at least in the eyes of his subordinates, it was due to this intelligent and brave divine machine general that they had won so easily, practically without any losses. Li Wei hurried past, barely noticing the changed attitudes of the soldiers, merely nodding casually in response. Upon arriving at Mu Ying's command tent, Li Wei found the other generals already waiting. He was late again, as usual, and everyone had long grown accustomed to it. However, today, the generals' attitudes toward him were somewhat different. Previously, they had always looked at him with contempt and disdain, but today, they mixed their gaze with hints of envy, jealousy, and even a little respect. Beyond appearances, deep in their hearts, these generals also held a quiet fear of him. Though they refused to admit it, during the cleanup process, they had personally witnessed the large craters Li Wei had caused, the scattered limbs and shattered warhorse bodies, and the completely transformed, more professional-looking divine machine soldiers. All reminders that this seemingly frail general before them was no ordinary man. General Li has arrived. General Li. After Li Wei entered, several more amiable officers greeted him actively, and he politely returned the greetings. However, not everyone welcomed him warmly. Most simply watched coldly from the side, with figures like Lan Yu and Sun Gu casting obvious glances of displeasure. Just think about it. They had worked hard all night, laying ambushes and launching sneak attacks, yet the greatest credit somehow ended up inexplicably in Li Wei's hands. It felt like 4 teammates exhausting themselves to weaken an enemy only for this bastard to show up and hand the final kill to an idle marksman, enough to make anyone furious. Haha, I heard General Li captured Tuohuachi, the Beiyuan State Duke. Congratulations, congratulations, Sun Gu remarked sarcastically. Upon hearing this, Li Wei immediately lowered his head in a defeated expression and sighed. Ah, yes. All the generals, speechless. This fellow clearly gained the advantage yet pretended as if he had suffered a loss. Truly frustrating. Sun Gu froze for a moment, his eyes practically shooting sparks. Would it kill you not to put on this act for once? General Li indeed stands apart from the crowd. Sun Gu clenched his teeth, struggling to find an appropriate expression. If only a term like humble brag or similar existed, otherwise these people would definitely pounce on him with rage. Li Wei didn't care about their attitudes, but he felt deeply depressed inside, sensing that peace would no longer be possible in the days to come. All right, let's continue the discussion. Mu Ying spoke up. What followed was nominally a discussion, but in reality it mainly focused on summarizing the results of the battle, particularly the military merits, which was the real point. In this night raid against the enemy, we held an absolute advantage and finally wiped them out completely. Everyone has worked very hard this time. General, you're being too generous. It was our duty. Serving His Majesty is only natural. Only natural. Chapter 85, A Scolding for All. Mu Ying said a few polite words, and everyone responded modestly in turn, except for Lan Yu and a few others who stood silently with grim expressions. Li Wei looked particularly gloomy. An uninformed observer might mistake his mood for that of a defeated general fearing punishment upon return. Well, this time we deployed 40,000. Mu Ying paused mid-sentence, suddenly recalling that Li Wei's Divine Machine Battalion had also participated, so he quickly corrected himself. 45,000 troops. We completely wiped out the enemy forces, beheading 3,700 and capturing 5,000. Our losses amounted to only slightly over 1,000 men. At this point, Mu Ying's gaze involuntarily shifted toward Li Wei. Out of those 3,700 enemies slain, over 2,000 were accounted for by Li Wei's Divine Machine Battalion alone, more than the combined tally of the remaining 40,000 troops. In terms of casualties, the Divine Machine Battalion only suffered a few light wounds and suffered no fatalities at all, an almost non-existent casualty count. Such a kill-to-loss ratio, in infantry versus cavalry combat, was simply astonishing. In past conflicts, casualty differences between both sides generally weren't this drastic. Even when one side had the upper hand, like this time when tens of thousands launched a night raid, losses still usually were significant. After all, swords and blades spared no one. While you slashed at me, I slashed back at you. There could never be sacrifices on just one side alone. Unless it was elite cavalry facing infantry, where a 5-to-1 kill ratio might be achieved, or during sieges when defenders took advantage of city walls to approach such ratios. This battle fully demonstrated the terrifying power of firearms, leaving a deep impression on all the attending generals. Previously dismissed with disdain, those muskets had now become the decisive force on the battlefield. Although the Divine Machine Battalion scored many kills, their number of prisoners was small, barely over 1,000. Under cannon fire, the enemy had hardly any opportunity to surrender. Most prisoners were captured from the northern Yuan camp, when it was surrounded on 3 sides. After a short pause, Mu Ying continued. This campaign not only captured many enemy troops, but we also seized more than 7,000 horses and tens of thousands of cattle and sheep. This undoubtedly is a great victory. When we return and report to the Emperor, I shall personally petition for everyone's contributions to be honored. He then shifted his gaze directly at Li Wei and said, especially General Li, capturing the northern Yuan Duke is a tremendous feat. All the surrounding generals also turned their eyes to Li Wei, their expressions filled with open envy. Li Wei hesitated briefly, then thought for a moment before replying. In my opinion, capturing the northern Yuan Duke should be credited to everyone's joint effort. I was simply lucky to reap the final reward. If we're really talking about merit, everyone else contributed far more. His words came from the heart. They were not false modesty. He only wished to distance himself from this so-called Northern Yuan Duke as quickly as possible, preferably even having his name omitted altogether from the official battle report. Hearing this, Mu Ying smiled with satisfaction. He had originally worried Li Wei would be socially inept, claiming the credit alone. Upon hearing this, those envious generals also softened their jealousy. What rightfully belongs to someone should remain so. No one is going to snatch it from you. No need to put on such a show. Sun Ke snorted coldly. Li Wei looked genuinely helpless. After all, that was exactly what he truly felt. There's no need to be modest, General Li. The Divine Machine Battalion's contributions in this battle are clear for all to see. While we all put in effort, you rightfully deserve the top honor. Xianhuan, quite easygoing by nature, spoke in agreement. As the commander of the night raid, he didn't particularly mind this matter. In truth, even without Li Wei, these infantry commanders still probably wouldn't have gotten the top credit. It would have likely gone to mounted generals like Mu Ying or Lan Yu instead. Mu Ying naturally wouldn't quibble, but Lan Yu was not pleased. After all, he had left camp under the risk of violating military orders and launching his own attack against the enemy. Had he personally captured the Northern Yuan Duke, success could have justified disobedience, and that matter might have been lightly glossed over. But now, fate had conveniently delivered this Northern Yuan Duke directly into Li Wei's hands, and he actually succeeded in capturing him, which infuriated Lan Yu. He had originally thought that as long as Li Wei merely delayed the enemy forces slightly, he could swoop in and finish things off. He hadn't expected the situation to develop into what it now was. Sun Ke and Lan Yu were the closest of friends. It was always Sun Ke who Taozu in front of Li Wei, always looking for faults. Fortunately, aside from them, others were more reasonable. Yet Li Wei thought quite the opposite. He wished everyone would oppose him and quickly snatch away all the credit he supposedly had. That's not right. I think the credit truly should go to all of us, especially General Lan. After all, the Northern Yuan State Preceptor should rightly be considered captured by General Lan. Keep it for yourself. I don't want it. After hearing this, Lan Yu's face remained dark. He had no intention of accepting this credit shoved onto him. Though achievements were important, pride and dignity mattered more. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Mu Ying spoke up. General Li, everyone has clearly seen the performance of the Divine Machine Battalion. Please, no need for further modesty. It's not that I feel. Li Wei wanted to argue further, but Mu Ying waved to interrupt him, continuing. Besides, I have already written the battle report detailing the situation and everyone's contributions, and sent it to the capital by a special courier on fast horse. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's eyes widened in shock. What? You've already reported it? Yes. I have already dispatched someone to ride to the capital and report our victory. Mu Ying nodded with a smile. Li Wei immediately turned pale, his face full of despair. The generals looked at him in confusion. You can be modest, but why act like this? Enough is enough. Mu Ying ignored him further and shifted to discuss the post-battle logistics, treating the wounded, transporting the prisoners, and cleaning and burying the battlefield. Every matter required careful handling. Speaking of treating the wounded, Li Wei had a share of credit in that too, thanks to the alcohol he invented. Zhu Yuanzhang had taken it and ordered large quantities to be made, handing it to the army medics for treating injured soldiers. However, only Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Biao knew about this. These soldiers had no idea, since it had been forcefully seized by Zhu, and thus was not a matter to be publicly announced. After the meeting ended, Li Wei walked heavily toward his tent, his heart filled with dark thoughts of the future, his mood reaching rock bottom. At that moment, his subordinate commanders had gathered inside his tent, completely opposite to him in mood, all brimming with excitement. This time they had fought magnificently. This was a great victory. They were all veteran soldiers who had experienced many battles, but none had ever been like this. The enemy had barely approached before being wiped out decisively and cleanly. This was their first time. How should one describe it? Simply exhilarating. This time it was mainly due to the Chancellor team. They wiped out 2 tents of the enemy from 200 paces away. If it hadn't been for the advancing troops pressing behind, they probably would have retreated earlier. Sun Lei said loudly. I don't quite agree with that. Speaking of credit, the biggest contributors were actually Lu Tang and their cannons. Without those cannons smashing the remnants into confusion, we might have suffered heavy losses. Du Yuan intended to praise Lu Tang first, but then shifted his tone. Of course, our officer's assistance was also indispensable. You don't know just how heavy General Li's cannons are. No one could carry them alone. We helped set them up. Right, Lu Tang? After speaking, Du Yuan turned his gaze toward Lu Tang. Lu Tang gave a modest and proper smile. He was merely a craftsman invited by Li Wei, not formally a part of the Divine Machine Battalion. Military merit held little meaning for him at this time, but he believed that Lord Li would not treat people like them poorly. Although Lu Tang was merely a craftsman, none of the present officers dared to look down on him, because he too was one of Lord Li's personally brought confidants. Next to a Bubu, he was the most trusted. Seeing that Lu Tang made no response, Du Yuan turned towards Zhu Wei. Right, Commander Zhua? Zhu Wei gave him a cold stare. He was thinking how this time, both the cannons and infantry had earned great merit. Their cavalry, although the last to engage, had mainly just cleaned up the battlefield. They could not be said to have done nothing, but it was nothing extraordinary, merely decent performance. This battle mainly relied on the firearms of the Divine Machine Battalion. He was simply an assistant on the side. Du Yuan shifted his eyes toward Jiang Long and Song Zhong, who belonged to the infantry and naturally sided with Sun Lei, both making jokes about him being a porter. Du Yuan grew furious, his face turning red. One-on-one, whether in words or actions, he found himself defeated. Just as the commotion was intensifying, Li Wei walked in with a stern expression. Upon seeing Li Wei, Zhu Yuan immediately changed his tone. To speak truly, if we did well in this battle, we must thank the wise leadership of our general. Sun Lei and others saw through his flattery, understanding that Li Wei was using the opportunity to kiss up, something they could not refute, and silently shot disdainful glances, before unanimously echoing his praise even more enthusiastically. That's right. The general is wise. The general is mighty and brave. Listening to his subordinates' sincere praises, Li Wei's face remained gloomy. He barely acknowledged them, walking straight to the main seat. Before others could even react, he began to scold them. What's so good about it? Look at how you fought this mess. How did I tell you beforehand? Be cautious. Don't allow the enemy to approach us. Did you do that or not? Everyone was left bewildered by his scolding. General, didn't we more or less complete the mission? Du Qian hesitantly and cautiously asked after a pause. What do you mean more or less completed? Was it a success if we had over a dozen comrades wounded? Li Wei shouted furiously. Silence spread around. And you, Song Zhong, why didn't you speak up earlier? If you knew about something, you should have told me beforehand. Song Zhong, who had kept quiet all along, now felt completely lost, realizing things would not end easily. Song Zhong steadied himself, and after careful thought, he carefully said, General, actually, I just remembered this myself. If I had thought of it earlier, I would have definitely reported it to you at once. Li Wei immediately pressed on. Then why didn't you think of it earlier? Well, you see, if you had thought of it sooner, couldn't you have spoken up earlier? Clearly, you're still not careful or thorough enough. Before every future battle, you must consider every detail carefully. Do you understand? Yes, General, your criticism is right. This subordinate will keep it in mind forever. Song Zhong admitted his mistake firmly. Li Wei looked at him with his head bowed, softly snorted, then turned his gaze to the others. Don't think just because we won this battle you've achieved something extraordinary. Those were merely scattered, defeated troops. What is so admirable about defeating them? Chapter 86. Pain with Joy. After thinking for a moment, everyone felt what he said made sense. Tu Huoqi and others were only focused on saving their own lives. They could hardly be considered elite soldiers. Besides, he continued, even against these retreating troops, you couldn't stop them. If it weren't for my advanced preparations, arranging for Lu Tang to set up the Fei Li Peo, flying thunder cannons, these fellows would already have reached our doorstep. Then, even if we won, the losses would have been enormous. Tell me, can you really say this battle was well fought? In fact, Li Wei's words were not without merit. Without the heavy damage inflicted by the flying thunder cannons, the fleeing enemy soldiers, pursued relentlessly by Mu Ying and Lan Yu, would have had no choice but to desperately attack. At that point, the casualties of the Xinjiabing agency musketeers would never have been limited to what they were now. Of course, this couldn't really be blamed on the Xinji soldiers. After all, the flintlock guns were what they were. These soldiers had received only a month of training from Li Wei, who himself was a half-competent military expert, and yet had already achieved this level of performance. They had maintained composure in emergencies and fully leveraged the advantages of firearms, which was truly rare. Ordinary troops could never have done the same. Previously, if Li Wei had spoken this way, others might not have objected openly, but internally they certainly would have disagreed. But now, the situation had changed. After this victory, Li Wei had already earned a certain level of prestige among them. It was only by following the new tactics he had taught them that they had won the battle. Their smooth victory was entirely due to his composed planning, nervous as hell, and those seemingly miraculous commands, based purely on luck. Let alone the fact that he had brought along such a powerful weapon as the flying thunder cannon, which inspired great awe and admiration among everyone. What exactly is authority? Authority means soldiers believe that following you in battle means survival and victory. That's the key. As for showy things like charging at the front line are actually not that important. If the battle is lost, even if you charge at the front, the soldiers won't be willing to die with you. The soldiers of today weren't driven by high ideals or lofty convictions. They only cared about one thing: surviving. Surviving was the most important. All prestige is built through repeated victories and continued survival. Once enough of it is accumulated, your army becomes more and more courageous in battle. More victories breed greater boldness, forming a virtuous cycle. On the other hand, if there are repeated defeats, morale will naturally keep declining. Zhu Yuanzhang's great prestige among the generals was exactly the result of numerous accumulated victories. When he defeated Chun Yuliang outnumbered and outmatched, he had already been regarded as destined by heaven. Then, the Ming army swept forward like a sharpened knife, sweeping the land until now. The Ming army's morale remained far superior to that of the northern Yuan. In short, battlefield success or failure determines hero status. As long as you win, you have a say. Even if what you say sounds absurd, the soldiers will still try it. Although Li Wei could not be compared to Zhu Yuanzhang, he was still capable of commanding those around him. However, he wouldn't really ask them to try strange methods. After all, it was a matter of life and death, and he also had to consider his own safety. After a round of scolding, everyone lost their previous excitement and began to bow their heads, reflecting on their own shortcomings. Li Wei felt much better after venting his anger. Seeing their discouraged appearance, he even felt a bit sorry. In truth, he knew clearly, he was still a novice. All of the commanders under him had much more experience. If firearms had been left to them to study for a while, they would definitely handle them better than he did. Moreover, he had survived precisely thanks to the soldiers' calmness and bravery in the face of danger, never breaking formation from the enemy cavalry's assault. Thinking about this, Li Wei said gently, you have trained for such a short time, and achieving today's results is already quite difficult. After hearing these words, the soldiers perked up again, watching him with anticipation. Observing the situation before him, Li Wei quickly added, don't be complacent though. As the old saying goes, pride goes before defeat. Even a moment's slackness on the battlefield could lead to serious consequences. Just like today, though the overall situation was under control, over a dozen brothers still got injured. That was clearly due to carelessness. The officers nodded repeatedly, feeling deeply convinced. But what's worthy of recognition is that this time, in the critical moment, everyone managed to steady the soldiers' morale and executed 7 to 8/10 of the formations practiced daily. Hearing this, the commanders' faces brightened with visible joy, watching him eagerly. Li Wei thought deeply for a moment, as if having grasped the core idea, then said, however, well, this lecture. Everyone lowered their heads, listening attentively. And yet, everyone lifted their eyes, staring intently. Alternating between encouragement and criticism, going back and forth in praise and admonition, Li Wei kept the commanders in a state of constant suspense, and none among them failed to regard him as a wise and brilliant commander. Every word he spoke was like a precious pearl. All right, that's enough for now. Remember this, never become arrogant in victory, never lose heart in defeat. Most importantly, we must conduct a thorough review after the battle. Here's what I want. Each of you is to submit a 10,000 character report back to me by the day after tomorrow. Li Wei announced this task with an air of unquestionable authority. General, could we write less? 10,000 characters is way too much. Sun Lei, who had the lowest level of literacy, muttered unhappily with a frown. Li Wei shot him an immediate glare and barked. Too much? If you can't even write 10,000 characters, how do you have the face to serve as a xianhu? Write it, no excuses. Sun Lei bowed his head in silent grievance after hearing this. Seeing his expression, the others kept quiet as well. After a short pause, Li Wei recalled the reckless actions of certain soldiers and couldn't help but voice his confusion, asking casually, by the way, what was wrong with those soldiers? Why did they charge directly toward us like that, as if they had no sense? Couldn't they have gone around? Li Wei turned his gaze towards Zhu Wei, who was in charge of cavalry. Zhu Wei's expression slightly changed, then he glanced toward Song Zhong. The several Qianhas all knew Song Zhong had a close relationship with Li Wei, so usually he would be the one to speak. Song Zhong feigned ignorance, pretending to be lost in thought, and acting as if he had no idea. Li Wei glanced at him, but chose not to react, keeping his eyes fixed on Zhu Wei. Seeing this, Zhu Wei knew hesitation wouldn't do. General, you might not realize that these cavalrymen, desperate to flee for their lives, galloped at full speed as they approached our camp. Changing direction at that speed would require considerable distance. Your command to extinguish the lights, followed by a sudden attack after they got close, meant the distance was already too short. Plus, General Mu and General Lan were pursuing from behind. They simply didn't have time to slow down or turn around. They had no choice but to charge forward, perhaps hoping for a stroke of luck. Suddenly, everything clicked for Li Wei. So that was how it happened. Beside him, Zhu Yuan noticed the change in Li Wei's expression, as if having realized something critical, immediately stepped forward and shouted at Zhu Wei, nonsense. How could the general not understand this? He was testing all of you, do you get it? Zhu Wei, Li Wei's words quickly clarified things. Yes, this was an assessment of subordinates, not a sign of the general's misunderstanding. Exactly, Zhu Wei nodded in agreement. Li Wei accepted this without any sense of embarrassment. Eager to make amends, Zhu Wei added respectfully, I was too dull to realize the general's careful intentions. I acknowledge my mistake. Li Wei nodded with satisfaction. Zhu Yuan was able to discern my intention, which is excellent. Your report may be shortened by 1,000 characters. As for you, Zhu Wei, for passing my test, yours may also be reduced by 1,000 characters. Thank you, General. Zhu Wei and Zhu Yuan happily expressed their gratitude in unison. After speaking, Li Wei shifted his gaze towards Song Zhong, who had been standing there as if detached, and his expression darkened. He said coldly, as for you, Song Zhong, even this you failed to see. Add 2,000 characters. Song Zhong was taken aback. Me? He stammered, unable to reply. Truthfully, he had figured it out already but pretended not to speak out of fear of saying the wrong thing. Never did he expect Li Wei wouldn't let him off. He wished he had spoken up from the beginning. Even some flattery, like Zhu Yuan did afterward, might have helped. You failed to see something this obvious. How can I trust you with important responsibilities? Song Zhong, you are someone I care about. To promote you, I even set aside Yongdaong. You need to work harder. When such situations arise, you must think more, observe more, and tell me immediately once you've considered it clearly. Li Wei spoke with deep concern, though naturally his main purpose was to test Song Zhong's capabilities, not because he himself was uncertain about the issue. Behind him, Vice Xianhu Yongdaong reacted instantly to these words, a look of grievance crossing his face, wishing the general would reconsider replacing him. He was even willing to drop the character da from his name. I will certainly live up to the general's expectations. Frowning, Song Zhong reluctantly agreed. He understood Li Wei's intentions and fully grasped his thoughts, but he always wanted to flatter, yet ended up flubbing it every time. Looks like this time he had no choice but to do so. This was just too difficult. Song Zhong lamented bitterly inside. Yet, Li Wei had indeed treated him well. The reason he had risen to the position of Xianhu was mostly due to Li Wei's recommendation. Still, looking at Li Wei's manner, he could already imagine what his future life would be like, constantly criticized, and yet promoted simultaneously. How should one describe it? Pain with joy. No matter how much he calculated inwardly, Li Wei truly had great expectations for him. Li Wei clearly recognized his own limits. Achieving this victory had entirely depended on luck. However, he couldn't rely on luck forever. Doing so would surely lead to downfall eventually. You are all veteran xianxias who've experienced major battles. From now on, you must learn to think independently and fight on your own. Don't always count on my guidance. Yes, yes, yes. General speaks truly. Song Zhong quickly took a seat on the sofa and immediately chimed in. Since there was no way to avoid it, he decided to respond proactively instead. Li Wei, seeing Song Zhong's attitude, finally nodded in satisfaction. The others all voiced their agreement, one praising remark after another flowing out. Faced for the first time with such flattery, Li Wei felt somewhat giddy and, nearly overwhelmed, raised his hand to signal. Immediately, everyone fell silent. Chapter 87, Not a Wise Move. Alright, that's all for today. Besides, General Mu has already submitted the battle report. We did well in this campaign, and we even captured the Prince of Beiyuan. The Emperor is certainly going to reward us. After saying all that, Li Wei finally brought up the topic that everyone was most concerned about, rewards. The officers immediately became excited upon hearing his words. Great news. Capturing the Prince of Beiyuan is a huge accomplishment. Our reward is definitely going to be generous. Most importantly, it's all thanks to the Jiangjin's brilliant command. This time, the Jiangjin might even be granted a noble title. Exactly. The officers enthusiastically discussed the prospects, their joy unmistakable on their faces. After all, wasn't the entire purpose of soldiers risking their lives to fight for these very rewards? Common soldiers could receive monetary rewards, while officers had the opportunity to climb the ranks and gain wealth, now all within reach, naturally causing great excitement. Looking at these jubilant faces, Li Wei, however, felt a slight sense of confusion rise in his heart. Only now did he suddenly realize what he had eagerly tried to refuse was, in fact, of great importance to these officers and soldiers. In this aspect, his thoughts were in direct contrast to the wishes of his subordinates. Had these people done something wrong? Certainly not. What was wrong with them striving hard and pursuing military achievements? What about himself then? Choosing not to chase after these honors was simply to prevent Zhu Yuanzhang from exploiting him further, which was completely reasonable. But could he really ignore the desires of his men? Li Wei felt momentarily lost. Only now did he realize how, without even noticing, he had transformed from an ordinary official who needed only to think about personal preferences into a leader who bore responsibilities for those beneath him. In the past, whether it was the Bureau of Military Equipment or the Bureau of Military Affairs, the craftsman's demands were nothing more than a decent living and a bit of compensation, something he could easily provide. As for Xu Yong and Sun Jian, those idle good-for-nothings with whom he shared no common ground, he didn't even bother thinking about them. Yet these officers before him now could not be ignored. They were companions who had shared life-and-death battles alongside him. With greater power came greater responsibility. He hadn't felt this deeply before, but now he could no longer avoid it. Was this truly what he wanted? All he ever desired was financial independence and a comfortable life. Yet achieving those required accepting these burdens. Realizing this, Li Wei immediately felt a wave of anxiety. He worried not only about being unable to live up to expectations and thus dragging others down, but also feared that these responsibilities would become shackles around his neck. Once the excitement of the group settled down, Li Wei finally, with mixed feelings, spoke. All right, you will all receive the rewards you deserve. That's all for today. Return to your quarters and rest. Yes, General. Then we shall take our leave. With the reward confirmed and the leader's speech concluded, they finally dispersed. One after another, they left General Li's tent, still ruminating over his words, already thinking about writing their post-battle summary reports. What they didn't know, however, was that as soon as they left, Li Wei had already almost completely forgotten what he had said. At that moment, he was deep in thought about the future. How should his life proceed from here? Would he continue being pushed forward relentlessly by old Zhu? Regardless of Li Wei's inner turmoil, matters of the world were not in his control. The victorious report submitted by Mu Ying rapidly reached the capital through relay stations, traveling at the speed of 500 miles per day. When Zhao Ben read this battle report, his face turned grim. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that the deceitful minister who had caused chaos in the imperial court and enjoyed the emperor's favor not only survived the battlefield, but also achieved extraordinary merit. This fellow was already detestable enough. If he returned and was promoted again, would the lives of the other ministers not become even more miserable? Zhao Ben's expression fluctuated, and he truly had no desire to submit this report. However, hiding battlefield news was something he dared not risk. Moreover, even if he did not report it, Zhu Yuanzhang would eventually find out through other channels. Besides, the battle had already concluded. What could stop this man from returning? Sigh. Zhao Ben sighed, and eventually brought the victory report to the palace to present directly to the emperor. Inside Wu Ying Hall, Zhao Ben respectfully handed the battle report to Zhu Yuanzhang. After reading it, Zhu Yuanzhang couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, excellent. This kid indeed didn't disappoint me. Good, very good. His heart was filled with joy. As originally he had been worried about his youngest daughter being left alone if Li Wei were to meet his demise on the battlefield, and anxiety now eased. For now Li Wei not only had accomplished great achievements, but also enjoyed Mu Ying's protection, finally becoming someone reliable. What pleased him even more was that the Divine Machine Battalion established by Li Wei possessed formidable combat capability, and the flying thunder cannons he had brought were extremely powerful. From mere descriptions alone, it was clear they were nothing short of extraordinary. As expected, this scoundrel must have concealed a lot from us. While laughing happily, Zhu Yuanzhang muttered under his breath. He had long suspected that besides the flintlock guns, Li Wei must have also secretly developed many other firearms. If not forced onto the battlefield, perhaps these flying thunder cannons wouldn't have appeared even until now. This scoundrel has limitless potential. I must keep squeezing him harder. Zhao Ben, witnessing Zhu Yuanzhang's obvious joy, felt deep unease within. After this return, Li Wei would likely ascend the ranks one step at a time. You go back and draft a memorial report regarding the rewards, ensuring every meritorious individual receives their due. Zhu Yuanzhang instructed with a smile. Your humble servant obeys. Zhao Ben respectfully responded, eyes lowered. Zhu Yuanzhang's gaze sharpened slightly. Noticing Zhao Ben's displeasure, he quickly realized that he, too, did not wish to see Li Wei receiving honors due to his merits. After a moment of thought, Zhu Yuanzhang intentionally added, the meritorious soldiers must be properly rewarded. Don't let their hearts grow cold. Do you understand? Zhao Ben's heart jolted, realizing his thoughts had been detected. Hurriedly, he masked his displeasure, carefully replying, this servant understands. I will act impartially without fail. Your Majesty may rest assured. You may leave now. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded lightly, continuing to review military reports, secretly proud of his own shrewd decision-making. He knew this youngster was generally lazy, knowing nothing until forced into desperation. As he read the reports, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly felt an itch on his back and casually grabbed a wooden backscratcher beside him to relieve it. But to his surprise, the backscratcher instantly snapped in two, leaving his expression greatly changed. Lazy, and even stealing my scratcher. Zhu Yuanzhang muttered, rubbing his back. After the army settled its encampment, Muing first ordered the soldiers to inventory seized supplies, then selected a few fat sheep for slaughter to reward the troops. After 3 days of rest, they finally set off toward the capital. During these days, Li Wei had already clearly sensed the change in attitude from the Divine Machine Battalion soldiers. Before this, their respectful manner had been out of his official position, but now it came from genuine admiration deep within. The common soldiers were somewhat better, able to rationally adopt his opinions while discarding the inferior ones. However, the Divine Machine Battalion soldiers were entirely dependent on him, knowing nothing else but that obeying the Jiangjin meant victory and survival. Under the adoring gazes of his men, Li Wei once again boarded his modified carriage, beginning the long and tedious journey. Tua Huiqi, covered in dirt and grime, wandered among the prisoner ranks, constantly glancing around, desperately hoping to find his beloved general to rescue him from this predicament. However, Li Wei's Divine Machine Battalion marched a separate route, quite distant. Due to the large number of captives and spoils to transport, the army's progress was extremely slow. Li Wei decided to head to the capital ahead of schedule and wait for them there. In these first few days, while still fresh in energy, Li Wei reviewed several post-battle summary reports written by Song Zhong and others. Undeniably, despite this being their first experience using firearms in combat, under Li Wei's strict demands, they had strained themselves to write tens of thousands of words, some containing quite promising ideas. For example, Jiang Long, whose role had yet to be fully assigned, pointed out the issue of overly extended battle lines. Due to excessive length, both command and cavalry attacks from the flanks were hindered. After deep reflection, he proposed a superior formation to Li Wei's current setup, the three-dimensional rifle formation. Front row kneeling to fire, back row standing ready. If conditions allowed, he suggested deploying wagons or war chariots in a third row, these vehicles capable of blocking cavalry charges while also offering cover from enemy arrows. Li Wei was greatly surprised. Apparently, these officers indeed possessed talent. Previously only lazy and stuck in rigid thinking, they had become creative under pressure. Yes, more pressure was still needed. Besides Jiang Long, Song Zhong's suggestions were also thorough and detailed. Always keeping Li Wei's words in mind, he had spared no effort. This report, stretching over 10,000 and 2,000 words, covered all aspects. Unimaginable how much thought he had invested. First, he comprehensively analyzed night attack tactics, even explaining psychological states and escape path selection after being attacked at night, as if fearing Li Wei wouldn't fully grasp the concepts. Li Wei frowned slightly. Was such a simple matter beyond his understanding? Despite this thought, he still seriously memorized the content. Next, Song Zhong summarized the causes of injuries among more than 10 Divine Machine Battalion soldiers, most resulting from scattered arrows fired by enemy skirmishers while retreating. He proposed that soldiers should wear armor, capable of effectively resisting weak but dangerous long-range arrows, thereby reducing casualties. Such suggestions Li Wei assumed the general had already considered thoroughly. It was nothing but redundant. After listening, Li Wei suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. He realized that, without noticing, he himself had unknowingly fallen into a misunderstanding. Blindly copying future-era tactics and equipment wasn't wise. Different enemies required corresponding tactics and equipment. While armor was insignificant against firearms, it still held value against bows and arrows. It shouldn't be entirely discarded. Although the Northern Yuan once possessed firearms, after retreating back to the grasslands, they once again reverted to the lifestyle of a nomadic people. Nomadic civilization struggled to support the development of handicraft industries. Craftsmen did not engage in agricultural production, and the nomadic tribes themselves barely managed to sustain their own livelihoods, let alone feed a large number of artisans who contributed nothing to food production. Even if the Northern Yuan still had some firearms remaining today, their numbers would be extremely limited, and sustained supply would be difficult to maintain. Chapter 88. Utterly absurd. After all, they couldn't even smelt iron on their own. How could they possibly carry a blast furnace with them? Furthermore, Song Zhong also pointed out that the battlefield terrain was complex, not entirely flat. Firearms are indeed powerful, but in certain terrains, if the enemy were to approach closely and launch a surprise attack, it would be difficult to deploy them effectively. Therefore, on one hand, vigilance must be heightened, and on the other, defense must also be strengthened. Li Wei pondered for a moment and thought his words made sense. Nowadays, without high-tech equipment like satellites, if enemies were to suddenly approach, firearms would become ineffective. All in all, there were still many areas that needed improvement. After reading Song Zhong's suggestions, he turned to Jiang Long's proposal, which suggested equipping cavalry with muskets. Li Wei thought for a moment before deciding that musket pistols could be issued to cavalry, but with the condition that they must be preloaded and fired only once. Apart from these practical suggestions, there were also some impractical proposals. For example, Zhu Yuan's entire submission was filled with flattery, praising only Li Wei himself and extolling the carriages and flying thunder cannons he had improved. Sun Lei's proposal was even more absurd. He suggested completely replacing traditional weapons with flying thunder cannons and launching large-scale bombardments. Utterly absurd. When the army passed through Xianxia, Muing first arranged for all the troops under Xianxia military command to return to their respective garrisons, each returning to the command of their own commanding officers. After completing these arrangements, the main army resumed its journey. The march was slow, with frequent halts along the way. It took over 5 months before they finally returned to the imperial capital. From spring to summer, and before they knew it, deep autumn had arrived. It had been 8 or 9 months since they had returned from the expedition. A short campaign lasting only a few months had consumed too much time. Otherwise, he would have already completed the steam engine. Upon returning to the capital and presenting the spoils of war, Zhu Yuanzhang specially summoned several generals for an audience. Inside Wuying Hall, Mu Ying and Lan Yu stood at the head, followed by Zhang Quan, Sun Ku, Li Wei, and others, with many deputy generals and staff officers accompanying them. Your humble servants pay homage to your Majesty. Among the crowd, Mu Ying and others looked energetic and visibly joyful. Only Li Wei appeared dejected and listless. Haha, Rise. You all have done very well in this battle, and I shall reward you handsomely. Mu Ying, your performance this time was excellent. Zhu Yuanzhang lavishly praised the generals, particularly favoring Mu Ying, even stepping forward to pat him on the shoulder. Facing the emperor's compliments, Mu Ying felt slightly guilty in his heart. He knew the emperor's intentions were not only recognizing his elimination of the enemy forces, but also expressing satisfaction at how well he had protected Li Wei and allowed him to achieve accomplishments. However, the truth was that, had Lan Yu not timely intercepted the enemy, and had the Divine Engine Battalion not been so powerful, Tochi likely would have escaped with a large number of troops. Your Majesty, actually, the complete annihilation of the enemy was entirely due to the Divine Engine Battalion's strong combat capability and General Li's clever strategy of the empty camp, which lured the enemy closer. Humph. Zhu Yuanzhang smiled slightly as he turned his gaze toward Li Wei. He naturally already knew about these events, as the battle reports had already clearly recorded them. Li Wei at this moment hung his head, shoulders slack, looking utterly exhausted. Zhu Yuanzhang's smile instantly disappeared. He frowned darkly and rebuked angrily. Stand straight. You look disgraceful. Upon hearing this, Li Wei reluctantly forced himself to straighten up. Only then did Zhu Yuanzhang soften his tone slightly, offering a few quiet words of praise. You did passably well this time. In the future, work harder and don't always think of taking shortcuts. I understand, Your Majesty. Li Wei laboriously raised his arm to salute. Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly and let him off, then turned his gaze to Lan Yu, his face instantly turning severe. Lan Yu, you have quite the downland guts. You dared to launch a campaign without permission and didn't even report to the Supreme Commander. Lan Yu trembled all over and immediately knelt down to admit his guilt. I know my crime, Your Majesty. Please punish me. At this time, he hadn't yet become the cool-headed Duke Liang who later dared to say, too insignificant for Grand Secretary. And though by nature arrogant, he dared not act recklessly before Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang's eyes remained icy cold. If Li Wei hadn't had real ability, the consequences this time could have been unimaginable. Your Majesty, after General Lan heard of Toochi's northern escape, he only had your order on his mind. This time's total annihilation of the enemy was largely due to General Lan's interception. Please, Your Majesty, show mercy and leniency. Sun Ku immediately knelt down beside him to plead for mercy. Then, several other generals followed in requesting clemency, as Lan Yu still held certain influence within the military ranks. After slight hesitation, seeing this situation, Mu Ying also spoke up. Your Majesty, although Lan Yu acted without authorization, this time his contribution was indeed significant and fulfilled Your Majesty's orders perfectly. Hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression softened slightly. Actually, he himself was well aware that had it not been for Lan Yu intercepting Toochi, that fellow Li Wei would have likely completed the mission successfully, which would have defeated the very purpose of sending him into battle. Mu Ying's plan might have been safer and more cautious, but if followed, Li Wei's trip would have been entirely wasted, 6 months of effort completely in vain. Lan Yu, you violated military discipline and acted without orders. Your salary will be reduced by 1,000 shur of grain, and your position as director of the governorate will be revoked. This time, considering your merits, your life will be spared, but if you offend again, you will be beheaded without mercy. After hearing this, Lan Yu immediately lowered his head and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your Majesty's mercy. The other generals also felt relieved. After all, they were comrades in arms, and if Lan Yu had been executed today, they would surely have felt a pang of sympathy. After settling this matter, Zhu Yuanzhang finally regained a smile on his face. In the end, the outcome was indeed satisfying. Looking around, he noticed that Li Wei had once again slouched into a listless posture, prompting him to frown and bark sharply. Stand up straight. Li Wei jolted upright immediately. Look at you, so frail and weak. Muing, find time to discipline this kid properly. Your servant accepts the order. Muing promptly replied. Li Wei was alarmed and hastily argued. Your Majesty, that's completely unnecessary. My physical condition is actually very good. You speak so lightly. With your frame, I could knock you flat with one punch. Li Weibu Fu Cheat felt indignant, recalling how back then when he dueled old Zhu alone, he had endured several punches before falling. Despite his inner displeasure, Li Wei dared not challenge Zhu Yuanzhang's authority further and could only accept helplessly. Zhu Yuanzhang continued asking for details about the battle, which Muing reported thoroughly. Only in the afternoon did he finally dismiss everyone. Li Wei went straight back to his residence from the palace, feeling he definitely couldn't attend court anymore. After all, returning from a long journey, surely he deserved a few days off to rest. Abu arrived home before Li Wei. Now, he had already brought Xiaoqing, Laifu, and other servants waiting at the door for quite some time. Such a welcoming ceremony was necessary for the master's return from afar. Seeing their silhouettes waiting at the door, Li Wei felt a warmth rise in his heart. Though these people weren't related to him by blood, they made him feel the warmth of home. From afar, Li Wei began waving to them. Hi, you're all here. Laifu, have you gotten even fatter? Since following Li Wei, Laifu's life had improved considerably. He not only ate well and stayed warm, but also became a minor leader, gradually growing rounder in figure. Master, you're finally back. Hearing Li Wei's voice, Laifu immediately bowed. Humph. Li Wei absent-mindedly responded. The others followed suit, also bowing. But Li Wei waved his hand to indicate they could skip the formalities. We're family. No need to be so stiff. Our household has never followed excessive formalities. That one word, our household, drew everyone closer, and smiles appeared on their faces. Li Wei's gaze swept across each person. He had already mentioned Laifu, and Abu had returned with him from the campaign, only arriving home now. But Abu's condition was completely different. Even after enduring the long journey, he still exuded energy and vibrancy. Next, Li Wei turned his attention to the several young female servants in the household, greeting each one with a smile. Xiaoya, look at you, growing so big already. Only half a year apart, and you've become even more beautiful. Xiaoya was a diligent and sensible girl who helped Xiaoqing prepare meals for the household daily. Xiaotsui, why do you seem shorter than before? Li Wei reached out to ruffle Xiaotsui's hair playfully. Xiaotsui's initially delighted expression instantly dropped. Pouting with wrong feelings, she thought to herself. If you didn't mess up my hair, I wouldn't look shorter at all. Then Li Wei turned his attention to Xiaoqing, his closest companion. Xiaoqing, ow. Li Wei instinctively did his usual motion. Xiaoqing frowned, the usual gentle smile frozen on her face. The other servants couldn't help but roll their eyes, each silently complaining to themselves about their master. If you want a massage, just say so. We wouldn't laugh at you. Why keep acting so superior all the time? Finally, supported by Xiaoqing, Li Wei entered the house and could finally lie down comfortably. In moments, Li Wei fell asleep. The entire journey had truly worn him out. Zhao Ben muttered, that pest is back. Zhang Zhongyi, what? This scoundrel survived the battlefield and even earned credit? How unjust of heaven. Zhao Jun. No. Now he's gained credit again. Maybe he'll get promoted once more. Surely he won't really rise above me. No way. I'll write another memorial to impeach him. CSC. Li Wei's back? No good. With him returning, the court will surely face turmoil again. Dangerous, very dangerous. I'll resign tomorrow. Su Huimph. If he wants to come back, let him. Ruanjun, huh? Who is Ruanjun? The news of Li Wei's return quickly spread among the officials, causing the court to ripple with unrest again after the prickly figure returned. The next day, inside the imperial court, the ministers were just preparing to impeach him collectively when they discovered, again, he had requested a leave of absence. All eyes turned toward Han Yike, whose face twitched helplessly and speechless. Only one day, just one single day, and he hadn't shown up at the morning roll call. This Mr. Li was absent again. Honestly, how could someone govern like this? It's just that he received the news a bit too late. Otherwise, he would have made sure Li Wei came today. Your Majesty, Li Wei, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works, has been absent without reason. According to the law, he should be punished with corporal punishment. Zhang Zhongyi immediately stepped forward to report. This matter should have been handled by the censors, but unfortunately, the censorate had no leader. Since Enrant's departure, the position of Grand Censor remained vacant. After hearing this, Zhu Yuanzhang looked down coldly from his throne, scanning the court. Sure enough, Li Wei was not present. Chapter 89. Heading to the Bureau of Military Affairs. Since Li Wei had just earned merit, Zhu Yuanzhang was somewhat satisfied and didn't particularly feel like scolding or punishing him again. As for attending court, if he didn't show up, he didn't show up. It was fine as long as it didn't interfere with important matters. Minister Li has just returned from a distant campaign, so I specially granted him a day off to rest. Emperor Zhu, using the respectful title Minister Li, again, generously made an excuse for Li Wei. Zhang Zongyi heard this and could not respond. Although he knew very well the emperor was lying, he had no choice but to accept it silently and step back. Since Fiying and the other generals have all performed admirably in battle, besides the rewards planned by the Ministry of War, I've decided to grant an additional 100 share of salary to each general. And Li Wei, though a civilian official, successfully led the Divine Machine Battalion to capture the Northern Yuan Prince, an extremely difficult feat. I hereby decide to confer him the title of Earl. What do you all think? After making excuses for Li Wei, Emperor Zhu spoke again. At these words, the military officers generally had no objections. Although many secretly felt jealous, they all recognized that Li Wei indeed achieved great military merit, and therefore had no complaints. The civil officials, however, were not so easily convinced. Emperor Zhu had previously set a strict rule that only those who contributed significant military achievements would be conferred noble titles. Among the civil officials, only Li Shanchang, the Marquis, and Lu Ji, the Earl of Jade, who were awarded titles at the founding of the dynasty, and the recently deceased loyal official Earl, Zhongqin Wangguanyang, had been granted noble titles, no one else. Such a treacherous character not only survived his expedition unscathed, but now wanted a noble title upon returning? Everyone knew that the noble titles of the Ming Dynasty surpassed official ranks. Even high officials like ministers were merely of the second rank, while nobility was of the highest rank. Despite no real duties attached, such a promotion naturally caused jealousy. Your Majesty, I believe this matter is inappropriate. Though Li Wei has his merits, capturing the Northern Yuan Prince was purely a stroke of luck. In fact, the key to victory was the contributions of Marquis Shiping and Marquis Yongchang. Rewarding Li Wei with the title of Earl seems excessive. Zhao Ben quickly spoke out. As the official in charge of rewarding military officers and familiar with the war reports, he had the most authority to speak among the civil officials. Emperor Zhu slightly narrowed his eyes and cast a calm glance toward Mu Ying and Lan Yu. Mu Ying immediately stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, Director Li performed extraordinarily well in this battle, as all have seen. Moreover, the Divine Machine Battalion was personally established by Director Li. Achieving such a feat is truly rare. I believe granting him the title of Earl is perfectly reasonable. Lan Yu's face turned grim. This time, everyone else had received promotions, but he not only received no reward, his salary had also been cut nearly in half. Though he dared not resent Zhu Yuanzhang, he vented his anger on Li Wei. But right now, Zhu Yuanzhang's attitude was clear. Zhao Ben mentioned his and Mu Ying's names, clearly asking for their responses. After Mu Ying spoke, Lan Yu, although unwilling, had no choice but to step forward reluctantly and say, Your servant agrees. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded lightly and looked at Zhao Ben. You've heard them. Everyone believes Li Wei deserves the earldom. So it is decided. Zhao Ben cast a doubtful glance at Lan Yu. He could understand Mu Ying agreeing, but knowing the rivalry between Lan Yu and Li Wei, why would he also support it? Actually, Lan Yu feared Zhu Yuanzhang. Even though reluctant in heart, he dared not oppose the emperor. Military officers differed from civil officials. Civil officials might dare to speak out and not necessarily face serious consequences, but for military officers to oppose him directly, the consequences could be catastrophic. Despite the jealousy of the court officials, the military officers had no objection. There was simply nothing else they could say. In the end, the civil officials held less influence. While court officials were embroiled in disputes over Li Wei himself had placed a reclining chair in the courtyard of his home, leisurely enjoying his life. Xiaoya and Xiaoxue each had a leg over him, gently pounding his chest with their soft fists, both tender and cute. Xiaoqing stood behind him, massaging his shoulders. Her hands moved gently and skillfully, offering a delightful sensation. Now nearly 20 years old, Xiaoqing was the oldest in the household except for Li Wei and Abu. Others were barely teenagers, according to later standards, still children. But they were all maturing early, growing into responsible youths. The girls were obedient and understanding, and Lifu was already capable of managing on his own. As the years passed, Xiaoqing increasingly displayed the charm of a mature woman, especially before Li Wei, a timid and slightly playful man. She appeared even more enchantingly delicate. Li Wei often thought to himself that perhaps one day he should confess his feelings toward her. After all, it wasn't pleasant always to sense her fragrance without daring to take action. Yet whenever he was about to speak, he hesitated. He joked that he was an experienced man. Though having only experienced a first love long ago, surely time had made him less indecisive. Yet this was how things stood, and he could find no explanation for himself. Master, someone from the palace has arrived. They say the imperial decree has come. Just as Li Wei was indulging in the warmth of affection, Abu rushed in urgently to report. Clearly, Zhu Yuanzhang would never allow him such leisure. Li Wei slightly stiffened. What did Zhu Chongba want this time? Could it be another mission? That shouldn't be. It was unusual for Zhu Chongba to issue formal imperial orders when assigning tasks. Normally, he gave direct orders. Regardless, receiving the decree was urgent. Xiaoqing and others helped him up and immediately began preparations. Li Wei changed into official robes and led the group to set up the incense table in the front courtyard. They waited for quite some time before the messenger finally arrived. Normally, he wouldn't need to kneel before the emperor, but this imperial decree was delivered with such seriousness, very different from the usual casual old man. Not kneeling would seem disrespectful. A strange eunuch stood holding the imperial decree. Before the eunuch could speak, Li Wei asked first, May I ask, what is the emperor's decree about? The eunuch smiled and replied, It's good news, Director Li. Please perform the ceremony and accept the decree quickly. Li Wei was stunned. Good news. Could it be the reward has finally come? Zhu Chongba was indeed generous this time. They say a man's knees are made of gold and should never kneel easily. But since Zhu Yuanzhang was finally willing to spend real gold and silver, he had no choice but to reluctantly comply. After Li Wei led xiuxian and others in kneeling and bowing, the eunuch began to read the decree. By the mandate of heaven and following the will of the emperor, to all officials who have contributed to the country, noble titles shall be conferred as honor. You, Right Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works, Li Wei, oversaw the manufacture of firearms and trained new troops, annihilated more than 2,000 enemies in a battle, captured the northern Yuan prince, and for such great achievements, we hereby confer upon you the title of Baron Shinji, with Wait, what did you say? Shun. Li Wei interrupted suddenly. The eunuch's face slightly changed, and he hastily whispered, Baron Shinji, Director Li, please refrain from interrupting during the reading of the decree, otherwise, it would be considered a great offense. We kindly ask you to wait until the end before discussing it. After that reminder, the eunuch continued reading, an annual salary of 1,000 sure. The emperor acknowledges your merits and hopes you will always remember his teachings. Decreed. Li Wei endured the rest, and basically understood its meaning. In Zhu Yuanzhang's words, as long as you work hard, rewards will follow, don't slack off. Not only did he receive money, he was also granted a noble title. In other words, from now on, he officially became a member of the nobility. However, the name of the title unsettled him slightly. If it hadn't been for the word shun, he would have refused without hesitation. The Ming Dynasty had no viscounts or barons. Thus, a count was already the lowest noble title. But even so, this noble title carried great value. Its salary alone almost equaled that of a first-grade official, not counting the many privileges, and during festivals, the rewards for those with titles were far more generous than those without. Your humble servant thanks the emperor for his great kindness. Long live his majesty. After performing the bow of gratitude, Li Wei respectfully accepted the imperial decree and the investiture certificate. Congratulations, Baron Shinji. This time you've made remarkable achievements, and the emperor is very pleased. After reading the decree, the eunuch didn't leave immediately. He spoke warmly. Haha, thank you very much. Lifu. Naturally understanding his meaning, Li Wei followed the tradition, customary in Chinese culture. He did as the locals did, and ordered Lifu to bring out some money. After the eunuch received the gift, his smile grew even broader. Li Wei exchanged a few polite words before letting Lifu escort the guest out. At this moment, Xiaoqing and others were all overjoyed. Congratulations, master. You are now truly a noble sir. Li Wei smiled. Frankly speaking, he wasn't very interested in this noble title, except for the 1,000 sure salary, which was at least somewhat substantial. Other privileges weren't particularly useful. After all, as a modern person, he had no particular affection for feudal hierarchy. Under such a system, no matter how high the status was, true freedom was hard to attain, not even the emperor himself. However, receiving a title was still a good thing. Most importantly, despite strong objections from court officials, old Zhu finally granted only the certificate and not the iron certificate. This made Li Wei sigh in relief and silently thank those officials in his heart. Actually, Zhu Yuanzhang had already decided this matter beforehand. The debate at court was merely for show. Otherwise, how could it be possible that the decree was issued in the afternoon immediately after the discussion that morning? Obviously, everything had been well prepared in advance. The next day, the alarm clock rang on time. Li Wei finally understood why Zhu Yuanzhang had been so quick with the reward. It was clearly to urge him to start working again, not loiter at home. At the morning court session, Li Wei ignored the jealousy and resentment in the eyes of the officials, hiding behind xiuxian dozing off, and after enduring the tedious session, leisurely detoured via the Ministry of Works to check in before heading to the Bureau of Military Affairs. Li Wei had originally planned to advance technological development as soon as possible, so as to experience the convenience of modern life, particularly transportation, sooner. However, upon arriving at the Bureau of Military Affairs, he found the place heavily guarded, with additional walls under construction, as if isolating all the craftsmen inside. Li Wei felt puzzled and approached the guards to ask the reason, but instead, they eyed him suspiciously. As he was about to explain further, a familiar voice spoke. It was none other than Mao Xiang, who had once interrogated him. Mao Xiang approached with a smile and explained that they had received the emperor's order to seal off the Bureau of Military Affairs. From now on, anyone wishing to enter or exit required a written permit. Except for Li Wei, of course. Li Wei was stunned and pressed for the reason, but Mao Xiang refused to elaborate, claiming such matters could only be explained directly by the emperor himself. Li Wei then asked about the arrangements for the craftsmen's accommodations and learned they were well fed and provided for, with guaranteed silver rewards. Nevertheless, he remained concerned about their elderly family members and children left without care. Mao Xiang stated that such issues were beyond their responsibility. Li Wei, however, repeatedly urged him to ensure that the craftsmen's families received full compensation without delay. Chapter 90. The Merchant Guild belongs to the Royal Treasury. Mao Xiang replied that the matter fell under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Works and had nothing to do with them. Although Li Wei found this unexpected, he realized that Mao Xiang and others were only responsible for sealing the premises, and other affairs still required his personal attention. In the end, he decided to go inside to investigate first, and Mao Xiang promised him free access. Li Wei slightly bowed his hands and quickly stepped into the Bureau of Armaments. Mao Xiang stood behind, watching his retreating figure thoughtfully as he murmured softly, "This minister Li seems to truly value these craftsmen." Upon entering the Bureau of Armaments, Li Wei immediately ordered someone to summon Xu Yong and Lu Ti. Before the two could complete their greetings, he urgently asked, "Do you know why the emperor has sealed the Bureau of Armaments?" They hesitated slightly and exchanged glances. Xu Yong remained silent, while Lu Ti answered, "Minister, I suppose it must be related to the cannons you produced before departure." Li Wei immediately understood and realized the reason. The Feilei cannon was incredibly powerful. Although in his eyes it was merely an improvised weapon, not a standard artillery piece, back then such a formidable cannon, despite its many flaws, remained a vital military secret. Thus, the emperor's actions were understandable. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but regret. He had not considered this in advance, which led to the sealing of the Bureau of Armaments. Actually, the Feilei cannon wasn't the most crucial item. The hydraulic lathe, generator, and similar devices were far more important. However, the emperor's mind was solely focused on military affairs and failed to grasp their significance. Eventually, though, he would come to understand. Li Wei suddenly felt the immense weight on his shoulders. The reason he had been working so relentlessly in the Bureau of Armaments was twofold. One, because the emperor had forced him at sword point, and secondly, he wished to use its resources to accelerate technological progress and sooner enjoy the comforts of modern life. Without the Bureau of Armaments, acting alone would not only leave him with funding issues, but also make it nearly impossible to find such skilled craftsmen willing to learn and practice under him. He might never even see electric lighting in his lifetime, let alone cars or trains. At this thought, his anxiety grew. If anything here is inappropriate, please point it out. I am truly grateful. One man's folly can be overcome by many minds. Though his mind contained knowledge from the future, if he wished to advance industry and technology, he must spread that knowledge far and wide before he could achieve an industrial civilization like that of the future. But such an undertaking would naturally require him to lead others forward together, and all these people's fates were now linked to his. Reflecting further, the nearly 10,000 craftsmen in the Bureau of Armaments, the nearly 1,000 peddlers of the Minghuang Merchant Guild, and the 5,000 troops of the Divine Machine Battalion all followed his actions. So many depended on him. Suddenly, he felt an enormous weight on his shoulders, so heavy that it made breathing difficult. How did it come to this? Li Wei stood dazed, for this was not his original intent. Initially, he had refused to serve the old Zhu simply because he thought the workload too heavy and the pay too little, and he was also worried about his safety. However, under threat of the blade, he had no choice but to agree, merely feigning reluctant compliance. Later, realizing he couldn't escape this duty, he decided to try harder and accomplish something to improve his own circumstances. As for establishing the Minghuang Merchant Guild, it had been purely for profit. The Divine Machine Battalion was also a task forced upon him by the old Zhu. Step by step along this path, he suddenly realized that the burden on his shoulders was far heavier than he had imagined. It included not only the coercion from Zhu, but also the pressure imposed by countless subordinates. For a moment, Li Wei felt a strong desire to retreat. By now, he had already accumulated sufficient wealth. If he sold the Minghuang Merchant Guild to the old Zhu or Shunjing, he could get at least 200,000 or 300,000 strings of cash, enough for luxurious living for the rest of his life. The Bureau of Armaments could simply maintain the status quo, without further technological innovations. Pretending ignorance and incompetence, perhaps the old Zhu wouldn't truly kill him. Even without modern facilities, life could still go on by lighting candles, and he could limit his outings accordingly. He still held the title of Earl. As long as he kept a low profile and avoided political conflicts, no one would dare bully him. With wealth and fame, a comfortable life, and Xiaoqing by his side, perhaps this wasn't a bad existence after all. Was there really any need to struggle further? Minister, Lu Ti, noticing his distracted look and long silence, cautiously called out twice. Li Wei snapped back to reality, meeting Lu Ti's hopeful gaze, and felt a touch of guilt over his own negative thoughts. Now was not the time to escape. Gathering his determination, Li Wei ordered, "You two, go gather all the craftsmen and make a list of families with elderly members, children, or anyone requiring special attention. I will find a way to address this." Understood, I'll handle it right away," Lu Ti replied enthusiastically. On the very day the military report was delivered, the Bureau of Armaments had suddenly been sealed, catching everyone off guard. Now, only Ambassador Xu Yong could occasionally go back and forth to the Ministry of Works, handling affairs such as distributing subsidies and bonuses to the craftsmen's families. Others were forbidden entry or exit. Li Wei reminded Xu Yong once more. The craftsmen's wages must be paid on time. If anyone dares to deduct even a single coin, I will severely punish them. Xu Yong was startled, quickly replying, "This official dares not. Minister, please rest assured." Li Wei nodded in response and left with the two men. Lu Ti ordered his clerk to act quickly and gather all the craftsmen. Many were anxious due to the sudden confinement. Some worried about their families at home, others about the safety of loved ones, each harboring different concerns. Now, seeing Li Wei standing at a high place, the craftsmen gazed at him with hopeful eyes, seeing him as their last hope. Li Wei, sensing the gazes directed at him, couldn't help but feel deeply. He realized that some things could simply not be avoided. Back home, when he lived with his older brother, his parents had never imposed much on him. He had lived an easygoing, worry-free life as a solitary worker, independent and free. Even if he chose to withdraw or stop trying, it wouldn't have brought any significant problems in the short term. Even at 28, he had never truly carried any real responsibility, always acting as he pleased. Now, He had finally come to understand the weight of true responsibility. Composing himself, Li Wei raised his voice. Everyone, please don't worry. This temporary lockdown of the Bureau of Armaments won't last long. I will report directly to the Emperor as soon as possible and ensure you all return home soon. Please remain calm and wait a bit longer. After hearing his words, joy appeared on everyone's faces. Their hearts finally felt somewhat relieved. Others might not be trustworthy, but they placed full trust in Li Wei. Also, if you have elderly or children at home needing care or any urgent matters requiring assistance, you may register at your respective supervisors' offices, and I will take care of it. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Upon hearing this, the craftsmen felt greatly relieved and expressed their gratitude in unison. Li Wei offered a few more words of comfort, then instructed Lu Ti and Xu Yong to arrange for supervisors to tally the craftsmen's needs and submit them to him. In the meantime, he also met with Lu Tang and others who had just returned. These 100 craftsmen had been under close surveillance after returning. Seeing them, Li Wei repeatedly comforted them and promised an extra 10 strings of cash per person as a reward. This campaign had not been without reward. Each general received compensation, ranging from several hundred to over 1,000 strings of cash, while ordinary soldiers received 7 or 8. Li Wei himself had also received over 1,000 strings of cash in reward, more than enough to distribute among them. Not until the afternoon did Li Wei hurriedly leave the Bureau of Armaments, carrying the hopes of the craftsmen. Before his departure, Mao Xiang even sent someone to inspect the notebook in which he recorded the craftsmen's requests. Although the needs of the craftsmen had been collected, besides the usual peace-of-mind letters, there were still urgent matters affecting over 1,000 people, too much for Li Wei alone to handle. Thinking for a moment, he decided to entrust Abu's street peddling merchants to help with the task. At the moment, these were the only people he could mobilize. Arriving at the Minghuang Merchant Guild headquarters, Li Wei summoned Lai Fu, coincidentally finding Wu Qi there as well, who approached curiously. Among the 3 key figures in the guild, Li Wei had long been the only active presence. Shen Jing often disappeared to handle private affairs, and only Wu Qi remained online daily, idling without purpose. Ignoring Wu Qi's objection, Li Wei called upon his servant Lai Fu, handing him the prepared list of craftsmen families' addresses and tasks, and reminding him, "You arrange for some peddlers to visit each household according to this list. If necessary, deliver messages or assign personnel to provide assistance. All expenses will temporarily be recorded under the guild's account." Wu Qi frowned immediately and interrupted. "Masterly, this seems inappropriate. The guild is the royal treasury's property. How can it be used for personal affairs?" Li Wei glanced coldly. These are all family members of the craftsmen serving the Bureau of Armaments. Now that the Bureau is sealed, naturally their families must be taken care of. What is inappropriate about this? I don't see it that way. These people have already been paid by the Bureau, and their service is simply their due duty. Li Wei frowned impatiently. This matter doesn't require you to concern yourself. I will explain it to the Emperor myself. As for you, just sit here and enjoy your tea. You? Wu Qi was left speechless, clearly recognizing the sarcasm aimed at his idleness. Li Wei ignored him and turned to Lai Fu. Do you understand? Understood, sir. Please rest assured. Lai Fu answered respectfully. As Li Wei's servant, he answered only to him. Wu Qi's opinion meant nothing to him. After giving the instructions, Li Wei casually picked up a teacup and tasted it, asking, "What kind of tea is this? If you're not satisfied, I can have someone prepare another." "This is Hangzhou Xuanzhang tea, sir. How do you find it? If not to your taste, I can look for something better." Lai Fu responded eagerly. "Changed to bitter tea. The Emperor himself favors bitter tea. How could we be so extravagant? The guild belongs to the royal treasury. We mustn't waste its resources recklessly," Li Wei said solemnly, pretending to be a loyal servant of the crown. Wu Qi widened his eyes, opened his mouth to argue, but found no rebuttal. Lai Fu smiled and agreed cheerfully, leaving even Wu Qi unable to enjoy his tea in peace. After arranging the peddlers, Li Wei hurriedly headed to the palace before work hours to see Zhu Yuanzhang. Zhu Yuanzhang had already retired to the Qinqing Palace. Li Wei proceeded directly. Upon arrival at the gate, the guards on duty recognized him immediately, and their faces darkened instantly. Before leaving, Li Wei had subtly taken the jade ruby from right under their noses. Now, although Zhu Yuanzhang could not catch the culprit, they were inevitably subject to punishment. However, the palace guards also knew that Li Wei was a favorite of the emperor. If even stealing an imperial artifact had brought him no consequences, they themselves certainly wouldn't face any real trouble. Li Wei nodded politely at the 2 guards, who simply rolled their eyes in response. After announcing his arrival, Li Wei entered the palace hall. "Your servant Li Wei pays homage to your majesty." Zhu Yuanzhang sat still, not even bothering to lift his eyelids, merely responding with a casual, indifferent hum. Chapter 91. Some things must be kept secret, others must be hidden. Li Wei did not back down, straightened his posture, and spoke up. "Your Majesty, why have you ordered the closure of the Military Equipment Bureau? As for this matter, originally I should have gone to find you, but now you came first. Why didn't you report to Jun when you secretly developed the Fele cannon?" Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly, asking with a hint of rebuke. Your Majesty, the Fele cannon is not an ordinary cannon. It has many flaws. I simply needed it urgently, so I hastily put it together without reporting it." "Then tell Jun, what exactly constitutes an ordinary cannon? Go ahead and forge several for Dun to see." Emperor Zhu seized the opportunity to press further. Li Wei was momentarily speechless. What he meant by an ordinary cannon wasn't these existing cast-iron cannons, but breech-loading rifled artillery, which was impossible to create for now. Your Majesty, this, your humble servant is powerless to do so. Oh, Li Wei nodded repeatedly, looking genuinely sincere. Zhu Yuanzhang glanced sideways at him and naturally didn't believe that he really couldn't produce it. Adjusting his sitting posture, Zhu Yuanzhang said solemnly, Li Wei, you must understand that what you are making now is military equipment, advanced firearms. Some things must be strictly kept secret. The reason for sealing the Military Equipment Bureau this time is to prevent the techniques of the Pele cannon from leaking out. Do you understand? Li Wei naturally understood this reasoning. It was just like how the matchlock muskets were still under tight control and production at the Bureau of Military Manufactures. Back then, when developing the Pele cannon, he had indeed been careless. Now, it was necessary to remedy that mistake. After a moment of thought, Li Wei spoke. Your Majesty, I naturally understand the principle. However, only a small number of craftsmen were involved in the creation of the Pele cannon. Most others at the Bureau of Military Equipment knew nothing about it, so it's unnecessary to shut them all down entirely. Is that the case? According to your suggestion, simply isolating those craftsmen would ensure no one else could replicate the Pele cannon? Zhu Yuanzhang asked calmly. Precisely, Your Majesty. The main reason the Pele cannon is so powerful is that I improved the formula ratio of the xiuxian gunpowder and made it granular. I believe it would be wise to establish a special department responsible solely for the production of this xiuxian under strict secrecy. The Pele cannon had a simple structure. If there was any real technical complexity, it lay solely in that optimized ratio and granulation of xiuxian. If that's the case, then relocate the craftsmen who understand how to produce this xiuxian to the Bureau of Military Manufactures and establish within it a special xiuxian department. Upon hearing this, Li Wei felt a sense of concern and respectfully advised the emperor. This substance is extremely dangerous. Storing it within the imperial city might pose a hidden risk. Zhu Yuanzhang pondered briefly, agreed with the concern, and said, then choose another location outside the palace walls, but it must be strictly guarded. As Your Majesty commands. Please rest assured. Still, the Military Equipment Bureau must not slacken vigilance and must strengthen precautions. Zhu Yuanzhang added coolly. Your Majesty can rest assured. I have already considered this and plan to separate each step of the process, so each individual will handle only one part. Key steps will certainly be kept strictly confidential. Li Wei responded hastily. This plan had already been thoroughly prepared before he arrived. Each stage of the production would be decentralized and disconnected. Currently, the craftsmen only understood the surface of the matter and knew nothing of the essence. It would be nearly impossible for them to replicate anything meaningful based merely on such superficial knowledge. In the future, the more important the technology, the harder it would be to grasp. Your Majesty, once all matters are properly settled, may the remaining craftsmen be allowed to return home? Those who are not dangerous can be sent back, but they must be placed under some restrictions and must not leave the capital without permission. I understand. In reality, nowadays people without official travel permits could hardly leave the city even without surveillance. After finalizing these arrangements, Li Wei finally exhaled in relief. Suddenly, he recalled earlier matters concerning the Ming Huang Merchant Association and promptly reported them to Zhu Yuanzhang. Emperor Zhu did not dwell too much on such minor issues, simply nodded in agreement. But then he gazed at Li Wei with interest and asked curiously, why do you treat your subordinates so kindly? Upon hearing this, Li Wei was startled and retorted in surprise. I treat everyone around me with kindness. Zhu Yuanzhang thought for a moment, and indeed, it was true. Though this young man lacked social experience, he genuinely treated people with sincerity. Figures like Xiuxian, Wu Bozong, and Muing had good relationships with him, and he treated both his craftsmen and personal servants quite generously. Upon deeper reflection, it seemed he truly treated everyone with sincerity, except toward him and the officials who did not get along with him. Then why are you so harsh only to Jen? Zhu Yuanzhang leaned back slightly, folded his arms across his chest, and asked, puzzled. Li Wei was instantly stunned, his eyes widening. How could someone ask such a question so casually? Seeing his expression, Zhu Yuanzhang's face darkened slightly. He snorted coldly, and then, recalling old memories, his cheeks involuntarily flushed. Li Wei inwardly rolled his eyes. Cough. Jun intends to expand the Divine Engine Battalion. What are your thoughts on this? Zhu Yuanzhang coughed lightly, smoothly shifting the topic as he turned to ask about the Divine Engine Battalion. During this period, despite Li Wei's absence, the production of flintlock muskets had never ceased and had now accumulated to nearly 20,000 units, enough to expand the Divine Engine Battalion to a scale of 10,000 troops. At the mention of the Divine Engine Battalion, Li Wei furrowed his brows and remained silent. He truly had no desire to take on this responsibility again. Although he had incidentally earned credit during the campaign, his command had been full of problems. Had it not been for the soldiers' skill accounting for 30%, the firearms another 30%, and the remaining 40% sheer luck, his mistakes in command would have likely already made him a burden to the team. The first time, he had relied on ignorance and recklessness and barely succeeded by luck. But could he really be so fortunate the second time? Your Majesty, I know absolutely nothing about warfare. The reason we won this time was purely luck. Why not give this task to someone else? Li Wei sighed heavily and said with a wry smile, Trying to slack off again? Don't you know why we treated you the way we did back then? It's precisely because you always gave the impression of being evasive. Nothing got done unless we pushed you. If you were willing to work diligently for the country, would we ever slight you? Zhu Yuanzhang immediately became furious, raising his voice several octaves, completely shattering the previously amiable atmosphere. Li Wei only shook his head, thinking silently. The empire is yours, the Zhu family's. Why on earth should I go to great lengths for it? Your Majesty, it's not that I refuse to try. It's simply that I'm genuinely not suited for this. Take this recent incident, for instance. I couldn't even understand why the cavalry charged until Song Zhong explained it to me afterward. So what? Now that you understand, naturally you'll get it next time. Li Wei stared at him in disbelief and said, how is that possible? If a new situation arises next time, I still won't understand. This time's mistake fortunately didn't lead to significant losses, but what about the next time? What if my negligence leads to the entire unit's downfall? What are you afraid of? We won't let you lead an army alone. Besides, what harm if there are heavy casualties? Haven't you heard the saying, a great general rises on a mountain of 10,000 corpses? Even with heavy losses, we will never blame you. Just go ahead and fight fearlessly. Zhu Yuanzhang waved dismissively, clearly indifferent to the issue of casualties. It was like a wealthy merchant telling his son, it's fine to lose a little money. You may proceed as you wish. Li Wei was stunned beyond words. Although he wished not to believe it, he clearly saw the sincerity in Zhu Yuanzhang's words. To Zhu, those casualties were no different from a rich man's losses. He could understand the truth in the saying, a great general rises on a mountain of 10,000 corpses, but he refused to become such a general. He couldn't accept it. I refuse. Li Wei rejected outright. He knew it was useless to reason with this old man. Zhu Yuanzhang slammed the table furiously and stood up, pointing at him and shouting, this is not your decision to make. Jun orders you to submit a memorial within 3 days regarding the expansion of the Divine Engine Battalion. Dare to defy me, and Jun will personally break your spine. Zhu Yuanzhang sat down angrily, and Li Wei remained stubbornly silent. They glared at each other for a long moment before Li Wei finally looked away, defeated. Glancing around, he happened to spot Zhu Yuanzhang's new wooden backscratcher and immediately raised an eyebrow, pretending ignorance. Your Majesty, why has your jade scepter become wooden? Zhu Yuanzhang's face darkened instantly at these words. You dare ask? Both jade scepters were stolen by you. If I didn't switch to wood, were you to come steal again? Will you ever stop? If you have nothing else, just leave immediately. Stay any longer, and the palace gates will close. You'll be castrated and kept here as a eunuch. Zhu Yuanzhang grumbled unhappily. Seeing Zhu's sour face, Li Wei actually felt a little better. Then this servant takes his leave. He bowed and turned to leave, secretly amused. Zhu Yuanzhang watched him go, grinding his teeth in frustration. As soon as Li Wei disappeared past the door, Zhu Yuanzhang picked up his wooden backscratcher and hurled it. After all, it was wood. He felt no regret. Setting aside the matter of the Divine Engine Battalion temporarily, Li Wei immediately started making arrangements at the Bureau of Military Equipment. First, he relocated the production of leather goods and saddle parts to a newly established leather workshop and saddle and bridle bureau. Next, he carefully selected suitable locations to establish workshops for certain production processes. This matter received special attention from Zhu Yuanzhang, who even dispatched eunuchs as factory supervisors. Fortunately, there were only a few dozen craftsmen involved in producing these items. Fewer workers meant easier management. Even assigning 1 guard per worker posed no problem, and occasionally allowed them limited contact with their families. Moreover, steelmaking and forging were separated. The steelmaking section was responsible solely for producing steel bars and plates, without concern for subsequent processing. The forging section simply took ready-made steel plates, cutting and shaping them as needed. Though slightly less efficient, the process was more standardized. The generator proved temporarily useless, so Li Wei dismantled it, still undecided whether to continue researching it in the future. He was reluctant to dismantle the hydraulic lathe and eventually kept it. It was genuinely useful. But from now on, he needed to be cautious. Some things must remain secret, while others should be hidden away. After these adjustments, the Bureau of Military Equipment was finally reopened. Though still under strict control, most workers could finally return home normally. As for those dozens of craftsmen transferred to other departments, Li Wei could do nothing but accept it. This was already the best outcome he could bargain for. Thankfully, Zhu Yuanzhang heeded his request and gave these people a raise. It was at least some form of compensation. LV Tang and nearly 100 craftsmen were directly incorporated into the Divine Engine Battalion, becoming official soldiers. In that era, the status of military households was extremely lowly, but fortunately, the treatment of the Divine Engine Battalion was nearly equal to that of the Emperor's personal guard, so it wasn't too bad. This confrontation with Li Wei had cost almost no casualties, so naturally, these craftsmen didn't have to worry about dying on the battlefield. This, in itself, was a sign of trust. The director of the Bureau of Military Equipment had already been replaced by Lu Ti, while Xu Yong was transferred to the leather workshop. Several other directors and deputy directors had also been promoted from among the craftsmen, those with outstanding abilities. Chapter 92, Now Muying takes over. His actions once again triggered a wave of impeachment accusations, citing favoritism, abuse of power, forming factions for selfish ends, and the like. However, these were merely low-ranking officials of the 9th grade or below. Not only did Li Wei ignore them, even Zhu Yuanzhang found them beneath his notice, merely reprimanding them briefly before sending them away. One night, Li Wei woke up in the middle of the night. According to his usual biological clock, he was just about to call Xiuxian to help him change clothes for the morning court session when he abruptly sat up, suddenly realizing something was missing. Oh right, why didn't the alarm clock ring today? Thinking for a moment, he suddenly understood what was missing. The Prime Minister's alarm clock had malfunctioned. If the alarm didn't ring, what's the point of going to court? Keep sleeping. Li Wei immediately lay back down and pulled the covers over himself again. However, just after he closed his eyes, loud knocking sounded at the door outside, so forceful and intense that it seemed as though the door would break in a few strikes. Master Li, wake up immediately. Training starts today. Morong Ying's loud voice rang out. Startled awake, Li Wei sat up in panic, his face pale. Training? What training? Unlike Han Yike, who had casually used a dog to block the way, after Abu opened the door, Morong Ying asked a couple of questions but soon lost patience and barged right in. Master Li, rise immediately. The Emperor has ordered me to supervise your training starting today. Standing before Li Wei's bedroom door, Morong Ying knocked heavily and shouted loudly. Upon hearing Abu's explanation, Xiaoqing and others understood this was a new special reminder method the Emperor had devised for their master. With no recourse, they could only watch helplessly. Inside the room, Li Wei, upon hearing the commotion outside, hurriedly covered his head and pretended to be deeply asleep. At the same time, he remembered how when he had returned to the capital, old Zhu Yuanzhang, noticed his listless condition and had instructed Morong Ying to conduct rigorous training for him. Looks like this time, Morong Ying meant business. Outside, Morong Ying knocked for a long time without any response. Losing patience, he kicked open the door and stormed inside, rushing straight to Li Wei's bed. In the dim light, he saw Li Wei had buried his head under the quilt, so he stepped forward and yanked the covers off. Li Wei's mouth was half open, his tongue pressed against his teeth, emitting ear-splitting snores as if he were in a deep sleep. It was said that you could never wake someone who was only pretending to sleep. Wake up! Before Li Wei had even finished that thought, Morong Ying had already acted, pulling him straight up from the bed with one hand. Light as a feather, Li Wei dangled midair, blinking groggily. By the time he came to his senses, both feet were already on the floor. Who said you can't wake someone pretending to sleep? That was all lies. Held halfway upright by Morong Ying standing on the floor, Li Wei stared blankly and asked, Lord Shiping, why are you here? Regardless of whether he was pretending or genuinely asleep, Morong Ying replied directly. Master Li, the Emperor assigned me to train you starting today. Hurry up and come with me. Li Wei's expression changed. After a moment of thought, he suddenly realized something and immediately replied helplessly. That won't do, my lord. You see, I'm the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works, a high-ranking official. I must attend the morning court session daily. He hurriedly turned to Xiaoqing and said, All right, we're already short on time now. Xiaoqing, quickly bring my court attire so I can get dressed and go to court. Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly bowed and prepared to fetch the official robes. Morong Ying raised his hand to stop him. No need. The Emperor has specifically issued an order to exempt you from the morning court. How can that be? Having received the Emperor's salary, I should be loyal in service. How can I skip the morning audience without reason? I must go to court. Xiaoqing, go get my robes now. Li Wei feigned deep loyalty with his performance. Master Li, no need for pretense. The Emperor is merely doing this for your own good. Look how exhausted you are from your journey on this expedition. Indeed, you need some exercise. No, then I'll just stop going on expeditions anymore. Morong Ying frowned slightly, and, too lazy for further talk, grabbed him and dragged him off. Let me go, I must attend court. Li Wei cried in alarm, struggling and shouting all the while, yet eventually being dragged away forcefully by Morong Ying. If he couldn't break free from Han Yike before, how could he possibly escape Morong Ying? The military camp wasn't close at all, and Li Wei was dragged all the way to the training grounds of the Xinji battalion. Morong Ying dressed him in armor and strapped sandbags to his legs and back, smiling. All right, Master Li. We'll start with basic physical training today, so you'll follow me while wearing all these and run along. Li Wei felt the heavy weight, about 20 or 30 caddies total, on his body. He felt it was even heavier than his own Xinji armor. Running with this? You've got to be kidding. My lord, perhaps training should start gradually. Let's skip the sandbags. I can run just in armor first. Li Wei sighed, feeling gloomy. Master Li, I understand you must know that, as the ancient saying goes, fine swords emerge from sharpening, and plum blossoms become fragrant through harsh cold. Daily drills must be strict. Take your current burden, for example. When I was only 13, I was already able to run 10 miles carrying the same weight. Li Wei lowered his head silently, feeling what a depressing thing it was to hear that said. Morong Ying, without another word, shoved him forward. Li Wei Minchang Paolik Subu, Zhu Jie Ru Bui Jirshi, Wei Ji Ba Mi, Ban Jin Pili Jing, Li Sheng Mo Ting, Jishi, Mu Ying, Zai Ta Seng Ho, Jitsu Han Dao. Li Wei stood firm, waving his hand to indicate he had no strength left. Seeing persuasion had no effect, Morong Ying simply went around in front of him and dragged him forward. Li Wei staggered with every step, finding each one extremely difficult. After less than 300 meters, he was already gasping for breath, face flushed, his chest burning as if on fire. Finally, unable to go on, Li Wei plopped down on the ground and refused to rise, no matter how hard Morong Ying tugged at him like a dead pig. Meanwhile, soldiers of the Xinji battalion were in the middle of their own training. Seeing their commanding officer in such a pathetic state, they couldn't help exchanging glances and curious whispers. Li Wei didn't care about losing face and simply sat on the ground to rest. Morong Ying, helpless, could only patiently wait for him to catch his breath and regain a bit of strength before continuing. Several officers, including Song Zhong, passed by and couldn't resist teasing him. Hang in there, sir. Li Wei rolled his eyes in response. After resting 4 or 5 times, they finally completed the 1,000 meters. Murong Ying temporarily let him be. Once Li Wei had recovered slightly, he dragged him off to a new training area meant for building physical strength. The area was lined with various stone locks, some large, around 100 jin, and smaller ones about 40 or 50 jin. Li Shong, I'll demonstrate first for you. As he spoke, Murong Ying picked up a pair of lighter stone locks and with a sudden burst of strength, lifted them over his shoulder. Then he swung them around, creating a howling wind sound. Li Wei instinctively took a few steps back, fearing his head might be crushed if Murong Ying dropped them. Since you're a beginner, Li Shong, just start with these smaller ones. Why don't you give it a try? As he spoke, Murong Ying placed the stone locks before him. Li Wei's lips twitched slightly, hesitating and unwilling to step closer. Such a heavy object. Lifting it was beyond him. Even moving it felt impossible. Come on, try it. Murong Ying placed the stone locks on the ground and forcibly pulled him over. Li Wei shuffled slowly between the two stones, grabbed them with effort, and tried lifting, yet they didn't budge an inch. Push harder. Murong Ying urged with a frown. Li Wei rolled his eyes, silently cursing as he exerted all his strength. The stone locks barely lifted 10 centimeters off the ground. Seeing no progress, Murong Ying could only watch helplessly as Li Wei treated the stone locks like weights for squats. After finishing the squats, Murong Ying dragged him over to a sandy patch. Confused, Li Wei asked, "What now?" "Learn wrestling." Murong Ying placed his hand on Li Wei's shoulder. Immediately, Li Wei's face stiffened. A moment later, he felt the world spinning, followed by a loud thud. When he regained consciousness, he was lying flat on his back, and intense pain followed. I'm done for, my waist's broken. Only when the sun had risen high did Li Wei finally get some relief. Holding his waist and hunched over, he returned to the Ministry of Works, entered his private chamber, and groaned as he sat down. Someone come, Li Wei shouted, enduring the body-wide soreness with clenched teeth. A servant quickly entered. "Sir, anything I can assist you with?" "Go, bring Han Yike to me." The servant hesitated slightly before realizing the Han Yike referred to Han Yike, the senior censor of their department. Although Han's official rank wasn't high, his power was considerable. It was rather unusual for Li Wei to demand a private audience so directly. "Go on, quickly." Seeing the servant hesitate, Li Wei impatiently urged. All right. The servant hurriedly agreed. Whether it was appropriate wasn't his concern, only to carry out orders. Actually, Li Wei was too exhausted to go himself. Otherwise, he would have gone personally. Han Yike happened to be handling matters at the ministry office and was shortly let in by the servant. "Minister Li, why have you summoned me?" Han didn't mind Li's rudeness and came straight to the point. Leaning back in the chair, holding his waist with one hand, Li asked, "Why didn't you wake me for the morning court session today?" "Oh, that. His Majesty issued a decree exempting you from the morning court, instructing you to train with Lord Shiping-ho. How can that be acceptable? As a high-ranking minister of the court, how can I be absent xiuxian, buxing, ni ming'er, bi xiu zhaochang, zhao wa sang zhao chao? Li wei yi zheng xian de suodao. Han yi ke ting ho, leng xiao zhe huiying, li da ren bu yong man chang, nin beng lai zhou bu tai yan yu sang chao, shi Shiping-ho, nali, xinlan yi ting hao. Ta kan chu li wei finger shang chao shi ye shi siying, shi le huo bu qir, cha bie bu da. Bu manchang, qi shi wo hun le yi sang chao dat. Ma fa ni bang wa shang bi xia zhang da, cong ming tan kai shi, wo yi ding jin shi shang chao, jue bu zai, che qin. Ta tuo zhe shi ro de sun ti, sun zhi zuji chu man wu ji shi, zheneng ji shi wang yu han yi ke. Ta yi jing wu fa cheng so mu ying de qi ya, zai zhiyang xia qir, bu yong doju, jiu hui shi di ka dao. Minister Li would do well to follow the emperor's orders. To be honest, I already informed Lord Shiping-ho about this yesterday. I believe the emperor's arrangement is most appropriate. You need only focus on your training with peace of mind. Having acted as a messenger for so long, Han Yike had grown weary of it. Now that Murong Ying had taken over, he was naturally more than happy to step back and relax. Li Wei was stunned. So it was this censor who had tipped off Murong Ying. No wonder he hadn't come earlier. Those two had already conspired together. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Han Yike bowed slightly, his tone flat, and then turned to leave. He still had many affairs to attend to. Don't go. Li Wei reached out in an attempt to stop him, but even the slightest movement sent a sharp pain through his waist. Chapter 93, What a Tragic Fate. Han Yike was unwilling to plead for him, and Mu Ying would certainly show no mercy. This was it. He was finished. What would he do in the future? What a tragic fate. After resting the entire day, Li Wei finally returned home at the end of work, holding his waist in pain. Xiao Qing, who was entering the house, saw his condition and was greatly surprised. She thought to herself that this time he must truly be seriously injured. Li Wei didn't even bother with etiquette anymore and immediately called Xiao Qing to give him a massage. At this moment, only the gentle hands of Xiao Qing could offer him any comfort. Late at night, Li Wei sneaked out of bed, quietly dressed in his official robe, and rushed to the Meridian Gate to wait, afraid that if he was late, Mu Ying would capture him again. He had made up his mind. Starting today, he would attend every morning court session, and nothing could stop him. Outside the Meridian Gate, Li Wei stood among the officials, waiting for the palace gate to open. Where is Minister Li? Mu Ying's loud voice rang out, and immediately the courtiers stepped aside. Some even pointed at Li Wei's location, as if afraid Mu Ying wouldn't find him. Bending his waist, Li Wei wore a helpless expression. These people were going too far. Mu Ying strode forward and firmly grabbed his shoulder. Minister Li, don't hide anymore. You can't escape. Marquis, please have mercy on me. Li Wei looked at him pitifully. Huh. Mu Ying burst into cheerful laughter and pulled him up. Thus began a beautiful day. From then on, Li Wei's daily life changed once again. During the day, he endured various hardships under Mu Ying's supervision. At noon, he returned to the Ministry of Works to go through the motions, handing over all affairs to his subordinates and no longer personally managing everything. Realizing the increasing pressure on his shoulders, he resolved to gradually delegate responsibility and slowly let go, thus peacefully enjoying the lifestyle of an ancient Chinese scholar official, no longer thinking about things like cars or airplanes, nor worrying about electric lamps or telephones. This relaxed and carefree life actually felt pretty good. On this day, while Li Wei was receiving treatment from xiuxian, Wu Bozong came to visit. Dragging his weakened body, Li Wei slowly made his way to the main hall, where Wu Bozong had already been waiting for quite some time. Seeing his pitiful state, Wu Bozong concernedly asked, Minister Li, what has happened to you? Don't even ask. Li Wei shook his head in sigh, holding his waist with one hand, leaning on xiuxian for support as he sat down. Sir Wu, to what do I owe this visit? Li Wei asked after settling down. In truth, he rarely associated with others in his daily life. People wouldn't come to him unless it was urgent. As expected, Wu Bozong immediately looked serious. He pulled out an official memorial and said, Minister Li, please have a look. Li Wei hesitated for a moment and asked doubtfully, Isn't this improper? Showing me memorial documents like this. It doesn't conform to the protocol. Wu Bozong's face froze, and he looked helplessly at him. Minister Li is himself a Grand Secretary of the Cabinet. Viewing a memorial, how is that against the protocol? Li Wei suddenly remembered his own position. Right, he was still a Grand Secretary of the Cabinet. How forgetful he had become. With that thought, Li Wei calmly accepted the memorial, flipped through it briefly, and handed it back. He couldn't understand the content at all. Sir Wu, just tell me plainly, what is the matter in this memorial? Li Wei asked directly. Wu Bozong was already used to his habits and never expected him to actually read the memorial thoroughly. He took it back and put it away before solemnly saying, This is the memorial submitted by Prince of Yongle, Zhu Yuanzhang, accusing the county magistrate Dao Tong of Panyu. The emperor has already given the imperial approval, execution. After hearing that, Li Wei was puzzled and asked confusedly, and then? Wu Bozong continued, I know something about this Dao Tong. He is upright and incorruptible, an official of integrity. He doesn't seem to be arrogant and disrespectful, nor does he neglect superior officials, as Prince Zhu describes. I believe there must be hidden truths behind this. Upon hearing this, Li Wei understood Wu Bozong's intention. Wu wanted him to help save this person. Li Wei fell into deep thought. Though he didn't know Dao Tong's specific situation, he trusted Wu Bozong's character. However, trust alone was insufficient to prove that Dao Tong was a virtuous official. He still needed solid evidence. As previously mentioned, investigating an official stationed outside the capital was indeed difficult, but not impossible, especially when only one case was involved. The key was whether Zhu Yuanzhang was willing to send personnel for a thorough investigation. So you're planning to put in a good word for me? Precisely. I have already presented my view to the emperor, but he insists on this punishment. After much consideration, this matter can only be entrusted to Minister Li. After all, you are highly trusted by the emperor. Your words would carry far more weight than mine. In the eyes of many, Li Wei was a petty favorite of the emperor. Although Wu Bozong himself did not agree with this perception, he knew full well how much the emperor favored Li Wei, which was precisely why he had come seeking his help. Though Li Wei had practically forgotten the very existence of the cabinet, among all the grand secretaries, only he held another official post, and held the third rank. If measured by status, he was the most prominent. At that time, there had not yet arisen the term Chief Grand Secretary, but if there had been, it would surely be Li Wei. Li Wei thought for a moment and then agreed. All right, I can mention this matter to His Majesty, though my words may not carry much weight. Still, I'll do my best. Wu Bozong's face lit up with joy as he quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Minister Li. Actually, my request isn't too much. I simply hope the emperor will allow Dao Tong the chance to clear himself. After all, listening to both sides brings clarity, while believing one-sided accounts leads to misunderstanding. Li Wei nodded in agreement. That indeed made sense. Don't worry. I will ask for an audience with the emperor tomorrow. Thank you. Wu Bozong bowed again in thanks. After seeing Wu Bozong off, Li Wei continued his recovery treatment under Xiaoqing's care. The next day, having finished his morning duties, Li Wei took a short rest at noon before arriving at the palace in the afternoon to seek an audience with Zhu Yuanzhang. Your Majesty, greetings. After performing the formal bow, Li Wei noticed Zhu Yuanzhang was holding a memorial document, slightly lifting his gaze with a glance that suggested a bad mood. What urgent matter brings you here? The emperor asked in a cold, indifferent tone. Seeing this, Li Wei hesitated slightly, thinking this might not be a good time to make his request. But since he had already come, he couldn't return empty-handed. Tentatively, he said, Your Majesty, I saw a memorial document in the cabinet concerning Yongjia Marquis' accusation against Dao Tong, the county magistrate of Panyu. His Majesty has already issued the order for execution, but I think... Oh, so you still remember that you're a Grand Secretary of the Cabinet? Not bad. At least you haven't forgotten your duties. Well done. Without waiting for him to finish, Zhu Yuanzhang sarcastically interrupted. Li Wei's expression slightly changed, and He Mincheng managed a faint smile as he quickly declared his loyalty. Your Majesty jests with this servant. I have never neglected the tasks assigned by Your Majesty. Nonsense. Zhu Yuanzhang slammed the memorial onto the table with a furious shout. Li Wei trembled inwardly, silently cursing that the old man had apparently lost his mind over something today. Not giving him a chance to speak, Zhu Yuanzhang continued to press him. Have you written the draft for the Shinji camp expansion plan yet? This, that. I've heard you've stopped visiting the Bureau of Military Equipment recently, spending all your time idling away in the Ministry of Works. Tell me, what exactly do you intend to do? And now you have the gall to interfere in other people's affairs? Don't think I don't know Wu Bozong sought you out. Zhu Yuanzhang kept pounding the desk while scolding him. Li Wei remained silent, realizing that his slack habits had been exposed. Since the cat was out of the bag, Li Wei decided to speak plainly. Your Majesty, I merely wish to live an ordinary life. Please, let me go. Reckless. Zhu Yuanzhang slammed the table again and stood up, shouting furiously. You entered the great Ming court. Do you still think you can remain ordinary? I've invested so much effort into your development, and I won't let you throw it away like this. You wretched fool. You've enraged me. Guards. At the emperor's loud shout, Li Wei immediately changed expression, 1-to-1. Your Majesty, what do you intend to do? Zhu Yuanzhang snorted coldly. Originally, he had intended to soften his stance toward Li Wei. After all, the young man had earned merit in battle, and the little princess was soon to marry. Even the Jade Yi incident had been forgiven. But who could have expected this fellow to remain idle and unwilling to serve the court? When the guards entered, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately gave the order without hesitation. Drag him out and give him 20 heavy blows. After instructing the guards, he turned to Li Wei and declared, Want to slack off? Impossible. Every time I catch you slacking, I'll punish you again and again until you're fully obedient. Li Wei turned pale. He knew how painful corporal punishment could be, and this heavy beating truly meant no holding back. Ordinarily, being beaten directly was the lightest form of punishment. Heavy blows meant they would hit with full force, while not immediately life-threatening. A misstep could lead to grave danger. Although Zhu Yuanzhang had punished him many times before, he'd never used such harsh words, and someone usually stepped in to reduce the severity. So far, the consequences had been manageable, but this time seemed unavoidable. Never did he expect that merely speaking up for someone would earn him such a brutal beating. Actually, the beating was inevitable, whether today or tomorrow. The emperor merely wanted to punish him for his laziness, unrelated to whether he pleaded for mercy or not. Li Wei's lips trembled slightly, his heart filled with inner conflict. He wanted to beg for mercy, yet the path Zhu Yuanzhang had planned for him diverged completely from his own desires. If only himself were at risk, perhaps the burden could be endured. But he feared that even a slight misstep might involve innocent others, a possibility he could not bear. In that case, he would resist to the end, no backing down. Li Wei was dragged away without uttering a word throughout the entire process, enduring the punishment with clenched teeth. After the beating, he struggled to his feet and stubbornly walked away. Seeing this, Zhu Yuanzhang became even more furious, loudly berating him. Li Wei stumbled into the cabinet, where Wu Bozong, upon seeing him, was shocked and quickly rushed forward to help him up. Ministerly, what happened to you? Ah, forget it. I was bitten by a dog. Wu Bozong could only watch helplessly as Li Wei spoke through gritted, painful teeth, his tone sharp and harsh. This time the guards hit extremely hard. The 20 blows had nearly left his buttocks bruised and bleeding, and it would likely take over a month to recover. Upon hearing these words, Wu Bozong immediately sensed something was wrong. He was no fool. Li Wei had just gone to meet the emperor and returned in this condition, which could only mean the emperor's doing. Only a favored minister like Li Wei would dare speak this way. How else could someone else dare criticize the emperor behind his back? Though filled with questions, Wu Bozong dared not speak further. Just as he was about to help Li Wei sit and rest, Li Wei waved him off repeatedly, explaining that with his injuries, sitting was completely impossible. Wu Bozong thought for a moment and agreed. He could only support him while he stood. Chapter 94 Incoherent Babbling. The plot turns dramatically here, with tensions running high. Li Wei endured just a little longer, and things would soon improve. Huang Zai, Wang Jie, and others saw this rare visitor arrive and rushed forward to greet him. Seeing his battered appearance, they all showed him respect. There was a peculiar phenomenon in the Ming Dynasty. Those who got beaten often earned a good reputation. Those daring enough to speak out against the emperor's will, such as Li Wei, were respected by all. Everyone knew he had entered the palace because of the Daotong affair, and thus held him in high regard. Li Wei was unaware of this, and merely managed a weak smile in response. It's all my fault that you've been dragged into this, Director Li. Wu Bozong felt deeply guilty. Actually, it's not really your fault. It's mostly my own issue. Li Wei told him honestly. Wu Bozong looked at him, thinking he was only trying to comfort him. What did the emperor say? Will he still order your execution? Wu Bozong finally couldn't help but ask. Li Wei paused. Although he had brought it up before, the old man had given no response whatsoever and had immediately turned to scolding and punishing him instead, without another opportunity to mention it later. Li Wei could only shake his head silently. Wu Bozong sighed softly, looking helpless. Truth be told, someone like Daotong, a minor official, would hardly be missed if he died, let alone attract the emperor's attention. Had it not been for the involvement of Prince of Yongle Zhu Yuanzhang, perhaps even his name wouldn't be remembered in history, just like those caught up in the 4 major cases at the beginning of the Ming Dynasty, mere blurred numbers and records. After pondering for a while, Li Wei suddenly felt a realization. He turned to Wu Bozong and said, "Let me see that memorial again." Wu Bozong was slightly surprised, but still fetched the memorial and handed it over. As Li Wei flipped through it, a bold idea crossed his mind. though it was an extremely risky plan. If it failed, he might lose his life. Namely, to reject the memorial outright. Since the old Zhu wanted him to work, he would work properly and simply return Zhu Yuanzhang's memorial unread. He knew full well that Zhu Yuanzhang had an intense desire for power and was naturally suspicious, so offending the imperial authority was absolutely unthinkable. The old man certainly wouldn't tolerate such a move, likely dismissing him immediately, even possibly costing him his life. Yet deep in his heart, he still entertained a faint hope. Perhaps, maybe, the old man wouldn't actually kill him after all. After all, he was different from those literary transmigrators. Although those transmigrants might know a great deal, after a few beatings their intentions could be understood and often resulted only in a quick execution afterward. But he was different. His expertise was unmatched, and even if he explained it to others, they might not understand and would have to rely on him step by step to figure it out. That was also why Zhu Yuanzhang had hesitated to take strict action against him so far. Technology was the key to his place in companies back in the future, and now it had become the foundation of his survival under Zhu Yuanzhang. Back then, he chose this major not only out of interest, but also because having technical skills meant not having to depend on others. If possible, he would rather Zhu Yuanzhang remove all his posts like supervisor of the Divine Machine Camp and vice minister of the Ministry of Works, leaving him nothing more than a simple technician. If possible, with an even higher salary. Li Wei furrowed his brows, weighing the matter repeatedly. He felt it worth a try, but worried that Wu Bozong might suffer consequences as a result. Old Wu, are you truly determined to save Dao Tong? Li Wei asked seriously. Wu Bozong was taken aback, puzzled as he replied, of course. Directorly, why do you ask this? After all, it was Wu himself who had asked Li Wei for help, so naturally, he wanted Dao Tong to be saved. Li Wei gazed straight at him solemnly. I have a plan that might work, but it may cost our lives. Are you still willing to take this risk? Upon hearing that, Wu Bozong was stunned momentarily, then composed himself and responded gravely. Please do not underestimate me, directorly. For anything that benefits our country, I shall never shrink back. If you have a good plan, please speak freely. Though outwardly mild-mannered, Wu Bozong possessed an inner strength and integrity. As the first imperial scholar at the beginning of the Ming Dynasty, his official path was closely related to his personality. Back then when Hu Weiyong held power, he had once tried to recruit Wu, but Wu had firmly refused, after which he was transferred away to a local post. Only after whose downfall was he recalled. Seeing Wu's attitude, although Li Wei didn't entirely agree with his ideas of loyalty to the emperor, he felt deep admiration for Wu's straightforwardness. All right then, I'll speak. I want to reject this memorial outright. You must immediately send word to Dao Tong and have him submit a petition for defense as soon as possible. After that, his life or death, success or failure, rest entirely in his own hands. What? Reject? Reject the memorial? Do we even have that authority? Wu Bozong was shocked. He had known that Li Wei was bold in his actions, but he never imagined he would go this far. Even back then, when the imperial secretaries still possessed such authority, it had been extremely rare for them to dare defy the emperor's will, especially under circumstances like these. This was entirely different from the situation during the mid-Ming period, where ministers often rejected imperial decrees. To act like this now would be practically suicide. Why wouldn't we? I reject everything that comes through my hands. You only need to deliver a message. Li Wei glared at him, speaking sharply and without hesitation. His backside was still aching faintly. Compared to that, how significant could rejecting an imperial decree possibly be? If he could survive this, he'd consider himself lucky. Seeing Wu Bozong about to protest again, Li Wei impatiently waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Leave it to me. It's got nothing to do with you guys. Bearing the discomfort, Li Wei walked to the table, opened the memorial, and picked up his brush to write. To listen to all sides enlightens, to believe one-sidedly darkens. Your Majesty's conduct has placed me in an awkward position. The handwriting was bold and forceful. At the end, he intentionally added a large exclamation mark and signed his name. There we go. Let them send it back later. I'm leaving now. Li Wei sealed the memorial, handed it to his subordinate, and gave instructions for delivery. Watching his back disappear, Wu Bozong expressed his concern. Directorly, this might not be quite appropriate. Perhaps reconsider? Without even turning back, Li Wei waved him off and left the Xuanhuan pavilion with a slight stagger. He had to get out quickly. If this memorial really reached Zhu Yuanzhang, and, by bad luck, the old man was nearby, he'd just beat him first without asking questions. How terrible would that be? Although even returning home wouldn't necessarily avoid trouble, at least it could bring a bit of peace. As soon as he stepped through the door, Xiaoqing immediately spotted his condition and was overwhelmed with concern. Master, what happened to you? Did you offend the emperor again? Coming closer, she saw his clothes soaked in blood, panicked beyond words, almost bursting into tears. It's nothing, I won't die. Li Wei responded casually. Despite the pain, he remained silent. Before, he would exaggerate his complaints when there was no real pain, but now he held his tongue to avoid worrying Xiaoqing. Quick, come help master inside to rest. Xiaoqing cried out urgently. Xiao Yu and Xiao Cui immediately came over to assist. It was still early, so Abubu and Laifu were out on errands and hadn't returned yet. The three girls carefully led Li Wei into the room, helping him lie face down. Li Wei asked Xiaoqing to fetch some alcohol first to disinfect the wounds before applying the wound-healing medicine. The so-called wound-healing medicine wasn't the kind of stuff rumored outside, like lime. It was actually an effective herbal remedy designed to promote healing and reduce pain. Applying the medicine wasn't so bad, but the disinfection was pure torment. Despite his best efforts, Li Wei couldn't help letting out intermittent cries of pain. This was the worst beating he'd ever endured. As he bore the pain, he silently cursed the ancestors of the Zhu family in his heart. After the wounds were dressed and the bandages properly secured, he finally felt some relief. Night fell, and within the Qianxia palace, Zhu Yuanzhang was reviewing memorials. Since the establishment of the cabinet, his workload had been greatly reduced, yet, just to be safe, he still read each document personally, deciding whether to mark or amend them with vermilion ink. Actually, this system was quite reasonable. The cabinet was now just an ordinary secretarial institution with low-ranking officials. As long as the emperor wasn't lazy, it posed no threat to imperial power. Unfortunately, there was one thorn in his side: Li Wei. As Zhu Yuanzhang was flipping through the documents, he finally came upon the memorial Li Wei had rejected. It was covered in crooked, oversized handwriting and even contained a crude quatrain poem, enough to send him into a rage. That damned fellow. You really think I wouldn't dare to kill you, bastard? If you're so difficult, then I'll just cut your head off and be done with it. Less trouble for me. Utterly absurd. I'm furious. After his outburst, Zhu Yuanzhang calmed down slightly and began reading the memorial carefully. Truthfully, he hadn't given this county magistrate much attention, or else he wouldn't have casually decided to sentence him to death. But Li Wei's bold action forced Zhu Yuanzhang to take it seriously. After a moment's thought, Zhu Yuanzhang took the memorial and headed toward the inner palace. When he entered the cunning palace, Zhu Yuanzhang was unusually silent, his face dark with suppressed fury. Observing his stormy expression, Empress Ma had already guessed much of what was troubling him. She softly asked, "Your Majesty, why do you seem so troubled today? Who has angered you so?" Zhu Yuanzhang threw the memorial onto the table, roaring, "Look at this! How dare he be so audacious? Does he truly believe I dare not touch him?" Empress Ma quickly picked up the memorial and skimmed through it. Understanding the general situation, she immediately recognized the handwriting. It was unique, and Zhu Yuanzhang had often mentioned it. She could confirm instantly who had written it. He remains as defiant as ever, but this time he indeed went too far. After a moment of thought, Empress Ma advised gently, "Your Majesty, please calm down. Perhaps he acted this way out of concern that you might wrongly condemn an innocent person, damaging your reputation for wisdom." Zhu Yuanzhang snapped back, "Nonsense." Empress Ma's expression suddenly changed. She slammed the memorial back on the table, her voice sharp. "You dare to question my words?" Zhu Yuanzhang immediately backed down, bending slightly and murmuring, "Forgive me, my queen. I meant no offense to you. I only meant that reckless rascal." Empress Ma shot Zhu Yuanzhang a sharp glare, and at once much of his anger melted away, replaced by a smile as he hastily said, "How true are the words of ancients. Only a beloved companion can dispel one's worries." Seeing Empress Ma's expression soften slightly, Zhu Yuanzhang turned serious and said, "You don't know the full story. This fellow has always been lazy, unwilling to serve me diligently, and this time was no different. As soon as I punished him, he used such a method, clearly trying to force my hand to remove him from office." "Did you beat him again?" Empress Ma cut straight to the point. Chapter 95. Xiaoya is puzzled without knowing why. "Well, it wasn't really my intention, but he really annoyed me, and out of impulse, I just had to give him a scolding," the Hanwu Emperor said with an embarrassed smile, mimicking the motion of throwing a punch as he spoke. Empress Ma sighed. "Your Majesty must know when to stop. Otherwise, who will dare to serve you in the future? Many positions remain vacant in the court simply because you are too strict." "No, this kid is different," the Hanwu Emperor replied while sitting down beside Empress Ma. She slightly shifted her body, and seeing that she wasn't angry, he chuckled and continued. "Those scholars claim they don't want to serve in the court, but in reality, they rush in one after another. Only a few put on airs of moral superiority and stay away, and we just ignore them." As he spoke, he settled comfortably into his seat. Empress Ma slightly turned her head, prompting him to continue. "But this kid is different. He didn't seem particularly excited when we promoted him or awarded him titles. His only fault is that he loves money, although he does have his limits and never engages in corruption. That's not bad. He doesn't love power, loves money but knows boundaries, and most importantly, unlike some people, he isn't obsessed with women." Empress Ma gave Zhu a pointed look. Instantly realizing that the conversation had strayed off course, he frowned in displeasure. "We were talking about serious matters. Why bring this up? Come on. What man isn't fond of beauty?" Empress Ma lightly snorted. After a brief pause, her brows slightly furrowed in concern. "That Li Wei, why hasn't he married yet despite his age? Is there something hidden behind it?" Concerned about her daughter's future, she dared not take it lightly. Zhu Yuanzhang was also momentarily stunned, but he shook his head shortly after. No, you know what? That kid always talks about the Office of Entertainment, so I figure he's just another lecher." Empress Ma nodded and asked no further questions. Yet after speaking, Zhu himself became thoughtful again. Reflecting carefully, he thought, "This kid now has wealth and power, and it's already been over half a year, yet he hasn't taken even a wife or concubine. He hasn't even touched my own daughter. Something seems off." Thinking this, he couldn't help muttering to himself, "Then what will you do this time? Are you really going to take action against him?" Empress Ma steered the topic back to the main point. The Hanwu Emperor sighed, saying, "You know as well as I do, we executed Hu Weiyong in order to abolish the system of the Chancellor, which took tremendous effort to accomplish. Now again there is the Grand Secretariat, and if he really rejects our imperial decree, then its power could grow too great, turning into what might be called a Chancellor without the title." His gaze turned sharp as he continued. "Therefore, this time we must punish him severely. and at the same time cut back the power of the Grand Secretariat. Empress Ma remained silent upon hearing this. As long as Zhu Yuanzhang was making rational decisions, she usually supported them, unless he became overly stubborn, in which case she would try to dissuade him. But what if Dao Tong was truly wronged? She asked in concern. Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang waved his hand decisively, saying confidently, absolutely impossible. No matter how much chaos Zhu Liangzu causes, I believe he wouldn't dare lie to me about something like this. In fact, Zhu Liangzu had committed many previous offenses for which Zhu Yuanzhang had punished him. As for such generals, unless they touched on fundamental interests, Zhu Yuanzhang had no immediate intention of removing them from office. Empress Ma gave a gentle nod. Seeing that he had fully regained his calm composure, she felt reassured and urged him directly. If you have made up your mind, then go ahead and do it. If there's nothing else, hurry along. I must rest. All right then. We shall take our leave first. Dearest sister, may you sleep well. Smiling, the emperor rose to his feet, slowly withdrawing from the room, then hurriedly made his way to visit other consorts. The next day, since Li Wei's injuries were on his bottom, Muing temporarily let him go, so he stayed home recuperating, absent from court. Under normal circumstances, officials who were beaten were still expected to perform their duties. Clearly, Li Wei was just skipping work. However, no one questioned it for now because the imperial court was too preoccupied with arguing over his case. Your Majesty, Minister Li's forthrightness is a display of true loyalty. Though he overstepped, it is understandable. We beg your Majesty to show leniency. Han Yike stepped forward passionately. Your Majesty, even though what Minister Li did was rash, his intention was good. We respectfully ask your Majesty to be merciful. Xiuxian seconded. Your Majesty, Chen Yi Handarun, your Xia Su, Zhiyan Sun Shi. Li Shilong Suri, Yurchen Xing Shi. Dan Ta Soyan, Yi Hu Hu Dali. Ruo Jingping Yong Jia Ho Yimindritsu, Bang Zhang Qi Chu Su, Shi Zai Chan Tua. Xinrun Li Bu Sang Su, Ran Jin, Chu Yanda. Jin Jiajug, Zhong Duo Yirshu Naizhu Zhaobong. Zhang Jingyi, Dongran, Ye Fun Wei Li Wei Bangvu. Zhu Yuanzhang Mugangru Jir de Kanja Zhishia Da Chun. Zhang Taman Lan Shang de Baoqing, Hua Yer Zhong de Han Yi. Yiji Ne Xin de Pansun, Kanda Yicheng Archu. Xi Zhong Yoren Chieshu Shi Zhen Xin Shang Bangju Li Wei. Biru Han Yi Ke, Xiashang, Yiji, Jiwei Yirshu. Dong Gung Doideren, Jia Shru Bio Yongxian. Li Wei's reckless behavior gave them another opportunity to intervene in the power of the chancellor. Although this time it was Li Wei, a corrupt official, who obstructed the imperial decree, it hardly mattered since Li Wei was still part of the civil service system. Once he succeeded, others could follow suit. Zhu Yuanzhang had long seen through all this. Therefore, today at the morning court session, he decided to dismiss Li Wei from his post, reshuffle the Grand Secretariat, and demote Wu Boxong to the position of Hanlin compiler. However, when the officials learned of Li Wei's actions, they all expressed opposition in unison, revealing their clear intentions. Thus, Zhu Yuanzhang was determined to remove Li Wei at all costs. Otherwise, the Grand Secretariat would inevitably become uncontrollable in the future. Li Wei acted unilaterally and dared to defy the imperial decree. We have already been extraordinarily lenient by not sentencing him to death. Zhu Yuanzhang spoke in a cold voice, his gaze sharp like a blade as he swept across all the officials present. If the emperor makes a mistake, it is the duty of ministers to offer candid advice. What Li Wei did was not wrong. Seeing the emperor's rage, everyone else hesitated in fear. Yet Han Yike alone stepped forward, boldly arguing his case without fear. You are saying Jun is at fault? A son does not speak of his father's wrongs. How dare you accuse Jun in front of everyone? A subject who does not point out the emperor's faults when they exist serves with blind loyalty. I cannot remain silent. Bold. Zheng thinks you are no different from that rogue. He too deserves a beating. Guards, drag him out, and give him 20 strokes with the cane. Zhu Yuanzhang was furious. In truth, he knew Han Yike's words were all true, but what they were now fighting over was power, not right or wrong. He only regretted that Han Yike was too rigid and unable to compromise, so Zhu could do nothing but remain uncompromising himself. After Han Yike was dragged away, Zhu Yuanzhang gave immediate orders to strip Li Wei of all official titles and noble rank before the ministers could even speak. After the morning court session ended, Zhu Yuanzhang returned to the inner chamber, frowning deeply. Li Wei's clever move had unexpectedly altered his image among officials. From a corrupt villain, he had suddenly transformed into a loyal minister who dared to offer straight advice. Thinking how hard he had tried to save him, yet how Li Wei had turned misfortune into fortune, absolving suspicion and even becoming an opponent of imperial power, it made Zhu Yuanzhang feel utterly intolerant. As he paced back and forth, a thorough plan gradually formed in his mind. Actually, it wouldn't be difficult to bring Li Wei over. All he had to do was, next year when the youngest princess got married, appoint him as a Fuma, prince consort, and his new status and position would naturally align him with the imperial side. But before that, he still needed to give him some arrangements, make him suffer a bit. Zhu Yuanzhang stopped pacing, frowned, and sat down, lost in thought. This time, he had not only removed Li Wei from all official posts, but had also stripped him of his noble title as a Boja count. Although he hadn't executed him, such punishment was sufficient to warn other civil officials. But now, wouldn't Li Wei simply be left with nothing to do? That would never work. At this thought, his temper flared up again. No, he must find something for Li Wei to do. Wasn't he always talking about wanting to go to the Office of Entertainment? Why not just send him there? Recalling the conversation he had with Empress Ma the previous day, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly came up with this absurd idea. Yet upon further consideration, it actually made sense. To the civil officials, the Office of Entertainment was a place to be avoided at all costs. Sending Li Wei there could indeed serve as a kind of punishment. Coincidentally, it would also serve as a test for the young man. As the saying goes, a gentleman appreciates beauty yet maintains virtue. He shouldn't do what shouldn't be done, nor behave recklessly. If this young man can act accordingly, then he passes. Zhu Yuanzhang thought silently to himself. Once he made his decision, Zhu Yuanzhang signaled to Su Shou, who was standing beside him. Carry out Dynasty decree. Demote Li Wei to become the director of the Office of Entertainment, and summon Mao Xiang at once. Your Majesty's command shall be followed. I will proceed immediately. Su Shou bowed and left quickly. Before long, Mao Xiang hurried into the chamber. Kneel and greet the emperor. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded slightly. Yes, I have some things for you to handle. Listen carefully. He then detailed his follow-up arrangements, including keeping close watch on Li Wei while assigning several other tasks. After listening, Mao Xiang felt inwardly chilled. For the sake of this Li Wei, His Majesty had gone to such painstaking lengths. Li Wei was still recuperating at home, while Zhu Yuanzhang had already paved a completely unexpected path for him. Stuck in a writer's block, currently reviewing references, will continue shortly. The eunuch dispatched by Su Shou rushed to Li Wei's residence bearing the imperial decree for his demotion, while Mao Xiang secretly commenced operations under Zhu Yuanzhang's orders. Another imperial decree ordering the execution of Dao Tong was also carried away from the capital by an imperial messenger. Everything proceeded according to Zhu Yuanzhang's plan, though certain unforeseen changes were about to arise. Li Wei was currently lying on his bed recovering from his injuries, while Xiuxian served beside him, offering fruit and tea from time to time. This treatment was something Li Wei had never experienced before. Even though he had sustained this beating, it was worth it. Master, the imperial messenger from the palace has arrived with the emperor's decree. Xiao Yu entered the room and reported while Li Wei was at ease. Angel? Huh. Without a penis, you still call him an angel. That's hilarious. Li Wei, chewing on a piece of fruit, paused mid-motion and muttered under his breath. Here, the word angel referred to a eunuch, not a celestial maiden from heaven. Xiao Yu was completely lost, puzzled by the remark. All right, let him in. Since I'm not feeling well, please convey my apologies to His Majesty. Li Wei said casually, in a relaxed tone. Xiao Yu stared at him blankly, hesitating before saying, Master, this isn't quite proper, you know. It's the emperor's decree. No problem, just go. Go on. After all, Li Wei had already returned the imperial decree once before. In his eyes, such a decree was nothing special anymore. Chapter 96, A Change of Attitude. Certainly, not all imperial edicts required formal reception. Matters such as bestowing noble titles naturally demanded seriousness. However, this time, the emperor's decree was most likely meant to scold him, carrying the nature of a reprimand. Nevertheless, he still needed to receive it respectfully, otherwise, it would be considered highly disrespectful. But since he was indeed injured at present, he had no choice but to act accordingly. Xiaoya sighed helplessly, then turned to invite a eunuch inside. Upon entering the room, Li Wei pretended to struggle to rise, writhing briefly before lying back down. Although it was merely pretense, it still needed to be performed convincingly. Apologies, I'm injured and cannot rise to receive the decree. Please, esteemed messenger, grant your understanding, he said. The eunuch glanced at the fruits and pastries on the side, somewhat torn between laughter and exasperation. After a brief contemplation, he eventually accepted Li Wei's explanation, clearing his throat slightly to remind him to maintain decorum. Before his departure, Su Shou had specifically instructed him about Li Wei, knowing well that this person was no ordinary figure. Thank you so much. Li Wei understood the eunuch's unspoken message, clasped his hands in gratitude, then propped himself up with effort, doing his best to appear respectful. The eunuch took out the imperial decree and read it aloud. By the emperor's heavenly mandate, the decree proclaims, you, vile wretch, actually dared defy the emperor's will. Could your audacity be any greater? I must have punished you too leniently last time. Don't feel like continuing in officialdom anymore? Fine. Resign then. As of today, all official titles shall be stripped from you. Don't cling to your noble rank either. In the broadest sense, imperial edicts encompassed not only official decrees, mandates, and proclamations but also included imperial commands, imperial instructions, and even words spoken casually by the emperor. Some decrees were meticulously reviewed through layers of scrutiny, while others, like this one, were issued with casual spontaneity. Li Wei winced as he listened, inwardly remarking that this sounded far more like what Zhu had really intended. The previous decree bestowing him with nobility must have been written by someone else. Such an overused expression was nauseating. Upon hearing that Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang had stripped him of his official post, Li Wei actually felt relieved, thinking it a blessing. Now, life could be less stressful without all that burden. You wretch, so you want to go to the Bureau of Music, do you? Very well. I demote you to the post of Director of the Bureau of Music. You will now be responsible for managing it. Li Wei, who had previously appeared indifferent, suddenly perked up. His eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, What? His Majesty has promoted me to Director of the Bureau of Music? He's placing me in charge of the Bureau of Music? Ah, it's demotion, Master Li, the eunuch hurriedly corrected. I don't mind. Either way, I'm still serving His Majesty. Brilliant. The Emperor is so generous, granting me a position in the Bureau of Music. Li Wei murmured excitedly to himself, his enthusiasm impossible to conceal. The eunuch, seeing his reaction, almost doubted he had misread something. So he checked the edict again carefully, confirming clearly it was a demotion. Just as Li Wei finished rejoicing, he suddenly snapped back to his senses and immediately shouted for Xiaoqing to help him dress, saying he had to rush off to assume his new post. Hold on. The eunuch stared wide-eyed, hurriedly trying to persuade him. Master Li, you are still injured. How can I neglect my duty so carelessly? Those who eat the emperor's grain must repay the emperor's favor. What are these little injuries compared to my responsibility? As the ancients say, not withdrawing from the battlefield for mere minor wounds. Putting on an expression of absolute loyalty, Li Wei, amid everyone's astonishment, struggled to stand up and urged Xiaoqing to hurry and fetch some clothes. Xiaoqing hesitated briefly before regaining his senses, then quickly handed over a regular robe, since the official robe could no longer be worn. As he turned to leave, the eunuch called him back. Master Li, hold a moment. What about the imperial decree? Oops. Right. The decree not only confirmed his demotion but was also crucial proof for accepting his new position. It needed to be officially recorded with the Ministry of Personnel. Your Majesty's grace knows no bounds. Li Wei accepted the document with utmost courtesy and profusely expressed his gratitude, his sincerity more profound than ever before. After tidying up, he endured the pain and limped his way out the door, with Xiaoqing following closely behind, filled with worry. It's nothing to worry about, Li Wei waved dismissively. Compared to the pursuit of his ideals, such trivial injuries were negligible. Everyone watched him leave with curiosity, his uneven steps quickly disappearing from sight, as he dashed toward the Ministry of Personnel, fearful that the imperial order might be revoked. The newly appointed minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Ruan Jun, personally greeted him with a polite and humble attitude. Li Wei presented the decree, and Ruan sighed. Master Li, your boldness and honesty in giving counsel is admirable. I've already spoken out for you in court. Unfortunately, the emperor has insisted upon your dismissal and demotion to the Bureau of Music. Oh, Li Wei replied excitedly. Who would have expected such good fortune? The emperor has personally entrusted me with the directorship of the Bureau of Music. If I had known, I should have done this long ago. Looking at the document again, Ruan confirmed its contents. However, judging from Li Wei's expression, one might think he had been promoted to a prestigious post. What was going on? Ruan felt even more confused. Brother Ruan, please hurry and hand me the credentials. I'm on a tight schedule. Impatient, Li Wei urged him. Ruan hesitated briefly and responded, All right. He quickly arranged for the paperwork and, after verifying everything, handed over the credentials. Upon receiving the credentials along with the official robe, Li Wei's face broke into an ear-to-ear grin, full of self-satisfaction, further puzzling Ruan. After parting with Ruan, Li Wei immediately headed straight toward the Bureau of Music. The Bureau of Music was near the Imperial Palace, and Li Wei arrived before long. Standing at the entrance, gazing at this place that had long stirred his heart, he felt an inner excitement. A musician beside the gate noticed him staring blankly at the signboard. After a moment's hesitation, he respectfully asked, Sir, may I ask what brings you here? Bowing slightly while raising his eyes to glance at him, the musician knew well his own low status. He should even make way for others while walking. Li Wei snapped back to his senses, quickly put on his official robe, and produced his credentials. I am the newly appointed director of the Bureau of Music. Upon hearing this, the musician's face changed abruptly, and he immediately knelt down to bow. This servant greets you, my lord. I did not recognize your identity earlier. Please forgive my rudeness. Never mind, get up. Li Wei was quite surprised by this reaction. Thank you, my lord. Thank you again, my lord. The musician hurriedly expressed his gratitude, then stood aside respectfully with his head lowered. Show me around, Li Wei ordered softly. Yes, please follow me. Realizing his duty, the musician quickly stepped forward to lead the way. Following him, Li Wei stepped into the legendary Bureau of Music. Crossing the courtyard and entering the main hall, they found a stage in the center where performers were giving a show. Several officials sat below drinking tea and enjoying the music, while other performers attended to them. As Li Wei passed through, he suddenly noticed an official grabbing one of the female performers nearby. The girl could do nothing but endure with a forced smile. Li Wei sternly shouted, Stop! Remove your hand. The official paused, turned his head, and frowned, asking, Who are you? Li Wei immediately donned his official robe again and announced solemnly, This official is the newly appointed director of the Bureau of Music. Huh? As soon as Li Wei finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted around them. Several officials nearby cast curious glances in his direction. With a mocking tone, the official remarked, Oh, it's just our director of the Bureau of Music, a 9th-grade official. I thought it was Secretary Xia from the Ministry of Rights. After finishing his words, this official adjusted his posture, and with cold eyes full of disdain, continued, This official is Mao Buqiuan, a director of the Ministry of Rights, 6th grade. After giving his title, Mao Buqiuan intentionally emphasized his official rank. You'd better wash your hands properly. You've gone too far today. If left unchecked, who knows how bold you'd become. Now, retract your hand. Li Wei fired back without hesitation, seemingly completely oblivious to this 6th grade mention. Mao Buqiuan's expression slightly changed, and he angrily retorted, Who do you think you are? Just a petty 9th grade official daring to interfere with my affairs. Do you wish to die? What if I'm 9th grade? If you don't stop, do you think I won't go straight to the emperor and report your misconduct? Li Wei sneered. Although the Bureau of Music wasn't particularly prestigious, these female performers were definitely not objects to be molested carelessly. If he really did file a complaint against Mao Buqiuan, the latter would surely not escape unscathed. Strictly speaking, the Bureau of Music wasn't a direct government office, but mainly responsible for teaching music and dance and managing musical households. However, as musician status was inherently low, the performers under the Bureau of Music often earned their living in the pleasure quarters, naturally inviting misunderstandings. Yet exceptions existed in every rule. In this feudal era, no matter how minor a department was, it was not immune from backstage maneuvers and hidden improprieties, just like today's entertainment industry or corporate world, where underhanded dealings were inevitable. Some female performers, unable to withstand the hardship, secretly gave themselves to others, and some were even forced into such fates by powerful figures. Finally finished. Tomorrow is another unknown day. Currently, under Zhu Yuanzhang's firm rule, the situation was relatively tolerable. But during the late Ming Dynasty, when the imperial authority weakened, it became even worse, and the Bureau of Music gradually became a place for officials to indulge in pleasures. However, this wasn't yet the end of the Ming Dynasty. With old Zhu keeping a firm grip, even those with ulterior motives didn't dare to go too far. After hearing Li Wei's words, although Mao Buqiuan was displeased, he still withdrew his hand. Other officials who had been egging Mao on also ceased their inappropriate behavior and behaved themselves. You're the big shot here. You win. Just you wait. Mao glared at him, then angrily stood up to leave. Since he had no intention of profiting here, listening to the plain music had already lost its appeal. But before he even reached the door, Li Wei stepped forward and blocked his path. What do you think you're doing? Mao stopped and glared at him, asking furiously. You want to leave without paying first? Li Wei lifted his head, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain as he coolly said, Money? What money? Of course, it's the payment for your entertainment. Who do you think you are, enjoying free music? Li Wei ordered firmly, pointing at Mao as he shouted, Pay up. You. Mao's face turned red with anger, silently cursing his own bad luck in his heart. He had only come to the Bureau of Music to enjoy some music during his lunch break. Yet why had he met such an arrogant fellow who had no idea of his place? As the director of the Ministry of Rights, Mao was Li Wei's superior. No matter how rebellious Li Wei was, he shouldn't have been so defiant and disrespectful now. I am a senior official of the Ministry of Rights. Mao Buqiuan gritted his teeth and repeated, trying to make Li Wei recognize his status and show some restraint. Even the Minister of Rights himself would have to pay today. Li Wei refused to back down an inch, thinking that no matter who came, not a single coin could be spared. Mao Buqiuan, furious, roared. How much? 50 cash. Li Wei announced Halbuo Yurda. Reason? You touched her hand just now. Nonsense. Who touched what? Mao Buqiuan denied at once, his eyes sweeping over the young female musician beside him. The girl was so frightened she curled into a ball, too afraid to utter a word. Chapter 97. Everything for art. Li Wei didn't feel like explaining and simply held out his hand. Give me the money. Mao Buqiuan stared at him in shock. Why should I pay 100 cash when you didn't even touch it? If I didn't touch it, I'd still report you. Isn't that worth 100 cash? This is blackmail. Li Wei responded with a cold chuckle. If you didn't touch it, then what am I blackmailing you for? Tell me, did you or didn't you? Mao Buqiuan's expression shifted. He had already figured out that this man wouldn't let him go without payment today. If he insisted on leaving forcefully, he would surely be reported later. If it truly reached the emperor, it would be a disaster. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to give in temporarily, planning to deal with this hot-headed man later. Fine, I didn't touch it. Here's your 100 cash. Mao Buqiuan took out a 100 cash note from his sleeve and slammed it into Li Wei's palm before turning around with a cold snort. Looking forward to your next visit. Li Wei happily accepted the note, calling after him. After Mao Buqiuan left, the other officials also began to rise and prepare to leave. Because of previous experiences, none of the officials dared to be stubborn anymore and obediently paid up without confronting this hothead. Soon, the musicians who had been serving nearby collected several strings of cash, something unimaginable before. But right now, he couldn't feel happy because the money was dangerously hot. Although Li Wei was now proudly making a lot of money, the Ministry of Rights would come looking for trouble the next day. Li Wei didn't think so. He believed the money was earned properly and reasonably, righteously no matter who came. Handing the 100 cash note casually to the musician, Li Wei asked him to lead the way further inside. Arriving at the back hall, the musician summoned the head of the Bureau of Music to welcome the newly appointed official. The musician had prepared a chair for Li Wei while the others lined up. But due to his injured behind, Li Wei didn't sit down either, choosing to stand at the front of the group. Your humble servant greets the Honorable Sir. I am Vice Director Feng Jingchun of the Bureau of Music. These two are the left and right Xiao Wu, and those two are the left and right Silo. Feng Jingchun stepped forward to introduce everyone while the 2 men and 2 women behind bowed. Greetings, sir. Xiao Wu were female officials while Si Lu were male musicians. These 5, including Feng Jingchun, were all promoted from among the musician households, while Li Wei alone was appointed from higher above. Li Wei looked over the people in front of him and felt deeply disappointed. Besides these 5, all the other female musicians of the Bureau wore simple black dresses. Though they had pretty faces, their malnourished appearances left them looking frail, utterly different from the glamorous and attractive images of the Bureau he had imagined. Come to think of it, this rule was established by Zhu Yuanzhang, the housewife-like emperor, who decreed that female musicians could not wear red or purple, but only black. Male musicians were pitifully forced to wear green headscarves, the origin of the later symbol of infidelity. Because of the regulation forbidding intermarriage between free citizens and lower classes, these male musicians often married these female performers nearby. Even though the women only performed without selling their bodies, their reputations were still tainted. Hence, the wearing of green eventually transformed into its modern derogatory meaning. The artistic path of the great Ming is indeed long and arduous. Li Wei sighed inwardly. It seemed impossible to reap benefits without effort. He must put in work to turn these musicians. No, cultivate them into refined artists. Hard work it may be, but it's worth it for art. Li Wei pulled himself together and said, "Hello everyone. I am your new supervisor, Li Wei. I know you've all lived hard lives before, but starting today, I will change everything. There will be grain, there will be money, and if everyone works hard, I will surely lead you all to a better life, making our Bureau of Music the true artistic sanctuary of the great Ming." Li Wei kept making promises while chanting slogans, and at one emotional moment, he even clenched his fist and raised his arm high, but everyone remained indifferent. Everyone looked stunned at this new supervisor's almost manic behavior. They didn't understand anything about art. They simply hoped the new official wouldn't be too oppressive. Li Wei glanced around, feeling awkward. Feng Jingshun quickly responded, "Director Li is absolutely correct. We will certainly remember your guidance. We will certainly remember the director's guidance." Everyone else followed along. It didn't really matter what the leader said, they simply nodded in agreement. Li Wei laughed awkwardly and slowly lowered his still uplifted arm. He realized that without real action, no one would truly believe him. Thinking about this, Li Wei dismissed the others, leaving only Feng Jingshun. Li Wei went straight to the point, asking, "Deputy Feng, since I've just arrived, please give me an overview of the Bureau's basic situation." Feng Jingshun lowered his head and respectfully answered, "At present, our Bureau has more than 500 musicians in total, including over 300 female musicians and fewer than 200 male musicians. It also manages around 3,000 music households." Feng Jingshun started his detailed explanation. The Bureau of Music itself had about 500 musicians, primarily responsible for dance and musical performances at the imperial court's outer halls, offering performances that blended both elegance and popular appeal. It also assisted with large-scale sacrificial ceremonies held by the Ministry of Rites. Occasionally, the inner palace would summon the Bureau for performances. The inner palace had the bell and drum office, managed by eunuchs, but even those personnel were originally trained by the Bureau of Music. Outstanding performers from the Bureau of Music were occasionally transferred to the bell and drum office. The Bureau's primary source of income came from rewards given after various performances, as well as payments from officials who came to listen to music. However, most officials used their authority to exploit the Bureau, taking advantage without paying, unless an official was in a particularly good mood and offered a small token tip. But this wasn't even the worst part. Even worse was that, despite their hard-earned rewards, the Ministry of Rites would often seize them under the pretext of administrative fees. No wonder the members of the Bureau of Music always appeared pale and thin, with a lifeless expression. In addition, the Bureau of Music managed more than a dozen pleasure houses, supervising the musician households within, teaching music and dance, and collecting taxes. These pleasure houses were essentially government-run brothels. Yet, despite being state-operated, these places did not serve officials and strictly prohibited their entry. They only provided services to merchants and common citizens. Although these pleasure houses were highly profitable, unfortunately, the Bureau of Music could only watch helplessly, without receiving a single coin. After hearing all this, Li Wei furrowed his brows and could not respond. In the end, the root of the problem was money. The Bureau of Music now could barely maintain a basic standard of living and warmth, let alone provide new clothing for the female performers, let alone develop the arts. Poverty was the greatest obstacle to artistic progress. In fact, the Bureau was not without the opportunity to earn profits. Many officials were deeply in debt and had not settled their bills. Li Wei thought for a moment and concluded that his first task upon taking office would be to recover these outstanding debts. Mentioning debt collection, this was indeed a skillful job. Li Wei once had a colleague at his former company who had switched careers to do exactly this after quitting. After the modern legal system became well established, debt collection had become increasingly difficult. One couldn't beat people physically or verbally abuse them. At most, one could only bother them a little. When dealing with debtors who were both broke and unyielding, one really had no recourse. The moment someone committed even the slightest illegal act, they would immediately be arrested. So, collecting debts required careful consideration. Feng Vice Director, do you have a record of the debts owed by these officials here? Li Wei asked thoughtfully after a long silence. Feng Jingshun hesitated, clearly struggling with the situation. Most of these officials who came to enjoy music were senior officers from the Ministry of Rites. As their subordinates, how could they dare to demand payment? Still, Feng Jingshun had secretly kept records of the debts. However, since Li Wei had just arrived, he wasn't sure whether this official could be trusted. If he was betrayed tomorrow, it would create big problems. Seeing Feng Jingshun's expression, Li Wei realized the man didn't trust him. Thus, Li Wei spoke solemnly. Vice Director Feng, now that we are all part of the Bureau of Music, we are family. Look at these younger brothers and sisters. Each of them looks pale and hungry, unable to even get enough to eat. Can you bear to see them suffering like this? Believe me, I will lead everyone to develop art and build a better life for ourselves, and turn our Bureau of Music into the true artistic sanctuary of the great Ming. Feng Jingshun was momentarily stunned. He didn't care much about art itself, but what Li Wei said before did make sense. He himself had come from a musical household, and, seeing the young men and women live in such hardship, could not help but feel sympathy. Gritting his teeth, Feng Jingshun said, "Please wait a moment, Director Li, I will go fetch something." After saying that, Feng Jingshun turned and left. Li Wei exhaled in relief. Having the ledger was good. What he feared most was having no evidence at all, making debt collection impossible later. A short while later, Feng Jingshun returned, bringing with him a small notebook, which he handed to Li Wei. "Director Li, this is a list of officials who have visited the Bureau for Entertainment, recorded secretly during my time as Vice Director. Please take a look." Li Wei flipped through it and nodded with satisfaction. "Good. With this, we have a way forward." Feng Jingshun looked curiously at this Director Li, puzzled about what brilliant strategy he had in mind. After all, these were all the senior officials from the Ministry of Rights. Did he really dare to go demanding payment one by one? Even if he did go, it was likely he would come back empty-handed. Li Wei took the small notebook, twisted his body slightly, and headed back home. Today, he had only come to the Bureau of Music to make his presence known, familiarize himself with the situation, and confirm his appointment as soon as possible to prevent any further disruptions. Back home, Li Wei lit a lamp and stayed up all night meticulously planning his debt collection strategy. His passion for work was truly comparable to that of the founding emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. After working late into the night, Li Wei finally came up with what he considered a flawless plan. He carefully reviewed it repeatedly in his mind, making sure it was sound before extinguishing the lamp and resting. Lying in bed, Li Wei remained excited, deeply admiring his own efforts. He thought to himself that if the old Zhu knew, he would be moved to tears and beg to grant him a noble title. But alas, he remained indifferent to fame and fortune, so he would let this one slide. He wouldn't be claiming credit from Zhu Yuanzhang. Everything was for the sake of art. The next morning, Li Wei arrived at the Bureau of Music early. As it was still quite early, the place was very quiet. Female musicians and performers were cleaning, and when they saw him, they bowed their heads and greeted him respectfully. Li Wei responded kindly to each of them. Arriving at the back hall, Li Wei summoned Feng Jingshun and 4 senior musicians from the Xiaowu office and ordered, "Today I'll take you all to collect debts, but before that, we need to practice a bit first. Hiqing, Su Yao, go find some female musicians. Pick the slim and petite ones. Never mind, just let them be as they are." Thinking of the pitiful state these women were in, Li Wei swallowed back the words he was about to say. "Wait, Master Li, where exactly do you plan to take us?" Feng Jingshun hastily interrupted. "To collect debts," Li Wei replied, glancing strangely at him. But these are all senior officials from the Ministry of Rights." Feng Jingshun reminded him, his voice trembling slightly. "So what? Debts must be repaid. That's only natural. This. Don't worry, we're not going to do anything illegal. What's there to be afraid of? Relax, I'll be right there with you." Li Wei patted Feng Jingshun on the shoulder to comfort him. Chapter 98. If he goes every day, it would be enough to last 3 years. After saying this, he turned to Hiqing and Su Yao and said, "You two go quickly." "Oh, okay." After hesitating for a moment, the two could only agree and went out to gather people. "You two, go find some musicians and bring instruments." The 2 music officers immediately nodded and left to prepare what was needed. Once everyone arrived, Li Wei began assigning tasks. The female musician's job was simple. They only needed to cry fake tears upon seeing his gestures. Well, in fact, maybe not entirely fake, since the situation was indeed pitiful enough. As for the musicians, they were to strike the gongs and drums according to the rhythm and improvise with other instruments as they wished. "All right, let's give it a try." After giving instructions, Li Wei clapped his hands and began the rehearsal. Under his direction, a cacophony of sounds burst forth. Ding ding dong dong. Quang quang quang. Upon hearing the chaos, everyone wore expressions of confusion. What on earth was this? The melody was completely off. Was it really just random noise? Good, let's speed up the rhythm and do it again. Li Wei, completely unfazed, instead nodded in satisfaction, encouraging them briefly before another round of chaos commenced. After struggling through the morning, Li Wei finally found the desired effect and expressed his satisfaction with a few words of praise. The others were left bewildered by the praise. This noise could be easily reproduced by a few children at random. After finishing the music arrangement, Li Wei took out the ledger and flipped through it to decide which debtor to visit first. By chance, his eyes fell upon a familiar name, Mao Buchuan. As the saying goes, one matter at a time. "It's you." Calculating the timing carefully, just before the government offices were about to close near dusk, Li Wei set out with the group. Upon arriving at Mao Buchuan's doorstep, Li Wei instructed Hiqing to lead the female musicians to stand by the roadside. Then he ordered the music officer Lu Fei to lead the musicians to prepare their instruments and make a grand display, ready for action at any moment. Passers-by who saw such a colorful group couldn't help but cast curious glances, and a few idle individuals even stopped to watch from afar, eager to see what Li Wei intended with these girls. Mao Buchuan's servants also noticed the group, but although Li Wei was acting very publicly, there was no weeping or shouting, and when they approached to inquire, no one responded. After work, Mao Buchuan was humming a tune he had learned from the Bureau of Musicianry, walking home leisurely. When he saw the crowd gathered by his doorstep from afar, his face immediately darkened. When he clearly saw Li Wei's figure, his heart chilled even more, sensing that trouble was once again on its way. Mao Buchuan's steps came to an abrupt stop, and for a moment he found himself at a loss, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Today, after arriving at work, he had inquired among his colleagues and learned that although Li Wei had once been a high-ranking official, he was no pushover even after demotion, and recently his reputation among scholars had been gradually improving. Despite his demotion to a minor official, he was still not someone to provoke. Hesitating for a moment, Mao Buqiuan finally lowered his head and quickened his steps, hoping to enter his home unnoticed before Li Wei became aware. Li Wei, meanwhile, was swaying his body and pacing back and forth. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow flash by his side and was startled. He rushed forward swiftly and seized Mao Buqiuan tightly. "Stop! Don't run away, Director Mao." Mao Buqiuan groaned inwardly, finally unable to avoid this troublesome man. "Director Li, why do you block my way?" Cornered, Mao Buqiuan had no choice but to stop and asked indifferently. Seeing their master being intercepted, Mao Buqiuan's servants hurried forward, silently awaiting instructions. Although outnumbered, they assumed that as government officials, the group wouldn't dare to cause public disturbances. "Director Mao, I kindly ask you to settle your debt with the Bureau of Musicianry." Li Wei stretched out his hands as he spoke. Upon seeing the gesture, Mao Buqiuan's heart trembled. He retorted sharply, "What money? I paid yesterday, didn't I? Yesterday's was for yesterday. What I'm asking for now is the outstanding debt." "Nonsense. When did I ever owe you money?" "There are records, of course. Don't believe me? Look for yourself." So saying, Li Wei pulled out the evidence to show him. Mao Buqiuan's expression slightly changed. He knew in his heart whether such debt existed or not. But there was no way he would pay this sum. Compared to other departments, the Ministry of Rights had limited opportunity to seek benefits, and the Bureau of Musicianry was one of the few that offered favorable conditions. He would never pay up. Yesterday's payment had already been reluctantly accepted. There was no way he would settle all outstanding debts. "I won't look. I don't owe money," Mao Buqiuan shouted, exerting force to pull away and breaking free from Li Wei's grip. Due to his leg injury, Li Wei was caught off guard and bypassed, watching helplessly as Mao dashed into his home. When Li Wei chased up to the entrance, Mao's servants had already shut the door in his face. "Open the door! Open the door!" Li Wei pounded on the door repeatedly while shouting, but behind it only came the unbothered footsteps of Mao Buqiuan walking away, followed soon by the sound of him entering his house. Not opening the door, huh? Then let's just wait." Li Wei sneered faintly, then turned to the artists by the roadside and gave a signal with his hand. At once, the musicians began playing their instruments, producing a jingling, clanging sound. The female musicians began weeping softly, their tears streaming down their cheeks like pear blossoms drenched in rain. Passers-by paused upon hearing the commotion, drawn to the spectacle by sheer curiosity. As the music swelled and the crowd gathered, Li Wei rolled up his sleeves, turned around, and began knocking on the door again, shouting loudly as he did. "Mao Buqiuan, open the door. Open up. You're hiding in there pretending not to hear me, right? I know you're home." Ding ding dong dong. "Mao Buqiuan, open the door. You had the nerve to steal a man from someone else, yet you don't even have the courage to open a door now." Ding ding dong dong. With the music and Li Wei's yelling echoing around, the onlookers watched in stunned silence. At first, the melody seemed nothing but chaotic noise, but when Li Wei started shouting, it somehow became even more bizarrely captivating. The dissonant tune combined with his yelling, though unintelligible, somehow held an inexplicable appeal, impossible to ignore. What shocked them most, however, were the words coming out of Li Wei's mouth. "What? Did Minister Mao steal another man? What? This senior official from the Ministry of Rights enjoys mail company? Oh my goodness, who would have thought? A high-ranking government official engaging in such behavior. That's scandalous." "That's not the point. Don't you think this tune is absolutely incredible? Who are these people exactly?" "They're from the Bureau of Musicianry. That guy knocking on the door is the head official himself." "Oh, that explains it. This area was mostly where high-ranking officials lived." Among the onlookers, some of the servants, who had broadened experiences, recognized Li Wei and whispered explanations to those around them to show off their own knowledge. The more Li Wei shouted, the more excited he became. Initially, Mao Buqiuan hadn't paid much attention. He simply smirked, taking a sip of tea handed to him by a servant while seated. But when Li Wei mentioned stealing men, Mao nearly spat out his tea. He choked, and his face turned pale. "Quickly, make him shut up." It took the servant a while to understand. "What? Master stole a man? Master has that kind of habit?" Seeing the servant's sluggish response, Mao Buqiuan grew impatient. He could no longer wait, and stood up abruptly, rushing outside in a panic. The servant snapped back to reality and hurried after him. "Open the door. Open the door. Shut up." Mao Buqiuan swung the door open, eyes nearly popping out of his sockets, glaring furiously at Li Wei. "I was merely enjoying a song. Who stole another man? Stop slandering me." Li Wei quickly stepped back, afraid of getting struck by that fierce gaze. Upon hearing this, he paused, then understood. "Sorry, got the wrong line. Let's restart." Before the sentence ended, Li Wei shouted again. "If you have the guts to listen to a song, then you should have the guts to pay for it." "Enough. How much?" "I'll pay." Mao Buqiuan roared, his voice echoing. Hearing this, Li Wei nodded with satisfaction, then turned and gave a signal. Instantly, the music and crying stopped. Li Wei then stretched out both hands and said, 10 strings of coins." Hearing this, Mao Buqiuan's eyebrows twitched slightly. 10 strings of coins didn't sound like much, but to the average person, it was enough to last an entire year. Remember, a street vendor might only earn around 20 strings annually. Even for a 6th-grade official from the Ministry of Rights like himself, 10 strings amounted to nearly a month's salary. 10 strings equaled 10,000 copper coins. Since the Bureau of Musicianry charged 10 coins per performance, this sum could buy 1,000 performances. And if he went every day, it would be enough to last 3 years. Of course, he didn't go daily, only every few days. But over the years, the accumulated debt naturally grew. Yet now, reputation was more important than money. Mao Buqiuan gritted his teeth and handed over 10 strings of coins to Li Wei. Li Wei accepted the payment, his demeanor changing completely. Smiling brightly, he said, "Thank you for visiting. We hope to see you again soon." Mao Buqiuan inwardly cursed. Barefoot or not, he'd never set foot in the Bureau of Musicianry again. Ashamed under the onlookers' curious gazes, he quickly paid and rushed back inside, closing the door behind him. Having successfully collected the debt, Li Wei tucked the money away and shouted to the Bureau of Musicianry members, "Let's go. Next stop." After leaving Mao Buqiuan's house, Li Wei led the members of the Bureau toward the next debtor's residence. His bizarre shouting had drawn a large crowd following behind. Among them were servants from the households of several officials, originally only curious spectators, but seeing the spectacle unfold, their expressions darkened. They quickly ran back to inform their masters. Li Wei's next target was Li Mian, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Rights. As the group arrived, they found the gates of Li Mian's estate shut tightly, whether intentionally or by coincidence remained unclear. Without delay, Li Wei raised both hands and shouted, "Start." Once again, the eerie melody began playing. While knocking on the door, Li Wei shouted, "Open the door! Open the door! Li Mian, come out!" Musician, ding dang ding dang ding dang. Female musician, ing ing ing. Soon enough, the unbearable noise irritated the servants inside Li Mian's residence. The main gate swung open and an angry servant glared at the strange crowd. "Who do you think you are? This is the residence of a third-grade official. No noisy disturbances are allowed here," he demanded harshly. Indeed, even a seventh-grade official would have to bow before the residence of a third-grade official. This servant carried himself with arrogance, showing no respect for Li Wei and his group. In the official hierarchy, third-grade rank marked a boundary. Those who reached this level enjoyed significantly better treatment and privileges compared to those below third grade. The heads of less important departments in court, or vice ministers like Li Mian from the 6 ministries, were all officials with real power. Although the position of vice minister was merely a deputy role within the 6 ministries, they were still Tang officials serving directly under the emperor, and in terms of influence, their power was hardly inferior to that of the Xianxia. Li Wei had no concept of these official ranks. Seeing the servant's arrogant attitude, he too turned serious and said sternly, "I am the newly appointed head of the Bureau of Musicianry. Your master owes us money. Pay up immediately." Chapter 99. It doesn't matter which grand secretary. What money? Rubbish. Leave immediately, or I will summon the military command to arrest you. Oh. Li Wei immediately placed his hands on his hips. In the Ming Dynasty, apart from Zhu Yuanzhang, there had never been anyone he feared. Now someone actually dared to threaten him? Brothers and sisters, keep playing the music. Ding dang dang. Ing ing ing. You can enjoy the performance, so why not pay for it? Seeing that they ignored his warning, the servant grew furious. "You." But no one paid any attention to him, because everyone's ears and minds were filled with Li Wei's lyrics. The crowd watching the commotion began to whisper. Even a high official like a vice minister listens to performances and then refuses to pay. Exactly, look how pitiful those women from the Bureau of Music are. That's right, that's right. Hearing such gossip, Li Mian's servant felt uneasy and hurriedly shut the door and reported back. Li Mian was already old, similar in age to the current minister Xie, both in their 60s. He had been hoping for Xie's retirement, so he could be promoted. At this moment, he had no desire to cause trouble, especially concerning this Li Wei. Whoever got involved with him ended up in misfortune. After hearing the servant's report, Li Mian immediately ordered someone to fetch some silver to give to the visitors to send them away as quickly as possible. Li Wei hadn't knocked for long when the servant reappeared at the door. This time, he didn't say a word, just handed out the money and urged, "Go, go, go quickly." Li Wei took the silver, inwardly nodding with satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Only after clutching the money did he signal to the musicians from the Bureau of Music to stop. Then he led the group to the next destination. The crowd also didn't want to disperse yet. On one hand, they found Li Wei's actions quite amusing. On the other, they wanted to see the beautiful women from the Bureau of Music, rare beauties rarely seen by commoners in daily life. These women from the Bureau of Music really are beautiful. Just look at their faces, their eyes. That's right, that's right. It's a pity though, only high-ranking officials have the fortune to be close to them. Now that you mention it, this Bureau of Music really is different. Even their director walks with a unique gait. A bystander, seeing Li Wei's swaying figure, couldn't help but sigh. Li Wei, learning from the earlier experiences of the first 2 households, several families later took precautions. Upon advance notice from their servants, they had attendants waiting by the gate early on. As soon as they spotted Li Wei heading toward their house, the servants hurriedly approached and handed over silver, urging him to take a detour. Some of the lazier ones simply threw the silver through the crack in the door once Li Wei approached. Li Wei stared down at the pile of silver notes scattered on the ground, puzzled. "Hey, what a lucky day. I walked out and found money. This is just fantastic." He didn't mind such alms in the least, treating it merely as unexpected fortune. Before sunset, he visited a few more homes. The amounts ranged from 1 or 2 guan to 7 or 8 guan each. In a single day, he collected about 40 to 50 guan. For the first time, the musicians and girls from the Bureau of Music witnessed officials actually opening their wallets. Who would have thought that the songs and dances they had diligently rehearsed so often without payment suddenly brought in such wealth just by going along with the new director's antics? All of them held their new superior in great esteem. Since Li Wei's reassignment, the Grand Secretariat had experienced massive personnel changes. Several grand secretaries, including Wu Buxiong, were transferred back to the Hanlin Academy. Zhu Yuanzhang then filled the vacancies by introducing Confucian scholars from outside. The Grand Secretariat's responsibilities were also reduced to merely organizing memorials and drafting summaries for the emperor, stripped of real authority. Unless the emperor specifically asked, they had no right to make suggestions. While Li Wei led his troop across the city collecting money, Zhu Yuanzhang was in the Qianxia Palace dealing with piles of state affairs. Without the Grand Secretary's counsel, he had to make decisions on his own again, his administrative burden growing heavier than ever. Just as he was grumbling, Wang Bin, the newly appointed Grand Secretary, rushed in urgently. "Your Majesty, I have an urgent memorial to submit." Wang Bin completed his kowtow in haste, and then bent over to report. Zhu Yuanzhang, seeing his hurried appearance, frowned slightly and asked, "What is it?" "Your Majesty, Dao Tong, the county magistrate of Panyu, has submitted a memorial impeaching Zhu Liangzu, the Marquis of Yongjia, for corruption, shielding local bullies, and other crimes. Please read the memorial at your convenience." Wang Bin promptly handed over the prepared memorial. The matter of Dao Tong had stirred up the entire city. Li Wei, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Works and also a nobleman, had been denied imperial approval over this very issue. Not only had he been demoted to the Bureau of Music, but his noble title had also been stripped. The Grand Secretariat had even replaced its members because of this, and only then had Wang Bin risen from a common scholar to a trusted advisor of the emperor. Understanding the significance of the matter, Wang Bin had promptly delivered the memorial as soon as he received it. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression changed slightly. He ordered a eunuch nearby to bring the memorial, and then he flipped it open to read. As soon as he understood the contents, Zhu Yuanzhang's face darkened. The memorial detailed Zhu Liangzu's acts of corruption. When Dao Tong had legally arrested local bullies, Zhu Liangzu had sent men to forcibly take them away. Moreover, Zhu had repeatedly used excuses to beat Dao Tong, who could no longer endure such harassment and had thus filed this impeachment against the Marquis of Yongjia. In fact, Dao Tong's memorial had been sent before Zhu Liangzu's, but Zhu took advantage of the urgent military dispatch channel, arriving first instead. Zhu Yuanzhang immediately understood the truth by comparing Dao Tong's memorial with Zhu Liangzu's earlier submission. This was clearly Zhu Liangzu attempting to frame Dao Tong out of fear of punishment. What audacity! How dare he deceive Dun? Enraged, Zhu Yuanzhang slammed the memorial onto the ground, shouting furiously. He had a general understanding of Zhu Liangzu's character. The man had always acted improperly, but at this time, the Ming Dynasty was still engaged in warfare. The northern Yuan had not yet been defeated, the southwestern chieftains remained defiant, and vassal states like Goryeo maintained ambiguous attitudes. Therefore, although he was dissatisfied with the illegal activities of these aristocrats, he refrained from harsh punishment, for now. However, Zhu Liangzu had now gone so far as to force his hand, putting him in such an embarrassing situation. If Dao Tong were truly executed unjustly, his imperial authority would suffer tremendous damage. There was a world of difference between killing people deliberately and mistakenly executing a loyal subject due to deception. The former was a decision made after careful weighing of pros and cons. The latter showed incompetence and weakness. After venting his anger with a few angry curses, Zhu Yuanzhang immediately ordered Wang Bin, "Hurry, retrieve the imperial decree sentencing Dao Tong to death. Ride with all speed." "Yes, yes, yes." Seeing the emperor's fury, Wang Bin bowed quickly, preparing to leave. "Wait, take also a pardon edict for Dao Tong." Zhu Yuanzhang reminded him again. If the decree couldn't be intercepted en route, upon reaching the destination, this imperial pardon might still save Dao Tong before execution. Understood. Wang Bin hurried away. Zhu Yuanzhang, hands on his hips, paced furiously, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Initially, he thought civil officials were devious and unreliable, while military commanders, though frequently guilty of misconduct, were straightforward and easier to control. But the reality was completely unexpected. These people had grown increasingly audacious, even daring to deceive him like this. What a bunch of bastards. Zhu Yuanzhang cursed as he paced, his eyes glinting coldly. He truly didn't want to move against these generals prematurely. After all, the Ming Dynasty still relied heavily on them, and his contingency plan, his own sons, was not yet mature enough. Rashly slaughtering generals would be tantamount to self-destruction. Thus, he remained tolerant of the general's illegal activities. His frequent execution and eradication of entire families among civil officials, however, had deeper motives. Besides despising corrupt officials, he knew civil officials often came from influential noble families with abundant wealth and close ties to the rich and powerful, controlling much of the nation's resources. Killing them yielded high gains with relatively low risk, clearly an excellent way to boost state revenues. In the early days of founding his regime, he suppressed his anger and feigned kindness toward the officials and nobles he disliked, thus winning broad support. Only after consolidating power did he gradually reveal his true nature, beginning his purges. Now the military aristocrats were in the same boat. Until the right moment came, he must still endure quietly, waiting for his sons to grow up. After pacing for a long time, Zhu Yuanzhang sighed deeply and returned to sit upon his dragon throne. Sigh, I never imagined that brat would actually be right again. I should have listened to him back then. Thinking about Li Wei's case, how he begged mercy yet refused to follow orders, Zhu Yuanzhang now felt regret, his expression complex and hard to interpret. After the Dao Tong incident surfaced, the court once again fell into disputes. Dao Tong's memorial had gone through normal procedures, reviewed by the Office of General Affairs and the Grand Secretariat, making secrecy impossible. Ministers began murmuring among themselves. Although no one dared openly accuse the emperor of folly, their words implied something similar. Sitting atop his throne, Zhu Yuanzhang wore a face as dark as iron. Establishing the Grand Secretariat was a wise move by the emperor, declared Wan Jun, Minister of Personnel, offering praise first before revealing his real purpose. I propose restoring the advisory powers of the Grand Secretariat and re-employing senior Grand Secretaries. This sentence outwardly praised Zhu Yuanzhang for creating the Grand Secretariat but, in reality, aimed to empower the civil officials once more, subtly suggesting the emperor's incompetence and the need for reliance on them. Just like this time, had they followed the suggestion of a certain Grand Secretary, they wouldn't have arrived at this situation. Exactly which Grand Secretary mattered little. Zhao Bin and Zhang Zongyi chimed in with identical motives, both eager to expand the Grand Secretariat's authority and even advocating for ministers to serve concurrently in related duties. Yet although they spoke endlessly about the Grand Secretariat, they conveniently avoided mentioning the Grand Secretary who had strongly opposed it previously. Though Li Wei had unintentionally aligned himself with the civil officials, they well understood, this man was nothing but a reckless opportunist, stumbling into luck. Even if reinstated, he would likely continue opposing them as usual. Even now, exiled to the Bureau of Music, he remained restless, depriving officials even of peaceful music venues. But someone eventually spoke up. Striding forward with calm steps, Han Yike addressed the throne. Your Majesty, the truth is now clear. Should not Li Wei be reinstated to his former position? During this incident, he courageously gave counsel. Although his actions exceeded his authority, it was due to urgent circumstances. If it weren't for Li Wei's previous refusal to approve the death decree for 2 days, Dao Tong might have already perished unjustly. This time, though Li Wei bears guilt, he also deserves credit. Zhao Bin and Zhang Zongyi immediately changed expressions upon hearing this. They were fully focused on expanding the Grand Secretariat's power. Should Li Wei be reinstated, would it not mean they were doing all the work just to hand him the benefits? Your Majesty, although Li Wei indeed showed merit, he also clearly overstepped his authority and cannot be left unpunished. Your Majesty merely demoting him already shows great leniency and mercy. Precisely, Your Majesty. This minister concurs. Zhu Yuanzhang slightly narrowed his eyes, saying indifferently, Today, Han Yike spoke forthrightly and courageously, a rare and precious quality. The emperor feels genuinely pleased. Starting today, he shall be promoted to left censor-in-chief. Upon hearing the news of his promotion, Han Yike showed no joy but instead continued insisting, Your Majesty, what I speak concerns Li Wei. You must restore him to his former position. This minister strongly opposes such a move. Absolutely unacceptable. Others immediately protested. Han Yike glared furiously at them all, but these men had already made up their minds and refused to agree. Chapter 100. Li Wei stands firm, vows never to leave the music bureau. Zhu Yuanzhang mentioned nothing about Li Wei, as if he had completely forgotten such a person ever existed. Eventually, Han Yike could not prevail against the other ministers, and the matter of reinstating Li Wei's position was shelved. Furthermore, Zhu Yuanzhang did not adopt the suggestion of establishing a cabinet, as proposed by the officials. After the morning court session, everyone felt dissatisfied. Zhu Yuanzhang had suffered a loss of prestige due to being misled. The officials had failed to achieve their goal of expanding the power of the cabinet. Han Yike had not succeeded in reinstating his beloved Mr. Li, but if Li Wei knew all of this, he would have been immensely pleased. He was very satisfied with his current job and had no desire whatsoever to be reinstated to his former position. Early in the morning, Li Wei had already arrived at the music bureau. After yesterday's chaos, the place had now become eerily quiet, with officials afraid to come here carelessly. Li Wei had, in fact, become the sole occupant. He directed the dance and music practice in the morning, listened to small tunes, and in the afternoon, as soon as the time came, he took people outside to make some money, living a carefree and comfortable life. On this day, Li Wei was once again taking his bevy of beautiful women outside to make some money, when shortly after stepping out of the gate, he saw Mao Buqiuan approaching with a group of soldiers. They are the ones. They provoke trouble and extort government officials. Mao Buqiuan angrily pointed at him and declared to the crowd. Ever since Li Wei had caused a scene at his house, the rumors of her stealing men had spread far and wide. Although Li Wei later retracted the accusation, and many people already knew the truth, the exaggerated claims he had shouted out earlier had already turned into popular rhymes. Now, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he couldn't wash himself clean. Mao Buqiuan had originally decided not to bother with Li Wei anymore, but how could he endure such humiliation? He had to take revenge, so today he had specifically brought people from the 5-city military command. These military command officers were under the administration of civil officials, similar to modern-day police. However, Li Wei was not afraid, because he hadn't actually broken any laws. This esteemed sir, please don't make false accusations. I'm merely stepping out for a casual walk and earning a bit of extra money. There was no extortion or troublemaking as he claimed. Li Wei tried to explain to the leading official, but clearly, Mao Buqiuan had already conspired with this official beforehand. Without even inquiring about the situation, the man immediately ordered their arrest. Li Wei's expression immediately changed. As the old saying went, it was easier to face the emperor than to deal with minor bureaucrats. Even though he himself, as an official, would not be subjected to punishment if arrested, these performers would certainly get into serious trouble. This esteemed sir, we have committed no crime. Please, sir, Be clear-sighted and do not listen to his slander. No matter what, you must return with me first. The man said coldly with a stern face and moved to apprehend them. What are you doing? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Li Wei turned around and saw it was Han Yike. Relief surged into his heart instantly. Minister Han, over here. Li Wei eagerly waved to get his attention. When Mao Buchuan and the leading official saw Han Yike, their expressions instantly changed. No matter one's rank, all officials feared the censors, who were known for impeaching people regardless of status. Minister Han, this Mr. Mao, a vice minister, refused to pay for listening to music at the music bureau. When I went with my people to collect the debt, he colluded with the military command to falsely accuse us of extortion. Li Wei immediately reported the case. The official from the military command, upon hearing this, turned pale and hastily replied, "You must not lie. I'm only acting lawfully after receiving a report." "How do you plan to act justly?" Li Wei coldly questioned. The man responded immediately, "I now understand the details. Since this is a debt dispute, you should resolve it yourselves. I shall no longer intervene." Before the sentence was even finished, he hurriedly gestured and led his subordinates away, fearing being impeached by the censor. Mao Buchuan rushed forward desperately to stop him. "Commander Zhao, don't go. This truly is blackmail. Minister Mao, the military command is responsible only for capturing thieves. I'm not in a position to interfere in this matter. Please seek assistance elsewhere." After saying this, Commander Zhao quickly departed with his men. By this point, Mao Buchuan felt the world spinning around him. "Let me end here for today. My sincere apologies to you all, honorable sirs." The military command had come in a great commotion and left in haste, leaving Mao Buchuan standing alone. In just a short moment, Mao Buchuan had fallen from an aggressive leader to a helpless loner, trembling before Li Wei, Han Yike, and the others from the music bureau. Minister Li, this whole matter was just a misunderstanding. Do you believe me?" Mao Buchuan quivered as he spoke. "Humph." Li Wei sneered coldly. Then he stretched out his hand. Tears welled up in Mao Buchuan's eyes, but he knew there was no point in shedding them. After paying 20 strings of coins as compensation, Li Wei finally deigned to admit it was a misunderstanding and told Han Yike not to impeach him. Han Yike showed visible embarrassment. Just earlier, he had believed Mao Buchuan was falsely accusing Li Wei of extortion, but having now witnessed everything firsthand, he didn't know what to say. When Mao Buchuan saw Han Yike remain silent, interpreting the silence as tacit acceptance, he hurriedly turned and fled. Only then did Li Wei turn to Han Yike, exchanging a few polite words. "Today, I was fortunate that Minister Han happened to pass by. Otherwise, this matter would have been rather troublesome. Many thanks, many thanks." Li Wei sincerely expressed his gratitude. If Han Yike had not appeared just in time, they might have been taken away by the military command. Although he himself would be fine, those musicians would surely suffer. It wasn't a coincidence. "I came here especially to find you." Han Yike, barely tolerating Li Wei's behavior, replied. "Oh, what is it you need me for? Could it be Minister Han wishes to listen to some music?" Li Wei asked curiously. After all, he was merely the head of the music bureau, and he couldn't imagine what important matter Han Yike could have with him. Han Yike was momentarily speechless and sternly denied. "No, I have urgent news to share." "Ah, then let's go to my residence and discuss it at length." Han Yike considered briefly and nodded. That would be fine. Matters of court affairs could not be fully discussed in just a few words, and discussing them in the busy marketplace would be inappropriate. Thus, the two led their attendants back to the music bureau. After walking a short distance, Li Wei suddenly stopped and glared at Han Yike with a frown. Han Yike was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" "Minister Han, why are you imitating my way of walking?" Li Wei questioned. Just now, for a few steps, he noticed Han Yike's pace was identical to his own, and this greatly annoyed him. "I wasn't imitating you," Han Yike defended. "How could you not be? Look, I walk like this, and you walk exactly the same. What else could this be if not imitation?" Li Wei said as he strutted forward with a swaying gait. Han Yike suddenly understood and responded with a half smile, half frown. "I wasn't copying you. I've also recently been punished." "Really?" Li Wei doubted. Sighing, Han Yike said, "Indeed, the punishment was actually related to you. Let's continue walking as we talk." He then made a gesture of invitation. Nodding, Li Wei resumed walking, and both moved forward with the same swaying gait. The attendants from the music bureau behind them found it odd, but managed to suppress their laughter. At a nearby street corner, Mao Xiang and an aide stood watching the group depart, frowning and silently deep in thought. The events of today had been secretly orchestrated by him, intending to teach Li Wei a lesson, to make him recognize the reality and dedicate himself to serving the emperor, thus returning to his former position sooner. However, everything had been ruined so easily by Han Yike. That Commander Zhao was too timid as well. Just a reprimand. What was there to fear? Could it be he had his own secrets to hide? Mao Xiang felt deep contempt for Commander Zhao. Once Li Wei and Han Yike reached the music bureau, Han Yike politely declined Li Wei's invitation to listen to some music. Left with no choice, Li Wei led Han Yike into the inner hall. "Please, Minister Han, take a seat." "Please, Minister Li." They exchanged courtesies for a while before finally sitting down on opposite sides. Due to the pain in their buttocks, both leaned slightly sideways, forming an H shape. "Minister Li, your courage to directly advise and even risk your life to oppose the emperor's decree is truly admirable. You are indeed a loyal and upright official." Han Yike clasped his hands in respect. "Ah." Li Wei was slightly taken aback. His actions were actually driven by personal vendetta against Zhu Yuanzhang. Righteousness had just been an unintended consequence. He felt a bit embarrassed at Han Yike's praise, yet he shamelessly accepted it. It was all for the good of the country and state, naturally what I must do. Seeing how modest Li Wei remained, Han Yike respected him even more. Sigh. Unfortunately, for some reason the emperor refuses to reinstate you to your former post. I have tried to appeal several times, but each effort has ended fruitlessly. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's heart immediately tightened. He hastily said, "Please don't do that." Han Yike gave him a puzzled glance, failing to understand the meaning behind his words. Cough. Well, the level of one's position is merely about easing the emperor's burdens. Although the court requires great pillars, it also needs ordinary officials to carry out daily affairs. I, too, am contributing by remaining in the music bureau. Li Wei spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Han Yike regarded him with even greater respect. He stood up and respectfully bowed. "Minister Li, your noble intentions truly move me." Li Wei hesitated for a moment before rising to return the bow. "We serve for the sake of art." "No, wait, for the court, which is entirely fitting. Please, Minister Han, sit down, no need to be so courteous." He then waved a hand to indicate they should sit again, and the two resumed their posture, sitting in a wide V shape. Then Han Yike briefly recounted several court affairs. After all, he himself was merely a ninth-grade official, privy to very little. If it weren't for you opposing the emperor's decree this time, Dao Tong would most likely have already been falsely accused and executed by the Marquis of Yongle. As originally recorded in history, 2 envoys were sent on the same day by Zhu Yuanzhang. But now thanks to Li Wei's intervention, the honest official had been saved. Though Dao Tong had been rescued, the matter had yet to be completely resolved. Zhu Yuanzhang had already ordered Zhu Lianzhu to return to the capital, and those local tyrants would face strict punishment. However, Han Yike had not come specifically for this reason, but rather, it was about Li Wei's own matter. "Minister Li, although you have done a great service, to overrule an imperial decree is technically an overstep. Perhaps you should submit a memorial to admit your fault, so you may earn His Majesty's forgiveness, and thus your former post may also be restored." "No need," Li Wei replied. "I'm doing just fine now. As I've said before, no matter where one is, one serves the court diligently. Why must one insist on holding high rank and power?" Li Wei shook his head and politely declined, joking that he had finally managed to secure this position. How could he let himself return to officialdom again? Han Yike, seeing Li Wei's attitude, found his reasoning acceptable in theory, yet he couldn't help suspecting that Li Wei might have some undisclosed reason. He tried to persuade again, but Li Wei remained firm in his stance, vowing never to leave the music bureau. With no choice, Han Yike could only give up. After seeing Han Yike off, Li Wei heaved a sigh of relief, grateful that he had explained everything clearly in time today. Otherwise, his plans might really have been ruined. Though Han Yike was a good person, he often ended up causing trouble with his good intentions. The last steel blade incident had already landed Li Wei in trouble because of him, and now once again he had nearly caused disaster. To be continued.